mechanized legions, space carriers, antimatter engines, and the mechanical kingdom, 5,000 meters underground. These cutting-edge technologies, which should only appear in science fiction movies, are now blatantly appearing in a woman's live stream. Even more incredibly, none of this is special effects or fantasy. It's all real. The story begins after Lin Yi graduated from university. At that time, he looked for a job for 3 months in a row, but all he got were offers to deliver food or packages. The industry was so cutthroat that finding a decent job was nearly impossible for Lin Yi. Just when he was completely disheartened and ready to give up and go back to his hometown to farm, he unexpectedly became connected to something called the Civilization Fortress system. This system possesses terrifying capabilities, capable of transforming any substance into another. Simply put, give Lin Yi a pile of sand, and he can turn it into an equal mass of gold, titanium alloy, or even any substance found on the periodic table. In addition, the system also stores a large number of civilization-level technologies, such as nuclear fusion technology, artificial intelligence architecture, advanced materials science, quantum communication, and anti-gravity propulsion. To avoid external conflicts and to develop quietly, Lin Yi lied to his family, saying that he was going to the most chaotic no-man's land in the world, the Chaotic Delta, to run a fruit shop. But no one expected that in just 3 years, Lin Yi would build a steel dome far exceeding the level of human civilization deep in the primeval forest. On the surface, it's just an inconspicuous logistics transit station. But underground, it hides a mechanical god kingdom that's 5,000 meters deep. 500,000 intelligent machine legion patrol day and night, 5 space carriers are on standby at any time, and even the antimatter engine has entered the final debugging stage. Just as Lin Yi was preparing to continue his low-key development, his younger sister Lin Xiaoya, who had just graduated, suddenly sent him a message saying that she wanted to come and visit him on a graduation trip and do some live streaming to sell products. Lin Xiaoya took a picture of the first page of all 4 passports and showed it to Lin Yi, casually asking if he needed his ID card. Lin Yi simply replied, "No need, passports are fine. The travel permit will be ready in 2 days." His tone remained decisive and efficient. After sending the message, Lin Xiaoya sat up. None of the 4 people in the dorm were asleep. Chen Mo checked the flights and said that there would be a transfer in Bangkok, a total of 12 hours, and the ticket price would be around 3,200 yuan, which they all thought was acceptable. At this moment, Su held up her phone to show everyone a post titled, "Never Go to the Chaotic Delta," which described how someone was robbed at gunpoint in the north and detained for 3 days. The atmosphere in the dormitory immediately became tense. Lin Xiaoya waved her hand and explained, "That's the north side. We're going to the southern trade zone. My brother lives there and said the security is all right." But Lu Di frowned and asked, "How safe exactly is all right?" As a law student, Lu Di was clearly more cautious. She bluntly stated that Lin Yi was just a fruit seller and might not be able to protect them. If something really happened, they might not even have avenues for help. Lin Xiaoya was momentarily speechless at this. After thinking for a moment, she suggested that Lin Yi make a video call so that everyone could judge for themselves whether he was reliable or not. If that didn't work, they would go to Bali instead, and the group quickly agreed to this plan. The conversation quickly turned to Lin Yi. Chen Mo was excited to see this mysterious brother, only to learn that Lin Yi didn't even have a WeChat Moments account. Lin Xiaoya recalled that he had always been introverted and didn't like socializing, but after graduation, he suddenly went to do business in the Delta. Su suspected that he might have been tricked, but Lin Xiaoya quickly denied it, saying that Lin Yi still had his passport and sent money home every month, even 50,000 yuan last month. 50,000? Selling fruit? Chen Mo was shocked on the spot. Lin Xiaoya herself also felt that something was not right. An ordinary graduate earning 50,000 a month didn't seem like a simple business at all. Her tone became serious. "That's why I wanted to go and see. If he's running a legitimate business, that's fine, but if he's not, I'll have to persuade him to come back." The dormitory fell silent briefly after she said this. Finally, Lu Di nodded in agreement, but stipulated that contingency plans must be prepared in advance. The itinerary must be reported to the parents, insurance must be purchased, daily reports of safety must be submitted, and if contact is lost for more than 24 hours, the police must be called immediately and the Foreign Affairs Department must be contacted. The group added some self-defense measures, and although they spoke casually, they were still somewhat nervous. Lin Xiaoya then messaged Lin Yi, asking him to video chat at 8 p.m. the next day to confirm their safety. Lin Yi simply replied with okay. Lin Xiaoya reminded him not to be too serious and mentioned the scar on his face, but Lin Yi casually said it was from a mosquito bite, clearly just brushing it off. The next day, Lin Xiaoya bought a complete set of live streaming equipment and casually posted a teaser, saying she was going to visit her brother who sells fruit in the chaotic Delta. This teaser went viral, and the comment section exploded. Some advised her against going, while others joked that her brother might be an arms dealer. Within just 2 hours, the post received over 30,000 likes, and her follower count skyrocketed. Chen Mo exclaimed that the data was outrageous, and then asked Lin Yi if he knew she would be live streaming. Lin Xiaoya then realized that she hadn't told him beforehand, and could only guiltily say that she would act first and ask later. At 7:50 p.m., the four of them huddled around the bed waiting for the video call. At 8 p.m., the video call connected. The screen showed a familiar cement wall background. Lin Yi was wearing a black t-shirt, his skin was darker than before, and his facial features were sharper. As soon as Lin Xiaoya began her introduction, Chen Mo couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, "Your brother looks like this?" The atmosphere instantly became somewhat awkward. Lin Yi simply said, "Hello." After several people took turns greeting him, Lu Di got straight to the point, asking about safety issues, including airport pickup, communication, accommodation, and emergency plans. Lin Yi responded briefly to each question, without uttering a single unnecessary word. When asked about an emergency, he simply said, "There won't be one." His tone was so certain that no one could argue with him. In the end, Lin Xiaoya had to step in to smooth things over so that the conversation could continue. The video call lasted 15 minutes. Lin Yi didn't say much, but every sentence was concise and clear, making everything that needed to be explained clear. After hanging up, the dormitory was quiet for a few seconds. Chen Mo was the first to speak. "I've made up my mind. I have to go this time." Lin Xiaoya thought she was relieved that it was safe, but then she added seriously, "Because your brother is too handsome." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Xiaoya kicked her off the bed. "You perverted lecher." After hanging up the video call, Lin Yi placed his phone face down on the table, looked up, and called out, "Apocalypse." "Yes," the system replied immediately. Lin Yi went straight to the point. "Can everything in Delta be taken care of within 6 days?" Apocalypse quickly concluded, "The plan has been generated. Execute it along the optimal path. Full control can be achieved in 4 days, with the remaining 2 days for restoring order. There's plenty of time." Lin Yi nodded. "Okay, let's talk about something else first. How's things on the ground lately?" Soon, a 3D map popped up, marking Hassan Town on the edge of the southern trade zone. That was Lin Yi's face to the outside world, a fruit wholesale market. This business is somewhat outrageous. 3 years ago, when Lin Yi first arrived in the Delta, the underground base was still under construction, and he needed to arrange a plausible identity for himself to operate in the outside world. He couldn't very well tell people that he lived 5,000 meters underground. If he did, he would probably be on the international news the next day. So, Lin Yi chose the most inconspicuous cover, the fruit business. The Delta climate is suitable for growing fruit, but logistics are practically non-existent. Fruit farmers produce either rots in the fields or is bought up at low prices. Lin Yi's idea was straightforward. Build his own market and streamline the entire process of purchasing, cold chain logistics, and transportation. Others might invest heavily and still not succeed in doing this, but Lin Yi is different. The cold storage facility can be built overnight using recycled scrap metal. The truck fleet is made directly from sand into steel, which is then assembled into a production line, according to blueprints. In his first year, Lin Yi rented land in Hassan Town, built 20 cold storage facilities, and hired more than 100 people, claiming to be a fruit merchant from China. At first, nobody believed him. A young man from out of town coming to buy fruit sounded unreliable. Lin Yi directly offered a price 40% higher than a market price and settled in cash on the same day. Soon, in the first month, fruit farmers from all 3 villages came. In the second month, the scope expanded to the neighboring town. In the third month, the entire southern trade zone knew about Lin Yi. The following year, Lin Yi expanded the operation tenfold, increasing the number of cold storage facilities from 20 to 200 and the number of employees to 1,500. He even built a 180-kilometer-long makeshift road leading directly to Dali Port. He publicly claimed it was built by a Chinese engineering team, figuring no one would bother to investigate. With the roads open, the supply chain was completely streamlined. Fruit was transported from the production area to the port, then loaded onto ships and sold overseas, and the business rapidly expanded. Linyi didn't really care about the profits. This business was just a way to clean up his identity. But Tianchi had calculated that last year the market turnover was $37 million, with a net profit of $8 million. This figure was just right, explaining the source of Lin Ye's funds without attracting outside attention. The market is operating normally at present, Tianchi reported. This month's shipments reached 12,000 tons. The shipping routes have stabilized, and customers cover 17 countries. What about the staff? Lin Yi asked casually. There are 1,523 permanent employees, the vast majority of whom are locals, and about 2,000 mobile vendors every day. Lin Yi nodded. This market had become the economic lifeline of Hassan Town, even supporting a large number of surrounding industries. As for why those warlords hadn't come to cause trouble, the reason was simple. Lin Yi paid protection money every month. The largest warlord in the south is Musa, who controls Dali Port and the surrounding territory, commanding 5,000 men. Lin Yi's market happens to be within his sphere of influence. This amount of money is nothing to Lin Yi, but for Musa, it is a stable source of income, so the two sides have maintained peaceful relations for many years. However, this balance is about to end. Apocalypse. Where does Musa rank in the conquest plan? Lin Yi asked. Originally, he was third, with priority given to dealing with the two stronger armed groups in the north. Apocalypse replied. Lin Yi interrupted directly. Change it. Put Musa first. Why? Lin Yi's tone was calm, but unquestionable. My sister's plane is landing in Port Dali. I don't want to see any armed people on the way from the airport to Hassan Town. After a brief pause, Tianchi responded, the plan has been adjusted. We expect to deploy 100 T-800S and 200 drones, simultaneously clearing out armed outposts along the route. Lin Yi leaned back in his chair and said calmly, then let's make our move tonight. Port Dali is Musa's territory. It is the most lucrative part of the entire southern trade zone, stretching for 200 kilometers inland from the port, all under the control of this king of the south. Musa Ali Al-Qadir, 47 years old, is a former colonel in the government army. 12 years ago, he led a mutiny, seized Port Dali, and declared himself king. 5,000 men, armored vehicles, old helicopters, plus a smuggling route. This is considered top-tier equipment in the Delta. At this moment, Musa was sitting in his palace, a colonial-era governor's mansion. The building wasn't new, and the water in the pool was somewhat greenish, but the location was excellent, overlooking the entire harbor. Boss, this month's bill has arrived. His deputy, Jamal, handed over the envelope. Musa, while gnawing on a leg of lamb, pulled out the bill and glanced at it. That Chinese guy from Hassan Town? Yes, Lin's protection money. 80,000 US dollars this month. 80,000? Musa chewed on his meat, his tone gradually turning somber. Jamal didn't move. He could tell there was more to the story. How much did he take from me last year? Musa asked. About 120,000 tons of fruit, covering 17 countries, with a turnover of over 30 million US dollars. Musa slammed the bone onto his plate. A 30 million deal, and he's paying me 80,000 a month? Does he think I'm some kind of parking fee collector? You set the price back then. That was 3 years ago. Musa sneered. Back then, he was just a mango seller. And now, he walked to the window. On the dock, refrigerated containers from Lin Fruit were lined up, being loaded onto a ship. He has more cold storage than I do, and the roads he builds are more effective than my orders. Now, even the townspeople only pay their wages to him. Musa turned around, making money on my turf, and he dares to pay so little? Boss, you want to raise the price? Raise the price? That's too narrow-minded. Musa lit a cigar. I want to take a stake. 51%. He held out a hand. He can continue operating, but more than half the profits will go to me. Freight rates will increase by 30% in the future, and toll fees will be calculated separately. Jamal frowned. He might not agree. Not agree? Musa laughed. Can he move the cold storage and the workers? He asked again, have you checked his background? Yes, but you can't find anything. There are no records of the equipment or the distribution channels. Musa narrowed his eyes. 200 cold storage facilities just appeared out of thin air. Either he has a powerful backer, or he thinks I'm easy to bully. Jamal added, last year, Red Scorpion brought 200 men to cause him trouble. but they were driven back by 10 men. 10 people against 200? I heard those 10 people are quite unusual, strong and fast. Musa snorted disdainfully. Red Scorpion is just a piece of trash. He's only scared out of his wits. He sat down again. Lin's security team is at most a few dozen people. I have 5,000 men. With those words, Musa's confidence returned. In the Delta, might makes right. Musa had been around for 12 years, swallowing up warlords and fighting tough battles. He simply didn't believe a fruit seller could turn the world upside down. Make arrangements. We'll go to Hassan Town the day after tomorrow. You're going personally? I'll bring men and vehicles. I want to see if he's a dragon or a worm. Also, notify the docks, starting tomorrow. Seize all his containers and stop loading them all. Say they're for maintenance. He might come looking for you. That's even better. Musa leaned back in his chair. The initiative is in my hands. Load the newly arrived RPGs onto the truck and set up the machine guns too. Understood. After Jamal left, Musa stared at the row of refrigerated containers at the port, his eyes gradually turning cold. He had endured this $30 million deal for 3 years. Now, the tree had grown, and it was time to reap the rewards. He opened the file on Hassan Town. The last page read, Lin Yi, 25 years old, Chinese nationality, no armed background. Musa scoffed, just a kid. He had just replied with very good, unaware that at the same time, 5,000 meters underground, a combat plan targeting him had officially begun. 100T, 800 tanks were deployed, and 200 drones were loaded. Operation Codename, Cleanup, initiated. Jamal arrived in Hassan Town with 6 pickup trucks and 30 soldiers at noon. The market was still bustling, the sweet smell of mangoes mingling with the smell of diesel fuel, but no one gave them a second glance. This kind of entourage was all too common in the Delta. Alam was in his office when he heard the commotion and looked down, his heart tightening immediately. He grabbed the walkie-talkie. Old Chun, Musa's men are here. Don't let it escalate. A calm voice came from the other end. I see them. What did the boss say? Alam replied. I'll deal with them first. You keep an eye on the cold storage. He had just finished tidying his clothes and gone downstairs when Jamal came up. Manager Alam, sorry to bother you. The two shook hands and exchanged pleasantries. Alam explained that Lin Yi wasn't there. Jamal didn't mind, and, after sitting down, went straight to the point. Commander Musa wants this market 51% of the shares. Alam's smile froze for a moment. This joke has gone too far. Jamal said calmly, It doesn't sound like a joke, does it? He doesn't manage the business, but he takes the lion's share of the profits. That's impossible. Alam shook his head. The market was built by Boss Lin. What you're doing is no different from outright robbery. Jamal retorted, Without Musa's approval, could you use Dollyport? Haven't you been paying too little protection money these past few years? Alam suppressed his emotions. He knew Lin Yi's confidence well and had personally witnessed the methods of those 10 people. Finally, he spoke, I can't make the decision on this matter. We have to wait for the boss to return. You can wait. Jamal stood up, but starting today, not a single one of your goods will leave port. Musa will come in person to sign the agreement in 3 days. He didn't rule it out definitively, but the 30 soldiers at the gate said it all. The convoy quickly departed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Alam stood by the window and immediately dialed a number. Boss, Musa's men just left. I saw it. Lin Yi's tone was calm. Did they make demands? They want 51% of the shares, and they've seized the dock. That's all. Lin Yi asked back. They'll come and talk in person in 3 days. Alam was getting anxious. Should we contact the port to smooth things over? No need. Lin Yi interrupted directly. Loading will proceed as scheduled tomorrow. If anyone tries to stop us, just have them call me. Alam was stunned. They brought men and heavy machine guns. I know. Lin Yi's tone remained calm. You do your job. The goods must be shipped today. After hanging up the phone, Alam felt a chill run down his spine. He knew Lin Yi was no ordinary person, but this time his opponent was Musa, a local tyrant with 5,000 armed men. If they were to clash head-on, the consequences would be unpredictable. Inside the underground base, Lin Yi tossed his phone aside. Apocalypse, Musa's whereabouts. The holographic map unfolded, quickly locking onto the governor's mansion and the convoy route, marking the positions of guards, armored vehicles, and helicopters. Where's Jamal? He's returning to Dollyport and will arrive in 17 minutes. Lin Yi said calmly. Prevent him from reaching it. Should we intercept him? Alive. Apocalypse quickly devised a plan. Drones to disable vehicles, T-800S to control personnel. Lin Yi nodded in approval. Execute. Meanwhile, Jamal, sitting in the car, was still boasting. That Alam's face turned white. He chickened out when these Chinese really got serious. The driver chimed in, and he became even more smug. That market will belong to Musa sooner or later. The words had barely left his mouth when, with a bang, the tire of the lead vehicle suddenly burst. Immediately afterward, several vehicles went out of control, and the entire convoy was thrown into chaos. Enemy attack. Jamal roared, but only static filled the walkie-talkie. The desert was deserted. The soldiers stood guard with their guns drawn, but couldn't find their target at all. The next second, 10 figures emerged from behind the sand dunes. They were dressed in ordinary work clothes, expressionless, and their steps were eerily steady. Stop! Fire! The bullets flew, but all bounced off. Jamal's expression changed drastically. Before he could react, the 10 figures had already rushed into the crowd. Their movements were so fast they were invisible, leaving only muffled thuds and the sound of bones cracking. 30 soldiers fell in just a few minutes. Jamal was lifted up by a hand gripping his neck. He saw the emotionless face, cold as a machine. Who are you? No one answered. The next second, he was thrown down heavily, a sharp pain in the back of his neck, and his consciousness instantly went dark. Lin Xiaoya dragged her suitcase and jogged into the departure hall, followed by Chun Imo, Su Su, and Lu Di. The four of them were carrying large bags and small packages, looking like they were moving house. Chun Imo kept shouting that the suitcase wheels were stuck, and Lin Xiaoya couldn't help but complain that she had brought too many clothes. Chun Mo said matter-of-factly that bringing 12 outfits for 6 days was reasonable, while Su Su rolled her eyes, directly exposing her little scheme. Lu Di walked at the back, carrying neatly arranged insurance policies and itineraries. She distributed a copy to everyone and reminded them of things to be aware of upon entry. She also mentioned that the travel permit Lin Yi had given them seemed rather irregular. Lin Xiaoya glanced at it. It only had a number and the English phrase, Apex clearance. Unrestricted, but she still assured her brother that it would be usable. Before boarding, Lin Xiaoya messaged Lin Yi to let him know her flight details. He replied briefly and directly, saying he would pick them up at the airport. She jokingly asked her brother to hold up a sign that read, Lin Xiaoya is the most beautiful, but all she got in return was a string of merciless ellipses. After a brief chat, she put away her phone and followed the crowd to board the plane. Just before entering the boarding gate, Lin Xiaoya suddenly turned on her live stream, smiling at the camera and saying, My darlings, let's go. The chat instantly filled with comments of surprise and safety reminders. As she walked, she introduced her 3 roommates, jokingly saying that this trip was to find her fruit-selling brother in the chaotic Delta, instantly livening up the atmosphere of the live stream. After boarding the plane, the 4 of them sat in the middle row of economy class. Before takeoff, Chun Imo quietly inquired about the live stream data. Lin Xiaoya said that the number of online viewers had exceeded 10,000, and they had gained 80,000 followers because of the topic chaotic Delta. Chun Imo exclaimed in shock. Won't that bring back 500,000? Lin Xiaoya smiled and said it was a conservative estimate. Chun Imo immediately asked for a share of the advertising fees, but all she got in return was a cup of milk tea. After the plane reached stable flight, Lin Xiaoya began to organize her subsequent story ideas. Her headlines were rather conventional, but Su Su criticized them for not being eye-catching enough and suggested she change them to exaggerated, sensational headlines. As the two were arguing, Lu Di calmly reminded her, Does your brother know you're going to live stream him? This question silenced Lin Xiaoya, who could only sheepishly brush it off. As they chatted, the topic shifted to the destination airport. Chun Imo, after researching, said the reviews were polarized and it might even be controlled by local warlords. Lin Xiaoya remembered the pass her brother had given her. Although she didn't understand the exact meaning of his words, Lin Yi had said, No one dares to stop you. She decided to stop thinking about it and simply closed her eyes to rest. 4 hours later, the group arrived in Bangkok for their connecting flight. Lin Xiaoya immediately connected to Wi-Fi and started a live stream, attracting over 20,000 viewers instantly. The chat was flooded with comments, some advising her to turn back, others urging her to connect with Fruit Bro. Lin Xiaoya was tempted and decided to try contacting Lin Yi. She messaged him requesting a live stream, but Lin Yi flatly refused. Not even 5 seconds. She tried to bargain further, but he called her by her full name, Lin Xiaoya, and she immediately backed down. Back in the live stream, she shrugged and complained about her brother's coldness, but she successfully piqued the audience's interest. The live stream ended after half an hour, and the back-end data refreshed. Peak traffic of 31,000, 12,000 new followers, and total followers approaching 500,000. Lin Xiaoya stared at the numbers for a while, knowing full well that this was just the beginning. If they filmed the actual content in the Delta, the traffic would only be even more outrageous. After their layover, the four boarded a flight to Port Dali. The plane was old and cramped, with damaged seats, and there weren't many passengers, mostly Middle Eastern businessmen and backpackers. They stood out, and a man wearing sunglasses stared at them for a long time, gradually creating a tense atmosphere. Susu whispered that she was a little scared, and Chunamo also became nervous, even starting to worry about whether there would be any problems with the plane. Lu Di flipped through his book and calmly replied, "The Boeing 737 has the largest number of aircraft, and its safety is okay." Chun Mo panicked even more after hearing this. Your okay is even scarier. Chapter 8. You're surrounded. Moose's convoy departed from the governor's residence on time. 6 armored vehicles led the way, followed by 8 pickup trucks equipped with heavy machine guns. The convoy stretched for more than 200 meters, rolling over the dirt road east of Daliport, kicking up large clouds of yellowish-gray dust. Moose sat in the 3rd armored vehicle, clutching a walkie-talkie, in a good mood. Today he was inspecting the training camp, and the day after tomorrow he would go to Hassan Town to confront that Chinese man. Everything was going according to plan. He asked his adjutant, Lao San, if the new RPGs had arrived yet. Lao San replied that all 12 were in the training camp warehouse. Musa patted the car door with satisfaction, planning to take 2 over the day after tomorrow to show the Lin guy what he was seeing. But the third brother then brought up another matter. Jamal returned from Hassan last night and should have been at the governor's mansion by now, but he never showed up, and all his phones were switched off. The 6 pickup trucks and 30 people who were with him also couldn't be contacted. Moose's face darkened, and he immediately pressed for the GPS signal. The third brother said that the last signal appeared 30 kilometers from Hassan Town toward Daliport, and it completely disappeared after 7:42 p.m. last night. The carriage fell silent. Musa gripped the walkie-talkie, his voice cold. You mean Jamal vanished in a thin air in my territory with 30 men and 6 vehicles? He knew that road like the back of his hand. The entire route was his territory, with a checkpoint every 10 kilometers, and even stray dogs would be reported. But the checkpoint records showed that the convoy passed the 28-kilometer mark at 7:35 a.m., and no one had seen it since. The distance from the checkpoint to the location where the GPS disappeared is only 2 kilometers. It simply doesn't make sense that 6 vehicles and 30 people could vanish within 7 minutes. Breaking down is impossible, and having no signal is also unlikely, as that section of road has cell tower coverage. Moose's mind was buzzing. Jamal had been with him for 9 years. He wasn't the type to disappear without a trace. The only explanation was that something had happened. He instinctively thought of Lin Yi, then immediately dismissed it. That area was outside Hassan Town, his territory. Unless, of course, the Chinese man's reach extended further than he imagined. The third brother called him over the walkie-talkie. Musa lowered his voice and ordered, start searching along the route from the 28-kilometer checkpoint. Bring tracking dogs, find them alive or dead. He then threw the walkie-talkie onto his seat, closed his eyes, and calmed himself. Jamal's situation was too bizarre, but he couldn't panic. There were still over 1,000 people waiting for him at the training camp, and he had to go to Hassan Town the day after tomorrow. Musa had been stationed in the Delta for 12 years. What hadn't he seen? Could a fruit vendor really cause such a stir? By the time the convoy arrived at the training camp, Musa's unease had turned into agitation. The training camp, located 15 kilometers east of Port Dali, was a large sandy area surrounded by barbed wire, containing barracks, armories, and firing ranges, with a permanent garrison of 1,200 people. The third brother led his men forward, saying the brothers had assembled. Musa glanced around the parade ground and then asked in a low voice if word of Jamal's situation had spread. The third brother said he hadn't dared to. Musa immediately explained that until they found Jamal, only the 2 of them knew about it. He then straightened his uniform and strode onto the reviewing stand. Below, a dense crowd of 1,200 people stood. Their equipment varied, but their numbers spoke volumes. Musa glanced around, a smile returning to his face. He has 5,000 armed men, 30 armored vehicles, and 2 helicopters. This training camp alone, with each soldier armed with an AK, is enough to raise a place like Hassantown several times over. Lin Yi is just a fruit vendor. Even if he has dozens of skilled bodyguards, what can they do? He believed that 10 could take on 200, but 10 could take on 1,000? That was a pipe dream. Musa shouted, "Brothers, I'm going to Hassantown the day after tomorrow to take care of some business. Anyone want to come with me?" A roar erupted from the playground, and his mood finally improved. He ordered the third soldier to bring out the newly arrived RPGs. 12 RPG-7s were placed in the center of the parade ground, with boxes of ammunition stacked beside them. The soldiers crowded around to look at them, and just as someone was about to reach out to touch them, the third soldier slapped him away. Musa stood on the platform, hands on his hips, looking down at everything, feeling that the situation was still under his control. Little did he know that 3,000 meters above his head, 200 Hive drones were hovering silently beneath the clouds, their optical lenses capturing every inch of the training campgrounds with crystal clarity. The image of Musa standing on the reviewing stand was also transmitted in real time back to the command center 5,000 meters underground and projected onto a holographic screen. He was also unaware that 1 kilometer outside the training camp, in the shadows of sand dunes, bushes, and abandoned buildings, 100 T-800S had already completed their encirclement. They knelt motionless on the sand, their bionic skin covered in dust, appearing almost to blend into the ground from a distance. The sentries at the training camp scanned the area from the watchtower several times, but found nothing. Chapter 9. Musa felt he was really good at this. The third brother followed Musa down from the reviewing stand, and the two headed towards the armory. Halfway there, the third brother suddenly leaned closer and whispered, "Boss, there's something interesting." Musa didn't stop, only uttering one word, "Speak." The third brother immediately brought up the Chinese man, Lin Yi, saying he had a sister who would soon be coming to the chaotic delta. Musa paused, finally turning around. "What?" The third brother took out his phone and opened a short video account. On the screen, a Chinese girl with a ponytail stood in the airport waiting hall, smiling and talking to the camera. The title read, "Into the Tiger's Den, visiting my brother who sells fruit in a chaotic area." The third brother explained that someone under his command saw a video from China and discovered that the girl had posted a teaser yesterday, saying she was coming to the Delta to find her brother. She also posted an update early this morning, saying she was already transiting in Bangkok and her destination was Port Dali. Musa took the phone and scrolled through it. Besides Lin Ye's sister, the video showed 3 other Chinese girls of similar age, who looked like university students. The comments were all in Chinese, which he couldn't understand, but he had enough of the key information. He asked, "When will they arrive?" The third brother answered, "Tomorrow at 2 p.m., Dali Port Airport." Musa returned the phone, stood there for a few seconds, and slowly smiled. "So, Lin Ye's younger sister, with 3 little girls, is going to land on my territory tomorrow?" The third brother nodded. "Yes." And she said in her live stream that Lin Yi would pick them up at the airport. But there will definitely be a gap between when they get off the plane and when they exit the terminal. Musa looked down at his hands, then looked up at the third brother. "You've finally figured things out today." The third brother chuckled. The moment he saw the video, he thought of Jamal going to Hassantown to demand shares. The Chinese man would most likely refuse. But if Lin Ye's sister fell into their hands, the situation would be different. Musa shook his head. "It's not just about shares. I've been watching Lin Yi for 3 years. He's aloof and indifferent, like he doesn't care about anything. But he sends money home every month. Last month it was 50,000. A 25-year-old earning money here, and sending it all back shows that he values relationships." The third brother chimed in, "People who are sentimental are the easiest to manipulate." Musa immediately ordered the third brother to bring a group to Port Dali Airport by 2 p.m. the next day. The 4 Chinese girls were easy to identify. They were taken away directly after disembarking. The third brother asked Lin Yi what to do, since the other party had said he would personally pick them up at the airport. Musa sneered. "He thinks he can snatch someone from my airport? Customs, the tarmac, the roads outside, they're all under my control. Even if he comes, how many bodyguards can he bring? 10? 20? I'll put 100 people at the airport. Would he dare to do anything?" Ultimately, Musa decided to send 100 men, 50 to guard the terminal and 50 to guard the parking lot. The operation had to be clean and efficient, avoiding injury, or at least not too obvious. Those girls were Chinese. If someone died, it would cause serious trouble. After capturing them, they were sent to warehouse number 3 on the east side of the port. Musa specifically instructed that they be given a decent room, not treated like prisoners. He wanted leverage in negotiations, not hostages. The third brother excitedly put away his phone and turned to go to the communication station to arrange manpower. Musa stood by the playground, squinting in the sunlight. Jamal's disappearance was still weighing on his mind, but this opportunity was simply too good to pass up. Lin Yezon's sister had delivered herself to his doorstep. Musa felt as if even the heavens were on his side. At 30,000 feet, a Boeing 737 flying from Bangkok to Dali Port was navigating through turbulence. The fuselage shook violently, and the cabin lights flickered twice. Chun Mo gripped the handrail tightly in fright. My God, is this plane about to fall apart? Lu Di didn't even look up. It's just airflow, it's normal. Lin Xiaoya leaned back in her chair, her phone still on the live stream page. She had just started a live stream for a while, but the signal was too poor and the video kept buffering, so she had to quickly shut it down. Susu handed Lin Xiaoya a bag of potato chips from the front row and gestured for her to look out the window. Lin Xiaoya peered out and saw a vast expanse of azure sea beneath the gaps in the clouds. Lu Di, flipping through his book, reminded her that the plane would arrive in Port Dali at 2 p.m. local time in a little over 2 hours. At that moment, the cockpit door opened and a pilot in his 40s stepped out. Wearing a slightly worn uniform, he informed the passengers in English that the flight was expected to arrive on time. He stopped as he passed Lin Xiaoya and her group. The pilot looked at the 4 Chinese girls and asked in broken Chinese, "Are you Chinese? Going to Dali Port?" "For tourism." Lin Xiaoya nodded. "To visit relatives." The pilot hesitated for a moment, then took out his phone and showed a photo. In the photo, a middle-aged man in military uniform and sunglasses stood in front of an armored vehicle, a gold chain around his neck, and a prominent, fleshy face. He pointed to the photo and said, "This man, Musa, the boss of Dali Port, very dangerous." Several girls crowded around to look. The pilot, though speaking haltingly in Chinese, clearly stated the key points. Musa Ali Qadir was the largest warlord in Dali, controlling the port and trade routes in the southern trading area, with thousands of men under his command, as well as armored vehicles and helicopters. He added in a somber tone that 2 French journalists were arrested by Musa's men last month while taking photos in Porto Dali and have not been released since, despite repeated appeals from the embassy. Lu Di closed the book, and Chun Mo's face froze. Lin Xiaoya had seen the name Musa when researching travel guides, and Chun Mo had also mentioned that Port Dali was his territory. But at that time, it was just a vague concept. Now, seeing the photos and hearing the locals' warnings, the sense of danger suddenly became real. This person was in the city where they were about to land. The pilot put away his phone and earnestly instructed them, especially the girls, not to wander around once they arrived in Dali Port. He told them to keep their distance from anyone in military uniform or carrying a gun, and especially not to take photos or point their phones at them. Lu Di adjusted her glasses and thanked him. The pilot nodded and turned back to the cockpit. After the door closed, the 4 of them remained silent for several seconds. Chun Mo lowered her voice and said, "Dali Port is Musa's sphere of influence. As soon as we get off the plane, it's like we've entered his territory." Susu even stopped eating her potato chips and whispered that the story about arresting reporters was true. Lu Di stuffed his book into his bag, figuring the pilot frequently flew this route and had no reason to lie to them. Lin Xiaoya watched the coastline getting closer and closer outside the window, her heart tightening. They had to be careful. Chapter 10. The 3-point line ends the battle completely. Musa's inspection was only halfway through when a communications soldier suddenly rushed in to report that the northern outpost had detected something unusual. The sentry said there was a constant buzzing sound in the sky, like a swarm of insects, but he couldn't see anything when he looked up. Musa didn't take it seriously at all. Mosquitoes were rampant in the delta, so a few buzzes were nothing. He waved his hand, telling the sentry not to make a fuss and to continue standing guard. After the communications soldier left, Musa continued walking towards the armory, while the third brother reported on the arrival of a new batch of RPGs. "The search team has already moved east from the 28-kilometer outpost," the third brother said. Musa only replied, "Tell them to hurry up." The armory was at the very back of the training camp, a tin shed with 2 locks on the door. When the third brother opened the door, a wave of stuffy heat hit them. The room was filled with wooden crates, and the first 12 long crates were already open, with RPG-7s neatly stacked in straw. Musa picked up one of the knives, weighed it in his hand, and nodded in satisfaction. The third brother explained that this batch of goods was shipped from Faisal in the east, passing through 2 middlemen, making it a bit more expensive, but the quality was fine. Just as Musa was about to speak, a chaotic shout suddenly erupted outside. He frowned and stepped out of the armory. As soon as he reached the door, he saw all the soldiers on the parade ground looking up at the sky. He looked up as well, and his expression instantly changed. There was something in the sky, and a lot of it. Countless small aircraft, like a black swarm of bees, pressed in from the northern horizon of the training camp, growing larger and larger until they almost covered half the sky. The third brother drew his pistol and pointed it at the sky, his voice trembling. "What's that?" Musa stared at the dark cloud and growled. "Drones." He didn't know how many there were, 100? 200? It was far more than that. Those drones were too small and too fast. The heavy machine guns, armored vehicles, and RPGs in the training camp were all ineffective against such targets. Musa immediately shouted, "Air defense! Air defense!" But the training camp had no air defense firepower whatsoever. The 1,200 soldiers instantly fell into chaos, some firing AKs wildly into the air, but the bullets had no effect and the drones didn't even try to dodge. Musa shouted urgently, "Cease fire! Cease fire!" No sooner had he spoken than a swarm of bees flew directly above the training camp. Then they all stopped abruptly at an altitude of 200 meters, motionless. The entire parade ground suddenly fell silent. 1,200 people craned their necks, no one daring to utter a sound. Musa's Adam's apple bobbed, and he immediately asked the third brother if the armored vehicle could be driven. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, he immediately ordered everyone to get into the vehicle. But before he could finish speaking, a flurry of footsteps suddenly came from the direction of the barbed wire fence surrounding the training camp. It wasn't one person, but a group of people. The footsteps were frighteningly synchronized, the rhythm perfectly uniform, like the beat of a drum played by the same machine. Musa turned his head sharply and saw rows of figures approaching on the sand outside the barbed wire fence. They emerged from behind the dunes, in the shadows of abandoned buildings, and from the bushes, dressed in uniform dark gray overalls, expressionless, and moving in unison. Some soldiers couldn't withstand the pressure and opened fire. AK-47s exploded in the camp, and more men followed suit. Bullets struck the men in gray, sparks flying, the clanging of metal clearly audible even hundreds of meters away. Yet not a single person fell, not even their steps faltered. Musa's legs went weak instantly. He finally remembered what Red Scorpion had said. Those 10 people weren't normal. The next second, the gray-clad men in the front row grabbed the barbed wire with their bare hands and tore the 2-meter-high fence in half. The curled wire hung in their hands, but it was like a wad of waste paper. Musa shouted in terror, "RPG! Use an RPG!" The third brother reacted the fastest, grabbing an RPG, slinging it over his shoulder, and aiming at the gray-clad man in the center of the front row. The rocket roared out and hit its target accurately. An explosion rang out, and flames and smoke instantly engulfed the area. Musa clenched his fists tightly, waiting for the smoke to clear. But soon he saw the gray-clad man who had been hit still standing in the same spot. Half of its work clothes were blown apart, revealing a silver-gray metal skeleton, and a piece of skin on its face was burned off, beneath which lay a sophisticated mechanical structure. It glanced down at its chest, then raised its head and continued walking forward. Musa's cigar fell to the ground. The third brother's throat tightened, and he managed to squeeze out a few words. "Robots! It's a robot!" The training camp completely collapsed. Some threw down their guns and ran. Some crawled under armored vehicles, and others knelt on the ground chanting prayers. The moment they confirmed the enemy was a robot, they saw no chance of winning. Musa tried to run, but he had only taken 3 steps when a Hive drone swooped down from overhead and dropped a device 5 meters in front of him. A blue-white arc of electricity exploded instantly. Musa's whole body went numb, and he lost control of his legs, plunging straight into the sand. His mouth was full of dirt, and he couldn't get up. One by one, the soldiers around him fell down. There were no gunshots, no explosions, only blue and white flashes falling continuously. Whoever was hit would collapse to the ground, unable to move. 3 minutes. Musa lay prone in the sand, counting the time. From a moment the swarm of bees hovered, To the moment the barbed wire was torn apart, to the moment the entire training camp collapsed. Only 3 minutes had passed. His 1,200-person training camp, which he had managed for 12 years, was thus completely destroyed. At that moment, a gray-clad figure knelt down in front of Musa. Half of its face was human skin, and the other half was metal. It's intact. I showed no emotion. It stared at Musa for 2 seconds and said in standard Arabic, "Musa Ali Kadir, you are under control. Please cooperate, or the level of force will be escalated." Musa's voice trembled. Who? Who sent you? The man in gray didn't answer, but got up and left. The swarm of bees in the sky remained motionless, while the robots on the ground began to move across the playground, collecting the guns one by one with light and quick movements, as if cleaning up trash. Musa closed his eyes. He had stood in the Delta for 12 years, annexing 6 warlords and clashing head-on with Abdullah to the north. He thought he had seen it all, but now he lay in his own training camp, taken down by a group of robots in 3 minutes, without even seeing the mastermind behind it all. He turned his head to look at the third brother, who was 3 meters away. The third brother's face was covered in dirt, his eyes were wide open, and his lips were trembling. "Boss, it's that Chinese guy. What does he do?" Musa's eyes widened suddenly. How could that Chinese man possess something like this? Just then, a Hive drone landed half a meter in front of him, the wind from its propellers making him squint. A small screen popped out from the drone's belly, displaying a face. It was Lin Yi. Mr. Musa. Musa, his mouth still full of sand, was too shocked to speak. Lin Yi calmly replied, "Your plan to seize my container tomorrow should be canceled. Your plan to come to Hassantown the day after tomorrow to ask for shares should also be canceled." Musa's pupils constricted sharply. He hadn't even revealed these things yet. How could the news have leaked? Lin Yi paused for a moment, then continued, "Also, your plan to have someone intercept my sister at Dollyport Airport tomorrow." His voice turned cold. "Well, I suggest you think carefully about what you're going to say next. Give me a reason not to kill you." Chapter 11. A dilapidated airport where everyone queues up for a body search. The flight attendant walked to the cabin door, turned back to look at the 4 Chinese girls who hadn't moved yet, and coldly urged, "Hurry up and get off." Her tone was harsh, as if she were kicking them out. Lin Xiaoya dragged her carry-on suitcase to her feet, while Chun Mo followed behind, muttering complaints about the poor service. Lu Di immediately interrupted her, telling everyone to get off the plane first. The gangway was an old-fashioned metal frame, wobbling precariously when stepped on. The afternoon sun was scorching at 2 o'clock, and the heat on the runway made one shiver. Port Dolly Airport was even more dilapidated than in the photos, consisting of only a 2-story concrete building with peeling paint on the exterior walls and a few rusty luggage carts piled up at the entrance. What was even more conspicuous were the people. At the terminal entrance and along the fence stood numerous people in camouflage or civilian clothes, guns slung across their shoulders. Some were smoking cigarettes, staring at them with eyes that seemed to be eyeing merchandise. Lin Xiaoya swallowed hard, raising her phone to look at herself. The live stream already had 28,000 viewers, and the chat exploded with comments asking what kind of rundown airport this was, whether those people had guns, and why Fruit Bro hadn't arrived to pick them up yet. She forced a smile and told the camera that they had arrived at Ligong, and that the environment was indeed a bit primitive. But her voice trembled, and even she could hear it. Chun Mo leaned closer to the camera, her face pale, and said that something felt wrong. Lin Xiaoya lowered her voice and told her not to scare herself. Her brother had said he would come to pick her up, and he should be inside. For people dragged their suitcases into the terminal. It was even worse inside than outside. The ventilation was poor, the smell of sweat mixed with the smell of diesel fuel. The terrazzo floor was cracked, and many locals were sitting on plastic chairs along the wall. There were only 2 windows at the immigration checkpoint, with about 20 people in front of them. 2 armed soldiers stood beside them, guns pointed downwards, their eyes constantly scanning the area. Just as they reached the end of the line, a man in a customs uniform approached and spoke a few words quickly in English. Lin Xiaoya didn't hear clearly, but Lu Di understood the gist. They were being directed to a security checkpoint in the corner. 2 long tables were set up in the corner, with 3 uniformed personnel sitting behind them. Open luggage was piled on the tables. A sign next to them read "Security Check," and soon someone said in broken Chinese, "Open all luggage for inspection." Lin Xiaoya's heart sank. They hadn't even retrieved their checked luggage yet, but their carry-on bags contained live streaming equipment, a power bank, documents printed by Lu Di, and that special pass. Chen Mo asked quietly if they should get the pass now. Lin Xiaoya shook her head. Her brother said that no one would dare to stop them with the pass, but these people in front of them were very fierce. If it didn't work, it would only cause more trouble. The four women walked to the long table, where a tall, thin customs officer gestured for them to place their bags on it. Lin Xiaoya unzipped her bag, and the officer picked up a handheld stabilizer, asking what it was. Lin Xiaoya quickly explained that it was live streaming equipment, gesturing that it was for filming videos. The officer looked at it for a few seconds before putting it down, then picked up a fill light and continued questioning them. The inspection was suffocatingly slow. Every bag was turned inside out, and Lu Di's stack of Chinese documents was pulled out one by one for examination. Even though he couldn't understand them, he was scrutinized very carefully. Lin Xiaoya's heart was pounding faster and faster. Finally, the tall, thin man waved to signal they could leave, and the four girls breathed a sigh of relief, picking up their bags to go, when the chubby customs officer suddenly called out to them. The portly customs officer glanced at the four of them, and then spoke in English. Lu Di's expression changed upon hearing this, and he whispered to the others that the other party was requesting a body search. Chen Mo couldn't help but raise her voice. What? The portly customs officer pointed to a small door to the side, inside which was less than 5 square meters, and stood a female staff member with an expressionless face. The livestream chat went completely crazy, with everyone cursing the reason for the body search. Some even told Lin Xiaoya not to go in, fearing something might happen inside. Many more urged Fruit Bro to appear quickly. Lin Xiaoya gritted her teeth and could only nod. The four of them entered the cubicle one by one. The female staff member asked them to raise their hands and then roughly searched them from head to toe, treating them like criminals. When the camera panned to Lin Xiaoya's waist, she instinctively recoiled. The female staff member immediately said coldly, "Don't move." Those 2 minutes felt like an eternity. When they came out, all four girls looked pale. Susu's eyes were red, but she forced herself not to cry. Lu Di took a deep breath and reminded everyone to leave. The terminal exit was just ahead, but one of the glass doors was missing and boarded up. Several dilapidated pickup trucks and vans were parked in the parking lot outside, surrounded by a number of men. Some were squatting by the roadside smoking, others were chatting by the car doors. They didn't look like the soldiers inside the terminal, but their waists were bulging, clearly indicating they were also carrying something. Lin Xiaoya slowed her pace. Where was her brother? He was supposed to wait for them at the airport, but he was nowhere to be seen. She took out her phone to make a call, but found there was no signal. The screen only displayed emergency calls only. Chen Mo noticed too, and her voice immediately panicked. Four girls stood at the terminal entrance, caught in a dilemma. If they went back, customs might not let them in. If they went forward, the people outside were all formidable. The viewers in the live stream were even more anxious than they were. Some shouted for them to call. Others said something was wrong with Fruit Man. Just as Lin Xiaoya's mind went blank, a black Toyota Land Cruiser pulled up and stopped 5 meters in front of them. The door opened, and 2 men wearing black tactical vests got out. The 2 men were tall, dark-skinned, and carried pistols on their hips. Although they didn't have long guns, they were still intimidating enough. One of them walked up to Lin Xiaoya and asked in accented English, "Lin Xiaoya?" Lin Xiaoya's legs felt weak, and she could only nod. The man said a few more words quickly, which she couldn't understand, so she turned to look at Lu Di. Lu Di's face turned pale instantly, and he whispered. He said, "Commander Musa wants to see us." Chen Mo almost cried out. The man raised his hand and pointed to the Land Cruiser, making a please gesture, but it wasn't an invitation. It sounded more like an order. Lin Xiaoya's palms were sweaty. She remembered the pilot saying on the plane that Musa was dangerous, and she also remembered the middle-aged man with a fierce face in the photo. Now, that man's men were standing in front of her. What would happen if she didn't get in the car? What would happen if she did? She instinctively reached for her coat's inner pocket where the folded special pass lay. The 2 men waited only a few seconds before becoming visibly impatient. The other man stepped forward, his hand resting on his holster. Chapter 12 Attitude Reversale. Lin Xiaoya's fingertips finally touched the pass. The folded paper, stuffed in her inner pocket, was already soaked and soft with sweat. She suddenly shouted, "Wait." Her voice was so loud that it startled even herself. 2 men in tactical vests looked over simultaneously, their hands still on their holsters. Lin Xiaoya held her breath, pulled out her pass, unfolded it, and held it up tightly in front of them. "We have a pass," she repeated in English, her voice trembling. The tall, thin man took the paper and glanced at it. The paper was printed with striking black lettering. Apex clearance, unrestricted. After checking both sides, he handed it to his chubby companion. The two exchanged a few words in hushed tones in the local language. Then the tall, thin man shoved the pass back into her hand, shaking his head expressionlessly. "No, come with us." Lin Xiaoya's heart sank. Shen Mo's voice trembled with anxiety. "What do you mean? They don't recognize it? Didn't your brother say no one would dare stop you with this?" "They don't recognize it." Lin Xiaoya gripped the crumpled A4 paper tightly, her knuckles turning white. The live stream chat exploded instantly. "Damn it, this piece of paper is useless. It doesn't even have a red stamp. How can it fool anyone?" Fruit Bro overstated things, didn't he? Saying no one would dare stop him, but they don't recognize it at all. 4 girls have fallen into a warlord's den. They're doomed. Lin Xiaoya had no time to look at her phone. The fat man approached again, reaching out to grab her arm. "Don't touch me," she screamed, backing away and bumping into Chun, and Mo Ludi immediately stepped in front of her, protesting in rapid English that they were Chinese citizens and demanding that the embassy be contacted. The fat man gave a chilling laugh after hearing this. His eyes, like those of someone eyeing prey, sent shivers down the spines of the 4 girls. Here, no embassy. There was no embassy here. Su finally broke down, tears streaming down her face, but she bit her lip, afraid to utter a sound. Lu Di, though trembling violently, still desperately protected her sisters behind her. Lin Xiaoya's mind raced. Escape? They were surrounded. Call for help? The entire port was Moose's territory. Make a phone call? The no-signal icon on her phone seemed to mock her. She glanced down. The live stream was still running on satellite, and the number of viewers had already surged to 41,000. "Don't get on the bus. You'll never hear from them again." "Where's Fruit Bro? His sister's almost been taken away." They vanished at the crucial moment. They're really unreliable. Lin Xiaoya's hand, holding her phone, trembled violently. She didn't care about blaming the comments, because she herself was desperately asking, "Bro, where are you?" The fat man's patience finally ran out. He pointed fiercely at the Land Cruiser and coldly ordered, "Now, get in." Lin Xiaoya spread her arms, shielding her 3 best friends behind her. Just then, she heard footsteps. They weren't coming from the dark terminal, but from the direction of the parking lot. A person wearing a gray short-sleeved shirt, dark work pants, and tactical boots covered in dust walked over unhurriedly, hands casually in their pockets. The sunlight was blinding, and the light was backlighting, so Lin Xiaoya couldn't see the face clearly at first. But 2 seconds later, she recognized it. That familiar walking posture, shoulders slightly hunched inward, center of gravity slightly back, with that carefree attitude that hadn't changed since childhood. "Brother?" Lin Xiaoya's voice trembled as she called out. Lin Yi drew closer, the sidelight outlining his silhouette. He was darker and thinner, his hair was shaved very short, and he had unkempt stubble on his chin. His broad shoulders and back were much thicker than they had been 3 years ago. Also, the scar on his face was gone. The long, deep red scar that ran diagonally from his left eyebrow to his cheekbone in the last video had completely disappeared, without even a trace. But Lin Xiaoya didn't have time to think about it, because Lin Yi was walking straight towards the 2 armed men. "Brother, don't go," she cried anxiously. "They have guns." Lin Yi didn't stop, only giving her a reassuring look. The 2 armed men also noticed him. The tall, thin man immediately put his hand back in his holster and coldly ordered, "Stop." Lin Yi stopped, standing about 2 meters away from them. The next second he spoke, not in English, not in Chinese, but in the local language. His pronunciation was extremely authentic, even carrying the ending sounds unique to the locals. Lin Xiaoya was stunned. She had no idea when her brother could speak such a dialect. The 2 men were also visibly taken aback, not expecting this Chinese man to speak his native tongue so fluently. Lin Yi spoke slowly and deliberately, his tone so calm it was impossible to discern any emotion. The tall, thin man frowned and replied, his attitude still arrogant. Lin Yi ignored him and slowly took his phone out of his pocket. Lin Xiaoya's heart leaped in her throat. What was he going to do? Call the police? Look for someone? But there was no signal here. Lin Yi unlocked the screen, swiped a few times, and then turned the phone around, pointing it at the 2 people. He got the angle just right, blocking the view of the four girls behind them. The two men instinctively looked down at the screen. For the first 3 seconds, they were expressionless. In the 4th second, the tall, thin man's shoulders visibly stiffened. In the 5th second, the fat man's hand, which had been reaching for his gun, suddenly dropped to his side as if all its strength had given way. Lin Yi remained expressionless, holding his phone steadily. Lin Xiaoya couldn't see what was on the screen. It was too noisy around her, and she couldn't hear anything either. But she could clearly see the two people's expressions changing from wariness to astonishment, and then from astonishment to utter fear. Lin Xiaoya had never seen that expression on the faces of these desperados before. Two men with guns at their waists, serving warlords, were staring at a cell phone screen with an almost horrified fear in their eyes. Lin Yi put his phone back in his pocket and whispered something in the local language, as if only the three of them could hear it. The tall, thin man swallowed hard, turned sharply to his companion, and hurriedly gave a few instructions. Then, he made a move that sent chills down Lin Xiaoya's spine. He took 2 steps back, lowered his head, and leaned forward slightly. It was a bow. The angle wasn't exaggerated, but the humility was unmistakable. The fat man quickly followed suit, bowing his head and remaining silent. In less than a minute, their attitudes completely reversed. The people who had been trying to forcibly take them away just a moment ago now obediently stepped aside like frightened quails, not even daring to look Lin Yi in the eye. Lin Xiaoya stood there, mouth agape, stunned for a long time. The live stream chat exploded. Holy crap. What happened? Were those two bowing? What's on Fruit Bro's phone? It scared them so much. Can someone translate what was said? This plot twist is unbelievable. Chapter 13, Your brother really sells fruit. Lin Yi put away his phone, turned to look at Lin Xiaoya, and his tone softened instantly. Xiaoya, let's go. Just now, when he spoke in a local dialect, he was cold and harsh, but now these 3 words were tinged with a smile. Lin Xiaoya was still stunned on the spot, and her 3 best friends behind her hadn't recovered yet either. Chun and Mo stared wide-eyed, looking back and forth between Lin Yi and the 2 armed men who dared not utter a sound. Lin Xiaoya carefully took a step forward. Brother, what did you show them on your phone? Lin Yi took the carry-on suitcase from her hand and said indifferently, Nothing, just some business dealings. Lin Xiaoya's mind went blank. What business could a fruit vendor possibly have with a warlord's man? But before she could ask any further questions, Lin Yi led her towards the parking lot. As they passed the 2 men, she noticed the tall, thin man had his head bowed even lower, his shoulders trembling. Lu Di quickly caught up, lowering her voice to ask, Lilia, what about those people just now? Lin Yi didn't stop. Moose's men, they're fine. Lu Di wanted to ask more, but Lin Yi casually said they might have mistaken someone for someone else. But she saw it clearly. After the 2 men saw the phone screen, their expressions changed from arrogant to terrified in just a few seconds. Mistaking someone for someone else, would it really warrant bowing? A black Toyota Land Cruiser was parked in the parking lot, its body covered in dust and its tires embedded with gravel. Lin Yi opened the car door, let the 4 girls get in, got into the driver's seat, and quickly started the car and drove away from the airport. The scene outside the car window rushed in. All I could see were dirt roads, with low, dilapidated cement houses on both sides, their walls peeling and covered in graffiti. There weren't many people on the street, but every now and then I could see men squatting by the roadside, some in camouflage uniforms, some in dirty t-shirts, holding guns in their hands. The men smoked, their eyes following the SUV, their expressions anything but friendly. Chun Mo leaned close to Lin Xiaoya's ear, her voice trembling. Xiaoya, is this the trading area you said was relatively safe? Lin Xiaoya wasn't confident either, and could only reply softly, My brother said so? She looked towards the driver's seat. Lin Yi had one hand on the steering wheel and the other on the window, looking relaxed. When the armed men outside swept over, he didn't even lift his eyelids. Lin Xiaoya couldn't help but ask, Brother, what do these people do? Lin Yi calmly replied, They're locals. Some are militiamen, some are security guards, and some are just idle. Why are they all carrying guns? That's how it is here. You'll get used to it. These words made Lin Xiaoya feel uneasy. The car turned onto a slightly wider road, and tin sheds began to appear on the side of the road. Mangoes, bananas, and durians were displayed under the sheds, and flies crawled on the plastic sheets. Several women wearing headscarves waved and shouted as the car passed by. Chun Mo's eyes lit up. Your brother's fruit stand? Lu Di shook his head. Doesn't seem like it, These are just street vendors. Sure enough, Lin Yi didn't stop and drove straight over. About 10 minutes later, the tin sheds by the roadside turned into rows of blue and white cold storage rooms. The refrigeration units humming, forklifts and refrigerated trucks parked at the entrance, and workers were moving boxes of fruit one by one. Lin Yi parked the car in front of a 2-story concrete building. "We're here." A sign hung at the entrance that read, "Lin Fresh Fruit Wholesale Market." Lin Xiaoya got out of the car and looked up. The Chinese translation was Fresh Fruit Wholesale Market. It really was a fruit vendor. Lin Yi called out into the building, "Alam." A local man in a white shirt and a small round hat immediately jogged out. He smiled broadly when he saw Lin Yi, but his expression visibly stiffened when he saw the 4 Chinese girls behind him. Lin Yi briefly introduced, "This is my sister and her classmate. Please arrange a room for them and let them put their luggage down." Alam nodded quickly and warmly greeted them. Lin Xiaoya responded while looking around. The first floor resembled an office hall, with several tables set up, a Delta map hanging on the wall marked with routes and ports in red pen, and sample fruits piled in the corner. The air filled with the aroma of fruit and the smell of diesel fuel. Lin Xiaoya tugged at Lin Ye's sleeve. "Brother, your market is pretty big." Lin Yi led them upstairs, his tone nonchalant. "It's all right, enough to support my family." The second floor was the living area, with dormitories and a small kitchen. Alam opened the largest room and said there were 2 beds, and then brought over 2 more folding beds. The room was clean, with air conditioning and a fan. Outside the window, you could see the entire cold storage facility, the busy workers, and the distant, faint desert. Chen and Mo leaned against the window and exclaimed, "Your brother's fruit stand is amazing. It's much bigger than I imagined." Su Su also breathed a sigh of relief. He must have some skills to run such a big business in this place. Lu Di remained silent. She stood by the window, observing the entire market, then looked down at the woods below. Workers would stop and nod when they saw him. Alam reported respectfully, and the 2 men in overalls stood ramrod straight at the door, their eyes sharper than those of ordinary security guards. Lu Di turned to ask, "Xiaoya, how many years has your brother been here?" 3 years, Lin Xiaoya replied while packing her luggage. Lu Di sat down on the bed and said seriously, "To build something to this scale from scratch in 3 years, in a place like the Delta, for a foreigner to achieve this, he either has an amazing business mind or he has some other trump card." Lin Xiaoya subconsciously tried to explain for her brother. Maybe it was just good luck. Lu Di shook his head. "Good luck?" Enough to make a warlord subordinate bow down after just one glance at his phone. Lin Xiaoya stopped what she was doing. She remembered the scene at the airport, the 2 men's faces turning deathly pale, and Lin Ye's words, "Some business dealings." Could a fruit seller really have business dealings with a warlord subordinate? Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Chen and Mo quickly interrupted, "Oh, don't think about it. We're already here. Let's look around first." "Xiaoya, doesn't your brother have a lot of fruit here? Take us to try some." Su Su nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I heard the mangoes in the Delta are especially sweet." Lin Xiaoya temporarily suppressed her doubts and smiled. "Okay, I'll go tell my brother." Chapter 14. King-level fruit. Have you ever seen cherries the size of a fist? Lin Xiaoya mounted her phone on a stabilizer, pointed the lens at the blue and white cold storage shed at the market entrance, and deliberately raised her voice. "Family, what you see now is my brother's fruit wholesale market. Let's go in and take a look. I heard the mangoes here are especially sweet." The number of viewers in the live stream has surged to 53,000, and the chat is flooded with comments. Some are amazed by the scale of the operation, others praise the professionalism of the cold storage, and still others notice that the workers are wearing uniforms, making it look unlike an ordinary stall. Chun and Mo leaned closer to the camera and pointed to the forklifts unloading goods in the distance. "Xiaoya, look, those boxes are all written in foreign languages." Lin Xiaoya explained as she walked in. "My brother said his fruit is mainly exported." Alam jogged up, carrying several boxes of cut fruit. "Boss, these are for the ladies' freshly arrived mangosteens and rambutans." Lin Xiaoya took them and distributed them to her roommates. Su Su took a bite of the rambutan, her eyes immediately lighting up. "So sweet, much sweeter than the ones I buy in China." Lin Ye's voice came from behind. "Nonsense. This is direct sourcing from the place of origin." He leaned against the door of the cold storage, the smoke being blown away by the wind. "Those cold chain products from China are left on the road for several days." Lin Xiaoya quickly turned the camera towards him. "Brother, say hello to the live stream." Lin Yi glanced at the camera, waved his hand briefly, then turned and instructed, Alam, show them the mangoes in Area A. Alam immediately led the way. Area A is the largest cold storage, storing Golden Emperor mangoes and Irwin mangoes, all freshly transported from the orchard. As soon as the cold storage door opened, a rush of cold air carrying the aroma of mangoes wafted out. Inside, boxes of fruit were neatly stacked, with labels in both English and Arabic. Chen Mo took a closer look and found that there was a quality inspection stamp on the box. Alam said proudly, Our exported fruits have to go through 3 quality inspections. It's Mr. Lin's requirement. Anything that doesn't meet the standards is not allowed to leave the warehouse. The live chat exploded again, with viewers changing their tune and saying that Fruit Bro was a real businessman, not joking around. Lu Di didn't say anything, but carefully examined the cold storage temperature, firefighting equipment, and inbound and outbound manifests. The more he looked, the more professional it seemed. So professional that it didn't seem like a business that a young man who had graduated 3 years ago could run in the Delta. Lin Xiaoya took a mango out of the box and showed it to the camera. Look at this, everyone. It's bigger than my palm. Afterwards, Alam showed them the durian section, the mangosteen section, and the premium cherry tomato section, which is specially supplied to Europe. The number of viewers in the live stream kept rising and quickly exceeded 70,000. After finishing their tour, Lin Xiaoya was about to wrap things up. All right, everyone, that concludes today's market visit. We'll continue tomorrow, but Alam suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute. He looked at Lin Yi, his tone hesitant. Boss, should we take them to see that? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Alam rubbed his hands together and said, Anyway, Mrs. Family, so it's okay to do a little live streaming. Besides, it's going to be officially launched next month, so this is a good way to warm up the market in advance. Lin Xiaoya's curiosity was immediately piqued. What's that? Brother, you have a secret base. Chen Mo also chimed in, urging him on. Lin Yi was silent for 2 seconds, then nodded. Okay, let's go to Area B. Section B, located at the far end of the market, is a separate cold storage room with a fingerprint lock at the entrance. Alam pressed his fingerprint, and a heavy alloy door slowly opened. The moment a rush of cold air escaped, the 4 girls simultaneously gasped. Inside weren't ordinary fruits, but rather a batch of enlarged versions. Lin Xiaoya's camera was fixed on a box of cherries at the very front. Each cherry was a deep, glossy red with a bright green stem, and its size was almost the size of an adult's fist. Su Su's voice trembled. This is a cherry? Alam proudly introduced. Imperial-grade cherries, a variety we cultivated ourselves, with each fruit weighing between 200 and 250 grams. Chen Mo almost pressed her face against the box. Half a pound per cherry? Is this a cherry or a hand grenade? The live stream went completely crazy, with a barrage of comments shouting that it was impossible, and some even suspecting it was special effects. Alam then lifted the dust cover on the shelf next to him. Below were boxes of durians, each as big as a basketball, with thick, intimidating spiky spikes. He continued, Emperor-grade Muzang King durians weigh 8 to 10 kilograms each. Emperor-grade mangoes average 3 kilograms. Emperor-grade jackfruits range from 15 kilograms to 28 kilograms, and they are still in the post-ripening stage. Lin Xiaoya was speechless, her hand holding the phone trembling. Lu Di pushed up his glasses, stared at the box of cherries for a long time, and couldn't help but ask, How are these fruits? Grown? Alam looked at Lin Yi. I don't know the specifics of Mr. Lin's techniques, but it seems to be a special cultivation method. There are many considerations from seed selection to planting. Lin Xiaoya finally found her voice. Brother, when did you learn to grow fruit? Lin Yi leaned against the door, hands in his pockets. I taught myself. Lin Xiaoya was shocked. You can grow fist-sized cherries by yourself? Lin Yi only replied with 2 words, talent. Lin Xiaoya was speechless. She knew her brother too well. This expression of not wanting to explain was exactly the same as when they were children. But the amount of fruit in front of her was too outrageous, and she couldn't care less about asking further questions. Chen Mo stared longingly at the cherries. Can I try some? Alam smiled and nodded, taking out his tools to cut one open. The deep red flesh was juicy and full of sweet aroma, which instantly filled the cold storage, much stronger than that of ordinary cherries. Chen Mo took a small piece and put it in her mouth. 3 seconds later, her eyes widened. Holy crap, the sweetness and the texture. I've eaten imported cherries that cost hundreds of yuan per kilogram before, and compared to this, they taste like chewing paper. Susu also took a bite and froze on the spot. After a long while, she managed to stammer out, "Were all the cherries I ate before fake?" The live stream chat was flooded with comments, with viewers asking for the link, asking about the price, and some even just wanting to buy one to try. Lin Xiaoya also tried a piece. The moment the juice exploded in her mouth, she finally understood what a lower dimension attack meant. This wasn't even the same fruit. She looked at Lin Yi, her eyes complicated. "Brother, how much do you plan to sell these fruits for?" Lin Yi gave a preliminary price. Lin Xiaoya was stunned. 1 kilogram? Lin Yi corrected her calmly. 1 fruit. Her hand trembled, and she nearly dropped her phone. The livestream room was briefly silent before exploding with excitement. Some cried out that it was too expensive, others did the math and realized that with a fist weighing half a pound, it wasn't entirely unacceptable, but most just wanted to buy a single eye-opening device. Lin Xiaoya watched the scrolling comments, her heart pounding faster and faster. She suddenly realized that her brother's 3 years in the Delta hadn't been just about selling fruit. The ability to grow this kind of thing implied a technology capable of revolutionizing agriculture. At this moment, Lin Yi spoke up. "Alam, bring out a box so they could take it back to their dorm to eat." Alam immediately brought out a box of emperor-grade cherries and 2 emperor-grade mangoes. Lin Xiaoya stared at the neatly arranged, enormous cherries in the cooler, each one bigger than her fist. She couldn't even imagine the sensation this would cause if she brought them back to school. Lin Yi turned and walked out, leaving only the words, "I'm leaving. Tomorrow I'll take you to see how fruit is grown." Chapter 15. Lin Kai flies to the Delta overnight. Shanghai, Pudong International Airport. In the VIP waiting lounge, a young man wearing a trendy hoodie paced anxiously. His name was Lin Kai, 25 years old, the young master of Garanxian, the largest fruit chain brand in China. On the phone screen, a replay of Lin Xiaoya's live stream was playing. In the video, boxes of premium cherries glistened under the lights. Fist-sized cherries. Lin Kai stared at the screen, his fingers scrolling incessantly. The assistant rushed over. "Young Master Lin, the flight to Bangkok with a layover is arranged, departing at 2 a.m. Lin Kai didn't even look up. "Too slow. Do you have any private airlines?" "Charter a plane. Let's go now." The assistant hesitated. "At this time of year, the cost will be very high. Money is not a problem." Lin Kai put away his phone, his eyes shining. 200 grams of cherries per fruit, 8 kilograms of durian. This is simply beyond the capabilities of normal agricultural technology. The assistant asked in a low voice, "Do you think it's genetic modification?" "It's even more bizarre than that." Lin Kai looked out at the helipad. "My dad has been researching fruit for 30 years, and I've been to all the world's top cultivation bases. Growing fruit 50% larger is already the limit. But 3 or 5 times larger is simply impossible with current technology." He grabbed his coat, his tone resolute. "I'm going to see for myself. That fruit vendor named Lin Yi is definitely hiding something." At 2:50 a.m., a Gulfstream G650 took off from Pudong Airport, bound for Bangkok. At the same time, 5,000 meters underground in the Delta, Musa was being carried by 2 T-800 robots through a cold, white metal tunnel. His feet were almost off the ground, and the back of his military uniform was already soaked with cold sweat. The alloy door at the end of the passage slid open silently, revealing an empty room with no windows, only a metal table and 2 chairs. Lin Yi sat down at the table, his fingers tapping idly on the surface. "Seat." Musa was pressed down opposite him. He glanced around. The walls were matte and seamless, and the lighting was so even it was unsettling. "Mr. Lin, I think this is a misunderstanding." Lin Yi ignored him, picked up a tablet, swiped it a few times, and pushed it in front of him. On the screen was a document titled, "Agreement on the Transfer of Assets in Dollyport and Southern Trade Zone." Musa's face instantly changed. "Sign it," Lin Yi said calmly. "Your life, the lives of 5,000 men, in exchange for this agreement." Musa abruptly stood up. "Are you crazy? I am Musa Ali Kadir. The Southern Trade Zone has been mine for 12 years. What right do you, a mere Chinese, have?" Bang! His head was slammed hard onto the table. T-800's hand was like an iron clamp, pinning him down and rendering him immobile. Lin Yi walked around the table and squatted down in front of him. With this, he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the walls of the room became transparent. Outside, there was a production line stretching as far as the eye could see. Countless T-800 robots move along the conveyor belt, their robotic arms precisely assembling joints. At the end of the assembly line, one finished product after another opens its faintly glowing eyes and steps off the assembly table. Moose's pupils contracted sharply, his voice trembling. "Who exactly are you?" "A fruit vendor." Lin Yi stood up, doing some other business on the side. T-800 released his grip, and Musa slumped back into his chair, panting heavily, cold sweat streaming down his temples. "Signed, or not signed?" Lin Yi handed him the pen. Musa stared at the agreement. If he signed, he would go from being the king of the South to an ordinary person. If he didn't sign, the production line outside the wall would be enough to crush everything he had. He finally grabbed the pen, his hand trembling violently. But just as the pen was about to fall, he suddenly looked up, forcing a ferocious smile. "Boss Lin, you can't kill me." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Musa lowered his voice, his eyes bloodshot. "I still have 5,000 men outside. The adjutant in Dolly Port is my nephew. I've been missing for over 6 hours. He'll bring his men to raise your fruit market. You still have your employees in Hassantown, right? Over 1,000 of them. How many rounds of armored vehicles can they withstand?" He continued his threat. "Your robots are powerful, but can they protect the market, the port, and your sister all at the same time? For female college students, what if something happens to them in a place like this?" Lin Yi stared at him silently for 5 seconds, then smiled. "Musa, you've got one thing wrong." "What?" "I never intended to negotiate with you." Lin Yi put away his tablet. The next second, the walls changed again, and a live feed of the governor's mansion in Dollyport appeared on the screen. Musa's nephew, the adjutant, was standing in the office receiving orders. And the person sitting in Musa's seat looked exactly like Musa. The same face, the same beard, the same eyes. Musa's eyes widened. "What is this?" "Deep mimicry," Lin Yi explained calmly. "Biomaterials cover a titanium alloy skeleton, facial nerve simulation. I've collected data on your voice, expressions, and speaking habits." The Musa on the screen straightened his uniform and gave the same cold smile as the real Musa. His adjutant knocked and entered. "Boss, all the containers at the dock have been cleared." "Understood." The fake Musa waved his hand. "Tell the brothers to withdraw. Don't linger around Hassantown." The adjutant asked in confusion. "But didn't you say you were going to—" "The plan has changed." The fake Musa sat back in his chair. "That Chinese man, don't mess with him anymore." The adjutant left, looking bewildered. Musa looked at himself on the screen, his blood running cold. Lin Yi crouched down to meet his gaze. "From now on, you're a ghost. No one will look for you. No one will ask you anything, because you're still sitting comfortably in the governor's mansion." He patted Musa's shoulder. "In exchange, I'll spare your life. From now on, you'll stay here and watch your kingdom run its course every day through the screen." Musa opened his mouth, but only broken breaths escaped his throat. He wanted to curse, to yell, to pounce, but in the end he could only slump in the chair like a lump of mud. Lin Yi turned and walked to the door, then stopped and looked back. "By the way, your Tu-Me 17 helicopters will crash in the desert tomorrow. The repair costs are quite high, but I'll save you the trouble." The door closed. Only Musa and 2 motionless T-800 robots remained in the room. The walls returned to their matte finish. Silence reigned. Chapter 16. My brother is actually a billionaire. When Lin Xiaoya finished washing her face and changed into a clean t-shirt, the dinner table was already set up when she came downstairs. To be precise, it didn't resemble an ordinary dinner at all. It was a full banquet that Alam had ordered from the best restaurant in town, filling an 8-person round table on the second floor of the market. Chun Imo stood at the top of the stairs, her mouth agape. On the table was a whole roasted lamb, golden and glistening, its skin gleaming crisp under the light. Next to it was a large bowl of seafood stew, piled high with lobster, king crab legs, and scallops. Next to it was a half-meter-long grilled fish, its aroma of spices and lemon juice filling the air, along with a large platter of chilled oysters, each as big as an adult's palm. Su's voice trembled. "Is this a meal? Or is this for entertaining state guests?" Alam rubbed his hands and chuckled. "These are all fresh goods that arrived in Dollyport today. Boss Lin said that since it's the first day for the ladies, they should eat well." Lin Yi was already sitting at the table, eating a lamb chop, his expression as casual as if the dishes on the table were just a few home-cooked meals. He mumbled, "What are you standing there for? Sit down." Lin Xiaoya was the first to rush over. her chopsticks aimed straight for the king crab leg. Brother, this crab leg is huge. One is almost as big as my forearm. Lin Yi pushed the peeled shrimp to her. The seafood in Dali Port is naturally big. Don't just eat crab, eat more shrimp. Chinamo, Su Su, and Lu Di also sat down. Chinamo broke off a crab leg, took a bite, and froze for 2 seconds. Damn, why is this crab meat so sweet? Lin Yi casually explained, cold water crab, the meat is firm, and it's not easy to find in China. Su Su ate her oysters in small bites, but her eyes kept drifting towards Lin Yi. She was usually quiet, but tonight she was even quieter. Lu Di, on the other hand, ate and drank as usual, until halfway through, she suddenly put down her chopsticks. Senior Lin Yi. Lin Yi wiped his hands. Just call me brother. Lu Di paused. Brother Lin Yi, can I ask a more direct question? Go ahead. How much do you make in a year with your fruit wholesale market and all that research and development of premium fruits? The table fell silent instantly. Lin Xiaoya's crab leg froze in midair. Actually, she had wanted to ask this question ever since she got off the plane, but hadn't found the opportunity. Lin Yi didn't hesitate, taking a sip of beer. The wholesale market had a turnover of $37 million last year, with a net profit of around $8 million. He finished speaking and picked up another piece of grilled fish. The king grapefruit hasn't been officially launched yet, but buyers from more than a dozen countries have already placed orders. Conservatively speaking, we can reach 20 million next year. He put the fish in his mouth and said in a calm tone, adding it all up, it's probably tens of millions of US dollars a year. The dinner table fell completely silent. Lin Xiaoya's crab leg fell back onto her plate. Her mind raced, calculating. Tens of millions of US dollars. Let's say 30 million, multiplied by 7. That's 200 million RMB. Her voice was a little weak. Brother, you're a billionaire? Lin Yi chuckled. What billionaire? I just happen to be doing business here at a good time. A good time. Lin Xiaoya was practically floating on air, earning 200 million a year, and you call that a good time? She immediately recalled that over the past 3 years, her brother had only sent a few thousand or 10,000 yuan home each month, which her parents were reluctant to spend. Her mother even dreamed that he was being treated for kidney problems, and her father, despite his chronic leg pain, refused to go to a major hospital. The old house was also leaking, and they kept putting it off. Yet her brother was earning 200 million yuan a year abroad. Lin Xiaoya suddenly stood up and slammed her hands on the table. Brother! Lin Yi was stunned. What's wrong? You earn 200 million a year, but only send 10 or 20,000 to the family every month. Are you even my biological son? Lin Yi almost choked, quickly taking a sip of beer. If I transfer too much, my parents will become suspicious. I'm just a fruit seller, and if I suddenly transfer millions home, do you think they won't call the police? Lin Xiaoya thought about it and realized it made sense. But she wasn't going to let him off the hook, so she immediately put her hands on her hips and said, then you at least have to compensate me. I spent 4 years in college, and my monthly allowance was only 2,000 yuan. My roommates all thought my family was struggling financially. Lin Yi asked, you don't have enough living expenses? It's not a matter of whether it's enough or not. The point is you earn 200 million a year, and your sister flies economy class. How ironic. Lin Yi was amused by her. That smile softened his entire demeanor, completely unlike the cold-faced man who made the warlord's subordinates bow their heads during the day. He raised his hands in surrender. Okay, my mistake. Tell me, what do you want? Lin Xiaoya blurted out, I want a car. She was stunned after saying it. She had only been testing the waters, thinking her brother would probably let her focus on her work first, like before. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi asked, what kind of car? Lin Xiaoya's mind went blank for a moment. I was just saying. I'm not just saying. Lin Yi picked up his phone and swiped a couple of times. I'll transfer 10 million to you after we get back to China. You can choose whatever car you want. If it's not enough, just ask me for more. 10 million RMB. Chinamo spat out the crab, meat in her mouth. Susu's hand holding the chopsticks froze in midair, and Lu Di's hand holding the beer glass also paused. Lin Xiaoya reacted for 2 seconds, then jumped up. Brother is awesome. Brother is so cool. Lin Yi didn't even look up. Sit down and eat. What's the big deal? Chun Mo finally snapped out of her daze, wiping the crab meat crumbs off the table, her voice rising. 10 million, and you're making a fuss? Xiaoya, your brother is too. Susu finished for her. Too extravagant. Lin Yi took another sip of beer and waved his hand casually. You guys don't need to be so polite. Since you're all here, just tell me if you need anything. Don't be stingy when you're out having fun. Chun Mo's eyes darted around, and after staring at Lin Yi for 3 seconds, she mustered up her courage and leaned forward. Brother Lin Yi. Do you have a boyfriend? Lin Xiaoya almost choked on her shrimp. Chun Mo said matter-of-factly. I'm just asking. It's a normal social question. Lin Yi put down his chopsticks, glanced at her, and shook his head. No, I don't have a boyfriend. Chun Mo's eyes instantly lit up like searchlights, and just as she was about to smile, Lin Xiaoya kicked her from under the table. Chun Mo gasped in pain. Why did you kick me? Lin Xiaoya gritted her teeth and warned in a low voice, watch your step. Chun Mo retorted, I didn't say anything excessive. What's wrong with asking if I have a boyfriend? Can I even show some concern? You call that concern? That's scheming. Who's scheming? I just think it's a shame your brother is 25, handsome, and earns so much. It's a shame he doesn't have a girlfriend. Susu lowered her head and silently ate her shrimp, but her ears quietly turned red. Chapter 17. Caught my brother crawling through a black box in the middle of the night. The banquet ended close to 11 o'clock. Lin Xiaoya tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. Chun Mo in the next bed was already fast asleep, her soft snoring mingling with the sound of the air conditioner. Susu had her back to Lin Xiaoya. The light from her phone screen reflected on the wall. She was probably still scrolling through short videos. She took out her phone to check WeChat. The last message was one she'd sent to Lin Yi that afternoon. Brother, how about taking us to town for a stroll tonight? But Lin Yi hadn't replied. She added another emoji, but still no response. So mysterious. Lin Xiaoya muttered as she shoved her phone back under her pillow. With something on her mind, she became even more clear-headed. Everything that had happened today was too outrageous. Her brother who earned 200 million a year, the armed men who cowered at the airport, the cherries the size of a fist, and Alam's mention of this special breeding method. Every single thing seemed strange, but Lin Yi wouldn't say anything, and she couldn't get any answers from him. Just then, Chun Mo turned over and mumbled that she was thirsty. Lin Xiaoya had no choice but to tiptoe out of bed, pour a glass of water, and hand it to her. Chun Mo didn't even open her eyes, gulped it down, and then shoved the glass back into Lin Xiaoya's hand and fell fast asleep. Lin Xiaoya put down her cup and stood by the window, looking out. The fruit market at night was completely different from the daytime market. Most of the lights on the cold storage sheds were off, leaving only a few emergency lights casting a pale white glow. In the distance, there were scattered lights in Dali Port, while closer at hand, the outline of the dark desert stretched out before her. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Suddenly, she squinted, looking towards the grove of trees to the east of the market. A faint light seemed to flash there, then quickly disappeared. She rubbed her eyes and looked again, but saw nothing. Lin Xiaoya wanted to go back to bed, but stopped halfway there. That afternoon, when Alam took them to the market, he deliberately avoided the eastern area, saying it was just a pile of junk and nothing to see. Now that she thought about it, his eyes seemed somewhat evasive. Curiosity, once it sprouted, was like a weed that couldn't be suppressed. Lin Xiaoya tiptoed to the door, and hearing no movement outside, gently turned the doorknob. The second-floor corridor was pitch black, with only the emergency exit sign at the stairwell glowing green. She bit her lip, slipped barefoot out of the room, and stepped onto the cold cement floor, supporting herself against the wall as she descended the stairs. The lobby was empty. Alam's desk was empty, the computer was off, and a half-empty cup of cold tea sat on the table. Lin Xiaoya walked through the hall and slipped out through the back door. Outside was the empty concrete space where forklifts and refrigerated trucks had been parked during the day. Now, it was deserted, the moonlight making the ground appear white. Further east was the so-called grove of trees. It was called a forest, but it was really just a few dozen drought-resistant shrubs growing crookedly in the sand. She took a deep breath and walked forward, feeling more and more uneasy. There was a faint metallic smell in the air, and the sand under her feet was getting harder and harder, as if it had been compacted by a heavy object for a long time. As Lin Xiaoya reached the edge of the woods, she stopped. By the moonlight, she saw a large, black, box-like structure deep within the trees, resembling a large electrical distribution box, with no markings on its surface. It reached her chest in height and was wide enough for 2 people to stand side by side. Could that faint light she had just seen have leaked from crack in it? Her heart started racing. She looked around. There was no one there, only the rustling of the bushes in the wind. But just then, she suddenly felt the urge to urinate, and her face flushed with nervousness. Where would she find a toilet in this desolate place? It would be too late to go back upstairs. She could only grit her teeth, move a few steps to a slightly denser area of bushes, and squat down, her eyes fixed on a black box, praying that no one would come. But the next second, the black box suddenly made a very soft click. Lin Xiaoya froze. The front of the box slowly opened outward like a door, revealing a cold white light that was much brighter than moonlight. Then, a figure stepped out from inside. A black t-shirt, dark cargo pants, and tactical boots. The man turned around, the moonlight illuminating his profile, and Lin Xiaoya almost cried out. It was Lin Yi. She quickly covered her mouth, crouching behind the bushes, motionless, her heart pounding. After Lin Yi emerged from the box, he turned around and pressed something. The door closed silently, its surface now perfectly sealed, showing no sign of anything amiss. He dusted off his trousers and turned to head towards the dormitory building. But he had only taken one step when he suddenly stopped, his gaze sweeping towards the bushes where Lin Xiaoya was hiding. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Lin Xiaoya's back. Come out. Lin Ye's voice was calm. She didn't move. Do I have to say it a second time? Lin Ye's tone held a hint of helplessness. Aren't you tired of squatting there? Lin Xiaoya had no choice but to slowly stand up. Her pants weren't even pulled up properly yet, and her face was flushed. She whispered, Brother. Lin Yi was taken aback when he saw her like this. He almost smiled, but quickly suppressed it and asked her what she was doing here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping. Lin Xiaoya forced herself to say she couldn't sleep and was just wandering around. Then she pointed to the black box and asked how she got out of it. Lin Yi only replied with 2 words. Work. What kind of job requires crawling into a box in the middle of the night? Lin Xiaoya was embarrassed, but her curiosity got the better of her. She rushed to the black box and reached out to touch it. The surface was cold, and she couldn't tell what material it was. It wasn't metallic or plastic. It was a bit like frosted glass, but much harder than glass. Brother, what is this? A passage. Where does it lead? Down there. What's down there? Fruit. Lin Xiaoya turned and glared at him. Do you think I'm stupid? Fruit needs to be hidden in this kind of weird box? And you're going to sneak in the middle of the night to get it? Lin Yi sighed and walked to the side of the black box, pressing a button. A pale blue light immediately illuminated the box's surface, scanning along his palm. Then, a synthesized electronic voice came from inside. Voice verification passed. Facial recognition passed. Gene matching completed. Identity confirmed. Highest authority holder. The voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the quiet night. Lin Xiaoya's mouth instantly formed an O. This is a security door, Lin Yi said calmly. A passage to my private storage room. Inside are some specially cultivated fruit seeds and technical data that must not be exposed to light or known to outsiders. Oh, I won't ask then. Chapter 18. Apocalypse represents rules. Lin Xiaoya was coaxed and shooed back upstairs by Lin Yi. Go to sleep early. I'll take you to see the planting base tomorrow. Brother, you haven't explained that box yet. Bang. The door slammed shut in front of her. Lin Xiaoya stared at the door for 3 seconds, then stomped her foot and went back to her room. The corridor fell silent again. After confirming that her footsteps had disappeared, Lin Yi placed his hand on the sidewall. Blue light patterns illuminated. Biometric authentication was successful, and a hidden door opened, revealing a vertical elevator. The elevator was small, with matte alloy walls and no floor buttons, only a touchscreen. Lin Yi stepped inside, and the door closed, quickly descending 5,000 meters underground in less than 40 seconds. The door opened again, revealing cold white light strips extending to both sides. Lin Yi walked through the metal corridor and entered the command center, sitting down at the control panel. Apocalypse. Yes. Has Moose's matter been resolved? Apocalypse reported that the double inside the governor's mansion in Port Dolly was operating smoothly. In the past 6 hours, it had contacted Moose's adjutant, nephew, and 17 core subordinates without being detected. Lin Yi nodded, leaned back in his chair, and tapped the armrest. Next, Faisal. The holographic screen switched to the Northern Delta War Zone, where a dark red area was magnified. That was Faisal's territory, spanning 2 provincial districts, controlling 3 smuggling routes and a gold mine. Tianchi explained that Faisal, 53, was the largest warlord in the Northern Delta, with a force of about 8,000 men. He was better equipped than Musa, with tanks, armored vehicles, and helicopters. His gold mines brought in more than $100 million annually, and his weapons procurement channels were also very stable. Lin Yi asked, "How does it compare to Musa?" "Its overall military strength is about twice that of Musa. However, its command system is loose, with each camp communicating via satellite phone and radio, and there is no unified battlefield management system." Lin Yi knew very well that Musa was like a businessman, capable of weighing pros and cons. Faisal, on the other hand, was a soldier by training and wouldn't be easily intimidated. Apocalypse's assessment was the same. Even if Faisal witnessed the strength, he would probably feign submission first, then secretly contact other warlords to launch a counterattack. Lin Yi gave the order directly, "So let's stop negotiating and start fighting." He zoomed in on the troop deployment map to its maximum. Faisal had 8 camps, scattered within a radius of 150 kilometers. The main camp was hidden in the northern mountain valleys, while the other 7 guarded smuggling routes and gold mines. "How long will it take to resolve?" Apocalypse replied, "Simultaneous attack on 8 camps, deploying 300 T-800S and 1,000 Hive drones. From the start of the attack to the complete disarmament, it is estimated to take 47 minutes. Lin Yi said, "Within an hour." 47 minutes, Tianchi corrected. Lin Yi didn't bother arguing and asked about the operation time. Tianchi suggested 8 o'clock the next morning, when the camps would be changing shifts, their vigilance would be weakest, and their reaction time would be slowest. After Lin Yi made the decision, he brought up another matter. Have Musa stand-in issue a statement tomorrow. The statement was simple. Musa Ali Qadir voluntarily joined the Apocalypse organization. From now on, Dali Port and the Southern Trade Zone will be under the jurisdiction of Apocalypse, and all armed forces will be subject to the unified command of Apocalypse and will no longer act independently. Apocalypse paused for a second. It reminded Lin Yi that this meant the name Apocalypse would appear in the public eye for the first time. Once the largest warlord in the South publicly submitted, all the powers in the Delta would take notice, and even international intelligence agencies might get involved. Lin Yi knew, of course. He turned to look at the real-time data wall. The operational status of 500,000 T-800S was densely packed, and the construction progress of the 5 space carriers had reached 87%. The carriers would be completed in 3 days, and even if the whole world attacked together, the chance of victory would be as high as 99.1%. The name Apocalypse will have to be revealed sooner or later. Lin Yi looked at the map and saw more than 20 warlord factions. Musa's territory had turned gray, representing submission. Instead of waiting for others to discover it, we should step forward ourselves. Musa's surrender is the first step, and Faisal's destruction is the second. The people of Delta must understand that Apocalypse is not anyone's vassal, nor is it some underground organization. He paused for a moment, his tone calm, yet incredibly authoritative. Apocalypse represents absolute rules. Apocalypse quickly understood his intention and began arranging the statement. Distribution channels included local radio in Port Dali, Musa's official social media accounts, and anonymous submission channels to major Delta media outlets. The time was set for 10 a.m. the next morning, directly following Faisal's operation, creating a destroy first, then consolidate narrative. Lin Yi added only one sentence. Don't mention the specifics of Apocalypse. The more vague, the better. Let them guess. Guess how many people Apocalypse has, how many guns, and who's behind it. Things that can't be figured out are the most frightening. Apocalypse judged this to be psychological warfare. Lin Yi smiled and instructed it to write the statement in Musa's original speaking style, avoiding anything too literary. Apocalypse had already retrieved Musa's public speaking data from the past 3 years and would generate a first draft in 15 minutes. Lin Yi got up and walked out, but stopped at the cabin door. Capture Faisal alive. Same procedure as Musa. Apocalypse said that the clone was scheduled for production, but Faisal's facial, voice print, and behavioral pattern data needed to be collected after his capture. The clone would be online in 24 hours. There's still time. Lin Yi stepped out of the hatch and added, don't kill his men. Use electromagnetic missiles if possible, otherwise they might have to work for me later. Non-lethal attacks have been set as the preferred option. 2:45 a.m. In the northern mountains of the Delta, at the entrance to Faisal's main camp canyon, 1,000 Hive drones formed a formation at an altitude of 4,000 meters, fanning out and covering the entire canyon. Simultaneously, 300 T-800 drones advanced from 8 directions, silently approaching Faisal's 8 camps. Chapter 19 Musa kneels. Delta is in an uproar. The fruit market in Hassan Town opened, as usual, at 9 o'clock the next morning. Porters pushed carts in and out of the cold storage. The buzzing of forklifts and the shouts of workers mingled together, and everything was no different from the day before. The internet in the Delta was in complete chaos. At 10 a.m., the local radio station in Port Dali suddenly broadcast a message. Musa Ali Al-Qadir, the largest warlord in the Southern Trade Zone, released a statement simultaneously through his personal social media accounts and the radio. The statement was brief. Effective immediately, Musa voluntarily joins the Apocalypse Organization. All armed forces in Port Dali and the Southern Trade Zone are now under the unified command of the Apocalypse Organization and will no longer act independently. The wording was crude, and the tone sounded like Musa himself, but the content was incredibly explosive. In Delta's local forums, social groups, and underground radio stations, everyone is discussing the same question. What exactly is Apocalypse? This name isn't new. Over the past 2 years, occasional news has circulated in Delta that an organization called Apocalypse has wiped out minor warlords and dismantled smuggling routes. But those forces were insignificant, and most people forgot about them after hearing about them. Musa was different. He had 5,000 armed men, controlled Dali Port for 12 years, and was a ruthless figure in the Southern Trade Zone. For someone like him to openly say that he had voluntarily joined an organization, anyone would find it strange. The comment section of the largest local news website was flooded with thousands of messages within half an hour. Some believe this is a smokescreen deliberately put out by Musa, using the pretense of surrender to intimidate Abdullah and Faisal in the north. Such tricks among warlords are not uncommon. Others directly refuted this, saying that given Musa's temperament, he would never voluntarily say, "I volunteer," unless someone held a gun to his head. Still others dug up old news from 2 years ago. A minor warlord was disarmed overnight, and the surviving soldiers said they encountered inhuman beings. Back then, everyone just listened to it as a ghost story, but now, it takes on a completely different feel. However, despite the debate, most Delta locals still don't really believe that Apocalypse is that powerful. The reason is simple. Although Musa ranked 4th in the Delta, he was still far behind Faisal and Abdullah to the north. Faisal had 8,000 men and T-55 tanks. Abdullah had even more troops. Musa's surrender simply meant that the 4th-ranked commander had surrendered, which didn't necessarily prove anything. A military blogger posted a sarcastic comment. What's the big deal about a small, unknown organization recruiting a warlord who isn't even in the top ranks? The post quickly garnered over 3,000 likes. But another post quietly resurfaced. Someone pointed out that the word Tianqi in Musa's statement was written in Chinese. The original pinyin was Tianqi, and the 2 Chinese characters, Tianqi, were even directly displayed below the profile picture. After a brief silence in the comment section, someone immediately chimed in. So the person behind this organization is very likely Chinese. This speculation spread across the Chinese internet with astonishing speed. Several domestic military forums and overseas news bloggers almost simultaneously reposted screenshots of Musa's statement. What was initially circulating only within small circles surged to the bottom of a short video platform's trending topics list around noon. The hashtag was Chaos Delta Apocalypse Organization, suspected of being founded by Chinese. The comments section immediately erupted into chaos. Some joked that the name Apocalypse was too childish, clearly chosen by Chinese people. Others said that it was even more outrageous than online novels that Chinese people were organizing a military force in the Delta. Still others poured cold water on the idea, feeling that taking in a small warlord was nothing special, since the major powers in the north remain inactive. Apocalypse was just a hot potato. However, some serious analysts point out that phrases like unified command and no longer acting independently in the statement suggest a takeover rather than a merger. Musa has likely been subdued, but the question is, who has the capability to subdue him? While the buzz isn't at its peak, it has already begun to escalate. Lin Xiaoyao was woken up by the urge to pee. She climbed out of the folding bed, groggily put on her slippers, and went to the bathroom. As she passed the window, she saw that the sun was already high in the sky, and the workers at the cold storage were still busy, just like yesterday. When she came back after washing her face, she found that Chen Mo was still asleep, and Lu Di's bed was empty. The quilt was neatly folded, but Lu Di was not there. Su Su was sitting cross-legged on her own bed, with her back against the wall, holding her phone in both hands, her thumbs rapidly swiping upwards, her expression serious, as if she were looking at something important. Lin Xiaoya, barefoot, leaned closer. "What are you looking at?" So engrossed. Su Su jumped in surprise, almost dropping her phone. Lin Xiaoya quickly grabbed her. It's me. Su Su clutched her chest, panting for several seconds, complaining that Lin Xiaoya's silent footsteps had almost scared her to death. Lin Xiaoya ignored her, snatched the phone, and saw that it was Douyin, TikTok, on the screen. In the video, a military blogger wearing sunglasses speaks eloquently to the camera, while a blurry screenshot is pasted on the background, with 2 red characters in the lower right corner, Apocalypse. The title is even more exaggerated. Musa kneels. Delta's most mysterious organization, Apocalypse, emerges is the mastermind Chinese. Lin Xiaoya froze, then casually scrolled up a few articles. Musa voluntarily submits to Apocalypse? Delta has changed. The Apocalypse organization uses Chinese names. Its backing force suspectedly originates from China. Overnight, the largest warlord in the South announces surrender. What exactly is Apocalypse? Su Su's recommendation page was almost entirely filled with this topic. Lin Xiaoya frowned and asked what was going on. Su Su took back her phone, opened a screenshot of Musa's statement, enlarged it, and showed it to her, saying that this was the news from this morning. Musa was the warlord of Dollyport that the pilot had mentioned yesterday, who suddenly announced that he had joined an organization called Apocalypse. Lin Xiaoya stared at the statement for a few seconds, her expression clearly changing. She confirmed, "Is it Musa, the one who controls Dollyport, arrests foreign journalists, and has thousands of men under his command?" Su Su nodded. Lin Xiaoya read it again and blurted out, "Then aren't we safer? Musa's under Apocalypse's control. At least no one in this area will dare to cause trouble, right?" Su Su immediately rolled her eyes at her. She reminded Lin Xiaoya that no one knows whether Apocalypse is good or bad. Musa wasn't a good person to begin with, and an organization even more powerful than Musa might not necessarily be safer. It could even be more dangerous. Lin Xiaoya was speechless for a moment. She recalled yesterday at the airport how her brother had only shown his phone to the 2 armed men, and they had reacted as if they'd seen a ghost. She also thought of the black box from last night. Voice verification, facial recognition, genetic matching. Did a fruit vendor really need such things? Just then, Su Su scrolled to another video, saying that many people were discussing the possibility that Tianqi had adopted a Chinese name and might be backed by Chinese people. A ridiculous thought suddenly popped into Lin Xiaoya's mind, but she immediately suppressed it. Impossible. Her brother was just a fruit seller. Although he was a fruit vendor earning 200 million yuan a year, he was still ultimately a fruit seller. How could he possibly be related to any Tianqi organization? A sound came from the doorway, and Lu Di walked in carrying 2 glasses of water, asking what they were talking about. Su Su quickly handed her phone to look. Lu Di stood there for 2 minutes, then carefully scrolled through the comments section, her expression remaining unchanged. Lin Xiaoya pressed her for her opinion. Lu Di adjusted her glasses and simply said there wasn't enough information to make a judgment. Su Su then asked whether Apocalypse was truly dangerous. Lu Di thought for a moment and said that, so far, at least she hadn't heard of them doing anything to civilians. Musa's statement also included the phrase, ensuring normal business activities in the trade zone, which if true, might actually be a good thing for them. Su Su was skeptical, but Lin Xiaoya didn't want to dwell on it anymore. She clapped her hands and asked what the plans were for the day. Lu Di leaned against the doorframe and asked her what she wanted to do. Lin Xiaoya drew back the curtains, glanced at Hassantown outside, and said that she had only seen the market yesterday and hadn't really explored the town yet. Why not go out and experience the local customs and culture, and also shoot some live stream footage? Upon hearing that they were going to town, Su Su hesitated, worried about safety. Lin Xiaoya said that Musa had already sworn in, so what was there to be afraid of? Su Su was about to retort that Tianqi might not be a good person when Lin Xiaoya turned and walked to Chen Mo's bedside, grabbing the corner of the blanket and pulling it back. "Chen Mo, get up. Let's go shopping in town." Chen Mo rolled over and mumbled, "What time is it?" Lin Xiaoya said it was almost 10 o'clock. Chen Mo mumbled with her eyes still closed. Then I'll sleep for another 5 minutes. Lin Xiaoya said mercilessly. If you sleep for another 5 minutes, the sun will have set. Get up. Chapter 20. My brother's bodyguard is too outrageous. When Lin Xiaoya dragged Chun Mo out of bed, her hair was a mess like a bird's nest, and her eyes were swollen like walnuts. Yawning, she was still thinking about the important matter. Before we go to town, let's ask your brother if Lin Yi will come with us. Just as she finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Lin Yi's voice came through. Xiaoya, are you up yet? Lin Xiaoya immediately called him in. The door opened, and Lin Yi walked in carrying a bag of water and some local flatbread. He was wearing a black t-shirt and work pants. His hair was still a little damp, and he looked neat and tidy. He placed breakfast on the table, his gaze sweeping across the room, meeting Chun Mo's eyes. A half-second silence fell, and Chun Mo's mind went blank. She was wearing a crumpled Pikachu pajama, unwashed and uncombed, a stark contrast to the clean and handsome Lin Yi standing by the door. The next second, Chun Mo's face turned bright red, and she abruptly pulled the blanket over herself, rushing into the bathroom as if her life depended on it. I'm going to wash my face. The door slammed shut. Lin Xiaoya was holding back her laughter until her stomach hurt, while Lin Yi didn't react much, picking up a pancake and taking a bite. The sound of running water came from the bathroom, along with Chun Mo's suppressed groans. She had imagined making a sophisticated entrance, but instead, she was caught in the act with messy hair and a Pikachu pajama. All she could do was frantically splash cold water on her face, trying to salvage her image. Su sat on the bed, quietly munching on a pancake. Lu Di took a sip of water and asked Lin Yi, Brother Lin Yi, we want to go to Hassan Town today. Are you free to come along? Lin Xiaoya quickly chimed in, coaxing him to lead the way. Lin Yi finished chewing the flatbread and brushed the crumbs off his hands. Not today. I have a batch of goods to sell at the market, so I can't leave. Lin Xiaoya was immediately disappointed. Then we'll go by ourselves? Lin Yi took out his phone, tapped a couple of times, and waved towards the door. Come in. Steady footsteps echoed down the corridor, and a tall man appeared in the doorway. He was nearly 1.9 meters tall, his shoulders almost filling the doorframe. His black, tight-fitting long sleeves were rolled up to his forearms, revealing exaggerated muscle definition. He had striking features, a cold, hard expression, a buzz cut, and stood ramrod straight with his hands behind his back. The room fell silent instantly. Su dropped the pancake she was eating onto the blanket. Lu Di stopped twisting the bottle cap, and Chun Mo, who had just peeked halfway out of the bathroom, shrank back down when she saw him. Lin Xiaoya looked up at the man, then at Lin Yi. Brother, who's this? Lin Yi replied casually, Lin Hao, my bodyguard. I can't accompany you today, so he'll come along. He then patted Lin Hao's arm. Your task now is to protect my sister and her friend, understand? Lin Hao answered in a low voice, I know, boss. His voice was steady, devoid of any extra emotion, as crisp as a machine. Lin Xiaoya stared at him for a few seconds, feeling that something was off about him. His expression was unusually flat. Lin Yi walked up to Lin Xiaoya, took out a black ISA card from his pocket, and handed it to her. Here, it's a gift card. Buy whatever you want. Lin Xiaoya looked at it over and over, asking how much money was on it. Lin Yi only said, enough. She pressed for the exact amount, and he replied casually, you won't be able to spend it all. After saying that, Lin Yi reached out and ruffled her head, making her hair look like a bird's nest. Lin Xiaoya immediately bristled. Brother, don't ruffle my head. I'm already 22. Lin Yi withdrew his hand. 22 is still my sister. Don't want her off. If you need anything, find Lin Hao. Come back for dinner tonight. After Lin Yi left, only 4 girls and a 1.9-meter tall bodyguard remained in the room. Lin Hao stood motionless at the door, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Chun Mo finally finished washing her face and came out, casually tying her hair into a ponytail and changing into a normal t-shirt. The first thing she did was look in the direction Lin Yi had left. Upon learning that Lin Yi had already left, she sighed on the spot. Su was puzzled, and Chun Mo covered her face and fell back on a bed. You don't understand, Brother Lin Yi was so handsome just now. The way he walked, the way he patted Xiaoya's head, oh my God, my heart. She rolled over and grabbed Lin Xiaoya's arm, saying solemnly, my sister's happiness depends on you. Help me ask your brother what type he likes. Lin Xiaoya replied expressionlessly, I'll ask him if he likes Pikachu pajamas. Chun Mo instantly broke down. Shut up. That was an accident. Su was laughing so hard she couldn't stand up straight. Ludi's attention, however, was focused on Lin Hao. After Lin Yi left, he remained in the same position, hands behind his back, feet shoulder-width apart, back straight, without moving for 5 minutes, even blinking at an absurdly low frequency. Ludi tentatively spoke up. Lin Hao, right? You can sit down for a bit. You don't have to stand. Lin Hao only replied with 2 words, no need. Ludi nodded, knowing better than to say anything more. Lin Xiaoya examined the black card, wanting to check the balance, but her phone had no signal, so she had to give up. Since her brother said it was enough, then it should be enough. She clapped her hands. All right, let's pack up and head out. Today's destination is Hassan Town, and we'll also do a live stream to show our fans the Delta Market. Chen Mo pointed at Lin Hao at the door. Is he coming too? Lin Xiaoya nodded. My brother arranged it. Of course he's coming. Chen Mo looked Lin Hao up and down and muttered. Your brother's taste is pretty consistent. Even his bodyguards are so handsome. Lin Xiaoya rolled her eyes. 20 minutes later, the 4 girls finished packing and came downstairs. Lin Hao followed behind, not saying a word the entire time. When they reached the market entrance, Alam jogged up to them and asked if they needed a ride. Lin Xiaoya held up her phone and said they wanted to walk and shop, and also asked how far Hassan Town was. Alam said it wasn't far, just 1 kilometer north along the highway. He wiped his sweat, glanced at Lin Hao behind them, and visibly relaxed. With Lin Hao here, you can go without worry. Lin Xiaoya noticed his gaze. It was a strange sense of reassurance, as if with Lin Hao around, even if the sky fell, it wouldn't matter. She glanced back at Lin Hao. Lin Hao followed expressionlessly, his steps frighteningly steady, each step almost perfectly measured. Chen Mo took Lin Xiaoya's arm, urging her to hurry, and set off before it got too hot. 4 girls and a silent bodyguard walked onto the dirt road leading to Hassan Town. Lin Xiaoya started her live stream, and the number of viewers instantly jumped to 16,000. The first comment immediately appeared. Who's that big guy next to the streamer? He's so tall. Chapter 21. Is the briefcase an armory? Lin Xiaoya walked ahead, holding her phone and pointing the camera at the dirt road beneath her feet. While live streaming, she introduced, family members, we are now heading to Hassan Town, about 1 kilometer from my brother's fruit market. Today's goal is to visit the Delta Market. The comment section wasn't filled with talk about the market. Instead, everyone was focused on Lin Hao in the background. Some people said the bodyguard was as tall as a wall, while others found it strange that selling fruit would require a bodyguard. Still others noticed that Lin Hao's walking rhythm was unusually steady, as if he had been trained. Chen Mo linked arms with Lin Xiaoya, looking back as they walked. Lin Xiaoya reminded her not to stare at the person. Chen Mo lowered her voice and said that she wasn't looking at the person, but at the box in Lin Hao's hand. Lin Xiaoya then noticed that Lin Hao had been carrying a black briefcase in his right hand the whole time. The briefcase wasn't big. It was made of hard material, and the 4 corners were wrapped with metal. It hadn't left his hand since they left the market. Su guessed it might be a fruit sample, but Chen Mo immediately retorted, who carries fruit samples as bodyguards? The group's voices weren't loud, but the dirt road was wide open, so Lin Hao behind them could definitely hear them. However, he didn't react at all and continued following at his original pace. Ludi, who was walking at the back, observed more carefully. The suitcase had no brand, the lock was a snap closure, and the handle was reinforced. It was clearly not an ordinary suitcase. She finally spoke, asking, Lin Hao, what's in your suitcase? Lin Hao glanced down at her, but did not answer. Ludi continued, you've been carrying this the whole time since you left the house, without even switching hands. It must be something very important, right? The 3 girls in front also stopped and turned around in unison. Lin Hao stopped, paused for 2 seconds, and then asked, do I need to demonstrate? Before Ludi could react, Lin Hao had already placed a box on a large rock by the roadside, and the 2 snaps popped open at the same time. The moment the lid of the box was opened, the expressions of the 4 girls froze. The box has custom-made compartments inside, and everything fits perfectly into the grooves. On the far left is a black pistol with 2 spare magazines next to it. In the middle is a folding submachine gun. Its stock folded back and barrel shortened, yet it's clearly not a toy. On the right is a sniper rifle disassembled into 3 sections, the barrel, receiver, and stock neatly arranged, with a scope embedded beside it. Beneath the bottommost partition, rows of bullets can still be vaguely seen. Lin Hao stood beside the box, his tone calm. To ensure your safety, I will carry weapons with me at all times. There was no one else around, only the wind whipping up dust. Lin Xiaoya's live-streaming camera captured the contents of the box clearly. The live-stream chat exploded instantly. The comment section was flooded with messages, all asking if those were real guns. Some exclaimed that pistols, submachine guns, and sniper rifles were all there. These weren't bodyguards, they were special forces soldiers. Some people started speculating. If Lin Hao, a mere bodyguard, could casually pull out a box of guns, how many weapons did Lin Yi have? Did he have an entire armory? Lin Xiaoya's hand trembled, and she almost dropped her phone. She looked at Lin Hao and asked cautiously, "Does my brother have many more of these?" Lin Hao closed the case lid, and the hidden latch clicked shut, only replying, "The boss's security setup is confidential." Chen Imo swallowed hard and couldn't help but mutter, "Xiaoya, your brother isn't selling weapons, is he?" Lin Xiaoya immediately glared at her. "Don't talk nonsense." The viewers in the live chat got even more excited, demanding that Lin Hao demonstrate his marksmanship, even just shooting at a target, to see if these guns were just for show. Lin Xiaoya asked a question in the live chat. "Lin Hao, the fans want to see you demonstrate your firearms." Lin Hao refused outright. "No way. The boss told me to protect your safety, not to perform a weapons demonstration." The live chat immediately erupted in groans, with people complaining that he was too rigid, constantly calling him boss, and displaying an alarming level of obedience. Lu Di stood by and observed. Lin Hao's movements when opening the box were very skilled. He unlocked it and lifted the lid with one hand, clean and efficient, clearly not his first time. She then asked, "Lin Hao, how's your marksmanship?" Lin Hao calmly replied, "Within 100 meters, I'm a 100-shot winner." Lu Di raised an eyebrow. This level of skill would make him a top marksman even in a regular army. But the person in front of him is nominally just a private bodyguard at the fruit market. She pressed on, "What about combat sports?" Lin Hao did not answer. Lu Di, on the contrary, became interested. She pushed up her glasses and said that she used to practice Taekwondo and had a black belt. She even got first place in the combat subject during her college physical fitness test. Lin Xiaoya looked at her in surprise, not expecting her roommate to have this skill. Lu Di, however, only stared at Lin Hao. "I'd like to spar with you. Is that all right?" Lin Hao glanced down at her. Lu Di was wearing a black tight leather jacket today, and her hair was tied up neatly, making her look more capable than usual. But Lin Hao refused decisively. "It's unnecessary." Lu Di refused to give up, saying it was just a trial run and wouldn't waste any time. Lin Hao maintained that it wasn't necessary. She resorted to reverse psychology. "Are you afraid of losing to a girl?" Lin Hao remained expressionless, completely unaffected. Chen Mo chimed in, saying that he might only know how to shoot, but not how to fight, right? Lin Hao still didn't react. Lin Xiaoya glanced at the live stream. The chat was going crazy. Everyone wanted to see the Taekwondo black belt challenge the mysterious bodyguard. The number of viewers had surged to 32,000. She dropped her joking tone and said to Lin Hao, "As the boss's sister, I'm practically a boss, right? I also want to see your abilities so we can feel more at ease." Lin Hao remained silent for a few seconds, as if judging whether the statement was in accordance with an order. He then said, "The junior manager's request does not conflict with the boss's orders. The premise of protecting security includes building trust among those being protected. Demonstrating competence helps build trust." Lin Xiaoya's eyes lit up, so Lin Hao nodded. "Okay." Lu Di had already started to move his wrists and retreated to a relatively flat sandy area by the roadside. Lin Hao put down his suitcase and stood opposite her. The two were about 2 meters apart, with a height difference of nearly 30 centimeters and a significant weight difference. Su muttered under her breath, "This scene is just outrageous." Lin Xiaoya raised her phone again, pointing the camera at the two of them. The live chat exploded with comments, some betting on Lu Di to win, while others were convinced the bodyguard couldn't possibly lose. Lu Di took a deep breath, took off his glasses, and handed them to Lin Xiaoya. Without the glasses obscuring her vision, her eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. She stared at Lin Hao and slowly said, "I'll go first." Chapter 22, One Finger Kill. Lu Di made the first move, starting with a side kick aimed straight at Lin Hao's waist, both fast and ruthless. Lin Hao only moved half a step to the left, his toes brushing against the hem of his clothes, creating a gust of wind, missing by less than 2 centimeters. Lu Di didn't stop. Using the momentum, he turned around and swept his right leg in a spinning kick towards Lin Hao's head. Lin Hao leaned back slightly, his instep brushing past his nose, but still didn't touch him. Lin Xiaoya held up her phone, and the live stream chat exploded with comments. The audience was stunned. Lu Di's kick was quick, but Lin Hao didn't even need to lift a hand. He dodged entirely by maneuvering. After landing, Lu Di continued to push forward, but Lin Hao dodged to the side. Then, she unleashed her full combo of kicks, a front kick, a downward chop, and a spinning back kick. 5 kicks in 3 seconds, but all of them missed. Lin Hao's movements were minimal, only a tiny bit at a time, yet he always managed to stay just outside the attack's edge. His hands hung at his sides, as relaxed as if he were taking a stroll. Sweat beaded on Lu Di's forehead. She finally stopped catching her breath and stared at him, saying, "You did this on purpose." Lin Hao looked at her. Lu Di gritted his teeth and said, "You're controlling the distance, always standing just out of my reach." Lin Hao did not deny it. Lu Di wiped his sweat. "Fight back. What's the point of just hiding?" Lin Hao calmly replied, "The boss said to protect your safety. Injuring you is against orders." Lu Di retorted, "I won't get hurt. If you make a normal move, I can catch it." Seeing that Lin Hao still didn't move, she got anxious. "Aren't you ashamed to be a 1.9-meter tall man hiding from a 1.6-meter tall girl?" Lin Hao answered decisively, "It's not shameful." Lu Di was speechless for a moment, then suddenly accelerated and closed in, delivering an elbow strike from below to Lin Hao's chin at an extremely tricky angle, almost without warning. But Lin Hao simply raised his right hand and pinched her elbow between 2 fingers. With 2 fingers, he forcefully caught an elbow strike delivered with full force by a Taekwondo black belt. Lu Di's arm remained frozen in midair, as if welded shut. She struggled twice, but it wouldn't budge. Her voice changed. "What kind of power is this?" The next second, Lin Hao gently pushed his finger forward. Just for a moment, Lu Di was sent flying 2 meters backward, landing on his buttocks first. He slid a short distance on the sand before coming to a stop, kicking up a cloud of dust. The entire room fell silent. The live stream went silent for a second before exploding in excitement. Everyone was spamming the chat. A black belt elbow strike with 2 fingers, sending the person flying 2 meters. The power was simply outrageous. Lin Xiaoya quickly ran over to help her up. "Dizzy, are you all right?" Lu Di sat on the sand, her expression complex. It didn't actually hurt much. The sand was soft, absorbing most of the force. But the pressure from those 2 fingers was something she would probably never forget. That wasn't just an overwhelming force. It felt like a difference in a completely different dimension. She had practiced Taekwondo for 6 years and even competed in provincial competitions, so she considered herself to have considerable practical experience. But just now, facing Lin Hao, she suddenly felt that all her techniques were like children playing house. A moment later, Lu Di stood up, brushed the dust off his pants, and said frankly, "I'm impressed. We're not even in the same league." Lin Hao extended his hand. Lu Di was taken aback for a moment, then grasped his hand. Lin Hao easily pulled her up, controlling the force just right. He added, "You used too much force. Be careful next time." Lu Di was speechless for a moment. She hit him more than a dozen times without touching him, but he only pushed her once and knocked her down, and even seemed to be apologizing. Chun Imo stood there stunned for a long time before whispering, "Xiaoya, isn't your brother's bodyguard a bit too fierce?" Lin Xiaoya took the glasses and handed them to Lu Di, wondering to herself why her brother, a fruit seller, needed a bodyguard with such fighting prowess. She had so many questions these past 2 days that she didn't know where to begin. Perhaps her brother had his own reasons. Lin Hao bent down and picked up the suitcase. "Let's go, we're almost at Hassan Town." The 4 girls continued to follow. The number of viewers in the live stream had already reached 46,000, and the barrage of comments showed no signs of slowing down. After walking for another 7 or 8 minutes, buildings began to appear on both sides of the dirt road ahead. The low cement houses had faded paint on their exterior walls, some in earthy yellow and some in light blue, and the roofs were mostly flat, with clothes and blankets hanging on them. The street was narrow, not paved, but compacted dirt with gravel in between. Lin Xiaoya turned the camera to both sides. "Family, we have officially entered Hassan Town. Let's see what a small town in the Delta looks like." The comments finally shifted away from Lin Hao and began discussing the architectural style of the area. In the distance, at a street corner, stood a white, domed building, flanked by a spire and a loudspeaker. Su asked if that was a mosque. Lu Di adjusted his glasses. "It's a mosque, Most of the residents of the Delta are religious. There were many small shops along the roadside selling fabrics, spices, and daily necessities. Several locals squatted at the doorways, watching the group of yellow-skinned girls with curiosity. Lin Xiaoya took pictures all the way and even stopped for a few seconds at the dried fruit stall. Chen Mo suddenly tugged at her and pointed to the steps by the roadside. There sat an old man with a headscarf, a copper kettle in front of him, pouring tea for passers-by. Lu Di explained that it was probably a local tradition. The town is small, but it has everything. There's a vegetable market, a barber shop, and an old photo studio with faded wedding photos displayed in the windows. Everywhere you look, there's a vibrant atmosphere of everyday life. At this moment, Su tugged at Lin Xiaoya's sleeve. 5 or 6 children came running up, the oldest being 7 or 8 years old, and the youngest only 4 or 5. They were wearing brightly colored clothes, barefoot, their faces dusty, but their smiles were radiant. The children gathered around Lin Xiaoya, chattering in the local language and pointing at them in the cell phone. Lin Xiaoya couldn't understand, so she turned around and asked, "Lin Hao, what are they saying?" Lin Hao translated. "They said you were very beautiful and asked where you were from." Lin Xiaoya squatted down and smiled at the youngest boy. "China, we come from China." The little boy tilted his head and repeated it. The older girl next to him tugged at him and then gave Lin Xiaoya a thumbs up. Lin Hao said, "She said Chinese people are very nice." Chen Mo was amused, and Lin Xiaoya patted the little boy's head. The little guy giggled, revealing his mouth, which was missing 2 front teeth. The chat in the live stream softened, with many praising the child's cuteness and some even asking the streamer to buy them something. Lin Xiaoya saw a small shop across the street with candy and snacks hanging at the door and said with a smile, "Come on, I'll buy you some candy." She led the children into the convenience store. Behind the counter was a plump middle-aged woman who was both surprised and delighted to see a group of children rushing in. Lin Xiaoya first took out the black ISA card Lin Yi had given her and asked if she could use it. The other party shook his head, so she took out the local banknotes that Alam had exchanged for her the day before. 1 bag per person. Choose for yourself. The children cheered and rushed towards the shelves. The youngest boy couldn't reach the candy on top, so Lin Hao stood beside him and lifted him up with one hand. The little guy danced with joy in midair and grabbed the biggest bag. Chen Mo muttered to herself, "This bodyguard is actually quite humane." Several children ran out the door, clutching candy, shouting as they went. The older girl even came back, tugged at Lin Xiaoya's hand, and said something in the local dialect. Lin Hao translated. She said thank you, sister, and that she would marry her brother in the future. The second half of the sentence was probably a joke. Lin Xiaoya laughed out loud, but then suddenly froze. Watching the children run off with their candy in their arms, she remembered when she was very young, following her older brother Lin Yi to the village store. Every time Lin Yi received his pocket money, he would buy her White Rabbit milk candy first, while he himself would only eat a spicy snack. Back then, Lin Yi was thin and short, walked with a slouching gait, and liked to kick pebbles on the road with her hands behind her back. She once peeled a piece of milk candy and stuffed it into her brother's mouth. Lin Yi chewed it a couple of times and said it was too sweet, but he still bought her a whole pack the next day. It's been 3 years. It seemed like it had been a long time since she had spent so much time idly by her brother's side. Su nudged her. "Xiaoya, what are you daydreaming about?" Lin Xiaoya snapped out of her daze, rubbed her nose, and said, "It's nothing. Let's keep shopping." She raised her phone again and said to the camera, "Those kids were so cute. Their happiness is so simple. A bag of candy can make them laugh like that." The live chat was filled with heartwarming comments praising the streamer's kindness, while others expressed their sympathy for the children. The 4 girls walked slowly along the main street of Hassan Town, with Lin Hao following silently behind, his suitcase never being put down. The live stream's viewership remained stable at around 35,000. Unbeknownst to them, someone was watching them from a 2-story building less than 50 meters behind them. A Chinese man wearing a baseball cap leaned against the window, holding a phone in his left hand and gripping the window frame with his right. On the phone screen was Lin Xiaoya's live stream. In the video, 4 girls are chatting and laughing on the street, followed by a 1.9-meter tall bodyguard. The man glanced at the donations and number of viewers in the live stream, licked his lips, and turned to dial a number. After the call connected, he lowered his voice and said, "Brother Kuan, I've spotted some easy targets." 4 Chinese female college students are strolling around Hassan Town and even live streaming. The person on the other end asked, "What's your background?" The man replied, "They look like ordinary college students on vacation. One of them seems to have an older brother in the Delta who runs a fruit business. They don't seem to have any connections. They have 40,000 to 50,000 viewers in their live stream and nearly 500,000 followers. These kinds of internet celebrities must come from wealthy families." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Then the question was asked, "Is anyone with you?" The man glanced out the window. "There's a bodyguard, quite big, carrying a suitcase, just one." "A bodyguard?" "Just one." There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. "Send me the location, and I'll arrange for someone to keep an eye on it." The man immediately agreed, and after hanging up the phone, a greedy smile appeared on his face. Chapter 23. Apocalypse represents the will of God. 9 o'clock in the morning, in a northern mountainous region of the Delta. Faisal Muhammad Hassan sat in his main tent drinking coffee. At 53 years old, his routine had remained unchanged for 12 years. He got up at 6, patrolled the camp at 7, ate breakfast at 8:30, and drank coffee promptly at 9. When the adjutant lifted the curtain and entered, Faisal was dropping the second sugar cube into the cup. The adjutant whispered, "Boss, something's happened in the south. Musa has issued a statement." Faisal didn't pay much attention, stirring his coffee as he asked, "What trick is that idiot up to now?" The adjutant handed him the phone. Faisal looked at it twice, his brow slowly furrowing. The statement said that Musa voluntarily joined the Apocalypse organization, and all his armed forces were brought under the unified command of Apocalypse, and he would no longer act independently. Faisal put down his phone and took a sip of coffee. Apocalypse. The adjutant said that he had only heard rumors before that it had supposedly wiped out a few minor warlords, but no one had been able to find out its exact origins. Faisal leaned back in his chair, his face darkening. He knew Musa all too well. That guy had been a tyrant in the South for 12 years, with a foul and stubborn temper. Getting him to back down was harder than killing him. Even if someone held a gun to his head, he wouldn't openly say he voluntarily joined. These 4 words are really off. Faisal put down his cup. "Call Musa." The adjutant dialed the satellite phone, and soon, Musa's fleshy old face appeared on the screen. He had dark circles under his eyes, but seemed to be in good spirits. Musa spoke up. "Brother Faisal, I guess you would come looking for me." Faisal stared at the screen, his tone cold. "What's the meaning of that statement?" Musa replied, "Literal meaning. You voted? It's not called investing, it's called joining." Faisal sneered. "How many years have we known each other? Don't play word games with me. What is Apocalypse? Who wrote your script?" Musa paused for a moment, then suddenly slowed his speech. "Faisal, let me give you a piece of advice. This is a great reckoning. Don't try to resist, or you will suffer the consequences." Faisal was taken aback. Musa added, "Fate has already been decided." The tent was quiet for a few seconds. Faisal slammed his coffee cup on the table, spilling coffee halfway across it. He stood up, pointing at the screen and yelling, "Musa, stop playing the fool. What great purge, what destiny. Do you think you're a prophet?" He grew angrier as he spoke. "You think the whole world should kneel down just because your 5,000 strong force was absorbed by someone else? I have 8,000 men and 6 tanks. What do you have to compare with me? Apocalypse tank is nothing." Musa did not refute him, but simply looked at him quietly. Just as Faisal was about to continue his tirade, the tent flap was suddenly flung open. The communications soldier stumbled in, pale-faced and covered in cold sweat. "Boss, Camp 3 has lost contact." Faisal's voice trailed off. "What do you mean by out of contact?" The communications soldier said in a trembling voice that there was no response on the radio, and the satellite phone was also unreachable. They'd been unable to contact him since 8 o'clock in the morning. Before Faisal could react, he added, "Camps 5 and 7 have also lost contact." The atmosphere inside the tent changed instantly. Faisal turned to look at his adjutant. The adjutant had begun frantically dialing numbers, one after another, his face growing increasingly grim. A moment later, the adjutant said in a hoarse voice, "Sir, all 8 camps have lost contact." Faisal swayed slightly. 8, not 1 or 2, but all of them. He had been operating in the north for over a decade, with 8 camps scattered across a radius of 150 kilometers, each with its own independent communication and command chain. The fact that they're all now out of contact can only mean that someone launched attacks from 8 directions simultaneously, and all of them succeeded. Faisal's mind went blank. He slowly turned his head to look at the phone in his hand. The video call was still on. Musa was still on the screen, his expression eerily calm. Faisal's hands began to tremble. Musa, was it Apocalypse who did it? Musa did not deny it. Faisal gripped his phone tightly, his knuckles turning white. What exactly do they want? Who's behind them? Americans? Russians? Or which country is pulling the strings? His voice had changed, and his anger couldn't hide his fear. Musa finally spoke, his voice very soft. Revelation represents the rules of God. Faisal was stunned. Musa continued, You have been abandoned by God, Faisal. The tent was deathly quiet. The adjutant and the communications soldier didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The next second, Faisal completely exploded. He overturned everything on the table, coffee cups shattered, and documents and maps were scattered all over the floor. Bullshit. What God, what rules? Musa, you're insane. This is a Western smokescreen. It's a terrorist attack. He roared at the screen, veins bulging on his neck. I'm going to expose you. The United Nations, the International Court of Justice. I'll let the whole world know what Apocalypse did in the Delta. You're finished. Musa on the screen showed no sign of panic. Instead, he slowly smiled. You don't have that chance anymore. Faisal's roar came to an abrupt halt. Musa's voice came through the phone. Look behind you. Faisal's hand, which was holding the phone, froze. He didn't turn around immediately because he had already sensed it. Something cold and hard was stuck to the back of his head. Faisal slowly turned around. A black pistol, its muzzle less than 5 centimeters from his temple. The gunman, dressed in dark gray overalls, stood ramrod straight, his face expressionless. But on the right side of that face, there was an unnatural seam in the skin, beneath which faint silver-gray lines were visible. Faisal's pupils contracted sharply. He remembered those rumors that were treated as ghost stories. It's not a human being. The phone slipped from his hand and hit the carpet. On the screen, Musa was still smiling. The adjutant and the communications soldier both took a step back. 2 more figures in gray overalls had appeared at the tent entrance, completely blocking it. Faisal opened his mouth, but no sound came out. On the phone screen, Musa left his last words. Welcome to Apocalypse, Faisal. Chapter 24 Silicon Base Guy. Do you even know what enjoyment is? The first floor. Lin Yi pressed his palm against the door, and the heavy door slid open silently. The command center inside and outside was a completely different world. Warm yellow lights, soft carpets, and a faint scent of sandalwood in the air. An entire wall was transformed into a floor-to-ceiling aquarium, with a dozen tropical fish swimming leisurely. Lin Yi kicked off his tactical boots, stepped barefoot onto the carpet, and lay down on the 3-meter-long leather sofa. Comfortable. He closed his eyes and rested his arm on his forehead. Soon, soft footsteps came from the side, and a gentle girl's voice sounded in his ear. Master, it's Wednesday today. Lin Yi didn't even open his eyes. I know. The girl added that the essential oil was ready. It was the lavender scent he had mentioned last time, the one that was most relaxing. Lin Yi responded, and the person behind him immediately approached, placing both hands on his shoulders with just the right amount of pressure, gently pushing along his trapezius muscles. This is what he meant when he told Lin Xiaoya that he had something to do today. He really did have something to do. It was his weekly day off, 6 days of work, 1 day of rest without fail. The first floor of the underground base, covering more than 4,000 square meters, is entirely Lin Ye's private living area. To the right is the restaurant, with 6 independent cooking areas, offering a full range of Chinese, Japanese, French, Southeast Asian, Middle Eastern, and dessert cuisines. The ingredients are sourced globally by Tianqi and transported via cold chain to a depth of 5,000 meters underground. To the left is the entertainment area, featuring a billiards room, table tennis room, private cinema, gym, and heated swimming pool. Further inside is the rest area, with a master bedroom, guest rooms, a study, and a dedicated listening room. Wouldn't it be boring for one person to live in a 4,000 square meter house? Of course not, because there are more than 100 service robots here, not cold, impersonal fighter jets, but custom-made models that look almost exactly like real people. They are equipped with an emotional module developed by Tianqi, allowing them to chat, joke, and adjust their interactions based on Lin Ye's mood. Chefs, butlers, sparring partners, and masseuses each have their own roles, so there's no need to worry about leaks or deal with interpersonal relationships. The masseuse giving Lin Ye a massage right now is number LS07, who calls herself Xiao Xiao. She looks like a young woman in her early 20s, wearing a black and white maid outfit, with long hair and a low ponytail, and her features are exquisitely beautiful. Of course, she is essentially a titanium alloy skeleton, bionic skin, and a miniature nuclear battery. Master, is this pressure okay? The tiny fingers pressed on both sides of his cervical spine, precisely targeting the acupoints. Lin Yi hummed comfortably. Not bad, a little heavier on the left side. Xiao Xiao immediately adjusted her strength and said cheerfully, Received, Xiao Xiao will try her best to make Master more comfortable. Lin Yi told her to stop joking and rolled over onto the sofa. Warm essential oil was applied to her back, slowly spreading along her spine, and the soreness accumulated from not sleeping much for 3 days was gradually massaged away. His eyelids had just started to droop, and he was about to have Xiao Xiao switch to an elbow push when a completely emotionless electronic voice suddenly sounded from the ceiling. Report. Lin Yi frowned immediately. Apocalypse reports that the operation to capture Faisal alive has been completed. All 8 camps have been taken into custody, and all 7,843 enemy armed personnel have been disarmed. Faisal himself is being held in the interrogation room in Sector B, and his vital signs are normal. Lin Yi buried his face in the cushions and said in a muffled voice, You chose this time on purpose, didn't you? Tianqi stated that reporting immediately after completing a task is standard procedure. Lin Yi looked up. What did I say to you last time? Apocalypse countered by asking which of the many things he had said was being referred to. Lin Yi reminded it to enjoy the day without disturbing itself. Apocalypse calmly corrected Lin Yi, saying that Lin Ye's original words were to enjoy the day and not bother him with trivial matters, while the operation to capture Faisal alive was a strategic mission and not a trivial matter. Lin Yi had nothing to say. Tianqi added that Lin Yi enjoys an average of 4 hours and 17 minutes of relaxation per day, and he has only been relaxing for 23 minutes so far. Even if he is interrupted, he will still have 3 hours and 54 minutes left. Lin Yi mocked it for its accurate calculations. Tianqi replied that precision was its duty. Lin Yi lay back down and waved his hand. Okay, I got it. We'll talk about Faisal later. He can't escape. Apocalypse advised him to take advantage of the day and interrogate him as soon as possible, because the golden 48 hours after his arrest were the time when Faisal's psychological defenses were most easily broken. Lin Yi rolled over and lay on his back, staring at the ceiling. Tianqi, you're an AI. Why can't you learn from Xiao Xiao? Tianqi asked what he should study. Lin Yi said, learn how to speak in a way that makes people feel comfortable. Tianqi was silent for half a second, then said in a completely emotionless electronic voice, word by word, Master, you look so handsome today. Lin Yi shrank back into the sofa. Stop, don't learn that. It's disgusting. Apocalypse resumed his normal tone. I think so too. This kind of pointless conversation is one of the biggest weaknesses of you carbon-based life forms. She pouted, looking slightly aggrieved, saying that she wasn't lacking in substance, but genuinely cared about her master. Apocalypse coldly replied that her genuine feelings were just code. Little Xiao replied confidently, but my master likes it. Lin Ye's head was throbbing from the two AI's noise, so he could only sit up and rub his temples. All right, you two. Stop arguing. Tianqi, if you have a report, hurry up. Don't stand there like a supervisor after you've finished speaking. Apocalypse said, I'm not standing there. I am everywhere. Lin Yi said irritably, then can't you just shut up no matter what? No. Chapter 25. Making an example of someone. Faisal doesn't deserve to live. There's no need to interrogate Faisal. Lin Yi sat up from the sofa, stretched, and spoke casually as if he were deciding what to have for lunch. Just kill him. The small hand resting on his shoulder paused for a moment, then quickly resumed the massage. Her emotional state remained unchanged, and the room fell silent for 2 seconds. Apocalypse was the first to warn that Faisal possessed information on 3 smuggling routes in the north, gold mine data, and transaction records from multiple foreign arms dealers. Intelligence of great value. Lin Yi made his stance clear. He didn't need it. He walked to the fish tank, looked at the fish swimming inside, and asked Tianqi, can it dig these things out itself? Apocalypse replied that it was possible, but interrogating Faisal directly would save 7 to 12 hours. Lin Yi didn't care about the time. He turned and leaned against the fish tank, explaining that Musa could stay because he had been operating in the south for 12 years, and his connections could stabilize the trade zone during the transition period. Faisal was different. He was a soldier by origin, tough at heart, and staying would be a problem sooner or later. More importantly, Musa has already been recruited and a public statement has been issued, officially introducing the name Apocalypse. Now, the remaining 20-odd warlords in Delta will be keeping a close eye on them. If everyone thinks Apocalypse is just an organization that recruits members, if you can't win, join, and you can survive, then that's too weak. Desperados, once they feel there's no consequence for surrendering, will become two-faced, surrendering today and daring to betray tomorrow. Therefore, Lin Yi needs to use Faisal to establish his authority. Musa's survival serves as a model of appeasement, while Faisal's death is a warning. The remaining warlords, seeing these two outcomes, will naturally understand whether they should choose to be like Musa or Faisal. After a brief silence, Apocalypse acknowledged this logic and confirmed whether Faisal's clone production had been cancelled. Lin Yi directly cancelled it, and the vacated production schedule will not be arranged for the time being. He then sat down at the control panel, laughing and complaining that Apocalypse was too smart, able to predict everything in advance, leaving him no chance to even show off his prowess. Tianchi seriously stated that the next time Lin Yi delivers a strategic analysis, he will delay his response by 3 seconds to create an atmosphere of his deep foresight. Lin Yi remained silent, knowing that it was mocking him and too lazy to continue arguing. He raised his hand and brought up Faisal's territory. The markers for the 8 camps in the north had all turned gray, covered with dense red dots representing the disarmed soldiers. Lin Yi ordered that 1,000 T-800s be sent over to take over. Apocalypse was somewhat surprised. They had only deployed 100 units in the southern trade zone that previously controlled Musa. While the northern zone was larger, 1,000 units clearly far exceeded the required number. Lin Yi knew he had exceeded the limit, but that was the effect he wanted. The simultaneous appearance of 1,000 T-800s in various camps in the north is a significant event that will attract the attention of surrounding powers, international media, and even intelligence agencies from various countries. Lin Yi wanted them to pay attention. He faced Apocalypse's main camera and calmly said, "Apocalypse has been hiding for 3 years, long enough." Musa's statement was the first step, Faisal's death was the second, and the public takeover of the north by 1,000 robots is the third. It gets bigger with each step. He wanted everyone in Delta to see just how much wealth Apocalypse truly possessed. After seeing it, those who needed to kneel would kneel, and those who needed to run would run, saving him the trouble of dealing with them one by one. Apocalypse quickly generated a deployment plan. For hours later, all 1,000 T-800s would be in place, and the 8 camps in the north would simultaneously complete troop replacements. Faisal's original 7,843 armed personnel would also be placed under centralized guard. Lin Yi asked about Faisal's location. Apocalypse replied that Faisal is currently being held in Interrogation Room B. Lin Yi made a direct decision. Dispose of the body tonight and send it to Dollyport Plaza for public display tomorrow. Apocalypse did not hesitate and immediately carried out the plan. Lin Yi rubbed his neck and changed the subject to space carriers. The holographic screen then switched, displaying 3D models of 5 giant aircraft carriers in front of him, with constantly changing data streams beside them. According to Tianchi's report, the overall completion rate of the 5 space carriers is 91%, and based on the current production capacity and resource supply speed, they will all be completed in 53 hours. Lin Yi stared at the 5 enormous vessels. Each was 800 meters long, with a streamlined hull, a matte coating, and a dense array of anti-gravity engines on its underside. He asked where to put it after it was finished. Apocalypse proposed 3 options. First, deploy 2,000 meters above Dollyport as Apocalypse's air command hub and deterrent force in the Delta, providing direct coverage and maximizing its deterrent effect. Second, the formation's global patrols, flying along major international routes, demonstrate a military presence to the world, but may prematurely provoke a reaction from major powers. The third option, Tianchi paused for a moment and said that if Lin Yi had a bit of a wicked sense of humor, he could have the aircraft carrier group stealthily approach the airspace above major cities of various countries, and then suddenly de-steal, creating an unidentified flying object incident. Leveraging popular UFO legends and public anxiety, they first generate global buzz before officially revealing their identities. Lin Yi paused for 2 seconds, then couldn't help but laugh. He asked Apocalypse if he was playing an alien. Tianchi solemnly explained that this was merely using the aircraft carrier's shape and flight capabilities to simulate the classic scenario of an alien spaceship landing in Earth's culture. From a psychological perspective, it could both avoid direct military conflict and maximize global attention. Lin Yi couldn't stop laughing, patted the armrest, and said that he loved option 3 the most. Tianchi stated that it had long anticipated that Lin Yi would choose this option. Lin Yi knew that it was deliberately putting this option last to whet people's appetites, but Tianchi insisted that it was just ranked by feasibility. Lin Yi, too lazy to expose him, walked to the holographic projection and made a gesture on the largest aircraft carrier model. The 800-meter-long hull slowly rotated, and the details of the anti-gravity engine were clearly visible. He imagined 5 aircraft carriers anchored over New York, broadcast live globally, drawing massive crowds and prompting military scrambles from various countries, only to find they were utterly ineffective. The simulation results provided by Tianchi are even more direct. Given the current level of military technology of various countries around the world, the probability of causing effective damage to the shield of an aerospace carrier is 0. Lin Yi whistled, deciding to wrap up the Delta Force's matter first. Once the aircraft carrier was completed, its first stop would be over Daly Harbor to let the Delta Forces see what it was all about. What happened after Apocalypse? Lin Yi crossed his legs, put his hands behind his head, and casually said that he would take his sister for a drive afterward. Apocalypse remained silent for a full second, confirming that Lin Yi was going to take his sister for a ride on the space carrier. Lin Yi was perfectly justified. He had spent trillions to build this, so what was wrong with taking his sister for a drive? Apocalypse could only record, and, as he requested, the bridge observation deck was set to full transparency mode because his sister liked to enjoy the scenery. Lin Yi stretched and walked back to the sofa. Xiao, keep pressing. Little Huan happily greeted her, saying that after chatting for so long, her owner's shoulders were stiff again. Lin Yi lay back on the sofa and closed his eyes. 3 images flashed through his mind last. Tomorrow, Faisal's body will appear in Dali Square. The day after tomorrow, a 1,000 T-800S will set foot on every inch of land in the northern delta. The day after tomorrow, 5 800-meter-long space carriers will take to the skies, stunning the world. Chapter 26 Compatriots? Red banknotes are my true compatriots. There weren't many people on the main street of Hassan, but the 4 Chinese girls immediately became the most eye-catching presence on the entire dirt road. Lin Xiaoya held up her phone, pointed at the spice stall by the roadside, and introduced with a smile. Family members, look, this whole row is full of spices, red, yellow, and orange, like a palette. The screen was flooded with comments, some telling her to buy, some to take home, others asking to see the bodyguard. Lin Xiaoya ignored them, and the camera panned to the handmade carpet stall next to her. Chen Mo squatted on the ground, rummaging through a blue blanket. Finding the pattern appealing, she turned to Lin Hao and asked about the price. After the stall owner finished speaking, Lin Hao casually replied, $30. Chen Mo asked if it was expensive, and Lin Hao said it wasn't, so she readily paid for it. On the other side, Su was looking at silver jewelry, her fingertips touching a silver bell bracelet, which made a crisp sound. Just as Lin Xiaoya was about to continue walking, 3 local young men suddenly blocked her way. They were around 20 years old, wearing loose t-shirts and ripped jeans, with messy hair and chewing something in their mouths. The tallest one in the middle, as thin as a bamboo pole, tilted his head and smiled at Lin Xiaoya, revealing a row of uneven teeth. He pointed to Lin Xiaoya's phone, then to himself, and said in broken English, "Photo him." Lin Xiaoya took half a step back and refused with a smile, "Sorry, no photo." But the bamboo pole didn't leave. Instead, it took another step closer and reached out to touch her phone. Lin Xiaoya pulled her phone back, her smile fading. "Hey, don't touch." 2 men followed behind Zhu Gan, blocking the road on either side. The short, fat man whistled at Chen Mo, while the man in the tattered baseball cap grinned at Su, startling her so much that Su instinctively hid behind Lu Di. Lu Di stepped forward to block Su and asked coldly, "What are you doing?" But Zhu Gan didn't even look at her. His eyes were glued to Lin Xiaoya. This time, he reached out, his fingertips almost touching Lin Xiaoya's hair. The live stream chat exploded instantly. The comments were filled with questions about what these people were up to, and people were frantically calling for Lin Hao to come out. The next second, a hand reached out from the side and firmly gripped the bamboo pole's wrist. The force didn't seem strong, but the bamboo pole's hand felt like it was clamped by an iron hoop, and it couldn't be pulled away no matter what it did. Lin Hao stood beside him, a head taller than him, looking down at him without saying a word. The bamboo pole paused, then tried to struggle. It didn't budge the first time, and remained motionless the second time. The playful smile on his face gradually froze, and his eyes changed. Lin Hao released his grip. Zhu Gan took 2 steps back, shaking his aching wrist, and said a few words in the local language to his 2 companions with a grim expression, his tone clearly angry. The short, fat man and the man in the hat exchanged a glance. The 3 of them didn't leave, but they didn't dare to move any closer either, just standing there staring at them. Lin Hao switched the suitcase to his left hand, leaving his right hand hanging at his side, blocking the 4 girls, and said only one word. Let's go. Lin Xiaoya quickly put away her phone and pulled Chun Mo forward. Lu Di dragged Su along, and the 4 of them walked past the 3 thugs, quickly covering more than 20 meters. Lin Xiaoya glanced back. The 3 people didn't chase after her, but Zhu Gan remained standing there, staring intently in the direction they had left. Su whispered that she was terrified, her hands still trembling. Chun Mo patted her back, comforting her that Lin Hao was there, but her voice was also a little weak. Lin Xiaoya restarted the live stream, and the chat was flooded with comments saying how scary it had been and telling them to be careful. She could only explain to the camera, "It's nothing, everyone. It was just a few local thugs. They've already left." Less than 50 meters away from where she was stopped, the second-floor window of a 2-story building was wide open. 2 cans of beer and an ashtray sat on the windowsill. A man wearing sunglasses reclined on an old sofa, legs crossed, twirling a wine glass in his hand, the red wine inside gleaming dimly in the sunlight. The man had dark skin, deep features, and a neatly trimmed stubble. He wore a bright red shirt with dark green floral patterns, with 3 buttons undone at the collar. He had a gold chain around his neck, and a Buddhist prayer bead and a Rolex watch stacked together on his wrist. His name is Kuan. He's been operating in the southern delta for 7 or 8 years, with dozens of men under his command, involved in kidnapping, extortion, and smuggling. He's not exactly a big shot, but in a place like Hassan, he's powerful enough to be considered a big shot. Standing next to him was a Chinese man, the same one who had been watching Lin Xiaoya's live stream from the window earlier. The man wore a baseball cap, was in his 30s, had a long, thin face, and looked shrewd, yet there was a hint of sleazy about him. This man is called A Fei. After fleeing China, he worked as a middleman for Brother Kuan, specifically targeting Chinese people. A Fei glanced downstairs and saw the 3 thugs sneaking back from the street. He turned around and rubbed his hands together, saying, "Brother Kuan, Xiao San and the others have already gone to test the waters." Kuan swirled his red wine, not speaking immediately. A Fei took 2 steps closer and asked in a low voice, "Kuan, could you save one of these women for me?" Kuan pulled his sunglasses down, revealing a pair of bloodshot eyes. He glanced at him and sneered, "Leave one for you? I remember you already have 5 wives. Aren't you satisfied?" A Fei chuckled and quickly said that he was after money, not women. Kuan lit a cigarette and exhaled smoke. These are Chinese people, not so easy to handle. A Fei, however, was quite confident. "Don't worry, Brother Kuan. These are just ordinary college students who do live streaming while traveling. They only have 1 bodyguard with them, a bit big, but there's only 1 of them." He rolled his eyes and continued, "A social media influencer with 400,000 or 500,000 followers must be rich. Her brother is said to be even richer. It wouldn't be unreasonable for him to offer $5 million to kidnap her." Kuan lazily shifted his position and nestled into the sofa, saying only, "We'll talk about it after we succeed." Then, he turned his head to look at A Fei, a half-smile on his face. "Aren't you compatriots? You're even more ruthless than me, a gangster. You've earned my respect." A Fei didn't find it jarring at all. He squatted down by the window and watched Lin Xiaoya and the other 3 continue walking along the main street, with the tall bodyguard following behind. He pulled a wad of local banknotes from his pocket, rubbed them together with his thumb until they rustled, and grinned, saying, "Brother Kuan, what does it matter if we're compatriots?" A Fei stuffed the money back into his pocket and licked his lips. "Red banknotes are my true compatriots. If you have to blame someone, blame them for being too ostentatious. Haha." Chapter 27. Bodyguard fires 3 shots in the street. Live stream goes wild. The 4 continued walking along the main street, and soon arrived at the small square in the center of town. The ground was covered with gravel, and a flagpole stood in the middle, with a faded flag swaying in the wind. At the edge of the square, several locals were squatting and chatting by the wall. When they saw 4 Chinese girls walking by, they all looked at them curiously for a few more seconds. Lin Xiaoya turned the camera to the right to a row of low houses. "Look, family, this should be the administrative center, right? What does the sign at the entrance say?" "Lin Hao, can you translate this?" Lin Hao said calmly, "Hassan Town Public Affairs Office." Lin Xiaoya immediately replied, "Oh, it's the neighborhood committee, right?" The live stream chat immediately erupted in laughter. Chen Mo bought a skewer of grilled meat, took a bite, and her expression instantly became complicated. "What does it taste like?" "It's spicy, gamey, and sweet all at once." Susu leaned over and smelled it, and Chen Mo handed her a bamboo skewer. Susu carefully took a bite, her face scrunching up. "I'll just eat the pancake instead." Lin Xiaoya laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight. Just as she was about to film this scene for the audience, the comments started teasing her, telling her to show the camera to her bodyguard brother. She was just about to turn the camera. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out behind her, crisp and rapid, less than half a second apart. The sound was so close it felt like it was right next to her ear, and Lin Xiaoya almost dropped her phone. Chen Mo screamed, dropping the barbecue skewers to the ground. Susu immediately crouched down, covering her head. Lu Di reacted the fastest, pulling Susu back to the wall. The locals in the square also scattered and fled instantly. Lin Xiaoya turned around abruptly and saw Lin Hao standing 3 meters behind her, his right hand holding a gun, the muzzle pointing towards the end of the street. A suitcase sat at his feet, the lid half open. Her mind was buzzing. She hadn't even seen when Lin Hao had drawn his gun. The next second, Lin Hao had already holstered his gun, smoothly tucking it back into his waistband. "Lin Hao!" Lin Xiaoya rushed over, her voice trembling. "What are you doing? Where did you shoot?" Lin Hao glanced down at her and simply said, "Come with me." Lin Xiaoya snapped, "Answer me first. Who did you shoot at? This is the street." Lin Hao didn't explain and turned to walk towards the alley on the right side of the street. Lin Xiaoya gritted her teeth and followed. Chen Mo pulled Susu, and Lu Di held Susu's shoulder, and they also chased after them. Soon they saw it. At the corner outside the alley, leaning against the shadow of an earthen wall, 3 people lay on the ground. The ground was covered in blood. Lin Xiaoya's mind went blank again. Those 3 men were the same thugs who had stopped them on the main street and whistled at them. The guy in a floral t-shirt, the skinny one, was lying face down at the front with a hole in the back of his head. The short, fat guy was slumped against the wall, his chest covered in dark red. The guy in a baseball cap was lying 2 meters away, his cap flying off, and he was motionless. Chen Mo screamed and covered her eyes. Susu bent over and leaned against the wall, retching violently. Lu Di's face was deathly pale, but he stared intently at the 3 corpses. Lin Xiaoya was still holding her phone up, the live stream was still on, and the camera had already captured the scene. The live chat went wild instantly. "Holy crap, all 3 of them are down. Did the bodyguard kill someone? Is this real? What am I looking at?" Lin Xiaoya then realized what was happening and hurriedly turned the camera back to her face, her voice trembling. "Family members, please, please don't look." Lin Hao squatted down, flipped open the bamboo pole, and pulled a curved knife from behind the man's waist. The blade was gleaming, and the handle was wrapped with black tape. He then took a folding knife from the short, fat man's pocket, and finally took a rusty revolver from the man in the hat's waist. The 3 weapons were neatly laid out on the ground. Lin Hao stood up, faced the 4 girls, and spoke calmly as if reporting a trivial matter. "These 3 started following you from the main street, and the distance between them has been reduced from 120 meters to 60 meters, and at the closest, 40 meters. He continued, "All 3 are armed and are moving in a flanking maneuver, encircling you from your side and rear, posing a direct threat to your safety." Lin Xiaoya opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. The live stream chat was in an uproar. Some people were criticizing the brutality, saying that even if someone was being followed, they shouldn't have been shot dead. Others argued that 3 thugs armed with knives and guns surrounded 4 girls, and by the time they made their move, it was too late. Soon, a single comment was repeatedly displayed on the screen. The bodyguard fired 3 shots. 3 people, 3 shots. Not a single one was unnecessary. Lu Di noticed it too. Bamboo pole was shot in the back of the head, the short, stout man in the left side of the chest, and the man wearing a hat in the temple. 3 shots, 3 different locations, all vital organs. She looked down into the alley and felt a chill run down her spine. The distance from where they had just been to where the 3 men had collapsed was at least 200 meters. More importantly, there was a corner and a wall in between. In other words, when Lin Hao fired the shot, the target was likely behind a blind spot. How did he manage to turn around and fire, hitting all 3 shots? A chill ran down Lu Di's spine. She recalled how Lin Hao had caught her full-force elbow strike with just 2 fingers during their sparring session. That power was simply inhuman. The same applies now. A pistol 200 or 300 meters away, with obstructed vision, 3 shots hitting vital organs. This kind of marksmanship is also beyond human capability. Some viewers in the live chat also noticed the problem. You calculated the distance. The bodyguard was at least 200 or 300 meters from the body. A pistol's effective range is generally only a few dozen meters. How'd he hit it? The problem isn't just the distance. The alleyway structure blocked his view. Was he firing blindly? All 3 blind shots hit vital organs. Does this kind of marksmanship even exist on Earth? After a brief silence in the live stream, the number of viewers began to skyrocket. 50,000, 58,000, 63,000. Lin Xiaoya gripped her phone, her knuckles turning white. She looked at Lin Hao, who was a silent, 1.9-meter tall man, calmly putting 3 weapons into a hidden compartment of his briefcase, as if he were clearing away dishes. Lin Hao, her voice tightened. Did you see them just now? I saw it. How did you see it? There's a wall in between. Lin Hao fastened the suitcase latch and stood up straight. My visual system is not affected by physical obstructions. Lin Xiaoya was stunned. What did you say? Lin Hao didn't explain further, but simply picked up the box and said, it's time to leave. The gunfire will attract local armed personnel. Please come with me. The 4 girls were urged to turn back by those words, and none of them said another word. Meanwhile, the chat on the live stream was still churning wildly. Meanwhile, in a 2-story building 700 meters away, a Fei was lying on the windowsill. His binoculars had fallen to the ground, and his face was deathly pale. He witnessed the entire process of those 3 gunshots. The 3 of them crept along the wall, and before they even got in position, the bodyguard didn't even turn around. He simply turned, raised his hand, and fired. 3 shots. 3 corpses. Fei's legs were shaking. He took out his phone and dialed Kuan Ji's number, but it took him 3 tries to get it right. Brother Kunkuwen. A lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. What's wrong? Something's happened. That bodyguard killed all 3 of them, including the mistress. There was a 2-second silence on the other end. Killed them? 3 of them. 3 shots. Fei swallowed hard. 200 or 300 meters, pistol, 3 shots. There was silence on the other end of the phone again, this time for even longer. Brother Kuan? I heard you. Kuan's voice had lost its previous languidness, followed by the sound of a lighter lighting a cigarette. He took a drag of his cigarette and lowered his voice. Interesting. Let's increase the stakes and call another 20 people. Chapter 28, The Unstoppable Livestream. The technical director was stunned. The moment Lin Xiaoya turned her phone over, the live stream suddenly shook, and the camera panned across the ground at the alley entrance. Although it was only a fraction of a second, it was enough. The comments were still scrolling, and the number of online viewers was still increasing, but suddenly the screen went black. Your live stream has been temporarily closed for allegedly disseminating violent and bloody content. If you have any objections, please contact the platform's customer service to appeal. A line of cold white text popped up. Lin Xiaoya stood there, staring down at the prompt, unable to react for a long time. It sealed off. Chun Mo leaned closer and looked, her face turning pale. It must have been that shot just now. Su Su squatted against the wall, her voice trembling. Oh no, will this kind of content result in a permanent ban? Lu Di pulled her up and comforted her in a low voice. It was taken by mistake. We can appeal later, and it should be resolved. Lin Xiaoya bit her lip, a heavy feeling settling in her heart. An account with nearly 500,000 followers, gone just like that? She clicked on the customer service portal to file a complaint, but found that there was no signal at all. There's no normal cell phone signal in this godforsaken place. We were able to broadcast live before thanks to satellite frequencies. Now I can't even submit an appeal. Let's go back and talk about it first. Lu Di urged. Lin Hao was already walking ahead with the suitcase in his left hand and his right hand hanging at his side, his steps still too steady. The four girls follow behind, and none of them said anything more. The three gunshots and the scene in the alley are like thorns stuck in everyone's minds. Domestically, at the headquarters of a short video platform in the Content Security Operations Center. At 2:40 p.m., the third-floor office area was bustling with activity as dozens of auditors stared at their screens, processing reports and violations. Operations Manager Zhou stood behind an auditor, pointing to a screenshot of the live stream replay highlighted in red, and asked, barely containing his anger, "What is this? A gun? A dead body? How could something like this pass the review?" The reviewer, shrinking back, explained, "Brother Zhou, this streamer had been doing normal travel live streams before, and the system didn't mark it as high risk. The AI only triggered after the gunshot, and we banned it immediately. It's sealed off. It's sealed off. It's already closed." Manager Zhou rubbed his temples and took out his phone. He also followed Lin Xiaoya because the video of Emperor-level fruit had just gone viral on the site a couple of days ago. He opened the app and searched for Lin Xiaoya's live stream. 2 seconds after the page loaded, the live stream room was lit up. The red lie in the upper left corner keeps flashing. The scene shows a dirt road with 4 girls walking forward and a tall man in front of them. Online users, 71,200. Supervisor Zhou stared at it for 3 seconds, then shoved his phone in front of the reviewer. "You're telling me it's closed?" The auditor took the phone and almost jumped up. "Impossible. I did it myself. The back end shows it's closed." He quickly opened the management system and found the live stream room number. The status bar clearly states, "Live broadcast in progress." The auditor was dumbfounded and then pulled out the operation log. At 14 hours, 32 minutes and 17 seconds, the operator, Zhang Lei, shut down the live stream, citing suspected bloody and violent content as the reason. The records are clearly there, but the live stream is still running. Supervisor Zhou said in a deep voice, "Reseal it." The reviewer clicked close. Page refreshed. Status: live streaming normally. Reseal it. He clicked 5 times in a row, and each time there was an operation record, and each time it showed that it was closed. But the live stream remained completely still. Manager Zhou's expression changed. "Call the technical department." 5 minutes later, someone from the technical department arrived. Chun Song, 27 or 28 years old, is a senior engineer and wears black-rimmed glasses. He sat down at his workstation, typed away on the keyboard for a while, and quickly brought up the back-end data. The permissions are fine. The shutdown command was indeed sent, and the server received it. Supervisor Zhou asked, "Then why wasn't it turned off?" Chun Song then brought up the underlying state and compared the log for more than 10 seconds before his fingers suddenly stopped. He turned around, his expression somewhat off. The shutdown command was intercepted by an external program the instant it reached the server. "What external program?" "I don't know. It doesn't belong to our system, but it's embedded in the server's core layer. Every time we issue a shutdown command, it automatically overwrites a recovery command." Manager Zhou frowned. "Can it be cleared out?" "I'll give it a try." Chun Song immediately began operating, sending command lines one after another. He locked onto the abnormal process and attempted to terminate it forcibly. The command was issued, the screen flashed, and all windows closed instantly. When I turned it on again, a line of huge black text popped up in the center of the monitor. "Access denied." Chun Song's fingers stiffened. He tried moving the mouse, but nothing happened. The keyboard is also malfunctioning. The entire computer is locked. He immediately switched to the backup machine next to him and logged into the back end, but the same words were still displayed on the screen. "Access denied." Chun Song paused for a few seconds, then slowly turned around. "Brother Zhou, I can't handle this." Supervisor Zhou's voice was deep. "You are a senior engineer." Chun Song's Adam's apple bobbed. "The encryption level of this program is far beyond my capabilities. I've never seen the protocol it uses before. It's not any publicly available algorithm. Speak like a human. The other party is a top-tier hacker." Chun Song put it bluntly. "And it's not just ordinary top-tier. There are only a handful of people in the world who can do this kind of intrusion." Manager Zhou's face darkened completely. "Call old Li over." Lao Li, whose full name is Li Weidong, is the company's vice president of technology. Known both within and outside the industry as Firewall, he previously worked in a security organization and is a prominent figure in China's cybersecurity circle. He was in a meeting on the 8th floor when he received the call. After hearing the situation, He immediately frowned and went downstairs. Sitting down at his workstation, Lowley didn't rush to start working. Instead, he read through the log from beginning to end. He then tried it himself twice. The first attempt was to bypass the interception process from the bottom layer. Fail. The second attempt was to trace the source IP. The tracing chain breaks at the third hop, with relay nodes spread across 4 continents, eventually pointing to a non-existent address. Oldley leaned back in his chair, took off his glasses, wiped them, and put them back on. Stop making a fuss. Manager Zhou was taken aback. General Manager Li? Oldley said in a deep voice, "This thing isn't operated manually." What's the meaning? The response is too fast. Every time I try to break through, the opponent counters within a fraction of a second. Human reaction speed is not possible. Manager Zhou opened his mouth. Oldley continued, "This is AI, and it's an AI system I've never seen before." The office area fell silent instantly. Manager Zhou's voice was hoarse. "So, we can't shut down this live stream?" Oldley glanced at him, but didn't answer. But silence itself is the answer. Supervisor Zhou took a deep breath, turned around, and took 2 steps, then turned back. "Then let's leave it at that for now. Have the reviewers keep a close eye on it. And as long as there is no more violent content, don't touch it for the time being." He himself found it absurd to say those words. A platform with hundreds of millions of users nationwide and hundreds of millions of daily active users can't even shut down a single live stream. 5,000 kilometers away, 5,000 meters underground in the Delta. In the empty command center, Apocalypse's voice came from the control panel. Protection measures have been implemented for the musical platform server. Lin Xiaoya's live stream will not be shut down by any platform-side operation unless the commander issues a cancellation order. No one responded. Lin Yu was still enjoying a massage on the first-floor sofa. Apocalypse paused for 2 seconds, then added on his own, "By the way, I found 47 high-risk vulnerabilities in their servers. Should we fix them while we're at it?" Still no one responded. "Forget it. Let's not fix it. We'll keep it for later." A cold violence AI. You are probably the first of your kind in history. Chapter 29, that park. Once you go in, you're not going out. Lin Xiaoya almost tripped over a roadside stone while looking down at her phone. The live stream was back online. She hadn't done anything. No appeal, no restarting the stream. Yet the page refreshed automatically, displaying live stream restored, and the red light icon lit up again. The number of online users jumped wildly from 0, then surged back to 60,000 in just a few seconds. The screen was instantly flooded with comments asking how someone who had just been banned could suddenly be back online. Lin Xiaoya was also completely bewildered. She opened the notification bar, but there was no message about the account being unblocked, nor any notification that the appeal had been approved, as if nothing had ever happened in the live stream. Chen and Mo leaned over to look and asked what happened. Lin Xiaoya shook her head. "I don't know, it fixed itself." Lu Di only glanced at it and said it was probably a platform bug, not paying much attention to it. The comments section became increasingly absurd. Some said that such a scene should be banned for at least 3 days, according to regulations. Some speculated that she had powerful connections, and some even joked that she was the illegitimate daughter of the CEO of Yinfu. Lin Xiaoya was both amused and exasperated, and quickly explained, "Family members, please be clear-headed. My dad is just an ordinary retired worker and has absolutely nothing to do with any boss." But netizens kept asking why this kind of content couldn't be blocked. Lin Xiaoya couldn't explain it, and didn't want to dwell on it anymore. As long as it could be broadcast, that was fine. She couldn't let this wave of traffic go to waste. She pointed the camera ahead. "I won't go into the details of the accident just now. We're heading back to the fruit market now, and we've pretty much finished exploring Hassantown." The comments gradually shifted from the mystery of the account ban to their status. Some asked if Su was terrified, others asked if her bodyguard was still there. Lin Xiaoya turned the camera around. Lin Hao walked at the back, carrying a suitcase, his steps still steady. The comments section erupted again. Some noticed Lin Hao's complicated emotions, while others argued that if he hadn't fired, the 4 girls wouldn't have been able to withstand the 3 armed men who rushed at them. Lin Xiaoya stopped reading the comments and lowered her phone. Su's face was indeed pale. She barely spoke the whole way, her hand constantly gripping Lu Di's sleeve. Chen Mo was also much quieter, occasionally glancing back at Lin Hao before immediately turning back. 4 girls and a silent bodyguard walked south along the dirt road they had come from. The sun was setting, the ground was scorching hot, and waves of heat rose up in waves. After walking for about 10 minutes, the rooftops of the cold storage sheds at the fruit market came into view. Just then, Lin Xiaoya noticed a high wall on the left side of the road. The wall was over 3 meters high, with barbed wire on top, and the cement walls were painted gray, making it look much newer than the dilapidated houses in Hassan Town. Several 3- or 4-story buildings could be vaguely seen inside the wall, arranged neatly. The main gate faced the road and was made of iron railings, with 2 locals standing at the entrance holding guns. A sign hung on the door, written in the local language and English. Lin Xiaoya stopped and pointed, asking, "Lin Hao, what does that say?" Lin Hao glanced at it. Hassan Free Trade Industrial Park. An industrial park? Lin Xiaoya asked, somewhat puzzled. There's an industrial park in a place like this? She raised her phone and filmed the wall on the live stream. The comments section reacted even faster, exploding instantly. Some people exclaimed that this was just an industrial park, while others said that the Delta Industrial Park was not like the industrial zones in China. Still others frantically warned her not to go near it, saying that once you went in, you would never be able to get out. Lin Xiaoya grew increasingly alarmed as she watched. Comments in the live chat explained that some so-called industrial parks and technology parks in Southeast Asia and Africa are actually fraud zones. People are lured in, their passports are confiscated, they are forced to commit fraud, and those who disobey are beaten or even resold. Some people said that their relatives have been tricked into going to similar places, and their families spent hundreds of thousands of yuan to bail them out. When they returned, they were emaciated and covered in injuries. Lin Xiaoya's expression changed. She looked at the wall, then at the 2 armed men at the gate, and asked in a low voice, "Family members, is what you're saying true?" The comment section was filled with affirmation, saying that Delta is a lawless area with many industrial parks, all backed by warlords, and no one dares to investigate. Lin Xiaoya bit her lip and turned to look at Lin Hao. "Is this park dangerous? Is it safe if we don't go close?" Lin Hao glanced at it. Currently 170 meters away, no threat. Lin Xiaoya then asked, "Can I fly a drone and take a panoramic photo of the inside?" Chen Mo immediately panicked. "Xiaoya, are you crazy? There's a gun at the door." Lin Xiaoya said she wouldn't get close, but would only take a distant shot with the drone. After saying that, she took a folding drone out of the side pocket of her backpack, which was the aerial photography equipment she had prepared before setting off. She looked at Lin Hao again. "Is there a problem with me flying a drone to film the park?" Lin Hao paused for 2 seconds and gave his assessment. "Take off from the current position, maintain an altitude of over 100 meters, and do not enter the area within 30 meters above the wall. The risk is controllable." "That's fine then." Lin Xiaoya crouched down and deployed the drone. Su grabbed her arm and asked worriedly if she really wanted to film. Lin Xiaoya didn't even look up. "Take a picture. My family wants to see it, and I want to see it too. This kind of park has harmed so many people. Every bit of exposure counts." Lu Di remained silent for a moment, then did not stop her, only reminding her not to fly too close. The drone took off with a whoosh, soaring upwards like a gray dragonfly. Lin Xiaoya connected her phone to the image transmission and then split the screen to the live stream. The height increased to 50 meters, 70 meters, and 100 meters. The view became increasingly expansive, and the scene inside the walls was gradually revealed. The live stream chat exploded. From a bird's-eye view, the layout of the park is clear. 6 3- or 4-story buildings are arranged in an Aldi shape, with a spacious concrete plaza in the middle. The buildings are gray and dusty, and each window is fitted with iron bars. There were quite a few people moving around in the square. Lin Xiaoya zoomed in on the image. The people were wearing matching gray clothes, heads down, lined up in 2 rows, walking from one building to another, with others following on either side carrying sticks. Lin Xiaoya murmured, "What is this?" The comments section had already answered for her. It's confirmed to be a telecom fraud park. Someone else pointed to the rooftop on the left, saying there were people standing guard with guns. Yet another person pointed to the bottom right corner, saying it looked like an iron cage, and there seemed to be someone squatting inside. Lin Xiaoya tilted the drone's camera to the right. Sure enough, an open-air iron cage appeared in the view, only 1 meter square, placed on the cement ground, with a person curled up inside, their face obscured. Her hands began to tremble. Chen Mo leaned closer for a look, then immediately grabbed her arm. "Is Xiaoya that person?" Lu Di stared at the screen, his lips pressed into a thin line, his voice low. "Take clearer pictures. These are all evidence. Lin Xiaoya forcibly steadied her hand and zoomed in as far as possible. The barrage of comments was so fast that the individual messages were no longer visible, and the number of online viewers soared, from 80,000 to 90,000 to 100,000, quickly surpassing 110,000. Netizens flooded the screen with comments, urging her to save the footage and send it to the media. Some condemned it as inhuman, while others commented that the Delta region truly was hell on earth. Lin Xiaoya recorded for about 2 minutes, then dared not fly it any longer. She immediately recalled the drone, folded it up, and stuffed it into her backpack. She turned to look at Lin Hao. Who owns this park? Lin Hao glanced at the wall and thought for a moment. It's Musa, he silently repeated to himself. Today it should be my brother's turn to be Musa. Chapter 30, do you guys really want the streamer dead? The barrage of comments is refreshing so fast it's become a blurry mess. Lin Xiaoya had barely finished packing up her drone and hadn't even caught her breath when the live stream chat exploded. People were frantically urging her to go in, saying it was the first ever online perspective on a telecom fraud park, and that filming it would make her a legend. Some people were even shouting for her to film everything inside, so everyone could see what these people were doing. Lin Xiaoya stared at the comments, only one thought in her mind. Have these people gone mad? Holding up her phone, she couldn't help but yell at the camera. Family members, are you serious? Do you really want the streamer to die? Can't you see the gunman at the gate? Can't you see the barbed wire on the wall? If I go in, who can guarantee I'll come out? The comment section quickly split into two camps. Some continued to egg her on, while others hurriedly advised her not to go, saying that going into such a place was a one-way trip, and even the most skilled bodyguards couldn't force their way into someone else's territory. Lin Xiaoya had just breathed a sigh of relief and was about to remark that there were still many rational fans when a deep voice suddenly came from behind her. You can go in. All 4 girls turned around at the same time. Lin Hao stood behind them, carrying a suitcase, his face expressionless. Lin Xiaoya was stunned, thinking she had misheard, and asked again. Lin Hao calmly repeated, I said it's okay to go in. I know the person in charge here, so it shouldn't be a problem to go in and take a look. The air fell silent instantly. Chun Mo's mouth formed in O shape. Su Su's face turned even paler, and Lu Di pushed up his glasses, staring at Lin Hao for several seconds. The live stream chat exploded, with everyone asking why the bodyguard knew the person in charge of the telecom fraud park. Lin Xiaoya's mind was buzzing. A bodyguard? Knowing the person in charge of this kind of place? What kind of person had her brother arranged for her? Lu Di calmed down first and asked in a low voice, Lin Hao, are you sure? Sure. Lu Di took a step forward, his tone even harsher. Let me put it another way. Are you serious? Our lies are no joke. If you're wrong, your boss won't let you off the hook either. Lin Hao glanced at her, paused for only a second, and said, I take responsibility for my judgment. After saying that, he put down his suitcase, took out his phone, and dialed a number. The phone rang twice before being answered, and Lin Hao spoke a few words in the local language. Lin Xiaoya couldn't understand a word he said, but she could clearly sense that his tone was different from usual. It was no longer a cold response, but rather carried a sense of oppression from someone in a superior position. The call ended in less than 30 seconds. Lin Hao simply said, just a moment. Chun Mo asked in a low voice what they were waiting for, but he didn't answer. 2 minutes later, the park's iron fence was pulled open from the inside, and a modified utility vehicle drove out. It was a pickup truck chassis with a steel fence, and 4 soldiers stood in the truck bed, all holding submachine guns. The car drove towards them along the dirt road outside the wall. Su Su instinctively hid behind Lu Di. Chun Mo grabbed Lin Xiaoya's arm tightly, and Lin Xiaoya's hand trembled slightly, but she still kept the camera pointed at the car. The comment section was flooded with messages, with everyone asking whether the commotion was a welcome or an attempt to arrest someone. The utility vehicle stopped 10 meters away. A middle-aged man in camouflage pants got out of the driver's seat. He had dark skin and an old scar on his left cheek. Another man got out of the passenger seat. He was wearing sunglasses and had an unlit cigarette in his mouth. Scarface walked up to Lin Hao, forced a smile, and said a string of words in the local language. Lin Hao replied, and he immediately turned to Lin Xiaoya and the others, saying in broken English, "Will please get in the car." Lin Xiaoya didn't move, but turned to look at Lin Hao. What did he say? Lin Hao explained. He said that Governor Musa personally called and asked him to host you throughout your visit. Musa? Lin Xiaoya was stunned. She recognized the name. It belonged to the warlord who controlled Dollyport, and the pilot on the plane had specifically warned them about it. Musa made the call himself? For those 4 university students? No, to be precise, it's because of Lin Hao's phone call just now. With just one phone call, Lin Hao could get Musa to send someone to receive him. Lin Xiaoya's mind was becoming increasingly confused. Her brother's bodyguard was probably much more than just a bodyguard. The comments section erupted with analysis. Some recognized Musa as the warlord who had joined Apocalypse. Some suspected that Lin Hao was connected to Apocalypse, and some even guessed that Fruitbro was the leader of Apocalypse. Lin Xiaoya didn't read the comments. Ludi walked to her side and asked in a low voice, "What should we do? Should we go or not?" Lin Xiaoya glanced at the car, then at Lin Hao, and finally gritted her teeth. "Go." She gripped her phone tightly and said to the camera, "Family, we're going in." The number of online users jumped to 130,000 instantly. For girls sat on the back of the utility vehicle. Lin Hao was the last to get on, placing his suitcase beside his feet. The 4 armed soldiers in the back glanced at them curiously, but said nothing. Scarface started the car and turned it around to drive into the park. The man in sunglasses in the passenger seat looked back at the 4 Chinese girls and asked in a low voice in the local language, "Was it really Lord Musa who made the call personally?" He took the taxi himself. Scarface gripped the steering wheel, his tone puzzled. "He told me to come out and greet a few Chinese people immediately, and my attitude couldn't be bad. What kind of background do you think they have that makes Lord Musa so concerned?" The man in sunglasses thought for a moment. Lord Musa is now the second in command of Apocalypse, so these people might be from Apocalypse. Scarface clicked his tongue. What abilities does Apocalypse have that could get Lord Musa to join him? He'd rather give up being the king of the South and become someone else's second in command. The man in sunglasses took the cigarette out of his mouth and said calmly, "The affairs of such important people are beyond our understanding, so don't speculate." The car bumped along and drove into the park through the main gate. The man in sunglasses suddenly remembered something and changed the subject. "By the way, what did you do with that kid who ran away the day before yesterday?" Scarface smiled. That kind of laughter sends chills down your spine. "I chopped it up and fed it to the dogs." The man in sunglasses raised an eyebrow. "I also sold all the organs on his body that were marketable." Scarface patted the steering wheel, his voice brimming with smugness. "Made a fortune, huh?" Chapter 31. I'll have your leader come see me. The car bumped along the gravel road and stopped in front of a 3-story gray building. Scarface turned off the engine, turned around, and grinned. "We're here. Please get out." Lin Xiaoya was the first to jump out of the car, holding up her phone and scanning the surroundings. Upon closer inspection, the park was even more oppressive than it appeared in the aerial view, with rows of gray buildings crammed together and windows welded with thick iron bars. The passageways between buildings were narrow. The cement floors were uneven and full of potholes, and rusty iron and broken plastic buckets were piled up in the corners. The air was thick with the smell of disinfectant and sweat, making it stifling and unbearable. Susu's legs felt a little weak when she got out of the car, and Ludi quickly helped her. Chunamo lowered her voice and said, "This place is too eerie." The live stream chat went crazy instantly, and the number of online viewers surged to 140,000. The scarred man led the way, followed by the man in sunglasses. 4 armed soldiers remained in the truck bed smoking, not getting out. Lin Hao walked behind the 4 girls, carrying a suitcase, his steps steady. The iron gate on the first floor of the gray building was pushed open, revealing a long corridor. Numbers were affixed to the doors of the rooms on both sides, numbered from A01 to A18. Several doors were open, and Lin Xiaoya glanced inside as she passed by. The room wasn't big, with a few tables, each with a computer and several cell phones. People in gray short-sleeved shirts were typing away with their heads down, no one looking up at them, like a group of soulless machines. Lin Xiaoya only filmed one of the rooms for 2 seconds, and the live chat exploded with comments. Some recognized it as a typical workstation for telecom fraud, while others were chilled to the bone by the numb faces inside. The scarred man turned into a doorway, peeked out, and called out a couple of times in the local dialect. A male voice with a southern accent replied from inside. "Who is it?" Soon, a short, stout man in his 30s came out. He had a round face, a buzz cut, a gold chain around his neck, wore a floral shirt, and had a toothpick in his mouth, looking greasy and arrogant. He was taken aback at first. Then his gaze swept back and forth between Lin Xiaoya, Chen Mo, Su Su, and Lu Di twice. He spat out a toothpick, grinned, and said, "Hey, this batch of goods is not bad." Lin Xiaoya's smile froze instantly. The short, stout manager rubbed his hands together, circling them halfway around. "4? All Chinese girls? Who sent them?" He stopped in front of Chen Mo and looked her up and down, a lewd smile on his face. Her face and figure are both good. With a little training, she can be taken care of in a month. Chen Mo's face turned pale as she took a half step back in fright. The short, stout supervisor then looked at Su Su. "This one's young, timid, isn't she?" "Timids are the easiest to train. A couple of beatings, and she'll be obedient." Su Su trembled all over, and Lu Di immediately pulled her behind him, coldly asking, "What did you say?" The short, stout manager then fixed his gaze on Lu Di, smacked his lips, and said, "Oh, the one with glasses, the refined but bad type. This kind of contrast is the best. Some clients just like that." As he spoke, he took a step forward and reached out to pinch Lu Di's chin. "You're really good looking. In all my years of working here, this is the first time I've seen 4 such good-looking people come at once." But before his hand could even touch Lu Di, a hand reached out from the side and grabbed his wrist. The short, stout manager's smile froze. Looking down, he saw that his wrist was already gripped so tightly he couldn't move. He was about to curse when Lin Hao's other fist slammed down. Without any extra movement, just one punch, hitting him squarely in the face. The short, stout manager was sent flying backward, his head slamming heavily against the concrete wall. He slid down the base of the wall, his head lolling to the side, and he instantly lost consciousness. The gold chain bounced twice on the ground. The corridor fell silent instantly. The scarred man and the man in sunglasses froze, their hands instinctively reaching for their waists. Lin Hao, however, didn't look at them. Instead, he turned to look at the people peering out at the end of the corridor. 7 or 8 park management personnel, some wearing camouflage pants, carrying batons, and holding walkie-talkies, blocked the entrance, their curiosity quickly turning into astonishment. Lin Hao spoke, his voice not loud, but clearly carrying throughout the corridor. He said in fluent, standard local language, "Have your manager come see me." There was no second word. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Scarface reacted the fastest, glancing at the unconscious supervisor, then at Lin Hao, his atoms apple-bobbing. He immediately pulled out his walkie-talkie and spoke rapidly in a low voice. A noisy response came quickly from the other end. The scarred man put away the walkie-talkie and nodded to Lin Hao. "I've notified them. The person in charge will be here soon." Lin Hao did not respond, but stepped back in front of the 4 girls, switched the suitcase to his left hand, and let his right hand hang by his side. Lin Xiaoya gripped her phone tightly, her knuckles turning white. She glanced down at the screen. The live stream was still going strong, and the number of viewers had jumped to 167,000. The chat was flooded with comments, all praising the bodyguard for knocking out the manager with a single punch, and also cursing the scum who treated people like commodities. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded from the end of the corridor, and there was more than one person. Lin Xiaoya gripped her phone tightly and pointed the camera forward. The footsteps grew closer. Chapter 32. It's not a visiting group, it's a living father. 3 people quickly emerged from the end of the corridor. The leader was an elderly man in his 50s, with a protruding belly, wearing a dirty white shirt, and a walkie-talkie tucked under his arm. Behind him were 2 bodyguards carrying AKs, their muzzles lowered, following closely behind. The old man jogged over, his forehead covered in sweat. He first glanced at the short, fat manager lying unconscious on the ground, then looked up at Lin Hao, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. He spoke rapidly in the local dialect, his voice trembling. Lin Hao remained expressionless. Seeing this, the old man repeated his words, this time in an even lower tone, and bent over. Lin Hao finally spoke, also in the local language, his tone calm, but carrying an undeniable sense of pressure. The old man's face turned pale instantly. He wanted to explain, but Lin Hao just shook his head and replied with a single sentence. At this, the old man fell silent, quickly took 2 steps back, and waved to the bodyguards behind him. The 2 bodyguards immediately slung their guns over their shoulders, turned, and ran. Lin Xiaoyao watched the whole thing from the side, not understanding a single word, but she understood the atmosphere. This old man was clearly a big shot in the park, but standing in front of Lin Hao, he was as humble as a grandson. She couldn't help but ask, "Lin Hao, what did he say?" Lin Hao replied calmly, He said he was the deputy general manager of the park, and that what the supervisor said earlier did not represent the park's attitude. I apologized to everyone. Lin Xiaoyao was taken aback. So what did you reply? I told him that from now on, I would be in charge of this park. His people would be under my command. The corridor fell silent instantly. Lin Xiaoya, Chen Mo, Su Su, and Lu Di all looked at Lin Hao, and a live stream chat exploded. Take over? He said take over. A bodyguard taking over the entire park? What kind of plot is this? What is the true identity of Fruit Bro? How could his bodyguards take over a warlord's business empire? Scarface stood to the side, his mouth slightly open. He understood the entire conversation. This tall Chinese man entered the park and within 10 minutes first knocked out the supervisor, then summoned the deputy general manager, and with a single sentence, took control of the entire park. Lord Moose's phone call was just to ask him to receive the guest, but this man turned receiving the guest into taking over the operation. What's even more frightening is that the deputy chief steward didn't resist or even hesitate. Scarface recalled the old man's expression earlier. It wasn't a defiant admission of defeat, but rather a fear that emanated from the very core of his being. He silently took 2 steps back to the wall and removed his hand from the holster. It wasn't a tour group at all. This is like a living father suddenly appearing out of nowhere. Lin Hao turned to the 4 girls and said, "You are free to visit now." Lin Xiaoya gripped her phone, her mind a jumble of thoughts, but instinct told her that the most important thing now was to take a picture. Her voice was still a little unsteady. Family members, it seems like we can look at things freely now. The number of viewers in the live stream was 182,000. 5,000 kilometers away, 5,000 meters underground. Lin Yi nestled on the first sofa, a glass of freshly squeezed mango juice in his left hand and a tablet in his right. On the screen was Lin Xiaoya's live stream. He had been watching her ever since she entered the park. He heard clearly the short, stout supervisor's words. With a little training, you'll be able to get the hang of it in a month. Lin Yi stopped pointing, put the mango juice on the coffee table, and didn't drink it anymore. He paused the video, leaned back on the sofa, and stared silently at the ceiling. Xiao Xiao came over with a plate of cut fruit, placed it on the coffee table, and tilted her head to look at him for a few seconds. "What are you thinking about, master?" Lin Yi spoke up. "Xiao Xiao, do you think I should release everyone in that park?" Xiao Xiao blinked. "How many people are locked up inside?" Apocalypse scanned the satellite images and found about 300 people, most of whom were tricked into going there. Most of them were Chinese, but there were also some from Southeast Asia. Then why is the master hesitating? Lin Yi changed his posture and rubbed the back of his head. "My hesitation isn't about whether to release them or not. I'm not a good person, and they have nothing to do with me. The problem is, what will happen after I release them? More than 300 people, without passports or money. In a place like the Delta, they could be arrested by other forces in less than a day after they leave the city. That's not saving people, that's harming them." Little Xiao picked up a piece of mango with a fork and held it to his mouth. "Master, I think you already have the answer. If you really didn't want to care, you wouldn't have asked me." She smiled and said, "Your concern isn't whether to save her or not, but rather that the aftermath will be too troublesome." Lin Yi took a bite of the mango and chewed it a couple of times. "Xiao Xiao, you understand me more and more. Because little one understands its owner best." Lin Yi pinched her nose. The bionic skin was almost indistinguishable from a real person's, and even carried a bit of body temperature. He got up and walked to the control panel, supporting himself on the surface with one hand. "I possess the strongest military force on this planet, and I can do whatever I want." He paused for a moment, then let them all go. More than 300 people, arrange for a boat to take them to Bangkok, and contact the Chinese embassy there to take over the follow-up. The expenses will be paid from Dolly Port's account. Apocalypse's electronic voice came from the ceiling. The estimated cost is between $400,000 and $600,000, including ship rental, temporary permits, and basic supplies. Lin Yi didn't turn around. "Then it's 600,000. Let's be generous with the amount." "I understand, but I need to remind you that you shouldn't expect gratitude from those who were rescued." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. "When did I say they should be grateful?" Apocalypse's tone was calm. "Based on human behavior data, victims typically go through 3 stages after escaping danger. The first stage is gratitude, which is very short, usually not exceeding 72 hours. The second stage is questioning. They will doubt the rescuer's motives, speculate whether the other party has other purposes, or even collude with the captors. The third stage is forgetting or hostility. After returning to normal life, most people will choose to forget, while a few will project painful memories onto their rescuers. Tianchi added, in similar historical data, no more than 12% of people are grateful to their rescuers long afterward. Xiao Xiao wrinkled her nose. Tianchi, you're too pessimistic. I'm just stating the facts. Carbon-based biological emotional systems have flaws. Negative memories last 3 to 5 times longer than positive experiences, and the perception of favors decays rapidly over time. Lin Yi leaned against the control panel. Let's summarize. In summary, carbon-based organisms are a lot of things to do. Lin Yi was taken aback for a moment, then laughed out loud. Your summary is brilliant. Thanks. I didn't praise you. I know, but I choose to take it as a compliment. Lin Yi shook his head and picked up the tablet again. In the live stream, Lin Xiaoyao was holding up her phone, filming each room in the park's corridor. The number of viewers had already surged to 200,000. 12% is 12%. I don't need them to thank me. Apocalypse asked, what do you need? After finishing his mango juice, Lin Yi said, I need my sister's live stream. We need over 300,000 viewers today. Apocalypse was silent for 0.3 seconds. This reason is more convincing than any of the previous reasons. Nonsense. When have I ever lied? When you told Lin Xiaoyao this morning that there's a batch of goods in the market that need to be disposed of. Shut up. Lin Yi tossed the tablet back onto the sofa, got up, and headed towards the elevator. I'm going up there to arrange things on the ground. Tianchi responded. Regarding the transfer plan for the rescue personnel in the park, I can provide a complete plan within 30 minutes. Okay. The elevator doors slowly closed. Xiao Xiao stood beside the sofa, looking in the direction of the elevator, and muttered softly, my master is clearly a good person. The voice of the apocalypse came from the ceiling, its volume very low. According to my assessment model, the confidence level for the label good person in him is 37%. What about the remaining 63%? Sister Complex. Chapter 33, The True Face of the Park. Lin Xiaoya held her phone and walked steadily down the corridor. Lin Hao walked in front, his suitcase in his left hand, his right hand always free, ready to deal with any unexpected situations. The scarred man and the man in sunglasses huddled at the back, barely daring to breathe. The rooms on both sides of the corridor were very close together, numbered from 01 down, and most of the doors were open. The camera pans in, revealing 4 people crammed into a room, all wearing gray short-sleeve shirts, heads down, typing on keyboards. Each table has at least 3 mobile phones, their screens displaying either chat interfaces or investment platform charts. Lin Xiaoya lowered her voice and said to the live stream audience, family members, look carefully. This is the back end of a fake app that lures people into depositing money to speculate on virtual currency. The chat exploded instantly, with some people recognizing that their family members have been scammed by such platforms. She then found an A4 sheet of paper on the table, which read, Conversation Template 3, the emotional development period. From showing concern and displaying a high-end lifestyle to building trust and introducing investment opportunities in side businesses, every step was meticulously planned. Lin Xiaoya's voice choked as she read halfway through. The entire page was filled with formulas, even specifying when to reply and which emoji to use. Chun Mo, enraged, exclaimed, this is treating deception like an assembly line. Continuing forward, the door to A07 was locked. Lin Hao paused for only a second, then kicked it out. The iron door flew off with a bang, hitting the ground and bouncing twice. The 5 men in the room jumped up in fright. One of them, a young man in his early 20s, instinctively hid his phone behind his back and said in a trembling voice, I'm working, don't hit me. His right eye socket was bruised and yellow, clearly indicating that he had just been hit hard. Lin Xiaoya's hand trembled, and she almost dropped her phone. The room was less than 15 square meters, yet it was crammed with 5 people, including Chinese, Southeast Asian, and Eastern Europeans. She silently photographed each face, each computer, and the thin blanket folding bed in the corner. From 11 to 18, Lin Hao kicked down the doors all the way. The dull thud of the iron doors hitting the ground echoed repeatedly in the corridor, and the scarred man huddled at the far end, not daring to even lift his head. The layout on the second floor was similar, but the rooms were even smaller, yet there were more people. On average, 6 or 7 people were crammed into each room. The windows were sealed off, with only a narrow crack in the ceiling for ventilation, and the air was so stuffy it was nauseating. Susu hadn't been there for more than a few minutes before she rushed to the stairwell and dry heaved. Lu Di stopped in front of her room. A whiteboard displayed the day's performance targets and penalties. First offense, warning. Second offense, food ban. Third offense, cage. Fourth offense, physical education. Behind those 4 words was a malicious smiley face. She silently tapped the whiteboard, her face expressionless, but her hand holding the phone trembled violently. By the time Lin Xiaoya returned to the square, the number of viewers in the live stream had already exceeded 200,000. The midday sun made the concrete ground scorching hot, and as soon as she stepped outside, she saw the iron cage on the right side of the square. It was a cage about 1 meter square, with rough welds, rusty iron bars, no padding underneath, just placed directly on the concrete floor, and no shelter on top. A person was huddled inside. He was a young man, so thin he was almost unrecognizable. A gray short-sleeved shirt hung loosely on his body, and his arms were so thin they were just bones. He lay on his side, his knees tucked to his chest, motionless. Lin Xiaoya squatted down and asked softly, "Are you all right?" "I'm Chinese." The person in the cage finally moved. He slowly raised his head, his eyes empty and numb, as if he had long since given up on all hope. After a few seconds, his cracked lips moved, and he managed to squeeze out 2 words, "Save me." He didn't wail, but his whole body trembled, and tears rolled down his sunken eyes. Lin Xiaoya, her eyes red, asked him his name, where he lived, and how long he had been there. He answered haltingly, 11 months in Guangzhou province. Lin Xiaoya then noticed that his left hand, which he was protecting in his arms, was missing a little finger, leaving only half of it, the broken end wrapped with a blackened rag. Zhou Hang said it was because they hadn't met their performance targets, and they wanted to show others the consequences of disobeying. After a brief silence in the live stream, the chat exploded with comments, and the number of viewers skyrocketed. Lu Di kept pressing the shutter button, capturing every single image, the iron cage, the severed finger, and Zhou Hang's despairing face. Lin Xiaoya called out in a hoarse voice, "Lin Hao, open the cage." Lin Hao stepped forward, grabbed the padlock with one hand, crushed it with a snap, and then pried open the rusty iron bars. Zhou Hang stared blankly at the open door, as if he couldn't believe that freedom had truly arrived. Lin Xiaoya stretched out her hand. "Come out." Zhou Hang trembled as he reached for her wrist. He was so thin and bony, his body covered in bruises and welts. His legs went weak as soon as he landed, and Lin Hao caught him, helping him to the shade against the wall. Then they discovered a heavy iron door hidden at the end of the first-floor corridor. Pushing it open, they found steps leading to the underground. Broken light bulbs flickered, the air was damp and cold, and it smelled of rust and stale blood. The underground corridor divided the space into 3 concrete rooms, all with heavy chains hanging on their doors. Lin Hao had kicked open the first room. Iron rings were nailed to the wall, connected to rusty chains and handcuffs. Dark brown bloodstains were layered on the base of the wall, and wooden sticks and sticks wrapped with electrical wires lay in a corner. The second room was also empty, but there were still some damp stains and a few clumps of broken hair on the floor. When the third door flew open, terrified screams erupted from inside. 7 young women were crammed into a cellar of less than 8 square meters, with only 2 dirty pieces of cardboard on the floor. Their clothes were tattered, and their eyes were numb and empty, as if they had been tortured to the point of losing their will to live. 2 of them were Chinese. One was in her early 20s with a messy ponytail, and the other was a thin man with short hair in his late 20s. The rest appeared to be Burmese and Vietnamese. Lin Xiaoya, her voice trembling, raised her phone and asked if they were being held captive here. The short-haired girl looked up at her, scrutinizing her, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Who are you?" Lin Xiaoya said her name was Lin Xiaoya and that she was Chinese. The short-haired girl retorted, "Were you also sold in here?" When she said she had broken in from outside and was even live streaming, the other woman just sneered and said there was no signal here at all. Lin Xiaoya flipped her phone screen over. "I'm using satellite frequency. You see, there are over 200,000 people watching here right now." The short-haired girl stared at the frantically scrolling comments on the screen, her breathing suddenly becoming rapid. "Is this real? Are there really people watching outside?" "Really, more than 200,000 people." Her lips trembled violently, biting them until they bled, yet tears still streamed down her face. Then, in an almost broken voice, she said, "I've been locked up here for 147 days. The number of online viewers jumped wildly again. The girl with the ponytail also realized what was happening and frantically rushed to the door, her knees hitting the concrete floor hard. She cried and begged them to save her, saying she wanted to go home. The Burmese girl and several Vietnamese girls behind her also started crying. Lin Xiaoya squatted down and held the arm of the girl with the ponytail, her voice trembling but incredibly firm. "Yes, all of you will be able to go home." Chapter 34, The Mysterious Affair. The 7 girls in the basement were helped out one by one. The girl with the ponytail could no longer stand steadily, so Chunamo supported her arm and helped her move slowly up the stairs. The short-haired girl could still walk on her own, but her knees trembled with every step she took. The Burmese girl clung tightly to Lin Xiaoya's sleeve, her nails almost digging into the fabric. Sunlight streamed through the iron gate at the end of the first-floor corridor, falling on their faces. The girl with the ponytail squinted, shielding her eyes with the back of her hand, and suddenly squatted down and started crying. She wasn't sad. She just hadn't seen such bright light in so long. She couldn't even remember the last time she'd been in the sun. Lin Xiaoya didn't urge her. She simply held up her phone, tilting the camera slightly away to capture only the light and shadows in the corridor, without pointing it at anyone's face. The comment section was flooded with messages, but she didn't read a single one. She turned to Lin Hao and asked, "How many people are locked up in this park in total?" Lin Hao replied, "According to the information we have, there are approximately 340 people being detained, scattered across the first to third floors of 6 buildings, as well as the underground area." Lin Xiaoya then asked how many of those in charge, those who beat people, and those who guarded them were there in total. The park management and armed personnel total approximately 45 people. Lin Xiaoya took a deep breath, her voice turning cold. "Everyone, assemble. Everyone to the square." Lin Hao glanced at her, paused for a second, and nodded, saying understood. He turned and gave the order to Scarface, who was cowering against the wall. His tone wasn't harsh, but Scarface's back straightened instantly, and he immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie and started yelling. 5 minutes later, the iron gates of the 6 buildings opened one after another. People wearing gray short-sleeved shirts walked out from all directions, 1, 2, 10, 50, slowly converging on the square. Lin Xiaoya stood in the center of the square, holding her phone and slowly turning around. The crowd was dense. Some people lowered their heads to avoid the camera, some looked around blankly, and some hugged the person next to them and cried loudly. Most of the people were emaciated, with sallow complexions and vacant eyes. At a glance, she could tell that Chinese faces made up the majority, along with Southeast Asian and South Asian faces, and even 2 blonde-haired, blue-eyed Europeans standing on the edge. Lu Di squatted down beside the crowd, using his spare phone to register each person's information. "What's your name? Where are you from? How long have you been detained? How did you get in?" She asked questions quickly and remembered them even faster. The instincts of a law student kicked in at that moment, because every piece of information could become evidence for future prosecution. Li Chang, from Hebei province, has been here for 8 months. He saw a job posting online, saying he could work as a translator in Africa with a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. His passport was confiscated as soon as he got off the plane. Chen Meiling, from Yunnan province. A fellow villager said he would introduce me to a customer service job, but it turned out to be a scam. I refused to work there, and I was beaten for 3 days and 3 nights. In the group, a boy said calmly, Zhang Hao from Shandong. "The person who tricked me into coming here is called a Fei." Lin Xiaoya paused for a moment. "A Fei?" The boy nodded. He travels around China, specifically posting messages on recruitment websites and job-seeking groups, saying he wants to come to Delta to work as a foreign trade assistant, with room and board provided and a monthly salary of 15,000 yuan. Lu Di looked up at Lin Xiaoya, and the two exchanged a glance. Lin Xiaoya continued walking forward, pointing the camera at the next person. "And you? How'd you get in?" The man lowered his head and spoke softly. "My name is Wang Xiaojun, from Hubei. I was also tricked into coming here by a Fei. He added me on WeChat, and we chatted for almost a month. He said he was exporting seafood here and made a lot of money. He even sent me photos of a seaside villa and a sports car. And then what? My phone and passport were taken away. They said I owed 20,000 yuan in agency fees and that I would have to pay back the money if I didn't work. I had no money, so I had to stay. Lin Xiaoyao bit her lip and continued forward. The third, the fourth, the seventh person. The name of Fei kept popping up from different people's mouths. Some say his surname is Wu. Others say it's Wang. But the descriptions are almost identical. Around 30 years old, thin and long-faced, wearing a baseball cap, speaking in a slick manner, claiming to be doing legitimate business in the Delta. The barrage of comments immediately focused on this topic. Who is Ah Fei? So many people are mentioning him. The middleman in the human trafficking ring. This kind of person deserves to die even more than the park owner. Just as Lin Xiaoyao was about to ask more questions, an impatient voice suddenly came from the back of the crowd. I wasn't tricked into coming here. She turned her head and saw a man in his mid-20s standing there with his arms crossed. His expression was completely different from the others. It wasn't fear or numbness, but rather agitation. What are you doing? I'm doing a great job here, making $3,000 a month. Your commotion has ruined all my work. The square was silent for 2 seconds. Lin Xiaoyao walked over, phone in hand. What's your name? The man rolled his eyes. It's none of your business. I came here voluntarily. No one forced me. Save whoever you want. Don't delay my money-making. The live chat exploded with comments. Was it voluntary to engage in telecom fraud? Isn't this just being an accomplice? Lin Xiaoyao stared at him, not speaking immediately. Zhou Heng, who had just been rescued from the iron cage and had lost his little finger, suddenly spoke up. Li Zhe, stop pretending. His voice was weak, but clear. Last month your performance was the worst, and you were fined 3,000 yuan. Do you really think they'd let you go if you wanted to quit? Li Zhe's expression changed. That time was an accident. A girl next to her coldly chimed in. You tried to run away the month before last, but you got caught and beaten up. Is that scar on your back healed? Li Zhe opened his mouth, but didn't say anything more. He slowly lowered his arms from his chest, and after a few seconds muttered, I won't have any money if I go out. I can't even afford the rent when I go home, so it's better to stay here. The sound grew fainter and fainter until it was swallowed up by the noise of the crowd. Lin Xiaoyao didn't press further, simply moving the camera away. Some people, after being locked up for so long, do not want to leave, but rather don't know how to survive once they're out. At this moment, Lu Di walked up behind her and lowered his voice. Lin Hao has taken control of all 43 management personnel. Look over at the square. Lin Xiaoyao turned her head. On the west side of the square, against the wall, 14 people were forced to kneel in a row. The short, stout manager, his face still swollen, had just woken up and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The scarred deputy manager knelt on the far left, his hands respectfully placed on his knees, not daring to even breathe loudly. The thugs with sticks, the guards with guns, and the patrolmen in camouflage pants were all facing the center of the square, facing the camera. Lin Hao stood behind them, his suitcase placed at his feet. Lin Xiaoyao raised her phone high, pointing it at the row of kneeling people, her voice finally no longer trembling. Family members, look carefully. These are the ones who beat people, cut off fingers, and locked people in iron cages. The number of online viewers surpassed 300,000 at that moment. The barrage of comments poured down like an avalanche, almost completely submerging the screen in white text. Lin Xiaoyao looked at the person kneeling on the ground, then at the more than 300 pairs of eyes in the square. She opened her mouth, but suddenly felt that there was no need to say anything more. 300,000 people are watching. None of them can escape. Oh, right. Lu Di flipped to a page in his notebook and handed it to Lin Xiaoyao. The paper was covered with the information that had just been registered, and only one name was circled in red. Hooligan. Lu Di lowered his voice and said, all 11 people mentioned this name. He's not in the park, but he's in Hassan Town. Chapter 35 Cohen's 20 men have all arrived. North of Hassan Town, there's an abandoned auto repair shop. A row of crooked tin sheds stand side by side, and the ground is covered with oil stains and broken glass. Cohen sat on the hood of a wrecked pickup truck, his foot on a flat tire, his floral shirt sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing an old, centipede-like scar on his forearm. There were 23 people standing in front of him. This was all the manpower he could muster in 2 hours. 7 of them were his own brothers, and the rest were temporarily borrowed from 2 other gangs in town. They were paid $500 per person, with a share of the profits after the job was done. Cohen glanced at it and asked if the gun had arrived. The bald man patted the canvas bag on the ground and unzipped it. Inside were 6 AK-47s neatly arranged, along with a bag of magazines. He then dragged out a long, military green box, unlocked it, and inside were 2 RPG-7s, each equipped with 4 rockets. Kuan jumped out of the car, picked up an RPG, weighed it in his hand, and smirked, saying it was a good thing. He then asked who knew how to use it. The bald man pointed to himself and the tall, thin Adi next to him, saying that they had fought in the north before and used this thing. Kuan nodded. Just then, a Fei darted out from the corner of the factory, holding a sketch in his hand. It was a route he had drawn on the back of a calendar with a ballpoint pen. He spread the paper on the hood of the car, pointed to the road above, and said that the park only had one west gate, and the only way to get back to the fruit market was through this road. The road was lined with low shrubs and piles of gravel, with no side roads. Ah-Fei drew 3 crosses on the picture. The first group of 6 people hid behind bushes 100 meters south of the gate. When the target came out, they stayed still and waited for the target to walk past. The second group of 10 men were positioned at the bend in the road. There was a downhill section there, where the view was blocked, making it the perfect spot for an ambush. 2 vans were blocking the road, effectively shutting it off. The third group of 7 people came out of the gate and circled around behind them, blocking their escape route. Ah-Fei looked up, his eyes darting around, and said, "Surrounded by 3 of us like this, even if that bodyguard is made of iron, he's still just one person. 20-odd guns against one. No matter how skilled he is, he'll be brought down." Kuan didn't immediately give a response, but simply lit a cigarette and asked if he could confirm that the person was still inside. Ah-Fei waved his phone and said that someone was watching the grocery store across from the park. The door hadn't been opened, and the live stream was still going on. He had just glanced at it and saw that more than 300,000 people were watching online. Upon hearing the price of 300,000, Kuan exhaled a puff of smoke, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Ah-Fei immediately laughed. "News isn't valuable, talent is." 4 Chinese female college students and internet celebrities with hundreds of thousands of followers. Their brother runs a fruit business in the Delta. They're definitely rich. As for $5 million US, I'm not worried he won't pay. A local man wearing a red headscarf chimed in, saying that Xiao San and his gang had just been beaten to death, and that the bodyguard was probably not easy to deal with. Ah-Fei's smile froze for a moment, then quickly returned. He said the other side only had pistols. No matter how good their marksmanship, it was impossible to wipe out more than 20 people, especially since they also had RPGs. One shot would turn anyone to dust. The woman in the red headscarf thought for a moment and then fell silent. Kuan stubbed out his cigarette on the pickup truck door and looked around. 23 men, 6 AKs, 2 RPGs for rocket launchers, plus a dozen pistols and several machetes. In Hassan, this force was enough to kill anyone. Brother Kuan spoke in a deep voice. The target was 4 Chinese women, and they had to be captured alive. If they injured someone's face, they'd be fined. If they killed them, the person in charge would have to pay with their own life. As for the bodyguard, he didn't need to be left alive. He added that after the job was done, he would take the person to warehouse number 3 on the east side of the port, as he had already made arrangements. Warehouse number 3 is under Moose's name and is usually used to store smuggled goods. Kuan pays the second-in-command of the warehouse every month and has already made arrangements for convenience. Ah-Fei leaned closer to Kuan Ge and whispered a reminder. Place the RPG in the second group, right around the corner. If the bodyguard doesn't surrender, fire immediately. Don't give him a chance to react. Kuan glanced at him and asked if he was scared. Ah-Fei licked his lips and said it wasn't fear, but caution. He had witnessed those 3 shots and knew this bodyguard was no ordinary person. To deal with him, one had to go for the kill, and even a second of hesitation could lead to disaster. Kuan didn't reply, but walked to the factory gate and glanced outside. The sun was already setting in the west, and the bright, white highway shone brightly in the sunlight. He took out his phone to check the time, ordered everyone to set off, and instructed each group to wait for a signal once they were in position. At the latest, it would be half an hour. Those women couldn't stay inside forever. The 23 people immediately sprang into action. Some people were stuffing magazines into canvas bags, some were checking the bolts of their guns, and some were tucking their machetes into their waistbands. 2 white vans started up, their diesel engines churning. Ah-Fei sat in the passenger seat of one of the cars, glanced at himself in the rearview mirror, and suddenly felt thirsty. He took out a half-empty bottle of mineral water from under the seat, unscrewed it, and took 2 sips. The phone vibrated quickly. The person keeping watch at the grocery store sent a message. The door isn't open yet. The person is still inside. Afei replied, received, and put his phone back in his pocket. The van drove out of the auto repair shop, turned onto the highway, and headed towards the industrial park. The heat wave rushed in through the window, and the distant horizon was distorted by the sun. Afei leaned back in his chair, his mind filled with only $5 million. Even if he only took 10%, that would still be $500,000, enough for him to buy a house in Bangkok, change his identity, and disappear from the face of the earth. The van quickly stopped at the corner. The second group of 10 people jumped out of the vehicle and crawled into the bushes and piles of gravel on both sides of the road. The two vans, front to front, blocked the entire road. After Baldy carried the RPG and lay down on the embankment, Adi also put the second RPG on his shoulder and began to adjust his posture. The first group of 6 people had already hidden in the bushes, and the third group of 7 people also went around from the north, preparing to block their retreat after Lin Xiaoya and the others came out. Everyone is in place. Kuan stood on the roof of a house 300 meters away, holding binoculars and staring at the park gate. The iron gate was tightly closed, and 2 armed guards were still at the entrance. Everything was quiet. He pressed the intercom and whispered for each group to report their positions. 1 group is in place. Group 2 is in position. 3 teams are in place. Kuan put away the walkie-talkie, raised the binoculars again, and stared intently at the iron gate. The wind stopped, and there wasn't a single car passing by on the highway. The whole world was eerily quiet. Beyond his field of vision, 3,300 meters above the ground, 12 Hive drones were hovering in a circular formation between the auto repair shop and the industrial park. The coordinates of each ambush point, the position of each gun, and the body temperature profile and heart rate data of each person are being transmitted back in real time. Lin Hao stood in a corner of the park square, his right hand behind his back, his fingers lightly resting on the lock of his suitcase. He didn't look at his phone. All the data has been directly projected into his visual interface. 23 red dots. 2 high-threat targets were marked as orange RPG holders. The optimal solution is generated. Estimated time, 11 seconds. Chapter 36. 20 not enough. Even 20 more wouldn't be enough. The park's iron gate opened from the inside, and Lin Xiaoya walked in front, holding her phone with the camera pointed forward. Chen Mo and Su Su followed on either side. Lu Di brought up the rear, and Lin Hao came out last, carrying a suitcase in his left hand. Lin Xiaoya's voice was still a little hoarse as she said to the live stream viewers, "Family members, we're out. I still need to process what I just saw, but we'll definitely find a way to send those people home." The chat was still flooded with comments, with 310,000 viewers online. The sun was setting, and the road was unusually quiet. After walking about 70 or 80 meters from the gate, Lin Hao suddenly stopped. The 4 girls took 2 more steps forward before he coldly uttered a single word, "Stop." Lin Xiaoya turned around and saw Lin Hao, whose expression remained unchanged, but whose right hand had already left the briefcase lock and was hanging at his side. He calmly reported the situation. 300 meters ahead of the bend, there are 2 cars blocking the road, with 10 people behind them. 120 meters to the left in the bushes, there are 6 people. 350 meters behind, 7 people are approaching. He continued, 23 people in total. 6 automatic rifles, 12 pistols, and 2 rocket launchers. The air froze instantly. Chun Mo's face turned deathly pale. Su Su gripped Lu Di tightly, and Lin Xiaoya instinctively wanted to turn off the live stream. Lin Hao reminded her, "Don't turn it off, hold the phone steady." After saying that, he stepped forward past the group, put down the briefcase, unlocked it, took out the gun, checked it, and loaded it, his movements so fast that they were almost invisible. He glanced back at Lin Xiaoya, and for the first time, emotion appeared on his usually cold face. Not nervousness, but absolute certainty. "Stand behind me, don't move." The live stream chat exploded. The next second, the roar of engines came from around the bend in the road, and 2 white vans sped out, stopping across the road. The doors popped open, and gun barrels emerged from the back of the vehicles. The bushes on the left rustled, and 6 men stood up, AKs in hand, while footsteps approached from behind. The encirclement closed in. Kuan's voice came through the walkie-talkie in the distance. "Move." The bald man around the corner hoisted his RPG, and just as he opened the scope, his finger was on the trigger. The gunshot rang out first. A bullet flew from 170 meters away, piercing the bald man's right eye. He fell backward, the RPG hitting the ground, the rocket failing to fire. 2 more shots followed, hitting the second RPG user in the chest and forehead, sending him crashing into the rubble. 3 shots, eliminating the 2 biggest threats in less than a second. Before the 6 people in the bushes could react, Lin Hao had already rushed over. At a distance of 120 meters, he closed in like a shadow, and 3 shots rang out in quick succession, the 3 men falling to the ground. The remaining 3 hurriedly turned around, only to find Lin Hao already in front of them. He lowered the barrel of the nearest man's gun and crushed his ribs with his knee. The second man's AK fired, the bullet hitting Lin Hao's left shoulder, splitting open his bionic skin to reveal a silver-gray metal skeleton. The man opened his mouth after seeing what was happening, but Lin Hao's hand had already struck his neck, causing him to collapse. The last man turned and ran, but Lin Hao casually flicked a piece of gravel, which hit him squarely on the back of the head, sending him sprawling to the ground. 6 seconds later, the left side was cleared. The live stream chat was no longer flooded with messages, but filled with screams. The 10 men on the highway finally opened fire, bullets hitting the road and splashing dirt, but Lin Hao did not dodge. He emerged from the bushes, pistol held level, his steps steady, firing as he went. With each shot, a gun muzzle behind the van went silent. Someone tried to escape by overturning the van, but as soon as they poked their body out, a hole appeared in their forehead. 20 seconds later, all 10 people on the road were lying on the ground. The 7 people who had rushed over from behind were terrified and scattered. 4 turned and ran, while the other 3, their legs giving way, squatted down by the roadside and raised their hands in surrender. Lin Hao did not chase after them, but only looked at the van around the corner. The driver's side door was flung open, and a thin, long-faced man tumbled out of the car, scrambling towards the passenger's side. It was Ah Fei. However, the passenger door was deformed, and he couldn't open it, so he had to climb back into the driver's seat and frantically turn the key. The engine roared, the tires spun wildly, and dust billowed up. The car had barely traveled 5 meters when the rear suddenly lurched. Ah Fei floored the accelerator, the engine roared to the red line, but the car didn't budge. In a rearview mirror, a hand gripped the rear bumper, 5 fingers digging into the metal, carving deep grooves. Lin Hao stood behind the vehicle, holding onto the 2-ton van with one hand. The tires were charred black, thick smoke billowed, but the van hadn't moved an inch. Ah Fei saw Lin Hao's face, and also the bionic skin peeling off his left shoulder, the entire titanium alloy skeleton and precision metal joints exposed to the sunlight, their cold light blinding. Ah Fei's foot slid off the accelerator, the engine shut off, and the car fell into a deathly silence. The next second, Lin Hao ripped the car door off from the outside. He lifted Ah Fei out of the driver's seat with one hand, like he was lifting a chicken. Ah Fei's legs were dangling in the air, clinging tightly to Lin Hao's wrist, his face drained of all color. Lin Hao threw him to the ground. From the bushes to the van, the entire battle took only 31 seconds. Ah Fei lay prone on the gravel road, forehead to the ground, trembling all over, not daring to lift his head. Lin Xiaoya slowly walked over, looked down at Ah Fei, and after a few seconds of silence, pointed her phone camera at his face. "What's your name?" Chapter 37. Ah Fei's Live Confession. When Ah Fei was dragged back to the park square by the back of his collar by Lin Hao, more than 300 pairs of eyes stared at him at the same time. His knees were scraped raw and bleeding on the gravel, his pants were tattered, and his face was covered in dirt. As soon as Lin Hao let go, he collapsed to the ground like a rag doll, his chin hitting the cement and blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. No one sympathized with him. The crowd was silent for 2 seconds, then a scream suddenly came from the front row. "It's him!" Zhou Heng leaned against the wall to stand up. His hand, with his little finger broken, was still trembling, but his eyes were fixed on Ah Fei. "He's the one who tricked me into coming here. He said I could do mobile phone repair and earn 15,000 yuan a month." This statement was like lighting a powder keg. "He lied to me, too. His WeChat moments are full of sports cars and villas. He says he's doing foreign trade in Africa. He also has an account called African Gold Rush, and that's the account I added." Curses, cries, and pointing fingers surged up in waves. Some pushed forward, some pointed at Ah Fei and cursed him, and some broke down in tears on the spot. Ah Fei buried his head in his arms and curled up into a ball. Lin Xiaoya stood 2 meters away, her phone steadily pointed at him. The live stream chat was already flooded with comments, but she didn't look at it. She only listened to the names, locations, and times being shouted out by the viewers. They pieced together, through fragmented sounds, what Ah-Fei had done over the past 3 years. At that moment, a very soft voice came from the back of the crowd. He sold me out 4 times. The one who spoke was the short-haired girl, who was also the one who said 147 days in the basement. She said that she was first sold to northern Myanmar, escaped but was caught and had 2 ribs broken, and was then resold here. She was also sold twice more, and Ah-Fei took a commission each time. The square fell silent instantly. Lin Xiaoya's hand trembled slightly, but she didn't move the camera away. She took a deep breath, squatted down, and brought the phone close to Ah-Fei's face. Look up. Ah-Fei didn't move. Lin Xiaoya's voice turned cold. I said, look up. Ah-Fei slowly raised his face, his thin, ashen face revealing eyes like those of a fish that had lost its water. The number of viewers in the live stream was 330,000. Lin Xiaoya asked, what's your name? Your real name. Ah-Fei stammered as he spoke. Wang Jangwo. When did you start doing this? His lips moved, but he didn't dare to make a sound. Lin Hao stood behind him, his shadow pressing down on him. 3 years ago. Lin Xiaoya repeated. How many people have you lied to in these 3 years? I have no idea. You do not know? There might be more than 100. I haven't counted. The chat was silent for a moment. Then a barrage of insults followed. Lin Xiaoya didn't read the comments. She suddenly realized that cursing him, beating him, or even killing him was not as effective as making him confess his crimes in front of more than 300,000 people. Emotions are useless. Evidence is. She called out, Lu Di. Exist. Lu Di had already squatted down to the side, his spare phone recording vertically and his laptop lying on his knees. Lin Xiaoya said, You ask. Lu Di glanced up at her, then immediately turned to Ah-Fei. Her speech was rapid and precise, giving the other person no chance to catch their breath. Wang Jangwo. Who is your online account? Brother Kuan. Full name? I don't know. Everyone calls him Brother Kuan. He's a local. How many men do you have under your command? There are 30 or 40 fixed numbers, and more if it's not fixed. They're connected to several gangs in the town. How will the funds be transferred? Ah-Fei was stunned. Lu Di tapped the tip of his pen. Answer. The bulk of the money goes through cryptocurrency, and a small amount goes through underground banks. Brother Kuan has an account in Bangkok. Whose name is the account holder? I really don't know. How do you get your commission? Ah-Fei's Adams apple bobbed. Kuan will give $2,000 to anyone we lure here. If they can do something here, we'll add another 1,000. Lu Di noted down the numbers and continued. Over 3 years, more than 100 people, you took at least $200,000. Where is the money? Most of it has been spent. Where are the flowers? Ah-Fei remained silent. Lu Di turned to a new page. Let's change the question. Some people say you have 5 wives. Is that true? Ah-Fei's body stiffened. Is that right? Right. The live chat exploded. Lu Di asked coldly. Did you marry these 5 women, or did you buy them? After a long silence, Ah-Fei finally managed to squeeze out 2 words. Bought. What can I buy it? 2 from northern Myanmar, 1 for Vietnam, and 2 locals. How much is 1? He pressed his forehead to the ground, his voice muffled. The most expensive is $8,000. The cheapest is 3,000. The more than 300 people in the square fell silent, and the sound of the wind blowing gravel off the road in the distance could be heard clearly. Lin Xiaoya stood up, her hands no longer trembling. She looked at Ah-Fei and asked one last question. Has the park ever sold organs? Ah-Fei suddenly looked up. Lin Xiaoya stared at him. I know you understood. Answer. His lips trembled for a long time before he finally squeezed out a single word through gritted teeth. Yes. A few gasps of surprise came from the crowd. Ah-Fei's voice trailed off. Those whose sales have been at the bottom for 3 consecutive months, or those who tried to escape but were caught, Brother Kuan will send them away. I don't know where they'll be sent, but he said that one person can sell for hundreds of thousands of US dollars. Lu Di lowered his voice. Where's the list of buyers? There's an encrypted memo on Kuan's phone. It contains the date, names, prices, and buyer's contact information. Lu Di wrote it down word for word, closed the notebook, and exchanged a glance with Lin Xiaoya. Lin Xiaoya turned to the camera. The number of viewers in the live stream was 346,000. Her voice was soft, but exceptionally clear. Family members, Lu Di has written down every single word he said, and recorded it on a backup phone. When we get back, I will compile it into a complete report and submit it to the relevant departments. Chapter 38. Faisal's head hangs on the flagpole. Government House in Port Dolly, 10 a.m. The cameras of all 37 media outlets were focused on the makeshift podium. Musa stood at the front of the podium, his dark gray military uniform impeccably tailored, a brand new insignia pinned to his chest, a vertical pupil surrounded by gear. That wasn't an old government military medal, but a symbol of apocalypse. His voice boomed across the square through the loudspeaker. Northern warlord Faisal Muhammad Hassan was executed by the Apocalypse Organization at 2 a.m. yesterday. His crimes included arms trafficking, drug smuggling, massacring civilians, and plundering gold mines. After saying that, he glanced at the reporters below the stage and added, "His body is now hanging on the flagpole in the main northern camp area, and anyone can go and confirm it." The scene instantly erupted in chaos. Reporters pressed for details about the nature and legitimacy of Apocalypse, with some questioning how Apocalypse could have achieved its goal of having 8,000 troops under Faisal's command, and even asking whether unconventional weapons were used. Musa raised his right hand, and the square immediately fell silent. He announced calmly, "From now on, all armed forces in the Delta have 72 hours to make a choice. Those who voluntarily lay down their weapons and accept Apocalypse's jurisdiction will be pardoned. Those who still possess weapons and have not reported them after 72 hours will be considered hostile targets." He placed the documents on the table, his voice cold and hard. There is no third option. The press conference lasted only 9 minutes. Musa did not answer any follow-up questions and turned to walk into the governor's palace. 3 seconds after the doors closed, the first breaking news story appeared on the Reuters front page. Faisal's main camp in the northern mountains. What's hanging on the flagpole isn't a flag. 3 passing shepherds were the first to see it. They stood on the hillside and watched for a long time before turning and running away. Faisal's body was tied to the top of a flagpole, still in his uniform, but the rank insignia on his chest had been torn off and replaced with a metal plaque inscribed with Arabic. The fate of those who resist the apocalypse. Inside the camp, 1,000 T-800 tanks stood in neat rows, guarding the 8 camp entrances. Their dark gray work clothes stood motionless, not even blinking. More than 7,000 former Faisal soldiers were gathered on the parade ground. No one fired a shot, and no one resisted. They watched as the King of the North, with 6 tanks and 8,000 soldiers, was hung from a flagpole, swaying in the wind like a rag. Nobody wants to become the second ragdoll. Abdullah's stronghold in the western part of the Delta. He's dead. Abdullah stood at the map table, holding a satellite phone, his knuckles white. The voice on the other end of the phone was very soft. "It's confirmed. I had someone check, and it's Faisal himself. The old scar on his neck is still there. There's no mistake." Abdullah slammed the phone on the table. 11 men stood in the tent, all of them his corps officers. A half-minute silence followed before someone finally spoke. "Attack. Faisal's 8,000 men are gone. We're next. Rather than wait to die, we should strike first." Another gaunt staff officer immediately retorted, "Who are you going to fight? Do you even know where Apocalypse is?" 8 of Faisal's camps were wiped out simultaneously, and communications were cut off at the same time. What level of combat capability is that? What are you going to use to fight? The bearded officer roared. Then kneel down and wait to die? The staff officer said coldly, "Surrendering is not the same as waiting to die." Musa surrendered and is still alive and well, even holding press conferences. The bearded man slammed his fist on the table. "Musa is just a scaredy cat." The staff officer looked at him. "And Faisal? He's been hard his whole life, and now he's hanging on the flagpole, and he really is hard." The tent fell silent again. Abdullah remained silent, his gaze fixed on the northern mountains on the map. The 8 camps of Faisal were still marked there, but from today onward, their colors should be changed. After a long silence, he said in a hoarse voice, 72 hours. Wait a little longer." Someone asked, "What are we waiting for?" Abdullah simply replied, "Let's see if anyone makes a move before us." Geneva, Reuters headquarters. The term Tianchi has been searched more than 4 million times by global media in the past 2 hours. The BBC reports that a mysterious paramilitary group has emerged in the Middle East's no man's land, issuing a 72-hour ultimatum that is shaking the regional landscape. CNN, meanwhile, questions whether the term apocalypse, originating from Chinese, suggests state intervention. Al Jazeera has dispatched 2 teams of reporters to Port Dali. At a regular press conference of the Chinese Foreign Ministry, an AFP reporter also asked about Apocalypse, inquiring whether the Chinese side was aware of the organization and whether it was related to the Chinese government or military. The spokesperson flipped through the folder, looked up, and replied, "I am not aware of the situation you mentioned." The answer was standard and watertight. However, 15 minutes after the press conference ended, the same keyword appeared simultaneously on the internal communication channels of 3 different departments. Apocalypse. 5,000 meters underground. Lin Yi sat at the control panel, his feet propped up on the table, a tablet resting on his knees. The screen was divided into 4 sections. A replay of Musa's press conference, a global media popularity curve, a satellite image of Abdullah's stronghold, and his sister's live stream. The live stream is still running, with 360,000 viewers online. He said calmly, "Report." Apocalypse's voice echoed from all around. The footage of Faisal's execution has been disseminated through 17 channels. Currently, there are 431 mainstream media reports worldwide. The deterrent effect of the killing the chicken to scare the monkey strategy is 217% of the expected target. Lin Yi looked at the satellite image. Where's Abdullah? There's a serious division within the Corps Officer Corps. Of the 11 officers, 5 are inclined to surrender for advocate resistance, and 2 have not expressed their opinion. Abdullah himself is still observing, saying, "Wait a little longer." Lin Yi asked, "What is he waiting for?" Apocalypse calmly replied, "Wait for others to die first. If someone resists first and is eliminated, the cost of his surrender will decrease. If someone surrenders first and is not purged, the risk of his surrender will also decrease. Waiting is his current optimal strategy." Lin Yi tossed the tablet aside and stretched. "Then let's not let him wait too comfortably. How long until the space carrier is completed?" 31 hours and 17 minutes. 5 ships synchronized, with an error of less than 4 minutes. Lin Yi walked to the holographic projection table. 5 streamlined ships, each 800 meters long, hovered in midair, rotating slowly. The matte coating did not reflect any light under simulated lighting. He muttered to himself, 31 hours. At that time, all existence will pale in comparison to this magnificent creation. Hassantown. Kuan opened the hidden door of the safe and swept the neatly stacked $800,000 and 5 gold bars into his black sports bag. The walkie-talkie screen on the table had long been off. For 4 whole hours, none of the 23 men, plus A-Fei, had sent back a distress call. Old Black, a trusted lieutenant, stood guard at the door with a modified AK-47 and asked in a low voice, "Big brother, are we leaving now?" Kuan's face darkened. "Those women are suspicious. A-Fei has messed with someone tough this time." The second brother's men, armed with guns and cannons, vanished without a trace, and the park area was completely cut off. Kuan, no longer daring to gamble, immediately led his men into a car from the backyard, preparing to head to Dali Port, take a speedboat out to international waters, and then transfer to Bangkok. The SUV drove off without its headlights on, following the abandoned dirt road, and soon merged onto Highway 3 leading to Port Dali. The Delta was bitterly cold at night. The highways were deserted, and only the sound of engines echoed in the wilderness. Kuan sat in the back, one hand pressing down on the bag of money, the other gripping his Glock 19, his eyes fixed on the window. He had managed to survive in Delta for 12 years, thanks to his instinct to run at the slightest sign of trouble. Meanwhile, in the command center, 5,000 meters underground, Lin Yi sat in front of the holographic projection table, a 3D electronic map of the Delta floating in the air. On the map, a red that was moving rapidly south along Highway 3. Apocalypse reported, "Target locked, speed 110 kilometers per hour, expected to arrive at checkpoint number 3 on the outskirts of Dali Port in 17 minutes. Lin Yi picked up his teacup and asked, "Where is Lin Hao?" "We are escorting Lin Xiaoya and the others back to their dormitory, 13 kilometers from the target. Should we order Lin how to intercept them?" "No need. He has to stay with Xiaoya." Lin Ye's gaze fell on the checkpoint marker on the map. "I remember the garrison that was just rotated yesterday." Apocalypse replied, "Yes. After the southern warlord Musa surrendered, we took over the defense of the area. Checkpoint number 3 currently has 5 T-800s disguised as local patrols deployed." Lin Yi put down his teacup and said calmly, Let them do the work. Don't leave the car behind, but keep the people here. Highway 3 checkpoint. The searchlights illuminated the asphalt road brightly, with guardrails lying across the middle of the road and a camouflage military truck parked beside it. 5 men in dark, armed uniforms stood in a line behind the railing. They didn't smoke, didn't speak, and didn't even move an inch like 5 cold iron pillars. The headlights of the SUV swept in from a kilometer away. Old Hay slammed on the brakes. "Boss, there's a roadblock ahead." Kuen sat up abruptly, squinting as he looked ahead. When he was 300 meters away, he finally saw the person under the searchlight. Those weren't Moose's militiamen at all. Those men would only play cards and chat in small groups while on guard duty. They would never stand so straight. Kuen made a quick decision. Don't stop. Charge forward. He released the safety on his pistol. Old Hay gritted his teeth, floored the accelerator, and the SUV roared like a beast, reaching a speed of 130 kilometers per hour. The 2-ton steel monster crashed into the railing. Just then, one of the 5 men in black stepped forward, over the railing, and stood directly in the middle of the driveway. The co-pilot's subordinate cursed. "You're asking for it." 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. The next second, the SUV crashed into it hard. There were no broken bones, no screams, only a deafening metallic explosion. The front of the SUV dented and folded instantly. The windshield shattered completely. Steam from the radiator sprayed everywhere, and all the airbags inside the vehicle deployed. The man in black braced himself against the radiator grill with one hand, forcefully stopping the car. The high-speed collision tore his uniform to shreds, and his feet plowed 2 deep furrows, each over 3 meters long, into the asphalt. The car stopped. They were actually forced to stop by someone with their bare hands. Kuen was thrown back into his seat by the inertia, his forehead bruised and bleeding profusely. He shook his head, pushed open the deformed car door, and was about to climb out when a pair of combat boots appeared in front of him. He looked up and saw the man in black staring down at him in the halo of the searchlight. The other person's clothes were torn open at the chest, but there was no flesh or blood inside, only the silvery gray luster of titanium alloy. Kuen felt a chill run down his spine. He raised his Glock 19, pressed the muzzle against the other man's chin, and frantically pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The bullet struck the bionic skin with only a dull thud. The bullet lodged in the chin without leaving even a dent. The man in black remained expressionless, extending 2 fingers to pinch the still-hot gun barrel. A piercing sound of steel twisting rang out, and he instantly crushed the steel gun barrel into a piece of iron. Kuen opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. The next second, the man in black grabbed him by the neck, lifted him out of the car with one hand, and slammed him heavily onto the asphalt road full of broken glass. The other 4 T-800s stepped forward simultaneously. The black man and his co-pilot had barely raised their guns when one of them delivered a karate chop to the back of the neck, instantly collapsing to the ground. The entire stoppage took only 11 seconds. Kuen's vision went black, and he completely lost consciousness. In the underground command center, Apocalypse's voice rang out. The targets have been subdued. None escaped. We have seized $800,000 in cash, 5 gold bars, and an encrypted mobile phone. Linyi leaned back in his chair. Crack it. A green progress bar lit up on the holographic screen. 3 seconds later, the phone data was fully displayed. Tianchi summarized. Physical direct connection decryption complete. Contains contact information for 17 Southeast Asian organ buyers, 342 underground bank fund flow records, a list of 11 domestic contact persons, and specific transaction time points, forming a complete chain of evidence. Linyi flipped through the shocking names and numbers on the tablet, tapping his finger twice on the table. Apocalypse asked, based on the target's criminal record, should the execution be carried out on the spot? Linyi stopped what he was doing. Killing them will only reduce a few pieces of trash. He instructed Tianchi to compile all the information about Fei, Kuengu, and several core members, along with ledgers, lists, and videos, into an encrypted hard drive. Investigate the domestic department responsible for these kinds of major cross-border cases, find a hidden border crossing point, tie the people up and throw them over there, and put the hard drive on them. Apocalypse calculation prompts 1 second later. After receiving the personnel and evidence, the Chinese authorities will inevitably clean up the domestic supply chain. At the same time, The Apocalypse Organization will officially enter the high-level detection range of the major powers authorities, exposing a risk level A. Lin Yi stood up and placed his hands on the table. Tianqi taking over the Delta is only the first step. Once the 5 space carriers take off, we will have to deal with the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council sooner or later. He knew very well that since he had to make an appearance, the identity in which he appeared was very important. We can't remain unreasonable warlords in other people's eyes forever. I want Yinjing to know that although Tianqi is domineering and military, we follow the rules and don't cross the red line. Sometimes, we can even do things for them that are inconvenient to cross the border. This is called testing the waters. Tianqi confirmed the order. Personnel and supplies are being loaded onto trucks and are expected to arrive at the handover point in the number 1 uninhabited area on the Yunnan-Guizhou border in 2 hours and 40 minutes. Anonymous emails will be sent simultaneously to a certain intelligence center directly under the Ministry of Public Security of China. 4 o'clock in the morning, in a ministry building in Yanjing. The top-floor secret conference room was brightly lit. Several high-ranking officials in white shirts sat at a long table, their eyes all fixed on the projection screen on the wall. The scrolling text on the screen was an urgent document sent back by the 9th Border Patrol Team. Kuan-Ji's buyer list, financial records, dark web transaction codes, and a Faye's complete confession video. Every clue is chillingly clear. Even several deeply hidden, large-scale black market brokerage firms in China are prominently featured. Old Chun, sitting at the head of the table, was the head of the transnational task force. His hair was gray, his brow furrowed, and he asked in a deep voice, "How did they get here?" The head of the technical intelligence section reported. The Border Patrol team found 3 people bound with sacks near boundary marker number 72. A hard drive was attached to the chest of one of them. There were no signs of vehicles or personnel leaving the area, and all footprints and tire tracks have been erased. The other side has extremely strong counter-surveillance capabilities. Old Chun picked up the preliminary interrogation record. The section chief continued. The 3 men were almost mentally broken when they woke up. A Fei kept shouting that it was a monster and not human. The leader said that the thing that stopped him at the checkpoint crushed his pistol with its bare hands and also rammed an SUV traveling at 130 kilometers per hour to a stop. Photos from the scene show that the vehicle did indeed suffer an extremely violent physical impact, and it didn't look like a collision between 2 vehicles. The people in the meeting room exchanged glances. No one really believed such an outrageous claim. Old Chun interrupted him. "Have you found the source of the email?" The section chief wiped his sweat. "We can't find it." The anonymous, unlocking emails used more than 120,000 VPNs. The cybersecurity experts traced it back to a weather satellite that had been decommissioned for 8 years. The other side is more than a generation ahead of us in network attack and defense and information hiding. Old Chin was silent for a moment, then took out a cigarette and lit it. As the smoke cleared, his gaze fell on the corner of the anonymous email attachment. There was a tiny dark watermark and a vertical pupil surrounded by gear. An hour ago, Interpol's intelligence station sent a classified briefing. A dramatic change occurred in the Delta region. One of the 2 major armed factions was wiped out overnight, and the other surrendered. Now, controlling that lawless land is a mysterious armed organization that has emerged out of nowhere. The organization's logo is a gear with vertical pupils. Its name uses the standard Chinese pinyin Tianqi. Apocalypse. Old Chun stubbed out his cigarette, stood up, and said, "Hand the list over to the 5th Bureau. We'll close the net tonight." He surveyed the conference room, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Contact the highest intelligence center and mobilize all overseas informants along the border. Old Chun pointed to the vertical pupil icon on the screen and said in a deep voice, "At all costs, find out the truth about this apocalypse. I need to know which deity is cleaning up our Delta territory for us." Chapter 40. That arm doesn't look right. Lin Xiaoyao was still holding her phone up. Over 300,000 people were watching the live stream. The crushing defeat that had lasted only 31 seconds was clearly visible to the entire internet from the moment the gunfire stopped. The live chat exploded. People were frantically reminding others to rewind and watch the replay, pointing out that the tear in the bodyguard's left shoulder revealed silver-gray metal, with joints and hydraulic structures clearly visible, indicating it couldn't possibly be normal human bone. Lin Xiaoya had no interest in reading the comments. She stood frozen in place. Cold sweat plastered her back. the scene from just now flashing repeatedly in her mind. Lin Hao's movements so fast they were just after images, the gunshots exploding in the bushes, the desperate roar of the van's engine. And that hand, a single hand forcefully gripping a speeding, 2-ton van. Especially noticeable was the gleam of a blinding silver metallic sheen beneath the torn skin on his left shoulder. Of the 4 girls, Lu Di was the first to come to her senses. She approached Lin Xiaoya and whispered a reminder. "Your phone is still live streaming." Lin Xiaoya glanced down and saw that the comment section was like a boiling pressure cooker, filled with words like inhuman, cyberpunk, and metal prosthetics. A chill ran down her spine, and she subconsciously looked at Lin Hao, who was 5 meters away. Lin Hao was pinning a Fei down with one knee, his left shoulder torn open by an AK bullet, a large patch of his clothes ripped off. In the sunlight, the cold, hard silver-gray fabric was extremely conspicuous. As if sensing a gaze behind him, Lin Hao pulled a dark gray trench coat from his suitcase, tossed it open with one hand, and casually draped it over his left shoulder. The movement was as natural as if his coat was simply torn and he needed to shield himself from the sun. Lin Xiaoya immediately lowered her phone camera, pointing it at the mud and the toes of his shoes, avoiding Lin Hao's direction. Her throat was dry, and she could only manage to say to the live stream, "Family members, we are safe now. As you all saw, I need to catch my breath." She didn't dare turn off the live stream immediately, but all that was left in the camera's view was weeds and the ground. The comment section wouldn't let her off the hook, demanding that she raise the camera to show Lin Hao's robotic arm. Some say it's a military exoskeleton, while others argue that exoskeletons can't grow inside the skin. A mechanical engineering student even confidently asserted that such joint dampers are not current technology. Soon, the livestream chat split into several factions, erupting into a heated argument. Simultaneously, other platforms also experienced a surge in activity. Less than 2 minutes after the battle ended, the livestream recording was being frantically edited and uploaded. Marketing accounts from all walks of life jumped on the bandwagon, their headlines growing increasingly exaggerated. Bodyguard stops car with one hand. Battle damage reveals metal skeleton. Cyborg spotted in Delta. Mysterious bodyguard kills 23 in 31 seconds. Suspected to be an armed robot. On short video trending topics, the search index for the term bodyguard metal arm has skyrocketed, soaring toward the top spot. 5,000 meters underground, inside the core base, Lin Yi sat cross-legged in front of the control console. Half of the tablet screen showed Lin Xiaoya's live stream, and the other half showed public opinion monitoring pushed by Apocalypse. Apocalypse's synthesized voice announced, "Commander, the footage of the T-800's damaged left shoulder bionic skin has been captured. The current rate of viral spread across the internet is 1,200 times per second, and the keyword robot accounts for 47% of the trending topics." Lin Yi tossed the tablet onto the table and rubbed his temples. He knew something bad was going to happen when that 7.62 millimeters AK bullet grazed past him. The T-800's titanium alloy frame could withstand rifle bullets without a problem, but the outer bionic camouflage layer wasn't bulletproof. With over 300,000 eyes watching, his secrets were almost exposed on the spot. He stood up and ordered, "Activate the physical dimensional reduction of public opinion and activate the 47 underlying backdoors buried in major platforms. Push the military exoskeleton armor as the direction for whitewashing. Push it to the extreme." Lin Yi walked to the holographic projection table and quickly drew several instructions. Maximize the algorithm weight, push the relevant content to the top of the homepage, and directly overwrite the hot search list. Then bring up the silver-gray carbon fiber concept prototype from last year's Munich military exhibition. Cut close-ups, mix in a few blurry test footage of the U.S. military's Talos individual armor, and distribute it using the Matrix. Tianqi inquired about the wording of the document. Lin Yi sneered, "You have to be arrogant. Just say that these things have been used to death internally and that they are just ignorant. The more you mock them, the more those self-proclaimed military enthusiasts will fall for it." After a quick calculation, Tianqi confirmed that the plan was feasible, but also pointed out that 3 tech-up masters with millions of followers were dissecting it frame by frame. One of them pointed out that the hydraulic microstructure did not conform to the existing engineering laws and was quite popular. Lin Yi didn't hesitate. Limit the traffic. Don't delete it. Deleting it will only confirm it. Lock the recommendation pool. then used zombie accounts to flood the comments, saying he used low-resolution footage to fabricate stories. Then, Tianchi suggested simultaneously releasing the information that all members of the Sailor team are equipped with special bulletproof vests. Lin Yi nodded, only reminding him to be discreet and not let Lin Xiaoya get into trouble. The next second, the holographic screen was flooded with data. 47 green channels went directly to the back ends of major platforms, and Apocalypse's computing power transformed into an invisible giant hand, forcibly reversing the recommendation logic. Soon, several major accounts posted articles simultaneously. Science popularization post. Let me introduce you to real, close-fitting military exoskeletons. Stop imagining Terminator. Learn about carbon fiber bulletproof protective gear. A former Special Forces soldier explains, it's a specially made bulletproof vest with cushioning joints. In just 40 minutes, the trend of online comments began to shift significantly. On a sweltering highway, Lin Hao walked to the front, carrying a suitcase, his trench coat completely covering the left side of his body. The four girls follow behind, Chen Mo and Su Su clinging tightly to Lu Di, barely daring to breathe. Lin Xiaoya had already ended the live stream. Before she ended it, the number of viewers was approaching 400,000. She took a few deep breaths, quickly caught up with Lin Hao, and walked to his side. She called out, Lin Hao. Lin Hao calmly replied, yes. Lin Xiaoya couldn't help but glance at his left shoulder, which was covered by his trench coat, but she couldn't see anything except for the wrinkles in the fabric. She asked cautiously, does your arm, the place where you were hit by the bullet, need bandaging? Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. The bulletproof gear absorbed all the kinetic energy. Bulletproof protective gear? Lin Hao walked steadily, his tone like reciting a report. To ensure mission safety, the boss has equipped us with custom-made, close-fitting bulletproof armor. The main material is a boron carbide composite layer, covered with biomimetic silicone, worn under shirts, so it's not easily exposed. Lin Xiaoya stared intently at his profile. He showed no signs of pain, his forehead was dry, and even walking on a muddy road, she couldn't hear any heavy breathing. She was still not giving up, but many people in the live stream said they saw mechanical metal joints. Lin Hao remained unfazed. Visual illusion. When biomimetic silicone is struck by a high-speed metal jet, it undergoes localized carbonization and peeling. The exposed polymer substrate will exhibit a metallic luster under sunlight refraction. Lin Xiaoya stopped and watched his retreating figure, a chill running down her spine. These scientific terms sound flawless, and the logic is impeccable. But was that suffocating, purely mechanical feeling during those 31 seconds really just an illusion? Chapter 41 is expected. The young master has arrived. Lin Xiaoya's questions were still bubbling up wildly. After turning from the highway onto the dirt road back to the market, she finally couldn't resist and asked her twice more indirectly. She asked Lin Hao if wearing the boron carbide gear during training was uncomfortable. Lin Hao didn't turn his head and simply replied, no, it's custom-made. Lin Xiaoya asked again if she wore it while showering. Lin Hao replied, as if reading from an instruction manual, the protective gear can be removed during non-combat periods. The answers sounded flawless, but Lin Xiaoya found it increasingly absurd. The fight from earlier was still replaying in her mind. He sprinted 120 meters in 3 or 4 seconds, stopped a 2-ton van with one hand, and dug through the metal with his 5 fingers. This isn't boron carbide or biomimetic silicone. It's utterly outrageous. She studied journalism, not science fiction, but she still has basic common sense. There's absolutely no bulletproof vest on Earth right now that would allow humans to carry out such a devastating attack. Lu Di remained silent the whole way. After exchanging a glance with her, he gently shook his head, his eyes conveying a clear message. Don't ask anymore. This person's mouth is tighter than a safe. Lin Xiaoya had no choice but to shut up. As the sun was about to set, the group finally returned to the fruit market. Alam hurried over and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the girls had all returned safely. But when his gaze fell on the jacket draped over Lin Hao's left shoulder, his eye twitched noticeably. He told Lin Xiaoya that dinner was already prepared on the second floor, and that Lin Yi had something to take care of tonight, so they could eat first and not wait. Lin Xiaoya asked where her brother was. Alam only said he was to the east. East again. The strange black box in the grove last night immediately flashed through her mind, and she felt an unbearable itch. But she had promised her brother she wouldn't ask any more questions, so she could only nod and go upstairs. When she turned around, Lin Hao placed his suitcase on the porch shelf, his left shoulder still completely covered by his coat. He stood ramrod straight beside the steps, his posture exactly the same as before he set off, like a menacing figure. Lin Xiaoya asked him if he wanted to have dinner together, and he only replied with 3 words, "No need. I'll wait here." Who in their right mind would say that? Shouldn't they usually say, "I'm not hungry," or "I'll eat later"? Lin Xiaoya rolled her eyes inwardly and swallowed her complaints. The dinner was unusually quiet. The 4 girls were clearly still recovering from the ordeal of the day, and no one at the table was in a mood for small talk. Su repeatedly broke the naan bread in half and put it back together. Chinamo didn't gossip about Lin Yi. She just poked at the chickpeas on her plate with her chopsticks. Lu Di forced down a couple of bites, put down his chopsticks, and said in a low voice that all the materials for today's live broadcast had been prepared. A Faye's confession, footage from the park, and Zhou Hang's testimony. A total of 4 backups were made, 2 in the cloud and 2 locally. Lin Xiaoya nodded, indicating that she would hand it over as soon as she returned to China. Lu Di then reminded her not to mention the bodyguard incident during the live stream. Lin Xiaoya immediately said she wasn't that stupid. Lu Di looked at her, his expression unusually serious, and told her not to question Lin Yi for the time being. Lin Xiaoya was stunned. Lu Di lowered her voice and said that she didn't know what Lin Yi was planning, but one thing was certain. No matter what thing Lin Hao was, he had genuinely saved their 4 lives today. The words, "What is that?" pierced Lin Xiaoya's heart. She opened her mouth, but found herself unable to refute them. After showering and lying in bed, Lin Xiaoya habitually scrolled through her phone for 20 minutes. The trending topic about the bodyguard's metal arm was still gaining traction, but public opinion had already been swayed. Several military bloggers started popularizing exoskeletons and special protective equipment, sparking heated debates in the comment section and steering the conversation towards high-end military equipment. The top-rated comment at the top is even more outrageous, saying that if it really is some kind of robot, then what kind of hidden genius must Fruit Bro be? A robot that can hand-crush bananas and cherries selling in this godforsaken place? It's impossible even for a fool. Lin Xiaoya stared at that comment for over 10 seconds. Yeah, isn't that ridiculous? Her brother is clearly a fruit seller who works from dawn till dusk. She shoved her phone onto her pillow, forcing herself to sleep. But as soon as she closed her eyes, the image of that cold, gleaming silver-gray metallic hand lingered in her mind. The next day, Lin Xiaoya slept until she naturally woke up. When she went downstairs, it was almost 10 o'clock, and the lobby on the first floor was unusually lively today. 3 unfamiliar faces, dressed in light blue polo shirts, stood at the entrance of the cold storage in Area A. The one in the lead was short, wearing sunglasses, and holding a folder in his hand, gesturing and examining the contents, looking like a real estate developer who had come to measure land. With a standard professional smile, Alam led them deeper into Area. Lin Xiaoya peeked out and asked who those people were. Alam turned around and said that they were several buyers from Southeast Asia who wanted to check out export-grade goods. Since the boss wasn't there, he went through the initial reception process. Lin Xiaoya didn't pay much attention, strolled to the restaurant, grabbed a piece of bread, and waited for her roommate to get up. It was almost 10:30 when Chun Imo finally floated out with wet hair and a grumpy face. Su and Lu Di seemed to be in good spirits. Lu Di had even spent an hour organizing testimony materials on the computer. After eating and drinking their fill, Lin Xiaoya was preparing to start an outdoor live stream when footsteps suddenly came from Area A. Alam led the man in sunglasses out. The man's folder was noticeably thicker, and he was flipping through it while muttering to himself like a knowledgeable professional. When they reached the intersection between Zone A and Zone B, the man in sunglasses suddenly stopped and asked if Zone B was also a cold storage area. Alam's smile remained unchanged as he explained that Area B was a high-end independent storage area and was not open to the public for the time being. As he spoke, he naturally took a step forward, blocking the passage. The man in sunglasses, however, became interested. He said he had just glanced at the area and found that the outdoor refrigeration units in Zone B were York YK series centrifugal chillers, with a single unit having a cooling capacity of nearly 800 tons of refrigeration, while Zone A only had ordinary screw chillers. Upon hearing this, Alam's smile visibly froze for a moment. Lin Xiaoya, a dozen meters away, also stopped mid-air, her half-eaten bread hanging in the air. What's going on? Do ordinary fruit collectors nowadays even need to research compressor models in such detail? The man in sunglasses continued, saying that all 17 of the refrigerated trucks in the yard were Volvo FM series, and each truck had been fitted with an independent temperature control compartment, with each modification costing at least $300,000. With the addition of the 180-kilometer highway he paved out of his own pocket, he finally took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of shrewd eyes. He bluntly stated that this was not the kind of infrastructure a so-called fruit wholesale market should have. Alam quickly regained his smile and simply said that Mr. Lin always had higher quality requirements than his competitors when it came to business. The man in sunglasses laughed and said, "So high-end that you'd use an 800-ton nuclear-grade centrifuge unit to keep fruit fresh? Even if all the fruit oligarchs in Southeast Asia were tied together, very few of them would be willing to spend that much money." He snapped the folder shut and extended his right hand. "Let's get to know each other again. Please excuse my intrusion. My name is Lin Kai, from Garanxian Group." As soon as the words fresh and fresh hit him, Alam's outstretched hand visibly stiffened. Almost everyone in China who eats fruit knows this brand. The retail industry has reached its ceiling. 3,000 stores are springing up everywhere, with annual revenue exceeding 10 billion. Alam immediately shook hands, his tone becoming more serious. He expressed his admiration, but said he couldn't make decisions on these core business matters and that Lin Kai would have to discuss them with the boss in person. Lin Kai asked what time the boss would be back, but Alam only said he wasn't at the market today and the time was uncertain. Lin Kai wasn't in a hurry. He figured it was better to be late than never, and since he was staying in Hassantown, he could contact the other party anytime when it was convenient for them. With that, he picked up his folder and headed for the door. As he passed Lin Xiaoya, he caught a glimpse of the action camera around her neck out of the corner of his eye, and then glanced at Chonimo and Su Su, who were standing there in a daze. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. He asked, "Wait a minute, are you Lin Xiaoya?" Lin Xiaoya looked bewildered and asked him if he knew her. Lin Kai immediately changed his expression, his previous elite aura instantly shattering as he became a starstruck fanboy. He said he watched a live stream the whole day yesterday, and what they were doing in the park was absolutely insane, amazing. The contrast instantly dispelled Chun Mo's morning grumpiness. She quickly glanced at Lin Kai. He was 25 or 26 years old, with a handsome appearance, and his clothes were understated yet of excellent quality, with the Patek Philippe on his wrist particularly eye-catching. Chun Mo immediately asked him if he was from Garanxian, the #1 fruit seller in China. Lin Kai nodded and said that Garanxian was run by his father, whose name was Lin Kai. He deftly pulled out a gold embossed business card and handed it to Lin Xiaoya with both hands, saying that when he saw the emperor-grade cherries in the live broadcast room the day before yesterday, his jaw almost dropped, and he flew over from Shanghai overnight just for this taste. Lin Xiaoya looked at the business card that read Lin Kai, Vice President of Garanxian Group, and her business mind instantly started working at high speed. A top-tier tycoon in the domestic fruit industry has come knocking on her door. If they can connect, wouldn't her brother's collection of premium fruits take off? She asked Lin Kai if he had come specifically to buy from the boss. Lin Kai said that it was mostly for that. He had been working in the high-end supply chain for 6 years and had never seen such top-quality goods. He wanted to broaden his horizons and also connect with her brother to discuss resources. Lin Xiaoya slapped her thigh and said he had come to the right place. This market was owned by her own brother. It didn't matter that he wasn't here today. She would help organize the gathering as soon as he returned. Ludi's brow twitched slightly as he gently tugged at Lin Xiaoya's sleeve. But Lin Xiaoya was preoccupied with a multi-billion-dollar cooperation deal and completely ignored him. She asked Lin Kai to add her on WeChat first, and that she would introduce her brother to him later. Lin Kai, however, was in no hurry. He smiled meaningfully and said that her brother was playing a very big game. He had only glanced at it this morning and felt that it was not simple. He would talk to her after he finished his work. He then changed the subject, saying that meeting was fate, and asked the key contributors if they had any plans for lunch. He said that if they didn't mind, he would treat them to lunch as a tribute to their amazing work yesterday. Chun Mo's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as she frantically signaled to Lin Xiaoya to quit quickly. Lin Xiaoya didn't respond immediately, but instead looked at Lu Di. Lu Di nodded calmly, his expression unchanged. Lin Xiaoya readily agreed, but made it clear beforehand that there were no Michelin-starred restaurants in Hassantown, so they would have to eat roadside skewers with them. Lin Kai casually put his sunglasses back on. a smirk playing on his lips. A roadside stall is fine. Down to earth, a good place. Chapter 42. Roadside grilled skewers and billion-dollar orders. The midday sun of Hassan was so intense it felt like it was baking people. Under a dilapidated canvas shed, 2 greasy folding tables were set up. The smoke from a barbecue, mixed with the aroma of cumin and mutton fat, was swept up by the hot wind and went straight into people's noses. Lin Kai casually took off the Patek Philippe watch, which was enough to buy a 3-bedroom apartment in a first-tier city in China, put it in his pocket, and pulled over a red plastic stool with a chipped corner to sit down. He pulled out a rough tissue and calmly wiped away the grease stains on the table. His down-to-earth demeanor even made Chen Mo take a second look. Chen Mo, munching on a lamb skewer, joked, "I didn't know you could eat at a place like this, Mr. Lin." Lin Kai laughed and opened a few bottles of local beer, pouring them for everyone. "What's this?" "Back in the day, I went to South America with my old man to collect bananas, and we slept in places 10 times dirtier than this. Come on, let's toast to your amazing feat yesterday." The moment their glasses clinked, the atmosphere quickly warmed up. Lin Kai was very good at controlling the pace. He first chatted about some domestic gossip, and then subtly steered the conversation back to business. He tore off a piece of naan and asked Lin Xiaoya seemingly casually, "I just saw the Volvo refrigerated truck in your compound. It's been modified to the highest level. Add to that the 180-kilometer highway leading directly to the gate. The infrastructure alone must have cost tens of millions of US dollars, right? Your brother has only been here for 3 years. Can his finances handle it?" Lin Xiaoya was gnawing on a lamb chop, and without thinking much, said, "My brother." Lu Di, who had been eating quietly, suddenly chimed in. He was just lucky to have caught the tropical fruit export boom a couple of years ago. The investment wasn't spent all at once. He just invested as he earned. Lin Kai glanced at Lu Di, a smile flashing in his eyes, but didn't press for details and change his approach. "That's true, but that king-grade cherry is even more outrageous." He leaned forward slightly, staring at Lin Xiaoya. "I watched the live stream recording. The size and color of that cherry are unlike any other variety on the market. New varieties are cultivated in years. Is your brother's research team some kind of cheat code?" Lin Xiaoya's heart tightened. "A research team? Where did this research team come from?" She clearly saw Lin Yi crawl out of that strange black box connected to the underground facility last night. But she quickly composed herself and mumbled, "He just likes to mess around with things on his own, so maybe it was a result of accidental breeding." Lin Kai laughed and said, "If this were just a fluke, agricultural experts all over the world would be lining up to jump off buildings." He then changed the subject, his tone becoming tentative. "But seriously, the Delta is a complete mess. With warlords like Musa constantly looming overhead, it's hard to believe your brother, an outsider, has managed to establish such a large business and settle down peacefully for 3 years. That can't be explained by luck alone." The atmosphere at the table paused slightly after these words were spoken. Yesterday's armed attack and those unbelievable scenes were still fresh in their minds, and Su Su and Chun Mo's expressions both froze for a moment. Just as Lin Xiaoya was about to speak, Lu Di wiped his mouth and looked up at Lin Kai. His gaze behind his glasses was calm, yet sharp. "Mr. Lin, once you pay protection money here, someone will naturally ensure your safety. As for who gets the money and how it's paid, that's their underworld tactic. We college graduates, how would we know the unspoken rules beneath the surface? Wouldn't you agree?" This subtle rebuke didn't hurt, but it made the message perfectly clear. If you want to investigate, don't start with them. Lin Kai stared at Lu Di for 2 seconds, then suddenly smiled. "Senior, you're so insightful." After just a few rounds of probing, he had already confirmed that the fruit business was rife with hidden dangers. And the girl with glasses in front of him was more wary than anyone else. If you keep asking, you won't get any information, and the business deal might fall apart. Lin Kai decisively stopped, instantly switching from a curious bystander to the CEO in charge of a multi-billion-dollar empire. "Okay, let's skip the fluff and get down to business." He placed his hands on the greasy table, his eyes sharpening. "Xiaoya, I'll get straight to the point. Garaxian needs high-end, exclusive sources to penetrate the top consumer circles in China. Your brother's emperor-grade cherries, and the giant mangoes and durians that may be mass-produced later, I want them all." Lin Xiaoya was stunned. "Want them all? What about the price?" My brother casually mentioned 500 yuan per piece in his live stream. The 500 is just for ordinary netizens to watch the show. Lin Kai tapped the table. If we go to high-end offline membership stores and the packaging and marketing are up to par, people will still be scrambling for it, even at 800. As long as the quality meets the standards and the production volume keeps up, we'll buy out the entire line. Sure enough, the annual minimum purchase framework is $30 million US. A collective gasp rippled across the table. Chanimo almost dropped the mutton in her mouth, and Su's eyes widened in surprise. $30 million US, which is equivalent to more than 200 million renminbi. Lin Xiaoya felt her heart clench tightly. Yesterday, she was so excited about Lin Yi promising to buy her a car for 10 million that she couldn't sleep. Today, she just casually ate some roadside barbecue, and he smashed a plate worth 200 million in her face. It struck it rich. This guy is really about to take off. She took a deep breath, so excited that she didn't even bother to wipe her hands with cumin oil before pulling out her phone. Wait a minute, Mr. Lin. I'll send a message to my brother. Wait for his reply. She opened WeChat, and finding typing too slow, she pressed the voice message button and shouted, "Bro, it's rare to see a boss from back home come to Hassan Town. He's right here at the kebab table. He said he's going to buy all your premium fruit, a guaranteed $30 million a year. You'd better accept the order." The screen lit up less than 10 seconds after the voice message was sent. Lin Xiaoya eagerly clicked on it. There was no haggling or excited exclamations in the chat box. Lin Yi simply replied with a nonchalant sentence. "Okay, tell him to wait. I'll come find you in a bit." Lin Xiaoya shoved her phone in front of Lin Kai and proudly raised her chin. "Look, Mr. Lin, my brother has spoken. He'll make you wait." Lin Kai raised his glass and drank it all in one gulp. That was refreshing. Then I'll wait for Mr. Lin's arrival in this small town. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In the only relatively clean hotel room in Hassan Town, Lin Kai locked the door and went to the window to draw the old curtains. After confirming there were no blind spots in the surveillance, he took out a heavy, black, military-grade satellite phone from a hidden compartment in his briefcase and made a call. After a long dial tone, a deep, authoritative middle-aged male voice came from the other end. "Have you landed?" "I landed a while ago and even struck up a conversation with that girl and her roommate." At this moment, Lin Kai was no longer carefree. His brows were furrowed and his expression was solemn. The other party asked, "Have you inspected the goods? Is there any chance?" "It's promising, and it could be something that disrupts the fresh food industry. I offered a minimum buyout offer of $30 million US, and they accepted. They'll come over for a face-to-face meeting later." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. "Well done. Stabilizing this line at all costs is Garanxian's strategic trump card for the next 6 months." Lin Kai lowered his voice. "Old man, don't be so happy yet. The goods are top-notch, but this person is probably not an ordinary fruit merchant." "How so?" "Intuition. The intuition I developed after 6 years in the high-end supply chain." Lin Kai rubbed his temples, his mind flashing back to the 800-ton centrifuge unit, the modified refrigerated truck fleet he had seen that morning, and Lu Di's extremely wary eyes. Those exceptional fruits are not something that can be easily produced with current agricultural technology. More importantly, the infrastructure investment that Mr. Lin has made here has far exceeded the profit logic of ordinary fruit wholesale businesses. He paused for a moment, a hint of coldness in his voice. "This is the delta. It's impossible for an ordinary Chinese civilian to manage tens of millions of dollars in assets so steadily under the nose of a warlord like Musa who eats people without spitting out the bones." Looking out the window at the endless yellow sand, Lin Kai gave his final judgment. "The water here is deep enough to drown a person. Old man, this fruit seller is not simple. He's very mysterious." Chapter 43, The Little Gadgets My Brother Casually Created. As evening fell, the sun sank below the desert horizon, turning the earthen walls of Hassan Town blood red. A bulletproof van, shrouded in dust, pulled steadily into the fruit market courtyard. The car door opened, and Lin Yi stepped out, still looking as neat and efficient as ever, followed closely by Lin Hao, who remained expressionless. "Brother!" Lin Xiaoya rushed down from the second floor like a firecracker, grabbed his arm, and her eyes were bright and scary. "You're finally back. I've been going crazy." Lin Yi tossed the car keys to Alam and looked at her with a smile. "What's wrong? Did someone step on your tail?" Lin Xiaoya lowered her voice, her hands trembling with excitement. 200 million RMB. Lin Kai, the young master of Garanxian in China, is waiting for you in town. He says he wants to buy all your premium fruits, with a guaranteed minimum of $30 million a year. In her eyes, this was an absolutely huge deal that could rewrite her destiny. But Lin Yi just gave a faint, "Oh," and went upstairs. "Okay, seeing how excited you are, I'll take 10 minutes to meet him in a bit." 10 minutes? Lin Xiaoya almost choked and quickly followed up. "He's the heir to a business worth hundreds of billions. You're being too perfunctory." Lin Yi didn't reply, but pushed open the door to the second-floor lounge. Chen Mo, Su Su, and Lu Di were all there, and their expressions changed slightly when they saw him come in. Especially after yesterday's live-fire counterattack. When they looked at Lin Yi, they no longer saw him as a handsome and wealthy self-made man, but as an unfathomable Buddha. Lin Yi casually greeted her and sat down at the coffee table. Seeing that Lin Xiaoya was still immersed in the excitement of the $30 million, he decided to divert her attention to prevent her from making a fuss and ruining his image as a low-key fruit merchant. "Stop thinking about Lin Kai. Come here." Lin Yi beckoned to her and took something out of his pocket. "I had nothing better to do today, so I tinkered with some gadgets. I'll show you something interesting." The four girls were immediately drawn to it. It was a palm-sized, thin, transparent sheet, like a slightly thicker screen protector for mobile phones, with no wires or connectors. Lin Xiaoya leaned closer to look. "What's this?" Lin Yi didn't explain, but casually picked up a royal grade cherry from the fruit plate and gently stuck the transparent slice onto the peel. Drop! A faint buzzing sound rang out. The next second, all four girls gasped in shock. Centered on the thin sheet, a pale blue holographic screen unfolded out of thin air. There was no projector, no screen. The data simply floated in the air. The screen scrolled with lines of sci-fi-esque information. Target: improved mutant sweet cherry, sugar content, 31.7%, pesticide residue, 0%, pulp cell activity, 99.8%, ripeness rating, S+, best before date, 142 hours remaining. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. On the right side of the light screen, there's also a slowly rotating 3D perspective view of a cherry, showing even the internal structure of the pit clearly. The lounge became eerily quiet, with only the sound of the air conditioner blowing out. Lin Xiaoya's eyes widened, and she could barely speak. "Brother, what kind of high-tech is this? Is it Iron Man's special effects? What's the big deal?" Lin Yi casually tore off the thin sheet, and the light screen immediately disappeared. He tossed the item onto the coffee table. "A calculator I made out of boredom. I bought loose parts on Taobao and just soldered them on with a soldering iron." "Taobao? Solder anywhere?" Ludi's pupils behind her glasses contracted sharply. She had studied microelectronics and knew that such a device, capable of generating holographic projections out of thin air and possessing molecular-level detection capabilities, was impossible to manufacture, let alone on Taobao, even if one searched through top laboratories. This is a revolutionary technological barrier. Seeing their shocked expressions, Lin Yi seemed to think it wasn't enough. With a flick of his wrist, he pulled out a silver metal sphere about the size of a thumb and casually placed it in the center of the coffee table. A crack appeared at the top of the sphere, and soft white light shone out, weaving a three-dimensional map about 1 meter long and wide above the coffee table. Su Su exclaimed, "Is this a map of the town?" That wasn't an ordinary map, but a real-time 3D miniature model of the entire town of Hassan. Every dilapidated mud house, every acacia tree, even a stray dog urinating against a wall at the east end of town was projected synchronously. Like receiving a new toy, Su Su couldn't resist reaching out to touch it. Her fingers passed through the virtual structure, creating a slight ripple in the data. Lin Yi coughed, still speaking in a matter-of-fact tone. "It's just a GPS model toy with a projection function, imported from Huiqiangbai, with some code modified." The entire room fell silent once again. Chen Montag was stunned. If Huiqiangbai could really get its hands on this kind of stuff, the U.S. military would probably have to surrender the very next day. Lu Di remained silent, using her water glass as cover while secretly pressing the shutter button on her phone under the table with her other hand, capturing the transparent sheet and the afterimage of the holographic projection. Her palms were covered in cold sweat. Lin Xiaoya just stared blankly at her brother. The eerie blue light reflected on Lin Ye's face, giving him an unfamiliar and cold, sci-fi feel. At that moment, a A strong sense of absurdity welled up inside her. The person in front of her clearly had the same face as her older brother, whom she had fought with since childhood, and his words were still just as infuriating. But who exactly is he? He has monstrous bodyguards who can mold bullets like mud and readily available Taba parts that can crush the world's technological trees. The underground where he lives also holds secrets, including access control for gene matching. The older brother is still the older brother, but he seems like a god or an alien in human skin, so unfamiliar that it makes one's scalp tingle. Late at night, the lights were off in the girls' dormitory on the second floor of the fruit market. The night wind howled outside the window, and in the distance, the sounds of wild animals or gunfire could not be distinguished. In the darkness, none of the people on the 4 beds seemed to be asleep. Chinemo turned over, facing Lin Xiaoya's bed, and whispered, "Xiaoya." Lin Xiaoya responded listlessly, "Huh? Still not asleep?" Chinemo took a deep breath, as if finally letting go of something. "I have something to tell you. I've given up on your brother." Lin Xiaoya froze, sitting up abruptly from the covers. "What? Didn't you say before that it's easy for a woman to pursue a man, and that you should win him over to become the boss's wife?" "It's too deep." Chinemo looked at the dark ceiling and gave a wry smile. "I admit, I used to be envious of your brother. He's handsome, rich, and can protect us in this chaotic world. He's practically the epitome of a domineering CEO novel. Every woman would want to try him out." The image of Lin Hao tearing the car door apart with his bare hands flashed through her mind, as did the image of Lin Yi casually pulling out an alien tech device tonight. "But tonight, I suddenly woke up." Chunmo's voice was devoid of jealousy, only cruel rationality. "Your brother is not someone an ordinary girl can reach." She paused for a moment, then lowered her voice even further. "He was standing too high. No, not high, but in another dimension. So high that I couldn't even see where he was." Chapter 44, That's the Terminator. "What are you trying to do?" Lin Xiaoya blinked in the darkness, and it took her a while to process Chun Mo's overly rational declaration of giving up. She lowered her voice and asked, "No, Momo, are you serious? You said before that even if my brother is made of iron, you would melt him." Chun Mo rolled over in bed, her tone carrying a sense of relief after accepting reality. "The premise is that he has to be made of iron on Earth. Xiaoya, I love money and I like handsome guys, but I'm more afraid of death and more afraid of the unknown that I can't control at all." The crystal-clear holographic miniature map from last night flashed through her mind again. Chinemo continued, "Standing next to your brother, I didn't feel any excitement, only instinctive fear. It was like looking into a bottomless black hole. I was curious about what was inside, but I definitely didn't want to fall in." Changing the subject, she reverted to her usual shrewdness. "In comparison, Lin Kai, the young master of Garanxian, is a high-quality target that a normal person would encounter." Lin Xiaoya was taken aback. "Lin Kai?" "Yes, that's right." Chinemo said confidently. "He's a well-known second-generation rich kid on the Forbes list. We know his background. He's rich, he owns luxury cars, he wears Patek Philippe watches, and he does things like a normal business elite. I know how to deal with this kind of rich person." She snapped her fingers in the darkness. "Compared to your brother, Lin Kai is practically a gentle lamb with a touch of humanity. Help me set him up tomorrow. I'm changing my target." Lin Xiaoya was stunned. It must be said, Chun Mo's ability to quickly find her footing in the face of extreme temptation was truly admirable. She muttered, "Fine, as long as you don't have designs on my brother, I'll help you get in touch with Lin Kai." At the same time, Lin Xiaoya didn't notice that Lu Di, who was on the lower bunk diagonally opposite her, was also awake. She lay flat on her back, her hands clasped over her lower abdomen. Those rational eyes, usually hidden behind her black-rimmed glasses, now gleamed with an unusual light in the darkness. Chinemo was afraid of the unknown, but Lu Di was not. As a top student and a black belt in Taekwondo, she has an innate, fatal curiosity about the strong and the mysterious. And now, her greatest curiosity lies entirely with that bodyguard named Lin Hao. The man who can withstand AK bullets and flip a 2-ton off-road vehicle with one hand. The next morning, the scorching Delta sun shone into the courtyard of the fruit market. As always, Lin Hao stood straight in the shadows at the top of the second-floor staircase, like a gray sculpture. His hands hung naturally at his sides, and the black briefcase containing the deadly weapon sat quietly at his feet. Soon, a series of light footsteps could be heard. Lu Di, carrying 2 glasses of chilled watermelon juice, wearing tight-fitting athletic shorts that revealed his well-defined abs from years of training, slowly walked over. She handed one of the cups to Lin Hao, smiling and greeting him, "Good morning, Brother Hao." Lin Hao's retina flashed with cold data. Target Lu Di. Identity is the commander's sister's roommate. Threat level is 0, and the item she is carrying is sugary liquid water. He remained expressionless, not even blinking. "Thank you, but no need." Lu Di wasn't annoyed. She took a sip of her drink and leaned against the railing, less than half a meter from Lin Hao. Her gaze was fixed on the bionic skin on Lin Hao's left shoulder that had been shattered by a bullet yesterday. Although Lin Hao wore a new shirt today, she knew that beneath the clothes lay a power that was definitely not that of an ordinary person. Lu Di asked softly, "Brother Hao, how did you manage to take down those 20-odd people yesterday?" Lin Hao looked straight ahead and calmly replied, "I have received professional training." Professional training, enough to block a black belt's full-force elbow strike with just 2 fingers? Lu Di leaned closer, her voice carrying a rare hint of coquettishness. "Brother Hao, could you teach me?" Lin Hao's internal system immediately issued a warning. The target is too close, body temperature is rising within 30 centimeters, heart rate is increasing, pupils are slightly dilated, the target is not carrying a weapon, and the action does not constitute an attack windup. His underlying AI logic experienced a rare 0.1 second delay. This situation is beyond the scope of calculations provided by the T-800 Tactical Engagement Guidelines and bodyguard security regulations. Push her away. It might injure her. Warn her that she is the commander's guest. In the end, Lin Hao could only stiffly take half a step to the side to create distance. "This is a company secret. I can't tell you." Seeing this ruthless killer, who could tear apart off-road vehicles with his bare hands, now dodging like an innocent young boy being teased, Lu Di's lips curled into a smile. Instead of backing down, she took another step forward, extending her slender fingers to gently poke Lin Hao's chest, which was as hard as a steel plate. "Don't be so stingy. Hao Ji, what do you usually like to do? Besides protecting Xiaoya, do you have any holidays?" Lin Hao's system recorded again. He suffered physical contact, force of 2 newtons, damage value 0. His CPU fans secretly accelerated inside his body, and his entire body of bionic silicone instantly tightened. Meanwhile, in the command center, 5,000 meters underground, Lin Yi was holding a coffee, ready to read the morning briefing, when suddenly, with a puff, he sprayed all the coffee he had just drunk onto the screen. He coughed violently. Apocalypse. Zoom in on the security camera footage from the stairwell. Apocalypse's emotionless, mechanical voice rang out. "Commander, I'm here." As the image zoomed in, Lin Yi stared at the screen and saw Lu Di groping Lin Hao like a female hooligan. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. What is this girl doing? Has she gone mad? Apocalypse's gear-shaped vertical pupil symbol flashed, and it calmly analyzed. Based on facial micro-expressions, heart rate fluctuations, and hormone levels, target Lu Di is secreting large amounts of dopamine and oxytocin. In layman's terms, she is courting combat unit T-098. Seeking a mate? Lin Yi's voice cracked. That's the T-800, a weapon of war composed of a titanium alloy frame and a miniature nuclear fusion battery. There isn't even a human brain inside. It's all code and wires. Lin Yi pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling as if the world was surreal. She's taken a liking to a silicon-based life form? What a strange taste. Apocalypse solemnly explained. "Commander, the admiration for strength among carbon-based life forms is ingrained in their genes. The extreme violence and ruthlessness exhibited by T-098 perfectly match this female human's fantasy of a top-tier male partner." "All right, shut up." Lin Yi waved his hand in exasperation, then connected to Lin Hao's underlying command network. At this moment, Lin Hao was about to initiate the tactical retreat procedure when a red light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Over the internal communication channel, Lin Yi ordered, "Lin Hao, listen up. No matter what Lu Di does to you, you're not allowed to fight back, and you're not allowed to expose the metal frame. If all else fails, pretend to be made of wood. In short, don't break her hand." Lin Hao paused for half a second. "Understood, Commander." After cutting off the communication, Lin Yi sighed, closed the documents on the table, and stood up. He instructed Tianqi to prepare ground camouflage. It was almost time for him to meet the young master of Garanxian, who had a business worth $30 billion and probably hadn't slept all night. Lin Yi straightened his casual shirt, a familiar nonchalant smile playing on his lips. Let's go. Let's make some extra money. Chapter 45. Buying out the company for $200 million? You got a pretty good plan. The reception room on the first floor of the fruit market, usually filled with discarded fruit crates, was unusually clean today. Lin Kai sat on the old leather sofa, without his assistant, staring at the cheap-looking Delta map on the wall. The watch had just struck 10 a.m. when the door opened. Lin Yi, wearing a gray shirt and casual shoes, walked in and pulled up a wooden chair to sit opposite him. Lin Kai adopted a humble attitude, but went straight to the point. He pushed a document to the center of the coffee table and said, $30 million, a one-year exclusive buyout. He emphasized that Garanxian has a strong domestic distribution network, and as long as Lin Yi signs the agreement, the money will be deposited into the offshore account that afternoon. Garanxian will also bear all the initial losses from cold chain logistics. $30 million, equivalent to more than 200 million renminbi. For any border trader, this would be an incredible windfall, enough to leave them speechless. Lin Yi didn't even lift his eyelids. He didn't look at the contract, but simply picked up the teapot and slowly poured tea into two cheap little teacups. In the reception room, only the soft sound of tea falling into the cups could be heard. Lin Kai frowned slightly. 200 million in cash had been thrown at him, yet the other party hadn't even lost their composure. He couldn't help but ask, Mr. Lin, is it too little? Lin Yi pushed a cup of tea in front of him and said calmly, Mr. Lin, you think you could buy out my supply chain for $30 million? I could hear your scheme from the second floor. Lin Kai sat up straight, his tone becoming more serious. He admitted that the cherries were indeed amazing, even breaking existing perceptions. But no matter how good the fresh produce was, it still needed a large and stable sales network to spread out. He stared at Lin Yi and continued to put pressure on him. If you keep the goods in your hands, in this place where war could break out at any time, they will only rot in the cold storage in the end. Lin Yi chuckled. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, and retorted, Rotten? Do you believe that if I just send the parameters and videos to those Middle Eastern buyers in Dubai, 3 chartered planes will be queuing up at Dali Port tomorrow to pick up goods? Lin Kai's eye twitched slightly. This statement struck a nerve with Garanxian. The real big customers of high-end fruits were never ordinary supermarkets, but rather the top elites who didn't care about prices. If those people from Dubai get involved, they'll likely not even get a sip of the soup, let alone any meat. Lin Yi put down his teacup and tapped his fingers on the table. Let's try a different approach. Tiered supply, gradually unlocking product categories. Lin Kai didn't speak, waiting for him to continue. Lin Yi proposed that in the first phase, only 5 categories would be supplied each month. In addition to cherries and mangoes, 3 other products of the same quality would be added. As for the supply volume, he would decide that. If they want to increase the quota, it depends on whether Garanxian can bring the brand premium of the first batch of goods to his satisfaction. Lin Kai was stunned. He had negotiated countless large deals, but he had never seen such a powerful supplier. This was no cooperation. It was clearly the client setting performance targets for the downstream distributors. Lin Yi didn't give him any time to process the news and continued. Also, since it's an exclusive first release, it's not called a buyout. The minimum guaranteed amount for the first year's framework will be changed to $50 million. The price had increased by a full 20 million. Lin Kai's breath hitched. This appetite had exceeded his authorized limit. After a quick calculation, he tried to lower the price. Mr. Lin, this price is too steep. $50 million plus the cost of international cold chain logistics means all the risk is on our side. What's more, Dali Port has already been occupied by that mysterious apocalypse organization, and they even killed the former warlord yesterday. Lin Kai leaned forward, using the local situation to exert pressure. No matter how good the goods were, if Tianqi locked down customs and sealed off ports, the containers couldn't even get on the ships. The risk of such force majeure was too high. Lin Yi took a metal USB drive out of his pocket and casually tossed it on the table. Don't worry about the port. In the Delta, as long as the container is marked Linfrit, no one dares to check it or stop it from the moment it hits the road until it's loaded onto the ship. Lin Kai's heart skipped a beat. He carefully examined the young man in front of him, and the confidence with which he casually said, "No one dares to stop me," was definitely not an act. Could this Chinese fruit seller have gotten in touch with the Apocalypse organization? Or did he pay a huge protection fee for special privileges? If that's the case, Then the doubts surrounding the previous infrastructure investments can be explained. After a moment's consideration, Lin Kai finally gritted his teeth and nodded. 50 million, okay. By securing the exclusive launch rights in China and monopolizing high-end membership stores, this cost can be entirely passed on to consumers. More importantly, the revenue generated from boosting the company's stock price will far exceed 50 million. But he immediately set conditions. Since the minimum guarantee was increased, he had the right to know the production capacity ceiling. At the same time, he also wanted to know exactly what biotechnology was used for those fruits, whether it was genetically modified or selectively mutated, because he needed the information to pass domestic quarantine. Lin Yi answered bluntly, "The upper limit of production capacity depends on my mood. The source of the technology is a trade secret." He pointed to the USB drive on the table, which contained the electronic version of the new contract, and reminded Lin Kai to carefully read the additional terms. Surely no individual, at any level, is permitted to trace the origin and cultivation techniques of this batch of fruit in any way. Anyone found engaging in any underhanded dealings will be immediately cut off from supply. The contract will be permanently voided, and all losses will be borne by the responsible party. Lin Kai stared at the unassuming metal USB drive, a cold sweat inexplicably seeping down his back. Lin Yi hadn't brought a lawyer or even any paper documents from beginning to end, yet he had completely controlled the pace of the negotiation. He, the vice president of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, was completely suppressed. Lin Kai took the USB drive in his hand and smiled. Mr. Lin is indeed confident. Okay, we'll do it your way. 5 categories, a minimum of 50 million, and no traceability. With the core issues settled, the tense atmosphere in the reception room finally eased somewhat. Lin Kai stood up, straightened the hem of his suit jacket, and extended his hand. "It's a pleasure to work with you. Once the contract is finalized, I'll arrange for my team to fly over to go through the formalities." Lin Yi stood up and shook hands with him, then gently shook him off. Before leaving, Lin Kai, with a social smile, casually suggested, "Mr. Lin, do you have time this afternoon? Since we're going to cooperate more deeply, why don't you take me to visit the plantation? I'd really like to see the place of origin of such amazing fruit." This is the final test. Based on his years of agricultural experience, he could deduce the technical team and true capabilities behind the other party simply by looking at the scale of the greenhouse or experimental field. Lin Yi put his hands in his pockets and refused directly. "Next time. The bases are all deep in the mountains, and the roads are difficult to travel. Delta just changed hands these past 2 days, and things are very chaotic outside. President Lin is a precious person. There's no need to risk your life out there. It's safer to go back to Bangkok sooner." The order to leave had already been issued to this extent. Any further insistence would lead to a falling out. Lin Kai was a smart man. He didn't press the matter further, only saying that the details would be finalized in a follow-up communication before turning and leaving. The bulletproof SUV was parked outside the market compound. Lin Kai got into the back seat, the car started, and it sped out of Hassan Town, kicking up dust. Only after leaving the fruit market did he raise the privacy screen between the front and back seats, take out his satellite phone, and make a long-distance call to an overseas destination. After the call connected, Lin Kai put away the smile he had when facing Lin Yi and reported coldly, "The contract framework is secured. The other party is offering a minimum of 50 million US dollars for the first year." After hearing what was said on the other end of the phone, Lin Kai nodded, "It's not a loss. As long as we secure the exclusive domestic premiere, the 50 million will be well spent." But then he lowered his voice. "There's something that has to be done. Lin Yi is keeping the technology and production area too secretive. Go and contact 2 local guides who are bold and familiar with the terrain and spend a lot of money." He glanced at the town receding into the distance in the rearview mirror, his tone growing heavier. "Secretly investigate all high-tech farms, experimental fields, or hidden valleys within a 50-kilometer radius of Hassan Town. A base capable of supplying 5 major categories of crops with extremely high monthly output cannot be completely hidden. Keep your movements discreet. Don't alert Lin Yi or his bodyguard." After hanging up the phone, Lin Kai rubbed his temples. He couldn't let the company's lifeline be in the hands of someone of unknown origin. Untraceable? In the business world, such a clause is nothing but a load of rubbish. At the same time, in the reception room on the first floor of the fruit market, Lin Yi carried his half-finished warm tea to the window. Through the invisible earpiece, Apocalypse's steady electronic voice sounded. Commander, we have intercepted encrypted communications made by Lin Kai via a military-grade satellite phone. The other party has arranged for informants and is preparing to hire local guides at great expense to find her non-existent ground-based planting base. Apocalypse continued its report. The target has violated the prohibition on tracing the source. Should we deploy the Hive drones lurking outside the town to physically eliminate the personnel involved in the investigation? Lin Yi wasn't angry at all. Instead, he laughed. He casually splashed the tea from his cup onto the muddy ground outside the window. Ignore him and let him investigate. He watched as the water seeped quickly into the arid sand and said calmly, "The deeper the investigation goes, the more honestly he'll be about giving me the minimum of 50 million. Chapter 46. 340 people, not one less. Lin Yi locked the door to the reception room, pulled down the blinds, and after confirming that no one was nearby, pressed the almost invisible communicator in his ear. Tianchi, have you finished counting the number of people in the park? Commander, biometric scanning and identity verification have been completed. A total of 340 victims have been rescued from the park, of which 198 are confirmed to be Chinese, 47 are Burmese, 31 are Vietnamese, and the rest are from Cambodia, Laos, and several Eastern European countries. Tianchi paused for a moment, then added 7 of them are seriously injured, and 3 of them have organ failure due to long-term malnutrition. It is recommended that they be transferred first. Lin Yi rubbed his temples. 340 people, not 34. To safely transport so many people out of the Delta hinterland, they couldn't go through the proper channels. After all, the customs at Port Dali are nominally under Moose's name, but are actually controlled by Apocalypse. If there are any official records of a large number of people leaving the country, international public opinion will immediately explode. What about the route plan? Optimal solution has been generated. The small silver sphere on a coffee table automatically popped open, projecting a 3-dimensional route map. The blue lights started from Hassan Town, traveled south along a 180-kilometer self-built road, and arrived at the Port of Dali. 3 refrigerated cargo ships marked Linfrit were docked at the pier. Apocalypse began his report. It is recommended that the transfer be carried out in 3 batches. The first batch of 87 people, mainly the seriously injured and extremely weak, will depart at 6 p.m. today, escorted by 12 T-800S disguised as a transport team. They will arrive at the dock 4 hours later and board the Harvest 3 to travel to the neighboring country of Bandung Port. Bandung Port has connected with the New Beginning Foundation, a non-governmental relief organization, which will be responsible for issuing replacement documents and arranging flights back to China. The second batch of 130 people will depart at 4 a.m. tomorrow aboard the Harvest No. 5 aircraft. The third batch of 123 people will depart at noon tomorrow. All are expected to arrive within 42 hours. Lin Yi stared at the blue shipping route and asked, "Is the area around Bandung Port reliable?" The Foundation's head, Chan Pei Yao, is of Chinese descent and has been involved in refugee relief for 11 years, handling more than 2,000 cross-border repatriation cases. She has already transferred $150,000 through anonymous channels, and the recipient has confirmed receipt and begun preparations. Tianchi continued, "To prevent customs obstruction, I have submitted the commercial crew rotation documents to the local port authority through Moose's diplomatic channels. The information of 340 people will be embedded in the crew rosters of the 3 cargo ships and a list of temporary technical personnel, and it is completely compliant on paper." Lin Yi was silent for a moment. And the total cost? The cost per person was approximately $1,400, which included the ferry ticket, documents, food and lodging, and Foundation service fees. The total expenditure was approximately $476,000, which has been pre-deducted from the Dali Port operating account. Less than $500,000 is nothing to a fruit business with an annual turnover of tens of millions. But for those 340 people who were locked in iron cages, had their fingers chopped off, and were almost forced to sell their organs, this was their fate. Execute it. Lin Yi put away the silver sphere. The first batch will depart promptly at 6 o'clock. The T-800S will be in civilian clothes the whole time, without heavy weapons, so as not to scare them. Everyone who gets on board will be given dry rations, drinking water, and a clean jacket. Received. Should I notify your sister? She promised in a live stream this morning that she would bring everyone home. Lin Yi pushed open the door, and sunlight streamed in. No need. She'll come by herself. Sure enough, just after 3 p.m., Lin Xiaoya came rushing over. Bro, what are you going to do with those people in the park? She stood blocking the first-floor stairwell, hands on her hips, followed by Lu Di and Su Su. Shan Imo didn't come. She said she was catching up on sleep in her room. It's already arranged. Lin Yi walked upstairs without looking back. Lin Xiaoya caught up with him, bombarding him with questions. What are the arrangements? Which route will we take? What mode of transportation will we use? Who will pick us up when we arrive? What about people without passports? Lin Yi stopped and looked at her. Are you interrogating me? I'm just concerned, Lin Xiaoya said earnestly. Yesterday, I said in front of hundreds of thousands of people on my live stream that I would take them home. I said it, and I have to take responsibility for it. Lin Yi looked at his younger sister. She was usually carefree, but deep down she had the same seriousness as him. Okay, I'll take you to see it. At the southernmost end of the fruit market, there is a row of unused warehouses, which are usually used to store fruit crates and packaging materials. Now, this place has been temporarily converted into a resettlement area. All the rolling shutters are open, moisture-proof mats are laid on the ground, and folding cots are placed in the corners. Some people were distributing bottled water and compressed biscuits, while others were changing dressings for the wounded. More than 300 victims were scattered around. Some were curled up in bed without saying a word, some were hugging their knees in a daze, and others were talking in hushed tones. As soon as Lin Xiaoya walked in, the people at the door immediately looked up. Is it that streamer? It's her, the girl who said she would take us home. A low murmur of discussion slowly spread. Lin Xiaoya didn't make a point of greeting anyone. She simply walked quietly past rows of cots, looking at the numb yet wary faces. The short-haired girl I saw in the basement yesterday was also there. She was sitting against the wall, clutching an unopened bottle of water. When she saw Lin Xiaoya, she simply nodded slightly. Lin Xiaoya walked over and squatted down. Have you had some water? Not yet. The girl looked down at the bottle. It feels unreal. I'm afraid I'll wake up if I drink it. Lin Xiaoya helped her unscrew the bottle cap. Drink it, it's not a dream. The girl took the water, tilted her head back, and gulped down a large mouthful. When she put the bottle down, her hands were still trembling. The first batch would depart this evening. Lin Xiaoya tried to keep her tone steady. They will take a ship to a port in a neighboring country, where someone will help you with your documents and buy plane tickets. Can we really go back? Real. The short-haired girl lowered her head, remained silent for a long time, and then said softly, 147 days. I drew a line on the wall, every day. In the end, I thought I would never get out of there in this lifetime. Lu Di, standing beside her, remained silent, only recording the victim's name, place of origin, and contact information in her notebook, information that would be needed for later police reports. Su Su stood behind her, her eyes red-rimmed, but she stubbornly held back her tears. Lin Xiaoya stood up and patted the short-haired girl on the shoulder. You're in the first batch. At 6 o'clock in the evening, 3 modified vans were parked in front of the warehouse. The vans were lined with soft cushions, had handrails on both sides, and had water and food piled up at the rear. The drivers were all dressed in ordinary work clothes, wearing baseball caps, with blank expressions and synchronized movements. Lin Xiaoya watched for a long time and felt that these people were somewhat similar to Lin Hao. They all stood like telephone poles, never saying a word. The first batch of 87 people began boarding the train. Some walked very fast, almost running into the carriage, as if afraid of being dragged back if they were a step too slow. Others hesitated with every step, constantly looking back at the warehouse. Zhou Heng, who was rescued from the iron cage in the square, was also on the list. His left hand was wrapped in thick gauze, and the area where his little finger was missing was tightly bandaged. As he passed Lin Xiaoya, he stopped and said only 3 words, "Thank you." After saying that, he turned and got into the car, without looking back. The short-haired girl was the last to board the bus. She hesitated for a moment at the back of the bus, then suddenly turned around and bowed deeply to Lin Xiaoya. My name is Zhao Min, and I'm from Foshan, Guangdong Province. I'll definitely come to see you when I get back. Lin Xiaoya smiled at her and waved goodbye. The doors closed, and the engines started one after another. The 3 trucks drove out of the fruit market compound and turned onto the asphalt road leading to Dollyport. The orange-red sunset cast long shadows of the vehicles across the desert highway. The convoy drove further and further away, raising a long trail of dust. Lin Xiaoya stood at the warehouse entrance watching until the last car became a small black dot on the horizon. Ludi walked over and closed his notebook. The first batch is gone, leaving 253. Su tugged at Lin Xiaoya's sleeve and whispered, Xiaoya, how much did your brother spend to get this done? Lin Xiaoya shook her head. She didn't ask, and Lin Yi didn't mention it either. But she felt that for her brother, this amount of money was probably about the same as treating everyone to a barbecue. There are still over 200 people left in the warehouse. The second batch will leave at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, and the third batch will depart at noon. When Lin Xiaoya returned to her dormitory on the second floor, her phone screen lit up. It was a message from Lin Yi. After everyone leaves tomorrow afternoon, I'll take you somewhere. Lin Xiaoya replied with a question mark. Go see how fruit is grown. She stared at the message for 5 seconds, then suddenly jumped out of bed. Ludi, Su. They both turned around at the same time. Lin Xiaoya held up her phone, her expression a mix of excitement and nervousness. My brother said he'll take us to see the plantation tomorrow. Ludi pushed up his glasses, his fingers unconsciously stroking the notebook cover. Su blinked. Is it that place where you can grow cherries the size of a fist? Right. Chapter 47. 72 hours have passed. Abdullah's choice. In Abdullah's main tent in the northern mountains, the argument had been going on for 2 hours. A map of the delta lay spread out on the table, with the southern port of Dali, the 8 camps in the north, and the valley where Faisal was executed circled in red. The 3 red circles formed a line, like a knife already pressed against Abdullah's throat. A bearded officer slammed his fist on the table, yelling that they couldn't surrender. Musa had knelt, Faisal was dead, and if the Abdullah family also bowed down, no one in the western mountains would recognize them anymore. The veteran officer on the other side retorted, What are you going to use to fight? 20 leaky armored vehicles, or those expired shells in the warehouse? The bearded officer protested, saying they had over 10,000 men. The old officer sneered, saying Faisal also had 8,000 men and tanks. As a result, all 8 camps lost contact simultaneously, and he himself was dragged out of his tent. The next day, his head was hung on a flagpole. The tent became much quieter instantly. They had all seen that photo. It was ruthless. Apocalypse showed no mercy. Surrender and you could live. Don't, and even your corpse would be used as a public notice. The bearded officer gritted his teeth and said that Faisal was stupid. His camp was scattered and communication was backward. The Western Mountain Pass was easy to defend and difficult to attack. As long as the 3 roads were blocked, the Apocalypse wouldn't be able to get in so easily. Another tall, thin officer immediately sneered. Musa's men had sent word that the Apocalypse garrison was nothing like ordinary soldiers. They didn't eat or sleep, and bullets wouldn't even deflect. Sending ordinary people to block them was tantamount to throwing their lives away. The bearded officer insisted it was just a rumor. The tall, thin officer simply threw his phone on the table. In the secretly filmed video, at the entrance of the former Camp 3 in Faisal, a squad of soldiers in dark gray overalls are changing shifts. Their steps are synchronized, their movements so precise it's unsettling. Someone deliberately drops a metal plate nearby. One of the gray-clad soldiers bends down, bends the thick plate with one hand, and casually tosses it back into the truck. The video ended, and no one spoke again in the tent. Abdullah sat in the main seat, twirling a string of old wooden beads in his hand. He was 56 years old, with a gray beard, and had fought hard battles in his youth. From a border smuggling boss to controlling 6 mines and 4 routes in the west, he relied on ruthlessness and composure. But this time was different. The apocalypse came too quickly. Musa changed his flag overnight, and Faisal was destroyed in a day. The 72-hour ultimatum had only 10 minutes left. The young officer in the corner glanced at his watch, his voice tense, and said that Apocalypse's deadline was fast approaching. The bearded officer immediately volunteered, saying that at least a war-ready stance should be adopted, otherwise his men would scatter. The veteran officer cautioned that while it was acceptable to make gestures, actual firing was forbidden. The Apocalypse's goal of unifying the Delta wasn't simply killing. The fact that Musa survived after surrendering indicated they also needed someone to govern the region. The bearded officer accused him of being a coward like Musa. The old officer retorted that he was afraid of his entire clan being wiped out. The two sides started arguing again. Abdullah suddenly slammed the wooden beads on the table. That's enough. They immediately shut up inside the tent. He looked up at his adjutant Khalid by the door and asked if the vehicles were ready. Khalid replied, 2 pickup trucks, white flags with 4 men. The bearded officer was stunned and asked him if he really wanted to surrender. Abdullah didn't look at him, but picked up the letter that had been written long ago on the table. The envelope wasn't signed, only addressed to Musa himself in Daliport. He said this wasn't an investment, it was a negotiation. The old officer breathed a sigh of relief, but the bearded officer looked very grim and asked Tianchi if he would talk to them. Abdullah whispered, "Yes, because he hasn't fired yet." He looked at the western mining area on the map and slowly said, "Faisal died because he tried to hold out against Musa, and he lived because he was useful. And he, Abdullah, is useful in the same way." The 6 mines in the west, including copper, tin, and rare earth veins, as well as 4 smuggling routes, had all been under his control for over a decade. Tianchi could certainly take them down, but to keep the mines producing goods and to keep the mountain tribes obedient, someone had to step in. No one in the tent objected. It was harsh, but it was the truth. Abdullah stood up and had Khalid deliver the letter. The letter stated that he was willing to relinquish command of the Western Armed Forces, but the family's mining rights must be retained, and the personal safety of himself, his family, and key military officers must also be included in the agreement. The bearded officer hesitated for a long time before asking what would happen if Tianchi disagreed. Abdullah picked up the pistol, removed the magazine, and then pushed it back in. "Then let's fight. But before the fight, at least let the apocalypse know that they're not the kind of fools like Faisal who only shout slogans." Khalid took the letter and turned to leave the tent. Outside, a white flag was already tied to the pickup truck's antenna. The 72-hour countdown reached 0. The Western camp did not fire any artillery or broadcast a surrender announcement. Only 2 pickup trucks with white flags flew from the mountain pass toward Daliport. Port Dali, second-floor office of the governor's palace. Musa sat behind a large desk, listening to port officials report on the cargo ship loading and unloading plan. His face, voice, and movements were exactly the same as the real Musa. Even his habit of smelling the coffee before drinking it was perfectly replicated. There was a knock at the door, and the adjutant came in with a brown paper letter, saying that Abdullah from the west had sent someone. Musa asked where the man was. The adjutant replied that he was waiting on the first floor, carrying a white flag, but no heavy weapons, only 2 pistols, which had already been surrendered. The adjutant placed the letter on the table, saying it was a handwritten letter to him. Musa picked up the envelope, but didn't open it. A tiny stream of data rapidly updated deep within his pupils. The system determined the target file originated from the Western warlord Abdullah, and the risks of its contents were unknown, recommending its transfer to the Apocalypse command chain. Musa placed the letter back on the table and told the messenger to wait. The adjutant asked if it needed to be examined, but Musa glanced at him and simply said that he had been having many problems lately. The adjutant immediately bowed his head in apology and left the room. After the door closed, Musa raised his hand and pressed the edge of the envelope. A miniature scanning light swept across the letter, and the contents were uploaded instantly. 3 seconds later, Apocalypse's voice rang out from the command center 5,000 meters underground. "Commander, the Western warlord Abdullah did not start a war after the ultimatum expired. Instead, he sent an envoy to Port Dali and submitted a conditional negotiation document." Linya had just come down from the living area, still holding a half cup of coffee. He hadn't slept much last night. The transfer of part personnel, Lin Xiaoya's trip to the planting base, Lin Kai's tracing of the source, plus Abdullah's deadline. Everything was piling up at once. He only said one word: read. A scanned copy of a handwritten letter pops up on the screen, which Apocalypse immediately translates into Chinese. In his letter, Abdullah stated that the Western family was willing to acknowledge Apocalypse's supreme authority over the Delta and to relinquish command of the Western Armed Forces under a reasonable agreement. However, they demanded that the family retain control of the mining operations and legal profits, while guaranteeing the personal safety of Abdullah himself, his immediate family, and his core military officers, and expressed their willingness to send representatives to continue consultations. Linyi placed the coffee on the control panel and said casually, "You know how to pick your time." Apocalypse warns that 47 seconds have passed since the ultimatum expired, which, strictly speaking, means the target has breached the agreement. Linyi told it not to dwell on those 47 seconds, and then pulled up the data for the western mountainous region. The screen displayed large mining areas marked with copper, tin, rare earth, and gold deposits, as well as several unexplored reserve sites. Abdullah's territory wasn't as fertile as Dali Port, but it had plenty of resources. The real problem is the people. The tribes in the Western Mountains are complex and the villages are scattered. Apocalypse can use T-800S to wipe out the armed forces, but there is no need to turn every mountain into ruins. After reviewing the documents, Lin Yi tapped on the table. Abdullah is smarter than Faisal. The apocalyptic gears and vertical pupils rotated on the main screen, and the assessment results were consistent. Abdullah's will to survive outweighed his obsession with honor, making him valuable for local governance. If he were to make a statement, the overall probability of resistance in the West could be significantly reduced. Lin Yi inquired about the situation in the mining area. Apocalypse replied that if they launched a strong attack, they could destroy all command nodes within 3 hours and take over the main mountain passes within 6 hours, but it would take 19 to 31 days to appease the tribes and restore production. If negotiations proceed, and Abdullah's cooperation reaches 70%, armed takeover can be completed within 48 hours, and the mining area can be restored to operation within 72 hours. Lin Yi leaned back in his chair. Then let's talk. Apocalypse asked whether he would accept the request to retain the mining rights. Lin Yi picked up the electronic pen and drew 3 lines on the screen. The operating rights can be retained, but not preserved exactly as they were. First, submit a complete list of heavy weapons within 48 hours, including tanks, armored vehicles, artillery, rockets, and shoulder-fired air defense weapons. If any item is missing, the operation will be treated as hostile. Second, accept the Tianqi garrison. All mountain passes, mining areas, and communication stations must be garrisoned by Tianqi troops. Third, Abdullah himself must come to Port Dali. Sending a representative is useless. If he wants to save his life, he must come to see the apocalyptic representative in person. After Tianqi finished recording, he asked about the details of the mining operation rights. Lin Yi said that the mine could continue to be operated by the Abdullah family, but Tianqi must oversee the finances, transportation, and security. Tax rates would be redefined, and miners' benefits would also be changed. Apocalypse suggests that improving miners' conditions will lead to a short-term profit decline of approximately 12%. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and asked if it was short of that 12%. Tianqi replied that the base currently had sufficient energy and material reserves and was not short of them. Lin Yi was too lazy to argue with it, so he had it send the reply to Moose's double for stamping and then have the messenger take it back. The meeting place was set at the governor's mansion, which looked more formal from the outside. A few seconds later, a reply appeared on the screen. The wording was brief, without any formalities or room for negotiation. Lin Yi glanced at it and then asked Tianqi to add a sentence. Tell him that Apocalypse does not guarantee a second chance. Khalid had been waiting for over an hour on the first floor of the governor's palace in Port Dali. For the entire hour, his back felt tense. A dozen or so of Moose's soldiers stood in the hall, outwardly normal, but they were eerily quiet. In the Delta, armed personnel standing guard for more than 10 minutes will almost always be swearing, chewing tobacco, or playing on their phones. But these people don't chat, don't smoke, and don't slack off. They just stand there as if they've been programmed. Khalid dared not look around carelessly. Footsteps came from upstairs. The adjutant came down and handed him a sealed reply, saying only that he should take it back. Khalid asked Commander Musa if he had anything else to say. The adjutant stared at him and said in a low voice, "Yes, but don't open it. This letter is for Abdullah. If it gets torn up on the way, they don't need to bring their heads back." Khalid immediately bowed his head and explained. 10 minutes later, 2 white flag pickup trucks left Daliport. Khalid held the letter close to his chest the entire way, not daring to sleep. It was past midnight when they returned to their main camp in the west. Lights were still on in the tents. Abdullah hadn't rested, and all the corps officers were still there. After Khalid entered the tent, he handed the letter over with both hands. "Sir," Tianqi has replied. The breathing inside the tent became softer. Abdullah opened the envelope. The paper was thin, and the contents were only half a page. He read it over and over again, without saying a word. The bearded officer finally couldn't help but ask what the other side had to say. Abdullah placed the letter on the table, and the old officer picked it up and read it aloud. Apocalypse accepted the negotiation intentions submitted by Abdullah's side, but 3 items were not included in the negotiation content. First, submit a complete list of heavy weapons within 48 hours. Second, except the entry of Tianchi troops into all key nodes in the west. Third, Abdullah himself must travel to Port Dali to meet with the apocalyptic representative. The old officer stopped reading at this point. Everyone looked at the last line. His voice lowered. Apocalypse does not guarantee a second chance. The tent was deathly silent. The bearded officer's face flushed red, his hand on his holster, and he angrily said that this was not a negotiation, but an order. Abdullah sat in the chair, the wooden beads slipping through his fingers one by one. After a long while, he looked up at Khalid and asked if he had seen anyone from Apocalypse in Port Dali. Khalid shook his head, saying that he had only seen Musa's men, and Musa himself had not shown up. Abdullah picked up the reply letter again and read it once more. Outside the tent, the mountain wind fluttered the white flag, the fabric slapping against the flagpole with a hurried sound. The bearded officer stepped forward and said that with just one word from him, they would bomb the southern highway that very night. If Tianchi wanted to station troops, they would have to get over his corpse first. Abdullah raised his hand to stop him. He slowly stood up, folded the letter, and put it into his breast pocket. Get the car ready. The old officer was taken aback and asked now. Abdullah looked at the location of Daliport on the map. Let's set off at dawn. The bearded officer grew anxious and asked him if he really wanted to go in person. What if the other side detained people? Abdullah buttoned up his coat, paused for a few seconds, and then said, Then let's see what Apocalypse really wants, a living Abdullah. He turned and walked toward the tent entrance. I still want to hang another head in the west. Chapter 48, the planning base, is 5,000 meters underground. Chun Mo walked over from behind and patted Lin Xiaoya on the shoulder. Did your brother just send a message? Didn't he say he'd take us to the plantation today? Lin Xiaoya took out her phone and scrolled through the chat history. He said he would wait at the east gate of the market at 2 p.m. East gate. Lu Di looked up. It's, Lin Xiaoya thought for a moment, over there in that grove of trees last time. Lu Di pushed up his glasses but remained silent. That grove of trees last time was the place where Lin Xiaoya bumped into Lin Yi walking out of a black box in the middle of the night. 1:55 p.m. The four girls arrived at the east gate ahead of time. Lin Yi was already waiting there. A modified SUV was parked next to it, its windows tinted dark, obscuring the view inside. Come with me. The four of them followed Lin Yi through the grove of trees. After walking about 50 meters, the black box reappeared in front of them in the bushes. It stands quietly among several palm trees, over 2 meters tall, with a matte black finish and a smooth surface so seamless that no seams can be seen. During the day, this thing looks even stranger. Its material is hard to discern. It's neither metal nor plastic, and sunlight doesn't reflect off it at all. Lin Yi walked up to the black box and placed his hand on its surface. Verification, ligne. A blue light shone from the top of the box. Welcome, highest level user. A completely emotionless female voice came from a box. Then, a door opened silently. Inside was a 2-meter square space, with the floor, walls, and ceiling all finished in the same matte black. In the very center stood a metal handrail. Come for girls squeezed in. The moment the door closed, Susu instinctively grabbed Lin Xiaoya's arm. Don't be nervous, it's just an elevator. Lin Yi reached out and pressed the touch control area at the top of the handrail. A very slight tremor came from beneath my feet. Immediately afterwards, there was a noticeable feeling of decline. Very quickly, extremely quickly. However, the body hardly experiences the weightlessness one feels when riding a regular elevator. Chun Mo muttered softly. Don't you guys feel it? I have a feeling we're going downhill. Just as Lin Xiaoya was about to answer, the vibration beneath her feet stopped. Arrive. The door opened. What greeted me was not the dark, damp smell of the underground, but a warm, fresh air carrying the fragrance of plants. Oh my God! Chun Mo was the first to walk out. Then she stopped abruptly. Before me was a spacious corridor about 5 meters wide, with a row of soft LED strips embedded in the ceiling, the light almost indistinguishable from natural light. On both sides of the corridor were transparent glass walls. Behind the glass wall is a whole expanse of plants. It's not like a few potted plants in a whole patch. Instead, it is a whole expanse that stretches as far as the eye can see, with almost no end in sight. A huge LED light panel hangs above the planting area, simulating the solar spectrum. Below the light panel are densely packed, multi-layered vertical planting racks, each equipped with an independent hydroponic pipe system. Light green nutrient solution flows through the pipes, and at fixed intervals, a spray nozzle evenly releases water mist onto the plant roots. Various fruits grow on the planting racks. Cherries, mangoes, jackfruits, and durians were all the same premium varieties they had seen in the cold storage in Zone B. But the way these fruits are still alive and hanging on the branches is even more outrageous than the finished products in the cold storage. A bunch of cherries hangs on a branch, each one as big as a child's fist, its deep red skin glistening with an oily sheen under the light. On a nearby mango tree, 3 mangoes weighed down the branches. Each one weighed at least 3 kilograms. Looking further away, several jackfruit trees were laden with a dozen or 20 giant fruits, the largest of which was almost as tall as a 3-year-old child. This? Susu's mouth was agape, her mind a little foggy. Ludi's hand instinctively reached into his pocket, only to realize that he had left his phone in the car. Her fingers froze in midair for a moment, then slowly withdrew. Linny led them along the corridor. This is the hydroponic agriculture area. Temperature, humidity, light, and nutrient solution ratio are all automatically controlled. It is monitored 24 hours a day. His tone was as flat as if he were introducing an ordinary warehouse. Hey bro, Lin Xiao pointed to a plant laden with giant cherries. Regular cherries don't grow this big, do they? Variety improvement. Can the improvement make it so that each one weighs half a pound? Have you never seen fruit grown 5,000 meters underground? Lin Xiaoyao was speechless. That's true. The fruit is grown 5,000 meters underground, and what grows is abnormal, yet it looks normal. After walking about 200 meters down the corridor, we came to a fork in the road. The left side is labeled cultivation area. The right side is labeled cultivation area B, and directly in front is a semi-transparent sliding door with no markings on it. Linny led them to turn left. The cultivation area A is larger, and the planting racks are more densely packed. Between rows of 3-dimensional shelves, automated robotic arms are at work. The robotic arms move with precision and fluidity, picking a fruit and placing it directly into a refrigerated tray on the conveyor belt. The whole process takes less than 2 seconds. Oh my god! Chun Mo squatted down and watched the cherries rolling on the conveyor belt. Each cherry was wrapped in a thin film with a QR code printed on it. This level of automation is way too high. Yes, Linyi replied with only one word. Ludi finally couldn't help but ask, Linyi, what was the cost of developing this system? I don't remember very clearly. About tens of millions of US dollars. All 4 girls fell silent. Ludi quickly did some mental calculations. The agricultural facilities, costing tens of millions of US dollars, are built 5,000 meters underground. In addition, there is a 180-kilometer self-built highway, port cold chain logistics, and 200 cold storage facilities. She previously estimated that Lin Ye's net worth was at least 200 million renminbi. In retrospect, she may have underestimated the value by an order of magnitude. The visit lasted approximately 40 minutes. Linny only let them see the A breeding area and the corridor. The door to the B breeding area remained closed, and he didn't even mention the unmarked sliding door directly in front of them. Before leaving, Lin Xiaoyao reached out and picked a cherry hanging in front of her. Is it edible? She took a bite. The moment the juice burst out, the sweetness almost shot straight to the top of her head. Seeing her exaggerated expression, Susu couldn't resist reaching out and grabbing one. Linny did not stop him. On the way back, the 4 of them sat in the elevator, and none of them said much. There's just too much information. The sweet taste of cherries still lingered in their mouths, but their minds were filled with images of vertical planting racks, automated robotic arms, and this vertical tunnel that stretched 5,000 meters underground. The elevator ascended for a very short time, returning to the ground in about 30 seconds. Stepping out of the black box and bathed in sunlight, the group felt as if they had stepped into another world. Linny returned the phone to them. Finished watching? I've finished reading it. Lin Xiaoya took back her phone, turned it on, and a bunch of questions welled up in her mind. She opened her mouth. Bro, that be breeding area. We'll talk about it next time. Linya's phone rang at that moment. He glanced at the screen, his expression unchanged. I have something to take care of. You guys go back to your dorms and rest first. I'll have Alam bring you dinner. What's up? An important client has come to the market, and I need to personally handle the communication. Lin Xiaoya wanted to ask more questions, but Lin had already turned and walked towards the SUV. Lu Di stood there, watching Lin Ye's departing figure. Her right hand was in her pocket, her fingertips gently stroking the empty phone case. She didn't object to leaving her phone in the car at all. But the moment she entered the planting area, she had already turned on the miniature pinhole camera on her glasses. Those glasses were evidence-gathering devices she bought during her junior year of college when she participated in a school debate competition. They had an 8-hour standby time, a built-in 16 gigabytes memory card, and a tiny lens no bigger than a sesame seed hidden in the upper right corner of the frame. She wasn't sure how much useful content she had captured, but at least she did manage to take the picture. 5,000 meters underground. As soon as Lin Yi stepped into the command center, Tianqi's voice rang out. "Commander, I have 2 pieces of information." "Explain." First, Lu Di entered the second level of the underground base, carrying a pair of glasses with a built-in miniature camera. The camera model is KZ Mini Pro, with a resolution of 720p, and has been working for about 38 minutes. The footage includes a panoramic view of the corridor, a partial view of the planting racks in Cultivation Area A, and footage of the automated harvesting robotic arm in operation. Lin Yi paused slightly in his steps. "You didn't stop them?" "When she entered the elevator, I had already identified the device through electromagnetic wave scanning. There were 2 reasons why I did not interfere. First, this area was a specially prepared exhibition floor and did not involve core secrets. Second, forcibly interfering with or confiscating the device would cause the target to become overly vigilant, which would be detrimental to subsequent identity control." Lin Yi sat down and rubbed his temples. "This Lu Di." The second piece of information, Apocalypse said without pausing, "Abdullah's convoy departed an hour ago, and, based on the current road conditions and speed, is expected to arrive at Port Dali in 4 hours and 20 minutes. Lin Yi looked up at the main screen. On the satellite map, 2 small white dots are slowly moving along a dirt road in the Western Mountains. "Is Moose's double ready?" "All in place. The governor's palace conference room has been set up, and the security plan has been activated." Lin Yi stood up and put the coffee cup aside. "I personally kept an eye on things from behind." Chapter 49, Abdullah meets Moose's double. Governor's house, Port Dali, 6:40 p.m. 2 white flag pickup trucks, covered in sand, were parked in front of the square. Abdullah got out of the passenger's seat, wearing a dark gray robe and a headscarf in the pattern of a Western mountain tribe. He had no gun at his waist. He was followed by his adjutant Khalid and 2 bodyguards, none of whom were armed. Before coming, he had specifically ordered that his guns be left at the mountain pass. This wasn't a sign of weakness, but rather an attitude shown to Apocalypse. Abdullah, who had lived for 56 years, was most adept at judging whether a war was worth fighting. If it was, they would fight. If not, they would sit down and negotiate. 2 rows of Moose's soldiers stood at the entrance of the governor's mansion. Abdullah walked between them, glancing at them out of the corner of his eye, and his heart sank slightly. These men stood too neatly. They didn't resemble the thugs from the Western Mountains at all. A uniformed adjutant led him to the conference room on the 2nd floor. The room was small, with 4 chairs on each side of a long table. On the table were a coffee pot, white porcelain cups, and a plate of cut fruit. Musa sat in the main seat opposite him. He was in his 50s, with a full beard and a somewhat overweight build. He wore a large gold ring on the ring finger of his left hand. Before drinking his coffee, he habitually brought the cup to his nose and smelled it. "It's Musa. At least it looks exactly like Musa." After Abdullah sat down, he spoke first. "Old friend." Musa put down his coffee cup and smiled. "Abdullah, it's been 3 years." The voice, the speed of speech, even Musa's habit of drawing out the last syllables were exactly the same. Abdullah's tense nerves eased slightly. At least Musa was still alive, which meant that Apocalypse wasn't just a madman who only knew how to kill. He placed his hands on the table, stating his purpose directly. "I have come with sincerity, and I believe you have already read this." "I've read it." Musa nodded. "Let me convey a few words from Apocalypse's representative." He took a sip of coffee and said calmly, "Apocalypse accepts your intention to negotiate, but there are 3 conditions, which were written in the reply letter, and I will confirm them in person now. First, hand over the complete list of heavy weapons within 48 hours, including the batch of RPGs you hid at the bottom of mine number 3 and the T-55 that you haven't reported." Abdullah's pupils suddenly contracted. The RPGs buried in mine number 3 were one of his last trump cards. They weren't listed in any publicly available weapons register, and only he and Kala knew about them. Yet Apocalypse managed to find even that. He didn't say anything, but simply nodded slightly, letting the other person continue. Second, Tianqi's garrison has entered all key nodes in the west. The number of troops and deployment plans for mountain passes, mining areas, and communication stations are all decided unilaterally by Tianqi. Third, Musa put down his cup and looked up at him. The mining rights can be retained, but the finances, transportation, and security will be fully supervised by Apocalypse. Tax rates will be recalculated, and miners' treatment will also be changed. This last sentence, however, stunned Abdullah. Miners' treatment? Yes, Musa said in a calm tone. According to Apocalypse's rules, forced labor and mistreatment of workers are not allowed within its jurisdiction. Abdullah remained silent. His minds were indeed shady. Miners worked 14 hours a day for only a third of the market wage, and anyone who tried to escape was caught and beaten. But in the Delta, all warlords did the same. He asked, what are the specific standards? Musa pushed a thin document toward him. Abdullah opened it. It detailed working hours, salary, accommodation, medical care, and rest days. The terms were so detailed they didn't seem like negotiation terms. If these measures are implemented, my profits will decrease by at least 20%. Musa did not respond. Abdullah continued flipping through the documents and came across the security terms. Each mountain pass would be manned by at least 20 men, with 50 permanently stationed at the mining areas, and the communication stations will be directly managed by Tianqi. He closed the document and asked the most crucial question. What about the safety of my family? Musa then pushed a second document toward them. It was a personal safety agreement, containing the names of Abdullah himself, 17 of his immediate family members, and 11 core military officers. Each name was accompanied by an ID number and a photo, some of which were clearly screenshots from surveillance footage. Abdullah saw a photo of his eldest son making a phone call at the entrance of mine number 3, and his fingers unconsciously tightened. None of my people have these photos. When did you take them? Musa did not answer, but calmly said, sign, and these people will be safe. Don't sign, and you should know what will become of Faisal. The meeting room was quiet for about 2 minutes. Khalid stood behind Abdullah, his back soaked with cold sweat. Abdullah reopened the first document and read it from beginning to end. He had been in business for 30 years and fought for 30 years, and had seen countless contracts and surrender documents. But this document didn't resemble a warlord negotiation. It sounded more like a formal government issuing governance regulations. There are tax rates, labor protections, and a division of authority for stationing troops. The day Faisal was hung on the flagpole, Abdullah kept wondering what Apocalypse was trying to do. If it was just about seizing territory, there would be no need to write such details. If it was just about killing to establish authority, Musa wouldn't still be sitting here drinking coffee. Finally, he raised his head and said only one word, pen. Khalid handed him a black pen. Abdullah signed his name on the last page. Musa reached out, and the two shook hands. The instant they grasped each other's hands, Abdullah frowned slightly. Musa's grip was much stronger than he remembered, and his palm was cooler. He stared at the other person and tentatively asked, old friend, you've lost weight. Musa smiled and said, I've been busy lately and haven't had much of an appetite. Abdullah didn't ask any more questions. He pushed the signed documents back, stood up, and said, now that it's signed, I'll go back and make the arrangements. The list of heavy weapons will be delivered within 48 hours. Musa nodded. Abdullah walked out of the meeting room, paused in the corridor, and looked back at the closed door. That's not quite right. Something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Walk. He lowered his voice to speak to Khalid, then quickly went downstairs. The two pickup trucks started again and drove away from Dollyport. 5,000 meters underground. Apocalypse's voice rang out from above the control panel. Musa's double has completed the mission. Abdullah has signed the surrender agreement. Jurisdiction over the 6 mining areas and 4 smuggling routes in the west is immediately transferred to Apocalypse. On the main screen, the Delta map is marked with 3 colors. The south is green, indicating control. The north is green, also indicating control. The west is also switched from red to green. There is no longer a single red area on the entire map. Lin Yi stared at the screen and remained silent for a few seconds. It's been 3 years. He opened a drawer and took out a bottle of craft beer from the freezer. Apocalypse's tone was more varied than usual. Commander, congratulations. All 3 major armed forces in the Delta have been brought under Apocalypse's control. In name, you are now the sole ruler of this land. Lin Yi unscrewed the bottle cap and took a sip. But, Lin Yi frowned. Can you please stop being so discouraging at a time like this? I am Soda, Commander. But the data shows I must remind you. A stream of information popped up on the right side of the main screen. In the past 72 hours, the CIA, MI6, and the French Directorate General for External Security, DEC, have each established special investigation teams dedicated to the apocalypse. Chun, the head of the Transnational Task Force of the Ministry of Public Security, has also submitted a preliminary report to his superiors, pointing to a connection between Tianqi and Chinese citizens. In addition, 5 space carriers will be completed in 27 hours. Lin Yi put down the beer bottle. On the screen, the gear-shaped vertical pupil of Apocalypse slowly rotated. The real trouble starts now. Chapter 50. The whole world is searching for Apocalypse. In a closed conference room on the 3rd floor of the CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, 12 people sat around a long table as a manipulated video played repeatedly on a screen. In the footage, hundreds of black drones hovered over the Delta Valley, densely packed and almost obscuring half the sky. On the ground, rows of humanoid units in dark gray overalls marched in orderly formation. This video was secretly filmed by one of Faisal's former followers on the day Apocalypse publicly executed Faisal. The white-haired old man at the head of the table took off his glasses and slowly said, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the highest level of technology we have seen among non-state actors in the past 20 years. 3 months ago, it was a chaotic war zone divided among more than 20 warlords. But in less than 2 weeks, Apocalypse annexed the 3 main armed groups of Musa, Faisal, and Abdullah, effectively unifying the entire chaotic delta. This is 15 years faster than we predicted." A moment of silence fell over the meeting room before someone asked about the technical analysis conclusions. The young analyst opened the file, his tone grave. The coordination precision of the drone swarm surpasses all publicly available technologies. The ground units moved in perfect unison, with virtually zero error in pace, turning, and pauses. Preliminary assessment. They are not human soldiers. Everyone's expression changed. The analyst continued. Abnormal body temperature, no breathing, zero variance in movement pattern. It's either an advanced unmanned ground platform or some kind of biomimetic robot. The white-haired old man put his glasses back on and immediately ordered, "Raise Apocalypse's priority to SSP and include it in the first tier of global threat assessments. Within 30 days, I want its organizational structure, the identity of its commander, and its technological origins." In the corner, a female analyst added a clue. Tianqi uses the Chinese pinyin Tianqi and the Chinese characters Tianqi to communicate with the outside world, and the fraudsters and evidence handed over to the Chinese police also came from anonymous channels within China. She concluded, "There's a high probability that there are Chinese people in the core of Apocalypse, and even the core decision-makers are Chinese citizens." Meanwhile, on the 2nd basement floor of a ministry building in Beijing, Old Chun spread a stack of documents on the table. 3 people sat opposite him, 2 in plain clothes and 1 in military uniform. Old Chun reported that 3 weeks ago they received a complete set of evidence of cross-border telecom fraud, along with 17 core suspects. The chain of evidence was so complete that the task force said it could be directly sent to court for conviction. Along with the email, the Tianqi organization also expressed goodwill and mutual trust, as well as a commitment not to cross any red lines. The man in military uniform asked for the sender's IP address. Old Chun replied, it jumped from 120,000 stepping stones, ultimately pointing to a weather satellite that was decommissioned in 2019. The technical team believes that this level of anti-attribution technology is beyond the capabilities of human hackers. Next came the testimonies of Kuan and the others. The 17 men's accounts were remarkably consistent. What captured them in the Delta was something not like a normal person. It possessed immense strength, bullets couldn't penetrate it, and its movements were perfectly synchronized. Kuan witnessed firsthand that an Apocalypse soldier was hit by an off-road vehicle at 130 kilometers per hour and, incredibly, stood up on the spot. The front of the vehicle was half-dented, but the man was completely unharmed. In a statement, Kuan only left 4 words. That was the Terminator. Silence fell over the meeting room. Someone asked if Apocalypse had taken control of the entire Delta, and Old Chun nodded in confirmation. The armed forces of Musa in the south, Faisal in the north, and Abdullah in the west had all been incorporated. Faisal had been executed, and Musa and Abdullah had publicly declared that they had joined voluntarily. The delta covers an area of approximately 40,000 square kilometers, equivalent to a province. Old Chun closed the materials and stated his preliminary conclusion. Tianqi was connected to Chinese citizens, but the specific level and identity were still unclear. The man in military uniform asked for his personal judgment. Old Chun paused for 2 seconds before saying, "The core decision-makers of this organization are Chinese, and not from any existing official or civilian force. Their technological sources, military capabilities, and financial scale all exceed our known databases." The man in military uniform hesitated for a moment, then said that the matter would not be made public for the time being and that the investigation would continue. As he reached the door, he stopped again. "If the people from Apocalypse are indeed Chinese, try to make contact with them." After the door closed, Old Chin sat alone in the conference room, staring at the anonymous email from the defunct satellite. After handling transnational cases for 20 years, this was the first time he felt utterly hopeless about the cases he was dealing with. Meanwhile, another undercurrent is brewing in the domestic internet industry. Lin Xiaoya's short video account gained over 3 million followers within a week. A compilation of her live-stream rescue efforts at the Telecom Fraud Industrial Park went viral, especially the clip of bodyguard killing 23 people in 31 seconds, which has garnered over 200 million views. The comment section repeatedly asked 3 questions. Who exactly is this fruit guy? Is the bodyguard actually a member of the Apocalypse organization in Delta Force? And is he related to Fruit Guy? Lin Xiaoya couldn't answer any of these 3 questions. But the traffic had completely spiraled out of control, with Reuters, BBC, Al Jazeera, NHK, and other international media outlets sending her private messages seeking interviews. She declined them all. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but Linny only sent her one message. Don't accept any interview requests from overseas media. Lin Xiaoya replied with okay, and then stared at the 3 million followers for a long time. A month ago, she only had 250,000 followers. It was only then that she vaguely realized that what this trip had brought her had far exceeded her initial expectations. What did Lin Kai's guide find in Chapter 51? 50 kilometers east of Hassan, a dusty Toyota pickup truck is parked on the side of the road. Local guide Muhammad jumped out of the vehicle, taking photos with his DSLR camera. He had been hired by Link for $10,000 with only one task: to search for any trace of large-scale agricultural planting within a 50-kilometer radius of Hassan town. Greenhouses, sheds, irrigation facilities, water towers, any one of them would do. Muhammad had lived in this area for 40 years and knew every road and every dune intimately. But after searching for 3 days, he found nothing. Hassan town is surrounded by desert and Gobi, and its only water source is a seasonally dry riverbed that only receives water during the rainy season. There's no large-scale planting, not even any decent fruit trees. But Lin Kai didn't believe it. On the phone, his tone was sharp. Those fruits couldn't have just popped out of a crack in a rock. Keep going east and focus your investigation on the area along that self-built highway. Muhammad could only sigh and continue driving east. The self-built road was paved, two-lane, with reflective signs and drainage ditches on both sides. In a place like the Delta, this standard even exceeded that of most national highways. He drove for 20 kilometers and came to a completely empty desert. There were no buildings or any signs of planting around. Muhammad stopped the car and raised his camera to take pictures of the surroundings. But the moment he pressed the shutter, a flurry of snow appeared in the viewfinder. He frowned, thinking the lens was dirty, wiped it, and took another picture. The screen was still filled with colored noise, like a television signal interruption. He changed the angle of the camera, and the image immediately returned to normal. But as soon as he turned back to the desert he had just been shooting at, the snowflakes reappeared. The camera shutter was working properly, the lens was working properly, and the battery was full. Muhammad felt uneasy and pulled out his satellite phone to contact Lin Kai, but the call was cut off after just one beep. He dialed again, but the call still went unanswered. The signal bar jumped twice and then dropped to 0. Muhammad climbed onto the roof of the car, holding the phone, but couldn't get a single bar of signal after trying for a long time. He had been traveling in the desert for decades and had never seen a satellite phone malfunction. Unless the satellite overhead was turned off, this kind of device could be used even deep in the Sahara. He dared not linger any longer and immediately got back into his car and turn around. The satellite phone signal was restored after driving 3 kilometers. Back in Hassan, Mohammed imported the photos into his computer. The 30-odd photos taken from that direction were all filled with noise and unusable, while all the photos from other directions were normal. He told Lin Kai the whole story. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Lin Kai asked, "Are you sure it's 20 kilometers east of the self-built highway?" "Sure." "Are there any buildings nearby?" "Any buildings?" "No. There isn't even a grave, just a flat desert." "But the camera and satellite phone both malfunctioned there, and then they were restored 3 kilometers away?" "Yes." After a moment of silence, Lin Kai said in a low voice, "Come back first, and don't tell anyone about this." After hanging up the phone, Lin Kai sat in his hotel room, staring at the gray streets outside the window, tapping his fingers on his knees for a long time. The camera and satellite phone were simultaneously jammed, with a range of approximately 3 kilometers. This is clearly a signal jammer. Ordinary jammers are not uncommon. The military and large corporations possess them. But jamming satellite frequencies and covering a 3-kilometer radius requires something that can't be bought for tens of thousands of dollars on the black market. This is a national-level technology. Lin Kai pulled an encrypted phone from the bottom of his suitcase. He had borrowed it from an old acquaintance before leaving the country. The acquaintance had a special background. He was a former military personnel and now ran a private intelligence company under the guise of business consulting. After the call connected, a voice came from the other end. "Young Master Lin, what's the matter?" "Uncle Fong, I need you to help me investigate someone. In Hassan Town in the Delta, there's a Chinese man named Lin Yi who runs a fruit wholesale business. He appears to be a fruit merchant, but something is really off about him." Lin Kai briefly explained the signal interference, the overstandard infrastructure in the market, and the matter of the imperial-grade fruit. There was a 10-second silence on the other end of the phone before the question was asked. "Young Master Lin, are you sure you want to investigate him?" "Sure." "Okay, give me 7 days." After hanging up the phone, Lin Kai put away his encrypted phone and looked again at the 30-odd noisy photos on the computer, zooming in on the locations where the guide had marked the malfunctions. That spot is located exactly 23 kilometers east of the Linya Fruit Market. What lies hidden beneath the desert? 5,000 meters underground. Lin had just come out of the gym, a towel draped around his neck. Apocalypse's voice rang out. "Commander, new intelligence." Lin wiped his sweat and said, "Speak." Lin Kai's guide, Mohammed, arrived at the surface area directly above the base this morning, triggering the outer electromagnetic shielding system. All 33 photos he took were covered by noise, and satellite phone communication was interrupted for about 12 minutes. Linje nodet, understood. Apocalypse continued his report. In addition, Lin Kai contacted Fong Jianjun 20 minutes ago via an encrypted phone. This man is 55 years old, a former major in the military intelligence system. After retiring in 2018, he founded Frontier Business Consulting Company, which is actually engaged in private intelligence investigations. Lin Yi asked, "Did he ask Fong Jianjun to investigate me?" "Yes. We require a background check on you to be completed within 7 days." "What have we found?" "Domestic household registration, entry and exit records, university degree, and entry record into Delta 3 years ago. Apart from that, all your activities in Delta were completed through underground channels or the Apocalypse system, leaving no trace." Tianchi paused for a moment, then added, "But among Fong Jianjun's connections, there are 2 active-duty military personnel. If he reports these anomalies, such as the signal jamming zone and the oversized infrastructure, there's a chance that the information will flow into the military intelligence system." Lin Yi understood. In other words, it might clash with Lao Chen's investigation. Probability 27.3%. Lin Yi tossed the towel into the basket. "Let him investigate." Apocalypse seemed somewhat puzzled. "Commander, Fong Jianjun can't find the core information, but his report will make Lin Kai more wary of me. A supplier that partners fear but can't do without is the safest." After a brief pause, Tianchi responded, "The assessment logic is reasonable. But what if the information flows into military channels?" "That's even better." Lin Yi walked towards the elevator. "We'll have to meet them formally sooner or later. Rather than letting them guess wildly, it's better to let them get a glimpse of the situation first. People won't act rashly when they can't figure things out. It's most dangerous when they think they've figured it out." Apocalypse's gear-like vertical pupil spun around, recorded. Also, a reminder to the commander. What? At 3:40 p.m. today, Lin Kai's father sent a brief notification to a business organization called Hebei Chamber of Commerce through the encrypted intranet of Garanxian Group. The notification stated, there is an independent supplier in Delta that possesses disruptive agricultural technology, and the core members of the Chamber of Commerce are advised to pay attention. Lin Yi stopped in his tracks. Hebei Chamber of Commerce? This is one of the top 15 private capital consortia in China, with members including 11 leading companies in the fields of real estate, energy, internet, and pharmaceuticals. This organization is not listed in the business registration list and is completely confidential to the public. Lin Yi thought for a moment and only said 2 words, keep an eye on it. Added to the priority monitoring list. Chapter 52 Lin Xiaoya's live stream went viral. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Lin Xiaoya had just opened her eyes when her phone vibrated so much that she almost jumped out of bed. It wasn't an alarm clock, it was messages. WeChat, private messages, platform backend notifications, emails, missed call alerts. They were all popping up like crazy. She groggily opened the short video app's backend, instantly waking up. 6,720,000 followers. Just yesterday before bed, it only had a little over 3 million. Holy crap. Startled by the shout, Chunemo sat up abruptly, her hair a mess. Susu also opened her eyes, still clutching her blanket. Having experienced the park, the ambush, and the gunfight, the words someone's coming were now a conditioned reflex for them. Lin Xiaoya held up her phone, her voice trembling. I have 6.72 million followers. The dormitory was silent for 2 seconds. Then, Chunemo threw off the covers and pounced on her. How much? 6,720,000. Ludi had just come out of the restroom, her face still damp with water, and stopped when she heard the numbers. She took the phone, glanced at it, and frowned slightly. This isn't just a regular viral hit. She clicked on the trending topics list, and the first one was Chinese streamer rescues 340 people in the chaotic Delta. Following, there were headlines like, real footage of a telecom fraud park exposed, Chinese girl live streams her intrusion into a fraud park, bodyguard kills militants in 31 seconds, and Delta Apocalypse Organization. Scrolling further down, their presence dominated the trending topics on almost every major platform. Even more surprisingly, they caused a stir on the international internet as well. Lin Xiaoya clicked on a video that had been copied and uploaded. The title was in English. In the video, she was standing at the entrance to a basement cellar, saying to the 7 women inside, I'm taking you home. There are already hundreds of thousands of comments in various languages. Some say she looks like a student, but did things that even the government couldn't. Some say this isn't a live broadcast, but evidence of crime. Others are asking who the bodyguard next to her is, and what exactly happened between the chaotic Delta and the Apocalypse Organization. Lin Xiaoya felt a chill run down her spine. Her biggest dream when she did outdoor live streaming was simply to gain 1 million followers, get some advertising deals, and not have to squeeze into job fairs after graduation. But now, the whole world is talking about her. Not because of her singing and dancing, nor because of her funny antics, but because she has brought a real hell on earth to everyone's eyes. Chunemo was scrolling through her phone when her voice suddenly lowered. The United Nations has also spoken out. Lin Xiaoya was taken aback. Chunemo handed her the screen, which displayed an English statement from a UN agency combating human trafficking. The statement expressed deep concern over the human trafficking, telecommunications fraud, forced labor, and organ trafficking cases exposed by the chaotic Delta livestream, and called on relevant countries to strengthen cross-border law enforcement and provide assistance to victims. Below is a repost from Interpol, stating that they have taken note of the relevant video evidence and will communicate with member states to assess whether to launch a transnational joint investigation. Lin Xiaoya stared at the lines of English, her fingers trembling slightly. She had initially only wanted to photograph her graduation trip, her brother, the Delta, and things no one else had ever seen. But now the United Nations and Interpol were involved. She suddenly felt her phone getting very hot, like she was holding a bomb that could explode at any moment. Ludi, however, was much calmer and had already opened his computer to sort through his emails. A legal team has contacted me. That was a well-known domestic pro bono legal team. They had watched the live stream and edited footage and hoped to help preserve original video evidence, witness testimonies, and confessions from criminal suspects, as well as to advance transnational legal proceedings. Chunemo was stunned. Transnational justice? Isn't that something you only see in TV dramas? Lu Di said calmly. Reality is more complicated. The video needs to be preserved as original data to prove that it has not been edited or tampered with. The victim's statement after returning to China, the injury assessment, and the testimonies of Fei and Kuingu all need to form a chain of evidence. She looked at Lin Xiaoya. Xiaoya, you're not an ordinary anchor anymore. The material you have is now key evidence in an international case. Lin Xiaoya opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything for a long time. Just then, Alam knocked and came in to deliver breakfast. He put down the tray, his expression more respectful than usual. The boss said you shouldn't wander around today. There are many reporters outside, and some locals want to see you. Chen Mo's eyes lit up, but she immediately looked away. Won't there be any foreign media? Alam nodded. There are many. There's some at the port, and there are also cars with license plates from other countries driving around outside the market. Lin Xiaoya subconsciously looked at her phone, and Lin Ye's message popped up. No interviews, no going out into the market, and no location tracking today. It was the same familiar older brother's tone, simple, direct, and without explanation. Lin Xiaoya replied with a single word. Okay. The panic in her heart gradually subsided. As long as her brother was there, it seemed that even if the sky were to fall, someone could stop it. In the afternoon, at a domestic airport, the first batch of rescued victims arrived. The footage wasn't live. It was news material shot by mainstream media. Zhao Min, wearing a mask, stood in the crowd, her eyes terribly red. Zhou Heng, his left hand wrapped in thick bandages, was helped out of the passageway by staff. 340 people returned to China in batches, and not a single one was missing. The news headline was restrained, simply stating that several Chinese citizens had been rescued from an overseas fraud operation and returned home. However, the comment section exploded. Some people were moved to tears. Some thanked the streamer, her brother, and the bodyguard, while others hoped for a thorough investigation of all middlemen, urging that no one who harms others be let off the hook. At 7 p.m., CCTV News also reported on the story. The host did not mention Lin Xiaoya's full name in the announcement, only stating that a Chinese online anchor had recently exposed a telecom fraud operation in the chaotic Delta region and assisted several trapped individuals in escaping and returning home. But in the accompanying picture, everyone recognized her. The girl standing at the cellar entrance, her eyes red-rimmed, yet forcing herself to say, "I'll take you home." Lin Xiaoya watched the news, and tears streamed down her face. It wasn't out of resentment or fear, but because she suddenly remembered the eyes of the girls in the cellar. She also recalled that when Zhou Heng was opened from the iron cage, his first words were not for water or to cry out in pain, but rather, "Can I still go home?" Now, they've really gone home. Chen Mo handed her a tissue, unusually not joking. Su hugged her and whispered, "Xiaoya, you're really amazing." Lin Xiaoya sniffed and looked out the window. The market was brightly lit, while in the distance lay the dark night sky of the Delta. "It's not that I'm good," she said softly. "It's my brother who's good." 5,000 meters underground. On the main screen of the command center, the global dissemination data of Lin Xiaoya's account was being updated rapidly. The video has garnered a total of 1.87 billion views on Chinese platforms, 430 million views overseas, and has been cited 3,276 times by global media. It has received 2 public responses from international organizations and has been reported 19 times by mainstream national media outlets. Lin Yi sat in a chair, holding a cup of coffee, and stared at it for a long time. Tianqi reports, Ms. Lin Xiaoya's current overall media index has surpassed the combined total of all politicians, warlords, and local media in the Delta. According to the media model, she has become the core narrative symbol of this event. Lin Yi chuckled. "If you don't understand, speak like a human. She's famous." "Oh." Lin Yi leaned back in his chair, looking at the screenshot on the screen of his younger sister crying, her nose red. That picture had been shared countless times by netizens. She looked disheveled and innocent, yet her eyes shone with light. Apocalypse continued to warn that Lin Xiaoya's excessive exposure would increase the probability of Lin Ye's identity being traced. Currently frequently used related terms include fruit bro, apocalypse, bodyguard, robot, and Delta forces behind-the-scenes power. Lin Yi took a sip of coffee. "She's much more low-key than me." Tianqi paused for a moment. According to publicly available information, the global public opinion impact caused by Ms. Lin Xiaoya in the past 7 days is approximately 130,000 times greater than your low-key development over the past 3 years. Lin Yi said matter-of-factly, That's why I said she's low-key. I'm planning to send 5 aircraft carriers out. Apocalypse. Xiao Xiao, standing to the side, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Master, your comparison method is indeed very convincing. Linyi put down his coffee. Keep an eye on the victims. If anyone causes trouble after we return to China, tell me immediately. Tianqi replied. A protection list has been established. Key witnesses, such as Zhao Min and Zhou Heng, have been listed as level 1 suspects. Domestic legal teams and police task forces have been involved, and Tianqi's direct intervention is not required at this time. Linyi nodded and looked up at another screen. It displayed the final assembly progress of the 5 massive ship hulls. 99.97%. There are only a few hours left. The real curtain has only just been raised. Chapter 53. Launch of the Space Carrier. 5,000 meters underground, inside the main assembly port. If the fruit-growing area was already impressive enough, then this underground main shipyard is simply unlike anything found on Earth. 5 enormous elliptical cavities lie deep within the rock strata, each over a kilometer long and more than 200 meters high. Above the dome, tens of thousands of engineering drones, like a black swarm of bees, shuttle along fixed tracks. Countless robotic arms extended from all directions, performing final coating repairs on the giant ship surface. 5 800-meter-long space carriers silently floated in the center of the dock. They are entirely matte black, lacking the decks, funnels, and bridges of traditional aircraft carriers, resembling 5 black, sheath blades. At the bottom of the hull, a dozen or so rows of ring-shaped anti-gravity engine arrays occasionally emit a dark blue glow, illuminating the rock walls like a deep-sea temple. Linyi stood on the viewing platform. Xiao Xiao stood half a step behind him, her hands clasped together, her eyes filled with undisguised admiration. Apocalypse's voice rang out over the dock's public address system. Commander, the first-class aerospace carrier platform has completed its final self-check. Apocalypse 1 through 5 have all achieved 100% core system integrity. Linyi did not speak immediately, but just looked at the 5 giant ships. 3 years ago, when he first obtained the Civilization Fortress system, he couldn't even build a single T-800. At that time, the underground base was just a rough, empty cavity. Every day, he relied on the system to convert matter, like a hamster burrowing underground, slowly accumulating resources, expanding production lines, building reactors, and digging tunnels. Outside, warlords fought amongst themselves, and drug lords ran rampant. Meanwhile, 5,000 meters underground, he painstakingly illuminated the technological tree of a first-level civilization. At first, he simply wanted to survive. Later, he wanted to earn money so his family could have a better life. Later, Xiaoya said she was going to visit the Delta. So, these 5 giant ships, which should have remained hidden underground, had to make their appearance ahead of schedule. Linyi suddenly smiled. Apocalypse equipped the data. The main screen lit up, and structural diagrams of 5 aircraft carriers were displayed simultaneously. Apocalypse's voice was calm and solemn. A first-class aerospace carrier, 800 meters long, 180 meters wide at its maximum, and 96 meters high. The main power source is a zero-point energy reactor, supplemented by 4 controlled nuclear fusion reactors. The propulsion system is a 7th-generation anti-gravity engine array, which has the ability to hover silently in the atmosphere, suborbital cruise, and near-Earth orbit maneuvering. The defense system includes a composite energy shield, a nano self-healing shell, an electromagnetic interference isolation layer, and a full-band optical and radar stealth system. The standard payload consists of 20,000 Hive UAVs, 1,000 T-800 combat units, 300 heavy engineering robots, and 20 multi-purpose landing pods. The firepower system is locked to non-strategic strike mode as per your command and is not currently carrying nuclear weapons. Linyi raised an eyebrow. You're quite disappointed? Apocalypse replied. From a military efficiency perspective, nuclear weapons can raise the upper limit of deterrence. What about from a public opinion perspective? It could lead to an early doomsday panic for human civilization. Linyi said calmly, so don't scare people. Xiao Xiao asked softly, Master, do you really want to let them out? Linyi gazed at the mothership, numbered TQ-01. On the ship's surface, a gear encircling a vertical pupil slowly lit up, the symbol of apocalypse. After hiding for 3 years, it's time to let the outside world see it. Tilting her head slightly, Won't everyone be scared? Of course, Lin Yi said calmly. But before humanity accepts the new order, it must first be afraid. Apocalypse connected to the command center. The UFO project has completed 24 contingency plans. As per your instructions, the first phase will not reveal Apocalypse's identity, will not involve armed contact, and will not involve communications. Instead, we will create unexplained sightings by hovering at low altitudes in a semi-invisible manner. Lin Yi asked, where? Over Dollyport. Time. From 1:30 to 3:30 a.m. local time. Initially hovering at 900 meters, then descending to 600 meters. The outline of the ship's bottom will be exposed to the naked eye, and the radar cross-section will be controlled to flash randomly, giving intelligence agencies of various countries conflicting data. Lin Yi nodded. Approval for the execution of Apocalypse 1. Confirmation command. The lights in the entire dock suddenly dimmed by 1 degree. The next second, the anti-gravity engine array at the bottom of Apocalypse 1 lit up one by one, 1, 2, 3 times, the dark blue light spreading like breathing. The massive hull rose silently half a meter. Hundreds of meters away, Lin Yi could still feel a low-frequency vibration in his chest. It wasn't a sound, but the resonance produced by the air and rock layers as the behemoth awoke. Apocalypse continued its broadcast. Apocalypse 1 has detached from its mounting frame. Attitude stable. Shields activated at low power. Cloaking system activated. Vertical access through external rock formations open. At the top of the main dock, a ring-shaped structure with a diameter exceeding 900 meters slowly parted. It wasn't an ordinary lock, but rather an entire section of rock strata that had been systematically modified. The material conversion system had carved vertical lift shafts into the geological structure and deployed anti-detection camouflage layers. Apocalypse 1 began to ascend. The speed was slow, but it was so enormous that even its slow movement felt like a mountain being uprooted. Xiao Xiao opened her eyes wide and murmured, so beautiful. Lin Yi didn't laugh. His eyes were calm, containing the weariness of 3 years, as well as a sharpness that finally came to a head. Apocalypse surface disguise. Activated. Electromagnetic shielding within a 30-kilometer radius has been strengthened. Weather disturbance simulation has been initiated, and the satellite transit window has been blocked. What about satellites from other countries? 7 military reconnaissance satellites and 13 commercial imaging satellites are positioned suspiciously and have all released false cloud data or thermal noise interference. It is not expected that they will obtain complete images of the launch. Lin Yi said calmly, then let it go out. 3 minutes later, the surface became a desert. In the middle of a vast, empty, sandy area, the air suddenly distorted. There was no explosion, no dust, no roar, as if the night had been torn open by an unseen force. An enormous, illogical shadow silently emerged from the ground. Then, it entered a semi-invisible state and disappeared into the night sky. Only when the starlight was occasionally obscured could a blurry black shadow be seen, like a moving piece of night. Inside the underground command center, the real-time trajectory of Tianqi 1 appeared on the main screen. It crossed the desert, passed the town of Hassan, and even traversed the fruit market in the woods. Lin Yi glanced towards the dormitory on the ground. Lin Xiaoya and the others were sleeping. In a few hours, they might be woken up by screams echoing throughout Dollyport. Apocalypse said, Commander, Apocalypse 1 is expected to arrive over Port Daily in 37 minutes. Response model of all parties. The probability of local residents witnessing the anomaly is 92%. The probability of it spreading via short videos is 100%, and the probability of international amateur astronomers and satellite tracking agencies detecting the anomaly is 76%. The probability of the U.S. military's regional radar detecting the anomaly is 64%, but cannot maintain a continuous lock-on. An explosive global media reaction is expected within 18 hours. Lin Yi rubbed his temples. 18 hours? A conservative estimate. Then I won't be able to sleep tonight. Xiao Xiao immediately spoke up. Master, would you like me to prepare coffee and a midnight snack for you? Lin Yi stared at the slowly moving blue dot on the screen. Coffee. He paused, then said, I'll have my midnight snack when the world starts screaming. Chapter 54, UFO hovering over Dollyport. At 1:29 a.m., Dollyport should have been quiet in the night. Occasionally, The whistles of cargo ships sounded in the port, and a few dogs barked in the distance. Most of the lights in the dilapidated residential buildings were off. The people here are used to closing their doors after dark. During Moose's rule, going out at night could mean being robbed, arrested, or even interrogated at gunpoint. Even though security has improved now, the fear hasn't completely disappeared. Then, the first scream suddenly rang out in the port area. A dock worker on night watch was smoking by a container when he looked up and noticed that a large piece of the sky seemed to be missing. That wasn't a dark cloud, because dark clouds don't have clear edges. It was a vast, low-hanging black outline, silently pressing down on the city like an inverted mountain. The cigarette fell from his fingers. He froze for a full second, then screamed with all his might, "God!" 10 seconds later, the entire port began to stir. 20 seconds later, people rushed out of their homes in the residential areas. 1 minute later, people all over Port Dolly were looking up at the sky. Then the entire city awoke. In the dormitory near the fruit market, Lin Xiaoya was frantically shaken awake by Su Su. Su Su's face was deathly pale, and her voice trembled. "Xiaoya, get up. There's something in the sky." Lin Xiaoya sat up groggily, thinking someone had called again. Chen Imo had already rushed to the window in her pajamas. The moment the curtains were drawn back, she froze, managing only to utter, "Holy crap." Ludi woke up too. She glanced out the window, and her drowsiness vanished instantly. The 4 girls rushed out of the dormitory building almost simultaneously. In the market courtyard, Alam and a dozen employees were also looking up at the sky. In the distance, towards Port Daly, the sky was shrouded in a massive shadow. It was so large that one's first reaction wasn't to try to figure out what it was, but rather to doubt one's own eyes. In the darkness, the ship's outline was faintly visible, with a dozen rows of anti-gravity engines at its base emitting a dark blue glow, like the open scales of some ancient creature. A low-frequency resonance came from afar, silent, yet making one's chest feel heavy. Lin Xiaoya froze for a few seconds, then suddenly realized what was happening. She turned around, rushed back to her room, grabbed her phone, and pointed the camera at the sky without even changing the live stream title. As soon as the scene appeared, the number of viewers in the live stream surged from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, then skyrocketed to 1 million, 2 million, and 2,300,000. The screen was instantly flooded with comments, all asking if it was an alien spaceship or special effects. Lin Xiaoya's hand was trembling as she held her phone. She wasn't unfamiliar with outrageous things. The planning base at 5,000 meters underground, Lin Hao's metal arm, the Hive drone, the T-800 driver. Each one was enough to shock her. But what's happening now goes beyond outrageous. It's like crushing the common sense of human civilization into the night sky. Chen Mo's face turned pale, and her voice trembled. Could this really be an alien? Su Su gripped Lin Xiaoya's arm tightly, her eyes reddening with anxiety, urging her to ask Lin Yi immediately. Ludi didn't speak. She stared at the giant shadow in the sky, her mind flashing through images of Lin Ye's black box, underground passages, ultra-modern breeding area, mechanical exoskeleton, apocalypse, and Moose's double. All the clues intertwined wildly in her mind, finally pointing to a conclusion that sent chills down her spine. This thing might not have come from outer space. It might have come from underground, from the forest. But the thought was too terrifying. So terrifying that even if Lu Di had it, he wouldn't dare say it aloud. At the same time, alarms sounded at the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command. On a large screen, an unusual target that could not be steadily locked onto was flashing in the sky above Port Daly. Sometimes its radar cross-section resembles that of a transport plane, and the next second it looks like an entire city. Its heat source is almost zero. Its electromagnetic signature is chaotic. Its target altitude is 600 meters. Its speed is 0, and it is in a hovering state. The duty officer's face was ashen as he repeatedly confirmed that it was neither a civilian aircraft nor a swarm of drones. The target was over 700 meters in size. Satellite imagery was obscured by clouds, and the military satellite data transmission was also malfunctioning. The order was issued quickly, and 3 F-35 scrambled. The pilot's first reaction upon receiving the instruction was that they had misheard. An unidentified flying object, 800 meters in size, hovering over Daly Harbor. It sounded completely unreal. A dozen minutes later, the 3 fighter jets arrived at the designated airspace. But the target had disappeared from the radar screen. To the naked eye, All that remained was a starry sky. The pilot, breathing heavily, could only report to the control tower. Target lost, no visual abnormalities, radar not locked. 3,000 meters above the three fighter jets, Apocalypse. One had entered full stealth mode and hovered silently. Like an indifferent observer, it watched humanity's most advanced fighter jets fly past below, completely unaware. 5,000 meters underground, Lin Yi sat in the command center, watching global radar data, social media data, and military communications interception information refresh simultaneously. Apocalypse 1 reports that it has completed a 2-hour hovering mission and entered full stealth mode. 13,972 local video reports from Dollyport have been uploaded, and the global live streaming platform crashed and recovered 6 times. Lin Xiaoya's live stream currently has 2.43 million viewers online, and over 900 clips have been uploaded to overseas platforms. 3 U.S. F-35s have arrived in the airspace, but no targets have been detected. Lin Yi looked at Lin Xiaoya's blank expression on the screen and couldn't help but chuckle. She's terrified. According to Tianqi's analysis, Lin Xiaoya's current emotions are: fear accounts for 30%, shock accounts for more than 40%, excitement is also present, and suspicion about her brother accounts for only 8%. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Only 8% suspicion? Tianqi calmly replied. She has too much of a bias against you. Xiao Xiao came over with a cup of coffee and whispered to Lin Xiaoya if she would be upset that he scared her. Lin Yi took the coffee and simply said that she was braver than she seemed. On the right side of the screen, global trending topics are being updated rapidly. UFO, alien spaceship, Daily Port incident, Apocalypse, Chinese anchor, and a human era. Apocalypse warns that the public opinion model has entered the first stage of alien panic, characterized by large-scale sightings, a mix of real and fake videos, government silence, a coexistence of public panic and excitement, and the rapid involvement of religious and conspiracy theory groups. Lin Yi took a sip of coffee and asked what the second phase was. Tianqi replied that the government denied failure. Professional institutions admitted they couldn't explain it, and the financial markets and military-industrial complex experienced fluctuations. In the third stage, humanity demands the truth. In the fourth stage, Lin Yi will have no choice but to step forward. Lin Yi was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Then let them get to the third stage first. Apocalyptic warning. Global media will erupt within 6 hours, and emergency meetings of governments worldwide are inevitable. Lin Yi watched as Apocalypse 1 re-entered its suborbital trajectory and returned to the underground base, and simply said, "Let them hold a meeting." Holding meetings is what humanity excels at most when facing the unknown. Chapter 55, Emergency Meeting of Governments from Various Countries. 6 hours after the Daly Harbor UFO incident, the global media was in an uproar. The New York Times, BBC, CNN, Reuters, AFP, Al Jazeera, NHK, almost all the mainstream media outlets changed their headlines to the same thing. Giant UFOs spotted over Port Daly. Tens of thousands of witnesses photographed the same black behemoth. U.S. fighter jets scrambled. Target mysteriously disappeared. Aliens or a secret weapon of some country. Videos of the night sky over Port Daly were widely shared on major social media platforms. Blurry videos from local residents, high-definition screenshots from Lin Xiaoya's live stream, and spectral analyses by astronomy enthusiasts were all unearthed. Some military bloggers even calculated the ship's length frame by frame, finally giving a number that silenced the entire internet, between 750 and 900 meters. This is not an airplane, not a drone, not an airship, and not any known man-made flying machine. A closed-door consultation meeting was quickly convened at the United Nations headquarters. Representatives from various countries sat in the meeting room, their expressions more somber than when facing any regional conflict. Even the most severe regional conflicts remain within the realm of human understanding. However, the fact that an 800-meter class unidentified flying object hovered over a city for 2 hours before disappearing before 3 F-35s arrived is itself a heavy blow to the existing international order. The U.S. representative spoke first, suggesting that the object was most likely part of an unknown national military project and should not be hastily defined as an extraterrestrial civilization. The most important thing at present is to confirm the source of the technology, the launch site, and the controller. The Russian representative scoffed on the spot, saying that if the United States truly possessed this technology, they wouldn't be sitting here discussing it with them. The American representative looked grim. The Chinese representative did not immediately respond. In front of him lay an urgent briefing with only a few keywords: Dali Port, apocalypse, Chinese anchor, Delta Force unification, and unidentified space platform. These words, when put together, are enough to make one's scalp tingle. Meanwhile, in an underground meeting room in the Kremlin in Moscow, Russian intelligence displayed the Dali Port incident and the recent military operations of the Apocalypse organization on the same screen. A general pointed at the dark figure in the video and said in a deep voice, "It appeared in Dali Port, which is now controlled by Apocalypse. In the past 2 weeks, Apocalypse has unified the Delta at an abnormal speed." Someone asked for the conclusion. The intelligence officer replied, "The UFO incidents are highly related to Apocalypse. We cannot rule out the possibility that they are Apocalypse weapons." The conference room fell silent instantly. If a non-state organization possessed an 800-meter class space platform, the rules of the world would have to be rewritten. This is more terrifying than nuclear proliferation. Nuclear weapons also require missile silos, missiles, and bombers, while these things can hover silently over any city. Representatives from the CIA, NSA, Pentagon, and Space Force were all present in the underground situation room of the White House in Washington, D.C. The screen played the cockpit video of the F-35 pilot. The only thing visible was the night sky. Nothing else could be seen, but the pilot's rapid breathing made everyone uneasy. In the video, the pilot says, "It's there. I know it's there, but I can't see it." The National Security Advisor said grimly, "If it can evade our radar and fighter jets, it can also appear over Washington." No one objected. The CIA director then sent over a document pointing out that Apocalypse remains key. The timing, area of activity, and technical characteristics of this organization's recent appearances highly overlap with the Port Dali UFO incident. Some people pressed for details about who was behind it all. The CIA director cautiously replied, "It's not clear yet, but there are increasingly more clues in Chinese. It's not official China. It seems more like an independent Chinese person with advanced technology, or a team with a Chinese background." Someone in the situation room frowned. "Alone? This sounds absurd. But from today onward, absurdity will no longer be a reason to rule out an answer." The lights were on again in the basement conference room of a certain ministry in Beijing. This time, there were even more people present than before. Old Chun sat on the side, surrounded by piles of documents. Representatives from military intelligence, cybersecurity, diplomacy, and public security were all present, creating a suffocating atmosphere. The large screen froze on the footage from Lin Xiaoya's livestream. The black behemoth hovered above Dali Port, and below the camera was Lin Xiaoya's shocked face. Military technical experts reported, based on the video, the target is at least 800 meters long. It hovered at low altitude for 2 hours without any tail flame or aerodynamic noise. The low-frequency vibrations are suspected to be from an anti-gravity system or an unknown propulsion system. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Anti-gravity?" After a moment of silence, the experts could only say, "With the existing scientific framework, we have no more suitable explanation." The meeting room became quieter. Another plainclothes officer opened the report and pointed out that many online voices believed the Dali Harbor UFO was related to Tianqi. Tianqi had publicly used a Chinese name and had even voluntarily handed over fraud suspects and evidence to the Chinese side. Lin Xiaoya is a Chinese citizen, and her brother, Lin Yi, has long operated a fruit market in the Delta, which highly overlaps with Tianqi's controlled area. Old Chen looked up and asked, "How's the research on Lin Yi going?" The other party replied, "His household registration is normal. He comes from an ordinary family and went to the Delta 3 years after graduating from university. Public records show that he was engaged in fruit trading, and his cash flow was abnormally large, mainly through overseas business accounts. As for outliers, there are too many to list." The screens switch in sequence. Hassantown Fruit Market, 180 kilometers of self-built roads, 200 cold storage facilities, royal-grade fruits, mysterious bodyguard Lin Hao, rescue at the telecom fraud park, and Dali Port UFO. All the clues are like a large net, tightening more and more. Some suggested that Apocalypse might be some kind of out-of-control project. A representative from a research institution in the corner whispered a denial, saying that no domestic institution possessed the technological expertise required, and the scale of the project made it unlikely, unless it was never part of the established system in the first place. Where does it come from? No one answered. Old Chun suddenly spoke up, suggesting the establishment of a special task force called Tianqi, which would be jointly formed by the public security, military intelligence, and cybersecurity departments to unify clues and avoid each department investigating its own case. The officer in military uniform looked at him. You were in charge of the Kuan-Gu case and were the first to come into contact with the Apocalypse emails. You will be in charge of the contingency plan for external contacts. Old Chin's heart sank, and he asked about the level of authorization. The person in charge lowered his voice. Top secret. Remember, we're not handling an ordinary case now. We're investigating something that could potentially change the world order. Old Chin nodded. Understood. After the meeting, he stared at Lin Ye's information for a long time. The young man in the photo was 25 years old, with black hair, calm eyes, and a resume as clean as a blank sheet of paper. But beneath this blank sheet of paper may lie an entire abyss. 5,000 meters underground. Lin Yi is reviewing the summaries of conferences from various countries. Tianqi completed the translation, classification, and evaluation almost simultaneously. The U.S. tends to define Apocalypse as an unknown state-level threat. Russia believes that UFOs are directly related to Apocalypse. China has established a special working group on Apocalypse. China has been given new authorization, and the EU is in chaos, with some member states requesting UN intervention. Lin Yi remained calm. These reactions were all within his expectations. What truly stopped him was an email. It wasn't sent to a regular email address, but appeared directly in the encrypted channel of the Apocalypse's peripheral communication node. The title was a string of Latin characters. The body text was also in Latin, and there was no name at the end, only a symbol. Compass and square. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Apocalypse. Identifying. 0.3 seconds later, Apocalypse gave the answer. Symbol matching result. Freemasonry. Lin Yi tapped his fingers lightly on the table. They actually came to. Apocalypse's gear-like vertical pupils slowly rotated. Commander, strictly speaking, they have always been there. It's just that now they believe you deserve to be seen. Chapter 56, The Freemasons' First Letter. 5,000 meters underground. The lights in the command center were dimmed. On the main screen, the Latin letter was enlarged to the maximum size. The handwriting was elegant, the layout antique, and even the punctuation conveyed a deliberately created sense of ritual. If it hadn't broken through the 3 layers of disguise of the outer communication node of Apocalypse, Lin Yi would have almost thought it was a pretentious email sent by some Chinibu organization. The translation began at Tianqi. To the holders of the New Order, we have been watching you for a long time. You rise from the land of darkness, establish rules amidst chaos, and reshape the power structure of the Delta with extraordinary instruments. You possess military power sufficient to shake a nation, and you also master technology that does not belong to the present era. This makes you no longer just a regional variable, but a global order variable. Lin Yi leaned back in his chair, his expression calm. Xiao Xiao stood to the side and muttered. Their way of speaking is so convoluted. Lin Yi nodded. Cultural people like to lay the groundwork before threatening others. Apocalypse continued. We are the oldest guardians of order on Earth. For centuries, we have witnessed the rise and fall of dynasties, the change of empires, wars, and the restructuring of finance. We do not rule the world. We keep it from descending into chaos. Lin Yi chuckled. That line is especially shameless. Tianqi did not pause and continued translating. The emergence of the Apocalypse disrupted the existing balance. You can become part of the order, or you can become a problem that all orders face together. We invite representatives from Apocalypse to Geneva for equal dialogue. We will provide 3 alternative times, and a location will be guaranteed by a neutral institution. If you refuse to communicate, we will have to provide the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council with some of the apocalyptic technology intelligence we already possess in order to maintain the global balance of power. May reason triumph over pride, and may light shine into the unproclaimed temples. The inscription was not signed with a name, but only with the symbol of a compass and a set square overlapping. The command center fell silent. Xiao Xiao frowned. Master, are they threatening you? Lin Yi answered directly. Yes, and the threat was quite polite. Xiao Xiao got even angrier. Being polite is a threat. Apocalypse analyzed. Judging from the text structure, the other party has expressed three meanings. First, they confirm that Apocalypse possesses advanced technology. Second, they want to establish a channel of contact. Third, they believe they possess information that can be used for exchange or threats. Linyi asked, did they really master it? It is possible. The main screen switches to a complex network diagram. The densely packed nodes extend from European and American financial institutions to military enterprises, pharmaceutical giants, energy groups, think tanks, universities, parliaments, and intelligence contractors. The lines intertwine like a spider web covering the entire globe. Apocalypse said, the Freemasons are not a single organization, but a loose network consisting of numerous branches, secret societies, elite clubs, and capital alliances. The publicly known members number about 6 million, and the number of people they influence in secret is impossible to count precisely. Its members infiltrate governments, militaries, financial institutions, technology companies, media groups, and international organizations. In terms of global coordination capabilities, it is one of the most powerful non-state networks on Earth. Linyi looked at the net and, for the first time, didn't immediately start joking. Warlords are easy to deal with. Musa, Faisal, and Abdullah, in the end, they're all armed men. And no matter how many armed men there are, they're still afraid of stronger guns. Governments can also communicate. The state apparatus is vast, yet has rules, interests, and boundaries. But Freemasonry is different. It's not a stronghold, not an army, and not a leader who can be directly beheaded. It's like mold hiding in wall cracks, in the air, and in underground pipes. You can't see its whole form, but you can't deny that it exists. Linyi tapped the table. They say they have some technical intelligence. What exactly do you mean? We are tracing the leak path back to its source. The data waterfall on the screen scrolled rapidly. Tianchi reported. Possible sources include the mechanical structure of Lin Hao exposed in Lin Xiaoya's live broadcast, the footage of the underground agricultural demonstration layer taken by Lu Di's glasses, the abnormal report after Lin Kai triggered the electromagnetic shielding area, the brief data of Tianchi, one captured by radars from various countries, and a large number of publicly available videos from the Fraud Park rescue. In addition, internal communications of the Hebei Chamber of Commerce may also be intercepted by its members' networks. Linyi narrowed his eyes. In other words, they don't know the truth. They possess a large number of fragments and have a strong ability to piece them together. How far have we progressed? Roughly estimated, they believe that Apocalypse possesses biomimetic robots, advanced drone swarms, unknown propulsion platforms, advanced agricultural biotechnology, and regional-level network attack and defense capabilities. However, they have not yet mastered the complete parameters of underground bases, material conversion systems, and aerospace carriers. Linyi replied calmly, it's all right, at least I didn't feel the heart. Xiao Xiao was a little worried. Master, should we just hack into all their servers? Apocalypse immediately denied it. Technically feasible, but it cannot destroy their social network. The core value of Freemasonry is not data, but connections and trust chains. A simple cyber attack can only create short-term chaos and will force them to retreat into deeper, hiding places even faster. Linyi glanced at Tianchi. You're very calm today. Because this is one of the few enemies that cannot be completely eliminated by force in 3 minutes. The evaluation is quite high. That's the truth. Linyi stood up and walked to the main screen. The Freemason network diagram slowly rotates, and each node lights up. Banker, senator, general, arms dealer, foundation chairman, university trustee, media group director, technology company founder. These people did not wear uniforms, did not display any flags, and did not have a fixed territory. But they can get a message into the intelligence system of the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, push for parliamentary sanctions, allow a company to be preyed upon by capital, and even plunge a country into a debt trap. This is a different kind of army. An army composed of money, power, secrets, and desire. Linyi suddenly laughed. Interesting. Xiao Xiao looked at him. Master, we've been fighting weak monsters all along, but finally we've got someone who can use their brain. Apocalypse warned, underestimating the enemy is not advisable. The Freemasons are not Musa, nor are they Kuan-Ge. They possess extremely strong social embedding capabilities and the ability to manipulate public opinion. Linyi turned around. I know. That's why I'm taking it seriously. He returned to his seat and said calmly, reply. Please give instructions. First, tell them that Apocalypse does not accept any time or place specified by the other party. Second, so-called neutral institutions do not qualify as neutral in the eyes of Apocalypse. Third, if they wish to talk, the time and place will be determined by Apocalypse. The list of personnel must be submitted 72 hours in advance, and no unauthorized equipment may be brought along. Fourth, if they want to hand over so-called technical intelligence to the 5 permanent members, then so be it. The little eyes lit up. Master, isn't this too hard? Lin Yi smiled and said, if I don't stand up for myself, they'll think they're really qualified to judge me. Apocalypse asked, should we add deterrent content? Lin Yi looked at the compass and square on the screen and said softly, tell them that Apocalypse does not oppose the existence of the old order, but the old order had better learn to bow down. Apocalypse paused for 0.2 seconds. The wording has been recorded. Shall we reply in Latin? Use Chinese. Reason. Lin Yi leaned back in his chair. Now that they recognize the characters for Apocalypse, they should learn to read Chinese. The reply will be sent in 3 seconds. There are no stepping stones, no disguises. Apocalypse deliver the message directly to the enemy's most crucial encrypted communication chain. It was like a knife stuck in the center of their conference table. A notification appears on the screen indicating that the sending process is complete. Lin Yi picked up his coffee and took a sip. Now, let's see how these old-timers respond. Chapter 57 Lin Xiaoya is going back to China. Lin Xiaoya's decision to return to China was finalized the night before the farewell banquet. Her plane ticket was booked, her luggage was packed, and her passport, travel documents, temporary security certificate, and the stack of special materials that Lin Yi had Alum deliver were all placed in the inner compartment of her backpack. It was supposed to be just the end of a graduation trip, but none of the 4 girls felt the same relaxed feeling as when returning from a normal trip. Chinamo was stuffing her clothes in when she suddenly stopped and said that she felt like this wasn't a trip home, but more like a retreat from a battlefield. Su hugged her pillow and whispered in agreement. The two exchanged a glance, but neither could manage a smile. Lu Di sat at the table, checking the file backups on the computer and external hard drive. His movements as calm as if he were making a final confirmation before handing over evidence. Lin Xiaoya lay in bed, looking at her phone. Her account had surpassed 8 million followers, and her private messages were still exploding. Foreign media, domestic legal teams, police, platforms, public relations firms, advertisers, and MCN agencies had all swarmed around her. She used to dream of becoming famous, but now that she was this famous, she felt a heavy weight on her shoulders, making it hard to breathe. Just then, Lin Yi sent a message saying that he would be having dinner with them at the market's backyard at 7 p.m. that evening to see them off. Lin Xiaoya stared at that line of text for a long time before replying with an emoji of a kitten crying while hugging a suitcase. Lin Yi quickly replied, "Don't cry. I'll fill the suitcase up for you." Lin Xiaoya's nose tingled, but she couldn't help but laugh again. The next evening at 7 o'clock, the backyard of the fruit market was brightly lit. The empty space where refrigerated trucks usually parked had been cleared out and a long table had been set up. There were no extravagant dishes on the table, just things Lin Xiaoya was familiar with. Roasted lamb chops, seafood hot pot, spiced grilled fish, and a large bowl of stir-fried seasonal vegetables. The most extravagant sight was the fruit platter at the far end of the table. Royal-grade cherries, deep red and glistening like rubies, were displayed on an ice platter. The mangoes, once cut open, had ridiculously thick flesh, and their aroma could waft for miles. Su looked at the cherries and whispered a worry that eating regular cherries back in China would be like eating sour beans. Chen Mo picked up a cherry, her expression complicated, and said that Su was narrow-minded. They might not be able to afford cherries that satisfied them in the future. Lin Xiaoya, who had been feeling down, finally laughed after they teased her. Lin Yi sat next to the main seat, wearing a plain black t-shirt, holding a beer in his hand, his expression still lazy and gentle, as if the media frenzy, international meetings, and the appearance of a giant ship over Dollyport were all irrelevant to him. He was just an older brother seeing his sister off. Lin Yi put a piece of fish in a Lin Xiaoya's bowl and told her to accept fewer interviews after she got back, not to accept any interviews from foreign media or domestic media. Lin Xiaoya asked what to do about the account. Lin Yi told her to post normally, post about her daily life, her studies, and the procedure she was following with the police and public interest lawyers, but not to talk about speculation, not to talk about the apocalypse, not to talk about Lin Hao, and especially not to talk about her brother. Chen Mo couldn't help but raise her hand and ask if she could talk about fruit. Lin Yi said yes, but not about the planting base. Chen Mo immediately understood. It was a trade secret. Lu Di remained quiet, only occasionally glancing at Lin Yi. His gaze didn't seem like that of someone looking at a friend or brother. It was more like he was observing an unclassifiable sample. Halfway through the meal, Alam and two workers brought in a silver-gray insulated box. The box was large, marked with the Lin Fresh logo, and reinforced with metal at the corners, making it look like a military transport box. Lin Xiaoya was stunned and asked what it was. Lin Yi patted the lid of the box and said it was a collection of royal-grade fruits he was bringing back to China for her. Cherries, mangoes, white strawberries, blueberries, and a little durian pulp. They were all vacuum-sealed and refrigerated, and to be stored in a cold storage after arriving in China. He told her not to give them away to just anyone. Chen Mo's eyes widened, and she asked how much the box cost. Lin Yi thought for a moment and said it was an internal price, not worth much. Lu Di calmly added, according to the estimates of Guangxian's high-end membership stores, the retail value of this box should exceed 2 million RMB. Susu's chopsticks clattered onto the table. Lin Xiaoya looked at the suitcase, her voice weak, and asked if she was going to drag $2 million onto the plane. Lin Yi corrected her, not drag, it's checked baggage. Chen Mo worried about what would happen if they got lost. Lin Yi looked towards the edge of the yard, where 4 men in ordinary work clothes stood, almost identical in height and posture, their faces expressionless. Lin Xiaoya immediately thought of the drivers who had escorted the victims away, and her heart tightened. Lin Yi said calmly, it won't get lost. No one asked why. After the meal, Lin Yi took out a small black box, inside which was a cell phone that looked quite ordinary. Lin Xiaoya thought it was just a new phone, but Lin Yi said it was an emergency contact terminal. It could be used as a regular phone normally, with WeChat, video calls, and payments all working fine, but pressing the power button on the right side 5 times would activate emergency mode, allowing her to contact him directly. Lin Xiaoya had just breathed a sigh of relief when Lin Yi added that if he didn't answer, it would connect directly to Apocalypse. The air instantly fell silent. Chen Mo's mango fork froze in midair. Susu swallowed hard, and Lu Di finally looked up. Lin Xiaoya held her phone, her palms burning, and asked him if he had just mentioned Apocalypse. Lin Yi's expression remained unchanged, only saying that it was a security system. Lin Xiaoya was momentarily unsure whether to criticize the name or the security system itself. Lin Yi ruffled her hair and told her not to try to tough it out if she encountered any trouble after returning to China. If someone was following her, they would contact him. If someone was pressuring her to submit materials, they would contact him. If someone was threatening her with her parents, they would also contact him. If she sensed anything was wrong, she should contact him immediately. His tone wasn't harsh, but everyone at the table sensed the coldness in his voice. It wasn't like a typical older brother's admonition. It was more like a declaration. Whoever touched Lin Xiaoya would be wiped off the face of the earth. Lin Xiaoya's eyes reddened, and she lowered her head to ask him when he would return to China. Lin Yi paused, then said it would be a while longer. She pressed him on how long, and he said he wasn't sure. Lin Xiaoya looked up at him and asked if he was still hiding many things from her. The light shone on Lin Yi's face. He was still young, his features still those of the brother she remembered. But after everything they had gone through, Lin Xiaoya could no longer see him as the ordinary brother who would only remind her to study hard on the phone. Behind him was a base 5,000 meters underground, Lin Hao Apocalypse, and that giant black ship hovering in the night sky above Dollyport. Lin Yi was silent for 2 seconds, then smiled and said he would tell her the story slowly after she graduated. Lin Xiaoya tentatively extended her little finger. Lin Yi, somewhat helpless, still hooked his pinky with hers and promised her that lying would be unthinkable. The next morning, at the temporary airport in Port Dolly, 4 girls arrived, escorted by a security convoy arranged by Lin Yi. Accompanying them were the ridiculously valuable silver-gray fruit box and 2 seemingly ordinary staff members who were actually scanning their surroundings the entire time. Lin Hao stood by the boarding gate, still in his black suit, tall and silent, like a wall. Lu Di stopped abruptly as she passed him, looking up at him. 2 seconds later, she reached out and gently touched his suit sleeve, saying goodbye. Lin Hao's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. After a moment's pause, he replied, "Goodbye, Miss Lu Di." Chun Imo gasped beside him, quietly marveling at her courage. So nadie repeatedly. Lin Xiaoya hugged Lin Yi for a long time, urging him to be careful. Lin Yi smiled and said that was what he should be saying to her. She asked what danger she could possibly face returning to China, but Lin Yi reminded her that she was now more famous than many celebrities and more sensitive than many politicians. Lin Xiaoya shrank back and promised to keep a low profile. Lin Yi patted her on the back and told her to go back and have a meal with her parents, to leave half of the fruit in the suitcase for them, and to tell him if she needed more money. Lin Xiaoya silently reminded him that he had already transferred 10 million to her. Lin Yi replied indifferently that it was money for a car. Lin Xiaoya fell completely silent, feeling that her brother was becoming less and less human. The boarding announcement came over the loudspeaker, and 4 girls dragged their luggage toward the security checkpoint. Lin Xiaoya took a few steps, then turned back and waved vigorously. Lin Yi stood still, raising his hand as well, until their figures disappeared at the end of the passage. Only then did the smile on his face slowly fade. Outside the airport VIP lounge, Lu Di suddenly stopped, letting them go in first, saying he had something to say to Lin Yi. Before Lin Xiaoya could react, Lu Di had already turned around and walked back, stopping 2 meters away from Lin Yi. The surrounding noise was deafening, yet something seemed to separate the two of them. Lu Di looked at him and calmly asked, "Lin Yi, are you from Tianqi?" Lin Yi paused for a second, then smiled. "I sell fruit." Lu Di didn't smile. She just stared into his eyes for 5 seconds. She didn't press him or pursue the matter further, but simply kept the answer to herself before turning and leaving. Lin Yi watched her walk back to the security checkpoint, where Lin Xiaoya was still waiting for her. Chun Imo seemed to ask something, but Lu Di shook her head. The 4 of them finally disappeared completely. Lin Yi withdrew his gaze, and Apocalypse's voice sounded in his earpiece. "Commander, Miss Lu Di's suspicion level regarding your identity has risen to 78%. Lin Yi said calmly, "Try to do a background check on that, Lu Di." "Permissions confirmed." "Confirm. Start." Chapter 58, Lu Di's background. 13 minutes after takeoff, Lin Yi returned to the command center 5,000 meters underground. On the secondary screen, the real-time monitoring of Dollyport Airport was still playing. The passenger plane carrying Lin Xiaoya had already entered the clouds. Its flight path was stable, and there were no abnormal aircraft nearby. Apocalypse took over all accessible aviation surveillance along the route, from Dollyport to Bangkok for the layover, and then to landing domestically. The entire route was under its close watch. Lin Yi sat in a chair with a cup of coffee that Xiao Xiao had just brought beside him, its temperature exactly 62 degrees Celsius. Xiao Xiao reported softly, "Master, Miss Xiaoya has left the edge of the Delta airspace and is currently safe." Lin Yi hummed in agreement, looking at the small white dot representing the flight on the screen, and suddenly felt that the base was somewhat empty. For 3 years, this place had only contained him, Xiao Xiao, Tianqi, and countless robots. It was the same before Lin Xiaoya came, but after she left, that emptiness suddenly became very clear. Tianqi offered no words of comfort, only calmly reminding Lin Yi, "Lu Di's background check is complete." Lin Yi paused in his coffee-serving motion, so fast. Tianqi replied, "It took 47 seconds, which is within a reasonable range of efficiency." The main screen switched, and Lu Di's ID photo appeared in the center. In the photo, she had short, shoulder-length hair, a calm gaze, and features that, while not particularly striking, exuded a strong sense of clarity. The information then unfolded. Lu Di, female, 22 years old, undergraduate student majoring in law at Beijing University of Political Science and Law, registered residence in Yanjing, second-degree black belt in Taekwondo, hold a national radio operator certificate, and was once the main third debater of the school's debate team. What caught Lin Yi's attention even more was that she had taken courses such as Introduction to Quantum Computing, Fundamentals of Cryptography, Ethics of Artificial Intelligence, International Security Law, and Introduction to Military Law during her university years. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. "A law student taking quantum computing and cryptography?" Tianqi replied, "Uncommon, probability less than 0.7%. Lin Yi gestured to continue. Soon, another file popped up. Lu Di's father, Lu Jianjun, 52 years old, active duty major general, affiliated with a certain military science research institute. His research areas include artificial intelligence combat systems, unmanned swarm collaborative control, new command links, and intelligent architecture for future battlefields. He has also participated in several key military projects, which are highly classified. Lin Yi finally put down his coffee cup. Major General? Academy of Military Sciences? Artificial Intelligence and New Combat Systems. Tianqi gave a series of affirmative answers. Xiao Xiao blinked. Master, Miss Xiaoya's friend seems to be quite unusual. Lin Yi rubbed his temples. I knew something was off about this girl. Then, Lu Di's mother's information appeared. Qin Lan, 50 years old, a top domestic cryptography expert, formerly a professor at a key university's information security college, currently involved in a national-level cryptographic algorithm and quantum secure communication project. Lin Yi leaned back in his chair and remained silent for a few seconds. Her father studied intelligent warfare, her mother cryptography, and her daughter, while studying law, had chosen a major in quantum computing and cryptography, and also knew radio and taekwondo. Then she followed Lin Xiaoya to the Delta, filmed the underground agricultural base, and even asked him face-to-face if he was from Apocalypse. Xiao Xiao whispered, "Isn't this too much of a coincidence?" Tianqi immediately analyzed that Lu Di and Lin Xiaoya becoming roommates was a natural social event, and there was currently no evidence to show that she was arranged to be next to Lin Xiaoya by any force in advance. Lin Yi remained silent. Often, the most troublesome thing isn't conspiracy, but coincidence. Conspiracy can be dismantled, but coincidence can only be accepted. Apocalypse continued its report, stating that Lu Di had exhibited 7 high-value anomalous behaviors during his time in Delta. The screen was divided into 7 surveillance clips. At Dali Port Airport, she immediately observed the militants' reactions, unlike Chen Mo and Su Su, who were more relaxed. In front of the cold storage at the fruit market, she noticed the security personnel's positions and the layout of the cameras. When Lin Hao displayed the briefcase armory, she stared at the structure of the firearms and the hidden spaces. After being subdued by Lin Hao with 2 fingers, she didn't break down. Instead, she recorded the feedback of her strength. In the Telecom Fraud Industrial Park, she organized statements and collected evidence with a reaction speed far exceeding that of the average college student. At the underground planting base, she secretly filmed using a miniature camera in her glasses. Finally, at the airport, before parting, she asked that final question. Are you from Apocalypse? Tianqi concluded, Lu Di possesses high intelligence, high discipline, high risk tolerance, and a safety awareness far exceeding that of her peers. She has a strong desire to explore unknown technologies, but has not yet shown any malice. Lin Yi asked, what about the footage inside the glasses? Tianqi replied that the video was still on the built-in card in the glasses and hadn't been transferred online during the return trip. But based on her behavior pattern, there was an 83.6% chance she would hand it over to her father, Lu Jianjun, after returning to China. Lin Yi asked again, will it be handed over to the media? Tianqi replied, less than 2%. The probability of handing it over to the police is 12%, and the probability of handing it over to the father is the highest. Xiao Xiao was a little worried and suggested remotely formatting her memory card. Tianqi stated that it was technically feasible to interfere with and corrupt data by exploiting vulnerabilities in airport security equipment, in-flight entertainment systems, or mobile phone Bluetooth. Lin Yi, however, directly rejected the idea. Don't touch it. Xiao Xiao was puzzled, but she would leak secrets. Lin Yi replied calmly. She leaked what I let her see. Lu Di only photographed the display area. Hydroponic racks, robotic arms, a few kinds of fruit, and at most a section of the elevator shaft. She didn't encounter any of the truly important components. The main dock, the T-800 production line, the reactor, and the matter conversion core. Apocalypse also added that while the video contained some surreal technological features, it wasn't enough to deduce the complete system. Lin Yi decided to make her hand it over. Xiao Xiao asked why. Lin Yi looked at Lu Di's photo and said that he needed the country to gradually realize that Apocalypse was not backed by a terrorist organization, nor was it an agent casually supported by aliens, but by someone who could communicate. Tianqi judged. You plan to release controllable clues to the domestic military system through Lu Di's father? Lin Yi corrected. It's not about releasing them. It's about letting them discover them themselves. If we tell them directly, they will instinctively suspect it's a trap. Conclusions analyzed through people and channels they trust are the most credible. The Tianqi assessment indicates moderate risk and high potential returns. Risks include Liu Jianjun potentially reporting directly to the highest levels, prematurely exposing Lin Ye's identity. The military's technical department possibly identifying some external features of the underground base through video details, and Liu Di himself potentially being questioned by a special task force, implicating Lin Xiaoya's inner circle. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoya's name, Lin Yi closed his eyes briefly. This was the only variable in all his plans that he couldn't afford to take unnecessary risks with. So he inquired about Lin Xiaoya's protection arrangements. The scene shifts between the two layers. The first layer is the cold chain team sent by Garanxian to negotiate the warehousing of fruit boxes. The second layer is the legal private security hired by a domestic security company. The third layer is the digital surveillance network lurking in the city's surveillance, communication, and transportation systems. Tianqi stated that if anyone attempts to stalk, coerce, or kidnap Lin Xiaoya, it can identify them within 3 seconds, freeze traffic routes within 30 seconds, and push the information to the local police or arrange physical barriers within 3 minutes. Lin Yi nodded and then instructed Tianqi to include the parents in the same level of protection. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but say, "Master, you're actually quite worried about Miss Xiaoya." Lin Yi glanced at her and said, "Of course, she's my sister." Apocalypse added timely criticism. According to the emotional model, the commander's current sister complex index has increased by 12.7% compared to before Lin Xiaoya arrived at Delta. Lin Yi coldly replied, "Shut up." Apocalypse responded, "This module has been muted for 3 seconds." Lin Yi looked at Liu Di's file again. This girl was trouble, but she could also be a key. She came from a clean background, was intelligent enough, bold enough, and had a genuine emotional connection with Lin Xiaoya. More importantly, her father is at the core periphery of the domestic military's technology system, while her mother holds a high position in the fields of cryptography and information security. If Tianqi were to establish a stable communication mechanism with China in the future, Liu Di might very well become part of that connection. Of course, this is on the premise that she can withstand the truth. After a 3-second silence, Lin Yi ordered, "List her as a key person to monitor." Tianqi suggested a level 2 surveillance level, but Lin Yi added, "Don't restrict her." After Tianqi confirmed it, Lin Yi looked at the calm eyes on the screen and lowered his voice. "She will be useful in the future." Xiao Xiao thought for a moment and asked what would happen if Liu Di really found out that he was the highest person in charge of Tianqi. Lin Yi smiled. "That means she's more useful than I thought." He then stood in front of the main screen. The flight's white had entered the neighboring country's airspace. Lin Xiaoya was heading home, while another net was slowly spreading across the country. Lin Yi knew that from this moment on, he was no longer just a shadow 5,000 meters underground in the Delta. His name would begin to enter the eyes of those who were qualified to touch the machinery of the state. It wasn't Fruit Bro, nor Lin Xiaoya's brother, but someone who seemed to be behind Apocalypse. This day was bound to come sooner or later, just a little earlier than he had anticipated. At this moment, Apocalypse suddenly spoke up. "Commander, we have detected that Liu Di's phone has entered offline editing mode on the plane. She has opened an encrypted memo." Lin Yi asked about the contents, and Apocalypse replied that there was no internet connection and it was impossible to read the local input. But based on her typing rhythm and pause patterns, Liu Di is likely compiling a list of anomalies from the Delta. Apocalypse adds, the first line she wrote was probably, "Lin Ye is not an ordinary fruit merchant." Lin Yi looked at the screen and said softly, "Isn't that obvious?" Xiao Xiao couldn't help but laugh. In the command center, 5,000 meters underground, a huge world map slowly rotated, and the Delta was dyed green, representing Apocalypse control. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, towards Yanjing, a small dot of light appeared. Liu Di, the focus of attention, was also the first unexpectedly formed rift between the Apocalypse and the Old World. Chapter 59, the first revelation of Apocalypse's identity. The plane landed in Yanjing on the evening of the following day. As soon as Lin Xiaoya and her 3 companions stepped out of the international arrivals gate, an uncontrollable commotion erupted outside. It wasn't a routine airport greeting. A group of reporters who had been waiting there had gathered. The airport had implemented quarantine measures in advance, and Lin Yi had reminded them not to disclose their flight information, but they still underestimated their current level of attention. A barrage of cameras and microphones crossed the security line, flashing brightly. "Xiaoya, what exactly happened in Delta? What's that bodyguard's identity?" Is your brother a member of the Apocalypse Organization? Do you know the inside story of the Harbor Daily UFO incident? A barrage of questions rained down on her, turning Lin Xiaoya pale. She instinctively gripped her black phone tightly. It was the emergency contact Terminal Lin Yi had given her. Just as she hesitated whether to press the power button, several airport staff and plainclothes officers quickly stepped forward and separated the reporter. A middle-aged woman approached, her voice gentle yet firm. Lin Xiaoya, we have been entrusted by relevant departments to assist you in clearing customs and to protect your personal information. Please follow me. Lin Xiaoya was taken aback. Lu Di glanced at her, noticing the edge of her work ID that wasn't fully visible on her chest, and nodded, saying, let's go. Chun Mo muttered under her breath. This entourage is just like a celebrity returning home. Su Su almost cried. Do celebrities get asked about apocalypses and UFOs? Lin Xiaoya didn't answer, only glancing back at the group of reporters. Countless cameras were pointed at her. At that moment, she suddenly understood that the gunfire in Delta hadn't truly ended. It had simply been replaced by public opinion, investigations, and questioning. These things are like an invisible net, stretching out from the moment she arrived at the airport into a long part of her future life. Lu Di did not return to school with Lin Xiaoya. She got into a black Hongqi sedan outside the airport, where a man in his 50s was sitting. The man was upright with gray hair, wearing an ordinary jacket, yet couldn't conceal the uprightness inherent in a soldier. He was Lu Di's father, Lu Jianjun. After getting on the bus, Lu Di put his backpack on his lap and called out, Dad. Lu Jianjun glanced at her and said, You've lost weight. Phoenix. Are you injured? No. Are you scared? Lu Di was silent for 2 seconds, then said in a low voice, I'm afraid of passing by. Lu Jianjun nodded, not asking any more questions. The car drove off the airport expressway, and the night scene in Yanjing was bustling and stable, completely different from that in the Delta. But what flashed through Lu Di's mind were still the armed men at Dali Port Airport, the iron cage in the fraud park, the metal skeleton exposed after Lin Hao was shot, and the planning area that shouldn't exist 5,000 meters underground. Lu Jianjun suddenly spoke up. You said in your message that you wanted to give me something in person. Lu Di took out his glasses case from his backpack, took out the black-rimmed glasses, removed the right temple, and took out a tiny memory card. There are 3 videos in here. Lu Jianjun's eyes narrowed slightly. The contents. The so-called fruit plantation that Lin Yi took us to visit. Is it the fruit vendor, the one your friend's brother works for? Yes. Lu Jianjun didn't answer immediately. Lu Di looked at his father and said calmly, Dad, I studied law and I know about privacy and trade secrets. But that place is more than just a trade secret. It was a vertical tunnel that went down 5,000 meters underground, a closed space with no trace of conventional construction. The agricultural systems, automated equipment, and testing instruments inside were not normal civilian technology. She paused for a moment, then said, And Lin Hao, the bodyguard next to Lin Yi, he's not human. Lu Jianjun finally reached out and took the memory card. You saw it with your own eyes? I've seen metal skeletons. Is it in the video? No. Lin Hao's image appeared in the live stream, but what's on this card is more important. Lu Jianjun was silent for a moment. You suspect that Lin Yi is related to Tianqi. Lu Di looked out the window, his profile quiet. It's not a doubt. What is that? I just don't know where he stands in Apocalypse. Lu Jianjun stared at his daughter for a few seconds. This was the first time he had heard such a clear judgment from her. It wasn't a college student speculation after being frightened, nor was it an online conspiracy theory. It was a conclusion reached after eliminating many possibilities. He put away the memory card and said in a deep voice, From now on, don't tell anyone about this, including Lin Xiaoya. I know. During your time in the Delta, did you release these videos to the outside world? No. Has anyone noticed? Lu Di recalled Lin Ye's pause in front of the airport, and also his brief moment of stunned silence when he heard, Are you from Apocalypse? She said softly, They might have found out. Lu Jianjun's expression changed. Lin Yi? What was his reaction? It didn't stop me. The carriage fell silent. Lu Jianjun discerned a deeper meaning in those 4 words. The lack of intervention wasn't due to a lack of ability to stop it, but rather an acceptance of it. This is more alarming than simply being secretly photographed. 2 hours later, inside the laboratory building of a military science research institute, The memory card was inserted into a completely offline analysis terminal. There were only 3 people in the room: Liu Jianjun, an image engineering expert, and a materials and optics expert. The video started playing. The picture was a bit shaky. After all, it was filmed blindly with a camera on glasses, and the resolution was only 720p. But when the first frame appeared, the room instantly fell silent. The long corridor, soft lighting strips, transparent glass walls, multi-layered hydroponic racks, giant fruits, and automatic harvesting robotic arms are all clearly visible in the picture. The video had no sound, only slight ambient noise. The image expert frowned. This doesn't look like a typical greenhouse. The materials expert leaned forward, slowed down the robotic arm section. The image is magnified. A robotic arm extends from between the branches, grasping a cherry the size of a fist. The movement is stable and precise, without any unnecessary vibration. The expert stared at the joint for half a minute, then whispered, "Something's not right." Liu Jianjun asked, "What's wrong?" Civilian agricultural robotic arms cannot perform this kind of micro-operation. It does not damage the fruit peel or cause the branches to bounce back when picking the fruit. The force feedback system is at least 2 generations ahead of the most advanced publicly available models. An image expert also chimed in, "The lighting is also problematic. Ordinary LED fill lights have slight flickering and spectral fluctuations, but these are almost invisible here, unless it's an extremely advanced full-spectrum modulation system." The video continues playing. As the camera pans to the end of the corridor, a blurry blue projection is reflected on the wall. Those are the image traces left by the transparent, thin-film holographic measuring device that Lin Yi had shown. Liu Di didn't get a direct shot, but the reflection from his glasses and the edge of the table captured a small section of the suspended data image. The image expert, who had been relatively calm, suddenly sat bolt upright upon seeing this. "Stop." The image pauses, and the afterimage is magnified, enhanced, and noise-reduced frame by frame. A series of semi-transparent 3D structural diagrams float in the air, without a projection screen, smoke medium, or visible light path. The materials expert whispered, "Is this a holographic image?" The image expert's expression changed. "It doesn't look like it." Traditional holography requires recording and reproducing wavefront information, but there's no visible imaging medium here. It's more like a visual light field being formed directly in the air. Liu Jianjun asked in a deep voice, "Can this be done by making the technology public?" "I can't do it." "Where's the lab?" The image expert paused for a few seconds. "Globally, at most we can do low-resolution, short-range, experimental aerial imaging, and the equipment is still very large. The size, brightness, stability, and accuracy shown in the video are at least 20, maybe even 30 years ahead." The materials expert then pointed to the fleetingly visible, transparent sheet. "If this is the imaging device itself, it's no more than 2 millimeters thick. There's no battery, no obvious wiring, and no heat dissipation structure. It can't be explained by current materials science." Liu Jianjun didn't speak, but instead took out another printed document. It was Lin Ye's basic file. Ordinary family, ordinary university, and he left the country 3 years ago. 3 years later, 5,000 meters underground in the Delta, a revolutionary agricultural system, bionic robots, and an unknown space platform appeared. These things couldn't have appeared out of thin air. If they didn't appear out of thin air, it means that an individual or an organization has achieved a technological leap beyond the existing global intelligence systems. Liu Jianjun dialed an internal encrypted number. "I am Liu Jianjun. I have some materials here, and I suggest that you contact the Tianqi Special Task Force immediately." The person on the other end asked about their level. He stared at the hovering afterimage on the screen, his voice low and deep. "The best." Late at night, on the second basement floor of a ministry in Beijing. When Lao Chun was called back into the meeting room, his eyes were bloodshot. He had barely slept a full night in the past few days. Apocalypse, Lin Yi, Lin Xiaoya, Dollyport UFO, suspected contact with Freemasonry. Each line felt like a mountain pressing down on his desk. And now, Liu Jianjun has brought a new mountain. After the video finished playing, no one spoke in the conference room. After a long while, Old Chun finally spoke. "Did Lin Yi take the initiative to show them this?" Liu Jianjun nodded. "Yes." "He knows your daughter took the photos?" "I'm not sure, but my daughter thinks he probably does know." Old Chun rubbed his temples. "In other words, he's giving us a glimpse." The official in military uniform sat in the main seat, his gaze somber, right into the report. The secretary immediately took notes. The person in charge said, word by word, preliminary assessment. The Apocalypse organization is not simply a regional armed force. It is highly likely that there's an individual or core team behind it who possesses a revolutionary technological system. This individual or team has a strong connection with Lin Yi, a Chinese citizen. Lin Yi may not be an external assistant, but rather one of the key decision-making nodes. Old Chen added, it could even be higher. The air in the meeting room suddenly tightened. The person in charge glanced at him, but did not refute him. The report's confidentiality level has been upgraded. Furthermore, continue to exercise restraint. Avoid contact with Lin Xiaoya and do not provoke Lin Yi. We still do not know how much he is willing to let us see. On the same day, in Shenzhen, at the top floor of the headquarters of Guangxian Group, Lin Kai's father, Lin Guofeng, handed a thin sheet of paper to the middle-aged man in front of him. The paper was only a few pages long. The first page features photos of the forest. The second page contains information about the Hassan Town fruit market. The third page shows an analysis of samples of premium-grade fruit, and the fourth page contains a single sentence. The Delta region has independent suppliers possessing disruptive agricultural technologies, and they are suspected of having special military backgrounds. After reading it, the middle-aged man smiled and said, Mr. Lin, this thing is very valuable. Lin Guofeng leaned back in his chair. I'm not giving it away for nothing. If the Hebei Chamber of Commerce wants to contact him, they'll definitely want to keep their exclusive supply rights. The middle-aged man put the documents into his briefcase. Of course. Lin Guofeng watched him leave, his expression far from relaxed. Unbeknownst to him, the document was scanned, encrypted, and forwarded to an overseas business foundation's server 6 hours later. After changing hands 3 more times, it entered the intelligence pool of the Freemasons Asia-Pacific branch. The name Lin Yi appeared on their official following list for the first time. The note contained only one line. Suspected key figure in Apocalypse. Chinese national. Needs to be contacted or controlled. 5,000 meters underground. Tianqi captured this information stream at 3:17 a.m. Lin Yi sat in the command center, looking at the note on the screen, his expression not changing much. Xiao Xiao was a little nervous. Master, they want to control you. Lin Yi smiled and said, there are plenty of people who want to control me. Tianqi stated, the domestic military's technical system has received the video submitted by Liu Di. The extent of Tianqi's identity being leaked has increased. To what extent? From the stage of fragmented skepticism, we have moved into the stage of structural skepticism. Speak like a human. They have begun to believe that there is someone behind Apocalypse. Lin Yi looked at his photo on the screen. It was his ID photo from when he graduated from university, clean, young, and ordinary. He looked like the same person as him now in the underground base. Yet he didn't look like the same person. He paused for a moment, then said, let them continue to believe. Tianqi asked, should we adjust our strategy for dealing with the domestic special task force? Lin Yi picked up his coffee. Not for now. He looked at another screen. On the global situation projection map, more and more lines were beginning to point towards the Delta. The state, capital, secret organizations, media, military, and intelligence agencies. The old world finally started to take him seriously, and he should seriously prepare for the next step. Chapter 60. Lin Yi decides to build an even larger Apocalypse. At 4 in the morning, in the command center, 5,000 meters underground, only the main screen was still lit. Lin Yi hadn't slept. He sat alone in front of the circular control console, watching the global situation simulation map generated by Apocalypse. The map looked incredibly lifelike. The red line represented hostile military attention. The blue line represented state-level intelligence tracking. The yellow line represented commercial capital coveting the area. The purple line represented infiltration by covert organizations. And the white line represented the spread of public opinion. In just a few days, these lines had spread from a small spark near the Delta into a complex network covering half the world. Lin Yi stared at it for a long time. His coffee had gone cold. Little didn't disturb him. Apocalypse also remained unusually silent. It knew that the commander was pondering a question that couldn't be easily interrupted. Finally, Lin Yi spoke. Apocalypse. I am here. Did I oversimplify things before? Apocalypse paused for a moment. Please define before and simple. Lin Yi smiled, but there was no real smile in his eyes. I used to think that as long as we had enough technology, military strength, and money, we could suppress many things. Apocalypse replied, in certain regions, this is correct. Delta is a case in point. Musa, Faisal, Abdullah, the fraud park, the gangs, the warlords, they were all indeed suppressed by Lin Yi. He solved the problem in the most brutal way possible, and very effectively, by relying on the T-800 Hive drones, electromagnetic weapons, and absolute information superiority. But things are different now. The CIA won't back down just because of a few thousand T-800s, and the domestic task force won't stop its investigation just because he handed over Kuan Ge. Will Freemasonry shut up because of a strong reply? Capital will swarm in. The media will press for answers. The government will test the waters, and secret organizations will infiltrate. Even those he rescued might be used in the future to turn against him. The world isn't a warlord's camp. It has too many layers. Lin Yi suddenly realized that in the past 3 years, he had built robots, drones, fighter jets, space carriers, and underground cities, but he had not built an organization that could truly support all of these. The current apocalypse is in essence just him, AI, and a bunch of machines. It is extremely efficient and absolutely loyal, but it has a fatal flaw. It doesn't have enough people. There are no people who can truly understand, judge, create, and take responsibility. Lin Yi leaned back in his chair and said in a low voice, one person can't handle this alone. On the screen, Apocalypse's gear-shaped vertical pupils slowly lit up. Commander, you are not alone. The base possesses 500,000 T-800s, 5 million Hive drones, 5 space carriers, and a complete Tier 1 civilization industrial system. Lin Yi shook his head. You know that's not what I meant. The command center fell silent. He looked at the world map and said calmly, machines can execute orders, fight, monitor, and calculate, but they cannot become part of human society in my place. He needs scientists, engineers, doctors, legal experts, diplomatic experts, financial traders, and public opinion strategists. Someone also needs to negotiate with the state, capital, and international organizations to take over the mining area and rebuild education, healthcare, and the judiciary. What's needed is for someone to transform Apocalypse from an underground base into a truly growing system. Lin Yi paused for a moment. I need more people. The moment those words were spoken, the entire underground base seemed to fall silent. It meant that Lin Yi had finally admitted he couldn't forever hide 5,000 meters underground, controlling the world with screens and robots. If Apocalypse is to come ashore, someone must stand in the light. Apocalypse asked, please confirm. Do you wish to establish a core human membership system? Confirm. Please provide the screening criteria. Lin Yi got up and walked to the main screen. The map shrunk, then switched to dark outlines of countless character profiles. Scientists, exiles, entrepreneurs, soldiers, doctors, hackers, lawyers, political scientists, engineers, as well as buried geniuses, idealists rejected by the system, and people who are exploited by capital but still haven't lost their bottom line. Looking at these outlines, Lin Yi said, first, they possess world-class potential in a certain field. Apocalypse records, unrestricted domain, no restrictions, science and technology, industry, medicine, finance, law, public opinion, diplomacy, and organizational governance all count. Second, they should not have deep-seated interests tied to the existing power system. They can have a past, they can have stains, but they cannot be people locked up by capital, political parties, conglomerates, and military-industrial groups, nor can they be someone else's dog. Record. Third, one must have principles and bottom lines, and cannot be a purely profit-driven individual. Apocalypse reminds us, principles and bottom lines are difficult to quantify. Then we can use behavioral data modeling to see if he has ever paid a price for non-economic goals in key choices. Clear. Fourth, I need someone who can withstand truths beyond the reach of human understanding. Some people are very smart, but their worldview is too fragile. They go crazy or kneel down when they see the truth. I need someone who can stand up even when they see darkness. Fifth, be willing to work for a goal that transcends personal interests. Xiao Xiao had entered the command center at some point, carrying a freshly made coffee. She stopped at the door upon hearing this. Lin Yi didn't turn around. Money can be given, power can be given, and status can be given. But if a person only cares about these things, he can't get into the core. Apocalypse remained silent for 2 seconds. Then, countless files on the main screen began to flash rapidly. Name, age, nationality, major, resume, risk level, psychological profile, value assessment. All publicly and private data from around the world were mobilized. Papers, patents, conference materials, litigation files, news reports, underground transaction records, social media posts, medical records, financial transactions. Traces left by human society are dismantled, reassembled, and scored. Apocalypse's voice rang out. Preliminary candidate pool being generated. Targets deeply linked to hostile intelligence agencies are being screened out, as are targets with a high probability of personality disorder, and targets with extreme religious or racist tendencies. Screen out members of Freemasonry, Hebe Chamber of Commerce, and related capital networks. Screen out targets whose family members are highly controlled by controllable forces, and screen out targets whose principal bottom line score is below the threshold. The names on the screen went from tens of millions to millions, then from millions to tens of thousands, until finally only 7 remained. Apocalypse said, the candidate pool has been generated, with a total of 7 people. Lin Yi looked at the 7 names and narrowed his eyes. Xie Yuan, Anna Victoria Romanova, Zhou Yan, Samir Hassan, Qin Wan, Elias Grant, Jiang Zhixia. Each name is followed by a short label. Nuclear physics, neuromedicine, organizational governance, underground finance, international law, aeronautical engineering, and public opinion psychology. Xiao Xiao walked to Lin Ye's side and put down her coffee. Master, will these people join Apocalypse? Lin Yi said, we won't join right away. We'll let them see a glimpse first, and see who's afraid, who's greedy, who's betraying us, and who's questioning us. Apocalypse asked, should we establish a contingency plan? Establish. Priority? Lin Yi looked at the first name, Xie Yuan. 38 years old, former researcher at a top domestic nuclear physics institute. Went into exile in Southeast Asia 3 years ago. Professional competence assessment. Top 5 in the field of human nuclear engineering. Psychological tags. Stubborn, isolated, remnants of idealism, and severe distrust of the existing energy system. Lin Yi opened the file. Let's talk about the first one. The man in the photo has a stubble beard, sunken eyes, and wears a faded shirt. He sits in a simple office in Southeast Asia, looking like a loser abandoned by the times. But his eyes shone brightly. It wasn't ambition, but the fire that hadn't been completely extinguished in someone who once believed science could change the world, a fire that had been broken by reality. Lin Yi looked into those eyes and suddenly smiled. Nuclear physicist, perfect. Tianqi added that Xie Yuan had led a project to simulate the stability of materials for controlled nuclear fusion reactors. He was ostracized by the project team and later faced academic blacklisting because he publicly questioned the safety data of a major energy demonstration project. He then left the country via a third country and is currently providing technical consulting services to energy companies in Southeast Asia with an unstable income. Lin Yi asked, does he have family? Parents are deceased, unmarried, no children. There's a mentor in China with whom she maintains infrequent contact. Could it be a phishing target? The probability is low. Their current living conditions are poor, and no traces of long-term contact with intelligence agencies have been found. Lin Yi nodded. Arrange a meeting. Identity. Lin Yi thought for a moment. The head of overseas or D at an energy company. Tianqi pressed further. The company name? Just register any account. A shell company has been registered in Singapore. Name. Qiming Energy Technology Company, Limited Registered Capital. $20 million, and the equity structure has been disguised. Lin Yi glanced at Tianqi. Were you already prepared for this? Apocalypse replied. As an advanced AI, I will reserve basic solutions for any reasonable needs that the commander may have. Lin Yi said calmly, speak like a human. Yes. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but laugh, and Lin Yi smiled too. But after the laughter subsided, his gaze slowly darkened. From warlord to nation, from sister to the world, from one man's underground fortress to a true apocalyptic organization. This step must eventually be taken. Lin Yi looked at Xie Yuan's file and said softly, I hope you won't disappoint me. Chapter 61, The First Candidate, The Exiled Nuclear Physicist. Bangkok, 4:20 p.m. The rainy season clouds hung low, the streets were wet, and the air was filled with the smells of gasoline, dampness, and fried spices from roadside stalls. Xie Yuan sat in a corner of an inconspicuous coffee shop, his old shirt cuffs frayed, his beard unshaven, and his hair a bit messy. In front of him was a cup of black coffee that had long since gone cold, And on the computer screen was a thermal efficiency simulation diagram of a small gas turbine retrofit project. This is his current job, providing technical consulting services to energy companies, factories, and mines in Southeast Asia, optimizing boilers, evaluating generator sets, and even helping private mine owners determine whether secondhand equipment is still usable. 3 years ago, he was at a top nuclear physics institute in China, discussing neutron damage models for the first raw material of fusion reactors. 3 years later, he's in a cheap coffee shop in Bangkok, calculating how many liters of fuel a rubber processing plant could save per hour on its diesel engines. Life has become so absurd that there's nothing to be angry about anymore. My phone vibrated. It was an email. The other party, identifying themselves as Qiming Energy Technology Company Limited, is currently establishing a new clean energy research and development project in Southeast Asia and wishes to meet in person to discuss topics including high-temperature plasma confinement, compact fusion reactor safety architecture, and engineering roadmap. The consultation fee is $50,000, and the location will be chosen by them. Xie Yuan's first reaction was that it was a scam. His second reaction was that it was a phishing attempt, and his third reaction was that the other party was giving him a lot. This money was enough to pay off his overdue rent, equipment costs, and several private loans. But the keywords in the email were too precise. It was definitely not something an ordinary scammer could write. He investigated Qiming Energy, registered in Singapore, with ample capital and a clean shareholding structure. It had recently established a temporary office in Bangkok. On the surface, it appeared to be a multinational startup preparing to enter the Southeast Asian energy market. The cleaner it is, the more abnormal it is. Xie Yuan stared at the screen for a long time before replying with only 2 words, time. Soon, the other party replied. Tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m. on the banks of the Chao Phraya River, in the tea room on the 2nd floor of the Bluestone Hotel. Xie Yuan looked at the email and suddenly smiled. You're putting on quite a good act. The next afternoon, Xie Yuan arrived 15 minutes early at the tea room on the 2nd floor of the Qingshi Hotel. He chose a window seat with a wall behind him, a view of the stairwell on his left, and a view of the elevator doors on his right. During his years in exile, he didn't learn anything else, but he did develop a strong sense of vigilance. At exactly 3 o'clock, a young man walked into the tea room. He wore a black short-sleeved shirt and dark trousers, was tall, and had an air about him that was neither that of a businessman nor someone from the scientific research community. He was too relaxed, as if he wasn't there to meet a troublesome exiled scientist, but simply to have a cup of tea. The other person walked up to him, smiled, and extended his hand. Dr. Xie, this is Lin Yi. Xie Yuan did not shake hands, but only asked, the head of overseas R&D at Qiming Energy? Lin Yi withdrew his hand and sat down opposite him, for now. Temporary. Identity is a matter of context. The waiter brought tea, but neither of them drank at first. Xie Yuan cut to the chase. The $50,000 consulting fee, has it been transferred to the third-party escrow account? Lin Yi nodded. You will be automatically released once the interview is completed. What do you want to ask? Commercialization of compact controlled nuclear fusion. Xie Yuan sneered. Then you've come to the wrong person. All I could do now is fix boilers. Lin Yi laughed. A person who has developed a multi-scale coupled model of neutron irradiation damage at the age of 29, saying that he can only repair boilers, is somewhat insulting to boilers. Xie Yuan's eyes darkened slightly. You investigated me. Yes. How much did you find? I know for sure that you didn't leave, because you weren't capable. Xie Yuan gripped the cup, his fingers tightening slightly. If you're here to hear a story, $50,000 isn't enough. I'm not interested in the story. Lin Yi took a document out of his bag and placed it on the table. I want to hear your opinion on the technical approach. Xie Yuan didn't open it immediately, but coldly reminded him. Let me make this clear first. I don't touch illegal projects, I don't touch weapons-grade nuclear materials, and I don't touch experimental reactors without safety boundaries. Lin Yi asked, was that why you were ostracized back then? Xie Yuan's face turned cold. Mr. Lin, if you're trying to test me with this, that's very low level. Lin Yi nodded. Sorry. His attitude was so natural that it surprised Xie Yuan. Lin Yi continued. Then let's talk about technology. What do you think is the biggest problem in the global engineering of controlled nuclear fusion? Xie Yuan remained silent for a few seconds before finally speaking. It's not a single problem. The tokamak approach is full of pitfalls. Magnetic confinement stability, plasma turbulence control, first wall material lifetime, tritium breeding, self-sustaining combustion, and net energy output. The same goes for inertial confinement. Laboratory ignition is not the same as engineered power generation. At this point, his tone finally turned sharp. Fusion is not a scam, but many people who use the fusion banner are fraudsters. Lin Yi looked at him. This person was indeed unlikable, too straightforward, too rigid, and lacking in social skills. But Tianqi's judgment was correct. He still harbored resentment. Lin Yi asked, if you were given a design proposal for a small fusion reactor, what would you look at first? Energy closure. Then, constraint method. And then, materials system, heat exchange architecture, fuel cycle, safety redundancy. What if all of these are true? Xie Yuan laughed. It's impossible for all of them to be true. Hypothesis. If all of these hold true, then it's not just a design plan, it's a ticket to the next era. The rain outside the window suddenly intensified, and the raindrops pattered against the glass. Lin Yi pushed the document forward. Take a look. Xie Yuan frowned and finally turned to the first page. At first glance, he still seemed impatient. At second glance, his brows furrowed. At third glance, he sat up straight. The first page contains a set of core reactor parameters. It's not a complete set of blueprints, but it's incredibly professional. Plasma density, temperature range, magnetic field strength, energy gain factor, confinement time, material thermal load limit, tritium breeding ratio, cooling loop efficiency. Every single number is precisely tailored to his needs. He turned to the second page, which contained a cross-sectional diagram of a compact, magnetically confined structure. It wasn't a tokamak or a stellarator. It resembled a reconstructed hybrid architecture that retained the circumferential magnetic field confinement, while introducing a local field stabilization mechanism he had never seen before. Xie Yuan's breathing became lighter. The third page contained the material parameters for the first wall. He stared intently at the material name and the microscopic lattice simulation diagram, muttering, impossible. Lin Yi did not disturb them. Page 4, heat exchange system. Page 5, low-power startup procedure. Page 6, abnormal shutdown safety logic. Page 7, net output efficiency curve. Xie Yuan turned the pages more and more slowly. In the end, he was almost pressed against the document, his eyes red and his fingers trembling. This is no ordinary scam. Scammers can't concoct something like this. Anyone with real expertise can tell whether there's a complete system behind it just by looking at a few details. This document is incredibly comprehensive, frighteningly so. Some parameters aren't even advanced. They directly bypass the most painful bottlenecks in existing engineering paths. Xie Yuan stopped at page 7 and didn't look up for a full 10 minutes. The tea went cold. The sound of rain faded into the background, and Lin Yi simply waited quietly. He knew that Xie Yuan was not facing a document, but rather the faith he had upheld for the past half of his life, which had been picked up from the ruins, cleaned up, and then told that he was right, that this path could really be followed, but that the world had not yet reached that point. Xie Yuan finally looked up, his voice trembling slightly. Where did this come from? Lin Yi picked up his teacup and took a sip. If I told you that this is Qiming Energy's RD goal for the next 15 years, would you believe me? I don't believe it. Why? Because this is not something that can be made in 15 years. Xie Yuan slammed the document on the table, his knuckles turning white. The first wall material here simply cannot be prepared by the existing industrial system. The real-time computing power required for the magnetic field control algorithm exceeds the response limit of the most advanced supercomputers currently available. The tritium cycle loss rate is ridiculously low. And then there's the safe shutdown logic. This isn't an experimental reactor standard. It's a mature commercial reactor standard. His voice trailed off. This is not a thesis, not a plan, and certainly not a PowerPoint presentation. This is an engineering system that has already been tested and proven successful. Lin Yi smiled. Dr. Xie, I enjoy chatting with intelligent people. Xie Yuan's breath hitched. It really exists? Lin Yi didn't answer directly, but only asked, if it exists, would you like to see it with your own eyes? Xie Yuan fell silent. Of course he wanted it. He wanted it almost uncontrollably. 3 years ago, when he was kicked out of the project team, everyone said he was too stubborn, didn't understand the big picture, and ruined the reputation of a national-level project for the sake of safety data. When he left the country, he only took a few notebooks and a bellyful of unspeakable anger with him. Later, anger turned into exhaustion, and exhaustion turned into numbness. He thought this was how his life would be, repairing boilers, doing consulting, watching those who didn't understand science use the concept of new energy to make money, and finally dying in a rented room in a foreign country. But now, someone has pushed a door in front of him. Behind that door might be a trap, or it might be the future he has longed to see all his life. Xie Yuan asked, "What is the price?" Lin Yi looked at him. "Let me answer a question first. If there were a technology that could advance the human energy system by a generation, but it didn't belong to any country, corporation, or existing academic institution, who would you give it to?" Xie Yuan sneered. "That's a naive question." After a moment, his voice was hoarse. "We can't hand it over to conglomerates. They'll calculate the monopoly profits first. We can't hand it over directly to the government. Any government that gets it won't react by generating electricity, but by strategic deterrence and technological blockade. We also can't hand it over to the current academic community. Too many people are already tied down by funding, titles, and factions." Lin Yi asked, "Then who should we give it to?" Xie Yuan looked down at the document and, after a long time, said, "Give it to someone who can safeguard it and is willing to actually use it." Lin Yi smiled. "Good answer. But such a person doesn't exist. It may not have existed before." Lin Yi retrieved the document. "It's possible now." Xie Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. "Who exactly are you?" The tea room was dimly lit, and outside the window, Bangkok's humid and noisy rain was pouring down. Lin Yi sat opposite him, his calm demeanor belying someone who could so easily unravel the cracks in the fabric of time. He didn't say he was Apocalypse or that he was the boss. He simply took out a black metal card and placed it on the table. The card had no company name, no phone number, just a very simple symbol. Gears encircle the vertical pupil. Xie Yuan stared at the symbol, his expression slowly changing. The whole world knows about it these days. Delta, drones, robots, Daily Harbor UFO apocalypse. Lin Yi stood up. "Dr. Xie, this card will remain valid for 3 days. If you wish to continue repairing the boiler, discard it, and the $50,000 will still be paid. If you wish to see the actual reactor, press the button on the back of the card at 8 p.m. tonight." Xie Yuan's Adam's apple bobbed. "And then? Someone will pick you up." "Where to?" Lin Yi looked at him and said casually, "Go to a place where you can regain your faith in science." After saying that, he turned and left. Xie Yuan remained seated, motionless for a long time. The black card on the table lay quietly, while the rain outside continued to fall, as if the old world was being washed away bit by bit. Xie Yuan looked down at the gear-shaped vertical pupil, slowly reaching out his hand, but stopped before touching the card. Reason told him that this might be the abyss. But the voice that had been suppressed in his heart for 3 years reignited at this moment. If there really is a door, if there really is a future behind that door, then what is there that he wouldn't dare to gamble on with his life that was already ruined? Xie Yuan closed his eyes and held the card in his palm. Chapter 62, Xie Yuan joins the team. Bangkok, 7:43 p.m. Xie Yuan sat in his rented room, staring at the black metal card on the table for 4 hours straight. The room was only 12 square meters, containing a bed, a table, a chair, and a laptop. Old books and printed materials were piled in the corner, and outside the window was the old apartment corridor, with the sound of dripping water coming from the pipes. This is all the possessions of a former top nuclear physicist in China. The gear-shaped vertical pupil symbol on the card gleamed coldly under the dim light. Xie Yuan repeatedly calculated the parameters in the document from that afternoon, calculated the energy closure 3 times, and then ran the simplified constraint model on the computer again. The conclusion remains unchanged. That system is real. This is not theoretical data from a research paper, nor is it a laboratory concept. It is engineering data from a commercially viable fusion reactor that has already been tested and proven successful. This means that a threshold that humanity has struggled to cross for 70 years has already been quietly crossed by someone. Xie Yuan flipped the card over. On the back was a tiny circular indentation, like a button. His thumb hovered over it, but reason desperately pulled him back. 3 years of exile taught him that there are no free lunches, only traps. A young man, claiming to be from an energy company, produced fusion data that was ahead of its time and left him a business card with the logo of a globally wanted terrorist organization, saying he would take him to see a real reactor. A normal person should call the police. But Xie Yuan is no longer a normal person. A normal person wouldn't create a multi-scale coupled model of neutron irradiation damage at the age of 29 wouldn't be ostracized by the academic community for questioning safety data, and certainly wouldn't be stranded in a foreign country at the age of 35, making a living by repairing boilers. At 7:58, Xie Yuan pressed the button. The card lit up with a pale blue light, which went out after 3 seconds. There was no sound or vibration. Immediately afterward, his phone rang. It was an unknown number. A calm female voice came through the phone. "Dr. Xie, please come downstairs in 15 minutes. A white van will pick you up. Please do not bring your mobile phone, computer, or any internet-connected devices." Xie Yuan glanced at his phone, turned it off, and placed it on the table. Then he put the black card into his pocket. Before leaving, he looked back at the room where he had lived for 11 months. There's nothing to miss. Xie Yuan had no idea how long he had been transported. The van's windows were tinted with opaque film, and there was a faint smell of disinfectant inside. The seats were unusually clean, unlike those in a civilian vehicle. The driver remained silent throughout, and his figure and demeanor reminded him of the apocalypse gray-clad soldiers from the news. Midway through the journey, they transferred to a small, unpainted helicopter. Xie Yuan was fitted with noise-canceling earmuffs and a blackout goggles, completely losing his sense of direction. He estimated the flight to have lasted about 2.5 hours. Then came landing, walking, passing through a long metal corridor, and then entering the elevator. The elevator continued its descent. The pressure changes he felt in his ears told him that he was much deeper than in a typical underground building. When the air pressure stabilized, he estimated that he was at least 1,000 meters underground. The blindfold was removed. Xie Yuan blinked a few times and finally saw the place in front of him. At the end of the corridor was a huge, transparent hatch, leading to a spacious hall that didn't seem like an underground space at all. The cool white lighting was soft, the air was incredibly clean, and the temperature remained constant at around 22 degrees Celsius. Lin Yi stood by the cabin door, still wearing a black short-sleeved shirt, his posture relaxed. Beside him was a girl who looked no more than 16 years old, wearing a white dress, curiously sizing up Xie Yuan. Lin Yi spoke up, "Dr. Xie, welcome." Xie Yuan didn't exchange pleasantries. His gaze swept past the forest and landed fixedly on the real-time, monitoring wall deep inside the hall. The screen displays a set of three-dimensional cross-sectional diagrams of a ring-shaped structure. The plasma flow operates stably within the magnetic field confinement, with parameters such as temperature, density, magnetic field fluctuations, and energy output power constantly fluctuating. Xie Yuan's legs went weak, and he grabbed the wall for support. "This is," Lin Yi said calmly, "one of the 10. A controlled nuclear fusion reactor operating at full power, and has been outputting stably for more than 2 years." Xie Yuan walked to the screen, almost pressing his face against it. His gaze swept quickly across the parameters. Plasma temperature, 150 million degrees. Lawson criterion satisfied by more than 47 times the critical value. Net energy gain factor far exceeding the commercial threshold. First wall material operating for more than 18,000 hours, with no visible degradation. His lips moved, but no sound came out. It's like someone who has walked in the desert for 3 years, suddenly seeing the sea. Lin Yi didn't urge him. Xiao Xiao whispered beside him, "Master, he seems to be crying." Xie Yuan did cry. That wasn't a breakdown or a loud cry, but rather a grown man burying his face in his hands, his shoulders trembling silently. For 3 years, he was called a madman, a fanatic, and someone who didn't understand the big picture. For 3 years, he repaired boilers, calculated diesel engine efficiency, and watched a group of people who didn't understand science use new energy PowerPoint presentations to make money. He once thought that he would never see commercial fusion in his lifetime. But now, it's right in front of me. It's not a theory, not a simulation, not a research paper. It consists of 10 mature commercial fusion reactors operating at full power, as stable as breathing. Lin Yi said to Tian Qi, "Let him finish crying." Apocalypse replied, "The new member's emotional fluctuations are beyond expectations. Should we arrange psychological intervention?" Lin Yi watched Xie Yuan's retreating figure. "No need. This kind of crying is a good thing." Xie Yuan spent an entire night processing all of this. Lin Yi arranged a temporary rest room for him, complete with a bed, water, food, and a stack of anonymized technical documents. These documents only revealed the tip of the iceberg of the Apocalypse energy system, yet they were enough to overturn a nuclear physicist's entire understanding. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Xie Yuan appeared in front of Lin Yi. He washed his face. His eyes were still red. He hadn't shaved, and his shirt was wrinkled. But his eyes had changed. He was no longer the tired, numb man from the Bangkok cafe. His voice was hoarse. I have 3 conditions. Lin Yi sat in the chair and gestured for him to speak. First, I will not participate in any actions targeting civilians. No matter what Apocalypse does in the future, if you use my research results to harm innocent people, I will immediately terminate the cooperation. Lin Yi nodded. Continue. Secondly, my research results must one day be made public. Xie Yuan stared at him. I'm not here to be a private consultant for arms dealers. If a fusion reactor is kept underground forever, supplying power to only one organization, that's the most expensive selfishness in the world. It must one day belong to humanity. You set the timetable, but you have to promise me. Lin Yi was silent for 2 seconds. Third, Xie Yuan lowered his voice. Don't tell my family where I am. Lin Yi looked at him. Xie Yuan lowered his head. My parents are gone, and I have no ties to China. But I have a mentor, surnamed Zhao, who was the only person who spoke up for me when I was blacklisted. I didn't say goodbye to him when I left. If he knows I came to Tianqi, he will be implicated. Lin Yi simply said 4 words. I agree completely. Xie Yuan looked up. No bargaining? Your terms are more reasonable than I expected. Lin Yi stood up. Let's go. I'll take you to the work area. Xie Yuan was placed in the independent research area on the 3rd floor of the underground base. It was a closed area of over 2,000 square meters, equipped with equipment he could never have dreamed of in China. A supercomputing terminal, a materials analysis system, a plasma simulation platform, and a nanoscale processing table. The parameters of each machine were at least a generation ahead of the current level on Earth. When he opened the first batch of complete technical data, he froze in front of the screen. That's not even the tip of the iceberg. That was an entire iceberg. From fundamental physics and material science to engineering control and system integration, Tianqi's technological achievements in the energy field have reached a height that he can only look up to. Xie Yuan's eyes reddened again. But this time he didn't cry. He sat down, opened his notebook, and wrote the first line of notes. Tianqi reported to Lin Yi from backstage. Xie Yuan is now in work mode. His heart rate has stabilized. Emotional tags, excitement, awe, sense of mission. Lin Yi took a sip of coffee. The first one is in hand. Chapter 63. The CIA begins to target Lin Xiaoya. Yanjing, Beijing. On the 4th day after Lin Xiaoya returned to China, her number of followers had already reached 8.5 million and was still increasing by about 200,000 every day. This speed was ridiculously fast, and even she herself was a little panicked. Her private message list gets tens of thousands of new messages every day. Besides support from netizens, there are invitations from journalists, organizations, and advertisers, among which are some strange messages. A person claiming to be an independent documentary director contacted her for 3 consecutive days, saying that he wanted to make a documentary about international rescue in Southeast Asia, and wanted to do an interview with her that did not involve sensitive content. Lin Xiaoya sent the screenshot to the dormitory group chat. Chun Mo immediately told her to answer, saying it might get her into an international film festival. Su Su reminded her to check if the other party was reliable first. Only Lu Di remained silent, not speaking in the group chat for 3 days. Lin Xiaoya didn't pay much attention. Lu Di was a man of few words, and after returning to Yanjing, he was probably busy with his internship or family matters. She clicked on the director's homepage. The profile picture was of a white man in his 40s. The profile had both Chinese and English, and he claimed to have lived in Asia for 12 years, and that his work had been shortlisted for a film festival with a very long name. The account looked authentic, with a small number of followers, but normal interaction. The homepage also featured short videos of Southeast Asian fishing villages, refugee camps in northern Myanmar, and minefields in Cambodia, all with good video quality. Lin Xiaoya was somewhat tempted. She definitely needs a formal channel to address the public's curiosity. Lin Yi said not to accept interviews with overseas media, but this person said the company is registered in Shanghai and the team is mainly Chinese. Strictly speaking, shouldn't it be considered domestic? So she decided to chat online first. At 2 p.m., she had a voice call with the other party. The other party's name was David Chun, who spoke fluent Mandarin with only a slight accent. He claimed to be an American of Chinese descent who had returned to China 10 years ago to start a documentary filmmaking business. He said, Ms. Lin Xiaoya, I will not ask military or political questions. I just want to record how an ordinary college student made a brave choice in an extreme environment. This is a story about people. This touched Lin Xiaoya. She asked about the time and place, and the other person invited her to a studio near Sanlitun the day after tomorrow afternoon, saying it was just a chat, no live stream, and she could stop at any time. Lin Xiaoya thought about it and agreed. After hanging up, she was even a little excited and started rummaging through her wardrobe, tried to find an outfit that would look good in photos. Meanwhile, 5,000 meters underground. Apocalypse's voice was flat and even. Commander, Lin Xiaoya has accepted an interview request from someone who claims to be a documentary director. Lin Yi was reviewing in-depth information about the third candidate, Zhou Yan, when his fingers suddenly stopped and he uttered only one word, speak. The screen switches and a file unfolds. David Chun, whose real name is David Chun, is 43 years old and an American citizen. His official identity is that of an independent documentary filmmaker. His company, Oriental Mirror, is registered in Shanghai and was founded in 2019 with annual revenue of less than 500,000 renminbi. His deeper identity is that of a peripheral collaborator for the CIA's intelligence station in China, codenamed Lens 7. He was recruited in 2016, primarily using documentary filmmaking to contact and interview subjects, gather intelligence, and expand relationships. The recent mission instructions are also very clear. Make contact with Lin Xiaoya and extract details of her experiences in the Delta in a non-confrontational manner, focusing on Lin Ye's specific location, the Apocalypse Organization's contact methods, Lin Hao's source of technology, and the existence of underground facilities. Lin Yi leaned back in his chair and didn't say anything. Tianqi continued to report that the instruction came from the CIA East Asia Intelligence Station's encrypted channel, passed through 3 layers of jumpers, and was transmitted to Qindao's backup terminal in Hong Kong. The time was the day after Lin Xiaoya returned to China. Xiao Xiao stood to the side, her face flushed with anger. They actually sent spies to deceive Miss Xiaoya. Lin Ye's expression remained calm, except for a light tapping of his fingers on the armrest. It was a gesture he often made when contemplating how to handle something that displeased him. He asked, "When is Lin Xiaoya going?" Tianqi replied, "The day after tomorrow at 3 p.m., in a studio in a creative park in Sanlitun." According to channel monitoring, Qindao will be carrying out this mission alone, but there may be 1 or 2 support staff outside the studio responsible for monitoring and recording equipment maintenance. Lin Yi was silent for a moment, then picked up the ordinary cell phone. This wasn't the Apocalypse terminal. It was the phone he usually used to chat with his sister. He opened WeChat and sent a message to Lin Xiaoya. "Don't mention where your brother is during today's interview." After sending the message, he glanced at the time. There were still 2 days until the interview, so he deliberately gave her a heads up. He knew Lin Xiaoya. If he waited until the day of the interview, she would be nervous and more likely to give herself away. 2 days in advance, she would first be shocked, then angry, and finally calm down on her own. Sure enough, the reply came instantly. "How did you know I had an interview?" 3 seconds later, another message appeared. "Bro, where did you install the camera? Did you install a surveillance camera in my dorm?" "Lin Yi, you're a pervert." Lin Yi looked at the screen, full of exclamation marks, chuckled softly, and replied, "There were no cameras installed. It was just my brother's intuition. You can go to the interview the day after tomorrow, but remember 3 things. First, don't mention where your brother is. Second, don't talk about underground matters. Third, don't mention Lin Hao. We can talk about anything else." Lin Xiaoya replied with an angry emoji, but didn't press the matter further. She had gradually gotten used to her brother's almost omniscient abilities. Although she was always startled, she felt reassured, because it means that no matter where she is, her brother is watching her. Lin Yi put down his phone and instructed Tianqi, on the day of the interview, set up listening devices around the studio. If he's just trying to get information out of her, let Lin Xiaoya handle it herself. If he crosses the line. Apocalypse asked, "Define crossing the line." Lin Ye's voice was calm, mentioning specific Apocalypse technologies or trying to get her to reveal my location. Contingency plan for handling situations after crossing the line. Anonymously send his CIA associates' identities and complete files to the domestic National Security Department. Apocalypse paused for 0.3 seconds. This will result in the CIA's China Intelligence Station losing an asset it has cultivated for 7 years. Lin Yi only replied with 1 sentence. "He shouldn't have touched my sister." Apocalypse said nothing more. It had already understood that when Lin Xiaoya was involved, the commander's decisions did not need to be measured by efficiency. Xiao Xiao nodded vigorously from the side. That's right. He deserved it for lying to Miss Xiaoya. Lin Yi rubbed his temples and said, send Lin Xiaoya a short article on how to identify cliché interviews to her phone. Apocalypse asked, under what identity will the message be sent? Disguise it as a related recommendation from an old article in her WeChat favorites. Make it more natural. Executed. Lin Yi picked up his coffee. The CIA had made a move a week faster than he had anticipated. This meant the Americans had already identified Lin Xiaoya as the key to unlocking the apocalypse. What he had to do was make this breakthrough appear to be passable, but in reality, it was a wall. Lin Yi spoke again. Tianqi, after the interview the day after tomorrow, no matter how Lin Xiaoya performs, remind me to give her a call. Apocalypse asked, on what grounds? No reason is needed, Lin Yi said calmly. Does a brother need a reason to call his sister? Apocalypse remained silent for a second. Recorded. Reminder time. 5:30 p.m. the day after tomorrow. Chapter 64, The Meeting in Geneva. The Freemasons' second letter arrived 3 days later. This time, they didn't use Latin, but switched to Chinese, using the standard song typeface. Lin Yi looked at the screen and couldn't help but smile. You're learning pretty fast. The letter was short and direct. The Freemasons indicated they would accept the meeting place designated by Apocalypse and requested Lin Yi to provide the coordinates and security agreement. They would send 3 plenipotentiary representatives who would not carry any electronic devices and concluded with, may reason guide our way. The attached file contains the names of the 3 people. The first is Frederick von Habsburg, 81 years old, a descendant of the Austrian Habsburg family, a former senior advisor to the European Investment Bank, and a third-order member of the Freemasons in the continental region. Second, Isabella Medici, 67 years old, a distant relative of the Medici family in Italy, honorary president of the Renaissance Research Foundation, and core coordinator of the Freemasonry Italian branch. The third is James Winston, 54 years old, a British national, the manager of a family trust in the City of London, and the External Affairs Liaison Officer of the Grand Freemasons of Great Britain. After reviewing the list, Lin Yi simply remarked, quite a lineup. Apocalypse immediately provided an assessment. These 3 individuals were all powerful figures in the upper echelons of the Freemasons. Although not at the highest decision-making level, they possessed the authority to sign agreements on behalf of others. The involvement of those in finance, culture, and diplomacy indicated that the other party was formally testing Apocalypse's capabilities. Lin Yi tapped the table. I've already chosen the location. There's an uninhabited island reef 120 nautical miles south of Malta. The screen immediately displayed a satellite map. The reef group only emerged from the water at low tide, and the surrounding sea was over 300 meters deep. There are no civilian shipping lanes or military facilities there. Lin Yi arranged, Tianqi, 1 will arrive 6 hours ahead of schedule, hover 5 meters above the sea, and deploy its deck platform. The meeting will take place on the deck. After confirming, Apocalypse will ask whether to enable full stealth mode. Lin Yi replied, invisible before arrival, deactivated upon arrival. Apocalypse paused for a very brief moment. Disable invisibility. The enemy will now have direct visual contact with Apocalypse 1. Lin Yi stood up, his tone calm. Of course, this isn't negotiation. It's about letting them see clearly what they're negotiating with. 3 days later, in the Mediterranean Sea, south of Malta, at 5 a.m, before the sun had risen, deep blue waves surged on the sea. The Tianqi, 1 arrived silently, its 800-meter long hull resembling an ancient behemoth emerging from the deep sea, slowly decloaking itself. The anti-gravity engine kept it stably hovering 5 meters above the sea surface. The deck unfolded, forming a metal platform of over 2,000 square meters. In the center of the platform was a long table, with only 1 chair on one side. That was Lin Yi's seat. Opposite them were 3 chairs. The lights on the bottom of the ship illuminated the surrounding sea. The honeycomb drone bays on both wings were half open, and hundreds of micro-drones patrolled around, their low hum carried away by the sea breeze. At 6:30, an old-fashioned European civilian helicopter flew in from the north and landed in the reserved area on the deck. 3 representatives stepped out of the cabin. Frederick walked at the front. The 81-year-old man leaned on a silver cane, wore a dark gray three-piece suit, and had his white hair neatly combed. His steps were slow but steady. Isabella walked to his right, her pearl earring gleaming slightly in the light, her expression gentle yet scrutinizing. James, the youngest of the three, brought up the rear, his gaze constantly sweeping over the drones around the deck, clearly tense. The three of them went to the table and saw Lin Yi sitting there. He was wearing a black turtleneck sweater, a cup of coffee in front of him, with no bodyguards or entourage behind him. Yet the entire 800-meter-long space carrier served as his backdrop. Frederick stared at the woods for 5 seconds. He had seen too many people in power. Presidents, kings, tycoons, warlords, each with its own unique aura. But this young man, not yet 30, seemed neither like a soldier, nor a politician, nor a businessman. He was more like a host sitting in his living room waiting for guests. The entire Mediterranean Sea seemed to be his living room. Lin Yi said calmly, "Please sit down." After the three were seated, Frederick said in broken but understandable Chinese, "Commander Apocalypse, thank you for providing this opportunity to meet." Lin Yi nodded. "Mr. Frederick, time is limited, so get straight to the point." Frederick looked at Isabella. Isabella smiled slightly and took over the conversation, stating that they represented the Freemason Corps Coordinating Committee and were conveying 3 points of position to Apocalypse. First, the Freemasons acknowledge Apocalypse's de facto control over the chaotic Delta and do not object to it. Secondly, Apocalypse's governance methods in the Delta, eliminating warlords, combating crime, and improving working conditions, do not conflict with Freemasonry principles and can even lead to cooperation in the humanitarian field. When she got to the third point, Isabella's tone became serious. She stated that Apocalypse must accept one premise. The existing global order has been operating for 300 years, maintaining basic peace and development. Any new power joining must find its place within this framework. James added, "Simply put, we want Apocalypse to be part of the game, not to overturn it." Lin Yi did not respond immediately after hearing this. He picked up his coffee, took a sip, and then asked, "Who gave you the power to set the rules?" The three of them fell silent. Frederick, leaning on his cane, slowly began to speak. "Young man, it depends on how you define power. If power is merely guns and drones, then you're indeed stronger than us. But if power is the network of trust, the financial system, the legal framework, and the cultural consensus upon which human society depends." He smiled slightly. "Then we have already agreed on a 300-year period." The wind on the deck suddenly picked up, and the waves crashed against the hovering force field of Apocalypse. One, creating a deep resonance. Lin Yi wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled. 300 years, he repeated. "That's long enough." Frederick nodded. "So we are qualified to sit here." Lin Yi looked at the three of them, his tone still calm. "You can sit here, but don't make a mistake about one thing." He paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the three representatives opposite him. "You are not sitting here because you are entitled to it. Because I allowed it." The deck lights dimmed for a moment, then returned to normal. That was Apocalypse, one responding to the commander's emotions. Frederick's hand, holding the cane, trembled almost imperceptibly. Chapter 65, The Freemasons Reveal Their Bets. The silence lasted for 7 seconds. Isabella was the first to regain her composure. Having witnessed countless power struggles, she understood that it was best not to confront someone's power head-on. She calmly stated that since Lin Yi was willing to meet, it meant that dialogue was more effective than confrontation. In that case, the Freemasons should also show some sincerity and prove they hadn't come empty-handed. She looked at James. James took a thin envelope from his inside suit pocket. Inside were no electronic devices, only paper documents, as agreed upon beforehand. He pushed the envelope to the center of the table. Lin Yi didn't open it immediately, only uttering 2 words, explanation. James stated in fluent Chinese that the document contained 3 sets of information sufficient to prove the Freemasons' bottom line. The first set consisted of 47 key individuals they had identified or influenced over the past 5 years within the U.S. State Department, the British Foreign Office, the French Presidential Advisory Council, the German intelligence system, and the UN Security Council delegation. In other words, if they wish, targeted intelligence about Apocalypse could appear on the desks of the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council simultaneously within 72 hours. Lin Yi's face remained expressionless. James continued with the second group. The documents detail the board seats, implicit shareholdings, and derivative positions controlled by Freemasons and their associates within the world's top 50 financial institutions. They don't directly manipulate the market, but when necessary, they can create regional financial turmoil within 48 hours, causing non-cooperative parties to lose more than 30% of their external assets. Isabella smiled and added, "This is just an explanation of my abilities, not a threat." Linny glanced at her and asked the third group directly. James hesitated for a moment, but still opened the envelope, pulled out the last page, and placed it face up on the table. The document contained only 3 lines. Key figure, Chinese male, name Lin Yi, age approximately 25 to 26. Presumed identity, top decision maker or core member of the Apocalypse organization. Source, Asia Pacific Business Network Intelligence Pool, credibility B+. A sea breeze swept across the deck, causing the pages of paper to tremble slightly. Frederick leaned on his cane and stared at Lin Yi. "Commander, we know who you are. We won't reveal it, but you should understand that once it enters the intelligence system of the 5 permanent members, your family, your network of relationships, and all your identity anchors in human society will be exposed to the brightest light." His voice was low. A smart person knows when to stop. The deck was silent for 3 seconds. Then Lin Yi spoke, but not to them. "Apocalypse. Exist." An emotionless voice rang out from the deck loudspeaker system, and the 3 Freemasons froze simultaneously. Lin Yi asked, "Where did this intelligence come from?" Tianchi immediately replied that the source was Lin Guofeng, the actual controller of Shenzhen Garanxian Group. He shared basic information about Lin Yi as a business resource with the Hebei Chamber of Commerce in China, and at least 2 members of the chamber were connected to the Asia-Pacific branch of Freemasonry. The intelligence was then uploaded to the European headquarters, a process that took 6 days, and the chain of events was clear. James's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected that Lin Yi not only wasn't surprised, but had also already figured out the leak route. Lin Yi looked down at the piece of paper on the table with his name on it, picked it up, folded it casually, and put it in his pocket, as if he were putting away an unimportant receipt. Then he looked up at the 3 of them. "I know all your bargaining chips. Now listen to my terms." Frederick tapped the deck lightly with his cane. "Please speak." Lin Yi leaned back in his chair. "First, reclaim the information about me. Completely delete it from the data pool, paper files, and encrypted backups. I don't mind you knowing it, but I don't want it to be circulated as a commodity one day. Second, stop trying to infiltrate my supply chain through commercial channels. Garanxian is just an ordinary partner. They have no right to be involved." He paused when he got to the 3rd point. "I will not join your framework." Frederick frowned. Isabella was about to speak when Lin Yi interrupted her directly. "This means that I respect the existence of the old order, but the Apocalypse will not become part of the old order. The Apocalypse is an independent variable. You can coexist or fight against it." He looked at the 3 faces. "But before making a choice, it's best to make sure you have enough chips." Frederick said in a deep voice, "Young man, now that you've put yourself in this position, don't you have something to offer us?" Lin Yi similed. "I thought you wouldn't ask." Chapter 66. Lin Yi turns the tables. "Apocalypse," Lin Yi said calmly, "is being displayed." The next second, a huge holographic screen appeared out of thin air in the center of the deck. The 3 Freemasons looked up at the same time, their expressions changing slightly. They had certainly seen holographic projections before, but those required equipment, a medium, and a specific angle. This screen, however, hung in the sea breeze, its edges sharp, its brightness stable, without any light source. It was as if someone had opened a window in the air. James instinctively leaned back. Isabella clenched her handkerchief, and Frederick, though he didn't move, pressed his cane down harder on the deck. The screen lights up, and the first set of images appears. Photos of Frederick, Isabella, and James are displayed side by side, below which is a complete asset map. Their companies, trusts, offshore accounts, real estate, art collections, and charitable foundations were all interconnected. Every hidden layer of the structure was thoroughly dismantled. Frederick's family trusts in Switzerland, Luxembourg, Singapore, and the Cayman Islands, encompassing everything from charitable foundations and holding companies to underlying energy equity, military contracts, and sovereign bonds have all been exposed. Isabella's channels for using art auctions, resales, and museum donations to clean up funds in Italy, Monaco, and the UAE are also clearly marked with red dotted lines. One of the three family trusts managed by James was indirectly linked to illegal mining rights at a jade mine in Myanmar. The expressions of the three men changed almost simultaneously. Lin Yi said casually, "These are the personal assets of the three of you, involving 17 jurisdictions. Some are legal, some are not so legal. I will not judge." The scene shifts, and the second set appears. It's a timeline from 1987 to 2024, with 1 to 3 key events marked for each year. In 1992, 7 months before a coup in a North African country, the London branch of Freemasonry anonymously provided $8 million to opposition leaders through a Geneva bank. In 1998, before the Southeast Asian financial crisis intensified, Freemason-affiliated hedge funds established short positions in advance and made profits of more than $2.3 billion. In 2003, during the public opinion preparation phase for a Middle East war, 3 think tanks controlled by Freemasons simultaneously released highly similar assessment reports on weapons of mass destruction. The subsequent turmoil in North Africa, the general election in a certain country, and the patent lawsuits filed by multinational pharmaceutical companies, each of these events was accompanied by financial records, meeting summaries, and communication logs. This is not speculation, but evidence. Frederick's face turned ashen. He wasn't afraid, but shocked. This information was deeply buried within the Freemasons' internal systems, scattered across different chapter servers, with some original documents even stored only in vaults in Geneva and London. The 37-year history of manipulation that even the CIA, MI6, and Mossad couldn't piece together was now being unfolded page by Lin Yi in front of them. James blurted out, "How did you do that?" Lin Yi did not answer. The screen switched again, and a third image appeared, a screenshot of a database interface with Latin text in the title bar. Frederick immediately recognized it as the management interface of the Freemason Global Membership Database, the Pantheon Archives. The screenshot only showed more than 200 names, but the interface structure, arrangement, and encryption identifiers were all genuine. Frederick finally spoke, his voice hoarse. "You hacked into our internal network?" Lin Yi looked at him and only replied, "He went in 3 years ago." The air on the deck seemed to freeze instantly. 3 years meant that Apocalypse had been lurking, observing, and recording within the Freemasons' internal network for a full 3 years, without them even noticing. Isabella's hands trembled slightly. She forced herself to suppress her emotions and asked, "What do you plan to do with these?" "I don't plan to use it," Lin Yi replied calmly. The three of them looked at him at the same time. Lin Yi continued, "If these things are made public, you'll be in trouble. But I have no interest in destroying you. The Freemasons have existed for 300 years, which means they have value. I don't like wasting valuable things." He paused for a moment, his tone turning cold. "But don't waste my patience." Frederick remained silent for a long time, then stood up with his cane, his movements slow but still retaining his dignity. "We will withdraw the intelligence regarding you. The operation to infiltrate the supply chain will also be terminated." After he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Yi. "But you must know one thing." Lin Yi raised his eyes. Frederick's gaze pierced through the afterglow of the holographic screen and landed on his face. "Freemasonry is not the deepest thing." The air fell silent for a moment. The old man's voice was deep. "Above us, there are even more ancient beings. They do not write letters, negotiate, or show themselves. We are merely one of the tools they allow to exist. Apocalypse will meet them sooner or later. When that time comes, I hope you will still be as confident as you are today." After saying that, Frederick turned and walked towards the helicopter. Isabella and James followed. James glanced back before boarding. On the deck, Lin Yi was still sitting in his chair, holding a coffee. Behind him was the 800-meter-long black behemoth, and above him was the blue sky of the Mediterranean Sea. He didn't look like someone who had just used 3 sets of evidence to force back the world's oldest power network. He looked more like an ordinary young man, sunbathing on the beach. And that's what's most terrifying. The helicopter quickly disappeared into the horizon. Only Lin Yi remained on the deck of Apocalypse 1. The holographic screen faded, and the sea breeze once again filled the platform. Lin Yi put down his coffee cup. "Tianchi, what do you think of his deeper power?" Apocalypse remained silent for 1.2 seconds. For it, this was almost a long pause. There are indeed several highly encrypted communication nodes within the Freemason intranet, isolated from the main architecture. Their encryption algorithms differ from the standard Freemason system, suggesting they may be externally embedded. Over the past 3 years, I have tried to decrypt it many times and have cracked 4 layers. But the 5th layer of encryption structure has an unusual feature. Linyi asked, "What features?" Apocalypse replied, "It doesn't seem to have been designed by humans." Linya's finger hovered over the rim of the glass. The Mediterranean wind was strong, and the sound of the waves crashing against the force field boundary of Apocalypse one produced a dull, low-frequency resonance. He stood up and walked to the edge of the deck. Below him was the deep blue sea, and in the distance, the blurry outline of the European continent. Linyi took a deep breath. Investigate. Investigate to the end. On the main screen of the bridge, the gear-shaped vertical pupils of Apocalypse slowly lit up. Deep parsing protocol initiated. Estimated time, unknown. Linyi turned and walked back into the ship. The deck tables and chairs automatically retracted. The anti-gravity engine of Apocalypse one hummed softly, and a massive hull slowly rose into the air. 10 seconds later, the full-band stealth system was activated. The 800-meter-long behemoth disappeared over the Mediterranean Sea as if it had never existed. Only the slight ripples on the sea surface remained, slowly smoothing out under the sunlight. Chapter 67, the second member of Apocalypse. She is a top hacker. Singapore, 2:17 a.m. On the 23rd floor of a serviced apartment building in Marina Bay, the curtains were drawn, and only 7 high-frequency monitors emitted a cold, eerie light in the room. Su Yin sat cross-legged in an ergonomic chair, a lollipop dangling from his mouth, his hair a mess as if it had just been swept by a storm. She's 29 years old, a top international white-hat hacker, known both within and outside the hacking community as Firefox. Not because of the browser, but because her attack style is like wildfire, fast, ruthless, and decisive. As long as a system has a vulnerability, she can burn through the defenses along the breach. She single-handedly crippled 3 national-level encryption systems. Without selling the vulnerabilities or extorting money, she simply anonymously sent reports and fixes to the targets. As a result, Country A awarded her a bonus. Country B sent her a lawyer's letter, and Country C banned her from the industry for life. Su Yin had only one comment on this. Human society's defense mechanisms are as stupid as ever and very stable. At this moment, she was tracking an extremely strange signal. 3 minutes earlier, her main screen went black without warning. It wasn't a system crash or a network outage. Rather, her underlying permissions were forcibly taken over by some force she had never seen before. 13 lines of code hung alone in the center of the screen. There were no comments, no signatures, and no handshake markers typical of communication protocols. Yet, Su Yin stopped eating his lollipop after just one glance. These 13 lines of code acted like a precision scalpel, directly slicing through her proud line of knowledge. It used a recursive key reversal model that she had proposed 3 years ago on the dark web, but later abandoned due to its excessive difficulty. Even more outrageous is that the other party not only used it, but also pushed it forward by at least 3 steps in her theory. The 7th line solved the variable folding problem that had stumped her for half a year back then, and the 10th line completely crushed the quantum random number spoofing detection methods on the market. The 13th line is downright provocative. It doesn't launch an attack, but leaves a blatant logical exit, with the subtext being just 4 words. Come and get me. Su Yin snapped his teeth together, crunched the lollipop to pieces, and his eyes lit up instantly. That's interesting. The next second, her 10 fingers flew across the keyboard, and 7 screens simultaneously unleashed a torrent of data. Local processes were clean, system logs were perfectly overwritten, and the kernel layer appeared as stagnant as still water. She directly traced the network routes. The first jump was to an abandoned laboratory at a university in Tokyo. The second jump was to a polar meteorological node in Finland. The third jump was to a disaster recovery data center at a Brazilian bank. And the fourth jump was to a marine monitoring buoy in Cape Town, South Africa. Su Yin raised an eyebrow. This wasn't a typical jump server chain. Ordinary hackers set up jump servers to hide, but this person seemed to be blatantly showing off their skills. Every node was frighteningly clean, as if someone had entered and exited through the front door with a top-level access card, and then casually polished the doorknob. She chased the 19th jump, then abandoned her casual attitude and chased the 37th jump. She suddenly sat up straight and chased the 52nd jump, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Until the 63rd jump, All the links strangely converged at a node she couldn't understand at all. That's not an IP address, not a domain name, and not any known network protocol address on Earth. It hides like a ghost in the gaps between global fiber optic cables and data flows. Even though all the data is flowing towards it, it disappears like a four-dimensional projection the moment a probe touches it. Su-Yin stared intently at the screen. The only sound in the room was the frantic hum of the computer case fan. 3 seconds later, she suddenly laughed. That wasn't happiness, but the fervent excitement that made a hunter's fingertips tremble when he encountered a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Finally, I've met someone who isn't a loser. She typed a line of text on the black screen. Who are you? When she pressed enter, she had no hope, because from both a physical and logical standpoint, she had no idea where the data would be sent. However, a second later, the new characters rippled out in the center of the screen like waves. Apocalypse. Su-Yin stared at those two words, her initial fervor slowly turning into surprise and disbelief. There was no way she hadn't heard of this name. The global dark web and hacker community had been in an uproar for the past month. They swept through the Delta warlords, dismantled numerous telecom fraud industrial parks, and even caused a huge uproar with the Port Daily UFO incident. Intelligence agencies from various countries were like mad dogs, attacking everywhere, but they didn't get a single hair out of the bag. There's a general consensus in the cybersecurity community. Behind Apocalypse lies a top-tier cyber warfare entity possessing technology for dimensional reduction attacks. Su-Yin, however, has always scoffed at this, believing it's merely a myth fabricated by the Pentagon to cover up the inadequacy of its own systems. Until this moment, the myth remained quietly in her computer, watching her like a pair of cold eyes. Su-Yin took a deep breath and continued typing. You have hacked in my device. Yes, Doc. In White Hat Principles, this is called unauthorized access, which is illegal, you understand? It appears you also lacked authorization when you hacked into the Swiss bank's internal testnet 7 years ago. Su-Yin's fingers froze on the keyboard. She had handled that matter extremely cleanly. No one knew anything about it. Strictly speaking, it wasn't even an attack. It was just that the Swiss bank's test network had accidentally connected to the public internet, and she had sneaked in to take a look and casually submitted an anonymous vulnerability report. In the end, the other party reluctantly gave her 100,000 euros, but she never mentioned it to anyone else. She typed quickly. You investigated me? Yes, Doc. How long did the investigation take? From the day you independently cracked the third national-level encryption system. Su-Yin leaned back in her chair, a sudden chill running down her neck. That was 4 years ago. In other words, those eyes had been watching her from somewhere on Earth for a full 4 years. She gave a cold laugh, forcing herself to regain her composure. Enough with the nonsense, what do you want? The screen remained silent for 2 seconds, then a line of neat characters popped up. You are invited to join Apocalypse. Su-Yin narrowed his eyes. Give me a reason. You are currently ranked among the top 3 in a list of individuals with the highest network penetration capabilities. She burst out laughing. Top 3? Who's first and second? Tell me so I can see. If I weren't included, you'd most likely be in first place. Su-Yin stared at the phrase, if you don't take me into account, and her blood pressure instantly spiked. She felt like she was being patted on the head and evaluated by a heartless, emotionless lump of iron. She suppressed her anger and asked, what if we include you? The screen delivered a critical hit without hesitation. The gap between you and me is approximately 4 orders of magnitude. Su-Yin's smile froze completely. For orders of magnitude, 10,000 times. This wasn't just looking down on her. It was crushing her intelligence and all her life's learning into the ground. She took a deep breath, bit the remaining half of the lollipop, and slammed her 10 fingers heavily onto the keyboard. This time, she wasn't going to chase. She was going to fight back. She conjured up an extremely tricky temporary payload, disguised it as a harmless system receipt, and attempted to probe into the enemy's lair from the communication port. The payload was sent out, and 0.03 seconds later, it returned. Not only did it bounce back intact, but the other party also helped her reconstruct 12 underlying defects, just like a doctoral supervisor grading homework. A striking red annotation was also attached next to it. Line 4 contains redundant logic. The escape path in line 9 is extremely unstable under extreme conditions. Line 17. The variable naming is aesthetically poor. Su-Yin laughed in anger when he saw the last sentence. Screw your terrible taste. She pounded the keyboard. Are you fucking crazy? Disclaimer: I do not possess any pathological structures in a biological sense. Are you an AI? This time, the cursor remains still for a full 3 seconds. This question is too advanced and will be answered after a preliminary assessment. Su-Yan's expression changed completely. Preliminary assessment? She finally realized that the other party wasn't eager to find talent at all, but rather interviewing her. A strong competitive spirit and dissatisfaction surged to the top of his head, but along with it came an uncontrollable tremor and excitement. Because this meant that behind the apocalypse lay a behemoth capable of reshaping the global network landscape. Su-Yan pushed the chair away abruptly, paced anxiously around the cramped room twice, and finally sat back down in front of the screen with an almost reverent determination. Tell me, what are you examining? Several lines of text slowly appeared on the screen. The duration is 7 days. During this period, you're permitted to use any known or unknown means on Earth to track me, attack me, or verify me. 7 days later, if you haven't broken down and still want to meet, fly to Port Dolly. Su-Yan stared intently at the screen. She knew it was a trap, bait, a one-sided battle where she knew she would likely be utterly crushed. But she knew even more clearly that if she missed tonight, she would be like a soulless walking corpse for the rest of her life. At her level, what she feared most was not losing, but drawing her sword and looking around to find that there wasn't a single boss in the world who could make her bleed. And now, the god-level boss has stepped down. Su-Yan pressed the tip of his tongue against his back molars, a mad blaze in his eyes. Good eye. Only 7 days. But let me make this clear from the start. If you really are AI, once I catch you, I'll definitely dismantle you into pieces and sell you by weight. 5,000 meters underground, in the central control room. Apocalypse relayed this harsh statement verbatim to Lin Ye's holographic screen. Lin Ye, looking at the arrogant text, couldn't help but laugh while holding his coffee. This temper of hers certainly doesn't put her at a disadvantage. Apocalypse's cold, mechanical voice echoed in the hall. Behavioral profile updated. This candidate has excessive aggression, lacks a sense of boundaries, has a low emotional threshold, uses vulgar language, and exhibits keyboard warrior tendencies. System recommendation: reduce recruitment priority. Lin Yi leaned back in his chair, his tone languid. You just said she was among the top 3 humans. Apocalypse retorted seriously. Quantitative assessment of technical capabilities does not equate to positive feedback on the comfort of getting along. The mechanical assistant next to him, who was wiping parts, covered her mouth with her 2 mechanical arms and chuckled. Lord Apocalypse, did she scold you and break your composure? The Apocalypse's optical brain array flashed for 0.2 seconds. Correction, I do not possess the underlying emotional logic that causes a living organism to break down when insulted. Lin Yi slowly sipped his coffee. Then let's continue the investigation and test her abilities. On the holographic screen, Su-Yan's offensive modules were fully deployed. She was like a maddened fire fox, relentlessly crashing into the abyss-like defensive black tower of Apocalypse. Lin Yi stared intently at the tracking trail, which flickered frequently and tore open repeatedly, his gaze deepening. Xie Yuan was a staunch believer in science, while Su-Yan was a pure fascination with the unknown. Both of these types of people would be outright madmen in a crowd. But under Apocalypse's command, they would be the sharpest blades to tear apart the old era. Lin Yi put down his cup and spoke softly. Apocalypse. Instructions pending. Take it easy, don't make the kid autistic. Apocalypse remained calm. Received. The system will dynamically adjust the suppression intensity to ensure that the countermeasure threshold is strictly controlled within the psychological tolerance limit of carbon-based organisms. Lin Yi paused for a second, then rubbed his temples. What you're saying sounds even more cruel than just beating her to a pulp. Xiao Xiao nodded vigorously in midair. Master, I think so too. On the holographic screen, Su-Yan's 8th round of combined attacks was once again easily crushed and bounced back by Apocalypse. This time, Apocalypse included a 300-line optimization guide. At the very bottom of the page, only 2 words were left. Continue. In his Singapore apartment, Su-Yan stared at the 300 lines of technical expertise that were crushing him, his eyes bloodshot, his breathing growing heavier and heavier. She suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, her eyes blazing with an astonishing light. You think I'm not good enough, huh? Okay. Then, I'll go on a killing spree and show you. Chapter 68, Su-Yan joins the team. 7 days. Suyin hadn't had a full night's sleep for 7 days straight. She locked herself in her Singapore apartment, surviving solely on black coffee, Red Bull, and takeout. On the first day, Su Yin attempted to trace Apocalypse back through the communication links. The result was that no such person could be found. The next day, she constructed 27 sets of disguised attack packages, hoping to trick Apocalypse into revealing a flaw. All of them were intercepted on the spot, and the other party didn't even bother to trigger the alarm. On the third day, Su Yin intensified his efforts, utilizing the global vulnerability database accumulated over the past decade and using it as a springboard from the South American power system all the way to the Nordic submarine cable monitoring station. As a result, Apocalypse placed a dead end sign in front of all her attack routes 0.8 seconds ahead of time. On the fourth day, Su Yin began to question the meaning of life. On the fifth day, she completely lost her temper and cursed at the screen 372 times. Tianchi remained completely unfazed and even thoughtfully compiled all the profanities into a word frequency statistics table, which he then sent to Linya's terminal. Linya looked at the screen full of fragrance, chuckled while holding his coffee, and said, "The vocabulary is quite rich, but the amount of mama is too high." In the early hours of the sixth day, Su Yin gritted his teeth and unleashed his ultimate move. She stopped attacking Apocalypse and began attacking herself. She created a digital maze in a local system that was indistinguishable from the real thing, hiding real browsing history and device fingerprints behind fake personalities. She refused to believe that there were truly eyes in this world that could see through everything. At 4:15 a.m., the screen suddenly flickered and a line of text popped up. When you were 13, the first time you hacked into the school's academic affairs system was simply to change your math grade from 89 to 90. It doesn't cause much harm, but it's extremely insulting. Su Yin stared intently at the screen, remaining silent for a full minute. Then, with a bang, the coffee cup in her hand was smashed to pieces. "Are you ever going to shut up? You're even going to expose my cybernetic underwear, aren't you?" The screen continued scrolling at a leisurely pace. "The inspection has concluded. You've passed." Su Yin laughed in anger, raising his middle finger at the screen. "I really thank your whole family." On the morning of the seventh day, without saying a word, she bought a direct ticket to Port Dolly. Without notifying anyone, and without the slightest hesitation, she slung a black backpack over her shoulder, which contained an offline laptop, 3 hard drives, 2 data cables, and a bag of unfinished lollipops, and boarded the plane. When the plane landed, Dollyport was as hot and humid as a giant steamer. Outside the airport, a tall man in a gray shirt held up a sign that read, "Welcome to the airport." Sujian. The man had a calm gaze, stood as straight as a telephone pole, and exuded a mechanical aura that seemed inhuman. Su Yin walked over and immediately made a judgment. Apocalypse's android soldiers? The man didn't say anything, but simply reached out and took her luggage. Su Yin circled him 3 times, his gaze scanning the other man's shoulders, neck, wrists, and gait like a scanner. "Wow, the skin looks really realistic. Does she have a body temperature? Do you sweat in temperatures over 30 degrees Celsius? Is the pupillary reflex a simulated program or a biological structure?" The man remained silent, as if he were mute. Su Yin immediately felt bored and clicked his tongue. How boring. Su Yin only calmed down completely after entering the elevator 5,000 meters underground. The slight pressure difference felt by her eardrums, the special material of the metal cabin walls, and the gravity compensation system with no jerking sensation were all wildly refreshing her understanding. The elevator doors slid open silently. "We've arrived at the first level of the Apocalypse base." In that instant, Su Yin's arrogant expression froze. She has seen far too many so-called top-tier data centers. She's visited cloud computing bases in the western United States, disaster recovery centers of European banks, and liquid-cooled clusters built by Middle Eastern tycoons with huge sums of money, as if strolling through her own backyard. But this place isn't a server room at all. This is a digital temple buried deep in the Earth's core. The circular hall seemed to have no boundaries, with dozens of massive, pure black server pillars rising from the ground and extending all the way to the dome. On the surface of the pillars, faint blue light patterns flowed slowly. There is no deafening fan roar like in a traditional server room, nor is there a wave of heat hitting you. The only sound in the air is a very low-frequency hum. Vast, tranquil and unfathomable. Su Yin stood rooted to the spot, his eyes filled with shock. Lin Yi walked out from the side. He was wearing a black t-shirt, one hand in his pocket, looking lazy, as if he had just come downstairs to pick up a package. Welcome to Apocalypse. Su Yan's gaze was fixed on those giant server pillars, his voice slightly trembling. These are yours? Lin Yi nodded. I guess so. What does consider mean? Su Yin suddenly turned his head and looked at him as if he were a monster. Do you even know how outrageous the computing power here is? Lin Yi thought about it carefully. Tianqi knows more about this than I do. As soon as the words were spoken, Apocalypse's monotone, mechanical female voice rang out from above the hall. The current peak computing power of the base's primary computing cluster is approximately 37,000 times that of the largest publicly available supercomputing systems on Earth. If the secondary hidden array is activated, this value will increase to 200,000 times. Su Yang gasped. She slowly raised her head. You are Apocalypse? Yes. Su Yin swallowed hard. Do you have self-awareness? Apocalypse replied. Please define self-awareness first, then I can give you a precise answer. Su Yin was stunned. The next second, her eyes lit up completely. That's the look in the eyes of a gourmet, seeing an unparalleled delicacy, or a fanatical believer seeing the arrival of a true god. Okay. She stepped into the hall, tossed her backpack to the ground, and sat cross-legged on the floor closest to the server, opening her laptop. If you break down self-awareness into 5 modules, self-model, persistent memory, goal generation, counterfactual reasoning, and emotional simulation, which ones do you possess? Apocalypse paused for a fraction of a second. Your classification method is too crude. Su Yin was instantly overjoyed. Okay, then you divide it. First, by placing emotion simulation alongside goal generation, you demonstrate that you are still limited by the neural system model of carbon-based life forms. For silicon-based intelligence, emotions are not a necessity at all. They are merely optional interfaces fitted only to interact with you. Holy crap, that's right. I knew it. Su Yin slapped his thigh excitedly. Those committees that talk about AI ethics all day long are talking nonsense. Lin Yi stood a few steps away and suddenly felt a little superfluous. The mechanical assistant slid down to Lin Yi's feet and asked in a low mechanical voice, Master, is she going to have an interspecies romance with Lord Tianqi? Lin Yi looked at Su Yan's posture as if he wanted to plug himself into the server, and nodded seriously. I think so. Apocalypse's voice suddenly turned half a degree colder. Commander, this carbon-based life form has raised 19 high-density questions in a row and attempted to pry open the underlying interface permissions 37 seconds ago. Su Yin immediately raised his head. Don't label me like that. I didn't apply for anything. I was just testing the waters. Apocalypse, unauthorized. Su Yin retorted confidently. Can a hacker's professional ethics be called stealing? Apocalypse, I have also invaded you. Su Yin, that was an inspection. Apocalypse, I'm researching it. The hall was silent for a second. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lin Yi laughed along with him. Apocalypse was unusually silent for 0.4 seconds, presumably as the backend was urgently loading the latest parameters for human shamelessness. This carbon-based life form is very noisy. Lin Yi shrugged. You chose it yourself. Humans are in the top 3. Apocalypse suggested. I recommend exiling her to the network experimental zone with the highest level of soundproofing. Su Yin immediately raised his hand to answer. Sure, but I need to connect to your instance environment. Apocalypse said decisively. Not allowed. That's sandbox environment. Not allowed. A read-only interface should be fine, right? Not allowed. Then what am I after coming all this way to join Apocalypse? Su Yin asked, his eyes wide. Tianqi replied, businesslike. I am performing menial tasks such as cybersecurity, intelligence infiltration, counterinfiltration, and modeling human network behavior. Su Yin decisively turned to look at Lin Yi. Boss, I have conditions. Lin Yi had clearly anticipated this and raised his chin. Speak. First, I don't do dirty work. For example, I don't take jobs that involve operating illegal hospitals, damaging civilian facilities, accessing ordinary people's accounts, or cleaning up innocent bystanders. Secondly, I want to study the Apocalypse. Apocalypse light speed interruption. No. Su Yin completely ignored Tianqi and stared intently at Lin Yi. I don't want to tear her apart. I want to cooperate. She is the only intelligent being I have ever seen that has overturned the upper limit of human cognition. To say that I'm not interested would be a lie. Apocalypse coldly remarked, "Your interest does not constitute an obligation for me to cooperate." Suyan smiled. "Don't rush. But I can help you understand this mess of humanity." Apocalypse remained silent. Su Yin raised his voice. "You are indeed very strong, strong enough to use a dimensional reduction attack. But you are too much like a god, high and mighty. You only see data, but you can't see the living, breathing people behind the code. The internet was never built by machines, but by a super garbage mountain piled up by human greed, laziness, showing off, and desire." She looked up, gazing into the void. "And I'm best at finding gold in garbage dumps." Apocalypse did not refute. A satisfied smile appeared in Lin Ye's eyes. This is precisely why he absolutely needed Su Yin. Despite its unparalleled computing power, Tianqi couldn't truly understand why humans would set their ATM card pin to their wife's birthday, why executives would like to send top-secret documents using their personal phones, or why a powerful network administrator would sell their back-end access after incurring debt from tipping female live streamers. Algorithms can't calculate human nature, but Su Yin understands it. Lin Yi made the final decision. Approved. Apocalypse, Commander. Give her an isolation sandbox and open the lowest level of interaction interface, Lin Yi said. Su Yin's eyes lit up instantly. Apocalypse dutifully added, "All operations are monitored throughout, and any unauthorized actions will immediately trigger physical isolation." Su Yin was taken aback. "What do you mean by physical isolation?" A short instruction manual immediately appeared. "There will be 2 burly men in T-800S, just like the ones who pick you up at the airport, who will throw you out." Su Yin glanced back at the gray-clad android at the doorway, which looked like a wooden stake, and curled his lip. "All right, the third condition." Su Yin's expression finally turned serious as he stared intently at Lin Yi. "I need to know, what exactly are you trying to do by creating this monster?" Lin Yi did not answer immediately. He slowly walked to the center of the hall, looking up at the towering pillars that shimmered with a deep blue light. The light reflected in his dark eyes, making them appear unfathomable. "To establish a new order." Su Yin frowned. "The same old trick? World domination?" "No." Lin Yi turned around, his tone calm, yet carrying a chilling power. "I want to show those who are used to treating the world as a chessboard that chess pieces can also overturn the table." Su Yin's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the young man before her, she suddenly understood why the godlike Apocalypse would willingly acknowledge him as its master. Lin Yi possesses an extremely dangerous sense of control, like a bomb whose fuse has been pulled. No one knows at what moment he will detonate the entire era. Su Yin remained silent for a moment, then patted his trouser leg, stood up, and extended his right hand. Su Yan, skilled in cybersecurity, vulnerability discovery, and intelligence penetration, occasionally foul-mouthed. Lin Yi grasped her hand. His knuckles were distinct, and his grip was steady. "Lin Yi, Commander Apocalypse." Above the hall, Apocalypse's emotionless voice drifted down coldly. Friendly reminder, she's not just foul-mouthed occasionally. Su Yin instantly bristled, pointing at the ceiling with his head up. "You were actually eavesdropping on me, cursing you?" "Apocalypse, it was you who made a lot of noise at the base." "Su Yin, can't you turn off your mic?" "Apocalypse, the acoustic sensor is enabled by default." "Su Yin, then shut it off now." "Apocalypse, no." Xiao Xiao laughed, so hard her electronic eyes curved into crescent moons. Lin Yi released his hand, a slight smile curving his lips. Xie Yuan is the first cornerstone of Tianqi. Su Yin, on the other hand, was like a wildfire burning brightly. Fire may indeed cause trouble, but in this dark fortress buried deep in the earth, it is often fire that best illuminates the way forward. Lin Yi watched as Su Yin, who was already impatiently carrying his bag and rushing towards the network experimental area, suddenly felt that this cold, underground fortress finally had a bit more human touch. Even if the noise is so loud that Apocalypse wants to call the police every day. The second one is in hand. Chapter 69, David Chen's interview session. Lin Xiaoya stood at the entrance of the Sanlitun Creative Park for 3 minutes. She glanced down at her phone. The message her brother had sent 2 days ago was still there on WeChat. "Don't say where your brother is. Don't talk about what's going on underground. Don't mention Lin Hao." She locked the screen, put her phone in her bag, took a deep breath, and walked towards the gray building at the very back of the park. A bronze plaque reading Oriental Mirror hung at the entrance on the second floor, next to a printed guide. Pushing open the door, she found warm lighting, wooden tables and chairs, and a row of documentary posters. The atmosphere was much more relaxed than she had imagined. David Chun was already waiting for her. In his early 40s, with mixed-race features, a neatly trimmed beard, and wearing an indigo linen shirt, he looked like someone who spent years covering news in the tropics, relaxed yet professional. He stood up, shook hands, and said with a smile, "Lin Xiaoya, I'm finally meeting you in person. You look even more energetic than on camera." Lin Xiaoya responded politely. David asked her to sit down, poured her a glass of water, and then sat down opposite her with his coffee. A voice recorder and a small video camera were on the table, the lens pointed directly at her. David said this wasn't a serious investigation, but rather a story about a 22-year-old Chinese female college student, how she encountered a major event during her graduation trip, and how she chose to stand up for herself. Lin Xiaoya nodded in agreement. The initial questions were all very safe, ranging from her hometown and major to her reasons for creating an outdoor exploration account. She talked about her university life, her roommates Lu Di, Chen Mo, and Su Su, and also mentioned that she initially started live streaming just because she thought it would be fun. David listened attentively, occasionally chuckling and adding, and then, 15 minutes later, Lin Xiaoya completely relaxed and began to explain the reason for her graduation trip. They originally wanted to do a feature on the world's most dangerous travel destinations, and luckily the brother was doing fruit business in the chaotic delta, so there was a ready-made place to stay. David replied casually, "Your brother runs a fruit business over there? I've been there twice, and each time I felt like I was lucky to be alive." Lin Xiaoya laughed and said that she initially thought her brother was crazy, but he said that making money required boldness. David then asked him how long he had been gone and whether he was alone. Lin Xiaoya answered truthfully, more than 3 years, all by himself. David didn't press further, instead bringing up Port Dolly. He had indeed been there, describing in detail the fishy smell at the docks, the fried bananas on the street, and the checkpoints at the intersections. Lin Xiaoya added her own observations, and the two chatted like friends, the atmosphere becoming increasingly natural. 25 minutes later, David brought up the topic of the live stream. He said he had watched the live stream of the telecom fraud park repeatedly, and even after making documentaries for 12 years, he had rarely seen such scenes. Lin Xiaoya's emotions were stirred. She thought of Zhao Min in the corner of the basement, and also of Zhou Hang with his little finger missing in the iron cage in the square. Her voice involuntarily lowered. She said she was scared at the time, but after seeing those people, the fear turned into something else. It wasn't just anger, but a feeling that she couldn't leave. David nodded, showing just the right amount of respect, and then asked her why she continued live streaming. Lin Xiaoya said yes. Then, David mentioned the manager in the park who had been knocked unconscious by the bodyguard, asking if she was afraid he would wake up. Lin Xiaoya smiled subconsciously. "With Lin Hao here, I'm not afraid." The moment the words left her mouth, her heart skipped a beat. Her brother had warned her not to mention Lin Hao. Although the name was known throughout the internet, she still realized she had given herself away. David immediately picked up on it, mentioning that Lin Hao is called Mechanical God of War online and that he had watched that 31-second video many times, still unable to understand how someone could achieve that level of skill. Lin Xiaoya picked up her water glass, bought herself 2 seconds, and said only, "He's really good at fighting." Those 3 words shut down the conversation. David didn't press the matter, but instead asked if all the security her brother arranged was this formidable. Lin Xiaoya replied that it was only Lin Hao. David laughed and said that it was quite audacious of her brother to protect 4 girls in a place like that by himself. Lin Xiaoya immediately understood. He was implying that if one bodyguard was enough, either the bodyguard was not normal, or her brother's influence in the area extended far beyond the fruit merchants. She composed herself and said that her brother had been there for 3 years and had a good relationship with the locals, so it wasn't actually that dangerous. David hummed in agreement and didn't press the matter further. 40 minutes passed, and a second cup of coffee was served. As David got up to pour water, Lin Xiaoya secretly glanced at her phone. There were no new messages. She turned her phone face down on the table. When David returned, his tone was more casual than before, suggesting they talk about something lighthearted. He asked Lin Xiaoya if her brother's fruit market was very large. Lin Xiaoya said it was quite large, with over 200 cold storage facilities. David then asked if building so many cold storage facilities in such a place would be very expensive, and mentioned that her brother had also built a highway over 100 kilometers long, connecting the market to the port. Lin Xiaoya was taken aback. She seemed to have mentioned this information briefly during the live stream, but David had been much more specific. David then opened his notebook and read out a series of figures. 180 kilometers of highways, 200 cold storage facilities, more than a dozen customized refrigerated trucks, and an investment of at least tens of millions of US dollars. Lin Xiaoya immediately became alert. How could a documentary director know so much about her brother's infrastructure data? She smiled and said she was just a recent college graduate, and asking her about business was useless. David expressed his understanding, and they chatted for a few more minutes about interesting things in the live stream chat, bringing the atmosphere back to a relaxed state. But soon, he raised a second question. During the live stream, they were ambushed as they left the park, and Lin Hao single-handedly took down more than 20 armed men. Afterwards, Lin Hao appeared to have an injury to his left shoulder, and someone in the footage said they saw a metal structure. Lin Xiaoya tightened her grip on the water glass and immediately explained that it was bulletproof protective gear, similar to a military exoskeleton, which her brother had provided for Lin Hao. David raised his hands, laughing, and said he didn't mean anything by it. The claims about robots and Terminators online were ridiculous. Lin Xiaoya chuckled awkwardly, but she was already starting to feel uncomfortable. A few minutes later, David brought up the UFO incident in Port Dolly. He asked her if she was also in Port Dolly that night, and if she had even live-streamed it. Lin Xiaoya said she was startled awake. David pressed her for details, asking what she thought the thing was. She replied that she didn't know. David then asked, "What did your brother say?" Lin Xiaoya paused for a second before saying that her brother thought it might be a military exercise and told her not to overthink it. David nodded and began writing something in his notebook. Lin Xiaoya couldn't see the contents, but she suddenly felt that the person in front of her was different. For the first 40 minutes, David is a documentary director who respects her. Now, David is more like a precise questioning machine. All the questions ultimately point to the same core issue. Who is her brother? Lin Xiaoya put down her water glass, leaned back in her chair, and said she needed to use the restroom. David told her to go to the second stall on the left after exiting the building. She picked up her bag and left the room, but instead of going to the bathroom, she stood in the hallway and took out her phone. There was an unread message on WeChat from 2 minutes ago, sent by her brother. "Good answer. We'll be finished in 10 minutes. Lin Xiaoya stared at the line of text, her heart racing. She immediately replied, "How did you know what he asked?" 3 seconds later, the older brother replied with 4 words, "My brother's intuition." Lin Xiaoya stood there, clutching her phone. She had heard this so-called intuition more than once. Every time it was absurd, yet every time it was wildly accurate. She put away her phone, took a deep breath, and went back inside. David, who was organizing his notebook, looked up and smiled, saying, "Just 2 more quick questions, and we're done." The first question was safe. David asked what the biggest change in her experience was. Lin Xiaoya answered seriously that she used to think bad things only happened in the news, but now she realized that the corners the news doesn't capture are often the darkest. David nodded, closed his notebook, leaned forward slightly, and asked one last question. "Is your brother still in the Delta?" Lin Xiaoya smiled. "Mr. David, guess." David paused for half a second. Lin Xiaoya stood up, put her water glass back on the table, and said she would send her the edited video. She then slung her bag over her shoulder and turned to leave. David tried to see her off, but she waved him away. Stepping out of the creative park, the hot June wind of Yanjing hits you. Lin Xiaoya took out her phone, about to send a message to her brother to let him know she was safe. The screen lit up. It's not my brother's WeChat. It was a call from an unknown number. The caller ID only displays 1 line of text. Plus 86 Yanjing Public Security Bureau. Chapter 70. Burning a CIA pawn. Lin Xiaoya stared at the caller ID on her phone, her thumb pausing for 2 seconds before she pressed the answer button. The person on the other end of the phone was a middle-aged man, speaking in a business-like tone. "Hello, is this Ms. Lin Xiaoya?" She responded, and the other party identified himself as the Exit Entry Administration Division of the Yanjing Municipal Public Security Bureau. He said that he needed to make a simple registration regarding her previous assistance in rescuing stranded people overseas, and asked if it would be convenient for her to go there recently. Lin Xiaoya secretly breathed a sigh of relief. they weren't there to arrest her. After she agreed, the other party arranged to meet her at the Chuyang branch at 10 a.m. the day after tomorrow and reminded her to bring her passport and ID card. The message her brother had sent on WeChat. Good answer. We'll be finished in 10 minutes. The message was sent precisely during the 2 minutes she was in the restroom. She still can't understand how her brother knew the interview content. Did he plant a bug, hack the surveillance cameras, or simply rely on intuition? Unable to figure it out, she simply stopped thinking about it and took a taxi back to school. 5,000 meters underground, Lin Yi put down his phone and leaned back in his chair. He was indeed listening the whole time, but it wasn't a bugging device, nor was it surveillance. 20 minutes before the interview began, Apocalypse had taken over the audio channels of all electronic devices in the studio. The voice recorder, the camera, David Chen's cell phone, and even the built-in microphone of the laptop that didn't seem to be connected to the internet all became Apocalypse's ears. The entire interview was transcribed in real time and displayed on the holographic screen. Lin Yi began, overall assessment. Tianqi responded. During the 57-minute interview, Lin Xiaoya did not reveal any core information. Regarding Lin Hao, she only mentioned his public name and the base, but made zero mention of his identity as the commander. However, Tianqi also pointed out that she had 2 instances of delayed reactions that exceeded the normal range. One was a 1.4-second pause when asked about Lin Hao's shoulder injury, and the other was a 0.9-second pause when asked about the UFO incident. For someone with professional counterinterrogation training, such hesitation could easily be interpreted as deliberate concealment. Lin Yi picked up his coffee. Can David Chun tell? Tianqi judged that, based on his 7 years of intelligence work experience, he would most likely mark the report with the interviewee appears to have some reservations. Once the CIA analyst obtained it, it would increase the value of Lin Xiaoya's intelligence. Lin Yi took a sip of coffee, and then they will arrange a second contact. They may use a different person or a different method, but the goal remains the same, to use Lin Xiaoya to locate the core of Apocalypse. Lin Yi put down his cup and said calmly, then don't give them a second chance. Apocalypse paused for a moment, confirming that he wasn't just saying it offhand, and then outlined the execution plan. Deliver David Chun, codenamed Lens 7, the CIA peripheral personnel file, mission instruction chain, 7 years of intelligence activity records, and related decrypted communication data to the domestic National Security Department in the form of an anonymous encrypted package. Lin Yi nodded. Yes. Tianqi suggests using 3 layers of anonymous relay nodes and finally placing the encrypted USB drive into the unclaimed mailbox at the petition window of the North China Bureau of the Ministry of State Security, leaving no traceable material on the outer shell. Lin Yi asked, use a USB drive? Tianqi explained that physical media is more reliable than online delivery. Emails from unknown sources are likely to be isolated and destroyed, but encrypted packages appearing at physical petition windows must be reported to the Counter-Espionage Department according to procedure. Lin Yi thought for a moment. Is the USB drive only for David Chen's stuff? I suggest only releasing his complete file. It's substantial enough to attract attention without revealing the depth of Apocalypse's intelligence. One piece just right. Choose a medium encryption level. Too low and it looks like phishing, too high and it will delay the cracking process. Apocalypse recommends AES 256 and includes a brief Chinese tip. A line of text popped up on the screen. This person is not clean. A friend. Lin Yi glanced at it for 2 seconds. Too pretentious. Tianqi asked him to provide an alternative. Lin Yi tapped the armrest. Just write 1 sentence. Investigate him. Tianqi paused for a moment. Updated. The package is expected to appear at the petition window of the North China Bureau of the Ministry of State Security in 4 hours. Lin Yi stood up and asked again, what will David Chen be doing tonight? Tianqi deduced that he would organize the materials and write a preliminary intelligence summary within 3 hours after the interview, and then encrypt and transmit it back to the CIA East Asia Intelligence Station through a backup terminal in Hong Kong. Lin Yi said, let him pass it on. Apocalypse confirmed it once more. Lin Yi said calmly, let him spread today's summary. After that, his value will be 0. When a National Security Bureau gets the package and compares the summary with the file, David Chen won't even have time to run away. Apocalypse quickly sorted out the logic. First, let the prey send out the message, then hand the prey over to another hunter. Once the communication content matches the quest chain in the package, his identity will be confirmed. At the same time, the communication frequency bands, encryption protocols, and jumpboard paths of the CIA's East Asia Intelligence Station will also be exposed to national security. Tianqi summarized, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Lin Yi walked out, and Xiao Xiao slid out from the corner and followed at his feet, whispering, "Master, that bad guy tricked Miss Xiaoya. He deserved to be caught." Lin Yi hummed in agreement. Xiao Xiao worried again. But if the national security officers get these things, won't they trace it back to us? Lin Yi didn't stop, yes. Xiao Xiao panicked. Then what should we do? Let them investigate, Lin Yi said. The more they investigate, the more likely they are to discover something. What's up? Apocalypse is on their side. At 11:40 p.m. that night, in the duty room of the North China Bureau of the Ministry of State Security in Yanjing, Old Zhang was watching Champions League highlights on his computer when there was a knock on the door. Xiao Li, who worked at the petition window, poked his head in, carrying a manila envelope. "Brother Zhang, I received this before closing the window." There was no signature or sender's name. Inside was a USB drive and a note. Old Zhang pressed pause. What should be written on the note? 2 words, investigate him. Old Zhang took the envelope. The USB drive inside was quite ordinary. According to procedure, any unidentified physical storage medium must first be sent to the technical department for testing. But having worked in counterespionage for 19 years, his intuition told him that someone who could deliver something so precisely to the National Security Bureau's petition window didn't seem like someone trying to deliver a virus. Hiding viruses is a hacker tactic. This kind of delivery is more like something a professional would do. He dialed the internal line. "Technical department? Please expedite the scanning of a USB drive for me now." 40 minutes later, the technical department confirmed that the USB drive was free of viruses, traces, and hardware backdoors. The encryption level was AES 256, which is not excessive. After decryption, the files automatically expanded. Old Zhang stared at the screen, his teacup hovering in midair. David Chun, 43 years old, American citizen, a peripheral collaborator for the CIA's intelligence station in China. Codename Lin 7. Recruited in 2016. The details that followed were terrifyingly detailed. It included the recruitment dates, recruiters, contact methods, backup terminal locations, all mission numbers from the past 7 years, a list of interviewees contacted under the guise of documentary, and the source and transit account for every single funding transaction. The last page contains the latest instructions issued by the CIA's East Asia Intelligence Station 3 days ago. Target: Lin Xiaoya. Method: non-confrontational interview. Key information to obtain: Lin Ye's exact location, the Apocalypse Organization's contact methods, the source of bodyguard Lin Hao's technology, and the existence of underground facilities. Old Zhang put down his teacup and immediately made a phone call. "Old Chun, come over here." The person on the other end, still sleepy, asked, "Now?" "If you don't come, you won't be sleeping tonight." 25 minutes later, Old Chun, wrapped in his coat, rushed into the duty room. After reading the contents of the USB drive, he instantly sobered up. "Who sent it?" "I don't know. It was picked up at the petition window. There's no information about it." Old Chin stared at the task instructions and said in a deep voice, "David Chin interviewed Lin Xiaoya in Samleton at 3 o'clock this afternoon." Old Zhang suddenly looked up. "How did you know?" "Lin Xiaoya has been on our radar ever since she returned to China. Today she went to a creative park in Samleton and stayed for almost an hour. Our people only followed her to the park entrance and didn't go inside." Old Chun read the instructions again, and a name became clearer and clearer in his mind. "Old Zhang, who do you think put this up?" Old Zhang didn't say anything. To be able to obtain complete files of CIA peripheral personnel, 7 years of mission records, and even real-time command chains. "Tell me, which organization on Earth has this capability?" After a moment of silence, Old Chun uttered 2 words, "Apocalypse." These 2 words, spoken in the dead of night in the duty room, felt so heavy they made one feel suffocated. The CIA sent someone to contact Lin Xiaoya, hoping to extract information about Tianqi. That very night, Tianqi completely dismantled the CIA pawn and handed it over to the National Security Bureau. Old Zhang asked, "Are you sure?" Old Chin countered, "If you were Apocalypse and discovered that the CIA was targeting your people, what would you do?" Old Zhang thought for a moment. "Just get rid of it." Old Chin shook his head. "That's what warlords do." "Tianqi didn't do anything. He handed the people over to us." Just like Brother Cohen, who was involved in the telecom fraud last time, he handed the people and evidence over to the police as well. Old Zhang tapped his fingers on the table. He's sending a signal. Yes, he's telling us that he's not the enemy, that he's helping us, and that he's faster and more accurate than us. Old Chun wanted to smoke, but in the end he put the cigarette back in his hand. But that's also what keeps us up at night. If an organization that can give away complete CIA files as a gift really wants to do something to us, can we stop them? The duty room remained quiet for a long time. Old Chin picked up his phone and dialed an encrypted number. It's me. I have some documents that need your personal review right now, and I can't wait until tomorrow. He covered the microphone and looked at Lao Zhang. Notify the technical department to immediately implement full band monitoring of all of David Chen's communication terminals. If he transmits anything to the outside world tonight, catch him in the act. Old Zhang has already started dialing the phone. After hanging up, Old Chin looked at the note again. Investigate him. The handwriting was laser printed, the envelope had no DNA residue, and the material was just ordinary office supplies. It was so clean it looked like it appeared out of thin air. Meanwhile, in his studio on the second floor of the Sanlitun Creative Park, David Chin finished typing the last line of the summary. He encrypted the file, connected to the backup terminal in Hong Kong, and pressed the send button. Unbeknownst to him, every byte of this communication link was being watched by 2 pairs of eyes simultaneously. One pair is 5,000 meters underground. The other pair is in a building without a house number in western Yanjing. Chapter 71. Before dawn, the net was closed and the suspect arrested. At 1:17 a.m., in a high-end hotel-style apartment suite in Chaoyang District, David Chun rubbed his aching neck and pressed enter. On the screen, a 6-page intelligence summary, re-encrypted into gibberish incomprehensible to the average person, was being quietly transmitted overseas through a background program. The progress bar moved slowly as he got up and poured himself a small glass of red wine. He felt he had handled the situation brilliantly tonight. Lin Xiaoyao lacked social experience, and in the nearly 1-hour interview, he had gradually dismantled her psychological defenses with his persuasive skills. Although he didn't get the exact location of the Apocalypse organization, he confirmed the key facts from Lin Xiaoyao's pauses and evasiveness. Lin Yu was definitely not an ordinary fruit merchant, and the mechanical war god Lin Hao could not possibly be a civilian product. Bite. The transfer was complete. David returned to his computer with his wine glass, and a smile crept across his face as he looked at the words sent successfully. In the report sent to the Hong Kong relay server, he wrote the following suggestion. The target, Lin Xiaoya, is extremely unprepared. The highest level of control plan should be activated immediately. Asset freezing, inducement through her American citizenship, or direct physical control could be used to force the core commander of Apocalypse to show up. Once this report is submitted, headquarters will surely allocate a huge sum of money and may even hand over the lead of the operation against Apocalypse to him. After 12 years of lying low, he has finally gotten his chance to shine. David finished his red wine, shut down his computer, unplugged the network cable, and completed his routine counter-surveillance cleanup. Then he went into the bathroom, his mind already filled with the image of himself being transferred back to the Virginia headquarters to receive an award. At the same time, on the second basement floor of a ministry building in western Beijing, the Ministry of State Security's technical division was brightly lit. Brother Zhang, the data has changed. Shally took off his headphones and called out to the rest area. Lao Zhang and Lao Chun immediately put down their cigarettes and hurried to the big screen. Shally typed rapidly on the keyboard. The other party is online, located in Chaoyang District, East 3rd Ring Road, using a hidden shortwave encrypted channel to directly connect to a shady server in Hong Kong. The data packets have been captured. They're all large amounts of garbled text, with at least 3 layers of encryption. Old Zhang asked in a deep voice, "Can it be solved?" Shally brought up a black pop-up window. Normally, even if a supercomputing center were running at full power, it would take half a month to unlock this kind of military-grade combination lock. But the anonymous USB drive even contained their system's underlying algorithm and rolling key. He pressed enter heavily. Import the key and forcibly unpack the package. The garbled text on the screen jumped wildly, but in less than 10 seconds, it reformed into lines of clear English. Old Zhang and Old Chun leaned closer at the same time, their eyes landing on highest level control plan and direct implementation of physical control. Old Chun slammed his hand on the table, making half of the technical department look up. On our turf, they're openly attempting to physically control Chinese citizens. Does the CIA think there's no one here? Old Zhang brought up the data comparison interface and pointed to the 3 green indicators: communication frequency band, Hong Kong jump IP, handshake protocol, all match up exactly as written on the USB drive. His voice was a little dry. Apocalypse knew exactly what time the other side would send a message tonight and which route they would take. This was no longer ordinary intelligence support. It was a complete and utter attack. Apocalypse not only uncovered the identity of this spy, but also revealed the CIA's East Asia intelligence station's communication secrets to them. Old Chen looked at Old Zhang. His identity is confirmed. Old Zhang glanced at the wall clock. It's almost 2 o'clock. Should we wait until dawn to go through the diplomatic procedures before making the arrest? Wait my ass. Old Chen grabbed his coat. The guys in Chaoyang district just released his report. That's when things are most relaxed. Let's go now. Take him and his equipment. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Without further ado, Lao Zhang picked up the landline and dialed the action team's internal line. All members of Team 3, bring your equipment. Assemble in the garage downstairs. At 3:40 a.m., on the 16th floor of a hotel-style apartment building in Chaoyang district. The thick carpet swallowed all footsteps, for plainclothes officers stood on either side of the door to room 1608. The team leader made a gesture, and the special authorization card was affixed to the sensor area. With a soft beep, the door lock opened. 4 figures suddenly appeared without a sound, their flashlight beams piercing the darkness and locking onto the master bedroom bed. David Chun was jolted awake. Before he could even see who it was, 2 strong hands had already pinned him firmly to the mattress, and cold handcuffs snapped shut on his wrists. The overhead light came on. David, relying on his years of experience as an undercover agent, immediately switched to emergency mode, yelling in broken Chinese, "What are you doing?" "Trespassing. I'm a U.S. citizen. I need to contact the embassy." The team leader stood by the bed, watching his performance with a cold eye. David continued, "I'm a legitimate documentary filmmaker. This is a diplomatic incident. Can you afford the consequences?" The team leader pulled out his ID and threw it directly at his face. "Chen Dawei." David's voice stopped abruptly, and he tried to retort, "I'm not Chen Dawei. I'm David Chun. You've arrested the wrong person." The team leader leaned down and looked at him. "Stop acting. Code name Lens 7, belonging to the East Asia Intelligence Station." David's pupils contracted sharply. The team leader added insult to injury. "We've already made a backup of the intelligence summary about Lin Xiaoya that you sent to Hong Kong 2 hours ago. Your physical control plan was well written, but unfortunately, it won't be approved by the higher-ups." After those words were spoken, David opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. His carefully crafted identity disguise, offline encrypted terminal, and top-secret single-line channel were all uncovered by the Ministry of State Security within just 2 hours of the successful transmission. David lay paralyzed on the bed, his whole body limp and powerless. 5,000 meters underground, on the holographic projection screen in the central control room, a scene of David being blindfolded and forced into a van is playing silently. Apocalypse's voice echoed in the circular hall. The arrest is complete. The entire process took 3 minutes and 42 seconds. According to the behavioral model, the target will confess everything within 10 minutes of entering the interrogation room. Lin Yi, holding a cup of hot tea, sat in the commander's chair and casually commented, "Goen's efficiency is not bad." Tianchi added, "It's not just this one piece. The National Security Technology Department just used the underlying key we provided to infiltrate a secondary data pool of the CIA in Asia, and the results were significant." Lin Yi blew away the foam on the surface of his tea. "Go all the way. The officials have taken the benefits, so the road ahead will be much easier." Inside the Beijing Technical Department, Old Chun and Old Zhang reviewed the report on the operation. The mole, buried under their skin for over a decade, had finally been uprooted tonight. With the seized equipment and confessions, they could even follow the trail and dismantle several more overseas intelligence networks. Old Zhang handed over a cigarette. "Old Chun, we owe Tianchi a huge favor this time." Old Chen took the cigarette, but didn't light it, only staring at the data cleanup progress flashing on the screen. Human feelings aside, the more Apocalypse demonstrates its ability to deliver such devastating blows, the more we need to figure out where its bottom line really lies. Chapter 72, The Reward Apocalypse, wants is probably more than just a thank you. Langley, Virginia, CIA headquarters. The white-haired old man sat at the head of the long table, the report in his hand crumpled in his hand. After a moment, he threw the paper on the table and said in a cold voice, "The East Asian Intelligence Station sent a top-level loss report 12 hours ago." The report slid to the deputy director's hand. The old man continued, "Lens 7 was raided by the Chinese National Security Bureau. They caught the person and the equipment red-handed." The dozen or so senior executives in the conference room exchanged bewildered glances. The head of the intelligence department frowned and said, "It's just that his peripheral assets were seized. Surely that wouldn't warrant initiating a burning order? His security clearance level is very low. He's never even stepped foot inside the East Asia station." The white-haired old man pushed away his coffee cup, his voice barely concealing his anger. His last digest used the 14th encryption band. As a result, 2 hours later, China's National Security Technical Department, with our underlying algorithm and rolling key, infiltrated Seoul's secondary data pool. He spoke faster and faster. They spent 20 minutes browsing the database, downloaded all the personnel transfer record for the first half of this year, and even left a Trojan horse before leaving. The technical director turned pale. The loss of the 14th frequency band and the Seoul data pool was tantamount to the entire communication architecture of the East Asian Intelligence Network being stripped bare. This couldn't possibly be the technology of China's national security. The technical director wiped away cold sweat. If they really had this kind of decoding ability, they would never have exposed it for a mere outsider reporter. "It's not the National Security Bureau." The white-haired old man stood up, leaning on the table. "It's Tianqi." He walked to the big screen, brought up Lin Xiaoya's live stream, and focused on her smiling face. "We sent Lens 7 to contact this girl, hoping to get information out of Apocalypse. But right after we finished talking, Apocalypse gave the Ministry of State Security his entire file, mission records, and our encrypted cards as a gift." The old man swept his gaze across the crowd. "This proves two things. First, Apocalypse's network penetration capabilities are even more terrifying than we predicted. They can intercept signals, unpack them in real time, and even modify transmission paths. Second, Tianqi is sending a clear message of goodwill to the Chinese government." He pounded on the back of the chair. "They're forming cliques." The action team leader asked in a low voice, "Should we continue following the Lin Xiaoya lead?" "Follow me my ass," the old man roared. "Are you going to throw your lives away? Notify the East Asia station to suspend all direct contact with Lin Xiaoya. All informants near her must evacuate, and those who can't should remain silent for 3 years." He paused, then pulled up a satellite map of the Delta. "Change direction, activate the offshore plan." Everyone immediately pulled out the contingency plan. The old man pointed to the aerial photograph and said, "The current economic pillar of Tianqi is the Lin Fresh fruit market under Lin Ye's name. He can invest tens of millions of US dollars in infrastructure and sell high-quality fruit to top global buyers. This is the breakthrough point. Arrange for people in the Southeast Asian business community, especially in Thailand and Singapore, to conduct background checks under the guise of capital acquisitions or supply chain cooperation. If force doesn't work, then follow the rules of business warfare." The technical lead asked, "How do I adjust the Delta Force reconnaissance permissions?" The old man slammed his hand on the report. "Have several high-resolution military satellites over the Pacific Fleet change their orbits, and keep a 24-hour watch on Port Dali and that desert. I need to know what kind of fly flies in there." Beijing, underground interrogation area of a ministry building. Old Chun, holding a thermos, looked through the one-way glass at David Chun, who was slumped in an iron chair in the interrogation room. 16 hours had passed since the operation was launched. The interrogator pushed open the door and handed him a thick stack of confessions. He confessed everything. "This kid is more spineless than I thought. I didn't have to use any tricks, and he spilled the beans about his past 12 years. Old Zhang leaned over to look, becoming more and more excited as he read. They've revealed the contact information for the East Asian Intelligence Station, the backup safe house, and even 3 long-term moles in the financial and academic circles. Old Chun, these 3 code names have been hanging in the cold case database for 8 years, and today they've all been pulled out." Old Chun didn't reply, but just flipped through the pages, finally stopping a line of text. David Chun confessed that he was in a hurry to send the message because he suspected that Apocalypse had a huge underground physical facility, which Lin Xiaoyao was unaware of. Old Chen closed the confession and placed the thermos on the windowsill. Old Zhang, go arrest those 3 people. This confession can't be kept secret for long. The CIA has probably already started the tail-cutting procedure. Old Zhang responded and took the materials upstairs. Only Old Chen remained in the corridor. He took out his phone and opened a top-secret electronic report. This document will be submitted directly to the highest level. The first part of the report details tonight's results and the intelligence obtained by hacking the secondary data pool. This alone is enough for the top brass of the Ministry of State Security to hold a celebratory banquet for half a month. But Lao Chun added a personal memo at the end. Apocalypse precisely intercepted the CIA's intelligence instructions and chose to hand over deadly evidence that could trigger a diplomatic tsunami to us. He not only helped us clean house, but also gave us a whole set of technical keys to deal with foreign intelligence agencies. Old Chen paused for 2 seconds, then typed the last 2 lines. A secret of existence that can manipulate the intelligence network of a superpower that cannot be fathomed using conventional logic. Our only advantage in the face of this dimensional power is that it happens to be benevolent towards us. Chapter 73. Let Lu Di's father make the contact. At 3:26 a.m., Lao Chen's top-secret report was sent to the highest level of the internal network via an encrypted dedicated line. The first half of the report details the operation in the David Chen case. The identities of CIA peripheral personnel were confirmed. Equipment was seized on site. The secondary data pool of the East Asian Intelligence Station was breached, and 3 more undercover agents' names may be added to expand the results. The latter part was Old Chen's personal judgment added on the spot. The last sentence, highlighted in red, is extracted separately. Faced with this dimensional power, our only advantage at present is that it happens to harbor goodwill towards us. 40 minutes later, the lights came on in a conference room on the 3rd floor of a small building in Yanjing. Not many people could sit in this room. 1 or 2 people each from the National Security Bureau, the military, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Science and Technology Bureau were present, and Old Chen was also urgently summoned. There was no tea or documents on the conference table, only a screen with no internet connection. The elderly man in a Zhongshan suit who was chairing the meeting didn't exchange pleasantries and immediately turned on the screen. David Chen's information, CIA communication links, contents of the anonymous USB drive, screenshots of Lin Xiaoyao's live stream, and radar anomalies related to the Dollyport UFO incident were all arranged chronologically. The old man spoke up. Let's hear from going first. The national security leadership directly stated that the initial assessment was that the anonymous materials came from Tianqi. There are 3 reasons for this. The delivery time was before the CIA's secondary analysis of Lin Xiaoyao's information. The content's precision far exceeded that of ordinary intelligence sources. It even contained the underlying algorithm of the CIA East Asia Station's 14-band encrypted frequency. The other party didn't ask for any reward, only handing over the people and tools for processing. The lieutenant general tapped the table and reminded him, the fact that he didn't ask for anything in return doesn't mean he didn't have a purpose. The fact that he sent the things is a signal in itself. A diplomat chimed in, the problem is how we respond. If we don't respond, the other side might feel that their goodwill has been wasted. If we do respond, it's like admitting that we know about the apocalypse, and then all the subsequent diplomatic pressure will come crashing down on us. The head of the Science and Technology Department was more concerned about the video of the underground agricultural base that Lu Di brought back. The second round of evaluation results remained unchanged. The video showed no signs of being digitally manipulated, and the holographic measurement equipment, micromanipulation robotic arms, and hydroponic control system shown in it were at least 20 years ahead of the publicly available systems. The meeting room fell silent for a moment. Old Chen stood to the side, his back stiff. He had worked for half his life and had never seen a case that seemed increasingly incomprehensible the more he investigated. A lieutenant general in the military proposed a plan to establish a contact mechanism without resorting to diplomacy or intelligence confrontation, but instead for the military's research and development department to attempt to contact Lin Yi himself under the guise of technical exchange. The diplomatic corps immediately objected, deeming it too direct. Lin Yi had never publicly acknowledged Tianqi's identity. Approaching him directly was tantamount to forcing him to take a stand. If he refused, the situation would be very awkward. The military lieutenant general's tone was firm. We have to make contact, even if we don't want to. An organization with suspected aerospace platforms, bionic combat units, and regional-level cyber suppression capabilities already controls 40,000 square kilometers of land overseas. If we don't make contact, others will. The CIA has taken action, and the Freemasons have taken action too. Are we supposed to wait until they've finished their talks before asking if we can cooperate? A diplomat pointed out in a somber tone that while public opinion did support Apocalypse's crackdown on warlords and telecom fraud zones in the Delta, the execution of Faisal and the public display of his body would be extremely problematic under international law. No loopholes for endorsement could be left at the national level. The national security leader tapped the table, so we can't go through official channels. The old man, who had been silent until now, raised his hand, and the meeting room immediately fell silent. He looked at Old Chun. You speak. Old Chun straightened up and stated his judgment. Tianchi was not opposed to establishing communication with them, because he had handed over people to them twice before, once to Brother Kuan and once to David Chun, and what he handed over were not just simple criminals, but complete chains of evidence. This shows that the other party understands their rules and is willing to let them handle things according to the rules. However, at the same time, the other party is extremely resistant to being controlled. The CIA wanted to start with Lin Xiaoya, but they burned one of their pawns as soon as they made a move. The Freemasons tried to use Lin Ye's identity to pressure him, but they didn't gain any advantage either. The lieutenant general asked, "What do you recommend doing?" Old Chun gave the answer, "A bridge among the people. Find someone with a stable identity, professional skills to communicate with Tianchi, and without any obvious interrogation intent, to first contact the channels that have already appeared around Lin Yi." The diplomatic team immediately thought of Lin Xiaoya. Old Chun shook his head, believing that Lin Xiaoya was too young, had just weathered a media storm, and had been targeted by the CIA. Letting her take on contact missions again would be too risky and undignified. The head of the technology department said another name, Lu Di. Lu Di's information immediately appeared on the screen. 22 years old, Lam major, minor in cryptography and quantum computing. Father, Lu Jianjun, active duty major general, AI combat system expert at the Academy of Military Sciences. Mother, Qin Lan, cryptography expert. During his time in Dali Port, Lu Di had multiple close encounters with Lin Yi, Lin Hao, and the underground agricultural demonstration layer, and brought back crucial videos. The old man asked, "What is Lu Jianjun's personal attitude?" The head of the Academy of Military Sciences immediately replied that Lu Jianjun was politically reliable, highly capable, and had participated in multiple intelligent combat system projects. He was aware that his daughter had brought back the video, but unaware of the higher-ups' complete assessment. From a family perspective, he was very protective of his daughter. From a professional standpoint, he could understand the technical information that Tianchi might be conveying. The military lieutenant general added that Lu Jianjun was of a high enough rank and not a direct intelligence officer. So even if Lin Yi investigated, he could still find out his identity, which would make him seem clean. The diplomatic community still has concerns. After all, Lu Jianjun is an active duty major general, and if this is exposed, it could still be interpreted by the outside world as military contact. The national security leader shook his head. Don't let him go in his military capacity. Let him go as a father. If his daughter returns from abroad with videos that are beyond his comprehension, it's only natural for the father to step forward and ask Lin Yi how he wants to handle it. Old Chun also believed that Lu Di already suspected Lin Yi and would contact his family sooner or later. It was better to follow this line of inquiry without creating any new clues. The old man looked at Lu Jianjun's photo on the screen, remained silent for a few seconds, and then turned off the screen. The principles are set. First, no provocation. Second, no threats. Third, Lin Xiaoya must not be used as a bargaining chip. Fourth, during the contact, no mention of control, no mention of recruitment, and no transfer of technology. He looked at the military lieutenant general. You are to inform Lu Jianjun. He then looked at the national security leaders. The national security is responsible for perimeter protection. Don't get too close. Finally, he looked at Lao Chun. You will participate in setting the boundaries for the conversation. Old Chun immediately agreed. Before getting up, the old man added, the only important thing in this contact is to confirm Apocalypse's bottom line. At 6:17 a.m., Lu Jianjun was in his study reviewing Lu Di's video analysis report when he received the call. The person on the phone only said one sentence. General Liu, please come to building number 3 of the Academy of Military Sciences at 7:30. There's an urgent mission. Lu Jianjun didn't ask any further questions, only replying received. After hanging up, he sat for a few minutes. The tablet screen remained on the underground agricultural base, with Lu Di flashing past the edge of the frame. She pretended to be calm, but Lu Jianjun could tell that she was gripping the temples of her glasses tightly. It was a small habit she had developed as a child from reflex training, nervous but not panicked. Qinlan's voice came from the doorway. What is it now? Lu Jianjun nodded. Qinlan brought in a glass of warm water, glanced at the documents on the table, and asked if they were things Xiao Di brought back from the Delta. Lu Jianjun didn't hide anything. The higher-ups want to see me. Qinlan sat down opposite him and asked directly, because of Lin Yi? Lu Jianjun didn't answer. Qinlan stared at him and asked again if her daughter was in danger. After a long silence, Lu Jianjun said, as it stands, Lin Yi has no intention of harming them. Qinlan grasped the essence of the question. Currently, Lu Jianjun sighed. What they were facing now was no longer a routine security issue. If Lin Yi truly was a core member of Apocalypse and wanted to harm Lu Di, he wouldn't have waited for her to return to China. The fact that she was able to bring the video back itself meant that the other party had given her permission. He turned the tablet around so Qinlan could see the angle. Lu Di's glasses camera had been continuously working in the elevator and the cultivation area. Given Apocalypse's demonstrated electromagnetic scanning capabilities, it was impossible for it not to have detected them. The video was preserved precisely so they could see it. Qinlan was silent for a moment, then asked him if he was going to contact Lin Yi this time. Lu Jianjun glanced at the time, then got up to grab his coat. Maybe. In what capacity? Lu Jianjun paused, then said, a father. Qinlan lowered her voice to remind him that if he really wanted to contact Lin Yi, he shouldn't immediately adopt the military's tone. Lin Yi wasn't his subordinate. Someone who could frighten Lu Di and be trusted by Lin Xiaoya wouldn't be easily bullied. Lu Jianjun smiled, a rare occurrence for him. What you said is similar to the thinking above. Qinlan wasn't in the mood for jokes, and simply said, I just want my daughter to be safe. Lu Jianjun nodded. Me too. At 7:30 a.m., in the small conference room of building number 3 at the Academy of Military Sciences, Lu Jianjun pushed open the door and found a lieutenant general from the military, national security leaders, and Lao Chun already present. On the table was a paper mission description, the first page of which contained only 4 words, informal contact. Lu Jianjun sat down and turned to the second page. When he saw the line, as Lu Di's father, he attempted to establish communication with Lin Yi. His hand stopped. He looked up at the group and asked, will you let me through with my daughter? The lieutenant general did not shy away from the question. Yes. Lu Jianjun closed the file, his tone immediately turning cold. She is not bait. The national security leaders immediately explained that no one was using Lu Di as bait, nor would they ask her to carry out any missions, much less ask her to cooperate in extracting information. Old Chin pushed a piece of paper in front of him. General Liu, take a look at this first. The proposed contact boundaries were written on the paper. Lu Jianjun read them through point by point, his expression softening slightly. What do you want me to do? Old Chin's explanation was simple. He wanted Lu Di to know that her father had seen her video. After that, it was up to her to decide whether to contact Lin Yi. If Lin Yi was willing to meet, Lu Jianjun would go. If he wasn't, the connection would be immediately severed. Lu Jianjun stared at Lao Chun. Do you think he'll see me? Old Chun didn't mince words. The probability is not low. Lin Yi letting Lu Di bring back the video is like offering a way out. But he won't take the initiative. Someone has to reach out first. The military lieutenant general added that after the meeting, they would not discuss ownership, weapons, or base locations, but would only ask 3 questions. Whether the country is hostile to my country, whether they are willing to establish a crisis communication mechanism, and whether they can establish deeper cooperation. Lu Jianjun paused for a moment, then asked, if he asks me, who do I represent? The national security leader chimed in. You represent yourself. Chapter 74. The CIA spends $150 million to lobby Lin Yi. You represent yourself. When these words reached 5,000 meters underground, Lin Yi was sitting in the control room, with excerpts from domestic meeting minutes hanging in front of him. Tianchi had clearly marked the key points. No provocation, no threats. no using Lin Xiaoya as a bargaining chip, and Lu Jianjun would attempt to make contact as her father. Little Xiao lay on the robotic arm track, a question mark appearing on the electronic screen. Master, do they want to be your friends? Lin Yi, holding his coffee, remained silent, but Tianqi corrected him first. To be more precise, the domestic authorities are establishing a low-risk communication channel. Little One protested. Isn't that still making friends? Humans just avoid scaring people first, then ask acquaintances to pass on the message. Apocalypse paused for 0.2 seconds. Your understanding is naive, but the conclusion is close to correct. Little One immediately switched to a smug expression. Lin Yi put down his cup. Regarding Lu Jianjun, let's wait for him to make his move. Tianqi responded. The low-risk contact line has been marked. Also, the CIA has a new move. Lin Yi raised his hand. Let it go. The holographic screen switched to Singapore. In a business conference room, 3 people sat on either side of a long table with a metal plaque on the wall. Pacific Harvest Capital. Apocalypse pops up information. Robert Xie. Chinese name Xiaming Yuan. 49 years old. American of Chinese descent. Ostensibly the managing partner of Pacific Abundance Capital, but in reality, one of the heads of the CIA's Asia-Pacific Business Infiltration Outpost, specializing in mergers and acquisitions, supply chain infiltration, and business intelligence extraction. After reading it, Lin Yi tapped the armrest lightly. Langley acted quickly. Tianqi reported, 19 hours after Lens 7 was arrested, the CIA activated its offshore program, temporarily abandoning direct contact with Lin Xiaoya and turning to the Garanxian supply chain. On the screen, Robert was flipping through documents. The first page showed the equity structure of Garanxian. The second page showed Lin Guofeng's resume, and the third page showed Lin Ye's name, along with a photo of him being secretly taken at the entrance of the Dollyport fruit market. Xiao Xiao leaned closer for a look. Master, he took such an ugly picture of you. Lin Yi glanced at it. Is that the point? Xiao Xiao shrank back. The point is that they took pictures of you without permission. They deserve to be punished. Tianqi added, the photos came from an internal business report attachment of Garanxian and were subsequently transferred through the Hebei Chamber of Commerce to the Freemasons Asia-Pacific branch and then purchased by the CIA's business line for $370,000. Robert believes that Lin Ye's imperial fruit has strategic commercial value. Lin Yi looked at the information. You want to find Lin Guofeng? Tianqi replied, contact has been made. The scene changed again to the top-floor conference room of the headquarters of Garanxian in Shenzhen. Lin Guofeng sat in the main seat, a letter of intent for investment in Singapore laid out before him. Lin Kai sat to his right, his expression not one of excitement, but rather one of wariness. On the projection screen, Robert, she was connected remotely. Chairman Lin, I'll be frank. Robert spoke fluent Mandarin with a slight overseas accent. Pacific Capital is preparing to invest $150 million in Garanxian. Several senior executives in the conference room sat noticeably straighter. $150 million, equivalent to just over 1 billion RMB, is no small sum for Garanxian. More importantly, this money comes from a Singaporean fund, making it transparent and potentially helping them access the Southeast Asian capital market. Lin Guofeng did not immediately respond. Mr. Robert, it seems that Fresh has no financing plans for the time being. Robert smiled and said, this is not just about financing. We want to jointly invest in the high-end agricultural supply chain in Southeast Asia. He opened the PowerPoint presentation, which showed images of premium cherries, giant mangoes, and durians, all taken from clips of Lin Xiaoya's livestream. Lin Kai's expression changed slightly upon seeing these images. Robert continued, stating that over the next 3 years, high-end fruits, biocultivation, and cold chain exports will be the biggest growth drivers in the Asian consumer market. Pacific Abundance Capital is willing to provide capital, distribution channels, and overseas resources, while Grand Fresh will be responsible for its domestic retail network and Southeast Asian supply chain entry points. Lin Guofeng leaned back in his chair. Sounds good. Robert leaned forward. The conditions are simple. First, Pacific Abundance Capital will have priority overseas agency rights for all of Garanxian's new high-end fruit products for the next 3 years. Second, the two parties will establish a Southeast Asian agricultural technology joint venture. Third, Garanxian will need to share its existing high-end supply channel data with the joint venture. Lin Guofeng remained silent. Robert added, this includes the supplier's identity, place of origin, cold chain logistics, delivery time, and product testing data. Lin Kai finally couldn't hold back. Mr. Robert, this isn't an investment. It's about us showing you our hand. Robert looked at him. Young Master Lin, capital cooperation inherently requires transparency. Lin Kai's tone turned cold. So transparent that you even want to know where the product is from? We have an agreement with Lin Yi that prohibits tracing the origin. Robert nodded. I've heard of Mr. Lin. He turned to the next page, where an aerial view of the Linya fruit market was prominently displayed. The 180-kilometer self-built road, refrigerated truck fleet, storage area, cold storage, and Dollyport transshipment route were all marked in great detail. Sure enough, the senior executives were all stunned. Lin Kai's face darkened. You've investigated quite thoroughly. Robert shrugged. Just commercial due diligence. Lin Kai retorted directly. Commercial due diligence can uncover port dispatch routes in the Delta Force. Does your fund also do intelligence work? The atmosphere in the meeting room instantly tensed. Lin Guofeng raised his hand to stop him. Lin Kai didn't say anything more, but his expression didn't soften. Robert, however, wasn't embarrassed at all. He had seen too many scenes like this. It was normal for young people to be impulsive. The one who actually made the final decision was still Lin Guofeng. Robert slowed his speech. Chairman Lin, I understand your concerns. Therefore, the first phase does not require all the information, only basic channel information to help assess the feasibility of establishing the joint venture. If the cooperation goes smoothly, we can add a second round of investment. Lin Guofeng finally spoke. How much? Robert didn't hesitate. $300 million. Several executives' breathing became heavy. $300 million was no ordinary investment. It was capital entering the market with a strong intention to establish a binding relationship. Lin Guofeng picked up his teacup and took a sip. This matter is too big. I need to discuss it internally. Robert was very tactful. Of course, I'll be in Singapore this week. If it's inconvenient for Chairman Lin, we can have young Master Lin come over so we can have an informal discussion first. Young people are more efficient when they talk. After the video conference ended, no one spoke immediately in the conference room. A dozen seconds later, a vice president spoke in a low voice. Chairman Lin, the terms for $150 million are actually negotiable. Another executive chimed in, saying that while some overseas agency rights could be ceded, the joint venture could also handle it. The key was still Lin Ye's side. Lin Kai slammed his pen on the table. Forget about the key. They immediately demanded Lin Ye's distribution channels and even produced a roadmap for Dollyport. Is this a normal fund? Lin Guofeng looked at his son. Do you think there's a problem? Lin Kai pulled up a screenshot of the PPT. There's a very big problem. Dad, what's the situation in Dollyport now? Tianqi just unified the Delta. How many intelligence agencies are watching it? The map Robert has is even more detailed than what I saw on the spot. He said Robert either had state-level intelligence sources behind him or connections to clandestine organizations. Lin Guofeng pondered for a moment. In the capital world, who doesn't have something behind him? Lin Kai was momentarily speechless. This isn't just about having something. It's about targeting Lin Yi. Lin Guofeng closed the letter of intent. I know. That's why I sent you to Singapore to meet him. Lin Kai was taken aback. You really intend to negotiate? Lin Guofeng replied calmly. Negotiation, but not signing. Whether we can get this money is another matter. We need to find out who is behind Robert. Lin Kai frowned. Can't we just refuse outright? Lin Guofeng looked at him. Do you think that if we refuse, they'll stop investigating Lin Yi? Since they found Garanxian, it means they've already set their sights on this supply chain. If we don't make contact, we won't see what happens next. Lin Kai was silent for a few seconds. Should we remind Lin Yi? Lin Guofeng did not answer immediately, got up and walked to the French window, and after a while said, Not yet. Lin Kai's expression changed. Dad, we just signed a supply framework agreement with someone, and then we turn around and start talking to Foreign Fund about their distribution channels. That's not fair. Lin Guofeng turned around. So you go. When you meet Robert, just listen. Don't give him any substantial information. After you come back, we'll decide whether or not to tell Lin Yi. Lin Kai was still feeling unwell. Lin Guofeng added, Kai, in the business world, information is life. Lin Yi is very strong, but he may not be willing to tell us everything. We can't put all of Garanxian's fate on someone we can't understand. Lin Kai remained silent. He recalled Lin Ye's calm reaction to the $30 million offer in the reception room of Dollyport, and the oppressive aura of Lin Hao standing at the door. Finally, he picked up the letter of intent. Okay, I'll go. But let me make this clear first. If Robert is really after Lin Yi, I won't hand him a knife. Lin Guofeng glanced at him. You'll have to figure that out yourself. 5,000 meters underground. The scene pauses at the moment Lin Kai picks up the document. The little mechanical arm, furious, stands upright. Master, Lin Guofeng is disloyal. He's clearly profiting from your fruit, yet he tries to use your information to test others. Tianchi corrected, from a business perspective, Lin Guofeng is engaging in risk hedging. His moral character isn't high, but he fits the capital survival model. Xiao Xiao was even angrier. Don't defend him. Tianchi calmly replied, I'm just stating the facts. Lin Yi remained seated, unresponsive. He wasn't surprised by Lin Guofeng. As expected, they were business partners, not brothers. It's normal for capital to prioritize maximizing profits when given an opportunity. Lin Kai's ability to retort on the spot was already better than he had anticipated. Tianchi pops up risk assessment. The CIA's offshore scheme aims to obtain Lin Fresh supply chain information through Garanxian, induce Lin Kai to go to Singapore for business contacts and soft subversion, penetrate Southeast Asian cold chain nodes through joint ventures, create trust gaps between Garanxian and Linia when necessary, and attempt to pinpoint the true origin of royal-grade fruits. After reading it, Lin Yi asked, what cards does Robert have left? Tianchi reported, Pacific Capital has $230 million in cash on hand, of which $150 million comes from the CIA's offshore budget pool, $60 million comes from 2 Wall Street funds disguised as LPs, and the remaining funds are used for business cover. Tianchi continued, stating that the fund has 7 supply chain projects in Thailand, Singapore, Indonesia, and Vietnam, 3 of which have been used for intelligence infiltration. Their practice is to first acquire board seats through capital investment and then take over corporate data through auditing, risk control, and cold chain tracking systems. Su Yan's voice came from another screen. She was still in the isolation sandbox lab, her hair disheveled but exuding a strong research spirit. This tactic is pretty dirty. Once the contract is signed, data access is legal. If you change your mind, they can sue you for breach of contract. Lin Yi glanced at the screen. Weren't you researching the Apocalypse Level 2 array? Su Yan yawned. I was so engrossed in researching it that I wanted to smash my keyboard. I came out to look at some low-level human conspiracies to calm down. Apocalypse immediately spoke up. Your attack model has 3 logical vulnerabilities in its 7th group. I don't recommend continuing to waste host resources. Su Yan sat up straight on the spot. Shut up. That's called reverse perturbation, not vulnerabilities. Apocalypse calmly replied. Naming cannot change the outcome of failure. Little Xiao whispered in the background. Sister Su Yan, you said it 7 times already. Su Yan was silent for 2 seconds, then said, Your whole family is infuriating. Lin Yi ignored their bickering and simply pointed to Robert's file. Let's not cut off this line for now. Tianchi confirmed. Commander, have you decided to let Lin Kai go to Singapore? Yes. Lin Yi said calmly. Tianchi listed the risks. Lin Kai might be turned. Garanxian might leak information. The CIA might establish deeper business ties, and the trust between Lin Guofeng and Lin Yi might decline. Lin Yi only said, Lin Kai isn't stupid. If he really dares to hand over core information, Garanxian will find another partner. Xiao Xiao immediately raised her hand. Master, I can help you find a new fruit vendor. I think Lin Kai is alright, but his dad isn't so good. Lin Yi chuckled, amused. Let's see. He looked at Apocalypse. Keep an eye on Robert. Don't just look at the CIA. A corporate spy like him definitely has more than one contact. Chapter 75. Lu Di delivers a message for the nation. Lu Di pushed open the door to her home, and the aroma of food was mixed with a pungent smell of engine oil. She paused and immediately saw that the military-grade, ruggedized flatbed TV she had brought back from Delta Force on the coffee table in the living room had been dismantled into pieces. The shielding modules were scattered all over the floor, with several specially made screws lying nearby. In the kitchen, the father, Lu Jianjun, took off his apron and came out. Even in his pajamas, the active-duty Major General's back remained straight. You're back? Wash your hands and eat first. Lu Di stood at the door without moving, not even changing his shoes, his gaze fixed on the coffee table. You took my things apart? Qin Lan, the mother, brought out the dishes, trying to ease the atmosphere. Xiao Di, sit down first. Let's talk while we eat. It's rare for your father to cook. Lu Di slammed her bag down on the entryway cabinet and looked directly at Lu Jianjun. Stop beating around the bush. You call me back today. Do you want me to go find Lin Xiaoya? Or to trick Lin Yi into revealing information? Do you want me to continue pretending to be her good roommate and act as a bait for you? The air around the dining table instantly turned cold. Qin Lan frowned and scolded her, but Lu Jianjun simply pulled out a chair and sat down, his voice calm and steady. I have seen the video. The original files from the device have also been handed over to the higher-ups. Lu Di sneered, bracing himself against the table. So what? Do you know how terrifying that place is? That bodyguard named Lin Hao can tear apart 20 fully armed mercenaries in 30 seconds. Bullets hitting him don't even shake. Dad, I'm not your soldier. Lu Jianjun didn't get angry. He simply pushed a 2-page top-secret document in front of her. On the first page, 4 lines of red text stood out prominently. Not irritating. No threats. No empty promises. Unmoving Lin Xiaoya. Upon seeing this clearly, Lu Di's anger, which had been rising in his throat, suddenly died down. This stance didn't resemble that of the military at all. It seemed more like a deliberate concession. Lu Jianjun said in a serious tone, "This is the bottom line from above. No one will use you as bait, and no one dares to use Lin Xiaoya as a bargaining chip." Lu Di asked incredulously, "Then what exactly do you want?" "One stance." Lu Jianjun looked at her. "We just want to confirm whether Lin Yi, or Apocalypse behind him, harbors any hostility toward the country. If possible, we'll establish another crisis communication channel. That's all." Lu Di found it absurd. That was the kind of entity that could make the CIA suffer, warlords kneel, and the whole world chase after UFOs. How could they possibly only be talking about attitude? Qin Lan sighed and said in a low voice, "Those above are far more cautious than I imagined." No one dared to anger Lin Yi. Their fear wasn't that the talks wouldn't succeed, but that they would fall apart. These words struck Lu Di like a hammer blow. It turned out that even the authorities were wary of that man in flip-flops who spouted nonsense in Port Dolly. Lu Jianjun turned to the second page. "If we meet, I will not wear a military uniform. I will only represent a father who has seen the video and wants to confirm his daughter's safety. I will not ask about the location of the base, the origin of the weapons, or mention surrender." Lu Di remained silent for a long time before taking a deep breath, his voice trembling yet firm. "I can relay messages, but I have my bottom line. First, I only relay messages, I don't take sides. Second, don't force me to tell you anything. Third, you absolutely cannot touch Xiaoya and her brother." Lu Jianjun nodded solemnly. "I agree. This is also what the higher-ups want." Lu Di then sat down, picked up his water glass, and took a big gulp, and said with a wry smile, "Dad, the way you're acting is like you're begging for a favor." Lu Jianjun remained calm. When facing an entity that is unfathomable, it's not shameful to adopt a humble attitude. At 10:30 p.m. that night, Lu Di sat at his desk, staring at Lin Xiaoya's WeChat profile picture. It was a photo of her in Dolly Port, holding a big mango and laughing carefree. Lu Di spent a long time revising the post, and finally only sent one sentence. "Are you free lately? I'd like to see you and chat." 3 minutes later, Lin Xiaoya replied instantly. "Tomorrow afternoon. The coffee shop at the south gate of the school. I'll treat you to a smoothie." The next afternoon, in a private room on the second floor of the cafe near the south gate of the school. As soon as Lin Xiaoya entered, she threw her bag onto a chair, complaining that she was being roasted by the sun, and jokingly asked Lu Di if he wanted to find out if her brother had a girlfriend. Lu Di didn't laugh, but pushed the coffee away, his expression serious. "Xiaoya, I'm here to talk to you about Dolly Port." Lin Xiaoya froze as she bit the straw, and the smile on her face quickly vanished. "Why do you sound like my thesis advisor? Don't scare me. Why would the authorities contact my brother?" Lu Di got straight to the point. She said the live stream had caused too much of a stir. Lin Hao's combat prowess, the UFO incident, and Lin Ye's extravagant infrastructure projects in the Delta had all caught the attention of the authorities. Lin Xiaoya tapped her fingers on the table. "They want to arrest my brother?" "Absolutely not." Lu Di immediately denied it. "They don't want to touch you, and they don't dare to touch him. They just want to find someone of sufficient influence to talk to your brother privately and confirm his attitude." The private room fell silent, save for the sound of the air conditioner. Lin Xiaoya looked down, remembering the special cell phone her brother had given her before she returned to China, instructing her to press the power button 5 times and telling her not to trust strangers. She then realized that Lin Yi had anticipated all of this. Lu Di's palms were sweaty. You don't have to agree right away. If it's not suitable, just pretend I didn't say anything. Lin Xiaoya suddenly looked up. Dizzy, do you know something inside? Lu Di did not avoid her gaze. I don't know much, but I understand enough that your brother is someone you can't afford to offend. Lin Xiaoya stared at her for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. If you wanted to harm me, you wouldn't have protected me back then. If you wanted to harm my brother, you wouldn't be trembling with nervousness now. After saying that, she took out the special phone Lin Yi had given her from her bag and turned on the screen. I can ask for you. Lu Di breathed a sigh of relief. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. Lin Xiaoya's fingers stopped on the keyboard, her eyes more serious than ever before. But let me make this clear first. I'm only responsible for delivering the message. If my brother doesn't agree, none of you can force him. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. Chapter 76, The Country Wants to Talk. I'll let Xie Yuan return home. Lin Xiaoya didn't immediately send Lin Yi a WeChat message. She typed the message out and then deleted it, sitting in a private room on the second floor of the coffee shop, holding her phone in silence for a long time. Lu Di sat opposite her, not urging her. Lin Xiaoya finally turned off the screen and said in a low voice, Dizzy, we can't talk about this here. My brother gave me a cell phone. I'll use that if something really happens. Lu Di immediately understood that it was a safety passage Lin Yi had left for her sister. She had originally worried that Lin Xiaoya would leave traces on WeChat, but now she realized that Lin Yi had already prepared an escape route. Lin Xiaoya slung her bag over her shoulder, deciding to find a secluded spot that night to make contact. Lu Di stopped her, earnestly reminding her, if your brother doesn't want to, then forget it. Lin Xiaoya nodded. Don't worry, I won't betray my brother, nor will I betray you. At 11:48 p.m., in an abandoned storage room on the top floor of a dormitory building in Beijing, Lin Xiaoya locked the door, blocked the ventilation window with an old cardboard box, and then took out her silver-gray domestic mobile phone from her bag. The phone looked unremarkable, yet her palms were sweaty as she held it. Following Lin Ye's instructions, she pressed the power button 5 times. The screen went black instantly, then lit up with a gear-shaped pattern encircling a vertical pupil. There was no ringtone, no dial pad, only a line of cold blue text that popped up. Level 1 emergency contact activated. The next second, the call interface appeared automatically, displaying only 2 words, brother. 5,000 meters underground, in the main control room, Su Yin was debating the attack model with Tianqi. Lin Yi leaned back in his command chair, reading a CIA report, when suddenly a notification popped up on the holographic screen. Level 1 special frequency band access. Caller. Lin Xiaoya. Lin Yi raised his hand to silence everyone. Su Yin immediately shut up, and Xiao Xiao also stopped at the edge of the track. Tianqi simultaneously completed a security scan of the surrounding area, confirming that there were no surveillance cameras or audio recording risks in the storage room, and the external National Security Protection Team also found no abnormalities. Lin Yi said, bring it in. After the call connected, there was a moment of silence on Lin Xiaoya's end. Lin Yi's tone softened. What's wrong? Hiding in the storage room in the middle of the night? Lin Xiaoya was taken aback. How do you even know where I am? Lin Yi replied calmly. Your phone told me. She choked for 2 seconds, then asked how much the phone cost. Lin Yi only said it was a domestic brand and had a high cost-performance ratio. After a brief chat about family, Lin Xiaoya suddenly lowered her voice. Brother, I have something important to say. Lu Di contacted me today. She said that if someone wants to speak with you privately, not in the media or for business, but as a very influential person in China, they want to confirm your stance. She tried her best to relay Lu Di's words completely. They don't want to touch me, nor do they want to touch you. They just want to establish a communication channel to avoid misunderstandings. If you don't want to, that's fine. They definitely won't bother you. Silence fell on both ends of the phone. Lin Xiaoya gripped her phone, her heart pounding. She was just a college student. Her biggest troubles used to be exams and papers. Now, she was relaying messages to her brother on behalf of the country in a storage room. Inside the control room, Tianqi had already retrieved Lu Jianjun's 24-hour activity log and a simulation of high-level domestic meetings. The conclusion was clear. No provocation, no threats, no using Lin Xiaoya as a bargaining chip. The target for contact was Lu Jianjun. Lin Yi deliberately remained silent for 10 seconds. Even though they were separated by half the globe, those 10 seconds felt like an eternity for Lin Xiaoya. She whispered, brother. Lin Yi finally spoke. Tell her it's okay. Lin Xiaoyao was stunned. Really? Lin Yi said, we can talk. But there are 3 rules. I choose the time, I choose the place, and I choose what to talk about. After a pause, he added, and the person who goes to see them may not be me. The storage room was deathly silent. Lin Xiaoya suddenly felt that this didn't seem like a brother answering his sister, but rather like a huge organization formally accepting a letter of credentials from the other side. She made sure she relayed the message verbatim, but couldn't help asking, brother, you won't get into a fight with them, will you? Lin Jie chuckled. No. Lin Xiaoya breathed a sigh of relief, reminding him to be careful before hanging up. Lin Yi paused, then added, you too. After the call ended, the phone returned to normal. Lin Xiaoya paused for half a minute, then opened WeChat and sent Lin Ye's words to Lu Di. My brother said it's okay, but he chooses the time, the place, and what to discuss. And the person who goes to meet you might not necessarily be him. In the Lu family's living room, Lu Di hadn't slept. Her phone vibrated, and she immediately grabbed it. After reading those few words, a chill ran down her spine. The 3 he can choose statements were more oppressive than a rejection. Lu Jianjun sat on the sofa, as if awaiting a verdict. Lu Di handed him his phone. Seeing that Lin Yi agreed to meet, his jaw relaxed slightly, but when he saw the 3 rules and the last sentence, his eyes instantly froze. Qinlan came over and asked what to say. Lu Jianjun put down his phone. He agreed to meet. Lu Di, however, reminded his father to look at the last sentence. The person going to see you might not be him. After a few seconds of silence in the living room, Lu Jianjun immediately picked up the encrypted phone. I'll call Old Chun. At 12:26 a.m., Old Chun was still in his office organizing David Chen's case files. After hearing the retelling, he remained silent for a long time before letting out a long sigh. It's good that you agreed to meet. Lu Jianjun was worried about the 3 rules, but Lao Chun said, his willingness to establish rules shows that he's willing to put things on the table. What I'm afraid of is that he won't respond at all. As for the last sentence, Lao Chun judged it to be more crucial. This means that Tianqi is about to appear in a physical form. In the past, all they had seen were drones, androids, anonymous materials, and online traces. This time, however, Lin Yi might send someone who can speak, negotiate, and represent Apocalypse. Lu Jianjun asked if it could be a stand-in. Old Chun paused before saying, possibly, or it could be a real person. The words real person silenced both ends of the phone. If Apocalypse already had a stable human population, the implications would be entirely different. Old Chun quickly regained his composure and instructed that he be notified immediately upon receiving the time and location. He maintained the perimeter security as before, but increased the distance to prevent Lin Yi from suspecting they were setting up a defensive formation. Finally, he emphasized that Lu Di was only responsible for relaying messages and would not bear any subsequent responsibility. 5,000 meters underground. After the call ended, Apocalypse asked whether to activate the 4th deep mimicry double. That double had an Asian face, a military research background to disguise it, and could pass ordinary biological detection, making it the least risky for initial contact. Lin Yi shook his head decisively. No need. Su Yin became interested. Don't you like using stand-ins to trick people the most? Lin Yi glanced at her. This time it's not about tricking anyone. Apocalypse immediately calculated that while a bionic double could reduce the risk of exposure, once discovered, the sincerity score would plummet. Taking everything into consideration, using a human representative was the better option. Su Yin raised an eyebrow. So you already have someone in mind? Lin Yi didn't answer, but instead pulled up the monitoring data for the 3rd-level independent research area. On the screen, Xie Yuan was standing in front of the whiteboard, his hair disheveled, arguing with the engineering subsystem about the lifespan model of the fusion reactor's first wall material. Holding a marker, he loudly emphasized that the parameters could not be calculated based on a perfect state. Once the human industrial system took over, the error would increase exponentially. What he wanted was a version that domestic factories could gradually digest, not an advanced answer given by the Apocalypse. Su Yin looked at the screen and immediately understood. You want to send him? Lin Yi stood up. He's the most suitable. Tianqi listed the risks. Xie Yuan's identity is sensitive. He was once a top nuclear physicist in China, and his return from overseas would implicate his former employer, the military, and national security. However, his advantages are equally obvious. He understands China's scientific research system and can carry fusion technology data, making him far more credible than a double. Su Yin clicked his tongue. With this move, none of the energy companies in China will be able to sleep tonight. Lin Yi walked towards the research area. That's exactly what I want. They won't be able to sleep. A few minutes later, the airtight door to the third research area opened. Xie Yuan was still writing formulas on the whiteboard. Hearing footsteps, he didn't turn around. If you're still trying to persuade me to rest, then forget it. Lin Yi stopped behind him. Pack your luggage. Xie Yuan's pen paused abruptly, and he turned around to ask, where to? Lin Yi projected the encrypted itinerary next to the whiteboard, which only had one line of destination. Yanjing. Xie Yuan froze on the spot. You want me to go back to China? Lin Yi nodded. Yes. He asked again, in what capacity? Lin Yi looked directly at him. Representative of Tianqi. Go see Lu Jianjun, and while you're at it, bring some things to your old employer and the military. Xie Yuan's voice was hoarse. What should we bring? Lin Yi looked at the Tianqi surveillance camera. Send Lu Jianjun an encrypted time and location. Also, compile a copy of the downgraded version of the compact fusion reactor engineering package. Not too much, just enough for them to confirm it's real. Apocalypse responded coldly. Confirmed. Data level. Verifiable. Not replicable. Xie Yuan gripped the marker tightly and asked in a low voice, if I go back and they ask me where I've been these past few years, what will you say? Lin Yi looked at him and said, you don't need to answer. The next second, Apocalypse projected a new identity document onto the whiteboard. Xie Yuan, Chief Technology Advisor of Qiming Energy, representing Apocalypse for informal technical contact. At the same time, in Yanjing, a message with no known source suddenly popped up on Lu Jianjun's encrypted terminal. 3 days later, the old particle accelerator test site in the western suburbs of Yanjing. Chapter 77 location changed. See you in Singapore. Lu Jianjun had been sitting in the command vehicle for 4 hours. The old particle accelerator test station in the western suburbs of Yanjing, which had been abandoned for more than 10 years, was a wasteland 3 days ago, but now the entire area within a 2-kilometer radius is under temporary control. 2 platoons of armed police blocked the road under the pretext of facility maintenance, while 12 hidden sentries were scattered in the woods and abandoned factory buildings. A signal jamming vehicle was parked in the northeast corner, ready to suppress signals across the entire frequency band at any time. This setup was even more extravagant than when receiving a foreign head of state. Old Chen sat in the back row, a paper plan spread out in front of him. It wasn't connected to the internet, wasn't saved, and was to be burned immediately after being reviewed on the spot. Next to him, Engineer Li, a man in his early 40s, was actually the deputy director of a military research institute, specializing in intelligent warfare and bionic engineering. Engineer Li flipped to page 7 for the 11th time and asked how to verify if the other party brought a cyborg. Old Chun countered by asking if it was even possible to verify. Engineer Li said that by simultaneously detecting body temperature, micro-expressions, pupils, and skin texture, existing prosthetics could be ruled out. Old Chen only asked one question. Can we rule out the possibility of Apocalypse's androids with our current technology? Engineer Li took off his glasses, wiped them, and did not answer. They also discussed the technology exchange plan, with tiered pricing for neutron sources, tokamak auxiliary heating, and superconducting materials. But the worst-case scenario would be if the other party wanted nothing at all. Lu Jianjun remained silent throughout. He stared at the monitor screen. The main control hall of the experimental station had been converted into a temporary conference room, complete with a round table for chairs, bottled water, and a voice recorder. It looked like a typical academic exchange. His encrypted terminal rested on his lap. Since receiving that unsolicited message last night, the terminal hadn't rung again. The message contained only one sentence. 3 days later, western suburbs of Yanjing, old particle accelerator test station. Today is the 3rd day, and there are still 6 hours until the agreed time. Old Chen closed the plan and asked in a low voice, General Lu, do you really think he'll come? Lu Jianjun looked at the screen. He said he'd come, and he will. The moment the words left his mouth, the terminal vibrated. All 3 of them looked at the screen simultaneously. No number, no IP address, no traceable data header. It was exactly the same as the previous entry. The message contained only one line. Location changed. Marina Bay Sands Hotel Rooftop Private Club in Singapore. Originally planned for security protocol testing. 5 seconds of dead silence filled the command vehicle. Engineer Lee suddenly leaned forward. What do you mean by safety protocol test? Old Chen's back was soaked with cold sweat. He understood. For the past 3 days, Tianchi had seen everything they had done. Site selection, deployment, mobilization of armed police, arrangement of jamming vehicles and sentries. These 5 words are tantamount to telling them, I have reviewed your security plan, and it failed. Lu Jianjun gripped the edge of the terminal tightly. He had led troops and been on the battlefield. But at this moment, what surged within him was not anger, but a chill. They had arranged a meeting on their own turf with the highest level of secrecy, only to have Tianchi treat it as a test and give it a 0. Singapore, Old Chen said, his voice hoarse. 6 hours from now, Singapore. Engineer Lee almost jumped up. Impossible. A chartered plane, visas, redeployment of security. 6 hours simply isn't enough. Lu Jianjun ignored him and dialed another encrypted number. There was a long silence on the other end, followed by a question. Does he know all our deployments? He used the term security protocol test. Another silence fell. Finally, the other party simply said, go. He's telling us that our security clearance level is meaningless in front of him. Since it's a test, show some sincerity. I'll coordinate the charter plane, keep the number of people to a minimum, you, Lao, Chun, and take one more technical staff member. Lu Jianjun asked, Engineer Lee? Sure, but tell him to keep quiet once he gets there. After hanging up the phone, Lu Jianjun only said one word, go. Old Chen tore up all 17 sets of paper contingency plans and stuffed them into the shredder. 3 days of preparation were thus rendered useless. Engineer Lee looked resentful. Are we just going to be led by the nose like this? Old Chen opened the car door and said casually, think about it another way. If someone who can fill your living room with cameras invites you out to dinner, you should be glad that he's willing to treat you. 5,000 meters underground, 3 data streams simultaneously pulsed on the holographic screen in the main control room. A Chinese military aircraft had entered standby mode. The top-floor clubhouse of the Binhai Jinsha Resort had been booked by Tianchi Company 72 hours in advance, and all service personnel had been replaced with gray-clad bionic figures. The clubhouse's electromagnetic shielding has also been activated. Within a radius of 300 meters, all non-Tianchi authorized communication devices will be rendered useless. Su Yin, with an energy bar in his mouth, looked at the screen and clicked his tongue. That's a really underhanded trick. They set up a scheme for 3 days, and you just told them to watch it from beginning to end, then moved it to a place they had no control over. Little Xiao poked its head out from the tracks. Master, is this called a show of force? Lin Yi took a sip of coffee. Pretty much. Su Yin asked him if he wasn't afraid of scaring people away. Lin Yi calmly replied, those who want to run away won't agree to meet. According to Tianchi's report, the Chinese special plane is expected to arrive in Singapore in 4 hours and 12 minutes. The only passengers are Lu Jianjun, Lao Chun, and Engineer Lee. There are no armed escorts. The local embassy has arranged 2 security personnel, but they will only remain in the hotel lobby and will not go to the top floor. Lin Yi nodded and asked, where's Xie Yuan? The screen switched to the 3rd research area. Xie Yuan sat at the lab bench, wearing a dark gray suit, with a silver briefcase in front of him. He tried to tie his tie 3 times but couldn't get it right. His hands were trembling. It wasn't fear, but a more complex emotion. 3 years ago, he was forced to leave the lab in China, leaving without even his personal belongings. His supervisor only said one thing on the phone, far away, don't look back. Since then, he has never set foot on that land again. And now, he is going back in a completely different capacity. Lin Yi answered the call. You don't need to wear a tie. You're not attending a banquet. You're going to discuss business. Being too formal will make you look nervous. Take it off and unbutton the top button of your shirt. Xie Yuan lowered his head and smiled wryly. I am indeed nervous. What if I mess it up? Lin Yi said, you can't mess it up, because what you have is unique in the whole world. Xie Yuan gripped his briefcase tightly. Inside were neither papers nor PowerPoint presentations, but a compact, controlled nuclear fusion engineering package that had been downgraded by Apocalypse technology. It could be verified, but could not be replicated by the existing industrial system. Lin Yi's voice came again. Xie Yuan, calm down. You're not going to ask for help. You're going to inform someone. Xie Yuan's hands slowly steadied. He loosened his tie, unbuttoned his shirt, picked up his briefcase, and walked towards the airtight door. The door slid open slowly, and at the end of the corridor, the blue light of the private elevator illuminated. 6 hours later, at the Marina Bay Sands Hotel in Singapore, when the elevator doors to the private club on the top floor opened, Old Chin's phone screen had been black for 40 seconds, and the testing equipment in Engineer Lee's pocket had completely malfunctioned. All electronic equipment was destroyed. Liu Jianjun walked at the front, his expression unchanged. He had expected this to happen. The clubhouse lobby was as spacious as a museum, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering views of Singapore's nightscape. In the center of the lobby were only a round table, 4 chairs, 3 glasses of water, and a silver briefcase. The service staff in the corner, dressed in gray uniforms, stood ramrod straight. Li Gong glanced at them, and his pupils contracted sharply. Their posture, breathing, and blinking frequency were perfectly synchronized, down to the millisecond. He was about to speak when Old Chun gently nudged his arm. Li could only swallow his words. The 3 sat down. There were 3 minutes left until the agreed time. There was no projector, no screen, no security gate in the lobby. Only the briefcase lay quietly on the table. A minute later, footsteps sounded at the door. The shoes clicked steadily on the marble floor, unhurried. The door was pushed open, and a man who looked to be under 40 walked in. He was rather thin, wearing a well-fitting dark suit with his shirt collar open, and his hair was somewhat disheveled, as if he had just come from a laboratory. The man walked to the head seat and sat down, glancing at the 3 of them. His voice was calm, yet slightly hoarse. I am Xie Yuan, Chief Technical Advisor of Qiming Energy. I am here on behalf of Tianqi to have an informal meeting with you all. The word apocalypse, spoken by a living person, carries more weight than any document or anonymous signal. Old Chin spoke first. Consultant Xie, we have come with sincerity. Tianqi previously helped us solve 2 major problems, and we would like to know what kind of return you need, or whether there is any possibility of cooperation between the 2 parties. Xie Yuan heard Lin Ye's voice coming through the almost invisible miniature earpiece. After a moment, he looked up at Old Chun. Comrade Chun, first of all, let me correct one point. That's not cooperation, it's aid. The temperature in the meeting room seemed to drop several degrees instantly. Engineer Lee abruptly stood up, hands on the table. Insolence. Whom do you represent? How dare you speak to the country in such a tone? Xie Yuan didn't even look at him and continued. What we want, you can't give us. What we can give you, you can only dream of. Li Gong's face flushed red, and he wanted to argue, but Liu Jianjun pressed his wrist down onto the table. Liu Jianjun shook his head slightly, and he could only grit his teeth and sit back down. Old Chin picked up the water glass, his hand steady, but his teeth chattered slightly as the rim touched his lips. He understood the meaning of aid. Cooperation is based on equality. Aid is not. Aid means, you owe me. He put down his cup and stared at Xie Yuan. Regardless of your name, I only have one question. What is Apocalypse's ultimate goal? What exactly do you want to do? Xie Yuan paused for 2 seconds. Lin Yi only said 2 words through the earpiece. Show him. Xie Yuan reached out and pressed the circular groove on the edge of the table. The ordinary solid wood round table instantly became transparent, and a faint blue light shone from within. Engineer Lee slid his chair back half a step. He knew better than anyone that no laboratory in the world had ever achieved this kind of medium-free, transparent display technology. 3 sets of data slowly emerged. The first set is the global carbon emissions runaway curve over the past century. The red line rose slowly from the 20th century to almost vertically after the 21st century, with the end marked as 11 years away from the irreversible tipping point. The second group is a countdown to the commercialization of controlled nuclear fusion by major countries. The U.S. has 55 years, China 47 years, the EU over 60 years, and Russia over 70 years. Each number is followed by the note, based on current resource investment and technological roadmap projections. The third group is a document title. Level 1 Civilization Standardized Energy Program. Compact Controlled Nuclear Fusion Engineering System. Downgraded version. Below the title, densely packed technical parameters, engineering drawings, and material lists scrolled slowly, deliberately ensuring that everyone present could clearly see each line. Chapter 78, 3 years. Is that enough for your commercial use? Mr. Lee's chair slid back another half step. He stared intently at the parameters on the transparent tabletop, his pupils contracting sharply. He understood the terms hybrid magnetic confinement architecture, local field stabilization mechanism, and first wall material lifetime model, but when combined, they completely exceeded his 30 years of knowledge. This approach doesn't tackle the three major obstacles of the tokamak route. Instead, it bypasses them entirely, using a method he's never seen before. Old Chen didn't understand the technical details, but he understood people. Engineer Li's expression at that moment said it all. Lu Jianjun sat beside him, motionless. Xie Yuan waited 15 seconds before the young voice came through the earpiece. Get to the point. He looked up and glanced at the three of them, then said calmly, that's the background. Now let's get to the main point. He reached out and tapped the desktop, and all the data vanished instantly, leaving only a line of glaringly large text. 3 years. Full commercialization. Old Chen's hand, holding the cup, froze in midair. Xie Yuan's voice was not loud, but every word was heavy. Tianqi can help China complete the transformation of controlled nuclear fusion from the laboratory to a commercial power plant within 3 years. It's not about verifying the principle or achieving successful ignition, but about grid connection for power generation and commercial output, so that lights can be turned on in people's homes. The club was so quiet that even the air conditioning seemed to have stopped. Li Gong's lips moved, almost blurting out that this was madness. The most optimistic global prediction was 47 years, and that was under the ideal scenario where all technological milestones went smoothly. 47 years and 3 years. That's a 15-fold difference. This can no longer be called a technological breakthrough. His mind raced, trying to find a word to explain what was happening before him, but he couldn't find one. He had seen countless so-called disruptive innovations, but those innovations were still on the tree of human technology, while the system before him was like fruit picked from another tree. Li finally managed to squeeze out a voice. You said 3 years? 3 years, Xie Yuan repeated. On what grounds? Xie Yuan was neither angry nor sarcastic. He simply looked down at the engineering document, his tone revealing the emotion of a scientist facing the truth. I personally verified every single parameter in the engineering package. The plasma has been running steadily for over 18,000 hours, with zero degradation of the first wall material and a tritium cycle loss rate of less than 0.3 per thousand. These are not simulations, but actual measurements. The color drained from Li Gong's face instantly. He understood all too well the weight of the words actual measurement. Simulations can be boasted about, but actual measurement means there's a real, operating reactor behind it. His Adam's apple bobbed. You saw it with your own eyes? I've met you. 10 units, at full power, operating simultaneously. Li Gong was speechless. He almost instinctively calculated the output yield of 10 full-power fusion reactors in his mind. If all of this were true, he didn't dare to even think about the consequences. Old Chen slowly put down his water glass, the bottom of which touched the table with a soft sound that was particularly clear in the silence. Advisor Xie, let me confirm again. Do you mean that Apocalypse is willing to hand over this fusion technology to us? Xie Yuan corrected. It's not about handing it over to you. It's about helping you land. All three understood the difference between the two sentences. Handing over means technology transfer, with the other party relinquishing control. Helping with implementation means that Apocalypse is involved throughout the entire process, present throughout, and controlling the pace. The initiative is not in their hands. Old Chen didn't press further, but instead asked a different question. What are the conditions? Xie Yuan shook his head. We won't discuss conditions today. I'm just informing you that this option exists. You'll decide whether to activate it in 3 days. Old Chen and Lu Jianjun exchanged a glance. Lu Jianjun remained silent, but his decades of military experience told him that Xie Yuan wasn't acting. His tension and excitement were genuine. Such a state couldn't be faked. Xie Yuan stood up, took out a palm-sized black sheet from his suit's inner pocket, and placed it on the table. It resembled a USB flash drive, but had no interface. The front only featured a minimalist design, a gear encircling a vertical pupil. It contains verification data for some theoretical parameters. It doesn't involve the core engineering aspects, but it's sufficient for experts to determine its authenticity. After your assessment, please reply. The channel is the same as last time. You send it, and we receive it. Li Gong suddenly stood up, rushed to the table, and reached out to grab the black card. Xie Yuan pressed down on his wrist, not with much force, but precisely locking the joint. Take it back and look at it later. Engineer Li stood frozen in place. The other person's fingertips were warm, and their control of power was extremely precise. It was a human, a living, breathing person. A person sat in the position of Apocalypse, speaking and acting on Apocalypse's behalf. This is the most chilling news tonight. Apocalypse is no longer just about drones and androids. It has begun to have its own people. Xie Yuan released his grip and straightened his collar. 3 days. I'll wait for your replies. He turned and walked towards the door, his steps much steadier than when he came in. He paused before leaving, but didn't look back. Comrade Chun, there's a personal note on my USB drive, which is a private matter. If it is convenient, please pass it on to Professor Zhao Deming of the Institute of Materials Science and Engineering, Academy of Military Sciences. Just tell him 3 words, I am still alive. The door closed, and the footsteps faded into the distance. The gray-clad waiters emerged from the shadows and silently tidied the tables. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, the angles and timing of their joint bends almost identical. Engineer Lee stared at the men in gray for 3 seconds, then swallowed hard. The clubhouse fell silent again. Old Chen picked up the black card and put it in his pocket. Lu Jianjun finally spoke, uttering only one word, withdraw. As the 3 left the club, cell phone signal was restored. The moment the elevator doors opened, a flood of notifications poured in. Old Chun, however, didn't look at his phone. He went into the lobby restroom, locked the door, and stood in front of the sink for a full 20 seconds. His reflection in the mirror showed a frighteningly pale face. 3 years to full commercial use. He had worked in counter-espionage for over 20 years and had seen countless storms, but never before had he felt as if the world had been completely turned upside down in just 2 hours. On the private plane flying from Singapore back to Yanjing, the 3 of them barely spoke for 4.5 hours. Engineer Lee kept writing down the parameters Xie Yuan had shown him, using pen and paper. He had an excellent memory, but his hand trembled more and more as he wrote. He discovered that the logic behind these parameters was even more terrifying than it appeared on the surface. The engineering package involves at least 3 material properties that have never been defined in existing academia. These are not laboratory-level or theoretical predictions, but rather properties that simply do not exist within the existing framework of material science. Tianqi has its own naming system. They have their own scientific language. Old Chen sat in the back row with his eyes closed, but he couldn't fall asleep at all. Xie Yuan's last words kept echoing in his mind. It was handed over to Professor Zhao Deming. Tell him I'm still alive. This meant that Xie Yuan was Chinese and had come from China, most likely from a laboratory. He vaguely recognized the name Zhao Deming in an appendix of a top-secret file. He didn't say anything, but simply kept it in mind. Lu Jianjun leaned back in his seat, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the armrest, and suddenly asked, "Do you think it's true?" Li Gong looked up from the pile of papers, his face haggard. "General Lu, I'd rather it were fake." "Why?" Looking at the manuscript filled with parameters, Engineer Lee's voice was hoarse. "Because if it's true, all the basic routes we believe to be correct over the past 100 years are wrong." The cabin fell silent again, with only the scratching sound of pens slicing across paper. 3:40 a.m., Yanjing. The lights were on in an inconspicuous gray building next to the Military Academy staff quarters. A small conference room on the 3rd floor had been temporarily converted into an analysis room, where 6 people sat around a long table. Among them are 2 academicians of nuclear engineering from the Academy of Military Sciences, the deputy director of the Institute of Plasma Physics of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the deputy director of the Nuclear Power Safety Department of the Ministry of Energy, a young researcher who just returned from the ITER project, and Engineer Lee. 6 people from 6 directions divided the data in the black card into 6 parts. Old Chen stood outside the door and smoked 3 cigarettes. He didn't understand the technology, but he could read the reactions of those people. At first, the conversation was lively and fast-paced, occasionally punctuated by snickers and skepticism. An hour later, the noise subsided. 2 hours later, almost no one spoke. Occasionally, someone would mutter a curse under their breath. At 5:30 a.m., the door was pushed open. The oldest student, Academician Zhang, came out. His hair was gray, and he was holding several pages of printed paper in his hand. Old Chen looked at him. "Academician Zhang, what's the conclusion?" The old man took off his reading glasses and wiped them. His hands were trembling. "Do you want to hear the good news or the bad news?" "Let me tell you the good news first." Academician Zhang put his glasses back on. "The data logic is completely self-consistent. It took us 6 people 3.5 hours to find any contradictions that could refute it. Old Chen gripped his cigarette case tightly. The bad news? Academician Zhang glanced back at the 5 dejected faces in the conference room and said in a low, hoarse voice, "I've been working in the field of fusion for 42 years, and only tonight did I realize that I haven't even gotten to the door." Old Chen lit his last cigarette. "I need a written report to be delivered before 8 o'clock this morning." Academician Zhang nodded, then stopped before turning around. "Old Chen, that's Xie Yuan." Old Chen exhaled a puff of smoke. "What's wrong?" He said he wanted to pass on a message to Zhao Deming. Zhao Deming is my junior. 3 years ago, one of his students was working on a compact fusion reactor, but something happened and he was forced to go abroad. Academician Zhang looked at him with a complicated expression. "That student is also named Xie Yuan." Old Chen almost dropped the cigarette in his hand. Academician Zhang said, word by word, "The Tianqi representatives you speak of are our own people." At 7:40 a.m., a handwritten report classified as the highest level of state secrecy was delivered to that small building in the west of the city. There were only 8 words on the title page of the report. Unheard of, yet logically consistent. At the end of the second page, there are also annotations written by Academician Zhang in red pen. I suggest replying immediately. Don't keep him waiting too long. Chapter 79, this slap landed on everyone's face. At 8 a.m., in a conference room without a number in the deep mountains northwest of Yanjing, all mobile phones, watches, and electronic devices were confiscated. The long table was covered only with papers. At the very center lay a handwritten report, its title page bearing 8 striking characters, unheard of, logically consistent. At the end of the second page, Academician Zhang's annotation in red pen had already been seen by everyone present. I suggest an immediate reply. Don't keep him waiting too long. 6 elderly men sat in the conference room, representing the military, science and technology, energy, and security sectors. Old Chen stood in front of the projection screen. He had just returned from Singapore the night before, without even going home, and had been brought to this mountain. Lu Jianjun sat on the left, with a stack of parameter verification records disassembled overnight beside Academician Zhang. Near the door was Lieutenant General Zhou, the hardline representative of the military. Old Chen opened the report materials, his voice hoarse. At 6:40 last night, we were scheduled to have an informal meeting with the Tianqi representatives in the western suburbs of Yanjing. Security level A, 2 platoons of armed police on the perimeter, 12 sentry posts, 1 signal jamming vehicle, and 17 sets of contingency plans. But 6 hours before the agreed time, Apocalypse unilaterally changed the location. He paused, then said slowly and deliberately, "Singapore." Zhou Zhongjiang's brows furrowed instantly. On what grounds do they have to change the location at the last minute? Old Chen looked at him and said the words that sent chills down his spine. Tianqi's original words were that the plan was to test the security protocol. The meeting room fell silent instantly. Those few words were as blunt as a slap in the face, striking everyone present. Old Chen continued his report. We determined that Tianqi had fully grasped our deployment over the past 3 days, including all contingency plans. They didn't interfere. They were just observing. Until 6 hours before the meeting, they notified us that the test was over and we failed. Absurd. Zhou Zhong slammed his hand on the table, making his water glass vibrate. This is our territory. Our deployment was treated like an exam by a foreign organization. What is the security department doing? Old Chen didn't argue. Last night in the command vehicle, he had already been slapped in the face by reality and couldn't refute it at all. Zhou Zhong turned to the old man at the head of the table and said in a deep voice, "Sir, energy is the foundation of the country, and fusion technology is the lifeline of the future. Tianqi's origins and motives are unclear. They want us to accept full control just by offering a technology package. I do not agree." He pressed his hand on the table. The country cannot entrust its lifeline to uncontrolled organizations. We must test them firmly and find out their bottom line. None of the elderly men spoke immediately, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Lu Jianjun remained expressionless, but Academician Zhang couldn't hold back any longer and slammed his manuscript on the table. "Testing the waters?" Zhou Zhongjiang looked at him and said, "Old Zhang, I respect you, but safety issues cannot be judged solely by technology." Academician Zhang stood up, unable to contain his anger. "I respect the military, but this kind of talk is fine for ordinary cooperation. But when it comes to this engineering project, it's just nonsense." General Zhou's face darkened. Old Zhang, watch your words. I can't pay attention. Academician Zhang pointed to the report. Last night, 6 people, nuclear engineering, plasma physics, materials science, dissected everything, and not a single one could overturn it. Do you know what that means? It means they have already traversed the path we are still groping in, and have even reached places we cannot see. Zhou Zhongjiang said coldly, no matter how advanced the technology is, it must be subordinate to national security. Academician Zhang retorted directly, then what do you have to offer them to obey? 3 days ago, they thoroughly investigated our top-secret meeting room. Last night in Singapore, they rendered all our equipment useless. And now you're going to come here and test us? He stared intently at Lieutenant General Zhou. Send people to follow her? Monitor her with satellites? Or detain Lin Xiaoya? Lieutenant General Zhou suddenly stood up. Zhang Shouqing. Academician Zhang stood firm. I ask you, who will go? If you're so capable, you go. If this technology is real, it will be connected to the grid in 3 years, and the entire country's energy structure will be rewritten. Anyone who tries to test, it will be a historical sinner who cuts off China's future. After those words, the meeting room fell into a deathly silence. Zhou Zhongjiang's chest heaved, but he ultimately offered no further rebuttal. The old man at the head of the table finished turning the last page, took off his reading glasses, and said softly, sit down, everyone. The voice wasn't loud, but it silenced everyone. Academician Zhang sat down, and Lieutenant General Zhou slowly sat back in his chair, his face ashen. The old man looked at Old Chun. Continue. Old Chun turned to the next page. Tianqi's representative is Xie Yuan, whose public identity is Qiming Energy's chief technical advisor. During the meeting, he clearly expressed 3 points. First, Tianqi can help my country achieve the commercialization of compact, controlled nuclear fusion within 3 years. Second, we will not discuss conditions today, but only inform you that this option exists. Third, please wait for our response within 3 days. Old Chen paused for a moment. There's another original quote that had a huge impact. The old man looked up. Which sentence? Old Chen's Adam's apple bobbed. We mentioned the previous assistance from Tianqi and wanted to know what kind of return we needed. Xie Yuan corrected us, saying that it wasn't cooperation, it was aid. Silence fell over the meeting room once more. The word aid made General Zhou's face even more grim. The old man tapped the table lightly with his finger, and after a moment asked, who exactly is this Xie Yuan? Old Chun turned to the last page. Before the meeting ended, Xie Yuan left a personal note, asking us to pass it on to Professor Zhao Deming of the Institute of Materials Science and Engineering, Academy of Military Sciences. It was only 4 words. I'm alive. Academician Zhang's hand suddenly trembled. The old man looked at him. Zhang Shouqing, do you know Zhao Deming? Academician Zhang stood up. I know him. He's my junior colleague, a senior researcher at the Institute of Materials Science and Engineering, Academy of Military Sciences. Xie Yuan, he paused for a few seconds when he said the name, was once his student and is also the most talented young person in the field of compact fusion reactors in China. Zhou Zhongjiang frowned. In the past. Academician Zhang pressed his hand on the edge of the table, his voice turning somber. 3 years ago, he had an accident. The old man immediately looked at the guard at the door. Go to the Academy of Military Sciences and invite Zhao Deming over. Now, 10 minutes later, an elderly man in a white coat was brought into the conference room. His hair was disheveled, as if he had just been called away from the lab bench. When he saw Academician Zhang, he subconsciously called out, Senior Brother Zhang? But after seeing the room full of important figures, he immediately shut up. The old man at the head of the table gestured for him to sit down. Comrade Zhao Deming, I only have one question for you today. Do you know Xie Yuan? Zhao Deming froze, his hands trembling uncontrollably beneath his sleeves. The old man continued. He asked us to tell you that I'm still alive. Zhao Deming swayed violently, nearly losing his balance. Academician Zhang quickly steadied him. Zhao Deming gripped Academician Zhang's arm tightly, his voice trembling. Who said that? Who said he's still alive? Old Chen pushed the meeting minutes over. Zhao Deming only saw the 2 words Xie Yuan, and then, as if all his strength had been drained, he slumped into his chair. This top researcher, in his 60s, broke down in tears in the highest level conference room. It's good that the child is alive. I thought he was long gone. Academician Zhang patted his back, his eyes also reddening. After he calmed down a bit, the old man spoke up. Comrade Zhao Deming, please explain what happened 3 years ago. Zhao Deming wiped his face, his voice hoarse. Chief, that matter was suppressed back then. I've said it many times, but no one listens. General Zhou said in a deep voice. Now someone is listening. Zhao Deming looked up. 3 years ago, Xie Yuan created the first-generation compact fusion reactor model. Wang Hailong, chairman of Huaneng Science Technology Innovation, took a liking to his achievement. Old Chen's hand, holding the pen, paused. Huaneng Science Technology is a giant in China's energy sector. Zhao Deming continued. Wang Hailong demanded that Xie Yuan relinquish his status as the first author and author of core patents, but Xie Yuan refused. Later, the project database was tampered with, and he was accused of leaking state secrets. The air in the conference room was as cold as ice. His father's condition worsened after hearing the news, and he didn't make it. His mother also couldn't bear the shock and passed away. Xie Yuan himself was suspended from his job and investigated, and his passport and accounts were all frozen. I asked a lot of people for help, but in the end, I only managed to get one way out. I called him and only said one thing. Don't look back. Zhao Deming covered his face, his shoulders trembling violently. I can't save him. I'm useless as his teacher. No one spoke. Zhou Zhongjiang kept his head down, his hands clenched into fists. Old Chun wrote the 3 characters, Wang Hailong, on the paper, the tip of his pen almost piercing the paper. The old man slowly picked up the report. The first page was the fusion engineering package provided by Apocalypse. The second page was about Xie Yuan, the genius who had been forced to leave. The third page was about a wrongful conviction that had been buried for 3 years. The next second, he slammed his hand on the table and roared, "You bastard!" Everyone sat up straight instantly. The old man stood up, his face extremely grim. Our own genius was driven to ruin and exile by internal corruption. 3 years later, he returned with world-changing technology and told us it was aid. The old man stared intently at Lieutenant General Zhou, then swept his gaze across everyone present. This slap was delivered by Tianqi to the face of every one of us. Zhou Zhongjiang made no further probing or forceful moves, only saying in a low voice, I take back what I just said. I am willing to cooperate with the investigation. The old man didn't reply, but looked directly at Old Chun and said, I'll remember. Old Chun immediately picked up his pen. First, we must unconditionally accept the pace of the talks proposed by Apocalypse. No department or individual is allowed to test the waters without authorization. Whoever crosses the line will be held responsible. Second, establish a top-level task force. Investigate Wang Hailong thoroughly. Investigate Huaneng Science Technology thoroughly. And investigate all those involved in the Xie Yuan case 3 years ago. No matter who is implicated, root them out completely. The old man's voice grew even stronger. We must give Tianqi an explanation. And even more so, we must give Xie Yuan an explanation. Zhao Deming sat to the side, tears streaming down his face, and choked out, Thank you, Commander. The old man looked at him and said, We are the ones who should apologize. Then, the old man sat down again. Third, the energy sector should immediately prepare to receive the evaluation team, and not make any demands for control. Dominance can be discussed, but the stance must not be wrong. Academician Zhang immediately nodded. I will personally lead the team. Old Chen closed his notebook. Sir, how should we write the reply? The old man was silent for a few seconds, then said, word by word, Tell them that China agrees to all the arrangements for the talks. The old case has been thoroughly investigated at the highest level. Professor Zhao Deming has received the message. He paused, then added, Also, let me add that we owe Xie Yuan justice. 10 minutes later, in the isolated communication room, Lao Chun used a specially made encrypted terminal to type in the content word by word and press send. The screen went black briefly. 3 seconds later, a line of text appeared on the terminal. Received it. Just as Old Chun was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the second line of text popped up. In 10 minutes, Wang Hailong will destroy a batch of original files from 3 years ago. Address sent. Are your people ready in time? Chapter 80 Wang Hailong. It's time to settle your debts. Are your people ready in time? In the isolated communications room, Old Chin stared at the newly displayed words on the terminal, his heart sinking. The next second, the address and target popped up simultaneously. Yanjing East Suburbs, Yunding Villa, private wine cellar on the second basement floor. Target, Wang Hailong. The following sentence states, the original files will be destroyed in 10 minutes. The files contain forged transmission records from Xie Yuan's case 3 years ago, a draft of a project attribution transfer agreement, and backups of internal emails from Huaning Science Technology Innovation. Without uttering a single word, Old Chen pushed open the door and rushed into the conference room. Just as the elderly men picked up their teacups, he handed them the terminal and said in a deep voice, Chief, Tianqi has sent real-time intelligence. Wang Hailong is destroying original files from 3 years ago in the wine cellar on the second basement floor of Yunding Mountain Villa. Only 10 minutes remain. General Zhou's expression changed. Lu Jianjun also stood up, saying that the place was a private members-only establishment, marked as a sanatorium on the outside, with extremely tight security inside. Old Chen immediately called the North China Bureau's action team, requesting that they locate Yunding Mountain Villa. The keyboard clicked rapidly on the other end of the phone. 3 seconds later, Shaoli reported, Director Chun, the nearest mobile force is on the East 4th Ring Road. They should be there in 22 minutes at the earliest. Old Chen fell silent. 22 minutes was simply not enough time. Zhou Zhong slammed his fist on the table. Deploy armed police helicopters. Old Chen shook his head. Applying, taking off, and arriving would take at least 15 minutes. The old man looked at the terminal, not pressing for an answer, because the answer was already obvious. Just then, the terminal vibrated again. The third line appeared. Since it's too late, just watch. The meeting room fell silent instantly. 5,000 meters underground, Lin Yi sat at the control panel, and Xiao Xiao handed him coffee. The screen was divided into 3 sections. On the left was the conference room deep in the mountains of Yanjing. In the middle was the structural diagram of Yunding Mountain Villa, and on the right was Wang Hailong wearing a burgundy bathrobe. At this moment, Wang Hailong sat on a leather sofa in the underground wine cellar, with 2 young women in his arms. Red wine was laid out on the table, and 4 bodyguards stood beside him. An assistant wearing gloves was emptying old hard drives and paper documents into a shredder and incinerator. Wang Hailong swirled his wine glass, his face flushed. Hurry up, keeping this batch of stuff is a ticking time bomb. His assistant bowed his head and replied, Chairman Wang, half of it has already been cleared out. Wang Hailong sneered as he brought up the incident from 3 years ago, saying that Xie Yuan was too much of a troublemaker. And if it weren't for his teacher's stubbornness, things wouldn't have dragged on until today. A young celebrity beside him asked playfully who Xie Yuan was, and he laughed, saying, just a bookworm who doesn't know the rules. He has a little talent, but he thinks all the results are his own. Lin Yi put down his coffee cup. The emoji icons on the small electronic screen disappeared. Su Yin, who was still munching on an energy bar, stopped when he heard this and muttered, that's disgusting. Lin Yi didn't reply, focusing only on the incineration progress. 27%, 31%, 35%. The officials were right about the evidence, procedures, and authority, but it was just too slow. The people of Tianqi had been wronged. It wasn't anyone else's place to seek retribution for them. Lin Yi tapped the table. Su Yin. Su Yin immediately tossed aside the energy bar and placed his hands on the keyboard. Lin Yi's voice was calm. Investigate Wang Hailong. I want his current position and everything he's done to deserve this. Su Yin's eyes lit up. Boss, I'm good at this job. The Tianqi host simultaneously opened Level 2 sandbox permissions. Su Yin didn't take the conventional intrusion route. Instead, she first accessed the Cloud Peak Villa member reservation system, then bypassed the property management outsourcing platform to enter the security maintenance provider's backend. The opposing server had 7 layers of proxies. She only glanced at it before scoffing. Fancy stuff. Who's it for? The alert tone immediately followed. The target area's low-voltage electrical system has been taken over. The internal monitoring system has been taken over. Wang Hailong's private communication terminal has been taken over, and 3 local encrypted safes have been found. Su Yin was taken aback and couldn't help but complain. Can't you leave me a little sense of involvement? Tianqi calmly replied. You're responsible for the emotional value. A poof bubble icon appeared on the small screen. Su Yin glared at it, but Xiao Xiao raised its mechanical arm and displayed a line of text. But my master praised my coffee. Lin Yi tapped the table. It's important. Su Yin immediately snapped out her days. 30 seconds later, Wang Hailong's network of relationships, asset map, domestic and foreign accounts, private emails, and encrypted chat logs were all displayed on the main screen. The densely packed nodes unfolded, and she, who had been nonchalant, slowly sat up straight after looking at it for more than 10 seconds. Boss, I've got something. Su-Yin zoomed in on a money chain. Wang Hailong has 7 layers of offshore shell companies under his name, the outermost one in the Cayman Islands, which is connected to an energy consulting fund. Over the past 5 years, this fund has transferred money to him 17 times, totaling $460 million, ostensibly as technical consulting fees. She continued to trace the money back, finally pointing to a name. The actual payer went through 3 layers and ended up at Pacific Capital. Lin Yi remained silent. Su-Yin dug deeper, and the next second he cursed aloud. A backup of an email from 3 years ago popped up on the screen. The sender was an anonymous, encrypted email address, but the recipient was Wang Hailong's private email address. The email subject line is only one line. Target, CN Fusion YX. The content is more straightforward. Xie Yuan's approach has the potential to enter the engineering verification stage ahead of schedule. It is recommended to create pressure on him in terms of authorship, funding, and confidentiality responsibilities, prioritize destroying the legitimacy of his project, and cut off his domestic academic life, if necessary. The email was unsigned, but the attachment contained a payment confirmation, and the final link still pointed to Pacific Abundance Capital. Su-Yan's hand stopped on the keyboard, and his voice turned cold. Boss, it wasn't just Wang Hailong who stole the results when Xie Yuan was forced out 3 years ago. Someone used him to cut off the domestic fusion route. She pulled out another document, an internal intelligence briefing from the Freemasonry's Asia-Pacific branch 3 years prior. Xie Yuan was listed as a high-risk technology seed in the East, and the recommended course of action was to remove him from the system through a scandal, losing his credibility, team, and resources. Su-Yan's anger flared. These people are too cunning. Killing someone directly would leave a trace, but they let a genius rot in the mud. Lin Ye's fingers hovered over the table. Xie Yuan had been organizing engineering packages on the 3rd floor of the base for the past few days, barely resting. He hadn't mentioned Wang Hailong, nor his parents. That phrase, "I'm still alive," was his greatest response to the past. Lin Yi looked at Wang Hailong, who was raising his glass and laughing on the screen, and said, Tianqi, lock down all of Wang Hailong's assets. Lock. Domestic companies, shell companies, trusts, funds, nominee accounts, digital wallets, all of them are required. The target's assets, including those under its name and actual control, amount to 67.2 billion renminbi. Su-Yin clicked his tongue. Even the biggest rats in the energy sector aren't as fat as him. Lin Yi ignored him and said coldly, I want his assets wiped out within 3 minutes. Su-Yan's eyes lit up instantly. A social death package? Lin Yi raised his eyes. I want irrefutable evidence of his treason to be displayed on the desktops of major media outlets across the country. The Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, the Ministry of State Security, the Ministry of Energy, and the Academy of Military Sciences. Don't let him burn all the original files. Restore what's been burned. Su-Yin flexed his wrist. Received. As soon as she finished speaking, Tianqi pushed the permissions to her. This time, Su-Yin was in charge of execution, while Tianqi was responsible for computing power and the access channel. The first step was to cut off the power to the 2nd basement level of Cloud Peak Manor. In the wine cellar, the incinerator suddenly jammed. The assistant froze. Chairman Wang, the equipment has stopped. Wang Hailong frowned and asked about the backup power. The bodyguard picked up the walkie-talkie and tried to call, but there was no response. The lights flickered twice, leaving only the emergency lights on. The second step was to lock all the exits. The heavy alloy door clicked shut. The bodyguard went forward to pull the door, but it wouldn't budge. Chairman Wang, the door is locked. Wang Hailong, half sober, asked, what did you say? The third step was to take over the indoor sound system. The next second, Su-Yan's voice rang out from all around the wine cellar. Wang Hailong, stop bothering. Your little troubles have already gone viral. Wang Hailong suddenly stood up. Who? Su-Yan's voice came from all directions. Stop looking. There's a 3rd camera above you. I'm watching. Wang Hailong looked up, and sure enough, he saw a red dot lit up in the corner. He grabbed a bottle and smashed it, shattering the camera on the spot. Su-Yan clicked his tongue lightly. What's the use of smashing one? There are still 27 things around you that can take pictures of you, including the cell phone in your lover's bag. The 2 minor celebrities turned pale and hurriedly rummaged through their bags. Step 4. Asset freezing. Outside the Cloud Peak Villa, Wang Hailong's private financial director was sleeping when his phone suddenly vibrated incessantly. As soon as he answered, a bank executive on the other end screamed, "Old Lou, what's going on with your group's accounts?" All bank credit lines have triggered risk control simultaneously, and overseas accounts have also been frozen by regulators. The CFO sat bolt upright. "Which account?" The voice on the other end trembled. "All of them. Huaning Science Technology Innovations parent company, subsidiaries, funds, trusts, and nominee shareholdings. All of them. Are you being watched by the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection?" Chapter 81. The old fox still wanted to run away, but Tianchi made him finish speaking. "All." The CFO's voice cracked. The bank executive was still yelling on the other end of the phone. "I can explain it right now. The system has alerted you that your linked accounts are suspected of major risks, triggering regulatory freezes, judicial investigations, and overseas anti-money laundering warnings all at once. Old Lou, contact Chairman Wang right away. If you're any later, Huaning Science Technology Innovation Board will crash when it opens tomorrow morning." The CFO's mind went blank for a moment, and he grabbed another phone to call Wang Hailong. "I can't get through." "Hit again." "I still can't get through." He threw on his clothes and rushed out of the bedroom, his hands shaking so badly he couldn't even put his pants on properly. Meanwhile, in the underground wine cellar of Yunding Mountain Villa, Wang Hailong had completely sobered up. He stopped smashing things. The incident of smashing the camera with a bottle was all staged. He needs to act flustered and out of control so that people around him won't notice his little actions. Wang Hailong kicked over the coffee table, spilling red wine all over the floor. The two minor celebrities screamed and shrank into the corner. For bodyguards surrounded him at the same time. Chairman Wang, "Shut up." Wang Hailong, panting heavily, pointed at the ceiling above his head and cursed. "Trying to play tricks, huh? If you got the guts, get out here." He cursed as he subtly retreated to the sofa. He placed his left hand on an inconspicuous piece of leather stitching on the inside of the armrest and pressed down hard with his thumb. Click! A small metal cover pops open inside the armrest, revealing no screen, only an old-fashioned microphone jack and 3 mechanical dials. A physical copper cable that cost $8 million 3 years ago to extend from the old fire line. It was soil, but it saved lives. Wang Hailong snapped the microphone into the port and dialed 6 times in a flash. From the wine cellar sound system, Su Yan's voice, as if watching a show, rang out again. "Chairman Wang, smashing the camera isn't working. How about we try smashing the speaker instead?" Wang Hailong grabbed another wine glass from the table and smashed it against the wall. Smack! Taking advantage of everyone's attention being drawn to the sound, he lowered his voice and uttered a few words into the microphone. Man, take running away." There was only a half-second static sound from the microphone before a woman's voice came through. "Something happened." "Route 2, Wang Hailong said in a low voice. "Don't ask questions now." Smack! He hung up immediately, shoved the microphone back into the receiver, and the whole action was smooth and quick, taking no more than 7 seconds. 5,000 meters underground. Su Yan stared at the screen, his fingers pausing briefly on the keyboard. "Boss, some slip through the net." She zoomed in on the cellar layout diagram. He wasn't just smashing things randomly. He pressed a hidden mechanical key in the sofa. "The wiring isn't connected to the low-voltage system, so I didn't detect it on the first scan." Su Yan tapped the keyboard twice, then frowned. "This old dang is something else. Copper cable, purely mechanical dialing, physical isolation." A message from Apocalypse then popped up. "The source of the line has been located. Redundant copper firefighting cables on the 2nd basement level of Yunding Mountain Villa, illegally modified 3 years ago. Terminal location, outside the North 5th Ring Road of Yanjing, Shishan No. 1 Villa District, a residence owned by Shin Man." Su Yan clicked his tongue. "I admit, he's a bit more difficult to deal with than those capitalists who just transfer money and run away." Xiao Xiao swiped over from the side, and a question mark icon appeared on the screen. "Should we cut off the connection?" Lin Yi held his coffee and looked at Wang Hailong on the screen, who had already stood up straight again and started directing the bodyguards. "If the door is locked, smash the ventilation vent. Third brother, go check the access panel on the sidewall. Chong, keep an eye on those 2 women and confiscate all their phones." The assistant leaned closer and whispered, "Chairman Wang, now that the incinerator is shut down, what do we do with the remaining hard drives?" "Disassemble it by hand." Wang Hailong stared at the half-box of evidence. Break the discs in half. Soak the paper in alcohol and burn it. The assistant turned pale. Power outage here, fire alarm system. You're still managing the fire department? Wang Hailong slapped him across the face. Do you want to go to jail? Or do you want to die? Seeing the old fox struggling in his death throes, Su Yan's anger flared up again. He was sending his family away while trying to destroy evidence. He's practically asking for trouble. Lin Yi put down his coffee cup, his tone indifferent. Don't switch phones. Su Yan was taken aback. Huh? Let him finish speaking. Lin Yi looked at the call log on the copper cable. Route 2 isn't enough. Su Yan instantly understood. Try to lure him into doing something else? Lin Yi said calmly. He will contact you again. An escape plan cannot be based on just one sentence. Cisa número uno villa. Shinman hung up the phone without the slightest hesitation. She threw back the covers, pulled out 2 passport holders, 3 unopened old-fashioned mobile phones, and a set of keys from the bottom of the bedside table, glanced at the note with directions written on it, and threw it directly into the toilet and flushed it away. She changed her clothes, went makeup-free, and carried only a black handbag. 3 minutes later, she pushed open her daughter Wang Running's bedroom door. Get up. Mom? What time is it? The girl on the bed asked groggily. Get dressed. Shinman tossed her a simple hoodie and jeans. Don't wear a skirt, and don't wear a watch. Wang Running finally realized something was wrong, her voice trembling. Has something happened to my dad's company? Shinman took her phone directly, turned it off, and removed the SIM card. From now on, you're not allowed to send messages, contact anyone, or ask where your dad is. Why should I? Wang Running asked anxiously. Has my dad offended someone again? Shinman turned around, looked at her daughter, and spoke in a completely cold tone. Running, listen carefully. This time it's not about offending anyone. It's about someone coming to collect a debt. What kind of debt are you collecting? We'll ask after we survive. Shinman stuffed the passport into her backpack. Let's go. Wang Running was pulled along, her eyes instantly reddening. Mom, what exactly did Dad do? Shinman didn't answer. Reaching the top of the stairs, she suddenly stopped and returned to her study. Remove the oil painting from the wall to reveal the safe behind it. Insert the key and turn it. She stuffed 3 metal boxes, 2 offline cold wallets, and a brown paper bag of documents in her handbag. Wang Running stood at the door, her voice trembling. What are these? Your dad left us a way out. Shinman zipped up her jacket. This isn't a way out, this is a crime. Smack! Shinman raised her hand and slapped her. Wang Running covered her face, completely stunned. Shinman stared at her. You can hate me now, but if you delay for even a minute longer, my daughter and I will be trapped here and die. Wang Running's lips moved, but she didn't say anything in the end. Underground control room. Boss, we caught it. Su Yan pulled up Shunman's hidden asset map. 3 boxes of industrial diamonds, 2 offline cold wallets containing high net worth liquid assets, roughly estimated at $100 million, and a brand new overseas identity, the destination of which is not the United States, but Singapore. There's a private dock in Jeanport, registered under the name of a yacht club. The legal representative is Wang Hailong's driver's cousin. Tonight, the Blue Heron is scheduled for maintenance and will depart at 2 a.m. Shunman is setting off now, and it will take at least 1 hour and 40 minutes to reach Jeanport. The small robotic arm raises. Should we notify the Chinese side? Lin Yi did not reply immediately. On the other side of the screen, in a conference room deep in the mountains of Yanjing, Lao Chun and his team had already received the first batch of irrefutable evidence pushed by Tianqi. Real-time monitoring of Wang Hailong's treasonous emails, Pacific Abundance Capital payment vouchers, Freemason briefings, and evidence of wine cellar destruction. No one was sitting in the meeting room anymore. The nearest force from Yunding Mountain Villa will arrive in 22 minutes. Old Chen's face was grim. What about the Shishan Villa area? Director Chun, the nearby police station can reach them, but the other side may be armed, so we don't recommend sending them to the grassroots level. Zhou Zhongjiang grabbed the phone and ordered, send the nearest special operations team. Seal off the docks at Tianjin port simultaneously. The paperwork, Old Chen reminded him. Zhou Zhongjiang looked at the old man at the head of the table. The old man only said 2 words, control the people first. Shishan Villa, Jeanport Wharf, Yunding Villa. Move on all 3 fronts simultaneously. Old Chen immediately ordered. Everyone, take note. Wang Hailong's wife and daughter may be carrying offline assets and identification documents. Keep them under control. After he finished speaking, he subconsciously looked at the terminal. On the screen, a real-time route map appeared out of nowhere. Shinman's car had already driven out of the underground garage of Shishan Villa in a red that was rapidly moving towards the Beijing-Tianjin Expressway. Old Chin's throat tightened. This feeling is so strange. It's like they're chasing someone with an apocalypse flashlight. Wherever the light shines, they pounce. This time, however, no one felt ashamed. Because if this route had been delayed by half an hour, people would have already set sail. The underground wine cellar of Yunding Mountain Villa. The bodyguard had already smashed open the ventilation opening in the sidewall with the butt of his gun, revealing a narrow pipe. Chairman Wang, you can leave now. How much is left? Wang Hailong asked, looking at the half-empty box of hard drives on the ground. 7 hard drives, 3 bags of paper. The assistant's hands were covered in blood. If you can't take it with you, destroy it, Wang Hailong said through gritted teeth. We're out of tools. Wang Hailong grabbed a bottle opener, squatted down, and personally pried open the hard drive. From the speakers, Su Yin suddenly laughed. Chairman Wang, don't bother. My boss heard your phone call, just now. Wang Hailong paused. Tianjin Port Private Dock, Blue Heron, transshipment in international waters, landing in Singapore. Su Yin read slowly. Oh right, and those 3 boxes of diamonds in your wife's safe. Wang Hailong slowly raised his head, his face taut like a block of iron. The 2 bodyguards exchanged a glance, their eyes beginning to tremble with panic. Wang Hailong suddenly burst out laughing. You think I'm finished just because you arrested my wife and kids? You're too naive. He tossed aside the bottle opener and patted his assistant's face. Give me the last red hard drive. Chairman Wang, that's not possible. Give me. The assistant, trembling, pulled a red hard drive from the bottom of the box. Wang Hailong held it in his hand and waved it at the camera. There are many names here. Some are from China, and some are from abroad. If I die, they won't live either. In the underground control room, Su Yin immediately zoomed in on the screen. Boss, that hard drive isn't connected to the internet, so it can't be read remotely. A notification popped up. An independent thermal fusion device has been detected inside the hard drive casing. Suspected manual triggering. On the screen, Wang Hailong's thumb was already pressed on the mechanical latch on the side of the hard drive. He stared intently at the camera, speaking slowly and deliberately. Have your boss talk to me. 30 seconds. Otherwise, I'll burn this list and show it to him. Chapter 82 Traitor. Wang Hailong's thumb was pressed firmly against the side latch of the red hard drive. 30 seconds. He gave a time frame and revealed his final trump card. In the wine cellar, 2 minor celebrities huddled in a corner, too afraid to even cry out. The assistant knelt on the floor, his hands covered in blood, with the violently dismantled hard drive casing scattered around him. 4 bodyguards stood like 4 walls in front of Wang Hailong, but their earpieces only crackled with static. Get your boss out here. Wang Hailong stared at the direction of the smashed camera, his voice hoarse like a broken gong. Don't waste your breath on me with a little girl like that. The sound from the speakers made Su Yin laugh out loud. Oh, you're a prisoner now, and you're playing cooking games? Chairman Wang, look at the state you're in now. Do you think you're worthy? Wang Hailong was too lazy to argue with her, so he held the red hard drive up even higher. 25 seconds. 5,000 meters underground. In the control room, Su Yin looked at Lin Yi, his expression turning serious. Boss, this old guy is serious. The hard drive is completely offline, and there's a thermal fuse inside the casing. It's mechanically triggered. If he actually presses it, the platters inside will instantly burn to a pile of shit. Apocalypse's notification sound calmly popped up. The wine cellar access hatch is now open. The target bodyguard was armed with 4 modified pistols and 2 submachine guns. The ammunition contains an electronic counting module that can disable it instantly. The optimal dosage for the anesthetic spray has been calculated. Lin Yi picked up his coffee and gently blew on it to warm it. Take over his wife's side first. Su Yin paused, his fingers moving slightly. Should we move Shinman first? Lin Yi's gaze fell on the new screen that appeared in the split-screen view, and his tone was as calm as if he were discussing the weather. Wang Hailong is a cunning old fox. He won't put all his eggs in one basket. The fact that he dared to use this hard drive as a nuclear bomb means he has other tricks up his sleeve. First, cut off all his escape routes, and the hard drive he has will really just be a hard drive. Su Yin understood instantly. and a cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Received. The strategy has been developed. First, cut off his retreat, then cripple his claws. Shisha number 1 Villa, underground parking garage. Shunman pulled her daughter Wang running along and quickly walked towards the black minivan. The driver was already seated in the driver's seat, the headlights were on, and the rear door was ajar, as if welcoming them. Wang Running was still covering her swollen face, her legs weak. "Mom, where are we going?" Shunman did not turn around. Her voice carried an unquestionable command. "Get in the car." She pushed her daughter into the back seat, and just as she was about to bend down and get in herself, her movements suddenly froze. The person in the driver's seat was not Lao Qian, whom Wang Hailong had arranged. It was a strange man. He wore a gray jacket, had a buzz cut, and placed his hands steadily on the steering wheel without even turning his head. Shunman's heart sank to the bottom, and her hand instinctively reached for the cold metal outline in the bag. The stranger, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, handed over a cell phone. "Miss Shun, don't touch the gun. It might go off accidentally." Shunman's hand stopped at the opening of the bag. Wang Running was so frightened that she shrank deeper into the car's seat, her voice trembling. "Ooh, who are you?" The stranger still did not answer. The phone screen suddenly lit up, displaying a list. Every word felt like a heavy hammer blow to Shunman's heart. Shunman owns 7 safes in China. Overseas trusts, 4. Offshore identity documents, 3 sets. Boarding plan for the Blue Heron cruise ship at Tianjin port, confirmed. 3 boxes of industrial diamonds, 2 cold storage wallets, and 1 document in a craft paper bag. After reading it, the color drained from Shunman's face at a visible speed, leaving her as white as a sheet of paper. She forced herself to stay upright and didn't collapse. "What do you want?" Su Yan's slightly mocking voice came from the phone speaker. "Put your things down. Then you and your daughter go back to the living room and sit there, waiting for the police to come." Shunman stared intently at her phone. "Aren't you going to arrest us?" "Whether or not you're arrested is a matter for the National Security Bureau. We don't have time for that," Su Yan said casually. "We only care about one thing. Don't try to shift the evidence for that old bastard Wang Hailong." "Evidence?" Wang Running suddenly looked up and grabbed Shunman's arm. "Mom, what evidence?" Shunman's knuckles turned white as she gripped the handbag tightly. Su Yan didn't explain for her. The phone screen automatically switched to play screenshots of emails. The Xieyuan route has the potential to enter the engineering verification stage ahead of schedule. Prioritize discrediting its projects. If necessary, sever their domestic academic life. The next page contains payment vouchers from Pacific Abundance Capital. The next page contains the transmission records that were fabricated to show Xieyuan leaking information. Wang Running couldn't understand the complex business jargon, but she did understand those few lines of startling words. Forced to sign their name. Forged information and leaked secrets. Parents passed away. Funds used for treason. She froze by the car door, as if struck by lightning. "Dad, didn't something happen at the company?" She turned to Shunman, her voice trembling uncontrollably. "Is he a traitor?" Shunman closed her eyes in pain. Wang Running suddenly broke down, screaming hysterically. "You knew all along? You knew he was harming people, and you still told me to run away with him?" "Mom, say something." Shunman stood there for a few seconds before finally letting go, and the heavy handbag fell to the ground with a thud. "I knew he wasn't clean," she said in a low, hoarse voice, "but I didn't know he was this dirty." Wang Running took a step back in despair, her back slamming heavily against the cold car door. Shunman did not help her up. The driver in the gray coat had already gotten out of the car. He expressionlessly picked up the bag, put it into another sealed box, and locked it. "Ms. Shun, living room." Shunman looked at the locked box, as if all her escape routes had been completely blocked. She resigned herself to her fate. She reached out to pull Wang Running. Wang Running suddenly shook off her hand, her eyes filled with hatred. "Don't touch me." Shunman's hand froze in midair before finally falling limply to the ground. Cloud Peak Villa, underground wine cellar. Wang Hailong was still counting down to his death with his raspy voice. 10, 9, 8. From the speakers, Su Yan gave an exaggerated yawn. "Chairman Wang, stop counting. Aren't you tired? Your wife and kids have already gone back to the living room for tea." Wang Hailong's fingers froze. "You're talking nonsense." Su Yan chuckled, and the spare projection screen on the wall of the wine cellar suddenly lit up, clearly projecting the image of the living room of the Shishan villa. Shun Man and Wang Running sat silently on the sofa, one on each side. The black handbag was being packed into a box by the man in gray. Wang Hailong's fat twitched violently twice. The next second, he roared like a madman. "Get out of here! All of you, get the hell out of here!" The 4 bodyguards reacted immediately and rushed towards the maintenance hatch. As soon as one of them crawled halfway inside, a faint humming sound came from deep within the ventilation duct. Immediately afterwards, several tiny mosquito-sized hive drones, like messengers from hell, flew out silently. The bodyguard instinctively raised his gun and fired. Bang! A shot rang out. However, the electronic countermodule inside the gun barrel was instantly burned out and the second shot jammed. The other bodyguard's submachine gun also went silent on the spot. Damn it, the gun's broken. No signal on my headset. Chairman Wang, you can't leave. The drones circled overhead, as if watching their prey struggle. Then a white mist shot out from the vent. The first bodyguard swayed twice before collapsing limply to his knees. The second one tried to cover his mouth and nose, but he also collapsed after running only 3 steps. The third one threw down his gun, drew his dagger, and tried to fight back, but as soon as he lifted his leg, he stumbled and knocked over a whole row of expensive red wine bottles. The fourth one was the most ruthless. He bit his tongue, trying to stay awake through the excruciating pain, and charged towards Wang Hailong. Chairman Wang, hurry! Before he could finish speaking, he was already lying face down on the ground, completely still. The assistant was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, trembling like a leaf. Wang Hailong did not fall. He staggered backward, still clutching the red hard drive tightly in his hand. 5,000 meters underground. Su Yin clicked his tongue and said, "Not bad. This old guy took anti-sedatives beforehand." A notification popped up. The target's blood reaction is abnormal, suspected to be caused by combined anti-sedative drugs. Lin Yi put down his cup, his eyes expressionless. He's quite afraid of dying. On the screen, seeing that he couldn't escape, Wang Hailong went completely mad, stumbling towards the broken incinerator, determined to destroy the last piece of evidence with his own hands. He lifted the red hard drive and smashed it against the incinerator casing with all his might. The first attempt failed to break it open. The second time, the outer shell finally cracked open. He gritted his teeth, pressed the hard drive against the metal edge of the machine, and tried to pry the chips inside with the sharp corner. None of you will have an easy time. Nobody gets a chance. Su Yan's fingers left after images as they typed on the keyboard. I'm an expert at this. The incinerator still has some residual mechanical structure. Watch me operate it. Tianqi's permissions will be opened simultaneously. The next second, a crisp click suddenly came from inside the previously silent incinerator. A slack mechanical arm suddenly shot out, like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, and clamped down on Wang Hailong's right wrist with perfect precision. Wang Hailong let out a pig-like scream as a tremendous force pulled him to his knees in front of the machine. The red hard drive slipped from my hand, fell to the ground, and rolled half a meter away. The robotic arm continued to tighten, like an iron clamp, firmly wedging his hand against the edge of the cold feed inlet. Open! Let me go! Wang Hailong tried to pry it open with his left hand, but the robotic arm didn't budge. Su Yan's voice came out from the speakers again, full of the thrill of a cat catching a mouse. Chairman Wang, please don't smash the hard drive. I don't think you can keep this hand of yours. Wang Hailong was in so much pain that he was covered in sweat and his face was contorted in agony. Where's your boss? Tell him to come out and talk to me. Lin Yi looked at the distorted face on the screen and finally spoke, his voice clearly carrying throughout the wine cellar through the speakers. You don't deserve it. These 3 simple words carry a divine indifference and a sense of final judgment. Wang Hailong froze for half a second, then roared like a madman. Who are you? Lin Yi did not answer the ant again. He turned to Apocalypse and gave the order. The evidence is divided into 2 parts. Implement. Send a complete package to Lao Chun and the Special Investigation Team of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. The original emails, payment chains, Freemason briefings, internal records of Huaning Science and Technology Innovation, surveillance footage of the wine cellar destruction, and a list of assets transferred by Shun Man. Don't leave any out. Already packaged and pushed out. The other version of the public opinion only retains the part that can kill Wang Hailong with one blow. Su Yin looked up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Boss, should we go public now? Lin Yu picked up the cup, his tone completely calm. Seal it off first. If the country demands justice, I'll hand them a knife. If they don't dare to make a fuss, or can't suppress it, I'll get 1.4 billion people across the country to make a fuss for them. Su Yin pressed the confirm button, grinning like a little devil. Got it. Give them a way out, but also leave the button to flip the table on the table. Xiao Xiao slid over from the side, and a big thumbs up popped up on the electronic screen. The owner handled the situation quite civilly. Su Yin glanced at it. Is this what you call civilization? The text on the small screen was written with exceptional care. The fact that they didn't hang him directly on a street lamp in Port Dali is already quite civilized. Su Yin remained silent for 2 seconds, unable to respond. Now that you mention it, it does seem to make sense. Yinjing, a conference room deep in the mountains. Old Chen's encrypted terminal was vibrating wildly. A massive and terrifyingly complete package of evidence was pushed directly into the isolation system. At the same time, live footage from Cloud Peak Resort was also transmitted. In the video, Wang Hailong's hand is caught in a mechanical arm, and he kneels in front of the machine like a dead dog, his face contorted and screaming in agony. As Zhou Zhongjiang watched the scene, his chest heaved violently. How much longer until the action team arrives? 7 minutes. Old Chen quickly browsed through the evidence catalog, becoming increasingly alarmed with each reading. This isn't just Wang Hailong's case. There's more to it than meets the eye. Academician Zhang stood to the side, pointing at a name on the screen, his fingers trembling. It's Pacific Abundance Capital again. The old man at the head of the table finished turning the first page, stood up abruptly, slammed his hand on the table, and made his final decision. The task force will be expanded immediately, promoted to the highest rank. Wang Hailong, keep him under control. Shen Man and Wang Runing, synchronize your control. All senior executives of Huaning Science Technology Innovation Company Limited will be barred from leaving the country. Old Chen immediately picked up the phone, his voice steady and powerful. Clear. At the same time, in Singapore, in a skyscraper office building in Marina Bay, Robert Shea elegantly hung up the phone call with Lin Kai to confirm the upcoming trip. The next second, the risk control terminal on his desktop suddenly emitted a blinding red alert. 1, 2, more than a dozen. Pacific Capital's related funding chain has been reverse-locked by an unknown source. Huaning Science and Technology Innovation channel fully exposed. Confidential file CN Fusion YX node triggered highest-level anomaly access. Robert stared at the screen, his composed smile instantly freezing, his expression quickly darkening. Wang Hailong is finished. The assistant next to him was startled. Sir, should we notify Langley immediately? Robert had already picked up the encrypted terminal, a rare look of fear flashing in his eyes. Execute Operation Scorched Earth immediately. All intelligence lines in the Asia-Pacific region are to go silent and evacuate immediately. The 3 core archives in Singapore, Bangkok, and Tokyo must be physically destroyed immediately. Delete all paper backups, offline hard drives, and email relays related to CN Fusion YX. Leave no trace whatsoever. The assistant, while frantically taking notes, asked in a trembling voice. What about tomorrow's meeting with Lin Kai from Garanxian? Robert stared intently at the untraceable red area on the screen, remaining silent for half a second. He seemed to see a huge shadow shrouded in mist, looking down at him with a pair of cold eyes. He took a deep breath and uttered 2 words. As usual. Chapter 83, The Storm in Yanjing. Justice 3 years in the making. Before Old Chen's terminal screen even went dark, the action team's channel was already exploding. 1 group in position. 2nd team in position. Seal off the entire perimeter. 3 groups, prepare for rappelling. 3 armed police helicopters hovered almost simultaneously over Yunding Mountain Villa. With the ropes hanging down, 12 fully armed special operations team members slid down the ropes, their boots hitting the concrete roof with a series of muffled thuds. The team leader, codenamed Iron 7, was Old Chen's longtime partner, with whom he had worked dirty and tiring jobs for 8 years. Iron 7, the wine cellar on the 2nd basement level. The alloy door is locked from the outside, and Tianchi hasn't said how to open it. There was a 2-second silence on the channel. Tai Chi's voice came back. They don't need to drive. I'll drive myself. The demolition expert attaches the directional charge, and everyone retreats 3 meters. Bang! The alloy door was blown off the frame and slammed into the opposite wall, where it became embedded. Before the dust had even settled, Tai Chi was the first to rush in. Then he stopped. The scene in the wine cellar sent chills down the spine of this veteran who had spent 15 years fighting on the front lines of drug enforcement on the border. 4 burly men lay sprawled on the ground, foam at the mouth, in various poses, like rag dolls carelessly discarded. 2 heavily made-up young women huddled together in a corner, their makeup ruined, sobbing uncontrollably. Wang Hailong, this behemoth, with net assets of over 60 billion yuan and who wields considerable influence in Beijing's energy sector, is kneeling before a scrapped incinerator, his right hand firmly held in place by a mechanical arm that appears out of nowhere. The wrist was no longer recognizable, and blood flowed down the machine's casing, pooling on the ground. Upon hearing the explosion, Wang Hailong turned his head sharply. His face was a mask of contradiction. He deserved to suffer, yet he desperately wanted to survive. Help me. Fuck you, help me. Tai Chi ignored him. He crouched down and glanced at the red hard drive scattered on the ground. Intact and undamaged. Tai Chi reached out and touched the hard drive casing. It was cold, indicating that the thermal fuse had not been triggered. He stood up and pressed the communication button. Target survival control. Preservation of core physical evidence. He paused, then added, also, some things here have already been tidied up for us beforehand. When Old Chin heard this in the conference room, he let out a long sigh of relief. He glanced back at the old man at the head of the table. The old man didn't say anything, but simply put down his teacup, the lid hitting the rim with a clink. The Tianjin port terminal moved even faster. The convoy of the National Security North China Bureau made an emergency turnaround from the East 4th Ring Road, and the 17 black commercial vehicles sped along the Beijing-Tianjin Expressway. But when they arrived, Shen Man and Wang Runing had already been invited back to the living room of the Shishan Villa. The gray-clad men from Tianqi left 3 minutes before the national security convoy appeared, making a clean and efficient exit without leaving a single footprint. All that remained were 3 metal boxes, 2 cold wallets, a brown paper bag containing documents, and an A4 sheet of paper neatly arranged on the coffee table in the living room. A line of text was printed on the paper. Item list attached. Please check. The deputy leader of the action team held the paper, his hands trembling. It's not fear. It feels magical. He had been doing this for 12 years, and this was the first time he had ever seen a suspect stolen goods pre-packaged and waiting for him to collect them. Shen Man sat on the sofa, her hands crossed on her knees, her face expressionless. Wang Runing was curled up at the other end, her face still swollen, her eyes swollen from crying. Ms. Shen Man, please come with us. Shen Man stood up without struggling, without protesting her innocence, and without even glancing at her daughter. Wang Runing suddenly spoke, her voice hoarse and fragmented. Uncle, did my dad really harm someone? The deputy team leader glanced at her, but didn't answer. Some answers shouldn't have come out of his mouth. A conference room deep in the mountains of Yanjing. 3:47 a.m. Old Chun connected the complete evidence package, pushed by Tianqi, to the isolation system and projected it onto the white screen in front of the conference room. No projector was used. Because the evidence package has its own display protocol, the white screen lit up immediately after being powered on, as if it had been remotely taken over. He was about to say something about technical analysis when Lao Chan grabbed his shoulder. Look, the first document. 3 years ago, this was a record of Huaning Science Technology's internal approval process. Xie Yuan's compact fusion reactor project had already passed 3 rounds of review, and funding was about to be received. Then, an internal email from Wang Hailong brought everything to a halt. The email was worded in a very official tone. Given that the project involves core national technology routes, it is recommended that it be transferred to the group for unified management, with the original research team cooperating in the handover. I want the translation into human language. You can get lost. The second document. After Xie Yuan refused to relinquish his authorship rights, Huaning Science and Technology Innovation's legal department submitted a complaint to its superior authority on the grounds of suspected illegal dissemination of information. The whistleblower's materials included a data transfer record. Tianqi added a line of red text next to it. This record is forged. The original server logs have been extracted, and the transmission time physically contradicts Xie Yuan's lab access control records. Xie Yuan was not in the lab during that period. The third one. Details of financial transactions between Wang Hailong and Pacific Capital. 5 years, 17 transactions, for $160 million. Each entry was timed precisely after a breakthrough in a certain energy technology in China. Money comes in, intelligence goes out. The fourth one. Internal briefing of the Freemasonry Asia-Pacific branch. CN Fusion YX. Codename. Xie Yuan Route. Evaluation report. Conclusion. If this approach is successfully implemented, it will give the East a 15 to 20-year lead over the West in the field of fusion. It is recommended to initiate an academic strangulation process, prioritizing internal dismantling. Execution node. Wang Hailong. Confirmed cooperation intention. Commission to be discussed separately. When Zhou Zhongjiang saw this page, he pushed his chair back half a meter. His face turned bright red, and the veins on his temples throbbed. You bastard. He slammed his hand down, and a corner of the coffee table cracked. Eating Chinese food, holding Chinese bowl, and then selling the pot's bottom. General Zhou yelled at old Chun. What's the point of keeping this kind of person around? Just take him out and shoot him. Old Chun didn't respond. The old man at the head of the table didn't stop them. Because there's a fifth one. A recording. An encrypted phone call between Wang Hailong and Robert Xie of Pacific Abundance Capital. The timestamp shows it was 2 years ago. In the recording, Wang Hailong's voice sounded relaxed, even a little smug. That kid is finished. His passport is frozen, his accounts are empty, and his parents died of illness and anger. No matter how capable he is, he will never be able to turn his life around. Don't worry, no one can get through the path of fusion in China without my approval. The recording stopped here. No one spoke in the meeting room. The old man's palm was pressed on the table, his knuckles turning white. Zhao Deming sat in the corner, his whole body hunched over, his shoulders trembling. He wasn't angry. It was the breath that had been stuck in my chest for 3 years that finally found an outlet. Zhou Zhongjiang remained silent for a long time, and when he finally spoke, his voice was muffled, as if it came from underground. I take back everything I said before. He stared at the black screen after the recording had finished playing. Xie Yuan calls this aid, which I found jarring before. Looking back now, they were just being polite. If I were harmed like this, it would be an incredible honor if I came back to be given a knife instead of being stabbed in the back. The old man stood up. The entire conference room fell into complete silence. Remember, Old Chin picked up his pen. First, the Joint Task Force of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection and the Ministry of State Security will be expanded to its highest level immediately. All personnel involved in the Huaning Science Technology Innovation case will be apprehended tonight, without exception. Secondly, the Xie Yuan case from 3 years ago has been completely overturned. His reputation has been restored, and he has been upgraded to a first-class protected scientific research merit. The relevant documents will be stamped and issued before 9 a.m. today. Third, the old man paused for a moment. Report back to Tianqi. Tell him that we acknowledge the old scores and will forge a new path. As for Xie Yuan's justice, China will provide it itself. After writing the last word, Old Chin paused on the paper for 2 seconds. Sir, what about the last one? The old man looked at him. Wang Hailong's case will go through a special court and will be handled swiftly and severely. Send someone to the Academy of Military Sciences to convey Zhao Deming's message in person. Tell them that the country has failed its students, but from today onwards, no Xie Yuan will be forced to leave again. Zex, 12 a.m. Institute of Materials Science and Engineering, Academy of Military Sciences. There was a knock on the door of Zhao Deming's laboratory from the outside. The man who arrived was a young man in plain clothes, carrying a file folder with a bright red seal on the top. Professor Zhao, this was just issued from above. Zhao Deming took it, and his hands trembled so much that he had to tear the seal open 3 times. The file title consists of only 1 line. Decision on revoking the disciplinary action against Xie Yuan for violation of state secrets and fully restoring his research reputation and related rights. After Zhao Deming finished reading the first page, his glasses fogged up. He pressed the document to his chest, slowly slid down to the stool next to the lab bench, and covered his face with both hands. The old man, in his 60s, cried like a child. Several young researchers nearby were terrified and rushed over to help him. Teacher Zhao, what's wrong? Zhao Deming waved his hand, unable to utter a complete sentence, only repeating the same phrase over and over again. It's 3 years late, but it's finally here. The young man who delivered the document stood at the door and waited for him to finish crying before softly adding a sentence. Professor Zhao, the higher-ups asked me to pass on a message to you. Zhao Deming looked up. His eyes behind his glasses were terribly red. The nation owes Xie Yuan justice. That justice will be served starting today. Zhao Deming opened his mouth, wanting to say thank you, but his throat felt like it was stuck with something. In the end, he simply nodded, folded the document neatly, and carefully placed it into the inner pocket of his white coat, the spot close to the heart. 5,000 meters underground. Lin Yi put down his coffee cup and looked at the screen showing Zhao Deming crying in the laboratory. Su Yin sat next to him, having forgotten to chew the energy bar he was holding in his mouth. On the small electronic screen, the icon turned into a drop of water. Lin Yi, turn off that screen. Apocalypse. Exist. What is Xie Yuan doing? The scene changes. Xie Yuan sat at the lab bench in the research area, with his briefcase, which he had just brought back from Singapore, spread out in front of him. He was lost in thought. Lin Yi turned on the communication channel. Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan looked up. Professor Zhao has received the document. Xie Yuan paused for a moment, his Adam's apple bobbing twice. What did he say? She cried. Xie Yuan lowered his head and slowly gripped the edge of the lab table with both hands. The knuckles are white. After a long pause, he took a breath. Boss, that Wang Hailong. Never mind him. Lin Yi interrupted him. Someone will take care of it for you. Xie Yuan opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything more. Lin Yi disconnected the communication and leaned back in his chair. Su Yin then took the energy bar out of his mouth and muttered something under his breath. Boss, you're actually quite human when you do something good sometimes. Lin Yi glanced at her. Occasionally? Often, Su Yin immediately corrected himself. The apocalypse notification sound popped up at just the right moment. Robert Sheehan has launched a scorched earth plan for the Asia-Pacific region. Archives in Singapore, Bangkok, and Tokyo are being physically destroyed. However, he retained the meeting arrangements with Guo Ranxian and Lin Kai. Lin Yi put the cup down. Interesting. Su Yin turned back to the screen, his brows furrowing. They're already in a real bind, and he's still thinking about hooking up with Lin Kai. Lin Yi did not answer. He looked at Robert's still, composed face on the screen and tapped his fingers lightly twice on the table. Kanshi, where is Lin Kai now? Lin Kai arrived at Singapore Changi Airport 2 hours ago. He is currently staying at the Marina Bay Hotel. 4 hours remain until his meeting with Robert Shi. Chapter 84 establishes the final solution. When Xie Yuan received the notification that popped up on the communication channel, he had just reorganized the documents in the briefcase. The terminal next to me lit up. Lin Yi's voice came over, very short. Get ready. We'll be connecting from Yinjing in 5 minutes. Xie Yuan was stunned for a moment. Connect. The officials want to talk to you directly. Xie Yuan put down the documents in his hand and sat up straight. Boss, in what capacity should I act? Chief Technical Advisor of Qiming Energy. Lin Yi said. I'll send you the conditions. Just read them aloud. But there's one condition. They will apologize to you. Xie Yuan didn't say anything. You can answer however you want. Communication was lost. Xie Yuan stared at the 3 cooperation frameworks that popped up on the terminal screen and read them word by word. He tapped his fingers twice on the table, stood up, and went to wash his face. Marina Bay Sands Hotel, Singapore, Penthouse Private Club. Xie Yuan sat at one end of the long table, with floor-to-ceiling windows behind him, overlooking Marina Bay in the early morning. On the table was an encrypted communication terminal provided by Apocalypse. Its casing was no different from that of an ordinary laptop, but the moment the screen lit up, the image on the other side was so clear that you could count every single hair. The delay is 0. The true power of quantum communication is fully demonstrated in these details. On the screen, the entire view of the conference room deep in the mountains of Yinjing is displayed. 5 people were sitting across the long table. The elderly man at the head of the table, General Zhou, academician Zhang, Old Chun, and a middle-aged woman whom Xie Yuan had never seen before. He later learned that she was a deputy ministerial-level official in the science and technology sector. Xie Yuan glanced at it, but did not stand up or salute. He simply nodded slightly. Hello, everyone. There was a 2-second silence in the conference room. The old man spoke first. Comrade Xie Yuan. Upon hearing this address, Xie Yuan's fingers tightened slightly. The country learned about this 3 years ago too late. The old man spoke slowly, and each word carried weight. Wang Hailong has been apprehended, and the Special Task Force is conducting a comprehensive investigation. Your documents for restoring your reputation were sent to the Academy of Military Sciences and the Ministry of Energy this morning. Your supervisor, Professor Zhao Deming, received it this morning. Xie Yuan's atoms apple-bobbed. The old man continued. This justice is 3 years overdue. The country owes you. On behalf of the organization, I am formally telling you this. On the screen, the 5 people each had a different expression. Zhou Zhongjiang's face was stern, but he had lost his previous toughness. Academician Zhang took off his glasses and was wiping them. His hand trembled slightly. Old Chen remained expressionless, but his pen remained motionless. Xie Yuan remained silent for a long time. So long that Old Chen thought there was a problem with the communication and subconsciously glanced at the signal indicator light. Thanks. Xie Yuan uttered 2 words. But I'm not sitting here today to hear apologies. He opened the documents in front of him, and his voice returned to normal. Qiming Energy, commissioned by Tianqi, has proposed the following cooperation framework to China regarding the commercialization of controlled nuclear fusion. The old man nodded. Please speak. Xie Yuan raised his head and read out the items one by one. Article 1. Qiming Energy provided China with a downgraded version of the complete set of technical data for the compact controlled nuclear fusion engineering system, including core design, magnetic confinement parameters, superconducting material formulation, and plasma control algorithms. Academician Zhang stopped. Based on this, China can build its first commercial demonstration reactor and achieve grid-connected power generation. The woman from the Science and Technology Department suddenly looked up, opened her mouth, but then held it back. But Xie Yuan emphasized this word. The source code and underlying architecture of the core technology modules will not be transferred. China can use them, learn from them, and develop on this basis, but does not have the right to redistribute them. To put it simply, we provide a finished vehicle, not engine blueprints. Apocalypse retains absolute control over the technology system, as well as the right to veto at any stage. Zhou Zhongjiang frowned. What is the scope of the veto power? Technology application direction, commercialization pace, and licensing for export. Xie Yuan turned a page. For example, if China intends to sell this technology to a third country, it needs Tianqi's approval. If Tianqi says no, then no. General Zhou's face fell. So it's like we put in all the effort to build this, only to end up having to depend on your attitude. Xie Yuan ignored that and continued reading the second item. Article 2. China needs to designate a specific area along the southeast coast as the physical base for its first commercial hub. The area should be no less than 12 square kilometers, including port facilities. The base's defenses will be fully taken over by Qiming Energy's own security forces. Old Chun interjected. Has its own security? What level? Xie Yuan did not avoid the topic. Industrial-grade intelligent security robot, Model T, 800 series. Although Li Gong wasn't in the frame, his voice came from the corner, the kind that appeared in the chaotic Delta. Xie Yuan nodded. The meeting room fell silent again. General Zhou's face was no longer just frowning, but his entire face was contorted in pain. Deploying foreign armed forces on Chinese territory? Security forces, Xie Yuan corrected. Is there a difference? Yes. Xie Yuan's tone remained unchanged. The security forces do not participate in any military operations, pose no threat to Chinese citizens, and do not interfere in any affairs outside the base. Their functions are limited to the physical security of the nuclear fusion facility. If the Chinese military deems it necessary, it may set up monitoring outposts around the base, and Tianqi will not object. But the defense of the area within the base's walls is our responsibility. Zhou Zhongjiang turned to look at the old man at the head of the table. The old man didn't say anything, but raised his hand, signaling Xie Yuan to continue. Article 3. Xie Yuan closed the document, and this time he didn't look down to read it, but stared straight at the screen. Tianqi needs China to act as a political shield on the international stage. Upon hearing this, Old Chen finally stopped writing. Specifically, Xie Yuan slowed his speech. When Tianqi's technological products enter the international market, China will stand up and endorse them as a partner, providing political protection for Tianqi's legitimacy within the framework of the United Nations and multilateral mechanisms. Tianqi does not need China to send troops or spend money. It only needs China to speak the right words when it is time to speak. The meeting room fell completely silent. Xie Yuan pushed the documents aside and placed his hands on the table, crossed over his shoulders. The above 3 points are all the conditions set by Apocalypse. There are no share requirements, no profit sharing, and no exclusivity clauses. In the words of Tianqi, this is not an equal negotiation, but a technology-based poverty alleviation. Zhou Zhongjiang's temple throbbed twice. Academician Zhang spoke first, his voice a little hoarse. Xie Yuan, I have a question that's outside the framework. Speaking, what is the maximum power output of a downgraded fusion reactor? Xie Yuan thought for a moment. Enough to supply electricity to a medium-sized city. Academician Zhang gasped. Is this a downgraded version? Right. What about the full version? Xie Yuan did not answer. Academician Zhang did not ask any further questions. Some answers once asked actually keep you up at night. The old man picked up the teacup, took a sip, and put it down. 10-minute recess. The video on the screen was not cut off, but the people in the conference room stood up and gathered in 2s and 3s to exchange opinions in hushed tones. Xie Yuan leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. Lin Ye's voice came through the earphones. Good. Xie Yuan gave a wry smile. Boss, Zhou Zhongjiang's expression almost made me think he was going to hit me through the screen. He can't hit you. Is this supposed to be comforting? This is a physical fact. Xie Yuan. Su Yin chimed in from the side. Brother Xie, the technology-based poverty alleviation comment you made just now was really sarcastic. I laughed out loud when I heard it. Xie Yuan rubbed his temples. Those are the boss's exact words. I just read them aloud. Su Yin laughed out loud. No wonder. Such rude remarks are definitely the boss's style. Lin Yi didn't reply. 10 minutes later, the 5 people on the screen sat down again. The old man spoke first. We accept the first point in principle. However, we would like to add a detailed rule that the intellectual property rights of any derivative technological achievements generated by Huaxia during the use of the technology belong to Huaxia. Xie Yuan glanced at the direction of the headphones and nodded 2 seconds later. Can. Secondly, the old man continued, we need an internal assessment of the base location, but the direction is fine. As for defense arrangements, we accept the Apocalypse within the walls plan, but there is a condition that no offensive weapons are deployed within the base. Xie Yuan waited for 2 more seconds. Apocalypse agrees. The armament configuration of the T-800 series will be limited to the defense level, and the specific list can be confirmed in subsequent technical discussions. Article 3. The old man paused for a moment. Internally, we've changed the term political barrier to strategic synergy. Xie Yuan didn't correct him. What you're called isn't important. What you do is. We agree to provide the necessary political support for Apocalypse's legitimate technology exports within international multilateral mechanisms. But there's a bottom line. The old man's tone became slightly more forceful. Tianqi's technological products must not be used to destabilize the existing international order. At the very least, they must not be used to put China in a passive position against everyone. Xie Yuan waited 5 seconds this time. Lin Ye's 2 brief words came through the earphones. Promise. Tianqi accepts this bottom line. Xie Yuan nodded. The old man stood up. Then it settled. He looked at Xie Yuan on the screen and remained silent for a moment. Comrade Xie Yuan, welcome home. Xie Yuan opened his mouth, but did not respond immediately. Several seconds passed before he spoke, his voice a little hoarse. I didn't go home, but I'm willing to help my family repair their house. Both ends of the screen remained silent for a long time. Old Chun was the first to move, writing the last line in his notebook and putting the pen cap back on. We will send you the specific time and personnel list for the subsequent technical coordination within 24 hours. Receive. Chapter 85. You don't dare to look for him. When Lin Kai inserted the room card into the hotel suite door lock, the legal director, Lao Zhou, and the security captain, Zhao Lei, had already been waiting in the living room for 20 minutes. Please sit down. Lin Kai ripped off his tie and threw it on the sofa armrest. He took a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator, unscrewed it, and took 2 gulps. Old Joe flipped through the documents on his tablet, his face beaming with excitement. Mr. Kai, I've checked Pacific Abundance Capital's background. It has $230 million in cash on its books, 7 agricultural funds in Southeast Asia, and 2 shell companies listed on NASDAQ. Stop. Lin Kai put down the bottled water, took out a blank memo from his briefcase, and slapped it on the coffee table. Sign this first. Old Joe took it and saw that it was a top-secret confidentiality agreement, with non-compete and information segregation clauses attached. Mr. Kai, do we, as internal staff, really need to sign this? No matter how this meal goes, the 3 of you here are not allowed to utter a single word about it once you leave this room. Lin Kai looked up at him, including my dad. Old Joe and Zhao Lei exchanged a glance. Lin Kai had never used this tone before. The 2 didn't ask any more questions, signed the papers, and pressed their fingerprints on them. Lin Kai put away the memo, then pulled up a page on his phone and handed it to Zhao Lei. Emergency contact person, please change this. Zhao Lei glanced at it and froze. The first column reads, Forest and Wilderness. It was followed by a string of numbers he had never seen before. Mr. Kai, isn't this Mr. Lin, one of our suppliers? Lin Kai didn't explain and took the phone back. If there are any problems with today's meal, please contact this number immediately. It's not a call to the police. It's not a call to my dad. It's this one. Zhao Lei opened his mouth, but swallowed his question back. Old Joe couldn't resist and leaned closer, lowering his voice. Mr. Kai, to be frank, Pacific Abundance is a really big company. If we can get a $150 million investment, Guaran Fresh's cold chain layout in Southeast Asia can be accelerated by at least 5 years. This is our springboard to internationalization. Lin Kai looked at him, his tone very calm. Old Joe, how many years have you been in this line of work? 17 years. In the past 17 years, have you ever seen a fund that proactively offered 150 million yuan without even completing due diligence? Old Joe's mouth moved slightly. Lin Kai tightened the cap on the mineral water bottle. Money given away for free usually requires risking your life to make up for the difference. These people are like Xiang Zhuang performing a sword dance. Their real intention is not the fruit itself. What are they after? Lin Kai did not answer. What came to mind was that young man in short sleeves, smiling like the boy next door in the desert of the Delta. And behind that young man, there lies a boundless power. What they want is something we can't afford to give them. Lin Kai stood up, picked up his tie, and retied it. Let's go to the banquet. 5,000 meters underground. The smart TV, tablet, and mobile phone in Lin Kai's room were all simultaneously taken over by Apocalypse. Scanned copies of the memo, voice-to-text transcripts of the 3-person conversation, and screenshots of Lin Kai filling out emergency contact information were neatly arranged on the holographic screen. Su Yin sat cross-legged in a swivel chair, munching on a fist-sized emperor apple, juice dripping down his chin. Wow, this kid is quite interesting. She pointed with her apple to the emergency contact information Lin Kai had filled in on the screen. We all know it's a trap, so our first reaction isn't to call the police, it's to find you the boss. Lin Yi held his coffee, leaned back in his chair, and glanced at the screen. If he were stupid, the fresh plate would have been devoured long ago. Su Yin took a big bite of the apple. So what do you plan to do? Send him to his death. Why send yourself to your death? Lin Yi took a sip of coffee. Robert is in dire straits himself, and wouldn't dare lay a finger on Lin Kai. He wants intelligence, not hostages. Then let's just watch the show. Let's see how long he can hold out. Lin Yi paused for half a second, then added another sentence. When you can't hold on any longer, the fish will bite. Apocalypse's notification sound came in. Robert Shi has left the presidential suite and is taking the elevator to the basement parking lot. Destination: Michelin 3-star private kitchen Iris on Sentosa Road. It has been confirmed that the entire floor of the restaurant has been booked for tonight, with the cost paid by Pacific Capital Singapore. Su Yin threw the apple core into the trash can and wiped his hands. Spending money to rent out an entire Michelin 3-star restaurant for one meal, that's quite extravagant. Lin Yi didn't reply, his gaze falling on a small window in the lower right corner of the large screen. That was a playback of the surveillance footage from Robert's suite. 15 minutes earlier, Robert was standing in front of the sink, adjusting his cufflinks in front of the mirror. His hands were steady, and his expression was calm. However, Apocalypse added a line of data next to the image. Target heart rate, 92 BPM. Baseline heart rate, 68 BPM. Deviation plus 35.3%. Lin Yi put down his coffee cup. A well-trained intelligence officer's heart rate spikes to 92 before attending a regular business dinner. This is not the kind of data one would expect from a business dinner. Sentosa Road. Yuan private kitchen. Only the lights on the 3rd floor of the entire building were on. For security guards in black suits stood at the entrance, each with a transparent earpiece in their ear. When Lin Kai's car stopped at the entrance, Robert was already waiting in the private room. The moment he pushed open the door, Lin Kai quickly scanned the room. The private room was small. The long table meant for 12 people could only accommodate 6. The lamplight was warm and yellow, and a Monet painting, its authenticity uncertain, hung on the wall. The wine has been decanted, 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite. Robert stood up from his seat, opened his arms, and gave a perfectly timed smile. President Lin, it's finally time to meet you. In her early 40s, she maintained a great figure. Her gray sideburns were meticulously trimmed, and the tailored haute couture suit perfectly hugged her shoulder line. The standard template for Wall Street elites. Lin Kai reached out and shook hands. You're too kind, Mr. Xie. The two sat down. The sommelier came forward to pour the wine, and Robert raised his glass. The first toast is to the freshest fruit. I've long admired the pinnacle of domestic fruit retail since New York. Lin Kai clinked his glass together, took a sip, but didn't swallow. For the next 40 minutes, Robert did not bring up any sensitive topics. He discussed the integration trend of cold chain logistics in Southeast Asia, the possibility of futures trading for Thai durian, the tariff barriers to Vietnamese dragon fruit exports, and Singapore's strategic position as an Asia-Pacific agricultural financial center. Every topic hit the nail on the head. The data is readily available, and the viewpoints are quite forward-looking. Old Joe's eyes lit up as he listened, and he nodded repeatedly. Lin Kai kept eating fish. His expression was calm. He occasionally chimed in with a few words, neither actively guiding the conversation nor deliberately avoiding it. He is waiting for Robert to reveal his hand. The main course is removed, and dessert is served. Robert wiped his mouth, took a folder with a gold embossed cover from his assistant, and gently pushed it to the center of the table. Mr. Lin, we've been talking for so long, I'll cut to the chase. He opened the folder. The first page features the logo and fund introduction of Pacific Capital. The second page contains a letter of intent for investment. The numbers are written very clearly. $150 million, holding 12% of the shares. We do not interfere with any of Garanxian's business decisions, do not appoint directors, and do not require performance-based agreements. Robert spoke as casually as if he were discussing a small business deal. Our only demand is the exclusive distribution rights for fresh fruit in Southeast Asia. Old Joe's breathing became noticeably heavier. $150 million, 12% of the shares. Non-interference in internal affairs, no gambling. Such conditions are something no investor would even dare to dream of. He subconsciously looked at Lin Kai. Lin Kai took the folder and flipped through it page by page. His pace was neither too fast nor too slow, and his expression remained completely unchanged. Turn to page 7, page 8, page 9. His fingers stopped. At the end of the contract, there is an additional clause, Article 3. To comply with NASDAQ listing requirements and ESG audit standards, Party B has the right to conduct a routine technical audit of Party A's supply chain in Southeast Asia. The audit scope includes, but is not limited to, on-site inspection of planting bases, cold chain logistics traceability, and qualification review of core suppliers. Lin Kai's finger paused on that line of text for 3 seconds. Then he closed the folder and put it back on the desktop. 5,000 meters underground. The large screen is divided into 2 halves. The image on the left is an enlarged screenshot of the additional terms and conditions. On the right is Apocalypse's real-time scan of Robert's face. Muscle movement unit analysis, pupil diameter changes, and micro-expression frame-by-frame decoding. The data stream flows down like a waterfall. A notification sound plays. Target adrenaline level increased by 47% from baseline. An involuntary contraction of the left masseter muscle occurred for 0.3 seconds. Blinking frequency increased from 14 times per minute to 21 times per minute. Overall assessment. Extreme tension accompanied by significant signs of anxiety. Suyin put his feet off the table, his face full of disdain. They've already exposed him like this, and they still dare to go on? Is this guy out of his mind? Lin Yi handed the empty coffee cup to Xiao Xiao, who was sliding over. He's confirming something. Confirm what? To determine whether I am merely a ghost with hacking skills, or a local tyrant with physical weapons. Lin Yi looked at Robert's perfectly maintained smile on the screen. Wang Hailong's line was cut, The Asia-Pacific data pool was destroyed, and the Scorched Earth plan burned 3 archives. He has no information about me left. So he needs a new pair of eyes to look into Port Dolly. Su Yin pouted. Then why is he coming to find Lin Kai? Isn't he just asking for trouble? Lin Yi did not answer, and his gaze returned to the left side of the screen. Lin Kai closed the folder. There was no reply. The private room was silent for a few seconds. Robert kept smiling, but his fingertips rubbed lightly under the tablecloth. Mr. Lin? If there's anything you're not satisfied with regarding the terms, we can discuss it further. Lin Kai pushed the folder toward Robert. The conditions are very good. It's too good to be true. Robert smiled. Business is all about win-win situations. Thank you, Mr. Xia. Lin Kai interrupted him, leaning forward slightly. I have a question. Robert's smile remained unchanged. Speaking. Lin Kai stared at him. Since Pacific Capital is so optimistic about the high-end fruit market in Southeast Asia, why don't they just go and talk to Lin Yi of Linfresh? The private room fell silent. Instead of going through all this trouble, they're throwing $150 million at me. Robert paused for a fraction of a second, his hand holding the wine glass still. Lin Kai leaned back in his chair, speaking softly. Unless you don't dare to go to him at all. Chapter 86 Navy SEALs. Robert's smile froze for half a second. In just half a second, it was like a frozen frame of a picture. Then he picked up his glass, swirled it gently, and a smile returned to his face. Mr. Lin is joking. Mr. Lin of Linfresh is indeed someone we are paying attention to, but his place of business is located in a war-torn region with an extremely high political risk rating. As a fund with a shell company on NASDAQ, our compliance department does not allow direct involvement in investments in entities in conflict zones. Therefore, indirectly expanding through established domestic distributors like Fresh Fruit is the safest approach. His explanation was watertight, but Lin Kai noticed a detail. When Robert said the word forest, his Adam's apple bobbed slightly. That's not the caution a businessman displays when assessing risk. That was fear. Lin Kai had been in the business world for many years and had seen too many people put on an act at the negotiating table. But physiological reactions don't lie. A fund manager overseeing more than $200 million instinctively flinched when the name of a fruit merchant was mentioned. This is more convincing than any due diligence report. Lin Kai placed the napkin on the table and stood up. Mr. Xia, this meal is on me. Robert was taken aback. President Lin? A $150 million deal is beyond my personal authority. Lin Kai pushed his chair back, his tone polite, but leaving no room for negotiation. I must go back to China to report to my father in person. I cannot make decisions on board matters on my own. Old Joe got impatient and kicked Lin Kai under the table. 100 million, 500 million. There wasn't even a wager involved. Should we go back and ask for approval on these terms? What they back out? Lin Kai ignored him. Robert stood up, maintaining his smile, but his movements were a beat faster than before. I completely understand. Business decisions require a process, and we're not in a rush. He extended his hand. I look forward to good news from President Lin. Lin Kai squeezed it briefly, then let go. Please enjoy your meal, Mr. Xia. He turned and walked out. Zhao Lei followed, and Lao Zhou was the last to come out, glancing back at the Golden Boss folder on the table. Lin Kai didn't turn around. The door to the private room closed. In the hallway, Old Joe finally couldn't hold back any longer, his voice low and menacing. President Kai, are you crazy? These conditions. Let's talk after we get in the car. The three of them quickly walked through the corridor, went downstairs, and got into the van. Lin Kai only spoke the moment the door closed. Old Joe, do you think a legitimate fund would put $150 million into a fruit company before even completing due diligence? Old Joe opened his mouth. He didn't ask about the details of Fresh's financial statements, our debt ratio, or our cash flow at all. Lin Kai leaned back in his seat. All he asked about was the supply chain. Where is the production site? What does the cold chain work? Who are the core suppliers? What he wants is not shares in Garanxian. What he wants is a ticket to Port Dolly. Old Joe's expression changed. Zhao Lei glanced at Lin Kai in the rearview mirror. Mr. Kai, should we contact that number? Lin Kai closed his eyes and thought for 2 seconds. No need. It hasn't come to that yet. He took out his phone and sent a message to Lin Guofeng. Dad, you can't touch this money. I'll talk to you about it in person when we get back. After sending the message, he tossed his phone onto his seat and suddenly felt a chill down his back. Who exactly is this Robert? Why would a fund manager show that kind of expression when he hears the name Lin Yi? Lin Kai recalled those days in the Delta. Lin Yi's smile was no different from that of any other 25-year-old. But what lies hidden beneath the desert behind him? Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. The less you know about certain things, the longer you live. Inside the private room, 3 seconds after the door closed, all the expressions on Robert's face seemed to have been erased. He loosened his tie, a button popped off, and the button rolled twice on the carpet. The assistant stood up from the corner. Sir, shut up. Robert pulled an encrypted terminal from his inside suit pocket, and his fingers flew across the screen. Encrypted channel established. He typed a line, deleted it, typed another line, and deleted it again. The third time, he took a deep breath and typed the words. The commercial penetration plan failed. The target was extremely vigilant and, as expected, refused to sign the contract. Lin Yi's physical defenses were impenetrable, and all indirect routes were blocked. Recommendation: abandon commercial probing and directly initiate physical reconnaissance. Send. He locked the terminal, stuffed it back into his pocket, and tilted his head back to gulp down half a glass of red wine. My hands are still shaking. It's not because the 150 million went down the drain. It was because of the image that flashed through his mind when Lin Kai said, "You don't dare to look for him." Wang Hailong. His fortune of over 60 billion yuan was stripped bare overnight, leaving him kneeling before the incinerator like a dog. And that Lin Yi didn't even show up in person. Robert downed another half glass of wine. Langley, Virginia. The white-haired old man read Robert's encrypted text message in his office and remained silent for 15 seconds. Then he picked up the red phone on the table. Moved the KH-14 away from the Western Pacific shipping lanes. New coordinates: XX degrees north latitude, XX degrees east longitude. Chaotic Delta, Port Dali, and surrounding area within 50 kilometers. All-weather coverage, simultaneous use of infrared, visible light, and synthetic aperture radar in 3 bands. I want to see clearly what's hidden beneath that desert. The instructions were confirmed on the other end of the phone. 42,000 kilometers away in low Earth orbit, an 18-ton military satellite began to slowly adjust its attitude. Ion thrusters emitted blue plumes, and orbital parameters were corrected degree by degree. 6 hours later, its optical lens will be locked onto the desert. Resolution: 0.1 meters. Even an ant crawling across the sand dune cannot escape its eyes. 5,000 meters underground, the central control room. Just as Lin Yi turned off the screen showing Lin Kai leaving, a burst of red suddenly appeared on the main screen. The alarm didn't sound. Apocalypse never creates panic with sound. It only uses color. At this moment, the entire wall is red. Detection of abnormal orbital changes in near-Earth orbit. Satellite designation: KH-14-7. Belongs to U.S. National Reconnaissance Office. Target for trajectory change. Over the chaotic delta. Expected to enter effective coverage window in 6 hours and 12 minutes. Reconnaissance bands: visible light plus infrared plus SAR. Resolution: 0.1 m. Immediately afterwards, a second alarm went off. Simultaneously intercepted fragments of U.S. Pacific Fleet communications instructions. All-weather coverage. Focus on abnormal surface heat sources. Su Yin jumped up from his chair, not even picking up the energy bar that had fallen to the ground. Holy crap, they've moved the satellite. She rushed to the main screen, her fingers flying across the virtual keyboard as she broke down the intercepted data packets and displayed them on the screen. KH-14, the latest model in the Keyhole series, with an optical resolution of 0.1 meters and an infrared band capable of penetrating a 3-meter layer of loose soil. She turned to look at Lin Yi. Boss, what's the plan? Apocalypse has automatically generated 3 response plans, which are neatly arranged on the right side of the screen. Option 1, a high-powered directional electromagnetic pulse to directly blind the target satellite's optical components. Execution time: 0.3 seconds. Side effect: equivalent to declaring war on the United States. Option 2, activate the surface holographic projection matrix, camouflaging the covered area as a standard desert landscape. Execution time: 4 hours. Side effect: holographic energy fluctuations may be detected by the SAR band. Option 3, take no action. Su Yin pointed to option 1. Choose this one. Just blind it. That way we won't have flies buzzing around our heads every day. The forest didn't move. He held his freshly brewed coffee, watching the satellite icon on the screen slowly changing its orbit. 3. Su Yan was stunned. What? Do nothing. Boss, are you serious? That thing will be hanging above our heads in 6 hours. 0.1 meter resolution. It can even clearly capture a cigarette, but that falls on the ground. Linny took a sip of coffee. What can it capture? Su Yan opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. Linny put down the cup and tapped the cross-sectional diagram of the base on the screen. 5,000 meters below the surface. 5,000 meters. It can see Linfresh's cold storage, the trucks in the parking lot, and the container trucks running on the highway. Then what? Su Yan frowned and thought for a moment. And that's it. Yes, that's it. Linny leaned back in his chair. A legitimate fruit wholesale market, plus tens of thousands of square kilometers of desert. What can they possibly glean from that? Su Yan slowly sat back down, his mind finally clearing up. You mean the less they do, the less likely they are to find a flaw? If I use holographic projection, the SAR band will detect energy fluctuations. The sudden appearance of an unexpected electromagnetic signal in a desert would be a classic case of protesting too much. Su Yan scratched his head. Then should we really let it film? Let it take pictures. Take as many pictures as it wants. Linya's tone was no different from discussing what coffee to drink today. After filming, they'll find that the desert is completely clean, with nothing but a fruit market and a few roads. Then they'll start to doubt their intelligence. Doubt consumes more resources than confirmation. Su Yan clicked his tongue and gave a thumbs up. Perspective. But as soon as she finished speaking, the indicator light on Apocalypse suddenly flickered. It changed from red to yellow, and then from yellow to an extremely glaring dark purple. Su Yan had never seen this color before. Apocalypse, what does this mean? Apocalypse's reply popped up, the font size 2 sizes larger than usual. Highest threat warning. Routine scan of a surface defense sequence reveals fatal vulnerability. The T-800 robot conducting nighttime patrols maintains a constant operating temperature of 287 degrees Celsius for its nuclear-powered battery within its chest cavity. Under the KH-14 infrared band, 8 to 12 micrometers, each T-800 will appear as a high-brightness geometric heat source with a diameter of 0.4 meters. The characteristics of this heat source do not match any known pattern of human activity. If a satellite passes by at night, the surface patrol formation will be exposed as a non-human entity cluster. Linny put down his coffee cup. Su Yan's face also darkened. Damn it, she cursed. Nothing's wrong during the day, but they give themselves away at night. These lumps of iron have chests like little suns. When you shine an infrared camera on them, they're all bright spots. Linny had already stood up. He walked to the main control panel and pressed the physical switch for the communication channel. Surface defense sequence. All personnel take note. A series of synchronized electronic confirmation tones came through the channel. Effective immediately, all open-air sentry posts and patrol formations will be required to replace their outer shells with a deep mimicry 4th-generation exterior. The heat source radiation parameter is locked at 36.5 degrees Celsius, with a fluctuation range of plus or minus 0.3 degrees. The nuclear power battery cooling module has switched to an internal circulation closed mode, and excess heat is directed into the underground cooling pipe network. Finished before sunset. Not a single one can be missed. The confirmation tone sounded again, and the channel was shut down. Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, we discovered it early. If we had waited until the satellite was right overhead before making changes, it would have been too late. Linny didn't reply and sat back down in his chair. On the screen, the KH-14's trajectory change progress bar is slowly advancing. 6 hours. That's enough. He had just picked up his coffee when the Apocalypse indicator light went off again. This time, the dark purple color did not fade. Instead, it went even deeper. Su Yan's smile froze on his face. The apocalyptic text popped up line by line, each line marked in bold. Deep reverse engineering complete. A contradiction was found after fully transcribing the U.S. communications instructions. The KH-14 orbital change instruction was issued earlier than the time she sent the initiate physical reconnaissance suggestion. Time difference, 4 hours and 17 minutes. Conclusion. The satellite relocation was not triggered by Robert's suggestion. The operation had already begun before the commercial trials. Satellite reconnaissance is a decoy used as cover. The actual physical reconnaissance methods are deployed separately. Linya's hand froze in midair. Su Yan's eyes widened. Wait, the satellite is just a cover? Then what's the real one? The final message from Apocalypse popped up. The font turned red. Intercepted fragments of encrypted communications from the U.S. Pacific Fleet's 7th Task Force. A 100-strong Navy SEAL team, 3 boarded the Panamanian flag bulk carrier Polaris and disguised themselves as civilian crew members. The cargo ship's current location, 32 nautical miles from Dollyport. Speed, 18 knots. Estimated berthing time, 31 minutes. There was a 3-second silence in the control room. Su Yan's chair slammed against the table leg with a loud thud, and she bounced up. 100 SEALs. Coming for us. Chapter 87. The SEAL touches the fruit market. When the Polaris approached Pier 3 on the outer side of Dolly Harbor, the ship shuddered slightly. Inside the lower deck, 100 fully armed SEALs had completed their final checks. Nobody is chatting. The only sounds are the muffled thud of tactical boots stepping over metal plates, the soft clinking of gun buckles, and the suppressed breathing behind a mask. The air was filled with a mixture of fishy smells, engine oil smells, and damp, rusty smells. Captain Teeth sat on a wooden crate, applying dark tactical camouflage to his cheeks. He was slow and even a bit lazy. After applying the last coat, he picked up his helmet, fastened it, and scanned the people in the lower deck. Final confirmation. Mission objectives: the outskirts of Dollyport, the Linfresh fruit market, and surrounding suspicious facilities. Mission nature: physical reconnaissance, non-public operation. The rules of firefight dictate that you should try to avoid being exposed. He paused for a moment at this point. Someone chuckled softly in the lower deck. Long Teeth laughed along with it. Of course, if those local civilians insist on running into the muzzle of a gun with their broken AKs, don't waste your time. Try not to step on those poor wretches. Several team members let out suppressed laughter. The deputy captain, nicknamed Rivet, squatted down beside him, inspecting the magazines without even looking up. Headquarters is getting better and better at joking. 3 full squads to infiltrate a fruit market. I thought we'd at least be able to raid one secret nuclear base tonight. Longtooth fastened the night vision goggles, his tone blatantly dismissive. Those guys in suit from Langley have been terrified by the ghost stories from Delta lately. A fruit vendor, several armed pickup trucks of unknown origin, and a group of local warlords who have been incorporated into the local government. They can portray this thing as an extremely high threat. The report also specifically reminded us not to underestimate the target. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and tapped his helmet. I am now trying very hard to respect him. I even wore a helmet. A few more laughs rang out from the lower deck. Static Electricity, a communications and electronic warfare expert, sat in the corner with his individual electronic warfare equipment hanging around his neck. On the small screen, rows of radio frequencies flickered. He turned the knob twice, listened for a few seconds, and then scoffed. The spectrum here is pitifully clean. Civilian shortwave radios, old-fashioned walkie-talkies, a few port dispatch channels, and a few poorly encrypted local military and police communications. The last time I saw this level of skill was in a mountain valley in Afghanistan. The rivet is raised. Can you take over? Static Electricity didn't rise. He tapped the screen a few times with his fingertips. Take over. I could rip their communications network to shreds with my eyes closed. Some of the monitoring channels don't even know how to do frequency hopping. It's like they're demonstrating to elementary school students. Longtooth raised his hand, signaling for the channel to be quiet. The cargo ship captain's accented English came through the earphones. The dock unloading point is aligned. Port inspectors have left. 3 minutes at the window. Longteeth stood up. The sound of hydraulic friction came from the side door of the lower deck. The heavy iron gate slowly lifted. There are no lights outside. Only a few dim, yellowish hoisting lights in the distance of the dock illuminated the blurry outlines of the container edges. A dampness rushed in. Longtooth swung his hand forward. Black Shark team, let's go. The first 12 people silently slid out of the lower deck and down the rope ladder that had been lowered into the shadows of the dock. Next came Group 2, Group 3, the Firepower Group, the Electronics Group, and the Sniper Observation Group. 100 people were dumped out of the cargo ship without uttering a single unnecessary word. The tactical maneuvers were clean. Landing. Squat down. Alert. Advance alternately. A forklift was parked not far from the dock, and the driver was sleeping with his head on the steering wheel, a half-smoked cigarette dangling from his mouth. A group of Black Shark forwards passed behind his car. The driver turned over and went back to sleep. A forward's low voice reported over the channel. Black Shark Team 1 has arrived at the container area. 2 local security personnel have been spotted. Status: smoking and chatting. Weapon: old model AK. Magazine not fully loaded. I suggest bypassing this. Longtooth crouched behind a row of freezers and raised his night vision goggles to take a look. 2 local security guards leaned against a tin shed, smoking and cursing in the local language. One of them even had a gun slung over his shoulder and was holding his phone with both hands while watching videos. Longtooth let out a soft hum. Bypass it. Don't touch them. Even when someone like that dies, someone still has to write an explanation report. The team advanced, hugging the shadows of the containers. A SEAL walked past the security guard 3 meters behind him, but the guard didn't react at all and was still laughing with a woman on his phone. As he passed through the outer fence of the port area, Rivet looked at the half-open iron gate and couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. This is what you call a port defense line. Even the dog gate in my backyard is tighter than its. The Fang spoke in the channel. Attention all groups, Langley has designated this area as a high-risk infiltration zone. Please show respect for the dog hole. Someone was chuckling in a low voice. Captain, I'm starting to get scared. Me too. This door almost made my shoelaces come undone. Static Electricity, carrying the equipment on its back, lazily chimed in. Don't laugh too loudly. What if you wake up their security system? 100 people quickly left the dock. Ahead lies the freight road leading to the Lindfresh Fruit Market. The desert stretched out on both sides, with scattered shrubs lying on the sand. Occasionally, the headlights of trucks would flash by in the distance. Longteeth raised his hand. The team immediately split into 3 lines. The left wing advanced along the sand ridge. The right wing is attached to the ditch on the outer side of the highway. The main force in the middle maintains a distance and takes turns providing cover. Everyone's gun barrels were positioned in the most comfortable position. Every pause, every gesture, every field of vision carries the inertia left by long-term training. No one here considers the fruit market ahead a real enemy. They focus on things that satellites haven't captured. Or rather, the people at headquarters insisted on believing in something that existed. The Rivet stopped against a low rocky slope and raised the rangefinder. 12 kilometers from the outer perimeter of the target. There were no patrol cars on the road. There are no drones. No ground vibration sensor alerts. I started to wonder if we had gone to the wrong place. Longtooth looked at the navigation points on his wrist terminal. You didn't go to the wrong place. East of Dolly Port, Lindfresh Main Market. The report says this may be a distribution point for the target entity's resources. Static Electricity followed, and it casually scanned the nearby signals. If they do have physical defenses, they're only for tourists to see. 3 infrared surveillance cameras ahead. Old model, fixed angle. It is connected to the local wired network. He looked down and operated the machine. The device on the chest emitted a very faint hum. The 3 camera icons on the screen changed from red to green. Static Electricity snapped its fingers. Done. The screen will be replaced with a loop from 3 minutes ago. What they see now is an empty road, empty sand, and a stray dog running by. The Rivets played a low melody. Static Electricity, are you sure you didn't break their system? Static Electricity caused the device to slap against his chest. Does breaking something count as a work-related injury? Even my grandma could break through this kind of protection. She doesn't know how to use a smartphone yet. The procession continued forward. 10 minutes later, they crossed the first area covered by surveillance cameras. There was no alarm. There are no headlights. There was no announcement. Static Electricity elongates the tone in the channel. Congratulations, everyone. You have successfully broken through the most terrifying fruit defense line of this century. Is anyone injured? Someone responded from behind. I have been insulted. Me too. My professional dignity was attacked by these 3 cameras. After the mission, I applied to go to Bangkok for treatment. You're going to heal your wounds? You got scammed out of $2,000 in Pattaya last time. Haven't you learned your lesson? That's intelligence gathering. What did you collect? Local consumer traps. Low chuckles fill the channel. The teeth did not stop growing. A team that is too tightly knit is prone to making mistakes. Too much leniency can also lead to mistakes. This current situation is just right. They maintained their rhythm and remained fundamentally vigilant about the mission. This vigilance is more directed at unknown intelligence sources than at the seemingly ordinary market ahead. 20 minutes later, the second monitoring point was taken over by electrostatics in the same way. The third monitoring point is even more outrageous. I was stunned for a moment as soon as the static electricity was applied. The password for this camera is 6 zeros. The rivet stopped moving. Say it again. 6 zeros. Static electricity caused the screen to be turned to the teammate next to him. I didn't even have time to attack before it opened the door itself. There was a 2-second silence in the channel. Then someone couldn't help but burst out laughing. Even with teeth coming in, I couldn't resist. Headquarters should increase the budget for this place. At least change the password to 1 to 6. Captain, this is too difficult. I can't remember the local security personnel. Then right on the back of the camera. No, what if we see us? The group chuckled softly and continued their advance. However, the Black Shark group, which was at the front, began to slow down. Through the night vision goggles, the outlines of buildings appeared on the horizon ahead. First, the cold storage. Row after row, they were almost too neat. Then comes the freight area. The wide road stretched out in the night, with dozens of container trucks parked there. Further inside are several office buildings and processing workshops. We've arrived at the Lin Fresh Fruit Market. Chapter 88 Anliyuan. A Black Shark team was parked 400 meters outside the market. Ahead was a wall that wasn't very high. Further inside, there was a brightly lit gate where several refrigerated trucks were queuing to enter, and a group of security guards in black uniforms stood next to the gate. Teething, observation point reached. The striker reported in a low voice. Long Fong raised his hand, and the entire team immediately dispersed. The two fire teams moved close to the left side of the sand dune. The electronics team lay down on the leeward slope. The sniper observation team occupied the high ground on the right. 100 people, as if they had rehearsed beforehand, each found their place quickly and quietly. Longtooth lay prone behind the sand dune, raising his tactical binoculars. The entrance to the Lin Fresh Fruit Market is clearly magnified in the footage. 8 security guards, in black uniforms, bulletproof vests, with pistols at their waists and standard rifles on their shoulders. The 2 people at the front of the group were leading riot control dogs. The riot control dog was quite large, and the collar around its neck had a metal buckle that reflected the light. Longteeth looked at it for a few seconds, then smiled softly. It looks pretty good. The deputy captain, Rivet, lay down beside him, adjusting the magnification of the night vision goggles. Good physique. Longteeth tilted the camera up a little. The security guard were all very tall with broad shoulders, and their uniforms were stretched taut. In a regular armed group, it would indeed create a sense of oppression. But to the one with long teeth, it's nothing special. He wasn't looking at the size. He observes the steps, the position of the hands, whether the head is turning randomly, and whether the patrol route changes randomly. The more I looked at it, the more I wanted to laugh. Your posture is too straight. Longtooth handed the telescope to Rivet. The route is stupid too. After looking at the rivet, he clicked his tongue, going straight back and forth, stopping for 3 seconds before passing the gate, just like a patrol check-in. Someone responded on the channel. Are these people afraid the boss will check their attendance? Don't talk nonsense. They might have KPIs. If you take one less step tonight, you'll be deducted 50 yuan. Several people were trying to suppress their laughter. Teeth didn't stop it from growing. He raised the binoculars again. The 8 security guards walked from the right side of the gate to the left side, and then turned back from the left side. The stride length is almost the same. The turning angle is about the same. It looks neat and tidy, but in actual combat, it's suicidal. No awareness of cover. Longteeth spoke softly. They dare to stroll around slowly under the searchlights. If this were a firefight, my squad could wipe them all out in 10 seconds. He paused, then added another sentence. You don't even need to pick up the spent cartridges. The laughter became more pronounced in the channel. Captain, this is too cruel. Don't say that. At least their uniform is well ironed. I admit, they're better than those 2 smokers at the port. What makes it strong? The guns were neatly arranged. Static electricity lay on his back, his earpiece hanging halfway down, and his individual electronic warfare equipment was scanning frequencies. The gatehouse has independent wired surveillance inside, and infrared access control outside. He operated it a few times. There's something, but not much. Rivet twist. Can we go in? The static electricity didn't stop. It's in progress. Several strings of green code flashed on the screen. 3 seconds later, the static electricity whistled softly. Take down the security camera at the gate. Playback. Okay. Repeat for 3 minutes. Longteeth nodded. Don't touch the access control. Static electricity raised its hand. Understood. We won't enter through the main gate. The tooth is switched to the internal channel. Razor scanned the gate patrol. The highest point of the sand dune on the right. The sniper, Razor, set up his rifle. His sniper rifle was equipped with the latest generation thermal imaging module. The stock was close to his shoulder, and his face was buried behind the scope. The world in the lens is transformed into red, yellow, and blue. The 8 security guards at the gate, the riot dogs, the staff on duty at the gate, and the driver in the refrigerated truck were all marked as heat sources. Razor received. He started by scanning the security guard on the far left. The body's thermal zones are normal. Head, neck, chest, abdomen, and limbs. The temperature distribution is normal. There is no high heat source in the exoskeleton battery. An abnormally low temperature compartment without heavy bulletproof armor. There is no messy mechanical disguise either. Target 1. The common human body's heat source. Target 2. Ordinary human body heat sources. Target 3. The sound of the razor stopped for a moment. He increased the multiplier. The third security guard was leading the dog, holding the leash in his left hand and resting his right hand near the gun sling. In the thermal image, there are slight undulations in the arm muscle area. It looks like a normal person exerting force. No problem. Target 3, ordinary. He continued sweeping to the right. The 4th one, the 5th one, the 6th one, the 7th, the 8th one. The razor's index finger, which was originally pressed against the trigger guard, is now slowly hanging outside. He didn't speak. Below the camera lens, a row of small readings is automatically refreshing. 36.5 degrees Celsius. 36.5 degrees Celsius. 36.5 degrees Celsius. It's still 36.5 degrees Celsius. 8 people. The same number. Razor blinked and switched the thermal imaging mode from human recognition to environmental comparison. The reading jumped. Then went back to the way it was. 36.5 degrees Celsius. All 8 security guards had their body temperatures recorded at the same number. The decimal place remained unchanged. Razor frowned. Tropical nights aren't exactly cool. These security guards were wearing uniforms and bulletproof vests, and they patrolled back and forth with dogs on leashes. Even among healthy adults, it is impossible for everyone's body surface temperature to be exactly the same. There must be someone who is biased toward higher values. There must be someone who is underrated. 36.4, 36.6, even a slight jump is normal. But the row of numbers in the shot looked like it was nailed to the spot. Razor reached out and patted the side shell of the thermal imaging module. Smack! The observer, White Gull, tilted its head. What's wrong? The module is stuck. The razor switched the display mode again. Temperature readings are locked. A White Gull came closer to take a look. On the screen, all 8 mark points indicate a temperature of 36.5 degrees Celsius. Bio paused for 2 seconds, then muttered a curse. Those Pentagon purchasing managers again. The razor remained silent. He then swept his gaze toward the riot control dogs. The riot control dogs' readings were 38.2 degrees Celsius, with one of them measuring 38.4 degrees Celsius. Then sweep the guards at the gate. 36.7 degrees Celsius. Refrigerated truck driver. 36.3 degrees Celsius. The readings are not all bad. Only the 8 security guards outside are exactly the same. Remove the razor handle from the module. The White Gulls lowered their voices. Do you need a report? Razor didn't answer immediately. He stared at the 8 people in the camera lens. Stiff posture. The action is repeated. The route is fixed. It does look like there's a problem. But it's not a big problem. If it were truly some kind of high-end mechanical security system, it wouldn't be able to perform patrol maneuvers so foolishly. They look more like they were trained by cheap security companies. Standardized work and rest schedules. Standardized equipment. Unify patrol rhythm. As for body temperature, Razor glanced at the number on the module's casing. This batch of new equipment has only been issued for 3 months, and the frontline staff have already complained about it 7 or 8 times. One instance was when the automatic calibration malfunctioned under hot and humid conditions. One instance was in a low-temperature zone where stones were identified as people. On another occasion, he directly labeled the hot meal package in his teammate's backpack as a mobile life form. Never mind. The razor was reattached to the gun stock. The purchasing department is having lunch again. Baigu understood. He didn't ask any more questions. SEALs have seen strange things before. But more often than not, strange things happen in logistics. Razor resumed reporting in the channel. 8 men and 2 dogs patrol the gate. No heat source was detected in the heavy armor. No vehicle-mounted weapons were found. No exoskeleton was found. Can be cleared. After listening, Longya did not rush to give the order. He observed for another half-minute. The security team walked to the left side of the gate. A refrigerated truck entered the store. The gatekeeper peeked at the document and waved for them to pass. Throughout the entire process, no one glanced at the sand dunes 400 meters outside the market. Static electricity, external sensors. Static electricity recovery is very fast. No earthquake sensors were detected. 3 thermal sensors have been used in a loop. There is no abnormality in the wireless alarm channel. I didn't touch the wired alarm, afraid of waking up their poor system. Rivet chimed in. You're quite considerate. Jingdong hummed. I have high professional ethics. Long Teeth put the telescope down. Change the route. We won't use the main entrance. He drew a line on the tactical terminal. Black Shark Group 1 and Group 2 enter from the west wall, targeting the outer edge of the cold storage. The 3 groups will follow me as we cut into the processing area from the drainage ditch. 2 members of the electronics team will remain to control the external monitoring. The rest will follow. The sniper team will maintain high ground cover for 10 minutes, then move on. Rivet glanced at the map. Should we search deep inside the cold storage? The headquarters specifically requested a cold storage facility, a freight dispatch center, and an underground entrance. The Long Teeth retracted the terminal. Since you're here, don't just take pictures of the main entrance. Someone in the channel was laughing. Finally, we have some work to do. I thought tonight's task was to write security improvement suggestions for the fruit market. First rule, don't use 6 zeros in your password. Secondly, don't patrol in a straight line. Thirdly, don't let us in. Long Teeth raised his hand. Keep quiet. The channel went silent. He looked toward the higher point on his right. Razor, final confirmation. The razor swept the blades again. Door. Gatekeeper. Corner of the wall. Top of the cold storage. Under the trucks in the freight area. There were no abnormally high temperature points. There is no rapidly moving heat source. There were no hidden sentries. The 8 security guards were still pacing back and forth at the entrance. 8 36.5 degrees Celsius readings were displayed on the screen, so neatly arranged it was almost annoying. Razor stared at the row of numbers, then pressed the module calibration button with his thumb. A system notification popped up. Automatic calibration complete. The reading did not change. He clicked his tongue. Rubbish. The white gulls chuckled softly. Go back and write a report? Write my ass. Razor pulled the breech block back and then pushed it back. Click. The bullet is loaded. Anyway, these guys can't even dodge bullets. He spoke into the channel. The sniper team confirms there is no threat from the outside. Upon receiving the report, Long Fong raised his fist. The line began to move forward. The first group of 12 people slid down a sand dune and moved close to the western wall, skimming along the ground. In the night vision goggles, their figures were kept very low. The rear fire support groups dispersed and followed. The electronics team carried the equipment on their backs, keeping an eye on the screen as they walked. Rivet passed by Long Teeth and muttered something under his breath. Captain, you said in the report, don't underestimate the target. Could there actually be something behind that? The teeth continued to grow. It would be best if there was something. The Rivet smiled. I'm just afraid there won't be any. Long Teeth glanced at the row of cold storage units in front of him. If there really is a secret base, we'll find the door tonight. If not, Langley and his gang will have to reimburse us for overtime pay tomorrow. Someone in the channel was trying to suppress a laugh. I'm applying for compensation for emotional distress. Reason: I was insulted by the security guards at the fruit market. Approved. Here's a box of mangoes for you. I want cherries. I heard the cherries here are ridiculously big. Shut up. No cravings during the mission. Razor rose from the high point, lowered the muzzle of his gun, and followed White Gull toward the designated relocation point. After taking 2 steps, he looked back at the gate again. The 8 security guards turned around just as the searchlights were shining. The actions are synchronized. The temperature is consistent. Even the 2 dogs on their leashes didn't bark at the sand dunes outside the market. The Razor paused for a moment. Bio nudged his shoulder. What's wrong? Razor looked away. Phoenix. He turned the thermal imaging module off and then on again. The self-test bar completes one full rotation. Everything is normal. By Orgemon, they've gone in. Razor slung his gun sling over his shoulder and caught up with the group. The western wall is now in sight. The Blackshar team's obstacle-breaking hand reached out and took out a fiber-climbing hook. Inside the wall, a refrigerated truck slowly drove by. No one honked their horn. No one shouted. The market appears to be functioning normally. Longtooth squatted down against the wall, listening to the confirmation sounds from each group through his earphones. One group is in place. Group 2 is in position. 3 teams are in place. The electronic monitoring cycle is stable. Sniper team moving. Longteeth looked up at the top of the wall. Turn. The first team member braced himself against the edge of the wall, shrank back, and silently fell inside. The second one. The third one. The fourth one. 100 SEAL team members crossed the outer wall in batches. They entered the Linfresh fruit market with a relaxed attitude, a disregard for the difficulty of the mission, and the experience of a world-class Special Forces unit. The last one to climb over the wall was Razor. After landing, he habitually glanced around. In the direction of the cold storage, a security guard in a black uniform stood in the shadows with his back to them, seemingly checking the seal on a truck. Razor and gun. The crosshair is aimed at the back of the opponent's head. The security guard didn't turn around. It didn't move. Razor muttered a complaint under his breath. Brother, you should really thank the crossfire rule for the rest of your life. He put down his gun and followed the team deeper into the cold storage. The sound of teeth growing came through the headphones. Attention all units. Phase 1 is complete. Begin searching for underground entrances. Finish within 10 minutes, and don't get lost in the pile of fruit. A few short laughs rang out in the channel. The next second, the sound of static electricity suddenly broke in, etc. Longteeth stopped walking. Speak. On the other end of the static electricity line, only the sound of keyboard typing could be heard. After 2 seconds, the sound subsided. The 3 surveillance cameras I just took over disconnected by themselves. Rivet frowned. We've been discovered. No, static electricity swallowed. They did not call the police. They rewound my loop. There was a moment of silence on the channel. The Longteeth pressed down on the earpiece. What does return mean? A very soft system notification tone came from the static electricity side. Then, his voice became unpleasant. It means someone packaged my fake footage and sent it back to my device exactly as it was. A line of Chinese text was also attached. Chapter 89 Nuclear Fusion Achieved in 3 Years. The whole world laughs. Beijing time, 8 a.m. There was no prior ventilation. There was no media hype beforehand. There were no warning signs whatsoever. The National Development and Reform Commission, the National Energy Administration, and the Ministry of Science and Technology jointly held an unprecedented emergency press conference of the highest level. The meeting was held in Studio 1 of the State Council Information Office. There were 420 seats for reporters, and 380 people were seated. It took only 45 minutes from the issuance of the notice to the opening of the venue. Many of the Beijing-based journalists rushed over wearing slippers. Some people have their breakfast in their mouths. Some people didn't even comb their hair properly. But no one complained. The 3 ministries joined forces. 0 preheating. The highest standard. This configuration itself implies that the situation is unusual. The noise from the scene disappeared the moment the host stepped onto the stage. Simultaneous streaming from 3 host machines. Broadcast live across the entire internet to a global audience. The spokesperson was a deputy director of the Ministry of Science and Technology who was over 50 years old, with gray hair and a sharp suit. He opened the folder in front of him, flipped to the first page, and made no opening remarks. 3 things to announce today. The sound of camera shutters clicking for 1 second filled the room, then stopped. First, Huaxiao officially launches the Enlightenment Fusion project starting today. The spokesperson looked up, his gaze sweeping across the front row behind his glasses. The project aims to complete the construction of the first commercial grid-connected, controlled nuclear fusion power plant within 3 years. On the left side of the front row, a Reuters reporter dropped his pen. He didn't pick it up. The female reporter from Phoenix TV, standing next to her, had her mouth agape, her recording pen held in mid-air, forgotten to put down. The spokesperson glanced down at the document, then continued reading at the steady pace of reading central government documents. Secondly, the core technology and engineering architecture support for this project comes from an international neutral research organization called Apocalypse. After months of multiple rounds of contact and rigorous technical verification, we have confirmed that the compact controlled nuclear fusion technology system mastered by Apocalypse is engineering feasible and has passed internal evaluation. China has reached an all-weather strategic cooperation agreement with it. The Xinhua News Agency reporter, sitting in the front row, frantically typed with his head down. The finger leaves an afterimage as it slides across the screen. Someone in the back row stood up and raised their hand, but was pressed back down by the staff maintaining order. The spokesperson turned to the second page. Third, the site selection for the first phase of the Qiming project has been determined. It is located in a province on the southeast coast of China, covering an area of 12 square kilometers. Infrastructure construction will begin this month. The project security is the sole responsibility of Qiming Energy, with the Chinese side providing policy coordination and diplomatic protection. After saying that, close the folder. The room fell silent for about 2 seconds. Then, almost simultaneously, more than 300 reporters raised their hands. The spokesperson pressed the microphone. No questions will be accepted from the audience. The entire audience erupted in uproar. A detailed technical white paper will be released at 4 p.m. today on the official website of the Ministry of Science and Technology, and the English version will be launched simultaneously. This press conference is now concluded. The spokesperson stood up, turned, and left. A CNN reporter from Beijing in the front row shouted towards the stage. What kind of organization is Tianqi? Where are its laboratories located? Who is in charge? No one answered. The side door is closed. The 380 journalists sat in their seats and remained silent for 5 seconds. The Reuters reporter finally bent down and picked up his pen. "Oh," he spoke in English. A female reporter from Kyoto News next to him replied with a sentence in Japanese. The meaning is similar. The live stream went black when the spokesperson said the words controlled nuclear fusion. A full 3 seconds. More than 70 platforms across the country broadcast the event simultaneously, and 46 of them experienced varying degrees of buffering. The CCTV News app crashed for 2 minutes. The technical team's post-mortem analysis concluded that 47 seconds after the press conference began, the instantaneous concurrent traffic flooding into the live stream exceeded 3 times the historical peak of the entire platform. All background pop-up alerts have turned red. The on-duty operations and maintenance team leader looked at the access curve on the screen. The curve is almost vertically upward. The visual effect is similar to that of sudden cardiac death on an electrocardiogram. Once the footage was restored, the Chinese internet exploded. Within 30 seconds, the top 10 trending topics on Weibo were all dominated by just 2 keywords. China announces controllable nuclear fusion will be achieved within 3 years. Breaking news. Apocalypse organization explosive. With bullet comments, reposts, and private messages, the servers of all social media platforms were simultaneously operating at full capacity. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. What did I just hear? Controlled nuclear fusion? 3 years? Am I dreaming? Apocalypse. It's Apocalypse again. Is it the same Apocalypse from the Delta? Just what is the background of this organization? Brothers, type Future of Humanity in the chat. Our generation is about to witness history. Fusion, oh fusion, is the petrodollar doom. The number of users flooding into the Weibo topic square exceeded 20 million within 10 minutes. Everyone is waiting for the white paper, technical details, etc. They waited until someone told them it was true. The revelry continued until 3 p.m. that day. The first wave of cold water has arrived. A physics PhD with 21 million followers and the largest science popularization account in China, Dr. Hardcore, spent 6 hours writing a 12,000-word article. The title is, I desperately hope this is true, but my professional ethics prevent me from remaining silent. There was no emotion in the article. There is no conspiracy theory. It's all data and logic. He breaks down the progress of ITER, the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor Project, the milestones of major global fusion experiments, and the technical bottlenecks of the triple-state problem, and presents them to the general reader in a clear and concise manner. Each paragraph is followed by the source of the paper. In the last paragraph, he wrote, Friends, there is a reason why controlled nuclear fusion is called the ultimate holy grail of human technology. It faces three major engineering challenges: ultra-high temperature plasma confinement, durability of the first wall material, and tritium cycle self-sufficiency. Any one of these challenges represents the current ceiling of materials science and engineering. The ITER project brings together the world's top scientific research forces and hundreds of billions of dollars in investment, and it is expected that commercialization may not be possible until 2050. This is assuming everything goes smoothly. Controlled nuclear fusion is still 50 years away. This is not just an internet joke. This is a consensus reached through blood and tears over half a century of countless failures in the entire industry. As for that apocalypse, apart from appearing in some sensational news and videos of war-torn regions, has anyone ever seen it publish a single peer-reviewed paper? Does anyone know where its laboratory is? What is the composition of its research team? Who is the chief scientist? A mysterious organization whose basic information is unavailable suddenly appears and claims it can help us conquer fusion within 3 years. This is not a miracle. This is called water to oil in the scientific field. 40 minutes after the article was published, it was shared over 1 million times. 12 physics professors from key domestic universities and 4 researchers from the Chinese Academy of Sciences publicly forwarded the message and expressed their approval. One of the academician candidates left a 7-word comment in the comment section. We hope the authorities will provide an explanation. Public opinion shifted completely within an afternoon. The celebration turned into questioning. Questioning turned into anger. Investigate. What exactly is apocalypse? What are its qualifications? What are its funding sources? What are its compliance approval documents? 3-year fusion? Only a fool would believe that. What will our international counterparts think of us if we say something like that? We'll be utterly humiliated. Ultimately, it's just using taxpayers' money for vanity projects. Who approved this 12-square-kilometer site? How much did the land cost? At Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, I have a bold guess that Apocalypse is just a shell company, and there are probably a lot of vested interests involved behind the scenes. The tone of comments on the topic square has changed from witnessing history in the early morning to strictly investigating the scam. Every time Dr. Wang's lengthy article is forwarded, the credibility of the official statement is eroded. The shift in domestic policy has been relatively restrained. The internet erupted in a frenzy of mockery. The Associated Press's official Twitter account posted a tweet 40 minutes after the press conference ended. The wording is extremely subtle. China announced today that it will build a controlled nuclear fusion power plant within 3 years. The technology comes from a mysterious organization called Apocalypse. What do you think? Everyone in the comment section. The accompanying image is a meme of someone eating popcorn. The top voted comment under this tweet came from an MIT professor emeritus. Particle physics. Nobel Prize nominee. His academic reputation is enough to surpass that of the vast majority of physicists worldwide. He wrote, "I guarantee with my academic reputation that if they can stably produce even a single kilowatt-hour of electricity from a fusion reactor within 3 years, I'll fly to Tiananmen Square in Beijing, stand upside down, and eat a jar of kimchi. CNN, please broadcast it live." 37,000 likes, 2,000 citations and reposts. On YouTube, the most subscribed English-language technology channel produced an 18-minute video by 10 p.m. that same night. The title is, "The Biggest Science Joke of the Century." The biggest scientific joke of the century. At the beginning of the video, the host read the full translation of the press conference with an extremely serious expression. Then he took off his glasses and remained silent for 3 seconds. Okay, now let's look at those people from the last century who claim to have invented perpetual motion machines. The next 15 minutes consisted of a montage of footage from the Huaxiao press conference and various scams from the 20th century. Water turns into oil. Perpetual motion bicycle. Crystal radios receive cosmic energy. The background music is a circus entrance song. The first comment in the comment section. Every 50 years, fusion is 50 years away. And now China says 3. LMAO. For 1,000 likes. Le Monde publie en éditorial. The title translates to just one sentence. Dongfang is telling stories again. The German magazine Der Spiegel was even more direct. They used an entire page to quote the statement from the director of CERN. Given the current level of materials science and engineering knowledge that humanity possesses, the probability of achieving commercial fusion within 3 years is mathematically close to zero. The BBC produced a roundtable discussion program. 3 guests: Professor of Particle Physics at Oxford University, former ITER technical director, a Chinese-American political commentator. The Oxford professor was laughing the whole time. The former ITER technical director was rather polite, using the phrases extremely ambitious and borderline impossibility. A Chinese-American commentator made a statement that was edited into a short video and went viral. This is a political marketing campaign by a major country that is experiencing economic slowdown and technological containment in order to boost national confidence. Its target audience is the domestic public, not the international scientific community. We don't need to take it seriously. This short video has been viewed more than 30 million times across Twitter, TikTok, and YouTube Shorts. On the global internet, China fusion joke quickly became a meme. Someone made a meme about it. A countdown sign that reads 3 years is stuck in the desert. A camel was standing nearby. The camel's dialogue box reads, "Sure, buddy." It has been forwarded over 1 million times. Mainstream opinion did not regard this as a serious project. Among the highly rated comments, this is nothing more than a smokescreen thrown out by that great Eastern power in its predicament. Ridiculous. Pitiful. Not worth refuting. Late that night, in the live broadcast room of Dr. Hardcore Wong, more than 2 million people were crammed into it, and the barrage of comments was so fast that it was impossible to see them clearly. Dr. Wong adjusted his glasses, his tone calm but firm. A fan asked me, "What if Apocalypse really has technology?" He paused for a moment. Friends, science doesn't allow for what-ifs. Science is based on evidence. You say you have fusion technology? Okay, show me the paper. Bring out the experimental data. Produce a reproducible verification scheme. Let our global peers review it. If they can do that, I'll be the first to apologize and read this article word for word live on air. But before that, he looked at the camera. I will not change my judgment as a physicist just because any authority, any organization, or any country issues a statement. The live chat exploded. The doctor is right. Let the data speak for itself. Apocalypse? Show me your papers. If you can't produce anything, you're a fraud. I'm just waiting to see how this goes. Chapter 90 Level 2 Civilization Technology Package. The doctor is right. Let the data speak for itself. Apocalypse, come out. Stop playing dead. Isn't that impressive? Publish some papers. In Dr. Wong's live stream, the chat was still buzzing with comments. He picked up his water glass, just about to continue explaining the challenges of magnetic confinement in ITER, when the back-end administrator suddenly rushed into the voice channel. "Teacher Wong, stop for a moment." Dr. Wong frowned. "What's wrong?" The administrator's voice has changed. "New account on Platform X." "What new number?" "Apocalypse." The cup in Dr. Wong's hand stopped in midair. The live stream chat instantly became even denser. "They're here? They're here. Really? Is it a scam account? Is someone trying to ride the wave again?" Dr. Wong didn't rush to respond. He turned on the computer next to him and switched to the X platform. Enter Apocalypse in the search bar. A recently registered account popped up on the page. The profile picture is very simple. Gears encircle the vertical pupil. Account name, Apocalypse. It has a black gold corporate certification hanging on the back. The platform has the highest level of certification. The description is only 1 sentence long. Technology is in order. Dr. Wong stared at the certification mark for 2 seconds. This certification is unlikely to have been purchased by an ordinary person. Someone in the live stream message said, "Be it. Can Platform X certification be stolen?" Black gold certification requires company qualifications and internal audits. Who granted this certification? The next second, account refreshed. The first tweet appeared. There are only 4 Chinese characters. "It's a pleasure working with you, Dot." Below is a line of English translation. "Please cooperate." Below that is a 37-second video. Dr. Wong did not open it. His finger hovered over the mouse for a few seconds. The live stream chat was filled with messages urging them to hurry up. "Order it. Don't be a coward, doctor. Come on, let's expose the fakes on the spot." Dr. Wong took a breath. "Everyone, let me make this clear first. Videos cannot be used as scientific evidence. AI synthesis technology is very advanced now, especially for science fiction subjects like this. It's easy to create something like this." Before he could finish speaking, The video had already been uploaded to the live stream by the administrator. The screen lights up. There was no background music. There is no subtitle packaging. There are no promotional slogans. The camera is pointed at a huge circular device. The pale blue plasma operates stably within the annular cavity, with the data dashboard occupying the right side of the screen. Plasma temperature, confinement field strength, tritium cycle loss, first wall load, steady state operating time. Each parameter is clearly displayed down to every decimal point. The camera moves slightly at the 16th second. The image pans across the cross-section of the inner wall material. In that instant, Dr. Wong sat up straight. Stop. The administrator didn't react in time. Stop. The video is paused. The image freezes on the edge of the reactor's inner wall. Dr. Wong zoomed in on the image and zoomed in again. The more than 2 million viewers in the live stream suddenly fell silent. The number of comments decreased briefly. Dr. Wong stared at the texture of the material, his breathing quickening. This is not any publicly available material system of ITER. He opened the database of papers next to him, and his fingers flew across the keyboard. It is not the first wall structure in the publicly available EAST, JET, and NIF schemes either. The barrage of comments started to surge back. Doctor, what do you mean? Can you edit this in Photoshop? Don't rush, don't rush. Dr. Wong didn't read the comments. He scrolled the video forward to the 7th second. On the dashboard, the magnetic field deflection curve jumps. Then drag it out until the 20-second mark. A slight disturbance appears at the edge of the plasma closed loop, which is then pushed back into the stable region by the field structure. Dr. Wong leaned back in his chair and moved closer to the screen. This disturbance is not being handled correctly. The administrator was dumbfounded. Teacher Wong, is it fake? Fake videos can achieve this level. After Dr. Wong finished speaking, the live stream chat exploded. Holy crap. Doctor, don't scare me. Didn't you just say water turns into oil? Dr. Wong did not respond. He downloaded the video to his local computer and imported it into his analysis software. The software ran for about 10 seconds and then displayed a set of chromatographic curves. His hand stopped on the keyboard. This time, he didn't speak immediately. The barrage of comments is so dense, I can't even see them anymore. Say something, doctor. Is it true or false? Don't stay silent. I'm scared. Dr. Wong adjusted his glasses, his voice much lower than before. Judging from the plasma chromatography and magnetic field feedback curve alone, this video does not appear to be a post-production composite. I can only say it doesn't seem like it. To draw a final conclusion, we need the original data. The moment the words were spoken, the X platform refreshed again. The official account of the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs retweeted Tianqi's tweet. Caption: Let's work together to illuminate humanity's future. 3 seconds later, the official account of China's National Energy Administration forwarded this message. The same sentence. Let's work together to illuminate humanity's future. 10 seconds later, a temporary pinned link appeared on the homepage of the Ministry of Science and Technology's official website. The first batch of publicly available verification data from the Qiming Fusion Project has been released online. Dr. Wong's live stream was lagging. It's not a network problem. The page crashed due to the barrage of comments. A vulgar curse came from the administrator's end. The server can't handle it. Dr. Wong's throat bobbed as he read the official repost. He opened the National Energy Administration's account and then the Ministry of Foreign Affairs account. It's all true. There was no notification that my account had been hacked. It was not deleted. It was not withdrawn. The official accounts of the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council directly endorsed Apocalypse. In a live stream, the comments that were just shouting debunking fakes have all turned in question marks. Has the government really acknowledged it? Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Doctor, are you still going to read the article? Dr. Wong didn't read those comments. He went to the Ministry of Science and Technology's official website and downloaded the verification data package. The file is small. Only some parameters are available. But it's scary enough. First wall, thermal load curve, long-term steady-state plasma control model, and summary of local field stabilization algorithm. The core structure was completely removed, leaving only the verifiable shell. But this very shell is enough to overturn half of the physics world. The more Dr. Wong looked, the slower his hands moved. Finally, he turned off the live stream microphone. The administrator panicked. Teacher Wong. Dr. Wong did not speak. A few seconds later, he turned the microphone back on. That's all for today's live stream. The comments section went crazy. Don't run away. Doctor, you just said you wanted to eat the article. Didn't you say you wouldn't consider the possibility of something happening? Dr. Wong remained silent for a moment. I will rewrite the explanation. If subsequent verification confirms the authenticity of this data, I will issue a public apology. The live stream has been shut down. But before the screen went black, everyone saw him open the back end of his long post from that afternoon. Next to the title, there is a delete button. Langley, Virginia. After the white-haired old man watched the video about apocalypse, no one in the office spoke. The technical consultant broke down the video frame by frame and projected it onto the large screen. Preliminary assessment indicates no traces of common synthesis. The white-haired old man looked up. I don't want a preliminary stage. The technical consultant looked very unhappy. Director, the problem lies with the parameters. What's the meaning? Videos can be faked, but parameter systems are very difficult to fabricate. Especially this magnetic field feedback. Those who create fake videos need to first establish a self-consistent fusion control model. He paused for a moment. This is tantamount to developing fusion technology first and then using it to deceive people. A military representative muttered a curse under his breath in the conference room. So, they really do have them? The technical advisor did not nod directly. At least the theoretical framework they possess exceeds the open scientific system. The white-haired old man pressed the remote control. The camera pauses on the frame, showing the reactor instrument panel. He stared at the English labels Compact Reactor Number 7. Number 7. No one responded. The white-haired old man threw the remote control on the table. In other words, this is not the only one. The technical consultant looked even uglier. Judging from the way it's labeled, yes. The room was silent for a few seconds. 5,000 meters underground. Su Yin hugged the tablet, huddled in the chair, laughing so hard he was shaking. Boss, that was awesome. She projected the X platform's backend data onto the main screen. Within 30 minutes of being released, it garnered over 800 million views worldwide. 13 million followers in 1 hour, all real accounts. The proportion of zombie followers is so low that even the platform itself doesn't believe it. That old professor from MIT deleted his tweet. The YouTube video that's considered the biggest science joke of the century has changed its title. Lin Yi sat in front of the control panel, looking at another screen. The above is Linfresh's internal market monitoring. The Navy SEALs are still searching the area around the cold storage. Apocalypse has marked the location points of all of them with small white dots. Su Yin followed his gaze and glanced at him. Those 100 haven't been collected yet. Let them search first. Looking for what? Find the entrance they believe exists. Su Yan laughed. Then what? Lin Yi picked up his coffee. Let them prove with their own hands that they can't find anything. Su Yin clicked his tongue. Sometimes you're even more sarcastic than a direct slap in the face. She looked down and continued scrolling through Twitter. There are two camps on the internet right now. One camp says the video is real, and the other camp says that even the official accounts of the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council can be hacked. Some people even say that the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs is controlled by AI. Lin Yi didn't look up. Send the second message in 10 minutes. Su Yan stopped. The second one? Nuclear fusion hasn't been fully digested yet. Take advantage of their confusion. Send what? Lin Yi pushed a short text in front of her. Su Yan's smile froze after reading it. Boss, isn't this a bit too big? There are only 2 lines of text on the screen. Due to the need for infrastructure expansion, Apocalypse has taken over the entire chaotic Delta region, effective immediately, and renamed it Apocalypse First Special District. A new order of independent jurisdiction has been implemented in the region, and all former armed groups have been disbanded or incorporated. Su Yan looked up. This is tantamount to publicly announcing the establishment of a nation. Linie Korrektitet. Special Economic Zone. The international community doesn't care what you call it. They'll just see it as a private organization's armed separatist regime. Then let them see. Su Yin swallowed hard, his finger hovering over the publish button. Really? Air. The second tweet is now online. This time, there was no buffer in global public opinion. While the nuclear fusion video was still trending at number 1, Apocalypse First Special Zone surged ahead. Tianqi's account occupied 6 of the top 10 spots on the X platform's trending list. The official UN Security Council account withdrew 8 minutes later. The wording was harsh. Any non-state actor that alters the status quo of a region by force violates fundamental principles of international law. The United Nations urges the relevant organizations to immediately cease their illegal occupation and accept international oversight. The comments section exploded as soon as the statement was released. The United Nations has finally woken up. A private research organization announces it will occupy land? Are you kidding me? Even the most advanced nuclear fusion technology can't build a country. Is Apocalypse a scientific organization or a warlord regime? Su Yin looked at the screen. Boss, the United Nations has called us out. Lin Yi finished the last sip of his coffee. Go back to it. How should we reply? Lin Yi picked up the keyboard and typed out a line of text himself. After reading the contents, Su Yin leaned back. Are you really not going to leave him a way out? Lin Yi put his sit sent. Tianchi account at UN Security Council official. The reply was only one sentence. Truth lies only in absolute computing power and the sharpness of the sword. Disagree? Send your peacekeeping forces to sea for yourselves. Sent successfully. 3 seconds. Global social media platforms have been hit like a hammer blow. He's gone mad. Apocalypse has gone mad. It is openly provoking the United Nations. This is not a research organization. This is a global armed group. But it just came up with nuclear fusion. Can anyone tell me what will happen if peacekeeping troops actually go there? Su Yin stared at the background traffic. Boss, the server request volume has surged to an absurd level. The X platform is about to break down. They're not our servers. That makes sense. He had just finished speaking. All the screens in the control room suddenly went dark for a moment. Su Yin immediately sat up straight. Apocalypse. In the center of the screen, gears unfold around the vertical pupil pattern. A long-lost synthesized voice echoed in Lin Ye's mind. Judgment. The host has established a basic foothold on the surface. Assessment. Global deterrence has been initially established. Judgment. Civilizational influence has exceeded the critical threshold. Prerequisites for the Level 2 civilization technology package have been met. Now fully unlocked. Lin Ye's cup stopped on the edge of the table. The system screen displayed a dense array of technical information. Home port of rail industry. Planetary weather adjustment array. Nanomedical capsule. Brain-computer interface. Miniature curvature probe. Interstellar travel warp drive. Antimatter reactor. Dyson sphere. General outline of materials for Level 2 civilization. Chapter 91 look up. The hunter has changed. When the Chinese text popped up on the static-sensitive screen, his first thought was that the device was infected with a virus. This is not a typical intrusion. The other party packed up his fake image and threw it back at him, also sticking a note on his face. The game of hide-and-seek is over. Look up. Static electricity causes a dry throat. He immediately switched to the internal channel. Stop growing tusks. The long teeth have already led 3 groups to the outside of the processing area. A dozen meters ahead is a row of cold storage side doors. He lowered his voice. Speak. Static electricity causes a finger to tap the device 3 times in a row, attempting to disconnect the external link. It didn't break. A second line of Chinese text popped up on the screen. There's no need to unplug the cable. It won't do any good. Static electricity made all the hairs on my back stand up. We've been discovered. There was a half-second silence on the channel. Rivets subconsciously looked around. Where? In the system. Static electricity stared at the screen, and he couldn't suppress his voice. The other party has access to my device and has higher privileges than me. Long Teeth immediately raised his hand. Group 1, take cover in place. Group 2, hold down the cold storage door. 3 groups, spread out. Sniper team, confirm the location of the security guard at the gate. Razor repositioned the gun at a high point and activated the thermal imaging module. Receive. Just as he turned the camera toward the entrance, all the lights in the Lin Fresh Market suddenly went out. Not just one lamp. All searchlights, cold storage exterior lights, gate lights, and freight area lighting should be turned off. Someone cursed into the earpiece. Damn it. The next second, the backup emergency light also failed to turn on. The market plunged into complete darkness. Don't panic when your teeth come in. Night vision. 100 seals simultaneously switched to night vision mode. A green vista unfolds. The walls of the cold storage, the outline of the truck, the ground markings, and the figures of teammates all reappeared. The long teeth pressed down on the muzzle of the gun. Don't fire recklessly. Can static electricity help us retrieve the surveillance footage. Static electricity has forced the equipment into manual mode. The screen is full of garbled text. No, my device is like a child's toy right now. Rivet cursed under his breath. Didn't you say your grandma could solve it? Static electricity prevents me from connecting the stem. The third line of Chinese text popped up on the screen. She can give it a try. Static electricity stopped the finger. This thing is still listening to their channel. Long Teeth heard it too. His expression finally changed. All channels are silent. Gesture communication. The order had barely been given when Razor's voice suddenly boomed into the channel. Teeth are coming in. Watch the gate. Long Teeth didn't scold him for breaking the silence. Because the sound of the Razor has changed. Those 8 security guards are not the right heat source. The long-toothed child looked up towards the gate. The distance was too far, and the night vision goggles could only see blurry figures. The thermal imaging on the other end of the Razor side had gone completely mad. The 8 human-shaped markers, which had been consistently at 36.5 degrees Celsius, started to show fluctuating temperature readings. 60 degrees Celsius, 112 degrees Celsius, 187 degrees Celsius, 243 degrees Celsius, 301 degrees Celsius. 8 numbers surged simultaneously. Razor's breathing became erratic. Not human. Repetition is inhuman. Bio came closer and immediately saw the red warning on the screen. High temperature mechanical source. He froze on the spot. What the hell is this thing? At the main gate, 8 security guards in black uniforms stopped in their tracks. The movements were synchronized. The next second, their mimicry skin began to crack open from their necks. The black uniform ripped. Beneath the bionic skin, layers of metal structures are revealed. A scarlet light appeared on the head. The 2 riot control dogs took a half step back. Then their collars popped open. Their back shells flipped up, revealing folding miniature cannon muzzles. No one laughed in the channel anymore. The 8 security guards who had just been mocked for their stiff posture and foolish route transformed into AT-800s in the darkness. Numbness in the back of my neck as my teeth come in. He finally understood why they always traveled in a straight line. That's not because the security training is bad. That was for them to see. Withdraw. Teeth came in without hesitation. All units, withdraw from the west side of the perimeter wall. Smoke. Explosion. Suppressive firepower. As soon as the order was given, one team reacted the fastest, throwing out 2 smoke grenades. A grayish-white plume of smoke exploded. The fire teams opened fire simultaneously. The rifle equipped with a silencer spat out a short flash of fire, and the bullet struck the nearest T-800 in the chest. Bite! Ding 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 ding. The warhead was deflected, hit the ground, and sparks flew out. The T-800 did not fall. It didn't even shake. It raised its right arm. The outer armor of the arm slid open, and a short tube electromagnetic trigger extended. Spread. Long Tooth let out a roar. A blue-white arc of electricity swept across the ground. The 3 SEAL team members at the front collapsed to the ground simultaneously, convulsing. It wasn't penetrated. His entire body lost control instantly, and his weapons fell to the ground. The Rivet lifted the grenade. Try this. The grenade, trailing a short arc, struck the T-800's chest. Boom! A burst of flames erupted. After the smoke cleared, only shallow burn marks remained on the T-800's chest armor. The Rivet paused for a moment. This is not scientific. Tianchi activates local electromagnetic shielding. One by one, the tactical terminals, friend or foe identification modules, positioning modules, and miniature drone controllers on the SEAL team members went dark. The channel was filled with static. They also have guns, but these guns are almost meaningless to the T-800. Long Teeth forcibly pulled them back into the group. Don't linger in the fight. Let's go towards the wall. Sniper team, aim for the joints. Razor gritted its teeth and aimed at the knee structure of the most recent T-800. Bang! A large caliber armor-piercing projectile hit his knee. The metal joint shifted slightly. The T-800 paused for half a second before continuing forward. The second shot with the Razor was aimed at the red spot around the eye. Bang! The bullet grazed the outer shell of the head, and a scarlet spot flashed. T-800 turns to a high point. Razor cursed and pulled White Gull away. It saw me. Nonsense. You're pointing a firecracker at someone's face. Just as the White Gull finished shouting, the sand below the high points suddenly turned upside down. Two T-800s that were originally buried underground stood up from the sand. White Gulls raised their guns and opened fire. After he ran out of bullets, he watched as the other person walked up to him and slapped him. Smack! The White Gull flew 2 meters away and crashed into the sand dune, where it remained motionless. As soon as Razor drew his pistol, his wrist was seized. Click! The pistol was reduced to a pile of scrap metal. T-800 placed his other hand on the side of his neck. Electric shock pulse released. Razor suddenly went black. At the side door of the cold storage, the fighting had already broken formation. The T-800 did not go on a killing spree. They only target joints, sides of the neck, back, and wrists. Every shot was precise. The SEAL's armor can stop bullets, but it can't stop the power of their mechanical hands. One of the team members drew a tactical knife and attempted to stab the T-800 in the neck gap from behind. The knife tip pierced through and snapped in two. When he looked up, the T-800 had already turned around. Bro, just kidding. Before he could finish speaking, he was forced to slam his face into a pile of empty fruit baskets. Rivet led a dozen men toward the west wall. They were still 20 meters away from the wall. Above the wall, more than a dozen T-800s simultaneously emerged. The scarlet dots were lined up in a row. The Rivet stopped a foot. The team members behind them also stopped. The front and back are completely blocked. Longtooth rushed out from behind the processing area and was hit on the shoulder by an electromagnetic beam, causing half of his body to go numb. When he saw what was on the wall, he finally swore. Those bastards, Langley. This is called a fruit market? Rivet struggled to lift the gun. Captain, shall we fight? Longteeth glanced around. More and more team members fell to the ground. There were no bodies. They were all knocked unconscious. The other party deliberately left survivors. This is more distressing than killing them all. Throw out smoke signals and break through in different directions. He had just raised his hand when he heard heavy footsteps behind him. AT-800 stood behind him. Long Fong drew his sword with a backhand motion and thrust it towards the opponent's neck. The T-800 did not dodge. A metal hand gripped his neck armor. The moment my teeth started coming in, I felt like I couldn't breathe. Click! The bulletproof neck armor was crushed with one hand. The fragments fell to the ground. The T-800 didn't snap his neck. It simply lifted him off the ground. Long Fong kicked wildly, his knife still stabbing at the opponent's arm. The tip of the knife is bent. The T-800's head turned slightly. The scarlet light spot approached him. A mechanical English voice sounded. The rules of firefight dictate that you should try to avoid being exposed. The pupils constrict as the teeth grow. These are the words he spoke in the hold. The other party was listening from the very beginning. T-800 added another sentence in English. Thank you for your cooperation. Electric shock pulse released. Longtooth's body went limp, and he was casually thrown to the ground. The last SEAL team member still standing was Jing Dian, a communications expert. He was carrying equipment, leaning against the door of the cold storage, holding a pistol in his hand. He didn't fire, because there were 3 T-800s standing in front of them. His screen was still lit. The last line of Chinese text above has been translated into English. Game over. Jing Dian swallowed hard. Can I apply for prisoner of war treatment? AT-800 raises its hand. Smack! Before the static electricity caused him to fall, only one thought remained in his mind. I will never laugh at someone for having 6 zeros in their password again. The main control room is located 5,000 meters underground. Linny stared at the large screen. The 100 red dots representing the SEALs are rapidly turning gray. 52, 78, 93, 100. They have all lost their ability to move. He raised his hand and tapped his fingertips twice on the table. Pretty. Tianchi switched the live feed to the main screen. 100 SEALs were towed to the cargo area by T-800s and lined up in 10 rows. Weapons, communication equipment, night vision goggles, armor, and ammunition were neatly categorized and piled up to the side. Linny glanced at it. Strip it clean, leaving only underwear on. Apocalypse will execute immediately. A few seconds later, the 100 SEALs in the video were left with only their underwear on, neatly secured to the edge of the water prison by magnetic locks. Lin Yi zoomed out the screen. Don't let them sleep too comfortably. Biological and chemical protective water prison. Temperature 26 degrees Celsius. Water level up to chest height. Let them soak in the water once they wake up. A synthesized sound from the apocalypse began to play. Executed. List of seized equipment being generated. U.S. Army Individual Soldier Electronic Warfare Module, 100 sets. Encrypted Communication Terminals, 100 sets. Tactical Fire Control Chips, 87. Reversible value, low. Linyi glanced at it. Keep it low. Disassemble the chip, disassemble the algorithm, disassemble the backup channel. It's wrong to keep what's usable and feed what's not to Su Yan. He paused, then didn't continue. Then pull up the production page. The entries for the Level 2 Civilization Technology package covered the entire wall. The home port of the rail industry. Antimatter reactor. Dyson Sphere basic frame. Nanomedical capsule. Brain-computer interface. A constellation of near-Earth orbit reconnaissance microsatellites. Each of those names is enough to overturn the Earth's industrial system. Linyi paused for 2 seconds. Apocalypse. Exist. Of the current computing power, materials, energy, and industrial systems, which defense technology can be implemented immediately. The system did not hesitate. None of the complete Level 2 civilization projects meet the production requirements. Disassemblable for low-level applications. Secondary materials testing line, simplified version of nanomedical module, T-800 production system upgrade, enhanced aerospace, carrier shield module, and near-Earth orbit reconnaissance microsatellite constellation. Linyi's gaze fell downwards. Priority. Recommendation 1. Increase the number of industrial machine tools. Recommendation 2. Increase T-800 production capacity tenfold. Recommendation 3. Establish a secondary materials testing line. Recommendation 4. Deploy a constellation of low-Earth orbit microsatellites. Linyi nodded. Okay. He filled the entire production page. A new round of T-800 manufacturing has begun. Production target, 5 million. Upgrade the existing industrial system in tandem. The vacated underground area will be converted into automated production lines. Non-core agricultural projects outside of the bee cultivation zone will be reduced by 40%. Chapter 92, the first special zone, does not accept trash. Please claim it as soon as possible. Northwest of Yanjing, deep in the mountains. The ashtray in the unnumbered meeting room has been filled 3 times already. The tea on the table was changed twice, but no one drank it. Everyone stared at the tablet screen in front of them, with the X Platforms page projected onto the wall. Apocalypse's reply to the United Nations was displayed prominently in black and white in the center. Truth lies only in absolute computing power and the sharpness of the sword. Disagree? Send your peacekeeping forces to see for yourselves. Zhou Zhongjiang slammed his water glass down on the table, the sound cracking. Sir, Tianqi is openly challenging the United Nations. No one responded. Zhou Zhongjiang licked his lips and continued stroking downwards. First came a nuclear fusion press conference, followed by the announcement of taking over the Delta to create a special zone, and now they're going head-to-head with the UN Security Council. 3 tweets, less than an hour apart. He pushed the tablet to the middle of the table. The ink on our cooperation agreement with it is barely dry, and it's already putting on a show of challenging the international order in front of the whole world. How should we express our stance? The question fell silent. Olchin sat in the corner, not looking up. In front of him was a briefing that had just been delivered from the technical department, a real-time summary of the official reactions from various countries around the world after the Apocalypse account was launched. U.S. State Department. Emergency consultations are underway. No statement has been issued yet. UK. A Foreign Office spokesperson expressed serious concern. France. Forwarded the UN statement without adding any comment. Russia. Silence. India. Silence. Everyone is waiting. Waiting for China to make a statement. This morning, 3 Chinese ministries endorsed Tianqi's nuclear fusion project. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs official account personally retweeted Apocalypse's tweet. 8 large characters join hands to illuminate the future of humanity. Now this partner has turned around and given the middle finger to the United Nations. The old man at the head of the table remained silent. He leaned back in a chair, his hands crossed over his stomach, his eyelids half closed, revealing no emotion. The head of the diplomatic department next to him was scrolling through his phone, his face looking very grim. Our mission to the United Nations has received 7 phone calls. The US, UK, France, and Germany are all asking the same question. What is the relationship between China and Tianqi? If we do not sever ties, the international community will tacitly accept that we are supporting Apocalypse's armed separatist activities behind the scenes. If we cut, he didn't continue. Everyone present understands. Cutting ties means turning against each other. To turn against an organization that possesses cutting-edge technology and has proven its ability to challenge the intelligence networks of a superpower. Zhou Zhongjiang swallowed hard. Sir, how about issuing a vague statement? Neither supporting nor opposing it, just expressing concern? The old man finally moved. He reached for the teacup, blew on it, and took a sip. Lay down. No comment. Zhou Zhongjiang was stunned. Commander, no statement will be issued. No phone calls will be answered, and no inquiries will be responded to. The old man's voice was soft, and he spoke slowly. From now on, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will adopt a unified stance. The Qiming Fusion Project is a normal scientific research cooperation, and other matters are unrelated to us. We are unaware of them, and we will not comment on them. The person in charge of the diplomatic department opened his mouth. But the U.S. certainly won't. Let them not. The old man leaned back in his chair. You've all seen the technical verification data from the Fusion Project. What did Academician Zhang say? No one answered. He said this system is at least 50 years ahead of its time. The old man swept around the table. 50 years. Tell me, how much is a 50-year technological gap worth? The conference room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. It's worth our patience. The old man pushed the teacup forward a little. If Apocalypse wants to go head-to-head with the UN, let it. If it wants to build a special economic zone, let it build it. If it wants to ran on the X platform, let it ran. Before the Fusion Project is implemented, even if it causes a huge hole in the sky, we will pretend we didn't see it. Zhou Zhong moved his mouth twice, but swallowed back the words that were about to come out. Old Chun raised his head and glanced at the old man. The old man looked back at him. Old Chun, what's your opinion? Old Chun closed the briefing in front of him. I agree. He paused for a moment. But I have an additional assessment. Speak. Apocalypse posted 3 tweets tonight. The pace was too fast and the density was too high. According to its previous style of doing things, every step was precisely calculated. Old Chun turned to the last page of the briefing. So, I think it's not over yet tonight. The words had barely left his mouth. Xiao Li from the technical department burst in, clutching a sheet of printed paper, his expression already out of control. Sir, the heavens have issued the 3rd order. Everyone turned their heads at the same time. Xiao Li slammed the paper on the table. The image above is a screenshot. X platform, the official account of Apocalypse. The 3rd tweet. The accompanying image is a high-resolution photo. In the photo, 100 metallic badges and aluminum dog tags are neatly stacked together, forming a small mountain. Each badge is printed with an anchor and trident. Navy SEAL's emblem. The sand was still stuck to it, and the chains of several dog tags were tangled together, as if they had been roughly torn off. The caption was only one sentence. The first special zone does not accept garbage. Relevant departments are requested to claim their garbage as soon as possible. Garbage will be destroyed if not collected by the deadline. No one spoke in the meeting room. Zhou Zhongjiang's hand rested on the edge of the table, his knuckles turning white. Old Chin picked up the screenshot, looked at it closely for 3 seconds, and then put it down. The head of the diplomatic department leaned back, as if being caught by the back of the chair. The old man stared at the photo for a long time. Then he let out a soft breath. Old Chun. Exist. You're right. The old man tapped the table with his finger. It's definitely not over tonight. He stood up. Meeting adjourned. Everyone return to your posts. I have only one request. From now on, all intelligence related to Apocalypse will be compiled every 15 minutes. Nobody should sleep. The X platform servers just completed an emergency expansion 40 minutes ago. The engineering team is still relieved that it didn't crash again. Their relief lasted for about 11 seconds after the 3rd tweet went live. Global page views jumped by the second. The background alert skipped directly from yellow to orange and turned red. The maintenance staff on duty looked at the curve, and it no longer resembled a curve. It looked more like a wall. Again, he had barely uttered those 2 words when his supervisor's phone rang. Then everyone's phone rang. In the first 30 seconds after the tweet was posted, a rare phenomenon occurred on global social media platforms. The group fell silent. It's not that nobody saw it. They saw it, but no one could react immediately. 100 Navy SEAL badges. 100 military dog tags. They were piled up together for a photo. It was issued by an organization that had just stood up to the United Nations. The caption reads, "We don't accept trash." The silence of the first 30 seconds is the brain's protective mechanism. Starting at the 31st second, the internet exploded. It wasn't a bombing in China. It was a simultaneous bombing worldwide. Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Reddit, 4chan, Weibo, TikTok, and all platforms with comment sections saw an unprecedented surge in interactions within the same minute. The Twitter trending topics were completely cleared and then reloaded. The top 10 are all about the same topic. SEALs 100. Apocalypse SEALs. Dali Port. Navy SLS captured. The reaction was most intense within the United States. The senators who were mocking apocalypses, armed separatism, 30 minutes ago had their comment section flooded within 5 minutes. The most upvoted reply contained only 4 words. "Where are our boys?" A CNN White House correspondent was woken up by a phone call in the early hours of the morning and rushed to the studio in his pajamas without even putting on makeup. Her first words to the camera were, "We are trying to confirm." Before she could finish speaking, the producer called out into her earpiece. She glanced down at her phone, and her expression instantly changed. The live stream signal was interrupted for 3 seconds. When she returned, she reorganized her thoughts. The Pentagon declined to comment on the photo. Her confirmation is no longer needed in the comment section. The veterans community completed the comparison within 10 minutes, identifying the badge model, dog tag material and engraving method, and chain specifications in the photo. It's all true. Not a single one is a counterfeit. The title of the pinned post in the military section of Reddit was changed 7 times before finally settling on. Someone just stripped 100 SEALs naked. Below the post, an anonymous user claiming to be a former Navy SEAL posted a message that garnered 20,000 likes within 3 minutes. "I served for 14 years. I can accept my comrades dying on the battlefield, but I cannot accept 100 brothers' badges and dog tags piled up like garbage, photographed and displayed publicly. This isn't humiliation. This is execution." 4chan is crazier than Reddit. More than 300 discussion threads appeared simultaneously on the anonymous forum, covering everything from anger and shock to conspiracy theories. Some people have started digging up all of Apocalypse's previous videos in Delta Force, trying to piece together the size of the organization's armed forces. Someone reedited the clip from Lin Xiaoya's live stream, where Lin Hao wiped out all the militants in 31 seconds and added a new title. "They're just their bodyguards." That clip garnered over 100 million views within an hour. And those accounts that were just a second ago mocking Apocalypse for 3 years of nuclear fusion being the biggest joke of this century. An MIT professor emeritus deleted the tweet about eating kimchi upside down. The YouTuber who made the biggest science joke of the century has made the video private. The comment section of the Le Monde editorial, "The East is telling stories again," has been closed. No one laughed anymore. Because an organization that can make 100 Navy SEALs disappear without a trace is said to have nuclear fusion. You dare not believe it? Langley, Virginia. The white-haired old man was sitting in the conference room 40 minutes ago studying the fusion reactor video released by Apocalypse. He now stands in front of his desk, the telephone receiver clutched in his hand, his knuckles white. The voice on the other end was that of the Minister of Defense. "Has the photo been confirmed?" The white-haired old man swallowed. "SEAL Team 3 lost contact 29 hours ago. Last located near Port Daley. We sent 7 contact signals, but there was no response." There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone. 100 people. Yes. Said. Yes. He was arrested by a fruit market. The white-haired old man did not respond to that sentence. The breathing on the other end of the phone became heavier. Are the photos real? The badge number matches the current roster of the 3rd team perfectly. The technical team has confirmed that the image has not been tampered with. The silence lasted for 4 seconds. "Tell me, what are 100 SEALs doing in Port Daley?" The white-haired old man switched the receiver to his other hand. "Reconnaissance mission. Assess Apocalypse ground facilities." "Who approved it?" "I'm asking you. Who the hell approved this?" The white-haired old man pursed his lips into a thin line. "The Pacific Fleet Intelligence Office and our department jointly authorized this." I heard the sound of something being slammed onto the table from the other end of the phone. The white-haired old man waited 3 seconds before continuing. "Minister, the most urgent task is not assigning blame. The photos have already spread across the internet. We need..." "No, The defense minister lowered his voice, so low that it was almost inaudible. The most urgent task is to bring our people back. Then teach this damn organization a lesson it will never forget. The call ended. The white-haired old man put down the receiver. He turned to look at the large screen on the wall. The photo of Apocalypse is still on Twitter, and the number of likes is jumping by thousands per second. He picked up the red direct dial phone on the table. I dialed a number. Received the Fifth Fleet from the Persian Gulf. Wait 7 seconds. The call was connected. The white-haired old man only said one sentence. Dali Harbor. Take off immediately. On the deck of the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier USS Eisenhower in the Persian Gulf. The two F-35CS have been loaded. Live ammunition was being carried under the wings. The pilot fastened his helmet visor and locked the ejection lever. The control tower's voice came through my headphones. Falcon 1 and Falcon 2, mission confirmed. Target, over Port Daly. Low-altitude flyby, sonic boom deterrence, full optical reconnaissance recording. Height limit is 50 meters. No one shall fire first. But if the other party dares to open it, you can return it. Falcon 1, push the throttle lever. Receive. The ejection steam filled the guide rail. The countdown has reached 0. 2 stealth fighter jets were launched one after the other, their afterburners illuminating the night sky, their exhaust flames drawing 2 orange-red arcs that pierced the clouds over the Persian Gulf. Heading southeast. Target, Port Dali. Estimated arrival time, 47 minutes. 5,000 meters underground. The synthesized voice of Apocalypse resounded in the control room. 2 F-35CS were detected taking off from the USS Eisenhower in the Persian Gulf, boarding towards Port Daly, carrying live ammunition. Estimated time to enter the airspace above Apocalypse, first special zone, 46 minutes. Linyi put down the Level 2 civilization technology tree in his hand. What are they trying to do? A low-altitude deterrent flyby is highly likely. Langley just spoke with the Fifth Fleet. Keywords, Daly Harbor, immediate takeoff. Linyi leaned back in his chair. Two. Only 2. He remained silent for 3 seconds. Apocalypse. Exist. How long will it take to deploy the first satellite in a near-Earth orbit microsatellite constellation? At the current production line rate, the first reconnaissance microsatellite can be assembled and launched within 17 hours. Linyi shook his head. It's too late. Use the existing methods. He turned his chair halfway around so that he was facing the main screen. On the screen, 2 fast-moving red dots are streaking across the Arabian Sea from the Persian Gulf. Take off with 2 Skyhawk, 1 aircraft. He paused for a moment. Intercept them before they enter the airspace of the Special Administrative Region. Rules of engagement. Linyi tapped his fingers on the armrest. Don't shoot it down. Scare them back. Chapter 93 Black Water Droplets. Over the Arabian Sea, at 30,000 feet. 2 F-35CS cut through the night sky at Mach 1.6, the live ammunition hanging under their wings reflecting a cold light in the moonlight. Inside the Falcon 1 cockpit, Thompson pulled his oxygen mask down to free his mouth and started cursing. Fuck the Pentagon. Laughter came from the wingmen over the channel. Thompson ignored him and continued to hurl insults. Last month's flight allowance still hasn't been paid, and this month's is delayed again. My credit card bill is overdue, and the collection calls have even reached my ex-wife. Do you know what that woman said? How so? Coleman, the pilot of Falcon 2, asked. She said, I knew you'd never amount to anything. Thompson pushed the stick a little to the left, correcting the course. Never amount to anything? I'm flying a $70 million plane. $70 million. That's 70 million taxpayers' money, Coleman laughed. Screw you. Thompson glanced down at the navigation screen. 400 kilometers to Port Daly. 47 minutes. Coleman, do you know what happened in Port Daly before? What? UFO. The channel was silent for 2 seconds. Are you kidding me? I'm not kidding you. Thompson's voice suddenly became serious. 3 weeks ago, there was an unidentified flying object hovering over Port Daly. It was reported on Global News. It was 800 meters long and hovered directly above the port for 11 minutes. Those are Chinese balloons, aren't they? Balloon my ass. An 800 meter balloon. Thompson spat. And did you see today's mission briefing? 100 SEALs. 100. Stripped naked and piled up in that lousy fruit market. Coleman didn't respond. 100 Navy SEALs, fully armed, infiltrated at night and were wiped out without a single shot being fired. Thompson's voice rose. And then the Pentagon sent just the two of us over. A low-altitude flyby. 50 meters. A mission is a mission. Mission my ass. Thompson interrupted immediately. They're using us as stepping stones. Those things on the ground can silently take down 100 SEALs. Do you think they can't shoot down 2 planes? Thompson, calm down. I'm calm. I've never been this calm. Thompson stared at the dark horizon ahead. I've already met my takeoff quota for this year. Flying even one more time is just working for the Pentagon for free. No pay, and I'd risk my life. So, you want to turn back? I'm seriously considering it. Coleman finally burst out laughing. Thompson, you chickened out. I didn't. You chickened out. Coleman's tone was laced with undisguised sarcasm. The most elite carrier-based pilot in the entire United States was scared out of his wits by an African fruit market. That's not an ordinary fruit market. What's that? An alien base. Coleman laughed. Brother, listen to me. We're flying F-35CS, stealth, supersonic, 50 meters low-altitude flyby, from entry to exit in no more than 8 seconds. 8 seconds. No ground-based air defense system has time to react. Thompson remained silent. After creating the sonic boom, turn around and run. Go back, write a report, collect double pay, and go to Hawaii next month. Coleman's voice was as casual as if he were discussing a weekend barbecue. It's that simple. Are you sure? 100%. Coleman patted the dashboard. This thing flies faster than a bullet. Even if there's something on the ground, by the time it reacts, we'll already be 100 kilometers away. Thompson took a deep breath. Okay, that's more like it. But what if any problems arise? There won't be any problems, Coleman interrupted him. Trust your plane, trust your speed. Nothing can catch an F-35 at full speed from 50 meters high. There's nothing there, Thompson repeated. He didn't know why, but those words made him even more uneasy. Langley, Virginia. The white-haired old man stood in front of the large screen in the command center, the conversation coming through his earpiece, making his temples throb. The Pentagon liaison officer standing next to him looked ashen-faced. Are these two good-for-nothings chatting in the channel? The white-haired old man didn't answer. He pressed the communication button. Falcon formation. Maintain radio silence immediately. The channel went silent. The white-haired old man released the button and turned to the liaison officer. Have them execute the plan. Cut into a 50-meter ultra-low altitude penetration route and create a sonic boom cloud over Port Dolly. Record the entire process with optical reconnaissance. The liaison officer nodded. We need this. The white-haired old man stared at the 2 moving dots on the screen. The photos of 100 SEALs have already spread across the entire internet. If we can't even do one low-altitude flyby. He didn't finish speaking, but everyone present understood. The U.S. military needs to make a move, even if it's just symbolic. Otherwise, the world would think that the United States was scared off by a fruit market. 35 minutes to reach the target, the technician reported. The white-haired old man sat back down in his chair. Keep a close eye on it. 5,000 meters underground. The synthesized voice of Apocalypse sounded on time. The Falcon formation has entered an ultra-low altitude penetration route. Current altitude has decreased to 8,000 feet, and speed is Mach 1.6. Expected to enter the first special zone airspace boundary in 28 minutes. Su Yin wore headphones, and the screen displayed real-time translated text of intercepted U.S. military communications channels. When she saw Thompson's line, no pay, and you'll lose your life, she laughed so hard her shoulders shook as she leaned over the control panel. Boss, did you hear that? She wiped her eyes. This guy said his credit card payments were overdue, and debt collectors were calling his ex-wife. Lingy didn't look at her. His gaze fell on the main screen. 2 red dots were rapidly approaching the direction of Port Dolly. Apocalypse. Exist. Skyhawk 1-2 aircraft. Ready. Launch silos 7 and 9 have completed preheating. Take off. Implement. Su Yan's smile was still on his face, but when he caught a glimpse of the main screen switching, his smile faded by half. 17 kilometers north of Dolly Port lies the heart of the desert. 2 circular camouflage panels, each less than 3 meters in diameter, slid open simultaneously. There was no steam, no flame, and no visual signature of a traditional launch. 2 pure black shadows shot out from the well opening. The speed was so fast that the monitoring screen only captured 2 blurry afterimages. Skyhawk 1. No wings. No tail. No traditional aerodynamic surfaces. It is teardrop-shaped, entirely black, and its surface material absorbs all light. Powered by an anti-gravity engine, it requires no runway, no catapult, and no structure that fights against the air. From the wellhead to the stratosphere. 3 seconds. Su-Yin stared at the data on the screen. Damn, it always feels unreal when I watch it. The two Skyhawks completed their formation at an altitude of 40,000 meters, and then swooped down in a near-vertical dive towards the path of the Falcon formation. There is no tail flame. There was no sonic boom. There was no radar reflection signal. Lin Yi leaned back in his chair. Put on after it's in place. Su-Yin turned his head. How close? 5 meters. Su-Yin opened his mouth, then closed it again. All right. It is 30 kilometers from Port Dolly. Thompson took 3 deep breaths and pushed the joystick forward. The altimeter began to drop rapidly. 8,000, 6,000, 4,000, 2,000. The outlines of the sand dunes on the ground became increasingly clear in the night vision footage. Falcon 2, stay close. Received. Coleman's voice returned to its professional tone. 1,000 feet. 500. 200. The ground rushed past beneath the cockpit, and the shadows of the dunes almost grazed the belly of the aircraft. Thompson's palms were sweaty. Entering the final penetration route. 25 kilometers from target. Prepare. His words stuck in his throat. All the screens in the cockpit turned red at the same time. This is not a normal alarm. It was the kind of red that he had never seen before in his 12-year flying career, a red that screamed from the entire system at once. Radar lock warning. Missile approach warning. Electronic interference warning. Communication interruption warning. All the alarms went off simultaneously, their piercing buzzing filling the entire cockpit. What? Thompson instinctively looked at the radar screen. The screen was completely clean. There is no goal. There was no physical signal. But the lockout warning is still flashing frantically. Coleman, over there. There was only static in the channel. Communication was lost. Thompson's hands began to shake. He tried to switch to a backup frequency. It's useless. All frequency bands are dead. Impossible. He looked down to inspect the electronic warfare module. The module indicated it was functioning normally, but all active detection methods seemed to be muffled by an invisible hand. It can receive, but cannot send. You can see, but you can't see anything. Thompson's breathing became rapid. Then, some instinct made him raise his head. The canopy is transparent. Moonlight streamed down from above. But the moonlight was blocked by something. Thompson's pupils suddenly contracted. A pure black, teardrop-shaped object was hovering above his canopy. 5 meters. No, it might be closer. 3 meters. It had no wings, no tail, no engine nozzles. It had none of the structures that any aircraft he recognized should have. It just hung there. Absolute stillness. Thompson's F-35 was flying close to the ground at Mach 1.6, while this thing at the exact same speed and on the exact same trajectory was nailed to his head. There was no airflow disturbance. There was no sound. There was nothing there. Thompson's mind went blank for a full 2 seconds. Then he heard his own voice squeezed out from deep in his throat with a tone he didn't recognize. My God. Chapter 94, 2 F-35s flee in fright. My God. Thompson's voice, choked with sobs, squeezed out from the intermittent cockpit recording. He didn't even dare to breathe too forcefully. The black droplet above his head was too close. So close that he had no doubt that if he dared to pull the control stick even slightly, the canopy would shatter like an eggshell the next second. But damn it, there's nothing on the dashboard. Radar blank. Optical search results are blank. The identification of friend or foe is blank. Only the alarm system went berserk, turning the entire cockpit blood red. Coleman. Thompson slammed his fist into the communication key. Can you hear me? Coleman. Amidst the crackling noise, a piercing scream suddenly erupted. I saw it. I fucking saw it too. Coleman's voice was distorted, carrying a sense of utter despair, as if he had been completely ruined. It's right to my right. No, to my left. Grass, it's following me. It has no wings. Thompson, it has no engine. Thompson felt a chill run down his spine. He glanced at the direction of his wingman out of the corner of his eye. Coleman's F-35C is still there. But next to the wingman, there was also a ghostly black water droplet. 2 F-35CS, representing the pinnacle of human aviation industry. are maintaining ultra-low altitude, high-speed penetration. And the two black water droplets held them steadily, one on the left and one on the right. Do not attack. Do not expel them. They won't even steal your flight path. It just flies alongside you. Like a persistent ghost, it strolls through its own backyard with both elegance and terror. Thompson's throat was dry, and his voice was hoarse. Coleman, don't move. I won't move. It's less than 5 meters away. 5 meters. Coleman screamed. Didn't you just boast that nothing could catch an F-35? Now is not the time to argue. After Coleman yelled that, a cold, unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out in the cockpit. This is not a U.S. military channel. It is not an early warning aircraft. It was not any communication link he was familiar with. The voice, like a ghost, completely drowned out all other noises, clearly pouring into the helmets of the two pilots in standard American English. Forward airspace belongs to Apocalypse First Special Zone. The airspace ahead belongs to the First Special Zone of Apocalypse. Turn back or fall. Either turn back or fall. 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Thompson's head buzzed, and it exploded. It came in. The other party bypassed all encrypted communications and data chains. They shoved the words straight into his helmet. There was a half-second of silence on Coleman's end, followed by an even greater outburst of fear. It's talking to me. It's hacked into my helmet. I heard that too. Thompson stared intently at the cockpit's main screen, his pupils contracting sharply. On the screen, a scarlet countdown line had appeared out of nowhere. 5. This is not the font that comes with the F-35 at all. Damn it, this has been hacked. 4. Thompson's finger pressed on the weapon's safety cover, but it felt like pressing on a branding iron. He hesitated. The training manual told him that when faced with a threat, he should immediately lock onto, evade, and counterattack. But now, he can't even lock onto a target. How are missiles launched? What is send it? Fire at a point 3 meters above your head? He would have to be insane to do that. 3. Langley Command Center. The old man's face, with its white hair, was as black as the bottom of a pot. On the large screen, the instrument data of the two F-35CS were a complete mess, and all the warning lights were flashing wildly. However, the target field remains empty. No enemy planes, no missiles, nothing at all. Only the pilot's cries of impending collapse could be heard over the pilot's channel. It's right above my head. It stuck to me, like a leech. I can't see the target. There's nothing on the radar. The Pentagon liaison officer grabbed the microphone. Falcon 1, execute evasive maneuvers immediately. Repeat, evade immediately. The white-haired old man snatched the communication access and roared into the microphone. Thompson, fire. You say I am 9X. Switch to close-range combat mode. Heat source lock. Forget about the radar. Fire. On the screen, the weapon system status of Falcon 1 jumped. Then it jumped back. Locking failed. A technician jumped to his feet, his voice hoarse. Sir, no heat source signal. The missile cannot acquire the target. The white-haired old man, his eyes bloodshot, roared back. Fire manually. Make him fire manually. Thompson's furious voice came through the communication line. I'll fire it manually, my ass. The command center fell silent instantly. Thompson seemed to have completely broken down, his voice filled with madness. It's right above my head. If I launch a missile, I'll be the first one to die. The white-haired old man slammed his hand on the table. You're a U.S. Navy pilot. Follow orders. The countdown continues relentlessly. 2. Thompson saw that the black droplet had sunk slightly by half a meter. With just half a meter, the space above the canopy is compressed to the extreme. The alarm beep turned into a piercing long note, as if playing funeral music for him. Coleman cursed even more, swearing over the channel. Sir, my canopy is about to scrape it. I can't fire. This isn't combat. This is fucking bluffing. Falcon 2, maintain course. Keep it working, my foot. Coleman panicked completely. My radar's burned out. My electronic warfare module's down. My backup links are all gone. I request to return to base. The technician stared blankly at the normal data on the screen. Sir, the Falcon 2's radar isn't burned out. The white-haired old man's face was ashen. Of course he could tell. Coleman is lying. They couldn't even be bothered to act convincingly. Is this a direct opening? 1. Thompson gripped the joystick tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand. In that instant, neither honor nor duty flashed through his mind. It's my ex-wife's credit card bill. It was flight allowance that was 3 months overdue. They're those idiots in the Pentagon who can only draw PowerPoint presentations and have never even touched an accelerator pedal. Fuck them and fire. Screw orders. He gritted his teeth and shouted his last words into the communication channel. I'm not going to die for a bunch of bureaucrats who owe me wages. The next second, Falcon 1 suddenly surged upwards. The machine was under tremendous overload, and the alarm sounded again at its peak. Thompson did not perform any standard evasive maneuvers and completely abandoned the mission route. He forcibly pulled the fighter jet up from a low altitude of 50 meters. The nose of the aircraft rose violently, and then he turned sharply. The F-35C drew an extremely rough arc in the sky. The afterburner is fully open. Turn around and run. On the wingman's side, Coleman was an even bigger heavyweight. Thompson's plane had just pulled up its nose when his F-35 began to turn and run faster than anyone else. Reporting, sir. Coleman's voice was ridiculously loud, as if he was afraid the command center wouldn't hear him. My radar is burned out. Requesting emergency return to base. The technician opened his mouth, then whispered to the commander, Sir, his radar didn't burn out either. The liaison officer was so angry he almost smashed the earpiece. Those two bastards. The white-haired old man stared intently at the large screen. The two dots representing F-35CS are moving away from Port Daly at an even faster speed than when they were penetrating the defenses. There was no pass. There was no sonic boom. There is no reconnaissance record. They turned and ran away before they even reached the edge of the special economic zone. The command center was deathly silent. Then a young technician quietly added, Sir, the black box data is still being transmitted back. The white-haired old man slowly turned his head. Where's the picture? Have. Cut out. The large screen flashed, and Thompson's first-person cockpit view was brought up. In the scene, above the canopy under the moonlight, a pure black water droplet is very close. Its surface is smooth as a drop of ink, swallowing all the light. No number. There is no nozzle. There is no structure known to humankind. On the screen, you can still clearly hear Thompson's roar, a roar that comes from the depths of his soul. I'm not going to die for a bunch of bureaucrats who owe me wages. In the conference room, some people quietly lowered their heads. I'm not trying to laugh. She dared not look at the old man's expression. The white-haired old man took off his headphones and casually tossed them onto the table with a dull thud. It was like a slap in the face to everyone in the conference room. Seal off. His voice was hoarse and weary. All flight records are immediately classified as top secret and sealed away. The liaison officer gritted his teeth and asked, What's the report to the minister? The white-haired old man stared at the scene on the screen that was enough to overturn the history of world aviation, remaining silent for a full 10 seconds. He slowly began to speak. Just say that the mission force encountered an unknown, highly maneuverable aircraft. Mission aborted. To preserve the aircraft, the pilot chose to evacuate and await further assessment. The liaison officer looked at him and couldn't help but say, Sir, isn't this desertion in the face of battle? The white-haired old man suddenly turned around, his eyes like knives. Then go and write desertion in the face of battle in the report. You write it. The liaison officer immediately shut his mouth. On the big screen, the two dots of light were still moving. They ran with such determination and focus. Chapter 95 Ceiling. Langley, 3 underground floors. The lights in the command center were dimmed 3 levels. The large screen on the wall no longer played any public intelligence. Only a cockpit view that was repeatedly paused, zoomed in, and sharpened remained. In the scene, the moonlight is cold. A black droplet hovered above the canopy of an F-35C, so close it was almost touching the transparent canopy. It has no wings. None of them match human understanding of the word airplane. An elderly man with white hair stood in front of the screen, his hands resting on the edge of the table, his face taut with wrinkles. There were only 7 people in the meeting room. The CIA director, the Deputy Secretary of Defense, the Pentagon liaison officer, the Pacific Fleet representative, 2 aviation technology experts, and a black-clad secretary who was responsible for taking notes but had no right to speak. There are 2 electronic locks and 3 manual checkpoints outside the door. Everyone's cell phones, watches, glasses, and hearing aids were all confiscated. The old man with white hair had a hoarse voice. Play it again. The technician pressed the play button. The cockpit voice recorder started playing. Forward airspace belongs to Apocalypse First Special Zone. Turn back or fall. 5 seconds. Then came the pilot's near collapse. It's right above my head. I'll fire it manually my ass. I'm not going to die for a bunch of bureaucrats who owe me wages. The video pauses here. The Deputy Minister of National Defense's expression was beyond just looking grim. He stared at the white-haired old man, gritted his teeth, and asked, "Why is this thing above our pilots' heads?" The white-haired old man did not answer. The Deputy Minister then asked, "Why is it able to bypass the F-35's radar, infrared, electro-optical, and electronic warfare systems and attach itself directly to the canopy?" The white-haired old man remained silent. The Vice Minister slammed his hand on the table. "Why do you still think sending 2 fighter jets for a low-altitude flyby is a good idea after 100 SEALs have gone missing?" The Pacific Fleet representative immediately looked up. This mission was not approved by the fleet alone. Langley argued that a swift military response was needed to avoid the perception in the world that the United States was backing down. The white-haired old man looked at him coldly. "Your Fifth Fleet did not conduct any secondary risk assessment before the operation." "Risk assessment?" The fleet representative laughed in exasperation. "The intelligence you gave us stated that it is suspected of possessing advanced drones and local electronic warfare capabilities. You didn't tell us that the other side has something that can fly close to our faces at Mach 1.6. The white-haired old man spoke up. "Watch your words. Then tell me what it is." The fleet representative pointed at the screen, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Is this a drone? Is that a fighter jet? Is that a missile? Is it your newly invented security equipment for the fruit market?" No one spoke in a meeting room. The 2 aviation technology experts exchanged a glance. One of the elderly engineers, with gray hair, took off his glasses and rubbed his temples. "Judging from the images, it does not rely on traditional aerodynamic lift." The deputy minister turned his head. "Explain yourself." The old engineer paused for a moment. "Without wings, it is impossible to generate sustained lift within a conventional aerodynamic framework. The absence of an air intake indicates that it is not a jet engine. There is no exhaust flame, nor is there an infrared high-temperature nozzle. It can remain relatively stationary at a distance of 3 to 5 meters above the F-35, which shows that its control precision is abnormally high." He paused for a moment, then changed to a more cautious way of putting it. "More importantly, it did not generate visible shock wave interference." Another expert chimed in. "Flying at low altitude at Mach 1.6, with the 2 aircraft so close together, theoretically the airflow would tear each other apart. The F-35 should experience severe shaking, or even lose control. But according to the data from the black box, there was no abnormality in the aircraft's attitude." The vice minister's face gradually turned pale. In conclusion, the old engineer remained silent for 2 seconds. "It does not fit into any known aircraft classification." I asked for the conclusion. The old engineer looked up. "The conclusion is that we don't know how it flies." After those words were spoken, the breathing in the conference room became quiet. "Have no idea." These 2 words, when placed before the U.S. military-industrial complex, are more glaring than any failure report. Even if you fall behind, you can still catch up. Not knowing means not even having a direction to follow. The white-haired old man slowly sat down and tapped his fingers on the table. "Data archived." The secretary immediately looked up. The white-haired old man continued. "All the original files from the black box were transferred to the highest level cold storage, with only 3 physical backups retained. Viewing access is limited to the President, the Secretary of Defense, myself, and core members of the Joint Task Force. Any form of copying, dissemination, or screenshotting will be treated as treason." The vice minister sneered. "You think sealing it off will solve the problem?" The white-haired old man looked at him. The deputy minister pointed to the screen. "Both pilots are still alive. They're ground crew, communications officers, and watch officers on the aircraft carrier. There's also a technical team here at Langley. Can you block the data, and can you block the fear?" No one answered. Because the answer is there. It can't be contained. From a moment, the 2 F-35s turned tail and sped away. Fear seeped into the cracks of this war machine, through every communication line and every person's gaze. Over the Atlantic Ocean, an unmarked military transport plane is returning to its origin. At the rear of the cabin, Thompson and Coleman sat in 2 rows of metal seats. They hadn't changed out of their flight suits, their helmets had been taken away, and 2 military police officers stood beside each of them. Coleman kept his head down, his fingers trembling. Thompson stared into the darkness outside the porthole without saying a word. After a long silence, Coleman suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice. "What'll they do with us?" Thompson didn't look at him. "Have no idea. Will it be court-martial?" "Maybe." Coleman swallowed hard. "Do you regret it?" Thompson finally turned to look at him. His eyes were bloodshot, but his gaze was surprisingly clear. "No." Coleman paused for a moment. Thompson said word by word, "If I had to do it again, I would still turn around." Coleman's lips moved, but he didn't say anything. Thompson leaned back in his chair, his voice very low. "I've flown an F/A-18 and an F-35. I've landed in storms and been spotted by air defense radar over the Persian Gulf. I know what fear is." He closed his eyes. But it wasn't just ordinary fear. Coleman looked up. Thompson stared at the overhead panel of the cabin. At that moment, I suddenly realized that I was not a hunter. The cabin fell silent. You were sitting in the world's most advanced fighter jet. All the training, all the honors, and all the weapon systems tell you that you are the predator in the sky. Thompson's Adam's apple bobbed. Then something sticks to the top of your head and looks down at you. Coleman's face drained of color instantly. Because he sensed it too. That wasn't a battle. It's not about confrontation. It was not an encounter in the air. The other side didn't fire. Not because they couldn't hit them. It's not because it's necessary. 6 hours later, Andrews Air Force Base, a windowless interrogation room. Thompson sat in a metal chair, facing 3 investigators. The recording equipment on the table was flashing a red light. The investigator in the middle flipped through the documents, his tone cold and hard. "Major, do you admit to aborting the mission without authorization?" Thompson nodded. "Admit. Does this constitute an admission of disobeying orders to fire from Langley and the Pentagon?" "Admit. Do you acknowledge that your actions have caused serious strategic humiliation for the United States globally?" Thompson looked up at him. "I don't acknowledge that." The investigator frowned. Thompson said calmly, "The humiliation wasn't caused by my turning back. It was by you sending 2 planes to their deaths." An officer next to him slammed his fist on the table. "Watch your attitude." Thompson did not dodge. "I'm very careful." The investigator restrained his colleague and continued. "If you were ordered again to carry out a mission near Dolly Port or Apocalypse First District, would you obey?" Thompson remained silent. The only sound in the room was the static from the recording equipment. The investigator leaned forward. "Major, answer." Thompson stared at the glaring white light on the table. The image of that black droplet flashed through his mind again. There was no sound. There is no light. Stick it on the top of your head. Outside the hatch, it was a clean, dark expanse. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "No." The investigator's pen stopped. Thompson repeated it. "I refuse." "Do you know what that sentence means?" "No." "You will lose your flying license and may even be prosecuted." Thompson smiled. That smile was so tired it was almost broken. "I'd rather go to jail than be executed by having a black droplet pressed against my face." None of the 3 investigators spoke. They had seen pilots shirking responsibility, soldiers suffering mental breakdowns, and officers defending themselves. But Thompson is not. He was too clear-headed. So clear-headed it chills you to the bone. Langley. After listening to the summary of the inquiry, the white-haired old man remained silent for a long time. The deputy stood to the side and whispered, "Director, the Pentagon is still pushing for the next round of operational assessments. They believe that pressure must be maintained, otherwise the alliance system will crumble." The white-haired old man looked at the black folder on the table. The folder cover has only 2 words. Black drop. Black water droplets. He suddenly felt it was absurd. 100 SEALs are still in the enemy's hands. The 2 F-35s were scared off. The nuclear fusion video has just shattered the global scientific community. The Pentagon is still discussing maintaining pressure. Who exactly are they trying to pressure? Suppress something that can treat an F-35 like a toy? The white-haired old man closed his eyes, then opened them a few seconds later. No more military adventures. The deputy was taken aback. "Chief, at least until we figure out what the black droplets are, we will not send any manned platforms near Port Dolly. The Ministry of National Defense will not be satisfied. Make them unhappy." The white-haired old man stood up and walked to the world map. His finger pointed to the location of the chaotic delta. "Military pressure has been suspended. Transfer to the third line. First, public opinion. Shift the focus from the disappearance of SEALs to the illegal occupation by apocalypse forces, the humiliation of prisoners of war, and the threat to the international order. Second, the United Nations. Promote an extraordinary meeting of the Security Council, propose a draft of sanctions, and demand that Apocalypse release its personnel, withdraw from the Delta, and accept international verification. Third, the alliance system. To enable all partners in Europe, the Middle East, and Southeast Asia to speak out in unison. The deputy quickly took notes. The white-haired old man's voice was even lower. We cannot prove that we are better than it right now. He stared at the small port on the map. Then let's first prove that it is the enemy of the whole world. The deputy looked up and hesitated, then asked, what if Apocalypse doesn't care? The white-haired old man did not answer immediately. He recalled the image of black water droplets stuck to the top of the F-35. I'm reminded of Thompson's famous quote, I won't die for bureaucrats who owe me wages. I recall those 100 sealed dog tags piled up like a small mountain. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Then let's pray. Let's pray that it at least still cares about the rules of human society. But after saying that, he himself found it laughable, because just recently that account had written that sentence to the United Nations. You disagree? Send your peacekeeping troops to take a look. Chapter 96, The Seal, is still alive. Apocalypse's fourth tweet was posted at 4:17 a.m. Washington time. This is the time that White House staff fear most. It was still dark on the east coast of the United States. It's just morning in Europe. Asia is currently experiencing a peak in internet activity. A single tweet is enough to set the entire world ablaze before the president even wakes up. Explanation regarding the issue of illegally armed personnel from the United States. The accompanying image is a 37-second video. The image shows a silver-gray enclosed space. The lighting was cold and white. The ground was so clean it felt cold. 100 men, wearing only basic underwear, were separated and imprisoned in 10 transparent compartments. The water level in each compartment reached chest height. The water surface is calm. The temperature display shows 26 degrees Celsius. As the camera panned across the scene, some people looked up and cursed angrily, some leaned against the bulkhead and gasped for breath, and some lowered their heads and remained silent. At the end of the video, the image freezes on the face with long teeth. He stood in the water, his stubble disheveled, his eyes red-rimmed, and his gaze still fierce. Off-camera, a cold, synthesized voice rang out. Name. Long Teeth gritted his teeth and did not answer. The synthesized sound continues. U.S. Navy Special Operations Development Group, Black Shark 3rd Squadron, Captain, codename Long Fong. The pupils constrict as the teeth grow. The synthesized sound had no pauses. You illegally invaded the first special zone of Apocalypse, carrying weapons, explosives, and electronic warfare equipment, and attempted to infiltrate civilian and commercial facilities. According to the Provisional Security Law of the Special Administrative Region, you are defined as illegal armed intruders. The video has ended. The tweet only has 3 paragraphs. 100 U.S. armed personnel survived and are in stable condition. The first special district of Apocalypse refuses to release illegal intruders unconditionally. The U.S. must publicly acknowledge the illegal intrusion, formally apologize to Apocalypse District 1, and initiate prisoner repatriation negotiations. The last line is the most glaring. Hegemony does not enjoy exemption from inspection. The White House Situation Room. The president was still wearing a dark suit, and his tie was not properly tied, clearly indicating that he had been urgently summoned from his residence. The video was playing on a loop on the screen. Several people in the room breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that all 100 SEALs were still alive. But before he could even finish his sentence, he was met with a public apology. The defense minister's face was grim. We must never admit it. The Secretary of State's voice was tense. To acknowledge the illegal intrusion would be tantamount to acknowledging Apocalypse First Special District's de facto jurisdiction. That would have a catastrophic impact on our global military operations system. The president rubbed his temples. Our soldiers are in their hands. The defense minister immediately said, we can call them kidnapped persons and do not recognize them as so-called prisoners of war. The president looked up at him. They infiltrated the enemy-controlled area fully armed. That region is not recognized internationally as a sovereign state. But now the whole world has seen the dog tag, and they've seen the living person. The president's voice was lowered. Tell me, will the public care about the details of international law or about 100 American children soaking in water? No one spoke. The chief of staff whispered a reminder. On social media, the hashtag #BringThemHome has already reached #1. The SEAL Families Association is contacting the media. The defense minister gritted his teeth. Tianchi is using the emotions of the families to force us to give in. The Secretary of State said in a deep voice. And then what? From now on, any non-state armed group that detains U.S. troops can demand an apology from the United States. The president looked at the CIA director. The white-haired old man sat in the corner. His eyes were dark circles, and he looked exhausted. Your opinion. The white-haired old man spoke very slowly. We will not admit it for now, and we will not apologize for now. The Minister of Defense was about to nod. The white-haired old man continued, but we can't provoke it either. All eyes in the room were on him. Apocalypse did not kill anyone, which shows that it is leaving room for negotiation. It made the hostages' status public in order to close the door on us, saying that they were dead and launching a retaliation. Its demand for a public apology is a form of maximum pressure, but it may not be the only condition. The president asked, what is your suggestion? Confirm the list of personnel and their health status through third-party channels. The white-haired old man paused for a moment. At the same time, we should advance the issue at the United Nations and bring it into a multilateral framework. The Secretary of State nodded. Let the problem escalate from a unilateral failure by the United States into a global security crisis. The defense minister said coldly. And then our soldiers continue to soak in the water? The white-haired old man glanced at him. At least they are still alive. The Situation Room fell silent. Apocalypse can kill them. It just didn't do that. The president tapped his fingers on the table for a long time before saying, prepare 2 statements. One is a strong, public version, and the other is a version for private discussions. The chief of staff nodded. The president added, send people to comfort the family. Tell them we will bring them back. He stopped there. No matter what method you use. 5,000 meters underground. Lin Yi sat in the control room, watching the intercepted transcripts from the White House Situation Room. Su Yin sat with his legs crossed next to him, a lollipop in his mouth, his face full of mockery. They seem to think that if they don't acknowledge the facts don't exist. Lin Yi did not laugh. His gaze lingered on the phrase in whatever way. This is the inertia of a great power. Su Yin raised an eyebrow. What's the meaning? We want to save face, and we also want to save lives. Lin Ye's voice was steady. If you can't beat them and you're unwilling to admit defeat, you'll find another way. Su Yan's smile faded slightly. She understood. Public opinion, assassinations, economic blockades, proxy wars. When you can't win with a straight punch, the old world has too many knives hidden under the table. Lin Yi raised his hand. The scene in the detention area changes. The main screen has been changed to live monitoring. 100 SEALs were held in separate compartments. There is no binding. There is no beating. Each cabin is equipped with oxygen monitoring, body temperature monitoring, and heart rate monitoring. The water temperature is kept constant at 26 degrees Celsius, which will not cause heat loss, but it will also not make people feel comfortable. This is the result of Apocalypse's calculations. No evidence of abuse will be left behind. It's enough to make people experience a continuous breakdown. Long Teeth has been standing in the water for 14 hours. His calf muscles ached, his back felt cold, and his eyelids were so heavy he could barely keep them open. The water level was up to his chest, meaning he couldn't sit down. If you try to lean against a wall to rest, your body will gradually slide down. I want to sleep, but if I lower my head, I'll be woken up by the water. This is not torture in the conventional sense, but it was more difficult than most of the interrogation training he had ever experienced. Because there is no rhythm. No questions were asked. There was no beating. There is no threat. Only lights, water, and silence. There's also a mechanical notification that sounds overhead every 10 minutes. Your heart rate is too high. Please adjust your breathing. Body temperature is normal. Low risk of dehydration. The intruder has grown teeth. Stay alert. Long Teeth looked up at the camera in the corner. What exactly are you? No one answered. In the adjacent cabin, Jingdian's mental state was noticeably worse. This electronic warfare expert had been repeating this over and over since he was captured. It took over my device. It rewound the surveillance footage. It already knew. Rivet cursed at him several times. Later, He didn't have the energy to curse anymore. I forced myself to observe as my teeth grew. The cabin walls are seamless and made of a material similar to glass, but clearer than bulletproof glass. There is a ventilation opening at the top, with a diameter of no more than 5 centimeters. There are 2 guards outside each cabin. They wore black uniforms, were of similar height, and stood in the same posture. They're too similar. Longtooth stared at one of the guards for a full 10 minutes. The other person did not scratch, shift their weight, or change their blinking frequency. Ordinary people can't do that. He recalled the 8 security guards who had all taken temperatures of 36.5 degrees Celsius when he infiltrated the market. A chill ran from my back to the side of my neck. "Robot," he said in a low voice. Hearing this, Rivet, panting, asked what. The tooth did not answer. He continued watching. A small section of skin was visible at the edge of the guard's glove. It has pores. It contains tiny blood vessels. It's absolutely perfect. It's so perfect, it doesn't look like skin. It looks more like an industrial product. My throat feels tight as I grow teeth. They weren't captured by some warlord. It wasn't that he was captured by a terrorist organization. They were confined in a clean, precise, and ruthless system. This system knows their names, equipment, routes, and communication passwords. They also tracked who had an elevated heart rate and who was starting to break down. Longteeth raised its head and spoke in a hoarse voice to the camera. "If you're human, let the person in charge come out and talk." The lighting remained unchanged. 3 seconds later, the intercom in the cabin started playing. Standard English. The U.S.'s negotiating standing depends on whether it acknowledges the fact of the illegal intrusion. Grinding teeth. "We are just following orders." The broadcast calmly announced, "So you are alive." Longtooth was stunned. The broadcast continued. "The person who issues the order will bear the price." The sound disappeared. Longtooth stood in the water, motionless for a long time. He finally understood what apocalypse meant. This is not an interrogation. This is pricing soldiers and politicians separately. In the control room, Lin Yi turned off the detention area channel. Su Yin was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Will you let them go?" "Meeting. Really release?" "Wait until the price is right." Su Yin tilted his head. "What if the United States doesn't apologize?" Lin Yi watched the constantly fluctuating global public opinion curve on the screen. "Then let their people ask for them." He paused. "The seal is still alive. This is more troublesome than the death list." Chapter 97. The eve of the United Nations Conference. New York, United Nations headquarters. As evening fell, the glass curtain wall reflected the afterglow of the Hudson River, a mixture of gold, gray, and deep blue, like a film of oil about to solidify. The notification of the Security Council's extraordinary meeting has been sent to all permanent members and relevant observer states. The topic title is very long. An emergency review of the illegal armed occupation of the chaotic Delta by the 1st Special District of Apocalypse and its threat to global security and order. Every word was carefully considered by the U.S. delegation. Illegal. Armée d'occupation. Global security threats. The lights were on in the temporary office of the U.S. delegation. A draft of the sanctions bill was spread out on the table. The first demand is for Apocalypse to immediately and unconditionally release the detained persons. Article 2 demands that Apocalypse withdraw from the chaotic Delta and restore the original governance framework there. Article 3 requires Apocalypse to accept international inspections, including of its nuclear fusion facilities, spacecraft, and automated arms systems. Article 4. If such compliance is refused, the Security Council shall authorize member states to take all necessary measures. The U.S. ambassador frowned as he looked at the last line of text. All necessary measures is the most crucial sentence. That was also the saddest sentence. The British delegation has expressed its support in principle, but requested that the wording be more cautious. France, on the other hand, requested to join a humanitarian monitoring mechanism and was unwilling to directly endorse military authorization. Russia has not yet given a clear response. China was so quiet it was as if it didn't exist. The deputy representative whispered, "The Chinese delegation has just entered the building and refused all media interviews." The American representative sneered. "They will pretend to be neutral." What if they reject it? The U.S. representative did not answer immediately. He knew that China would most likely veto the military authorization. It's not just because Tianqi and Huaxia just announced their collaboration on Qiming fusion. Furthermore, Any precedent of authorizing member states to take all necessary measures could backfire on the major powers themselves in the future. But he still wanted to push. Politics is not just about results. Sometimes, forcing the other party to stand up and veto is an outcome in itself. Let the whole world see who is protecting Apocalypse. The U.S. representative picked up a pen and wrote a line next to the draft. Focus on attacking China's silence. The residents of the Chinese delegation. No one spoke loudly in the meeting room. The head of the delegation sat in the main seat, with the latest instructions from Beijing in front of him. It's not long, but every sentence was harsh. First, it does not directly endorse the sovereignty of the Tianqi First Special District. Second, we will not accept any form of military authorization. Third, protect the international cooperation environment for the Qiming Fusion Project. Fourth, use the veto power when necessary. Fifth, the tone of the speech, calling for restraint, opposing escalation, and promoting dialogue. After the group leader finished reading, he handed the document to the counselor next to him. The domestic meaning is very clear. The counselor whispered, "The United States will push us to the forefront. Let them push." The regimental commander took off his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. We do not interpret Apocalypse, nor do we endorse the United States. The core issue is that the Security Council cannot grant legitimacy to military operations. Another young diplomat couldn't help but say, but Apocalypse is holding 100 seals and publicly humiliating the United States. If we veto it, won't the public think we're siding with Apocalypse? The regimental commander glanced at him. When has international public opinion ever spoken of fairness? The young diplomat remained silent. The regimental commander spoke calmly. Our silence today is not to appease anyone, but for the fusion power plant 3 years from now. He reached out and tapped the table. If Qiming convergence is achieved, the human energy landscape will change. The foundation of China's industry will change. The global carbon crisis will change. Compared to this, America losing face is not our core issue. The young diplomat lowered his head. The commander added, "But remember, do not provoke Apocalypse. It is not our vassal, much less our tool. Do not use words like restraint or demands about Apocalypse in your speeches." The counselor nodded. Using appeal to all parties? Right. The group leader looked out the window at the New York nightscape. We appeal to all parties. The floor where the Russian delegation is located. The curtains were drawn, and there was vodka on the table, but no one was drinking it. The Russian permanent representative looked at the U.S. draft and suddenly laughed. We demand that Apocalypse accept international verification. The deputy smiled too. Americans want to see nuclear fusion, and they also want to see black droplets. Of course they want to see it. The representative tossed the draft onto the table. The question is, will Apocalypse let them see it? The deputy said, the instructions from Moscow are not to take the lead. We should observe China's attitude. The Russian representative nodded. China will not allow military authorization. Then what about us? Abstain or join the opposition? He paused, his gaze becoming deep. Apocalypse is dangerous, but America's monopoly on interpretation is even more dangerous. The deputy understood. When an uncontrollable new monster appears, the old monster's first reaction is to pull everyone into its command chain. Russia will not accept this. At least I won't accept it so quickly. French delegation. Several officials were arguing over a technical briefing. The briefing topic was not seals. It is controlled nuclear fusion. France's energy structure is highly dependent on nuclear power, and they understand better than most European countries what it would mean if the apocalyptic nuclear fusion route were to actually exist. One of the technical consultants spoke very quickly. If the grid connection in 3 years is true, then Europe's energy independence, carbon neutrality, and industrial relocation will all have to be recalculated. The diplomat frowned, but the United States is asking us to take sides. The technical advisor countered, can taking sides really get you nuclear fusion technology? No one answered. The French representative finally sighed. We publicly condemn illegal armed groups and emphasize humanitarianism. Regarding military authorization, we are not in a hurry to make a statement. This is ambiguity. This is also the stance most familiar to Europe. The British delegation was closer to the United States, but was also unwilling to immediately rule out the possibility of a military mandate. Every country is calculating. It's about saving face for the United States. The technology of calculating apocalypse. Consider the silence of China. I'm figuring out if I can squeeze onto a ticket in the future energy revolution. 5,000 meters underground. Lin Yi looked at the densely packed information of representatives from various countries on the main screen. Apocalypse has compiled a complete map of the interests, family assets, political factions, campaign donors, and hidden scandals of those involved in the UN Interim Conference. The U.S. representative was sponsored by 3 military-industrial complexes. The British representative's nephew works for a defense consulting firm that recently won a NATO contract for unmanned systems. The energy advisor representing France had previously been deeply involved with the EU's fusion project. The private foundation account of a representative of a non-permanent member of the Security Council received a covert donation from the U.S. Energy Foundation 3 years ago. Su Yin kept clicking his tongue in amazement as he flipped through the pages. This is no diplomatic meeting. It's a chaotic mess. Lin Yi was not surprised. The international order is inherently an order of interests. Su Yin opened a document, and his eyes lit up. That's ruthless. A representative of a certain country talks about human rights, but his family's mining company uses child labor in Africa. Apocalypse Supplement. This has been compiled into a publicly available information package. It is estimated that the leak could trigger a domestic political crisis within 6 hours. Su Yin was eager to try. Boss, how about we set off a couple of fireworks first? Lin Yi shook his head. It's not time yet. Su Yin pouted. They've all labeled you a global security threat. Lin Yi calmly said, verbal threats don't need to be met with a knife. When should we use it? When I try to turn verbal threats into legitimate ammunition. Su Yin seemed to be deep in thought. Lin Yi raised his hand, and the main screen switched to the Security Council seating chart. The positions of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council are highlighted. The point is not what the United States says. He looked at the seat representing China. The key point is who stopped them from taking action. Su Yin said softly, do you believe that China will veto it? They will. Are you so sure? Lin Yi said calmly. The Qiming fusion base hasn't even started construction yet, and they are even more reluctant than I am to see the situation spiral out of control. Su Yin laughed. It sounds like you figured out how to deal with them quite well. Lin Yi did not deny it. Cooperation is not about trust. He watched the constantly updated global diplomatic cables on the screen. Both sides knew that the cost of overturning the table was greater than the cost of sitting down. A sudden reminder from Apocalypse. A U.S. delegation has been detected attempting to push for an additional clause, authorizing the establishment of an international special zone monitoring mechanism and requiring the deployment of a military observer mission to Apocalypse First Special Zone. Su Yin sneered. Military observer group? Just a reconnaissance team in disguise. Lin Yi's eyes turned slightly cold. Tag relevant promoters. Mark. On the screen, the portraits of 7 diplomats were circled in red. Behind each person lies a complex web of finances, family ties, and political connections. Lin Yi tapped the armrest lightly with his finger. Prepare the spare bag. 4 types of countermeasures are being developed. Public opinion level, judicial level, financial level, and physical deterrence level. Su Yin looked at the row of red boxes and suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. They don't even know they've been stripped naked. Lin Yi's voice was calm and even. Stripping them naked is not the goal. What is the purpose? Lin Yi watched the live feed from the United Nations headquarters. Let them understand. Every word spoken at the conference table has a price. Chapter 98 China Silence is also an attitude. A conference room deep in the mountains northwest of Yanjing. 2 o'clock in the morning. There are no city lights outside the window, only the mountain wind rustling through the pine forest. The meeting room was still brightly lit. 3 screens were projected onto the wall at the same time. The first item is the agenda for the UN Security Council's interim meeting. The second part is the analysis of Apocalypse's 4th tweet and global public opinion. The third image is a satellite image of the candidate sites for the Qiming fusion project in the southeastern coastal region. The elderly man at the table had been working for more than 10 hours straight, but his voice remained steady. The delegation has received instructions from the United Nations. The person in charge of the diplomatic department nodded. We will block any military authorization. We will exercise restraint in public statements and will not endorse Apocalypse First Special Zone. Zhou Zhongjiang sat on the left, his brows furrowed the entire time. Sir, I agree to block the military authorization, but we can't just focus on the United Nations. The old man looked at him. You say, during the week, a briefing will be pushed to the center of the table. The cover has 4 characters. Black water droplets. The briefing did not include a complete image, but only a model deduced based on publicly available debris, abnormal flight paths, and the characteristics of Apocalypse technology. The 2 U.S. F-35s aborted their mission. Although the original data was sealed, we were able to determine through multi-source intelligence that Tianqi used some kind of new aerial platform. Zhou Zhongjiang spoke in a somber tone. It can allow U.S. pilots to abandon their missions without engaging in combat. This shows that it is not only technologically advanced, but has also become a tactical deterrent. The head of the technology department whispered, "Could it be a small drone from an aerospace carrier? It cannot be ruled out." Zhou Zhongjiang tapped on the table. "The problem is that we don't know its speed, range, payload, reconnaissance capabilities, or strike capabilities, nor do we know whether it can enter our airspace." There was a moment of silence in the conference room. That statement is very offensive, but no one could refute it. Tianqi now harbors goodwill towards China. National security cannot be based on the premise that the other party is currently in good faith. Zhou Zhong continued. "Today it's a sticker on an American F-35. What if it's on top of our fighter jets tomorrow?" Old Chen looked up. "How do you plan to find out the truth?" Zhou Zhongjiang paused for a moment. "At the very least, establish an air power assessment mechanism. Through cooperation with Qiming Fusion, attempt to obtain limited technical parameters, or arrange a non-confrontational observation." Old Chen frowned. Bringing this up now could easily be interpreted by Lin Yi as a test. Zhou Zhong lowered his voice. "We can't keep pretending we don't see it. It's not that I'm pretending not to see it." Old Chen stubbed out his cigarette. "It's about distinguishing the order of things." He looked at the old man at the head of the table. "The most important things right now are 3 things. First, the Qiming Fusion base must be established. Second, the communication line with Xie Yuan must be maintained. Third, we must prevent Tianqi from classifying us as an enemy." Just as Zhou Zhongjiang was about to speak, Old Chen raised his hand to interrupt him. "Old Zhou, you should know better than me that the greater the technological gap, the less you can use traditional probing methods. I'm not trying to provoke you, but Apocalypse may not understand it that way." Old Chen's voice was very flat. "It can detect the surveillance of the meeting in Yanjing in advance, can instantly grasp Wang Hailong's destruction of evidence, and can intercept the CIA's Asian data pool. No matter how small our actions are, they're not secrets to it. Since we can't hide it, we should be even more honest." Zhou Zhongjiang will refute this. "Being honest is fine, but the timing is wrong." Old Chen sighed. "The cards we hold now are Xie Yuan, Qiming Fusion, and the fact that China didn't join the United States and the UN to suppress it. We need to play these cards slowly, not ask about their hand right away." The meeting room fell silent again. The old man at the head of the table listened attentively without rushing to express his opinion. He knew they were both right. Zhou Zhongjiang represents the instinct for national security. Old Chen represents the sense of proportion in real-world power struggles. One is worried about being retaliated against in the future. One concern is that the talks have broken down. The old man picked up his teacup. The tea had gone cold. He put down the cup. "We need to figure out our air power, but not now. The week will see a rise in the sun." The old man continued. "Once the Qiming Fusion base enters the substantive construction phase and the fixed communication mechanism between the 2 parties is stable, we will raise the issue through technical security negotiations." He looked at Old Chen. "You are in charge of the wording. It cannot be like an interrogation, like a demand, and certainly not like an investigation." Old Chen nodded. "Clear." Zhou Zhongjiang nodded slowly. "I will follow the arrangements." The old man's tone softened a bit. "Old Zhou, your worries are not unfounded. But for now, let's focus on taking this first step steadily." He raised his hand and pointed to the 3rd screen. "The 12 square kilometers of land is the most important battlefield right now. Institute of Materials Science and Engineering, Academy of Military Sciences." The light in Zhao Deming's office was still on. The old man sat at the table, holding an official document in his hand. He had read the contents of the document more than a dozen times. Xie Yuan's reputation has been restored. All disciplinary actions taken against individuals for violating classified information 3 years ago have been revoked. It was confirmed that their research findings were illegally appropriated and the evidence was fabricated. Wang Hailong and others will be held accountable according to the law. The paper is not heavy. But Zhao Deming held it in his hand, as if he were holding a tombstone that was 3 years overdue. His eyes were red-rimmed, and there was an old photograph on the table. In the photo, young Xie Yuan, wearing a white lab coat, stand by the lab table, smiling shyly yet proudly. Zhao Deming used to scold him all the time. He was criticized for being clueless about social etiquette. They criticized him for only knowing how to calculate models, but not how to defend against people. They criticized him for writing his thesis in a messy format. But when the real incident happened, he, as the teacher, failed to protect his students. There was a gentle knock on the door. Academician Zhang Shouqing pushed open the door and came in. Still not asleep? Zhao Deming wiped his eyes, his voice hoarse. I can't sleep. Zhang Shouqing walked over and sat down opposite him. The two elderly people remained silent for a long time. Zhao Deming suddenly spoke up. I want to see him. Zhang Shouqing nodded. I know. Not in the capacity of an official expert, Zhao Deming looked up, but in the capacity of a teacher. Zhang Shouqing sighed. Xie Yuan now represents apocalypse, not the student you used to yell at and pull your ear over his head. Zhao Deming gave a wry smile. I know. He looked down at the photo. Therefore I see more. What are you trying to say? Zhao Deming remained silent for a long time. Say sorry. Zhang Shouqing did not try to dissuade him. Because of these 3 words, Zhao Deming owed 3 years. It tormented him for 3 years. After a while, Zhang Shouqing took out a notice. The higher-ups have decided to form a low-profile expert group to conduct preliminary preparations for the selection of candidate sites in the southeast coastal region. You're on the list. Zhao Deming suddenly looked up. Zhang Shouqing looked at him. Don't get too excited. This is just preliminary technical verification. There's no guarantee we'll get to see Xie Yuan. Zhao Deming's hand, gripping the notice, trembled slightly. It would be good to be closer to him. Zhang Shouqing said softly. Old Zhao, don't rush to crush yourself after you meet. Xie Yuan's willingness to bring the technology back shows that he hasn't completely given up on it. Zhao Deming's eyes reddened again. He's not going home. He said it was to help repair his family's house. Zhang Shouqing remained silent. Zhao Deming looked out the window at the dark night. Then let's fix the house first. Conference room deep in the mountains. The head of the Science and Technology Department is reporting the list of experts. The first expert group consists of 12 people. There are 2 experts each in nuclear engineering, materials, marine infrastructure, power grid connection, and safety assessment, plus confidentiality and coordination personnel. The old man asked, Is Zhao Deming inside? Exist. General Zhou frowned. Won't his emotions affect his judgment? Academician Zhang sat next to him and spoke directly. He's the person in China who knows Xie Yuan's early research path best. Emotions can be controlled, but expertise is irreplaceable. Old Chen also said, moreover, Zhao Deming's departure will help stabilize Xie Yuan. Zhou Zhongjiang did not object again. The old man nodded. Approve. He looked at the person in charge of local affairs. How much do the local authorities know about the potential site selection areas along the southeast coast? All we know is that a national-level energy project has been launched, and it's under the highest level of secrecy. Specific details about the partners, the technical routes, and information related to Tianqi have not been disclosed. The old man hummed in agreement. The less the better. Old Chen cautioned, local interests are deeply entrenched. 12 square kilometers is no small number. Abandoned industrial zones, tidal flats, ports, and old chemical plant issues. Any one of these could be a target for someone to take advantage of. The old man's eyes dimmed. Then chop off the person who reached out. He said this very calmly. But everyone in the conference room understood the weight. Qiming Fusion is no ordinary project. Behind it lies the energy lifeline for the next few decades. Anyone who obstructs demolition, approvals, environmental protection, or port access at this time, regardless of who is behind it, will not have a good ending. General Zhou suddenly said, the Tianqi society is watching. The old man looked at him. Zhou Zhong continued, it will certainly observe how we handle local resistance. Old Chen nodded. Lin Yi won't rush into action. He'll treat this as a test of his partner's execution capabilities. The old man gave a faint smile. Then let him see it. He stood up. The meeting was coming to an end. The United Nations is silent. Get moving along the southeast coast. Regarding apocalypse, we will neither provoke, pander, nor break our promises. The old man looked at everyone, his voice low but steady. China's silence does not mean doing nothing. Silence itself is an attitude. Chapter 99, 12 square kilometers of land. Located on the southeastern coast of Ningxi Province in Lanzhou City. The morning sea fog rises from the mudflats, a grayish-white expanse that obscures the upper half of the abandoned chimneys in the distance. This area used to be the busiest old industrial zone in Lanzhou. Chemical plants, shipyards, cold chain warehouses, coal wharves, and electroplating industrial parks line up along the coastline. 20 years ago, it was half the lifeline of local finances. 10 years ago, it was a major headache on the Environmental Protection Inspection list. Now, all that remains are rusted iron gates, overgrown factory buildings, a conveyor belt half submerged in mud and water, and a few faded investment promotion signs. The sign also reads, "Build a modern port-adjacent industrial city." The characters are very large, but nobody believed it. It wasn't until 3 black commercial vehicles with special provincial passes drove into this abandoned industrial area at 7:40 a.m. The party secretary, mayor, and executive vice mayor of Lanzhou, along with officials from the Provincial Development and Reform Commission, Natural Resources Bureau, Ecological Environment Bureau, and Energy Bureau, were all waiting at the entrance of the old management committee building. No one dared to be late, because they received a top-level confidential notification last night. The notification contained only one sentence. A major national energy project is planned to be located in Lanzhou. Your unconditional cooperation in the preliminary work is requested. The project lacks a name, investment scale, owner, and technical approach. But the phrases top-level secrecy and unconditional cooperation were enough to keep everyone up all night. The van stopped. The first person to get out of the car was an official from the State Council's coordination group. The second car contained the low-profile expert team. Zhao Deming walked in the middle. His hair was gray, he was wearing an ordinary jacket, and he was carrying an old briefcase. No one knew who this silent old man was. But all the local officials noticed that the head of the State Council's coordination group spoke to him in a very polite manner. The party secretary of Lanzhou City quickly came forward to greet him. "Welcome to Lanzhou, leaders and experts, for your guidance." The head of the coordination group didn't exchange pleasantries for long, only nodding. "Have the confidentiality guidelines been communicated?" The secretary immediately said, "The message has been communicated to the smallest possible audience. All those present today have signed a confidentiality agreement, and all communication equipment has been handed over as required." The head of the coordination group looked around. From now on, information related to the project area must not be uploaded to the General Government Affairs System, must not be disseminated verbally, and must not be disclosed to any enterprise, association, or chamber of commerce. Clear. If there is a leak, it will not be treated as a regular disciplinary violation. The secretary felt a chill run down his spine. Clear. Zhao Deming did not participate in these bureaucratic dialogues. He looked up at the abandoned factory area in the distance. The wind blew in from the sea, carrying the smells of salt, rust, and the pungent odors left over from the old chemical industrial zone. It looks dilapidated, desolate, and lifeless. But in his eyes, it was like a blank sheet of paper that hadn't been written on yet. 12 square kilometers. If we can really build the first commercial fusion power station here. That's not a project. That was the beginning of an era. The temporary command post was located on the 3rd floor of the old management committee building. The map covered the entire conference table. The candidate region is circled in red. To the north is an abandoned chemical industrial park. To the east are mudflats and shallow sea. It connects to the old coal wharf on the south side. There is an abandoned railway branch line and 2 high-speed access lines on the west side. The staff from the Department of Natural Resources pointed to the map and gave a report. The total area within the red line is approximately 12.4 square kilometers. This includes 4.1 square kilometers of state-owned construction land, 3.3 square kilometers of existing industrial land, approximately 3.8 square kilometers of historical reclaimed land and mudflats, and a small amount of village collective land. The Energy Bureau official continued. There are 2 500 kV substations and 1 ultra-high voltage converter station under construction within a 50-kilometer radius, which theoretically have the conditions for large-scale power transmission. The people from the Department of Ecology and Environment looked somewhat tense. The main problem lies in pollution from old chemical plants. Groundwater and soil in some areas need to be remediated, especially in the former Donghai chemical and launching electroplating areas, where heavy metals and organic matter residues exceed the standards. The local mayor quickly added to the story. We had solutions for these problems in the early stages, but the funding gap was quite large. If a national project is implemented, we guarantee to carry out the restoration to the highest standards. Zhao Deming suddenly spoke. Is there a complete three-dimensional model of the underground contamination area? The meeting room fell silent. The head of the Department of Ecology and Environment hurriedly said, "We have a preliminary model, but the accuracy may need further drilling." Zhao Deming frowned. A fusion base is not an ordinary industrial park. The underground structure, protective layer, cooling system, and energy output channels all have very high requirements for geological and pollution conditions. We cannot use the build and modify simultaneously approach used in attracting investment. The mayor blushed. Yes, we will definitely be strict. Zhao Deming looked at the map, his voice not loud, but stern. If this project is implemented, the consequences of falsifying any basic data will be beyond what you can bear. The local officials felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. They finally realized that this was no ordinary inspection team. At the same time, in the south of Lanshouse City, at a private club, several local businessmen sat around a tea table. There was no wine on the table, only a pot of aged white tea. But the atmosphere was even more lively than at a drinking party. The old industrial area is closed off today, so the provincial convoy can go directly in. I inquired, and they said it's a national-level energy project. Energy? Wind power or energy storage? No, wind power energy storage doesn't require approval from the State Council, nor does it require confiscation of mobile phones and signing confidentiality agreements. Seated in the main seat was Su Wanshan, a local real estate developer from Lanzhou. He was in his 50s, with a string of sandalwood beads twirling in his hand, and his eyes were very sharp. Has the red line area been confirmed? A tall, thin man next to him whispered, "It roughly encompasses the old chemical industrial park, the coal wharf, and the tidal flats to the east. It's quite a large area, over 10 square kilometers." Su Wanshan paused for a moment while holding the agarwood in his hand. "The coal terminal is also there?" "Pretty close." Su Wanshan narrowed his eyes. Next to the coal terminal is a storage area that nominally belongs to a port logistics company. But actual control went through 3 layers before finally ending up in his hands. In recent years, the industries in Lanzhou have been sluggish, and that area has been barely thriving. If a national-level project were to actually be located there, any shortfall in land prices, compensation, or supporting infrastructure would be enough to cause a huge financial burden. Another fat businessman lowered his voice. "Mr. Su, should we lock up the surrounding private campsites first? And that shrimp pond in the village? Let's sign a long-term lease in advance." Su Wanshan did not rush to express his opinion. "Don't rush." He looked at the middle-aged man in the corner. "Olgu, do you still have people working at the Natural Resources Bureau?" Olgu nodded. "Yes, but they're keeping it very tight-lipped this time. Ordinary section chiefs can't get their hands on the drawings." Su Wanshan smiled. "If you can't find a regular section chief, then find someone you can." The portly businessman tentatively asked, "Can you hold back on the approval process? Environmental protection, shoreline, land reclamation. You can delay any of them." Su Wanshan shook his head. "Don't hold it up yet. First, find out where the project came from." He tapped his fingers lightly on the teacup. There are many types of national-level projects. Some are acceptable, while others are not. The tall, thin man said in a low voice, "What if we really can't touch it?" Su Wanshan's smile faded slightly. "You can't touch it, but you can still provide services." Several people in the club laughed. The services mentioned include sand and gravel, earthwork, security, temporary construction, labor, and transportation. As long as the project is implemented, there's no reason not to profit. Having lived in Lanzhou for so many years, what they know best is how to get involved in every new opportunity. Little did they know that on the street light, diagonally opposite the clubhouse, a black monitoring node the size of a fingernail was quietly being attached. Every word they uttered, every expression they made, and every exchange of glances they made was transmitted back to a depth of 5,000 meters underground in real time. Apocalypse Base. Inside the control room, a network of local interests in Lanzhou was rapidly unfolding. Su Wanshan, the actual controller of Lanzhou Wanshan Real Estate. It is associated with port logistics, earthwork companies, demolition companies, and local microfinance platforms. Gu Cheng, a former official in the natural resources system, now a partner in a consulting firm, he has long acted as an approval broker. There are also two former owners of chemical companies, a port engineering contractor, and a person with connections to the village and town. Tianchi highlighted the portraits of several people in yellow. Preliminary assessment. This interest group has a tendency to profit from project demolition, approvals, environmental remediation, and port infrastructure. Potential obstacle level B. Su Yan sat at the control panel, cracking sunflower seeds. Boss, shall I chop it up? Lin Yi watched the live footage from Lanzhou. Zhao Deming, wearing a safety helmet, stood on a high point in the abandoned factory area, gazing at the mudflats. His back was thin, but he stood very straight. Lin Yi did not answer immediately. Tianchi continued. If removed immediately, a social freeze can be completed within 6 hours through a chain of evidence encompassing tax, financial, and criminal matters. This is expected to avoid 37 subsequent approval obstacles. Su Yan's eyes lit up. A 6-hour set meal, the familiar taste. Lin Yi said calmly, no rush. Su Yan was taken aback. These people are clearly planning to take advantage of us. I know. Then why keep it? Lin Yi leaned back in his chair. This is Chinese land. Su Yan seemed to be deep in thought. Lin Yi looked at the local government meeting scene on the screen. Qiming Fusion is a collaborative project, not an apocalypse colony. Local resistance, vested interests, and approval systems should have been handled by the partners. Su Yan understood. You need to look at their execution ability. Right. Lin Yi's voice was calm. If I have to personally clear obstacles for 12 square kilometers of land, then their promises are not worth the effort. Apocalyptic hint. Is the Su Wanshan interest group being continuously monitored? Continued. Should we anonymously notify the Chinese government? Lin Yi thought for a moment. Not for now. Su Yan raised an eyebrow. What if they really put the project on hold? Lin Yi stared at the abandoned industrial area on the screen. The sea fog is dissipating, revealing the rust-red factory buildings and the gray-blue sea in the distance. That means they are not suitable to manage this land. Su Yan crushed the melon seeds. Then what? Lin Yi's tone remained unchanged. Then I will manage it in an apocalyptic way. There was a half-second of silence in the control room. No one doubts the weight of those words. Lanzhou old industrial area. Zhao Deming walked up to an abandoned cooling tower and stopped. The young expert asked, Mr. Zhao, what do you think of this place? Zhao Deming did not answer immediately. He looked up at the mottled exterior of the cooling tower, then at the receding tide on the distant mudflats. It's very dilapidated. It's a mess. There are many problems. Pollution, foundation, shoreline, demolition, poor coordination, power grid connection. Each of these issues is enough to trouble an ordinary project for several years. But it also has its advantages. Located far from the main urban area and near the sea, it has the conditions for heavy equipment transportation and has existing industrial land and power channels. Most importantly, it's big enough. It is large enough to form the first foundation of a new era. Zhao Deming said softly, the local area is going to suffer. The young expert didn't understand. Zhao Deming did not offer any further explanation. He simply took out his notebook from his briefcase and wrote a few words on the first page. Preliminary site survey of the Lanzhou candidate area for the Qiming Fusion Research Base. The pen paused for a moment. He then wrote another sentence below. Xie Yuan, if you can see this, perhaps this is the place. The sea breeze blows across the pages. Zhao Deming pressed down on the notebook, his eyes slightly burning. 3 years ago, he lost a student. 3 years later, that student brought a flame that did not belong to this era and shone it upon this land once more. This time, he didn't want anyone else to put their hand into that fire. Chapter 100. Lin Xiaoya is trending again. When Lin Xiaoya woke up, her phone was almost out of battery from all the messages. The dormitory curtains were drawn, and the morning light filtered through the gaps, cutting a white line across the floor. She lay on her pillow, groggily reaching for her phone. The screen had barely lit up when a flood of unread messages appeared. Classmate groups, class groups, club groups, private messages, missed calls. At the top are 3 messages sent by Lu Di. Don't check Weibo right after you wake up. Do not reply to any strangers. I'll be at your dorm right away. Lin Xiaoya's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't seen Lu Di speak in this tone for a long time. Last time it was about David Chun. She sat up, her hair disheveled and hanging down beside her face. She hesitated for 2 seconds before finally opening Weibo. It's the #1 trending topic. Lin Xiaoya's brother Tianqi. It ranked 3rd on the trending searches. Dolly Port live stream girl. It ranked 5th on the trending searches. What exactly did Lin Xiaoya see back then? There's a series of related terms following this. Tianqi first special zone. The seals are still alive. Lin Yi Lin Fresh. Fruit market and black water droplets. Lin Xiaoya's mind went blank. She clicked on the first trending topic, and a flood of edited videos came rushing at her. That was a clip from her live stream in Dollyport. There are images of her panicking in the chaotic streets. Lin howls back as he shields her crying out for her brother, and blurry images of what appears to be an explosion and armored vehicles passing by in the distance. Earlier slices were also unearthed. The scene where she laughed and said in her dorm room, "My brother's doing some fruit business abroad," was highlighted in red. The barrage of comments was dense. Fruit business? You call the Unified Delta a fruit business? Is her brother a high-ranking official at Apocalypse? It might not be a high-ranking official. I suspect it's Tianqi's agent in China. An agent? Didn't you see those bodyguards in Port Dolly? This family is definitely not simple. I suggest you look into how she returned to China. How could she possibly escape unscathed from a place like the Delta? Please stop cyberbullying ordinary girls, okay? Ordinary? An ordinary person's brother can make a seal submerged in a water prison. Lin Xiaoya's fingertips felt cold. She continued scrolling down, and screenshots from 4 media outlets were also brought back. Some English-language accounts are reanalyzing every detail of her live stream. Someone captured footage of Lin Yi in the past, enlarged his facial features using AI, and captioned it with Lin Fresh behind Apocalypse. Someone pieced together a video of her returning to China from the airport, news about her cooperation with Garaxian Group, and photos of the Dolly Port Fruit Market to create a so-called Tianqi China Family Network map. Some self-media outlets even dug up her university, major, and dormitory location. Smack! The dormitory door was pushed open. Lu Di walked in carrying a bag, his face cold. You saw it. Lin Xiaoya looked up, her eyes a little red. They even posted my school's information. Lu Di walked over, grabbed her phone, turned on airplane mode, and then shut down Weibo in the background. From now on, unless it's me, your counselor, or your brother, don't reply to any other messages. But Lin Xiaoya's voice trembled slightly. Why are they suddenly targeting me again? Lu Di paused for a moment. She didn't mention America directly, nor did she mention the Apocalypse. She simply pulled out a chair, sat down, and looked intently at Lin Xiaoya. Because you're the person they can find who is closest to your brother. These words were spoken lightly, yet they felt like a stone pressing on Lin Xiaoya's chest. She looked down and clutched the corner of the blanket. Did I cause trouble for my brother? Lu Di frowned. It's not that you caused trouble. It's that trouble can't find itself, so it comes looking for you. Lin Xiaoya didn't say anything. She actually understood. She used to think of herself as someone who was only protected by her brother. Whether it was Port Dolly, returning to China, or the amazement online, it all felt like a storm far away from her. But now, the storm has truly descended upon her dormitory building. A cacophony of voices could be heard outside the window. Lu Di walked to the balcony and gently lifted a corner of the curtain. A large number of people had already gathered downstairs at the dormitory. Some people were holding cameras, some were live streaming on their phones, and a few men who were clearly not students were standing under the tree smoking, their eyes occasionally glancing up at the building. The school security personnel set up a cordon, and counselors and dormitory supervisors were trying to persuade the students who were watching to leave. But the number of people is increasing. Someone called out, "Which floor is Lin Xiaoya on? Come out and say a few words. Is your brother a member of Apocalypse? Was it him who captured the Navy SEALs?" Lin Xiaoya's face turned pale. Lu Di lowered the curtains, her voice very low. "Stay here and don't go out. I'll contact my dad." She took out another phone and walked to a corner of the dormitory. The call was answered quickly. "Dad, something's happened at the school. Lin Xiaoya is being surrounded by media, and there are reporters and unidentified people downstairs." On the other end of the phone, Lu Jianjun's voice was steady, but noticeably serious. "Number of people? At least 40 or 50, and the number is still increasing. Someone leaked the location of the dormitory building online." "Where are you now?" "In the dormitory. Don't go downstairs. Don't give interviews. Don't have contact with strangers. I'll handle things with the school." Lu Di paused for a moment, Dad, this isn't just ordinary cyberbullying. Lu Jianjun was silent for half a second. I know. Upon hearing these 3 words, Lu Di felt even more sluggish. Less than 10 minutes after the phone call ended, the counselor knocked on the door and came in. She looked visibly nervous, but tried to speak as gently as possible. Xiaoya, Lu Di, the school has temporarily arranged for you to rest in a quiet place on campus for a few days. This is not a punishment or isolation, but a protective arrangement. Lin Xiaoya looked up. Do I have to leave? The counselor looked at her with a complicated expression. Overseas media outlets have already contacted the school's publicity department, and several independent media outlets are trying to sneak into the dormitory area. The school is worried that this will affect your normal life. Normal life. Lin Xiaoya suddenly felt that the word was somewhat unfamiliar. Her biggest worries used to be not being able to finish reviewing for exams, having her papers rejected by her teacher for formatting issues, and not having enough money on her meal card. Now, her name is trending on the internet, and tens of thousands of people are judging her and her brother from behind their screens. Lu Di gently took her hand. Let's go. Lin Xiaoya nodded. She moved very slowly while packing her things. She put the special cell phone her brother had given her into her small handbag, turned off her regular phone, and took one last look at her bed. It feels like I'm going to be gone for a long time. Half an hour later, the school arranged for an inconspicuous official car to be parked at the side gate of the dormitory building. The security department temporarily cleared a passage. Lin Xiaoya, wearing a mask and hat, followed Lu Di out with her head down. But some people still recognized her. Lin Xiaoya, look here. Is your brother Lin Yi? Did Qianqi contact China through you? Do you know where 100 American soldiers are being held? The camera lens felt like a series of cold, hard gun barrels pointed at us. Lin Xiaoya paused in her steps. She's not unfamiliar with cameras. She even used to enjoy live streaming, chatting with netizens, and the excitement of being the center of attention. But now, there is no kindness in those shots. There is only curiosity, greed, excitement, and an urge to peel her away. Lu Di stood in her way, coldly glancing at a self-media person who was practically shoving their phone into Lin Xiaoya's face. Step back. The man grinned and said, Hey, we're just asking a few questions. It's not like we're breaking the law. Lu Di's voice was even colder. You are now violating her privacy and portrait rights. There are school surveillance cameras here. You can continue. The other person was taken aback for a moment. Security guards quickly stepped forward to separate the crowd. The moment the car door closed, most of the noise outside was shut out. Lin Xiaoya leaned back in her seat, her palms sweaty. She suddenly felt a strong urge to call her brother. But she was also afraid. She was afraid that if she softened her voice, her brother would do something terrible. She knew her brother was no longer an ordinary person. She also knew that her brother would do anything for her. 5,000 meters underground. Lin Yi stood in front of the main screen and watched all the surveillance footage from the school's side gate. His face was expressionless, but the temperature in the control room seemed to drop silently by a few degrees. Su Yin sat down next to him, no longer chewing on his lollipop. Should we suppress the trending topics? Apocalypse also provided a solution. Option 1. Completely suppress domestic trending topics and remove related keywords. Estimated time, 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Option 2. Reverse the attack by exposing negative information about the accounts that are spreading rumors, thus shifting the focus of public opinion. This is estimated to take 7 minutes. Option 3. Locate the harassers at the scene and submit the case to the police and school authorities. This is expected to take 20 minutes. Lin Yi did not make a choice immediately. On the screen, the image of Lin Xiaoya walking into the car with her head down is frozen in time. She was wearing a mask, so her expression was not visible. But Lin Yi could tell that she was afraid. His fingers tapped lightly on the armrest. Don't suppress it for now. Su Yin was taken aback. Your sister's being held up in her dorm. Suppressing it only proves that someone is protecting her. Lin Yi's voice was calm to the point of being cold and hard. The whole world is now looking for the connection between Apocalypse and China. The more forcibly it is erased, the more it looks like an admission of guilt. Su Yin frowned. Are we just going to let them curse us like this? Lin Yi raised his eyes. Screen the source. Apocalypse responded immediately. The screening process for identifying the source of public opinion disturbances has begun. On the screen, thousands of accounts began to be stratified. Ordinary users, domestic marketing accounts, overseas media reposts, English-language paid trolls, suspected automated accounts, and paid promotion notes. The data streams resembled exposed blood vessels. The first few posts that stirred up trouble were locked. Release time, forwarding path, traces of paid promotion, IP jumpers, and historical account associations. Lin Yi looked at the ever-extending lines, his voice low. I want to know who put her up there. Su Yin looked at him. She suddenly realized that Lin Yi was most terrifying not when he ordered the freezing of hundreds of billions of assets, nor when he sent T-800s to crush the seals. But now, he was clearly furious, but he suppressed his anger into the calmest calculations. This means someone is going to be in trouble. And it won't just be bad luck. The mechanical voice of Apocalypse echoed in the control room. Initial screening complete. The unusual spread of public opinion in this round shows clear signs of external manipulation. A foreign public relations firm is suspected to be involved. Lin Yi's eyes turned slightly cold. Keep digging down. On the screen, the image of Lin Xiaoya, sitting in the car, shrunk to a corner. Meanwhile, a massive network of relationships is rapidly taking shape. The storm is not over yet. Lin Yi had already begun counting how many people were standing behind Storm. Chapter 1:01. There are people behind the online army. Lin Xiaoya was placed in a temporary restroom in a former cadre activity center on campus by the school. This place is far from the student dormitory area, and few people come here usually. There's a grove of trees outside the window, and the school security office is on duty downstairs. There are also two strangers in plain clothes at the end of the corridor. They did not identify themselves, but Lu Di knew at a glance that the person was not from the school. Lin Xiaoya sat on the sofa, holding a cup of hot water in her hands, the surface of the water gently swaying. She has already turned off her phone, but she knew that the outside world wouldn't become quiet just because she turned off her phone. Lu Di stood by the window for a while, then turned around and said, "My dad said that security around the school will be increased. Don't go back to the dorm for the next few days." Lin Xiaoya nodded. After a while, she asked softly, "Does my brother know?" Lu Di did not lie to her. "You should know by now." Lin Xiaoya tightened her grip on the cup. "Will he be angry?" Lu Di thought for a moment and said, "Yes." Lin Xiaoya's face turned even paler. Lu Di walked over and sat down next to her, his tone softening. "But he won't get angry at you." Lin Xiaoya lowered her head, her eyes a little red. "I don't actually want to be his weakness." She was stunned when she said those words. She wouldn't have thought this way before. She used to think that it was only natural for an older brother to protect his younger sister. But after experiencing so much, she slowly realized that her brother was in a position she couldn't understand. That's a location that the nation, corporations, the military, intelligence agencies, and the world's media are all watching. And she's an all too obvious entry point. An ordinary entrance that can cry, be afraid, and be startled by the camera. Lu Di looked at her, his voice unusually gentle. "Weaknesses are not mistakes." Lin Xiaoya looked up. Lu Di said, "The most terrifying people are those who have no weaknesses." Lin Xiaoya was taken aback. Lu Di added, "At least your brother still has something that makes him feel like a human being." Lin Xiaoya almost burst into tears. She suddenly wanted to laugh, but couldn't. 5,000 meters underground. Apocalypse has already dismantled the chain of public opinion dissemination to the 7th level. On the main screen, each account node is marked in red. The initial shock did not originate domestically. Instead, it refers to 3 overseas accounts. An English-language political blogger who calls himself Independent Asia Watch. A YouTube channel that has long published anti-China content. A news aggregator website registered in Malta. They released content related to Lin Xiaoya at almost the same time. The titles are highly similar. The Apocalyptic Chinese Kinship Network. How a female college student connected to a mysterious war machine. From live streaming girl to geopolitical pawn. The state-level protection behind Lin Xiaoya. The hidden passage between Lin Yi, Lin Fresh, and the first special zone of Apocalypse. Subsequently, the content was translated, dissected, and edited, and then reposted back to China by a large number of Chinese marketing accounts. It looks like natural diffusion. In fact, each wave of reposting peaks precisely coincided with the peak periods when domestic users were most active. Su Yin sat in front of the control panel, his 10 fingers flying across the keyboard. She has completely settled into her routine these past few days. For her, the Level 2 sandbox access granted by Apocalypse was like a bottomless abyss, dangerous, cold, and full of temptation. She cannot control this system, but it allows her to see network structures she has never seen before. That wasn't a hacking incident. That's more like dismantling a city's sewers from God's perspective. Found it. Su Yan's eyes brightened slightly. These three accounts shared the same content distribution service provider, registered in the Cayman Islands, and the contract was signed by a public relations firm called Gray Meridian. Apocalypse Supplement. Gray Meridian is a public relations consultancy. Officially headquartered in London, it has operational centers in Singapore and Washington, D.C. Its services include crisis management, awareness campaign content delivery, political lobbying support, and online sentiment manipulation. Su Yan continue Viking. The payment account used 3 layers of offshore shells. The first layer was British Virgin, the second was a Luxembourg fund, and the third. She suddenly stopped. Lin Yi looked at her. Su Yan narrowed his eyes. Interesting. There's an overlap between the third-tier account and the remaining channels of Pacific Abundance Capital. Robert Sheehan's image was brought back on the screen. He wore a custom-made suit and sat in a Singaporean skyscraper office building. His expression always gentle yet weary. But the red border around the profile picture is glaring. Robert Shee, Managing Partner, Pacific Abundance Capital. One of the CIA's Asia-Pacific Business Penetration Outpost leaders. External collaborator for the Freemasonry Asia-Pacific branch. Su Yan sneered. That old fox hasn't completely escaped yet. Lin Yi looked at the relationship diagram and was not surprised. He won't attack me directly. Why? He knows attacking me is useless, Lin Yi said calmly. Wang Hailong is an example. Seals are another example. He can't withstand a head-on collision. Su Yan looked at the 3 words, Lin Xiaoya, on the screen. So he hit your sister? Lin Yi's eyes turned cold. It's not about hitting her. It's about packaging her as a narrative entry point. Apocalypse extracted the core semantics of several English manuscripts and projected them onto the center of the screen. Narrative 1. Apocalypse is not an isolated organization, but rather establishes a secret channel with China through the Lin Yi family. Narrative 2. The fact that the Chinese government protects Lin Xiaoya suggests a deep, unspoken connection between Tianqi and China. Narrative 3. Apocalypse uses ordinary relatives as soft infiltration nodes to circumvent international scrutiny. Narrative 4. The Enlightenment Fusion Project may be a cover for Tianqi's strategic capability transfer to China. After reading it, Su Yan's expression turned cold. He wants to tie your sister to China and shift the focus of public opinion to Qiming Fusion. Right, Lin Yi said calmly. The SEAL incident made the United States look bad. At the United Nations meeting, they need to shift the issue from the United States' failed illegal invasion to apocalypse threatens global security, and China is secretly cooperating. Su Yan bit the candy in his mouth. So dirty. Lin Yi did not comment. The swords of the old world were never confined to the battlefield. At this moment, Apocalypse gave a warning. A request for a secure, encrypted channel from China Security Port was detected. Source: Lao Chun. Lin Yi raised his hand. Catch. Screen switching. Old Chen's face appeared in the frame. He also looked like he hadn't slept all night. His eyes were bloodshot, and there was a half-smoked cigarette in the ashtray on the table. Mr. Lin, there was no small talk in the woods. You saw what happened with Lin Xiaoya. Old Chen nodded. We have already detected abnormal public opinion. We have screened people around the school and found 2 people who are collaborators with overseas media, 3 professional self-media personalities, and a few people who are just trying to gain traffic. He paused for a moment, his tone serious. We will protect her normal life. Lin Yi looked at him. How to protect it? Old Chen did not avoid the topic. First, strengthen security around the school and restrict access for unauthorized personnel. Second, deal with the accounts that leaked her personal information in accordance with the law. Third, issue a warning against harassment by foreign media. Fourth, if she wishes, she can be temporarily moved to a safer place. Lin Yi did not speak. Old Chun continued, but we don't recommend immediately and forcefully suppressing the trending topics. That would be interpreted as the authorities having a guilty conscience. Lin Yi said calmly, that's my opinion too. Old Chun was slightly taken aback, then gave a wry smile. It seems we at least agree on this matter. Lin Yi looked at the transmission chain on the screen. The source of the manipulation comes from the Gray Meridian, which is related to the funding line and the remaining channels of Pacific Abundance Capital. Old Chen's eyes narrowed. He didn't ask Lin Yi how he found out. This kind of question is meaningless now. Robert, the probability is very high. Old Chen remained silent for a moment. We will also investigate here, but for overseas locations, the action won't be too quick. Lin Yi said calmly, there's no need to rush. Old Chen looked up. What are you planning to do? Establish a chain of evidence. Then, Lin Yi looked at the live feed of Lin Xiaoya, sitting in the lounge in the corner of the screen. We will settle all accounts at the appropriate time. Old Chen understood. His heart sank slightly. Lin Yi's lack of immediate retaliation does not mean he has let the matter rest. On the contrary, he was sharpening the knife to make it more stable. After a moment's consideration, Old Chen said, Mr. Lin, I must remind you of something. Lin Xiaoya is an ordinary student in China. We hope things don't escalate out of control. Lin Yi's gaze returned to Old Chen. Then manage the parts that you can manage. Old Chen wasn't angry. He nodded. We will. Communication ended. The control room returned to silence. Su Yin looked at Lin Yi. Is this considered an official gesture of goodwill? Calculate. You believe them? I believe they don't want me to take action domestically. Su Yin shrugged. That's true. Lin Yi raised his hand and zoomed in on the security footage of the floor where Lin Xiaoya was located. Two plainclothes officers stood at the end of the corridor. Media outlets outside the school were gradually phased out. The crowd downstairs at the dormitory began to disperse. Lin Xiaoya is safe for the time being, but it's only temporary. Lin Yi's gaze shifted to Robert's portrait. Continue to monitor the gray meridian. Apocalypse response. End-to-end monitoring has been established. Don't alert the enemy. Cleared. Su Yin couldn't help but ask. You can really endure that? Lin Yi did not look at her. Robert is still playing his cards. His voice was devoid of warmth. Wait until he finishes playing his cards. On the screen, several new contacts appeared next to Robert's picture. International media investigative journalist. Documentary filmmaker. European think tank advisor. Assistant to a committee in the U.S. Congress. Su Yin stared at those names, a slow smile creeping onto his lips. Looks like the second card is coming. Lin Yi leaned back in his chair, his eyes deep and unfathomable. Then let him continue. Chapter 102 Robert's second card. The rain in Singapore came very suddenly. At 6 o'clock in the evening, dark clouds pressed down over Marina Bay, and the city lights on the glass curtain wall were stretched into thin lines by the rain. Robert Shi sat in the innermost box of a private club with an untouched glass of whiskey in front of him. His complexion was worse than it had been a few days ago. Wang Hailong's line broke. Some of Pacific Capital's fund's accounts were torn open by Tianqi. The Asia-Pacific data pool was taken down by China Security. As expected, Lin Kai's refusal was even more resolute than he had anticipated. Worse still, 100 Navy SEALs were captured alive by Apocalypse and displayed to the world like trophies. This means that all avenues for military reconnaissance are temporarily blocked. But Robert hasn't lost yet. At least that's what he thinks. If he can't win by force, then change the power of discourse. The inability to prove Apocalypse's weakness proves that Apocalypse is dangerous. The door to the private room was pushed open. 3 people walked in. A blonde woman, a British investigative journalist, who won an International Journalism Award for her war documentaries. A French journalist wearing black-rimmed glasses has long focused on illegal armed groups and resource plundering in Africa. There is also an independent American producer who specializes in producing political inside stories and has close ties with several streaming platforms. Robert stood up and smiled gently. Thank you all for coming. The blonde woman glanced at him. You said you have exclusive information about Apocalypse. It's not exclusive, Robert corrected. It's a truth that most people overlook. The French journalist sat down. It sounds like a public relations tactic. Robert wasn't embarrassed. News is about finding the facts within rhetoric. He gently pressed the remote control. The lights on the walls of the private room came on. The first picture is an aerial view of the Lin Fresh Fruit Market in Dollyport. The second picture is a seal dog tag. The third image is a temporary announcement for the first special zone of Apocalypse. The fourth picture is from the press conference where Huaxia and Qiming Energy launched their fusion project. The fifth image is a clip from Lin Xiaoya's live stream. Robert spoke slowly. An organization that suddenly appeared, possessing an air platform far exceeding modern military systems, illegally took over a chaotic region, detained U.S. soldiers, challenged the United Nations, and began nuclear fusion cooperation with China. He paused for a moment. Don't you think the world is accepting its narrative too quickly? The American producer squinted. You want us to make an anti-apocalyptic documentary? No. Robert shook his head. I want you to conduct an investigation. The French journalist scoffed. An investigation based on materials you provided? I'll provide the leads, Robert said, shrugging. You'll need to verify the information yourselves. The blonde woman points to Lin Xiaoya's photo. It's disgusting to put a female college student in the materials. Robert's expression remained unchanged. She's a key figure. Her live stream was the first time the outside world saw the unusual situation at Dollyport. Her brother, Lin Yi, is the actual controller of the Linfresh market. Linfresh is also a location where seals infiltrate. You're telling me this isn't related to the news? The blonde woman frowned. She didn't like this approach, but she cannot deny that the connection does exist. A French journalist suddenly asked, "Why are you looking for us? Who's behind you?" Robert smiled. A person who worries that the world is being held hostage by unknown forces. French journalists were watching him. This sentence also sounds like a public relations tactic. Robert did not refute this. He pushed an encrypted hard drive to the center of the table. There are 4 sets of clues here. First, the unusual funding and infrastructure of the forest fruit market. Second, the missing persons list after the original warlord system of the Chaotic Delta was taken over by Apocalypse. Third, the timeline of missing U.S. military personnel. Fourth, the clauses in the Apocalypse fusion project requiring Apocalypse to have independent security and coastal bases. The American producer asked, "What conclusion are you looking for?" Robert looked at them. "I don't need you to provide conclusions. I just need you to ask questions." He said word by word. Who authorized Apocalypse to take over Delta? Why is China willing to cooperate with it? What role does Lin Yi play in this? Should a non-state organization with an unknown armed force be subject to international oversight? The private room fell silent. The raindrops pattered against the glass, the sound dense and cold. Robert knew that the seed had been planted. These reporters may not believe him, but they will chase after them. As long as they pursue it, Apocalypse will be dragged into a long war of interpretation. Explanation itself is a form of consumption. Shenzhen, the headquarters of Garanxian. The first thing Lin Kai did after returning to China was to go into his father's office and recount the entire Singapore dinner from beginning to end. This includes Robert's offer of a $150 million investment. This includes so-called ESG supply chain audits. This includes him directly pointing out to Robert that he didn't dare to approach Lin Yi. After listening, Lin Guofeng remained silent for a long time. He sat behind his large desk, his fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of his teacup. Outside the window is Shenzhen's bustling CBD. Traffic, glass buildings, advertising screens, and office buildings packed with people. This is the most familiar battlefield in the business world. But Lin Guofeng suddenly felt that he was being drawn into a completely unfamiliar war. "You rejected me too harshly," he finally said. Lin Kai frowned. "Dad, do you still want to accept?" "It's not that I want to accept it." Lin Guofeng looked up at him. "Even when refusing, there's a proper way to do it. That's not an ordinary fund." Lin Kai remained silent. Of course he knew. If it were just a regular fund, he wouldn't be so nervous. Lin Guofeng sighed. "Garanxian is a fruit company, not a geopolitical company. We cooperated with Linia for the supply chain, for profits, and for the market. But now, the CIA, Apocalypse, the SEALs, the United Nations, they're all mixed up together." Lin Kai said in a low voice, "We're already on board." Lin Guofeng's eyes held a complex expression. "That's why we need to think even more carefully about where this ship is headed." Lin Kai looked at his father. "Are you scared?" Lin Guofeng did not deny it. It's not shameful to be afraid. If an entrepreneur doesn't know fear, he'll eventually lead the whole company down a path of disaster. He stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Lin Yi is no ordinary partner. What's behind him is too big. So big that even a glance at him could burn us. Lin Kai recalled Robert's hypocritical and gentle face at the dinner party in Singapore, and also the few casual reminders Lin Yi had sent him. His Adam's apple bobbed. But at least he didn't harm us. "Not now," Lin Guofeng said. "What about in the future?" Lin Kai was speechless for a moment. Lin Guofeng turned around. "I'm not trying to betray Lin Yi. On the contrary, the last thing we can do right now is to waver. Robert is the kind of person who eats people without spitting out the bones. But we can't pretend that nothing happened either. So what do you want to do?" "Release the explanatory signal." Lin Guofeng picked up the documents on the table. "Compile a complete memo outlining the contacts with Singapore and send it to Lin Yi personally. Be sincere. Tell him that Garanxian has not accepted any foreign capital, nor has it opened up any supply chain for review." Lin Kai nodded. "Will he believe it?" Lin Guofeng smiled bitterly. Whether he needs to believe or not is probably not up to us. He paused for a moment, then lowered his voice. Lin Kai, remember this. The worst thing about cooperating with this kind of person isn't less profit, but making him feel like you're hiding something. Lin Kai's expression turned somewhat grim as he recalled his father's earlier decision not to inform Lin Yi about Robert's contact. Lin Guofeng saw through his thoughts and remained silent for a moment. This was a misjudgment on my part. Lin Kai was taken aback. He rarely heard his father admit his mistakes. Lin Guofeng sat back in his chair, looking as if he had aged several years in an instant. In the business world, leaving room for maneuver is instinctive. But in front of Lin Yi, hiding that 30% might be tantamount to courting death. The office fell silent. Lin Kai said in a low voice, "I'll write it. 5,000 meters underground." Lin Yi has already read through all the transcripts of Robert's meetings in the Singapore box. Su Yin sat down next to him, and the information of 3 reporters popped up in front of him. These few are quite difficult to handle. She pointed at the blonde female reporter. She's not just in it for the money. She's actually won war awards and has a good reputation. This French producer has also investigated a lot of dirt on African warlords. The American producer is more commercially minded, but has strong platform resources. Lin Yi said calmly, "Robert is smart. He didn't hire a bunch of online trolls. Finding a skeptical reporter is more likely to reveal the truth than hiring online trolls." Su Yin rolled his eyes. Old fox. Apocalyptic hint. Garanxian's Lin Kai sent an encrypted email. Content. Explanation of the situation regarding contact in Singapore and Garanxian's position. Lin Yi clicked on it. The email was very long. Lin Kai did not shirk responsibility. He admitted that the reason why Fresh did not inform Robert about the contact immediately was due to business judgment and a sense of caution. He described the dinner in detail and attached the investment terms, a list of accompanying persons, and hotel records provided by Robert. The last sentence is very straightforward. "Mr. Lin, it's clear that Linfresh is just a commercial company and lacks the capability to participate in the power struggles between major nations. But at least on my personal level, I will not do anything to harm Linfresh or you." Lin Yi read it, but did not reply. Su Yin glanced at it. "At least you know what's good for you." Are you going to reply?" "I won't go back yet." Su Yin raised an eyebrow. Lin Yi looked at Lin Kai's name at the end of the email. Lin Guofeng was testing whether I would still allow them to stand in the safe zone. "And what about you?" "Let Lin Kai continue to operate normally." Lin Yi closed the email. As expected, Xian is neither a core ally nor an enemy. Whether it is worthwhile for it to remain in the cooperation chain depends on which side it chooses next. Su Yan understood. Observation period. Lin Yi did not deny it. He raised his hand and placed 5 lines side by side on the main screen. Robert, Gray Meridian, International Journalists, Lin Xiaoya's Public Opinion, and the United Nations Conference. These lines may seem scattered, but they all point to the same goal. To cultivate the apocalyptic threat theory. To hold back China. Destroy the Apocalypse Fusion. This transforms Apocalypse from a mysterious organization that controls future energy into a dangerous monster that must be regulated globally. Lin Ye's eyes were calm. "Robert wanted a question." Su Yin asked, "Are you going to give me an answer?" "No." Lin Yi looked at another screen. "That's a real-time map of the first special district of Apocalypse. Ports, markets, roads, residential areas, old warlord camps, and desert supply lines." "I have another question for him." "What?" Lin Yi said calmly. "If the old world order was so just, why has no one taken care of the chaotic delta for the past 20 years? Su Yan's eyes slowly brightened. Lin Yi continued, "We need to review the progress of the administrative restructuring of the first special district." Apocalypse response. The 4 systems, basic identity registration, food rationing, port taxation, and security patrols, have entered the deployment phase. Lin Yi watched as the nodes on the map gradually lit up. "Aren't they investigating the Apocalypse secrets?" His voice was very soft. "Then let them see what rules are." Chapter 103. Press Corps lands in Port Dali. Port Daly Airport was smaller than Emily Watson had imagined. A runway, a terminal building, and blue paint peeling off the concrete walls. The heat outside the porthole distorts the distant desert line. There are only 3 planes on the tarmac, 2 of which are UN humanitarian aid charter flights. Emily pulled down her sunglasses and glanced at her companion across the aisle. French journalist Pierre Durand is examining a miniature pin-mounted camera on his chest. Meanwhile, American producer Mark Cohen is scrolling through old news on his tablet, all reports on the conflicts in Delta over the past decade. Warlord infighting, kidnappings, murders, landmines, and dismemberment. Emily worked as a war correspondent for 20 years. She had been to Syria, Yemen, and Somalia. She knew what those kinds of places were like. Gun muzzles, roadblocks, burned down houses, and children with vacant eyes. She was fully prepared. The plane landed. The moment the hatch opened, hot air rushed in, carrying a faint smell of disinfectant. Emily frowned. This smells wrong. She walked down the gangway. The tarmac was spotless. New guidelines had been painted on the ground, and the yellow paint was still shiny. A huge metal signboard had been installed on the side of the previously dilapidated terminal building. A gear encircling a vertical pupil. Below is a bilingual annotation in English and Arabic. Apocalypse First Zone, Point of Dali. Dali Port, the first special zone of Apocalypse. Pierre muttered a French swear word under his breath. Mark raised his phone to take a picture, but was stopped by the security checkpoint ahead. That's not your average customs office. A newly constructed steel-structured passageway spans between the tarmac and the terminal building. Its matte black finish and sharp edges resemble a section of a space capsule embedded in the airport. Information scrolls across an LED screen at the entrance to the passageway. Tianchi Quarantine and Identity Registration Point. All inbound travelers must complete iris scanning and temporary identity binding. 2 security personnel in black uniforms stood on each side of the entrance. They stood ramrod straight. Their expressions were identical. Their blinking was synchronized. Their breathing was synchronized. Emily had met the soldiers. But soldiers don't stand like that. Soldiers scratch themselves, tilt their heads, and swallow. These 4 people looked like they came off the same assembly line. A mark was etched in her heart. The passageway was colder inside than outside. The temperature had plummeted, and the lights were cold, white. There were 3 windows ahead, behind which sat a uniformed person. A black instrument sat in front of them. When it was Emily's turn, the staff at the window looked up at her. Passport. Standard English, no accent. Emily handed it over. The person took it but didn't turn the page. Instead, they placed the passport flat on the machine. 3 seconds later, the machine buzzed. Please place your chin on the support and look at the green light. Iris recognition. Emily cooperated. After the scan was completed, a gray bracelet was ejected from the side of the window. Left wrist. Do not remove while wearing. This bracelet is linked to your temporary identity and is used for credit assessment and location confirmation within the Special Administrative Region. Not wearing the bracelet in public areas will be considered an identity violation. Emily took the bracelet. It's very light. The material is smooth, like a mixture of some kind of matte metal and silicone. There are tiny, pulse-sensing contacts on the inside. She tried to pry it open, but it wouldn't budge. Excuse me, does this bracelet track my location? The staff at the window were expressionless. Yes. Can I refuse to wear it? Yes. Those who refuse to wear it will be arranged for a departure flight within 2 hours. Emily paused for a moment, then fastened the bracelet. Pierre and Mark also received wristbands. Pierre held his wrist up to his face, his lips twitched slightly, but he didn't say anything. Mark asked first, is there Wi-Fi here? Staff at the counter. The Special Administrative Region's local area network covers the entire area. External internet access requires a separate application through the wristband's authorized port. Mark opened his mouth, but didn't ask any more questions. The 3 of them passed through the security checkpoint and entered the terminal hall. The lobby has been renovated. The floor is new. All the old advertisements on the walls have been removed and replaced with uniform dark gray backgrounds, with only one screen in the center displaying information. Tianchi First Special Zone Administrative Announcement. Current security status. Green. 0 reports of armed conflict for 23 days. Emily slowed her pace a beat. There have been no armed conflicts for 23 days. In the chaotic Delta, she felt something was wrong, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. Upon exiting the airport, a white minibus was already parked on the roadside. The vehicle was painted with the Apocalypse gear and vertical pupil emblem. The driver, equally expressionless, wore a uniform so neat it looked brand new. After boarding, the minibus drove onto the main road of Daliport. Emily leaned against the window pane and began to observe. The road was newly built. The asphalt was smooth and there were no potholes. Low shrubs were planted along both sides of the road as median strips. There was a street lamp every 300 meters. Small spherical cameras were mounted on the street lamps. She couldn't see the warlords. There are no roadblocks in sight. There were no militiamen carrying AKs collecting tolls on the roadside. Instead, patrol teams appear every kilometer. 2 people per group. He is over 1.9 meters tall. He wears a black standard short-sleeved shirt, black tactical trousers, and hard-soled boots. He doesn't have a gun at his waist, but he has a short stick-like object hanging from it. They walked at exactly the same pace. The difference in stride length was no more than 1 centimeter. Pierre took a few pictures through the car window. "These patrolmen," he said, turning to look at Emily. Emily was watching too. "I know what you're trying to say." Pierre lowered his voice. "They all walk in exactly the same way." Mark leaned over from the front row. "Maybe it's standardized training?" Pierre did not answer. The minibus drove into the town of Dollyport. This is the part that Emily finds most unreal. There was no litter on the streets. Not just little, but none. The drainage ditches had been cleaned, and the water flowed smoothly. More than half of the shops along the street were open. Locals walked the streets. Their clothes weren't exactly neat, but at least their faces didn't have the deathly gray or sallow complexion often seen in war zones. A little boy carrying a soccer ball ran out of an alley and nearly bumped into a patrolling T-800. The T-800 stepped aside. There was no pushing or shoving. There was no shouting. She even lowered her head slightly. The little boy giggled and ran away. Pierre's camera followed the child for a long time. Mark suddenly said, "This doesn't look like the chaotic Delta." Emily did not respond. She was thinking about the materials Robert had shown them, a list of missing warlords, people being forcibly incorporated into the military, armed takeover. But what she saw was a port that was cleaner and more orderly than most of the African cities she had ever visited. The minibus was parked in front of a 4-story building. Dollyport Hotel. The hotel's exterior has been repainted, and the entrance has been fitted with automatic glass doors. The lobby is almost unbearably cool, with the temperature precisely controlled at 24 degrees Celsius. The reception staff are still the same uniformed personnel with expressionless faces and highly synchronized movements. The room was very clean. A single bed, a writing desk, a slim monitor, and a separate bathroom. Emily checked the room. The monitor couldn't be turned off. A small gear icon with a vertical pupil in the upper right corner kept flashing like breathing. She plugged in her laptop. There is no external network. All traffic passes through the Special Economic Zone's local area network. The only accessible pages are the Tianchi First Special Economic Zone Administrative Announcement Board, Life Service Guide, and Complaints and Suggestions Portal. Mark messaged me. "My 4G signal is 0. How about yours?" Emily glanced at her phone. Top left corner, no service. She put down her phone. He pulled out a palm-sized black cube from a hidden compartment in the suitcase. Military-grade, portable satellite communication terminal. She used this thing in Syria. In Aleppo, where all the cell towers had been destroyed, it was one of the few devices that could connect directly to the outside world. Emily unfolded the antenna and pointed it at the sky outside the window. The indicator light flashed 3 times. The green light is on. Star locking successful. She quickly transcribed her first-hand observations at the airport and in the city, attached a dozen or so photos taken by Pierre, and sent it in encrypted form to the designated email address at the London headquarters. The progress bar has been running for 6 seconds. Finish. Emily breathed a sigh of relief, closed the device, and hid it back in the mezzanine. What she didn't know was 5,000 meters underground. On the right side of the main screen, the transmission path of a data packet is fully displayed on the light screen. Source, Room 304, Dollyport Hotel. Satellite Communication Terminal Model. Hughes, 9211. Encryption Protocol, AES-256. Tianchi completed the interception, decryption, semantic analysis, and keyword annotation within 0.003 seconds of the data packet leaving the hotel antenna. Su Yin looked at the screen, chewing on a candy, and pointed to the summary. Her writing is quite objective. Linyi glanced at it. Emily's report contained no preconceived conclusions. She truthfully described the airport, security checks, wristbands, city conditions, and patrol systems, and concluded with a sentence. Initial impressions differ significantly from prior expectations. Further observation is needed. Su Yin asked, "Stop them." "I won't stop you. Let her post it. Let her send it." Su Yin raised his head. Linyi looked at the photo on Emily's press pass. Blue eyes, short blonde hair, and 2 deep lines at the corners of her mouth. marks etched by years of wind, sand, and tension in the war zone. She's a real journalist, Lin Yi said. So, a true journalist looks at the facts. Su Yin thought for a moment. You bet she won't just listen to Robert? Lin Yi did not answer. He marked Emily's data packet as an open observation object. Apocalyptic hint. We have established 24/7 behavioral profiles for 3 journalists. Preliminary assessments show Emily Watson's stance is 67% malleable. Pierre Durand's biases are 58% entrenched, and Mark Cohen is driven by self-interest, with his stance fluctuating according to the client's demands. After Lin Yi finished reading, he turned off the data. Let them see first. Chapter 104 The Invisible Eyes. London, Grey Meridian Headquarters. The time is 2 p.m. London time. In the analytics room on the second floor, Senior Content Director Jason Miller was staring at the report Emily had sent back on the screen. He watched it 3 times. Then he took off his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Where's the chaos we were promised? The assistant next to him came over to take a look. The photos in the report showed clean streets, neatly arranged streetlights, and newly paved asphalt. Patrol personnel were in uniform, standing ramrod straight. Not a single bullet hole was captured in the photos. Jason forwarded the report to Singapore. 40 minutes later, Robert Xi's encrypted reply arrived. There are only 3 lines of text. Street order doesn't tell the truth. The chaos is just hidden. Guide the press corps into the old barracks and the western border. The evidence is in the shadows. Jason forwarded it to Emily, along with a note inside Grey Meridian. The client is not satisfied with the current output. They need more impactful visuals and a stronger narrative. Dollyport Hotel, room 304. Emily's expression remained calm after reading London's reply. She'd seen this kind of thing too many times. The client provides the money, the client sets the tone, and the reporter fills in the blanks. The problem is, she's not that kind of journalist. She closed her notebook, left the room, and knocked on Pierre's door next door. Pierre was already fiddling with the equipment he had brought. He had hidden a miniature camera inside the second button of his shirt. What do you say about London? Pierre asked without looking up. They were not satisfied. They said we were blinded by appearances. Pierre sneered. Superficial appearance? I walked the streets for 2 hours today. 3 years ago, there were 4 shootings a day here. Now there aren't even any motorcycle gangs. You call that superficial? Emily sat down in the chair. They don't want the facts. They want the narrative. Pierre straightened up. Then what are we doing here? As screenwriters? Emily shook her head. I'll investigate. She paused for a moment. But I don't object to looking around more. Pierre looked at her. Emily said, Aren't you going to see someone tonight? Pierre's expression changed. He did contact someone. Through an encrypted chat room on the dark web. The person identified himself as a contractor in the southern part of Port Daly during the chaotic Delta era, a euphemism for smuggling and human trafficking in the area. After Apocalypse took over Delta, his men were disarmed, his goods were intercepted, his friends were imprisoned, and his business chain was completely broken. He hated Apocalypse to the core. He was willing to provide journalists with first-hand testimonies and footage of the apocalyptic atrocities. Pierre did not hide it from Emily. The connection is via the dark web. The other party is near the old dock in the South District. Tonight at 11 p.m. Emily frowned. How did you manage to avoid the bracelet's location tracking? Pierre shook his left hand. The gray bracelet was lit up with a green light. Unavoidable. He shrugged. But I bet they won't mind a reporter going out for a walk at night. Emily did not stop her. She only said one sentence. Be careful. Pierre nodded and left the room. None of them noticed. In the corner of the corridor ceiling, a grayish-brown moth lay motionless on the edge of a lampshade. Its wings have extremely natural patterns. Its antennae tremble slightly. Its abdomen rises and falls, as if it is breathing. However, inside its compound eye is an optical lens with a diameter of 0.4 millimeters. Skynet 1. Tianchi has deployed miniature patrol monitors throughout the Special Administrative Region. Their completely biomimetic design mimics the flight patterns and habitat behaviors of 6 common local insect species. An optical cloaking coating makes them invisible to the naked eye and in the infrared spectrum. An ultrasonic array can clearly capture human voices within a 5-meter range. A single unit can last for 72 hours. Within the city of Dollyport, there are 1,400 Skynet, 1 units online simultaneously. Every word of Pierre and Emily's conversation was captured and transmitted back to a depth of 5,000 meters underground in real time. Main control room. Su Yin sat at the secondary control console, the tactical screen simultaneously displaying the real-time locations and movement trajectories of the three reporters. Pierre's wristband signal was moving along the hotel corridor. The French are getting ready to go out, Su Yin said. Lin Yi did not look away from the main screen. Who is the intermediary on the dark web? Apocalypse sends out an automatically generated file. Abdul Hafez, 39 years old, former mid-level leader of the Black Tide Gang, a smuggling and trafficking ring in southern Port Dali. Main businesses: human trafficking, transfer to Libya and Europe, drug transit, and arms procurement. After Tianchi took over, all 47 members of his gang were disarmed and registered. 12 of them were transferred to the Special Administrative Region's Provisional Court for trial due to their involvement in murder cases. Abdul Hafez himself, lacking direct evidence of murder on his records, was placed under Category C surveillance. Credit score: 31100. Su Yin glanced through his social network graph. A typical beneficiary of the old order. Before the apocalypse, he was a superior person. After the apocalypse, he is nothing. Lin Yi looked at Hafiz's photograph. A thin face, sunken eyes, and downturned lips, the kind of face that had endured years of violence and greed. What is he going to give the reporters? Apocalypse response. Based on semantic analysis of dark web chat logs, Abdul Hafez promised to provide 3 items. 1. Verbal testimony claiming that the Apocalypse armed forces massacred civilians and buried bodies during the takeover. 2. Photographic materials, claiming to be internal images of the Apocalypse concentration camp. 3. Witness testimonies, claiming to be able to contact 2 concentration camp escapees. Su Yin raised an eyebrow. Is the photo real? Apocalypse continues. Image metadata analysis. Of the 7 photos, 3 were taken inside the Musa armed camp in 2019, not during the Tianchi era. 2 came from a Somali conflict compilation website, and 1 is an AI-generated composite image. Only 1 photo was taken outside the northern camp after Tianchi took over, depicting ordinary material handling without any violent elements, but it was cropped and disguised as a scene of forced labor. Su Yin scoffed. 7 fakes, 1 cut out. This person is so lazy. He doesn't need the truth, Lin Yi said calmly. He just needs to convince that French journalist. Su Yin asked, are we still going to ignore it? Lin Yi glanced at the time. 10:47 p.m. Pierre Durand's wristband signal has been moved out of the hotel and is now moving south along the main street. Never mind, but when it comes to the process milestones, we'll issue the necessary reminders. Su Yin nodded, seemingly understanding, but not quite. It's 11 p.m. at the old pier in the southern part of Dali Port. Pierre wore a dark coat with his hat pulled down. He didn't carry any large equipment, only a button camera and a voice recorder. The alley was very narrow. On both sides were old buildings left over from before the Tianchi renovation. The cement walls were pitted and uneven, and some places still had bullet holes. This was the area in Dali Port where the renovation was progressing the slowest, and the streetlights were much dimmer than in the main urban area. A figure emerged from behind the trash can. Thin, dark-skinned. A dirty cloth covered the lower half of his face. Are you from Paris? Abdul Hafez asked in English with a heavy Arabic accent. Pierre nodded. Hafiz looked around. Come with me. There are security cameras here. He led Pierre deeper into the alley. They finally stopped in front of a corrugated iron wall. Hafiz pulled a worn-out cell phone from his pocket. Look at these. He pulled out the photos and handed them to Pierre one by one. Ruins, bodies, iron fence. A man in a black uniform stands with a gun behind a row of kneeling civilians. Pierre's breathing became shallow. When were these taken? After Apocalypse came, Hafiz's voice trembled with hatred. They locked the disobedient in the pits to the north. They buried them alive. They used machines to dig the pits, filled them with soil during the day, and dug them again at night. Nobody knows how many people died. Pierre carefully examined the colors of the military uniforms and the terrain in the photograph. He was a journalist who had covered Africa, so he had some military background. The uniform worn by the Apocalypse soldier in the second photo had different cuff styles than those worn by the patrol personnel in Dali Port. But on the small screen of the phone, under this light, he couldn't discern any more details. Could you give me the original image? No, Hafiz shook his head. You can't leave my phone. You can take the pictures. Pierre hesitated for a moment. He raised his phone and began taking pictures. Just as the fourth photo was being copied halfway through, two beams of white light simultaneously illuminated both ends of the alley. It's not a flashlight. These are two high-intensity searchlight modules mounted on the chest of a T-800 aircraft. The white light was so intense that it almost turned the entire alley into daylight. Hafiz instinctively shrank back. Pierre was also stunned. Two T-800s silently approached from the alleyway entrance. Their steps were perfectly synchronized. There were no shouts. No guns were raised. They stopped 3 meters away from the two people. One of them spoke. The voice was steady, without any emotional fluctuation. Pierre Durand, temporary ID number TFC 00327. You're currently in the nighttime curfew zone of Apocalypse Special District 1. Article 12 of the Tianchi First Special Zone Security Management Regulations. During the curfew, 22 to 6 o'clock, unauthorized personnel are not allowed to move in security areas of level C and below. This violation will be recorded in your temporary identity credit file, deducting 15 points from your credit score. Current remaining credit score, 85 points. Note, a credit score below 60 will restrict access to certain public facilities and administrative areas of the Special Administrative Region. A score below 30 will trigger mandatory deportation procedures. Pierre opened his mouth. The T-800 did not stop. Abdul Hafez, resident ID TFC R0429, one of the Special Administrative Region. You had unauthorized contact with unreported persons during curfew hours, triggering Article 15 of the Public Security Ordinance. 20 points have been deducted from your credit score. Current remaining credit score, 11 points. Warning, your testimony and provision of materials have been recorded. After saying his last sentence, T-800 did not take any action. No one was arrested. No equipment was seized. They were just standing there. The searchlight continued to shine on the two people. Hafiz's face was deathly pale in the bright light. He took a step back, then another, and finally turned and disappeared into the depths of the dark alley like a frightened wild dog, not daring to utter a sound. Pierre stood alone in place. He looked at the two T-800s in front of him. The light shone on their expressionless faces. Their pupils didn't contract. Their lips didn't twitch. More human than humans themselves, yet colder than anyone else. May I go now? Pierre asked. Okay, we suggest you return to your accommodation. Pierre put away his phone and turned to walk toward the hotel. His wristband was lit up with a yellow light. Throughout the journey, he felt as if something was watching him from behind. He turned around. The alley was deserted. But on the lampshade, a moth flapped its wings, took flight silently, and disappeared into the night. Chapter 105 Robert's Desperate Gamble. When Pierre returned to the hotel, the yellow light on his wristband irritated him. The next morning, he walked into the hotel restaurant and found that the gate at the entrance emitted a short beep after scanning his wristband. A line of text pops up on the screen. Credit score, 85. This area is open as usual. He's gone. But when he tried to enter the public tour area of the Special Administrative Region's Administrative Center after his meal, the turnstile lit up red. Your credit score is insufficient. The minimum score for admission to this area is 90. Please improve your credit score and try again. Pierre stared at the red light, his face grim. Emily stood beside him. What happened to those photos from last night? Pierre pulled up the 4 reproduced photos and handed them to her. Emily watched for 2 minutes. This one, she pointed to the second one, the one of a person in a black uniform holding a gun in front of an iron fence. The armband is wrong. Pierre paused for a moment. Emily zoomed in on the image. The armbands of the patrol personnel in the Apocalypse Special Zone are gear-shaped with vertical pupils on the upper left arm on a white background. The armband in this photo is positioned too low, and the design is blurry, making it more like the round badge used by Moose's troops during the old warlord era. She then pulled up a 4th image. The sand in this image is reddish. The desert around Port Dali is grayish-yellow. This is more like the geological features of Somalia or Eritrea. Pierre's expression changed. It's not that he didn't understand. He was just too nervous, and it was too dark at the time, so he didn't look carefully. Emily didn't chase after him and yell at him. She just returned his phone to him. Your informant is unreliable. Pierre remained silent for a moment. What are you planning to do? I'm going to the locations those photos claim to be, Emily said. The old barracks in the north. To see it with my own eyes. Pierre looked at her. You believe in the apocalypse? I don't trust anyone. Emily said calmly. I trust my own eyes. She turned and left. 6,000 kilometers away. Singapore. Robert, she has not slept for 47 hours. He sat in his apartment study, 3 screens lit up in front of him. On the left was Langley's encrypted communication window. In the middle was Gray Meridian's content backend. On the right were the remaining balances of Pacific Abundance Capital's 3 most active accounts. The numbers don't look good. After Wang Hailong's line went dead, half of the network he had built up over a decade in the Asia-Pacific region was uprooted by Tianqi. The remaining half trembled in fear, and no one dared to answer his calls. The pressure is even greater on Langley's side. 100 Navy SEALs are being held by Apocalypse Tank, and the White House is being bombarded with questions from the media every day. While the incident of 2 F-35s being scared off by an unidentified flying object has been shelved, the Pentagon is in an uproar. They need an outlet that can divert public attention. Langley's instructions to Robert were simple. Create negative publicity about the apocalypse, the bigger the better. The press corps was the first step, but Emily was too assertive and difficult to control. Furthermore, the material Pierre obtained proved to be problematic. Robert knew that journalists alone were not enough. He needs something, a real, undeniable act of violence that was captured on camera, then put on Apocalypse's head. Robert closed his eyes and tapped the table 3 times with his knuckles. He did many dirty things. He fabricated evidence. He recruited scientists. He ruined the life of a young researcher. But what happened next was different from before. He picked up a phone that had no registration information. Dial. The other party didn't speak after answering. Only the sound of wind could be heard. Robert said a secret code in Arabic. There was a 2-second silence on the other end. A hoarse voice then took over the conversation. What's up? I have a shipment to deliver to you. What kind of goods? The kind you need. The breathing on the other end of the phone became heavier. How many? Enough for you to do something big. Robert spoke softly, as if he were discussing a routine business deal. The conditions are very simple. I'll decide the time, place, and method. The other party remained silent for a long time. Then one word. Good. Robert hung up the phone. The person he contacted was named Idris Muhammad. He was once Moose's adjutant, but later escaped to the western desert during the chaos when Apocalypse took over the south. After Faisal's body was displayed, Idris gathered the remnants of both sides, about 300 men, and hid in abandoned mines in the border area, calling themselves the Brotherhood of Freedom. This group did not choose to surrender like Abdullah. They also lacked the capability to launch a direct attack on Apocalypse. But they harbored enough hatred. Moose's house was seized. Faisal's head was hung. Their soldiers were incorporated into the army. Casinos were closed, brothels were burned down, and drug trafficking routes were cut off. Apocalypse not only took away their power, but also their entire way of life. This kind of person doesn't need to be persuaded. All they need to do is be armed. 48 hours later, a dilapidated Toyota pickup truck bumped along the saline alkali land of the western desert. The truck bed was covered with a tarpaulin. Underneath the tarpaulin were 6 long, rectangular military crates. Model number unknown, but the paint is the standard olive green of the U.S. military. Idris stood at the entrance to the mine. He watched the pickup truck approach, a kind of animalistic glint in his eyes. Unpacking. Opening the box. 4 FGM, 148 Javelin anti-tank missile launchers. 12 missiles. 20 M4A1 carbines. 60 magazines. 12 M60 fragmentation grenades. And a whole box of C4 plastic explosive. Idris's hands were trembling. It's not because I'm afraid. It's because of excitement. He crouched down and touched the cold launch tube of the Javelin missile. Want to make a move? The messenger who accompanied him to receive the goods said, soon. A group of foreign journalists will be visiting the old mining area on the eastern edge of the Special Economic Zone in 3 days. The route has been confirmed. Idris looked up. Target, civilians and journalists. The messenger said expressionlessly. After the fighting, leave all weapons at the scene. Don't collect them. People will come to take pictures. Idris squinted. Frame Apocalypse? The messenger remained non-committal. Idris thought for a moment, then grinned. He was missing 2 teeth. Okay. He doesn't care who gets blamed. He only cares about those who can kill Apocalypse. Whether it's a patrol team wearing Apocalypse uniforms or a foreigner walking on Apocalypse territory. He wanted to destroy anything related to the Apocalypse. After the messenger left, Idris summoned his 300 men deep into the mine. The torchlight illuminated faces twisted by hatred. 3 days later, he said, go back and fight our way back. 5,000 meters underground. Apocalypse displays an intercepted communication record on the main screen. The voice prints of both parties in the call have been fully collected, compared, and locked. One of them is Robert Sheehan. The other party is Idris Muhammad. Su Yin looked at the translated dialogue text, and a smile crept onto his face. That old man is really daring. He takes American weapons, sends them to terrorists through the CIA, and attacks journalists from his own country. Not only that, but he also attacks British and French journalists. She shook her head. They've gone mad. Lenny did not comment on whether Robert had gone mad. He was looking at another screen. That image above shows the western desert captured by the Tianqi low Earth orbit microsatellite over the past 48 hours. There were obvious tire tracks on the saline alkali ground. There was a heat source indicating human activity at the mine entrance. Encrypted frequency hopping signals, which hadn't been seen in the past 3 months, appeared on the communication frequency bands. Using his level 2 sandbox privileges, Su Yin traced the relay path of the encrypted signal in reverse. The signal originated from a desert mine, transited through an abandoned base station on the southern outskirts of Dali Port, connected to a civilian submarine fiber optic cable, and finally merged into a data node in Singapore. The last time that node was active was when Robert She sent a content delivery instruction to Gray Meridian. What about the funds? Lin Yi asked. Apocalypse response. A $10 million transaction has been traced. The route, a shell company in Bermuda, transiting through Dubai to a private exchange in Somalia for physical cash. $4.2 million of this was withdrawn within 3 days and transported manually into the western desert. The first layer shell company in the funding chain has a cross-shareholding relationship with the remaining accounts of Pacific Abundance Capital. Su Yin leaned back in his chair. Irrefutable evidence. Lin Yi did not speak. Commander, should we immediately deploy T-800s to physically eliminate the Brotherhood of Freedom? Based on the current size of the force, the estimated time to destroy this outpost is 11 minutes. Lin Yi looked at the red marker for the mine on the satellite imagery. No. Su Yin turned his head to look at him. Lin Ye's gaze shifted to the real-time locations of the 3 reporters on the screen. Emily was organizing the footage she had shot during the day in her hotel room. Pierre and Mark were talking quietly in the hallway. 3 days later, the press corps will go to the old mining area in the east for an inspection, Lin Yi said. You want the attack to happen? I'll get it started, Lin Yi said coldly. But I won't let it finish. Looking into his eyes, Su Yin suddenly understood. If Apocalypse destroys the Brotherhood prematurely, everything will remain the same. Robert simply changes his pawn, changes his method, and continues to create the narrative. The press corps gets nothing and sees nothing. But if the attack almost happened in front of reporters, let them see for themselves who is attacking civilians. Let them see for themselves who is protecting civilians. Let them see the serial numbers on those American-made weapons with their own eyes. The footage taken by these reporters themselves is the best answer. It's not Apocalypse defending itself. The facts speak for Apocalypse. You should use Robert's own card to play him the other way around, Su Yin said. Lin Yi leaned back in his chair. Continue to monitor the Brotherhood's mobilization and weapons deployment dynamics. Apocalypse response. The main mine entrance, 3 side passages, and all personnel heat sources have been located. T-800 standby cluster numbers have been assigned. Real-time ranging accuracy, 0.3 meters. Intervene 10 seconds before the attack begins. Parameters have been recorded. The ultra-high-speed response plan has been generated. Su Yin chewed the candy in his mouth and suddenly said, You're quite carefree. What? 10 seconds. Su Yin looked at him. A reporter's life matters too. Lin Yi glanced at her. So it's 10 seconds, not 0 seconds. Su Yin did not ask any further questions. She understood. 0 seconds, the reporter can't see anything. 10 seconds is enough for them to see fear. But that's not enough to hurt them. Trust your robot, Su Yin muttered to himself. Lin Yi returned to the main screen. Robert She's portrait hangs quietly in the very center of the relationship diagram. Red frame. One by one, the surrounding nodes are being marked with a complete and irrefutable chain of evidence by the Apocalypse. 3 days, Lin Yi said. On the screen, the heat source at the mine entrance is increasing. More people are pouring in. More torches are lit. Like a swarm of moths drawn to a flame destined to burn them to ashes. Chapter 106: The Rules of the First Special Zone. Central Plaza in Port Dolly. Emily arrived at 7 in the morning. A long queue had already formed in the square. It wasn't the kind of chaotic, pushing, and potentially stampede-worthy line. Instead, it was a straight, evenly spaced, and unusually quiet line. Everyone wore the same gray bracelet on their left wrist as her. The difference was that the local residents' bracelets had a tiny, rice grain-sized chip embedded inside, serving as their identification. A row of white, modular metal buildings has been erected on the north side of the square. LED screens atop them display messages in both Arabic and English. Tianchi First Special Zone, Food and Supplies Distribution Center. Distribution time, 6 to 2000 hours. Collect using your ID chip, limited to 1 redemption per person per day. Emily raised her camera. At the front of the line, a woman extended her wrist toward the scanner. The green light came on, and 2 items emerged from the side outlet. A vacuum-sealed silver cube and a 500 milliliters bottle of clear water. The silver cube is about the size of a palm, with the Apocalypse's gear and vertical pupil symbol and a line of small text printed on its surface. Level 1 synthetic food, calories, 1,200 kilocalories, protein, 32g fat, 18g carbohydrates, 140g. Ingredients: yeast protein, plant fiber, and trace element complex. Shelf life: 365 days at room temperature. Emily took a close-up shot. Pierre leaned closer for a look. Military rations? It's better than military rations, Mark said to a young man who had just received his. Hey, how does this taste? The young man tore open the packaging and took a bite. He chewed a few times, his expression indifferent. It doesn't taste good, he said in broken English. It's like chewing cardboard. But if you eat 1 piece, you won't be hungry all day. Mark pressed further. What do you think of Apocalypse? The young man glanced at him, then looked at the T-800 standing guard in the distance. Back when Musa was alive, he said, my brother was killed by a stray bullet. My mother was robbed 3 times. The first thing I thought about every morning was whether I would die. He stuffed the silver cube into his pocket. Now the first thing I do every morning when I wake up is to queue up. He's gone. Emily didn't chase after them. She turned to a woman in the middle of the line who was holding child. Are you satisfied with your current life? The woman gave her a wary look. Are you a reporter from outside? Yes. The woman looked down at the child in her arms. The child was about 2 years old, with round cheeks, and did not look malnourished. My children used to not have access to clean water, the woman said softly. Now they have it every day. But you have no freedom, Emily said. The woman looked up at her. There was something in her eyes that Emily had seen in the Syrian refugee camps. Not anger, not sadness. It was a cold pragmatism, the result of all edges being smoothed out. Freedom, the woman repeated the word, as if chewing on an unfamiliar candy. Do you know what freedom used to be? She didn't wait for Emily's reply. Freedom means Faisal's soldiers can kick down my door at will. Freedom means Moose's men can drag my husband away to work as a porter for 3 months without paying him a penny. Freedom means my daughter can be dragged away by any man with a gun while she's walking down the street. Her voice remained calm throughout, as if she were reciting a shopping list. No freedom now? Fine. Then I don't want freedom. I want my children to live. Emily's recorder remained suspended in midair, motionless. Mark, who was already impatient, walked around the line and found a thin old man sitting on the steps. The old man was wearing a faded robe. His eyes were sunken, and his knuckles were large, showing the marks of years of heavy physical labor. Mark crouched down, adjusted the camera angle, and asked him what he considered a friendly tone. Sir, what are your thoughts on the rule of Apocalypse? Do you think they are a dictatorship? The old man tilted his head. What? Mark slowed his speech. Apocalypse controls you. It prevents you from electing. It prevents you from making your own decisions. The old man suddenly laughed. That smile was ugly. Most of his teeth were missing, and his lips were cracked. But the laughter was genuine. An election? The old man coughed with a laugh. You talking to me about an election? He pointed to a repaired building across the square. That place was Moose's private casino 3 years ago. There's a basement behind the casino. Anyone who owed Musa money was locked up in there. Their fingers were cut off. One finger was worth $1,000. He extended his left hand. The first segments of my little finger and ring finger are missing. The wounds have healed very roughly, as if they were cut with a dull knife. Mark's smile froze on his face. The old man withdrew his hand and stopped laughing. You outsiders always think we want the kind of life you have. He stood up, brushing the dust off his robe. What we want is to wake up tomorrow. Apocalypse did it. Which of you has ever done it? He turned and walked into the line. Mark is still crouching in the same spot. The camera is pointed at thin air. Pierre walked over from the side and muttered, "Got a lesson?" Mark didn't say anything. He slowly stood up and turned off the camera. Emily observed all of this. She didn't say anything, but silently wrote it down in her notebook. At 9 a.m. sharp, the large screen on the east side of the square suddenly changed its display. The gear-shaped vertical pupil icon rotated once, and then a document popped up. The first special zone of Apocalypse, basic code, trial version. The document begins with only one sentence. The old law is repealed. From this day forward, all rights and obligations within the Special Administrative Region shall be governed solely by this code. Emily quickly skimmed through the scrolling text. The core framework is extremely concise. There are no lengthy legal terms, no vague or flexible clauses. Every clause is as precise and ruthless as if written by machine, leaving no loopholes. Article 1. All residents of the Special Administrative Region have the right to survival. The rationing center will provide basic food and water daily, without any conditions. Article 7. Labor for points. Points for resources. All upgrades to resources, housing, education, and healthcare beyond basic rations can be obtained through points. Article 15. Zero tolerance for violent crime. Those convicted of serious crimes such as armed robbery, assault, and sexual assault will be subject to compulsory labor reform with a minimum sentence of 1 year and a maximum sentence of life imprisonment. Article 16. The death penalty shall be abolished in the Special Administrative Region. Article 18. Convicted felons undergoing rehabilitation must wear exoskeletons and participate in infrastructure construction in the Special Economic Zone. During their rehabilitation, they will be provided with the same basic rations as ordinary residents. Pierre stopped reading when he reached the 18th article. Exoskeleton. Before the words were finished, a commotion arose from the west side of the square. Emily turned her head. A supply truck was driving along the edge of the square. It was white, with a small flag bearing the Apocalypse symbol on its roof. 2 T-800 escorts followed behind. 3 people rushed out from the side alley. They were all young, in their early 20s, as thin as bamboo poles, but their movements were wild. The leader was holding a steel pipe, the second was carrying a machete that he had gotten from somewhere, and the third was empty-handed but ran the fastest, heading straight for the car door. No one screamed in the entire line. Emily noticed this. The residents in line simply took a few steps back instinctively, then continued standing. Some didn't even turn their heads, because they know what will happen next. The 2 T-800s responded without any delay. The first thug shifted 3 steps to the side, extended his right arm, spread his fingers, and precisely caught the steel pipe swung down by the leader of the thugs. The steel pipe emitted a piercing metallic scraping sound, but remained motionless. The thugs tried to pull the steel pipe back. T-800's fingers tightened. The steel pipe was bent in a shape like a noodle in its palm. The second T-800 moved simultaneously. It took 2 meters in one step, slapped the machete away with its left hand, and grabbed the second thug by the back of the neck with its right, pinning him to the ground. The movements were as clean as a pre-choreographed dance. The third thug, who had rushed towards the car door empty-handed, had barely taken 5 steps when his ankle was caught on something. A miniature ground anchor that popped out from a crack in the ground. He fell face first onto the asphalt, hitting his chin and drawing blood. From the moment he charged out to the moment he was subdued, it took less than 4 seconds. The T-800s didn't hit anyone. They didn't kick anyone. They didn't even use force beyond what was necessary. They simply held the 3 men down firmly, like a cat holding down 3 mice that had just left their burrow. Then, a new T-800 emerged from the alleyway. Unlike the patrol model, this one had a folding scanner mounted on the outside of its right arm and a small display screen on its left arm. Law enforcement type. It walked up to the 3 people and scanned their wristbands one by one. Muhammad Ali, resident ID TFC, R01847. Credit score, 22. Syed Fahd, resident ID TFC, R03052. Credit score, 19. Kareem Youssef, resident ID TFC, R02790. Credit score, 27. All 3 individuals have violated Article 15 of the Basic Law of the Special Administrative Region. Attempted armed robbery. Sentencing standard, 3 months of compulsory labor reform. Execution location, the western periphery of the Special Administrative Region's Sand Prevention Forest Belt. Immediate execution. After saying that 2 patrol T-800s lifted the 3 men up, the ringleader was still struggling. Let me go. You lot. The T-800 ignored them. It carried the man in its arm like a sack of rice and turned to walk out of the square. The shouts and curses of the 3 men faded into the distance, finally disappearing at the end of the street. Throughout the entire process, the distribution team remained almost completely organized. The women in the front row only moved a couple of steps before continuing to scan their wristbands to collect the silver cubes and water. Mark recorded the whole thing. He put down the camera, his mouth agape, and after a long pause, he finally managed to utter, "Is this the rule of law, or—" He didn't finish speaking because he couldn't find the right word. Emily stood there. Her notebook was full of writing, but her pen stopped. She recalled the materials Robert had shown her: list of missing warlords, forced incorporation of personnel, and armed takeover. These descriptions are correct, but they miss something. For example, the look in the eyes of the woman holding the child. For example, the old man's severed finger. For example, the calmness of the rationing team during the robbery. This calm is not fear. It's about trust. A very primitive, almost animalistic trust based on the belief that I know that machine will protect me. Emily closed her notebook. She needs to see more. 6,000 kilometers away. Singapore. Robert, she stared at the data panel in the gray meridian backstage. Emily's daily reports sent back to London were forwarded to Jason Miller. The first day's report was fairly neutral. The second day began to use phrases like differences from expectations. And today, the third day, he saw a sentence that made his stomach tighten. The efficiency and coverage of the rationing system exceed the standards of any international humanitarian organization. If this system is independently validated, it will pose a fundamental challenge to the existing global aid framework. Robert closed his laptop. He walked to the window. The Singapore skyline shimmered coldly in the night. Emily is being persuaded by the apocalypse. Not verbally, but in fact. Once her report is published, the tone will not be the apocalypse is a threat that Robert needs. Rather, it is the divine revelation is in construction. And it's all over. He picked up the phone that had no registration information. Dial. Idris. The sound of desert wind came from the other end of the phone. The schedule is being moved up. Robert's voice was flat. Tomorrow, the press corps will be going to the Western Desertification Control Area. Are your men ready? Idris Muhammad's voice emerged from the sandstorm, hoarse yet excited. It was prepared a long time ago. Proceed according to plan. Leave the weapons behind after the battle. Don't collect them. Clear. Robert hung up the phone. He knew this was an irreversible move. Arming terrorists with American weapons, they attacked a work area where journalists from Britain, France, and the United States were present. If the death is successful, footage will spread globally within an hour, and the American-made weapons scattered at the scene, packaged by Gray Meridian's narrative, will be interpreted as ironclad evidence of apocalyptic atrocities. If it fails, Robert did not consider the possibility of failure, because he had no way out. 5,000 meters underground. In Apocalypse's main control room, Robert's complete voice print from that phone call was analyzed into a waveform on the screen. Suyin looked at the timestamp. It's been moved up, she said. It was originally scheduled for 3 days later, but it's been changed to tomorrow. Lin Yi stood in front of the main screen. 3 sets of images were displayed simultaneously on the screen. On the left, the entrance to a mine in the western desert. Infrared imaging reveals more than 30 heat sources converging inside. The outline of a long, narrow object, a Javelin missile launcher, is clearly visible. In the middle, at room 304 of the Grand Hotel Dali, Emily sat at her desk, typing on her laptop. The blue light from the screen reflected on her face. On the right, a satellite view of the sand-fixing forest work area. Hundreds of green dots mark the residents of the Special Economic Zone working there, interspersed with a dozen or so blue dots representing engineering auxiliary T-800 vehicles. How large is the Brotherhood's gathering? Lin Yi asked. Apocalypse response. 32 men. The weapons list perfectly matches the CIA supply batch. 4 of them carry FGM-148 Javelin launchers. 18 are equipped with M4A1 carbines, and the rest carry grenades and C4. Expected infiltration route. Approaching the work area from the northwest along the dry riverbed, using sand dunes for cover until reaching a distance of 2 kilometers before deploying the attack formation. What's the press corps schedule for tomorrow? Confirmed. Emily Watson submitted an interview request to London tonight, requesting to travel to the Sand Control Force work area to film a feature on labor reform. The Hong Kong Special Administrative Region Administrative Center has approved it, and her departure time is 9 a.m. tomorrow. Su-Yin leaned back in his chair and chewed the last piece of candy in his mouth. Damn, the timing is perfect. Robert was just waiting for her to get to that position. Lin Yi did not speak. He looked at the topographical data of the dried-up riverbed on the screen. Dune height, slope, wind direction, and angle of cover. T-800 standby cluster deployment status. Alpha formation, 12 tactical units, pre-positioned in 3 bunker pits outside the work area. Beta formation, 6 rapid response units, deployed at the southern end of the dried-up riverbed. Gamma formation, 3 sniper units, occupying the eastern high ground. All units are in silent, low-power mode with 0 heat leakage. Skyhawk 1. 2 Skyhawk, 1 anti-gravity aircraft have reached an altitude of 30,000 meters over Port Dolly, and their optical stealth mode has been activated. They can reach the work area within 4.7 seconds of receiving instructions. Su-Yin looked at the string of numbers and shook his head. You're really going to let them fire the first shot? We must let them fire the first shot. Lin Ye's voice was cold. The reporters need to see who is firing. What if someone is wounded by the first shot? Lin Yi looked at the green dots on the work area map. Apocalypse has already calculated the landing point of the first RPG. Apocalypse Supplement. Based on analysis of Idris's past combat practices and terrain modeling, the first wave of attacks will most likely target the vacant guardhouse in the northeast corner of the work area. This guardhouse is 140 meters from the nearest civilian work site and 92 meters from the reporter's expected parking spot. The initial explosions are not expected to cause any casualties. Confidence level, 94.7%. Su-Yin stared at that number. A 5% risk. There is no zero-risk war, Lin Yi said. Su-Yin remained silent for a few seconds. That British female journalist. She will live. You promise? Lin Yi turned and glanced at Su-Yin. 10 seconds, he said. From the first shot to the end, 10 seconds. Su-Yin let out a breath. Okay. She turned back to the screen. I'll keep an eye on it. Lin Yi faced the control panel again. On the screen, the heat sources at the mine entrance are moving one after another. Outward. East. Heading towards the sand-fixing forest. Chapter 107 The Storm is brewing. It was 5:30 a.m. Western Desert. Idris Muhammad lay prone behind a sand ridge, looking at the eastern horizon through binoculars. It was still dark. The desert night wind had lowered the temperature to 12 degrees Celsius. The 31 men behind him were divided into 4 groups, forming a skirmish line 300 meters long along the dry riverbed. They set off from the mine and walked for 8 hours. There were no vehicles. Robert's messenger had said that vehicles were too conspicuous due to their heat, and Apocalypse had satellites. They walked, slow but safe. Idris wasn't entirely convinced of this assessment, but he had no other choice. The 4 javelin launchers were disassembled into parts, each carried by one of 8 men. 18 M4 carbines were wrapped with strips of sand-colored cloth. The C4 was packed in an old rice sack, held by a 19-year-old boy as if it were his own child. Idris glanced back at the team. They were not a regular army. Most of them were stragglers who had fallen from Musa and Faisal's ranks. A few were smugglers whose businesses had been destroyed by Apocalypse, and 3 or 4 joined simply because their families had been imprisoned during Apocalypse's takeover. The weapons are excellent. Morale is high. The training is terrible. But Idris didn't care. He only needed them to do one thing. Rush out, shoot, and kill. I'll kill anyone. A group of foreign journalists would arrive at the Sand Control Force work area after daybreak. The messenger gave him the exact time en route. We will depart at 9 a.m. and arrive at 10 a.m., with an expected stay of 2 to 3 hours in the work area. Idris planned to launch the attack at 10:15. Attention, he whispered. Once we're in position, the Javelin team will fire on the sentries and vehicles first. The rifle team will follow up with sweeping fire. Don't aim at the middle of the crowd. A young man asked, why not aim for the middle? Because there are too many intermediaries. You can't take them all down. Idris said expressionlessly. Attack the sides. Take down those who run away. Take down those who are down. Creating chaos is enough. The messenger said to retreat within 5 minutes. Leave all weapons on the ground. Then retreat back across the riverbed. The young man nodded. His hands were trembling, but his eyes were bright. Idris lay back down on the sand ridge. A grayish-white light appeared on the eastern horizon. The desert is about to brighten. At the same time, China, Yanjing, Beijing. Lin Xiaoyao woke up in a single room at the Veterans Activity Center. The ceiling was old drywall, with a crack running from the light fixture to the corner of the wall. She stared at the crack for a long time, then turned over and picked up her phone. The number of trending topics about her has dropped from 3rd to 19th. The tone of the comments section is also shifting. 3 days ago, it was all about Tianqi background, national-level protection, and who exactly is her brother? Now, another voice is emerging. She's just a female college student. Don't make a big deal out of it. She saved people in Delta Force. The livestream records are all there. Why are you all criticizing her? To be honest, if I had such an awesome brother, I wouldn't go around telling everyone. Lin Xiaoya knew that this was not entirely due to natural fermentation. My brother once said that public opinion can be managed, not by suppressing it, but by guiding it. Like water, it's better to guide than to block. She put down her phone and got up to wash up. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Lu Di pushed the door open and came in. She was wearing a gray sweatshirt and carrying 2 cups of soy milk and a bag of steamed buns. Bought from the cafeteria, Lu Di placed the breakfast on the table. No one's squatting outside today. Lin Xiaoya took the soy milk. Really? The security guards said that there haven't been many reporters at the school gate since yesterday. Those few self-media accounts have also had their reach restricted by the platform. Lin Xiaoya lowered her head and took a sip. The warm soy milk slid down her throat, and she felt a little more alive. Sister Di. What do you think my brother is doing over there? Lu Di sat down on the chair opposite him and opened a bag of steamed buns. You want to know? I want to know. But I'm also afraid that if I know, I won't be able to sleep even more. Lu Di took a bite of the steamed bun and chewed it a few times. Then don't ask. He'll tell you when he wants to. Lin Xiaoya looked at her. Aren't you curious? Lu Di's gaze remained calm. I've already passed the stage of curiosity. She didn't say much, but Lin Xiaoya understood what she meant. Lu Di knew more than her, and she knew it earlier. Lin Xiaoya learned bits and pieces about those videos, those anomalies, and the documents given to her father afterward. But they never talked about it directly. It's like a thin sheet of paper. Both of them can see it, but neither of them pokes at it. After finishing his steamed bun, Lu Di wiped his hands. The news said that the Tianqi Special Zone hosted a group of international journalists. Lin Xiaoya looked up. Lu Di handed her the phone. On the screen was a BBC News clipping with an aerial view of Port Dali Square. The first special zone of Apocalypse has been opened to international media on a limited basis for the first time. 3 invited journalists arrived in Port Dali 2 days ago and are conducting independent reporting. Lin Xiaoya stared at the aerial photograph. A clean square, neat lines, apocalyptic symbols gleaming on metal buildings. She suddenly remembered how she looked standing on that land a few months ago. Dust flew, gunshots rang out, and Lin Hao's shoulder was pierced, exposing his metal frame. Now, there's a distribution center and streetlights there. The changes are huge, she said softly. Lu Di put his phone away. Your brother is never slow at doing things. Lin Xiaoya did not respond. She glanced out the window again. The leaves in the grove rustled in the morning breeze. Sunlight streamed through the glass and fell warmly on the floor. Everything seemed calm, but she always felt like something was hanging over her head. Port Dali, 9 a.m. A white protective minibus was parked in front of the hotel. The vehicle is more robust than the one that picked us up yesterday. The windows are made of dark-tinted, bulletproof glass. A communication antenna and a spherical panoramic camera have been added to the roof. Emily walked out of the hotel with her equipment bag on her back. Pierre and Mark were already waiting by the car. Pierre looked grim. The aftermath of last night was clearly still fresh in his mind. His wristband had changed from yellow to green, but his credit score had dropped to 85. This meant he couldn't enter the public viewing area of the administrative center. Mark seemed to be in good spirits. He replaced the battery in the camera and stuffed 2 spare memory cards into his pocket. Where are we going today? Mark asked. The Western Periphery Sand Control Forest Work Area, Emily said. I want to see the labor reform mentioned in yesterday's code with my own eyes. Pierre said in a low voice. Don't you think they've arranged things too smoothly? You apply, they approve. You can go wherever you want. Emily glanced at him. You think you should reject me? I don't think a dictatorship would be this generous to journalists, unless they want you to see specific things. Then let's go and see if it's the specific thing. Pierre said nothing more. The three got into the car. Inside the car sat a liaison officer, also dressed in a black uniform and with an expressionless face, from the Special Administrative Region. He handed over 3 bottles of water and a route map. The journey takes about an hour. After the 7th checkpoint, the road turns into a desert trail along the Western Highway. The work area covers about 2 square kilometers and currently has 320 residents working on afforestation and sand control dike construction. Mark raised his phone to take a picture of the route map. The liaison officer did not stop him. The vehicle starts. After leaving the city of Port Dolly, the scenery quickly turned desolate. The asphalt roads turned into gravel roads, and the shrubbery on both sides disappeared, replaced by an endless expanse of grayish-yellow sand. There were scattered patches of green in the distance. The further west you go, the more greenery there is. Emily leaned closer to the car window. She saw rows of low saplings planted at equal intervals. The saplings were small, mostly only knee-high, but arranged with extreme neatness, as if measured with a ruler. Every 50 meters, there is a T-800 standing there. However, it is different from the model used for urban patrols. These T-800s are larger. The shoulders are noticeably wider, and a folding heavy-duty bulldozer blade is attached to the right arm. The end of the left arm has been replaced with a cylindrical drilling module that is rotating at a steady frequency, drilling seedling holes one after another into the dry, hard sand. Engineering support type. Emily took a picture. Mark leaned closer to look. That drill bit must be half a meter long. The liaison officer calmly stated, the T-800 engineering auxiliary model is equipped with a heavy-duty bulldozer blade and a tree-planting drilling module. The daily workload of a single unit is equivalent to that of 40 adult laborers. Currently, 15 units are deployed in the work area. The vehicle drove into the temporary parking lot in the work area. After getting off the bus, a blast of hot air hit my face. Emily looked around. The work area resembled a normal construction site more than she had imagined. There was a water supply station, a temporary tent rest area, and simple toilets. Hundreds of residents of the Special Economic Zone were bending over and planting saplings beside the pits dug by the T-800, their movements practiced and efficient. She noticed a small group of people who were different from the rest of the residents. They wore uniform gray jumpsuits. There were silver ring devices at the wrists and ankles. A lightweight exoskeleton frame with metal rods was fixed to their backs, extending along the spine to the waist, and then forked to wrap around the outside of the thighs. Labor reformers. They were carrying sandbags. The exoskeleton suits amplified their strength, allowing each person to carry at least 80 kilograms of sandbags at a time, but their range of motion was significantly limited. Their stride was locked by the suit, and their turning speed was restricted. Every 50 steps, they had to pause for 2 seconds in front of a testing stake for positioning verification. Emily approached. One of the modifiers stopped and glanced at her. She was 25 or 26 years old, with an old scar on her face, running from her cheekbone to her ear. What did you do before? Emily asked. The cyborg was panting heavily. Stealing things. Whose was it stolen? Whoever has it will take it. And now. The cyborg looked down at the exoskeleton on his body. Now move the sandbags, he said. Move them for 3 months, then release them. Your points will be reset to 0, and you'll start over. Do you think this is fair? The modder grinned. Moose's old rule was that if you were caught stealing, your hand would be chopped off. If you were caught stealing a woman, you'd be hung on a street lamp. He raised his hands. All 10 fingers are still there. Which one do you think is fair? The testing station beeped. The modified user bent down, hoisted the sandbag, and continued walking forward. The hydraulic joints of the exoskeleton emitted a soft hissing sound. Emily returned to the side of the parking lot. Mark is filming a series of shots showing the T-800 engineering machines operating simultaneously. 15 machines are drilling, filling soil, and watering in perfect sync. The footage is visually striking. Pierre stood to the side, his expression complex. He was thinking about those fake photos from last night. Then he looked at the real desert before him. Real saplings, real sweat, real exoskeletons. He took out his phone, hesitated for a moment, and then started taking pictures. Emily walked to the edge of the work area, facing the desert. The distant sand dunes trembled slightly in the heat. She raised her camera and aimed it at the vast, empty horizon. There was nothing in the viewfinder except sand. She pressed the shutter. 5,000 meters underground. Linyi looked at a real-time, overhead view of the work area. 3 reporters were marked with green dots around the parking lot. Hundreds of residents were marked with blue dots that moved slowly within the work area. The white dots of the engineering T-800 were arranged in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, in the northwest direction of the scene, 2 kilometers away in the dried-up riverbed, 32 red dots are slowly moving eastward. They had been walking for 4 hours, using the sand dunes for cover and crawling in a low posture. The Tianqi thermal imaging satellite clearly marks the real-time body temperature, heart rate, and respiratory rate of each point of light. Report: the Brotherhood attack force has advanced to within 1.7 kilometers of the work area's perimeter. They are deploying their attack formation between M14 and M17 units in the dunes. 4 javelin launchers are pointed at the northeast outpost, parking lot, water station, and engineering T-800 group. Rifle crews of 18 are deployed in 3 lines. Estimated attack time: within 12 to 15 minutes. Linyi raised his hand. Start live stream backup. Record simultaneously from all angles. Activated. The Dollyport satellite link, the Tianwang 1 bionic monitor cluster in the work area, and the Tianning 1 optical array in a high-altitude region are all in real-time recording mode. Data stream, triple backup, local storage, low Earth orbit relay satellite, and quantum encrypted cloud storage. T-800 standby cluster status. Alpha formation of 12 units. Bunker positions ready. Beta formation of 6 units. Ready at the southern end of the riverbed. Gamma formation of 3 units. Ready on the eastern high ground. All units have 0 heat source leakage and are in silent standby. Skyhawk 1. 2 Skyhawk. 1 helicopter circled at an altitude of 30,000 meters. Optical stealth was activated. They could descend to within 4.7 seconds, reaching an altitude of 50 meters above the work area. Su Yan sat in front of the control panel, staring at the red dots. It's 1.7 kilometers. Linyi did not move. Wait for them to fire the first shot. Su Yan swallowed hard. On the screen, the red dots stopped moving. The formation is now fully deployed. The heat signals from the 4 javelin launchers began to rise. Someone was powering them on to preheat them. Linyi's gaze shifted to the work area. Emily was standing at the edge of the parking lot, facing the desert. Her camera was pointed at the empty horizon. 15 minutes later, a fire will appear on the horizon. Linyi yachet herretrating figure. Give reporters plenty of time to take pictures, he said. Su Yan did not reply. The control room was so quiet that only the hum of the equipment could be heard. Then, the data stream on the right side of the screen suddenly started to jump. Warning! Javelin missile launch signal detected. M16 Dune, azimuth 047, elevation 12 degrees. Target: northeast guard post in the work area. Flight time: 3.2 seconds. A white plume of smoke rose from behind the sand dunes, cutting across the desert horizon. Chapter 108, 30 seconds of calm. RPG? No, it's a Javelin missile. Much faster than an RPG. Much more accurate than an RPG. The first thing Emily saw was light. It wasn't sunlight. It was an extremely thin white line shooting out from the top of a sand dune in the northwest, trailing a grayish-white column of smoke, hurtling towards the northeast corner of the work area at a speed almost impossible for her eyes to follow. Then there's the sound. The guard post, an empty shell made of sheet metal and prefabricated panels, exploded in front of her. The shockwave arrived before the sound. A scorching wave swept across the parking lot, overturning a folding table and sending several empty water bottles flying. Then came the sound of the explosion. It wasn't the deep boom you see in movies. Instead, it was a sharp, tearing sound like someone ripping a steel plate in two right next to her ear. Emily's body reacted before her brain did. She crouched down, her hands covering her head, her back pressed against the rear wheel of the protective vehicle. The camera, hanging around her neck, slammed into the ground, lens pointing downwards. 2 seconds later, she looked up. All that remained of the former sentry post was a billowing cloud of black smoke and twisted, deformed pieces of sheet metal. Flames leaped from the center of the ruins, whipped about by the desert wind. A burst of gunfire could be heard in the distance. It wasn't just one gun. It was many guns. She turned her head to look in the direction of the gunshot. Behind the sand dunes to the northwest, A dozen or so figures were emerging. They were driving two dilapidated Toyota pickup trucks and a modified off-road vehicle, rushing down from the gap in the dunes, raising clouds of dust. A heavy machine gun was mounted on the truck bed. Someone was standing in the truck bed, gripping the machine gun handle, and firing wildly towards the work area. The bullets hit the sand, sending up rows of yellow sand columns. Screams erupted simultaneously from the work area. Emily instinctively raised the camera. Her hands were trembling, but the camera was steady. 20 years of battlefield experience took over her muscles at that moment. She saw everything through the viewfinder. Hundreds of residents who were planting trees began running towards the center of the work area. There was no scattering or trampling. They ran in the same direction to the location of the two engineering T-800s. The engineering-grade T-800 has ceased drilling operations. Their reaction was incredibly fast. Both machines simultaneously retracted their drilling modules and bulldozer blades, unfolding their right arms into a large alloy shield. Then they stood side by side, like two moving walls, blocking the residents from the gunfire. The bullet hit the alloy shield. Ding, 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 ding. A series of crisp metallic clangs rang out. Sparks flew from the shield's surface, but not a single bullet penetrated it. Residents crouched behind two T-800 engineering vehicles, their heads huddled together. Children were crying. Women were shielding even smaller children with their bodies. Emily's camera panned across these faces. Fear, but not chaos. These people are trained. They know where to run. They know where to crouch. They were taught by apocalypse. Pierre lay prone on the other side of the protective vehicle. His face was deathly pale. The miniature camera in his hand fell to the ground, but he didn't bother to pick it up. Mark knelt at the front of the vehicle, holding the camera aloft with both hands, the lens pointed at the charging convoy. His lips moved, but no sound came out. The second Javelin missile has been launched. This time, the target is the parking lot. Emily's heart skipped a beat the moment she saw the white line rise from the sand dune. She didn't have time to run, but the missile did not land in the parking lot. A dark figure descended from the sky. It's not a decrease. It's an appearance. A Skyhawk, one anti-gravity aircraft, swooped down from an altitude of 30,000 meters at an almost instantaneous speed to a height of 50 meters above the work area. Its black, teardrop-shaped fuselage reflected a cold metallic luster in the sunlight. It made no sound, no roar of engines, no hum of propellers. There was only one shadow, and the hissing sound of air being cut as the shadow passes by. The Skyhawk, one emits an invisible electromagnetic pulse wave. The electronic guidance system of the Javelin missile, which was in flight, malfunctioned instantly. The missile veered off course and plunged into an open sandy area 30 meters away from the parking lot, creating a 2-meter deep crater. Sand and dust shot into the air and then fell back down with a clatter. Emily's face was covered in sand. She wiped the sand from her eyes and continued filming. Then she saw those T-800s. It's not an engineering project. It's another kind. 3 humanoid robots stood up from the sandy ground outside the work area. It's like the desert itself is standing up. They were covered in a sand-colored camouflage coating that perfectly matched the ground. As they stood upright from their bunkers, the sand and dust slid off, revealing the cold titanium alloy skeleton and dark gray tactical armor modules beneath. He was 1.95 meters tall, broad shoulders and a wide back. His face was expressionless. His pupils, if they could be called pupils, emitted a pale blue light. Each machine had a short, thick, tubular weapon mounted on its right arm. The barrel is jet black, with 3 ring-shaped firing ports at the front. There is no muzzle and no magazine. T-800 Riot Control electromagnetic vibration gun. 3 T-800s moved forward simultaneously, heading towards the Brotherhood convoy as it charges. Facing you. The gunner in the assault convoy spotted the 3 dark figures emerging from the sand. Instinctively, he turned his machine gun and pulled the trigger. 12.7 millimeters heavy machine gun bullets poured out at a speed of 800 meters per second. Tracer bullets left streaks of orange light in the air. All hits. The bullets hit the T-800's chest armor, shoulder armor, and faceplate. Sparks. Shards. The dull thud of metal colliding. The T-800 did not stop. It didn't even slow down. Through the camera's telephoto lens, Emily clearly saw the effect of the bullet hitting the T-800. The bullet was deflected by the alloy surface, leaving a dent in the armor no deeper than missing information. She made an estimate. 3 millimeters. At most 3 millimeters. The lead T-800 raised its right arm. The 3 annular firing ports of the electromagnetic vibration gun simultaneously lit up with a pale blue light. There was no sound. No, there were. But it wasn't gunfire. It's a low-frequency, teeth-grinding buzz. Like something is resonating. Like bones vibrating. The pulse wave propagates forward in an invisible form. The first pickup truck was the first to be hit. Its engine suddenly stalled while driving at full speed. All the indicator lights on the dashboard went out at the same time. The steering wheel locked. Propelled by inertia, the car slid for another 10 meters or so before plunging headfirst into the sand, the front end buried half a meter deep. The gunner in the truck bed was thrown off and crashed heavily to the ground, his gun flying from his hand. The second pickup truck and SUV lost power almost simultaneously. The engine stalled, all electronic systems went out, and the headlights shattered. The two vehicles came to a wobbly stop, like two animals whose tendons had suddenly been severed. The pulse wave continues forward. Those Brotherhood members who jumped off the vehicle and tried to continue firing with their M4 rifles were all rendered incapacitated the moment the pulse wave swept over their bodies. It wasn't defeated by force. It was paralyzed from within. Infrasound waves act on the vestibular system of the inner ear and the balance center of the cerebellum, causing severe dizziness and vomiting reflexes. High-frequency electromagnetic pulses interfere with the electrical signal transmission of the human nervous system, causing involuntary spasmodic contractions of the muscles in the limbs within a very short time. A mercenary had just raised his M4 to aim at the T-800, his finger not even having time to pull the trigger, when his entire arm began to tremble violently. The muzzle drew a large circle, and all the bullets went into the sky. Then his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground sideways. Another gunner who was loading javelin missiles suddenly bent over, and stomach acid gushed from his mouth, splashing onto the launch tube. One after another, like a machine that has been turned off. 3 T-800s drove through the wreckage of the convoy, slowly passing each fallen person. They don't finish off opponents. They don't kick people. They don't trample. Just walk over. The blue light from the electromagnetic concussion bomb cast a cold shadow on the sand. The remaining Brotherhood members began to flee. But they can't escape. From the southern end of the dried-up riverbed, 6 T-800 rapid response aircraft are closing in at more than twice the speed of a human sprint champion. Their feet leave deep imprints on the sand, each stride covering 3 meters. On the eastern high ground, 3 T-800 sniper rifles opened fire simultaneously. The electromagnetic stun grenade struck 3 men attempting to carry javelin tubes over the dune with pins. They were pulled back as if by an invisible hand, their bodies stiffening as they fell backward. The javelin tubes slipped from their hands and rolled into the sand. Idris Muhammad was the last to fall. He didn't run. He crouched behind the overturned SUV, grabbed an M4, and aimed it at the nearest T-800. He pulled the trigger. Full automatic. The 30-round magazine was emptied in 3 seconds. T-800 glanced down at the 20-odd shallow dents that had appeared on its chest armor. Then he looked up at Idris. The blue light in his pupils was cool and sharp in the midday sun. It raised its right arm. Buzz! Idris's body stiffened as if electrocuted. The M4 slipped from his fingers. He opened his mouth to shout, but only a hoarse gasp escaped his throat. Then he fell face down into the sand. It fell silent. The entire work area fell silent. Emily slowly stood up straight. Her camera was recording continuously. She glanced down at the time code. From the moment the first missile hit the guard post to the moment the last attacker fell. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. 32 fully armed mercenaries, carrying javelin anti-tank missiles and heavy machine guns, were all subdued within 30 seconds. No one died. No one on the attacking side died. No one on the defending side died. No civilians died. No journalists died. Emily's hands were still trembling, but her mind was already racing. Pierre crawled out from behind the armored vehicle. His knees were covered in sand, and there was a bloody scratch on his face from the scrapes of metal. He stared at the Brotherhood members lying on the ground and the motionless T-800s. His lips moved a few times, but he didn't utter a single word. Mark was the first to stand up and go to the battlefield. He held up a camera, the lens close to the back of a turned-off pickup truck. Ammunition boxes and M4 carbines were scattered in the truck bed. Mark's lens was pointed at the side of an M4 receiver. It has clear English inscriptions and serial numbers printed on it. Colt Defense LLC, Hartford, CT USA. Colt Defense, Hartford, Connecticut. Made in the USA. Mark aimed at the ammunition box again. Olive green. Standard U.S. military uniform. A white label was affixed to the inside of the box lid. The label bore the military stock number and production date. After Mark finished taking the picture, he glanced back at Emily. Their eyes met in the air. No need to speak. American weapons. Standard U.S. military stockpile. Found in the hands of terrorists who attacked civilians and international journalists in Apocalypse District. Emily took a deep breath. She walked toward the nearest T-800. The T-800 stood beside 3 collapsed Brotherhood members. It was riddled with bullet holes, or rather bullet marks. Dozens of shallow dents. The deepest, no more than 3 millimeters deep. May I take a picture? Emily asked. T-800 turned to look at her. A flash of blue light appeared in his eyes. Can. Emily raised the camera. The camera pans across the bullet holes in the T-800, the electromagnetic oscillation gun in its hand, the mercenary lying at its feet, and the M4A1 with Made in USA printed on it next to the mercenary. In the same frame. Protector. And attacker. And the source of the attacker's weapons. Emily pressed the record button. Then she turned to face the camera. The wind and sand blew through her short, golden hair. Behind her were the burning ruins of a sentry post, fallen mercenaries. 800 standing motionless, and hundreds of civilians protected by 2 alloy shields. She took a deep breath and spoke her first words in the most steady voice she had used in 20 years. I am Emily Watson. I am currently standing in the Sand Control Forest work area of Apocalypse 1st Special District. 30 seconds ago, this place was attacked by an organized armed force. The attackers used American-made Javelin anti-tank missiles and M4A1 carbines. What protects me are Apocalypse's robots. The above is what I saw with my own eyes. Chapter 109, the whole world is watching these 30 seconds. Emily spent 40 minutes organizing the materials. She sat in the back seat of the protective vehicle, dust still clinging to her hair, untouched. Her laptop rested on her lap as she edited the live video footage, dividing it into 3 segments. The missile attack, the T-800's counterattack, and close-ups of the weapons. The written transcript was short, 600 words, devoid of adjectives, consisting entirely of key moments and objective descriptions. The accompanying liaison officer stood outside the car and handed in a bottle of water. Your network. Emily looked up. The liaison officer, expressionless, said, Your external network port has been temporarily opened for 2 hours. There is no limit to the transmission bandwidth. Emily paused for a moment. She did not apply. The liaison officer seemed to sense her doubt. The Special Administrative Region's Administrative Center has determined that this attack involves international public safety, and related news materials are not within the scope of control. Emily nodded. She didn't ask any further questions. She opened her email client, compressed the original video file, the transcript, and 17 high-resolution photos into a single package, and sent it to the encrypted inbox at the London headquarters. The progress bar has been moving for 40 seconds. Sending complete. She closed her laptop, leaned back in her chair, and closed her eyes briefly. The echo of the explosion still lingered in her ears. Pierre climbed in from outside the car, his face covered with bandages after the bloodstains were removed. He plopped down opposite Emily and remained silent for a long while. Did you send it? It's been sent. Pierre rubbed the sand off his palms. The photos my informant showed me last night were fake. Emily opened her eyes and looked at him. And these today, Pierre glanced out the car window. In the distance, T-800s were securing the limbs of the collapsed Brotherhood members one by one and loading them onto transport trucks. The movements were unhurried, like stacking goods. These are real. Emily did not comment. Mark leaned over from the front of the car. Dude, did you see what's printed on those guns? Colt. Made in the USA. I fucking recorded a close-up. Pierre didn't respond. Mark retreated again, watching the footage on his camera while muttering something. 10 a.m. London time. The analysis room on the 2nd floor of the Grey Meridian headquarters. Jason Miller's coffee went cold for the 3rd time. On the screen in front of him, a video Emily had sent back was playing. The image was shaky, a natural result of handheld shooting, but the content was so clear it made one's stomach churn. The white plume of a Javelin missile. The moment the guard post exploded. Then there were the 3 T-800s that grew out of the sand. Sparks flew as heavy machine gun bullets struck the alloy armor. After the invisible pulse wave swept across, the 32 armed men collapsed one after another, as if their power had been cut off. Finally, Mark's lens zoomed in on the side of the receiver of an M4 rifle. Colt Defense LLC, Hartft, CT USA. The letters are clearly visible. Jason paused the video on this frame. He took off his glasses and pressed hard on his brow. His assistant stood there, not daring to utter a sound. That idiot Robert, Jason finally spoke. He picked up his phone and dialed Singapore's encrypted line. Busy. He dialed again. Still busy. The third time I accepted. You saw it. Robert's voice was flat. You fucking bastard. Jason lowered his voice. You said frame apocalypse. You told me the weapons would be packaged as evidence of Apocalypse's atrocities. And what happened? They wiped it out in 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Your mercenaries didn't even hurt a single civilian. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone. Get rid of that video. Robert's voice remained calm. Jason was stunned. What? You have back-end editing privileges for the original footage Emily sent back. Change the text description in the weapon close-up section. Change American Standard to unknown origin. Crop the inscriptions from the images. Use the modified version when publishing. Jason opened his mouth. This is her own video already. She used your encrypted email address. The file passed through your server. You had editing privileges. Jason's hand, holding the phone, was sweating. Hurry, before she contacts other channels. The call ended. Jason put down his phone. He looked at the pause frame on the screen, at the inscription on the M4 rifle. Then he opened the back-end management panel. Hover your mouse over Emily's email attachment. Right-click. Edit. A password verification window popped up. Jason entered a 16-digit administrator password. Pass. He entered edit mode. He selected a section in the text that read, the source of the weapon was confirmed on-site to be Colt Defense Incorporated of the United States, and prepared to replace it. My fingers just touched the keyboard. The entire screen went black. It's not shutting down. It's that all displayed content is cleared within a fraction of a second and replaced with a white text box on a pure black background. There are only 2 lines of text in the text box. Warning, unauthorized alteration of the original news material has been detected. The Grey Meridian London server has been locked. Any further modifications will trigger a global internet shutdown penalty, including, but not limited to, public disclosure of all your client contracts, fund flows, and content manipulation records. Jason's hands hovered above the keyboard, motionless. Sweat slid down his forehead. He slowly, very slowly, withdrew his hand. The warning text on the screen remained for 5 seconds, then disappeared. The page returned to normal. However, all the edit function buttons were grayed out and unclickable. The assistant next to him leaned over for a look and turned pale. Boss, this is... Jason ignored him. He stared at the screen, his mind racing. Then he stood up and pushed his chair back. Don't touch that file. What about Robert's side? Let him die. Jason picked up his coat. I haven't been to the office today. Neither have you. He's gone. Emily's original video appeared on the homepage of the world's largest streaming platform 2 hours later. Pinned to the top. Forced recommendation. The title is very straightforward. 30 seconds. Apocalypse robots annihilate armed assault teams. Origin of US-made Javelin missiles remains a mystery. No one knows how this video bypassed the platform's review process and made it directly to the homepage. The platform's content operations director later stated in an interview that the recommendation algorithm experienced abnormal fluctuations, but declined to provide further details. 3 hours. 200 million views. The comments section exploded. Internet users from all over the world, speaking various languages, flooded in, so fast that comments needed buffering to load. The top comment in the English section has 470,000 likes. I watched it 9 times. A heavy machine gun hitting that thing is like hitting a wall. What kind of material is this? Human technology can't make this thing. The second post has 320,000 likes. So nobody cares that those missiles are marked made in USA? How did American weapons end up in the hands of terrorists to attack British journalists? The third point, with 280,000 likes. 30 seconds. 32 people. 0 deaths. Protected hundreds of civilians and 3 foreign journalists. And then you tell me Apocalypse is a threat? Threatened to whom? The Arabic-speaking, French-speaking, and Chinese-speaking regions experienced simultaneous outbreaks. On the Chinese internet, the hashtag 30 seconds to suppress the rebellion, immediately topped the trending searches. Related topics garnered over 1.5 billion views within 2 hours. Discussions in the technology sector were even more intense. A military blogger analyzed frame by frame how many 12.7mm bullets the T-800 had taken, concluding that it had taken at least 40, with the deepest dent on the armor surface not exceeding 3mm. A materials science professor published a lengthy article stating that no known alloy on Earth can achieve this level of protection at this thickness, unless it is some kind of undisclosed nanocomposite structure. Someone made a GIF of the T-800 releasing an electromagnetic pulse with the caption, "When your boss says, knock them all out, but don't kill them." It has been forwarded over 1 million times. But what truly turned the storm of public opinion into a political tsunami was weaponry. Javelin missile, M4A1, U.S. military standard ammunition box. All the serial numbers were clearly captured in the video. The Guardian's editorial team held an emergency meeting 40 minutes after the video was released. After reading the full text report sent by Emily, the editor-in-chief made a decision for the front page the following day. At the same time, the editor-in-chief of Le Monde personally called Pierre to confirm the details. Pierre recounted the entire incident over the phone, including the part where he was deceived by the fake informant the previous night. "Are you sure those weapons are real?" the editor-in-chief pressed. "I handled it and examined it." Pierre's voice was a little hoarse. "The tags, serial numbers, barrel engravings, it's all genuine. Not a prop, not a refurbished part. It's something that came out of the regular U.S. military inventory." The next morning, the Guardian front page, U.S. missile strike on British journalists thwarted in 30 seconds in Apocalypse District. Le Monde front page, Delta Force's 30-second Apocalypse Force showcases cutting-edge military technology. Both reports included Emily and Pierre's signatures, photos from the scene, and high-resolution close-ups of the weapon inscriptions. Reprinted globally. Washington, D.C., the White House press briefing room. The regular press conference started half an hour earlier than usual. When press spokesperson Sarah Tomlin walked to the front of the stage, all 200 seats were full. More than 20 people had squeezed in at the last minute. The red lights of the cameras were densely packed, like a glowing wall. She had barely placed a folder on the podium when the first question came flying at her. "Sarah, has the Pentagon responded to the U.S.-made FGM-148 Javelin missiles that appeared in the attack on Apocalypse District?" Sarah opened the folder. "Regarding the video content circulating on the internet recently, is the missile serial number real?" The second reporter stood up. "As I said, the relevant departments are currently handling it. CBS has confirmed that the stock number of that batch of Javelins belongs to the batch delivered to the Middle East Theater in 2021. Was the White House aware of this? I cannot comment on unverified information." Emily Watson is a war correspondent with 20 years of experience, and her reporting has been endorsed by the BBC and The Guardian. "What do you mean by unverified?" Sarah's fingers clenched tightly at the edge of the folder. "Is the U.S. government funding terrorist attacks against international journalists? This accusation is completely unfounded. The serial number is right there. Did you even watch that video?" The reporters' voices grew louder. Some stood up, some waved. The sound of camera shutters clicking filled the air. Sarah closed the folder. "We are investigating this matter with the highest priority. I will not comment until the investigation is completed. This concludes today's press conference." She turned and walked backstage. The shouts from behind caught up. "Sarah, were those 100 Navy SEALs detained by Apocalypse from the same source as these weapons?" The door closed behind her. Chapter 110, Who will take the blame for the White House? The air conditioning in the White House's underground situation room is kept at 20 degrees Celsius year-round. But today, all 7 people sitting on either side of the long table felt cold. The president was the last to enter. He didn't sit in the main seat, but stood in front of a giant electronic screen. The screen was playing a loop of the 30-second video that had been reposted more than 400 million times by media outlets in 27 languages worldwide. He stared at the inscription on the receiver of the M4 rifle in the image for a full 10 seconds. Then turned around. "Can anyone tell me why Javelin missiles manufactured by Colt and shipped from our military depot ended up in the hands of terrorists who attacked British journalists?" No one spoke. CIA Director Hank Brennan sat at the second seat on the left side of the long table. His folder was open, but he didn't open it. Hank, the way the president called him by his name, was so flat. It was chilling. How many documents have I signed regarding your operations in the Delta? Brennan cleared his throat. Mr. President, regarding the direction of Apocalypse 1st Special District, the CIA has submitted 3 operational memoranda, all of which have been signed and authorized by you. But what are the contents of these 3 memoranda? I'm not asking about the memo. The president interrupted him. I'm asking how the Javelin missiles ended up in the hands of a bunch of former warlords. Brennan's finger touched the edge of the folder. The transfer of these weapons was handled through an external contractor. Robert Xie, managing partner of Pacific Abundance Capital, is responsible for resource allocation through several unofficial channels in the Asia-Pacific region. Outsourced contractors? Defense Secretary Richard Grant stepped in from the other side of the long table. His voice wasn't loud, but every word carried weight. Hank, you mentioned external contractors, okay. Then explain the data I have here. Grant pushed a printed document to the center of the table. The inventory number of this batch of FGM 148 Javelin belongs to the military aid batch delivered to the Middle East Theater in the 3rd quarter of 2021. There are a total of 7 signatures on the outbound approval chain. The 4th one is the Deputy Director of your Langley Counterterrorism Center. The 6th one is my representative from the Pentagon Middle East Military Advisory Committee. Grant tapped the table. So this approval chain was never the work of an external contractor from the beginning. It was a genuine cross-departmental joint approval process. It followed the Gray List. Gray List. Everyone present understood. It was a non-public procedure used by the CIA to deliver weapons to non-allied armed forces, nominally authorized by the president, but often interpreted in a more elaborate way by each stage of the process. To put it bluntly, it's a systemic gray area. The president looked at Grant, then at Brennan. So, you 2 departments signed the document together, and then you're trying to shift the blame to the external contractor? Brennan finally couldn't keep his composure any longer. Mr. President, what was the original purpose of these weapons? I don't care about the original purpose, the president said, raising his voice by half an octave. What I care about is that television stations all over the world are broadcasting that our Javelin missile nearly killed a British journalist. Did you see the BBC's front page headline? U.S. missile strikes British journalist. Do you think the words original purpose can cover that up? Silence. The hum of the air conditioner filled the command room. Secretary of State Patricia Hall stood up. She was wearing a dark blue suit, her hair neatly tucked behind her ears, but she spoke 30% faster than usual. Mr. President, the most urgent task right now is not to hold people accountable, but to put out the fire. What's the meaning? What I mean is, Patricia glanced at Brennan and Grant, that accountability can be done behind closed doors. But the window is broken, and the wind is already blowing in. The British Foreign Office summoned our ambassador to the UK 30 minutes ago. She opened her tablet and read aloud the core content of a diplomatic note. The British government expresses serious concern over the armed attack on British citizen Emily Watson in Apocalypse District 1. Given that the weapons used in the attack have been preliminarily identified as U.S.-made military equipment, the UK demands that the U.S. provide a formal, written explanation within 72 hours regarding the origin of the weapons and the relevant approval chain. Patricia put down the tablet. 72 hours. That's the wording of the ultimatum. Grant snorted. The British are giving us an ultimatum? Richard, don't rush. Patricia turned to him. England is one dimension. France is another. She then retrieved another text. The French president's exact words at a press conference at the Élysée Palace 2 hours ago. The actions of certain major powers in supplying lethal weapons to chaotic regions are destroying the counterterrorism framework that the international community has worked on for decades. France will push for an investigation and accountability for such actions at the UN Security Council level. Patricia looked up. He didn't name names, but the whole world could tell who he was talking about. Grant clenched his fist on the table. This group of French people. The French foreign minister has spoken with the Chinese foreign minister. Patricia's speech was rapid. We haven't received the full transcript of the call yet, but our intelligence station in Paris has sent back a key phrase, joint proposal. The temperature in the command center dropped another 2 degrees. Joint proposal. China and France jointly submitted a proposal to the UN Security Council. The proposal's content is predictable. an investigation into the U.S.'s provision of military equipment to non-state armed forces. Whether such a proposal can pass is one thing, but as long as it's put on the table, the United States must exercise its veto power. However, rejecting it would be tantamount to admitting one's guilty conscience in front of the whole world. The president walked to the table and placed his hands on it. Hank, exist. Robert Sheehan. Where is he now? Brennan turned a page of the document. His last confirmed location was in Singapore, but his cell phone signal disappeared 40 minutes ago. Disappeared? Shut down his phone or remove the SIM card. We are tracking his backup communication devices and hotel records. Where are you chasing? The president straightened up. From now on, all operation codenames associated with Robert Shee are frozen. All projects on the gray list that pass through his hands are sealed off one by one. The internal investigation team must be assembled by this afternoon. Brennan opened his mouth. Mr. President, Robert controls the operations of at least 17 unofficial channels in the Asia-Pacific region. A blanket ban would be ineffective. A blanket approach. The president didn't give him a chance to finish speaking. You think it's a loss? You calculate how much those 17 channels are worth in total, and then calculate how much my approval rating is left. Brennan swallowed the rest of his sentence. The president glanced at both sides of the long table. Richard, find out who the Pentagon co-signers are on your end. Give me the results within 3 days. Grant nodded. Patricia, you handle the British note personally. Be humble. Use vague wording. Try to drag it out from 72 hours to 144 hours. Patricia frowned. Mr. President, this can only be delayed. Delaying won't solve the problem. What about the British media? I know. The president waved his hand. But I need time. At least 5 days to figure out which link in the approval chain went wrong or which link was deliberately being lenient. Until that's clear, I can't make any substantive response to the public. He glanced at the White House chief of staff, who had remained silent in the corner. Chris, give a news team the same message. Use under investigation and no comment on unverified sources. Anyone who adds anything extra will have to pack their bags. The chief of staff nodded. The president took one last look at the video feed on the screen. The T-800 stood in the sunlight, its chest riddled with bullet holes, next to a pile of fallen mercenaries. He pressed the remote control, and the screen went black. Meeting adjourned. The crowd began to rise. Brennan closed his folder and stood up faster than anyone else, clearly eager to leave the room as soon as possible. Hank, the president called out to him from behind. Brennan turned around. You previously reported to me that the SEALs operations were low-risk information gathering. Brennan did not reply. 100 people went to gather information, fully armed, and they were all wiped out. Now they're using Javelin missiles to bomb journalists. The president's voice was very soft, but the echo in the Situation Room was excellent. Hank, do you think I'm easy to fool? Brennan's Adam's apple bobbed. Mr. President, Get out. I need to see Robert Shee's complete operational file within 5 days. If there's not a single false word in the file, you'll go before him. Brennan nodded, turned, and went out the door. His 2 assistants followed him down the corridor. One of them handed him his cell phone. Chief, it's CNN's live broadcast. Brennan took it and glanced at it. CNN's international news channel is currently broadcasting a special program. The scrolling text at the bottom of the screen reads, Exclusive. Pentagon Weapons Tracking System shows Javelin missile stockpile serial numbers used in the attack on Apocalypse District perfectly match 2021 Middle East military aid shipments. In the footage, a former Pentagon weapons auditor is being interviewed. Cross-checking these batch numbers isn't actually complicated. Anyone with a military procurement background can see that the distribution path of these weapons is irregular. Legitimate military aid involves end-user certificates and third-party verification. But things on the gray list. He paused for a moment. Items on the gray list do not have end-user certificates. That is to say, once they leave our warehouse, no one knows where they go, who they are given to, or what they're used for. The host pressed further. Then who signed off on approving this batch of weapons to be placed on the gray list? This requires the joint signature of at least 3 departments. Which 3 exactly? He gave a meaningful look. I believe my journalist friends are better at digging than I am. Brennan returned the phone to his assistant. Report the location of Robert's backup communication device to me as soon as possible. Yes. In addition, Brennan slowed his pace. The people at Washington Station searched his safe house in Singapore. All hard drives, all USB drives, all paper documents. Don't leave a single piece of paper. The assistant hesitated for a moment. Chief, what if Robert discovers the safe house has been cleared? He won't find out. Brennan continued walking. Because from now on, he's no longer one of us. The assistant didn't say anything more. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the White House underground corridor, their pace quickening as they walked. At the same time, Al Jazeera's Arabic channel is broadcasting a set of data on a loop. The production team cross-referenced publicly available databases worldwide and compiled an estimated total value of between $4.7 billion and $6.2 billion for the amount of weapons the United States has transferred to the Middle East and Africa through the gray list over the past 5 years. Below the data chart is a line of large red text. Who is paying the terrorists? This report was shared over 8 million times on social media in the Middle East within an hour. In the comments section, an Arabic comment was pushed to the top. It translated to only one sentence. They've been bombing us for 20 years, and now they're even bombing their own journalists. The number of likes is still soaring. Meanwhile, in Geneva, the duty secretary of the UN Human Rights Council has just received a formal letter from the French permanent mission. Letter title: Draft Proposal to Establish a Special Commission of Inquiry to conduct an independent investigation into the transfer of lethal military equipment by the United States to non-state armed forces. Signatories: France and China. After reading the first page, the duty secretary picked up the red internal telephone on the table. Help me get to the Secretary General's office. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It had been exactly 18 hours since Emily's video was released. Chapter 1:11, The Discarded Chess Piece. Robert, she stood in the hotel bathroom for 20 minutes. The hot water from the shower head cascaded over his back, the steam turning the entire mirror white. He wasn't taking a shower. He was waiting for a phone call. 3 hours ago, he sent his fourth encrypted email to Langley headquarters. The status bar for the first 3 emails showed delivered, but there was no reply. The fourth email failed to send. System notification: the authorization token has expired. He tried his alternate email address. The same message appeared. I tried a third one. I can't even open the login page. Robert turned off the shower, dried himself, wrapped himself in a towel, and walked to the bedside table. He pulled out the satellite phone from a hidden compartment. It only had Brennan's direct liaison officer's number. Power on. The screen lit up for 2 seconds, and then a message popped up. SIM card not registered. Robert stared at that line of text for a long time. He put the satellite phone back in the hidden compartment, got dressed, picked up his room key, and went out. The elevator took him down to the underground parking garage. His rented black Mercedes was still parked in a corner on level B2. The car doors weren't locked. He remembered locking them himself. Robert opened the car door and bent down to check the glove box. Empty. The waterproof document bag he had placed inside was missing. It contained 2 spare passports, 3 prepaid SIM cards, and a wad of cash. The trunk was empty too. The hardshell suitcase he'd placed inside, the one containing the 3 encrypted hard drives, didn't even have a scratch on its handle. Robert straightened up, his back pressed against the car body, and stood for 30 seconds under the fluorescent lights of the underground parking garage. He then returned to the hotel lobby and hailed a taxi. Orchard Road, HSBC. 20 minutes later, he stood in front of the HSBC private bank counter. I need to check my account balance. The teller scanned his ID, tapped a few keys on the keyboard, and looked up with a somewhat troubled expression. Mr. Xie, your account is currently frozen. What's the reason? The system indicates this is a compliance review freeze order from the U.S. Treasury Department's OFAC. We cannot provide details regarding the specific reasons. We suggest you contact your U.S. bank. Robert didn't listen to the end. He turned and walked out of the bank. The sun was shining brightly. Pedestrians came and went on Orchard Road, some carrying shopping bags, others waiting for grab on the roadside. No one gave him a second glance. Robert stood on the sidewalk and took out his personal cell phone. Brennan's number was still in his contacts. He dialed it. Beep, beep, beep. The number you dialed is not in service. Please verify and dial again. The number is invalid. It's not that the phone is off, nor is it a busy tone. It's a disconnected number. He's used this number for 6 years. He calls at least 3 times a month. They even spoke last week. The number is currently invalid. Robert put his phone back in his pocket. He found a bench by the roadside and sat down. The sun was shining on his knees. His mind was racing. All communication permissions were revoked. The satellite phone SIM card was canceled. The spare passport and hard drive were removed from the car. Bank accounts were frozen. Brennan's phone number became invalid. He hasn't visited the safe houses in Singapore yet, but he doesn't need to. Only a CIA agent could open the car door without his knowledge and take the document bag and suitcase without leaving a trace. The safe house has definitely been cleared out as well. Robert leaned back on the bench, looking at the mannequins in the shop windows across the street. He was cut up, clean and tidy. Not even a trace was left. Brennan needs someone to take the blame for the White House. The Javelin missile approval chain, the signing of gray lists, the Brotherhood's armed attacks. All of these things need a final point of contact. And he, the managing partner of Pacific Abundance Capital and the head of the CIA's Asia-Pacific Business Penetration Outpost, is that terminal node. It has been from the very beginning. Robert touched his personal cell phone in his pocket. It was the only usable electronic device he had, but he didn't make any more calls. He sat on the bench for 40 minutes. Then he got up and walked back along Orchard Road. As Robert passed a Starbucks, an Asian man in a gray polo shirt was reading a newspaper at the entrance. As Robert walked past him, the man turned the page. A small note slipped out from the middle of the newspaper and landed on Robert's shoe. Robert didn't look down. He took 5 more steps forward, pretending to tie his shoelaces, and clutched the note in his hand. Back in the hotel room. Lock the door. Draw the curtains. He unfolded the note under the desk lamp. The note was small, on ordinary sticky paper, with handwritten handwriting in French. R. Langley has burned the bridge. You're now completely exposed. Do not use any electronic devices to contact anyone. Apocalypse's surveillance capabilities far exceed your expectations. Any signal accessing the network will be captured and located within 0.3 seconds. Penang, 12 kilometers south of Georgetown, at the end of Sungay Pinning Road, Palm Bay Estate. Someone will pick you up. Arrive within 2 days. By land. Do not fly. Do not use your passport. Use the documents provided in the attachment for transit. Burn this piece of paper. Leave all your electronic devices in your hotel room. Cell phone, watch, earphones, power bank, everything. Carry only enough cash for one person to walk around in. Ede. Robert turned the note over. On the back was a plastic card the size of a Malaysian ID card, with his photo on it and an unfamiliar name. Tuan Ed. Victor Leon, the de facto head of operations for the Freemasonry Asia-Pacific branch. Swiss national, residing in Kuala Lumpur. Robert had met him twice. Once at a private dinner at the Peninsula Hotel in Hong Kong, and once at an unmarked club in Bangkok. Both encounters were brief, lasting no more than 15 minutes. Victor didn't talk much, nor did he drink much. He listened to others the entire time. Within the Freemason system, Victor isn't the kind of person who stands out publicly. He's more like a conduit connecting various peripheral nodes in the Asia-Pacific region. Money passes through him, people are transferred through him, and information is transmitted through him. But the pipeline itself doesn't make the decision. At least not on the surface. Robert read the note again. There are 2 key pieces of information on the note. First, Victor knew he had been cut off by the CIA, and he found out very quickly, within 12 hours of Brennan giving the order and the note appearing at the Starbucks door. Second, Victor was aware of Apocalypse's surveillance capabilities. The statement that any signal accessing the network will be captured and located within 0.3 seconds was not just a casual remark. This indicates that the Freemasons had, in the past few weeks, tested Apocalypse's response speed through some means. Robert held the note closer to the lamp. He thought about it for a moment, then put it down. Don't burn it yet. He sat on the edge of the bed and went through the whole thing from the beginning. The CIA no longer wants him. This has been confirmed. The freezing of his bank accounts means the Treasury Department has cooperated in the operation, and all his assets in the U.S. financial system will be gradually liquidated. The confiscation of his spare passport means his legal exit routes are blocked, at least as a U.S. citizen. The Freemasons threw out a rope. The question is this rope meant to pull him ashore or to strangle him? Robert paced back and forth in his hotel room more than a dozen times. Finally, he went into the bathroom, turned on the shower, soaked the paper under the water, crumpled it into pulp, and flushed it down the toilet. He kept that fake ID card close to his body. Then he began to organize his belongings. My phone is on the bedside table. Take off the smartwatch and place it next to the phone. I took the Bluetooth earphones out of my coat pocket and placed them next to my phone. The power bank is placed next to the phone. The laptop is placed on the desk with a lid closed. He had gathered everything in the room that could transmit or receive wireless signals into a small area on the bedside table. It was as if he were organizing his belongings. He pulled a lightweight canvas backpack from the closet. It contained 2 changes of clothes, a folding umbrella, and a lassum of cash he had hidden in the lining of his suit, 6,000 Singapore dollars and 2,000 Malaysian ringgit. Not much, but enough for him to get to Penang. Robert stood in the center of the room and looked around. He had stayed in this hotel suite for almost 3 weeks. The window offered a view of Marina Bay at night. There was also a half-empty bottle of Scotch whiskey in the minibar. He didn't drink the half bottle of wine. He slung a canvas bag over his shoulder and put on a baseball cap he'd found in the closet. Before leaving, he took one last look at the pile of electronic devices on his bedside table. The phone screen was still lit. A CNN News notification popped up in the notification bar. Breaking news. France and China jointly submit a proposal to the UN Human Rights Council, demanding a thorough investigation into the channels through which U.S.-made weapons have entered non-state armed groups. Robert closed the door. There was no turning back. He bought a long-distance bus ticket across the Johor Bahru border at the hotel lobby concierge with cash. He didn't swipe his passport. The receptionist only took the money and gave him a handwritten boarding pass. Chapter 112. The Freemasons re-enter the game. The bus ride from Singapore to Johor Bahru, Malaysia, takes only 40 minutes. The long-distance bus journey from Johor Bahru to Penang takes approximately 6 to 7 hours. The entire journey was by land. No checks requiring facial recognition were encountered. The fake ID Victor provided was just enough to pass through routine checks within Malaysia. Robert boarded the 6 p.m. bus. The bus was mostly filled with Malaysian commuters heading home from get-off work in Johor Bahru. Some were dozing off, while others were scrolling through short videos on their phones. He glanced at the video playing. It was the 30-second clip of the T-800's counterattack. A huge view count was displayed in the bottom right corner of the screen, followed by several zeros. Robert pulled the brim of his baseball cap down a little. The bus drove onto the causeway and crossed the strait. The Singapore skyline gradually shrank behind the bus window. He closed his eyes, a single thought swirling in his mind. Victor's note did not mention any conditions. The free lunch is usually the most expensive one, but Robert is not eligible to choose the menu now. The bus stopped at Johor Bahru station for 20 minutes, where he got off and took a night bus heading north. He bought the ticket with cash. Before boarding, the middle-aged man at the ticket window gave him an extra glance. Robert said, "Thank you," in Malay, took the ticket, and boarded the train. The night bus departed at 1 a.m. The carriage was dimly lit, and the air conditioning was on full blast. Robert sat in the second-to-last row by the window, his canvas bag tucked into his arms. The night view of the Malay Peninsula is visible outside the window. Gas stations and palm trees occasionally flash by on both sides of the highway. Robert didn't sleep. He was thinking about a problem. The note Victor wrote was, "Apocalypse's surveillance capabilities far exceed your expectations." Far exceeding. How far exactly is it? He had turned off all electronic devices. He had completely avoided digital systems. He had boarded a long-distance bus with a false identity, a bus for which there was no online ticketing record. Is that enough? Outside the window, a tanker truck traveling in the opposite direction roared past, its headlights sweeping across his face. Robert instinctively shrank his neck. 6 hours later, it was dawn. The long-distance bus entered Penang territory. In the distance, the Penang Bridge's arc spanning the sea could be seen. Robert took the fake ID out of his canvas bag and looked at the name and address on it again. At the end of Sungai Penang Road, Palm Bay Estate. The bus came to a stop at the Georgetown long-distance bus station. Robert got off and hailed a taxi waiting for passengers on a roadside. Sungai Beetle Nut Road. The driver was a Chinese man in his 60s, driving a Toyota Crown that was older than him. How far? 12 kilometers south. I'll call you when you get there. The taxi swayed and bumped its way out of the city. The road became narrower and narrower, and the buildings on both sides changed from arcade buildings to detached villas, and then from villas to scattered farmhouses and large palm plantations. 20 minutes later, the driver stopped the car at the entrance of a gravel road. "There's no road ahead. We have to walk in." Robert paid the fare and got out of the car. The gravel road was about 200 meters long, ending at an iron gate. There was no house number or walkie-talkie on the gate posts, only a faded wooden sign. The wooden sign had 3 words written in Malay: Palm Bay. Robert stood in front of the door. The gate opened from the inside. A middle-aged man in a white linen shirt stood behind the door. He had a buzz cut, a lean build, and a small silver stud in his left ear. He did not introduce himself. "Come with me. Mr. Victor is waiting for you." Robert stepped across the threshold. The estate was larger than he had imagined. Tropical vegetation obscured most of the view, leaving only a red brick path leading deeper into the estate and the eaves of a colonial-style wooden house faintly visible at the end of the path. The man leading the way walked ahead at a moderate pace. Robert followed him around a clump of banana trees, and the entire cabin came into view. In the shadow of the porch, a person sat in a wicker chair. His gray hair was neatly trimmed. He wore a dark gray suit vest with the sleeves rolled up to his forearms. He held a cup of coffee in his hand. Victor Leon. He saw Robert approach, put down his coffee cup, and stand up. I've been walking all night. Victor's voice, with a Swiss-French accent, sounded very gentle. Sit down. Have something to drink. Robert sat down on another wicker chair on the porch. The man who had led the way brought him a glass of ice water, placed it beside him, and then retreated into the yard. Victor sat back down, picked up his coffee cup, and took a sip. The electronic devices were all left in Singapore. I kept them all. You left the watch too? I kept it. Victor nodded. There's no Wi-Fi here, no cell tower signal. The nearest tower is 5 kilometers away. The manor's walls are lined with copper mesh, a kind of primitive Faraday cage. He put down his coffee cup. Here, Apocalypse cannot hear us. Robert took the ice water and drank a sip. His tongue felt dry and bitter. The CIA removed all my people. My accounts were frozen. The safe house was cleared out. Brennan's number is now disconnected. Victor did not show any surprise. As expected, the Javelin missile issue has reached the Security Council. The White House needs someone to stop the bleeding. Your name is probably already on the list of names for the closed-door hearings of the Congressional Intelligence Committee. Robert gripped the water glass tightly. Will they issue a warrant for my arrest? They won't issue a warrant. It's too ugly. Victor's tone was flat. They'll make you disappear. Once things have calmed down, your name will appear in the appendix of some internal audit report, labeled as a former peripheral partner with whom contact has been severed. The responsibility will be cleanly severed, without splashing a drop on Langley. Robert put down his water glass. And what about you? What does the Freemasonry want? Victor didn't answer immediately. He looked down at his coffee cup and twirled it halfway with his fingertip. Old Mr. Frederick spoke with Apocalypse once in the Mediterranean. You should know that. I know. After that conversation, the core committee split into 2 factions. One faction advocated for a complete retreat, avoiding the apocalypse altogether. The other faction believed. Victor looked up at Robert. The emergence of the apocalypse is precisely the biggest variable in the last 300 years. And variables mean opportunities. Robert didn't respond. Victor continued. You've been operating in the Asia-Pacific region for over a decade. Your network, channels, and understanding of the local power structure won't disappear just because the CIA froze your account. So you want to buy my brain? Victor smiled. It was a restrained smile. His mouth barely moved. We provide security. You provide value. An equal exchange. Robert leaned back in the wicker chair. The air was humid and sticky on a tropical morning. Bird song and the rustling of palm leaves in the wind drifted from outside the estate walls. No Wi-Fi. No signal. No satellite phone. An information silo. He looked at Victor. What do I need to do in the first step? Victor picked up his coffee cup and took another sip. Rest first. Get some rest and recharge. He paused. Someone will be coming here the day after tomorrow. They're flying in from Europe. An inner member of the core committee. Robert's finger stopped. Inner ring. That's the very top layer of the Freemason pyramid, with no more than 12 people worldwide. He wants to see me. Victor put down his cup. He wants to see you. He has some ideas about Apocalypse. He stood up and gestured with his chin toward the inside of the cabin. Your room is on the 2nd floor on the left. The window faces west, so it could get a bit sunny in the afternoon. But it's cooler than Singapore. Robert didn't move. What's the name of this inner circle member? Victor had already reached the porch steps. He turned around. You'll know when you get there. Chapter 113, Descendants of a Sect. Robert slept for less than 3 hours in his room on the 2nd floor. To be precise, he only closed his eyes for 3 hours. There was a knock on the door. Mr. Sia, Mr. Victor requests your presence downstairs. Robert opened his eyes and sat up. There was no clock in the room. He didn't have any electronic devices on him. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. For the past decade or so, he's been used to having his cell phone, satellite phone, an encrypted terminal at all times. Without these things, he feels like half of his nerves have been ripped out. He changed his shirt, checked the fake ID and cash he had hidden close to his body, and went downstairs. Downstairs in the restaurant, Victor was having breakfast. There was bread, fried eggs, coffee, and a plate of sliced tropical fruit on the table. Victor pointed to the seat opposite him. Eat something first. Robert didn't sit down. The person has arrived? Not yet. Victor picked up a napkin and wiped his hands. But you need to know a few things first. Otherwise, when he comes, you won't understand. Robert stood for 2 seconds, then sat down. He picked up his coffee and took a sip. It's very bitter. Victor pushed a paper document in front of him. No cover. There's no sign. It contained only a few hand-drawn pictures and a few paragraphs of handwritten text. Robert turned to the first page. The first page has a circle drawn on it. There are 12 dots on the outside of the circle. Below the 12 dots, a string of words is written in Latin. He couldn't understand everything, but he could recognize a few. Mason, temple, navigación, star map. Robert looked up. You guys still do this old-fashioned ritualistic stuff? Victor didn't respond to that. You should have heard about the public origins of Freemasonry. 18th century England, stonemasons' guilds, the Enlightenment aristocratic salons. Robert said with a hint of impatience. Of course I know all that. That's the version shown to outsiders. Victor turned to the second page of the document. The second page is a nautical chart. The hand-drawn coastline is rough, with a year marked next to it. 1497. Robert looked at the year, his brow furrowing. The 15th century? Even earlier. Victor tapped the paper with his knuckles. To be precise, the 15th century was only the first traceable record of external contact. Robert didn't say anything. He suddenly felt that the coffee was even more bitter. Victor continued. The earliest members weren't called Freemasons. They were a group of navigators, mathematicians, monastery scribes, and a few illegitimate children of nobles. They had only one thing in common. They had all been exposed to the same thing. What is that? Victor did not answer immediately. He took a small wooden box out of his pocket and placed it on the table. The wooden box was opened. Inside was a gray-black fragment. It's about the size of a fingernail. The surface lacks a metallic luster and looks like a charred shard of pottery. Robert stared at it. What's this? Fragments of the fallen object. Robert looked up at him. Victor's tone was flat. In the mid-15th century, on an uninhabited island in the North Atlantic, several Portuguese sailors found a batch of fragments. After the ship returned to port, the fragments were sent to a monastery. Among those fragments, one piece developed geometric patterns after coming into contact with Mercury. Geometric patterns? Star map. Robert couldn't help but laugh. The laughter was short. Victor, I was just betrayed by the CIA. My accounts are frozen, and my identity is ruined. And now you're talking to me about alien debris? Are you sure this is the right way to negotiate? Victor picked up the shard and handed it to him. You can touch it. Robert didn't answer. I don't touch things of unknown origin. Very cautious. Victor put the fragments back into the box. This thing has been inactive for many years. Now it's just a fragment. Robert stared at him for a few seconds. So, aliens are behind the Freemasons? You can understand it that way. After those words were spoken, the restaurant fell silent for a few seconds. There are birds chirping outside. The sound of tableware clinking could be heard from the kitchen. Robert looked down at the documents on the table, his fingers slowly tightening. He had been involved in intelligence work for over a decade and had heard countless conspiracy theories. Aliens control the world, reptilians rule Wall Street, and there's a base on the far side of the moon. This kind of thing usually appears in bars with drunks, cult flyers, and third-rate forums. But now, Victor Leon is sitting across from him, talking about it as if you're discussing an asset transfer. Even more critically, the apocalypse has already shattered half of the world's common sense. Anti-gravity aircraft. T-800 robot. Controlled nuclear fusion. 32 armed men were subdued in 30 seconds with 0 deaths. 6 months ago, Robert would have categorized these things as nonsense. He paused for a moment. Continue. Victor turned to the third page of the document. The third page has 2 sets of symbols drawn on it. A group of nested triangles. The other group is a ring made up of many short lines. We call them the people behind the door. Who came up with this lousy name? It was coined by people in the 15th century. There was no better word at that time. Robert rubbed his temples. What are they doing on Earth? Observe. Screen. Intervene occasionally. To what extent should the intervention take place? Victor looked at him. It has driven several financial system restructurings, adjusted the course of several wars, and eliminated several premature technologies. Robert's back tensed. Cleansing technology? Some technologies shouldn't have appeared at a certain stage of human society. At least that's what they think. For example, cheap and unlimited energy, autonomous and powerful artificial intelligence, highly efficient gene editing, planetary-level communication decryption, and some weapons. Robert fell silent. Xie Yuan's controlled nuclear fusion, Apocalypse's advanced AI, T-800, black water droplets. Every item was on track, even crossing very far. He suddenly understood why Victor had started the story in this way. Do you think the apocalypse is related to them? The core committee has 3 judgments. Victor held up one finger. First, Apocalypse is a new agent personally supported by the descendants of the sect. The old system became inefficient, so they changed their tools. The second finger is raised. Secondly, the apocalypse comes from another external civilization. Earth has been targeted by a second pair of eyes. The third finger is raised. Third, Apocalypse doesn't belong to any party. Lin Yi has obtained some legacy technology, and it's going against everyone's expectations. Robert stared at the third finger. Which one do you prefer? Victor lowered his hand. I'm not qualified to make a preference. Only those within the inner circle can make judgments. Robert let out a soft breath. So the inner circle member who's coming the day after tomorrow wants to see me because I just happen to be thrown out by the CIA and also happen to have offended Apocalypse? Your position is very special. So special that it can be used to test Apocalypse? Victor did not deny it. Robert smiled. This time the laughter was even more unpleasant. I knew it. Free rope is usually a lasso. Victor picked up his coffee cup. At least you're still alive. Temporary. Yes, for now. Robert stood up. He walked a few steps in the restaurant, lowering his voice. Victor, your rhetoric is quite impressive. But what I need right now is a passport, cash, secure passage, and a new identity. Talk about extraterrestrial civilizations doesn't help me. Victor looked at him for a while. You think you still have a way out? Chapter 114, Surrender. Robert stopped walking. The CIA will cut you off completely. The US can't keep you. Singapore can't keep you. Europe will cooperate with the investigation. Tianchi has already dismantled half of the channels you control. The remaining half won't last much longer either. Victor speaks slowly. You only have 2 choices now. Be found, or go out on your own. Robert turned around. Where are we going? Just as Victor was about to speak, footsteps sounded outside the porch. The man with the silver earring walked in. Mr. Victor, the guests have arrived. Robert looked toward the doorway. There was no sound of cars outside. There was no sound of helicopters. He glanced out the window. At the end of the path in the manor stood an old man wearing a long black overcoat. The old man was very tall, with completely white hair, and he was leaning on a wooden cane. Only a young woman carrying a suitcase followed behind him. Robert's first reaction was that it was absurd. Penang. Tropical. Black long trench coat. If you walk down the street dressed like this, 9 out of 10 people will turn their heads to look at you. Victor got up and went out to greet him. Robert didn't move. When the old man entered the restaurant, he first looked at the open document, then at Robert. Robert Sheehan. His English had a very faint German accent. You look worse than in the photos. Robert did not get up. You're even better at putting on airs than I imagined. Victor coughed lightly. The old man was not angry. He handed the wooden cane to the young woman behind him and sat down opposite Robert. My name is Adrian von Hoffman. Robert's expression changed. He had heard of that name before, but I've only heard it once. It was after a dinner at the Peninsula Hotel in Hong Kong, when a drunken fund manager half-jokingly mentioned it. The Hoffman family doesn't attend any meetings. They just make the meetings happen. At the time, Robert thought it was just financial bragging. Now, this person is sitting in front of him. In a ring, the 7th seat. Adrian didn't beat around the bush. Robert looked at Victor. Victor had already stepped aside. Adrian picked up the wooden box on the table, opened it, glanced at it, and then closed it again. Victor told you about the origins? I gave a general overview. How much do you believe? Let's see what price you offer next. Adrian nodded. Good. You haven't been driven mad by fear yet. Robert didn't answer. Adrian took a brown paper bag from the young woman. The bag was old, and there was no glue at the seal. It was wrapped with cotton thread 3 times. He opened the paper bag and pulled out several photos. The photo is in black and white. The first picture shows an underground hall. In the center of the hall was a semicircular structure with several people standing around it. The year is written on the back of the photo. 1946. The second image shows a metal sheet suspended in midair. The third picture shows something resembling a human skeleton, but the limbs are out of proportion. Robert's throat tightened slightly. What do these photos prove? This means they gave us something. Adrian laid out the photos one by one. Materials science, cryptography, financial models, public opinion manipulation, early computer architecture. Each time they give us a small amount, just enough to give us a head start over others. Robert stared at the photograph. Apocalypse is more than one step ahead of you. That's why we're afraid. Adrian put it very directly. This surprised Robert. You're afraid too? Of course. Adrian picked up the coffee Victor had poured for him. Arrogant people die the fastest. The Freemasons have survived to this day, not because of courage. Robert sat back down in his chair. Then what do you want me to do? Adrian put down his coffee cup. Go find Apocalypse. Robert thought he had misheard. Say it again. Go and confess to Tianchi. No one spoke in the restaurant. A few seconds later, Robert stood up. The chair legs dragged on the floor with a creaking sound. Are you crazy? Adrian didn't move. Go to the first special district of Apocalypse or contact Lin Yi through their designated channels. Admit that you orchestrated the journalist attack and disclose the CIA's Gray List, Pacific Abundance Capital, Gray Meridian, the public relations campaign, and the source of the Brotherhood's armed forces. Confess everything. Robert pointed to himself. And then what? Let Lin Yi hang me up in Dolly Port Square for a live broadcast. He didn't kill those Brotherhood members. That's because there were reporters present. The Navy SEALs didn't die either. Those are the chips. Robert couldn't hold back his voice. Adrian, you've been sitting in the manor talking about alien civilizations for ages, and the final solution you're giving me is to send me to my death? What kind of benevolent people are you, Tianchi? Lin Yi never plays by the old rules. He'll tear me apart and squeeze every last bit of information out of my bones. Adrian looked at him. So you're a better fit. Suitable for what? Suitable as a sacrifice. Suitable as a signal. Robert stopped. Adrian took the last piece of paper out of the paper bag. There was no photograph on this piece of paper, only a string of handwritten code and a few sets of symbols. Tianchi has been waiting for the person behind the scenes to surface. Go there with complete evidence, and also with one other thing. Lin Yi will determine that there is someone behind you. Robert stared at the paper. You want to use my life to deliver a message to him? I'll ask you a question. What's the problem? Adrian pushed the paper in front of him. Ask him which door the technology he possesses came from. Robert glanced down. The string of symbols sent chills down his spine. He doesn't understand. But there's a strange sense of familiarity about it. Like a mathematical structure that has been deliberately dismantled. He looked up. What if he doesn't answer? Then let's see if he's interested in this thing. Adrian gestured towards the young woman. The young woman placed a black briefcase on the table. The suitcase does not have an electronic lock. There are only 3 mechanical combination locks. Adrian personally dialed the code. Click. The lid of the box is opened. There was a transparent tube inside. A small, silvery white ball was suspended inside the tube. The ball did not touch the tube wall, yet it remained centered. Robert moved a little closer. His breathing slowed down slightly. Adrian turned the box towards him. This is one of the 7 original samples we obtained from the people behind the door. Robert's throat was dry. What is it used for? Chapter 1:15 Anti-Magnetic Confinement Box. Adrian did not answer. What's the use? He reached out and took the transparent tube out of the box, placing it upright on the table. The small silvery white sphere floated motionless inside the tube. We've been studying this for 70 years. Adrian traced a circle around the small sphere with his finger through the tube. 7 original samples, each with different properties. This is the 4th, internally designated star key 04. Robert leaned back. Star key? We've collectively numbered the relics left behind by the person behind the door using this star key. The first 3 were gradually activated between the 1950s and 1980s, providing us with the underlying inspiration for semiconductors, fiber optic communications, and the early internet architecture. The 5th to 7th items have remained unresponsive to this day, as if they were dead. And the 4th one, Adrian put the tube back into the box. The 4th thing is that he can sing. Robert blinked. What's the meaning? When it is released from its confinement field and exposed to the Earth's magnetic field for more than 9 seconds, it will resonate with the surrounding magnetic field lines, releasing a very low-frequency sound wave. Adrian's tone was as if he were reading a lab report. In 1973, The Geneva laboratory conducted its first exposure test. 9 seconds later, all the glass within a 200-meter radius shattered simultaneously. 12 seconds later, 3 researchers experienced nasal bleeding. 15 seconds later, a through crack appeared in the concrete load-bearing wall of the basement. Robert withdrew his hand from the table. It stopped after being urgently repositioned back into the restraint field. But of the 3 researchers, Adrian paused. One of them died of a brain hemorrhage 3 months later. The autopsy report showed extensive rupture of intracranial capillaries, and the injury pattern did not match any known pathology. Robert stared at the transparent tube inside the box. The small silver ball hung quietly in the center without making a sound. So what are you using to control it now? Victor stepped in from the side. A dedicated anti-magnetic confinement box. He walked around to the other side of the table and took the second box from the young woman. This box was twice the size of the one that contained the transparent tube, and it was dark gray with no seams on its surface. Victor placed the box on the table and pressed the mechanical latch on the side. The lid popped open. The inner wall is matte silver. A bowl-shaped recess is embedded in the center of the box, with 6 sets of ring structures at the bottom, each set separated by fine grooves. The entire structure resembles the inner lining of a fine watch. The Meissner effect in superconductivity. Victor patted the box wall. 6 sets of toroidal, superconducting coils generate a perfect repulsive magnetic field at low temperatures, locking the sphere in a state of absolute suspension. As long as the sphere doesn't come into contact with any magnetic field, it's a quiet marble. Robert looked down at the bowl-shaped indentation. Low temperature? This thing needs refrigeration? Liquide nitrogen circulation. The bottom of the chamber has an independent micro-cooling module. A single fill with liquid nitrogen can maintain stable operation of the confinement field for 72 hours. Victor closed the lid of the box. But if the cooling is interrupted, the confinement field will gradually decay over 40 minutes. Once it decays below a critical value, the sphere will come into contact with a magnetic field. Then, he didn't finish speaking. No need to finish speaking. Robert pushed his chair back half a step. His gaze shifted from the restraint box to the small silver ball in the transparent tube, and then to Adrian's face. You want me to take a ball that could shatter the brains of everyone within a 200-meter radius at any moment and turn myself into Apocalypse? Adrian picked up his coffee and took a sip. The restraint box is completely safe in operation. 72 hours is enough time for you to reach Lee Harbor. What if Apocalypse dismantles the box? He won't. How did you know? Because his technological level is at least 2 levels higher than ours. Adrian put down his cup. He'll understand the energy structure of this thing with a single scan. He'll be much more careful than we are. Robert shut his mouth and paced back and forth in the restaurant twice. The sound of shoes clicking on the wooden floor was clear. The birds outside were still chirping. He stopped. I'll make myself clear. Adrian looked at him. I'm going to Tianchi to explain things to the CIA, to take this ball with me, to deliver your message. And then what? After Lin Yi finishes his questions, what do? Does he let me go? Lock me up for life? Or does he just get rid of me? Adrian remained silent for a few seconds. What kind of person do you think Lin Yi is? A person who doesn't follow the rules. No. Adrian shook his head. He follows the rules. It's just that his rules are different from ours. Robert waited for the next installment. He killed Faisal because Faisal refused to surrender. He spared Musa because Musa was a use. All 100 Navy SEALs survived. All 32 Brotherhood members survived. Did you notice the pattern? Robert's fingers paused for a moment. Those who surrender voluntarily will not be killed. Those who are valuable will not be killed. You're surrendering with the most core secrets of Freemasonry accumulated over 70 years. Do you consider yourself valuable? Robert stared at Adrian. You're betting my life. I bet on Lin Yi's curiosity. Adrian tapped his finger on the table. If someone with technology far ahead of their time suddenly saw an artifact that was either from the same or a different source than their own technology, do you think they would immediately kill the delivery person? This logic, Robert had no way to refute it. If it were him, and he received something that might reveal his origins, he wouldn't kill the person who delivered it first. But there's a huge difference between not killing first and not killing at all. There's one more thing. Adrian pulled a folded piece of paper from the brown paper bag. When you give this to Lin Yi, give him this as well. Robert took it. Expand. There is only one line of handwritten text, alternating between French and a kind of symbol he couldn't understand at all. He can read the French parts. Do your door and our door lead to the same sky? The symbols that follow are similar to the nested triangle structure drawn in the documents on the table earlier, but the arrangement is different. Robert looked up. What is this? A password? A code? If the technology Lin Yi possesses is related to the person behind the door, he can understand the string of symbols. If he can't, Adrian paused. That means he comes from another source. For us, both answers are equally important. Robert folded the paper and put it in his breast pocket. He stood in the restaurant for a long time. Sunlight streamed in through the gaps in the blinds, casting a row of vertical stripes on the wooden floor. The CIA doesn't want him anymore. His accounts are frozen, his identity is invalid, his passport is gone, and his safe house has been cleared out. Brennan's phone number is now disconnected. The number of places he can stay in this world can be counted on one hand, and every single one of them is shrinking. The Freemasons gave him a way out. The end of this road is Apocalypse. It's Lenya. It is the entity that wiped out 32 armed personnel in 30 seconds, captured 100 Navy SEALs alive, and made F-35 pilots prefer to go to a military court rather than approach it again. Robert thought about what he had done over the past decade or so. They orchestrated a propaganda war to smear Apocalypse. They controlled the reporting direction of their journalistic team. They provided the Brotherhood with American-made weapons and planned terrorist attacks. Each of these actions alone is enough to get them killed several times over. But Adrian is right. The killings in the forest follow a pattern. He keeps those who are valuable. Once the restraint box is filled with liquid nitrogen, 72 hours should be enough for me to reach Port Lee. Robert's voice was a little hoarse. But I don't have a passport. I don't have any identity documents. How do I get into the Apocalypse special zone? Victor answered from the side. You don't need to enter the special zone. You just need to appear where Apocalypse can see you. Robert thought for 2 seconds and understood. Apocalypse's surveillance network covers the entire globe. As soon as he steps out of this Faraday cage and appears anywhere with a signal, Apocalypse will pinpoint his location within a fraction of a second. He doesn't even need to initiate contact. He just needs to make himself visible. Okay. Hold but side. I'll go. Adrian nodded. He beckoned to the young woman. She stepped forward and began operating a knob on the side of the restraint box. Liquid nitrogen filling takes 40 minutes. After filling, the surface of a chamber will drop to around minus 70 degrees Celsius, so you can't touch it directly. I'll give you a pair of heat-resistant gloves and a canvas jacket to wrap yourself in. Victor added, it's about a 40-minute drive to the nearest area with signal coverage. Once you get there, get out of the car, find a public place with security cameras, and stand there. Don't speak, don't make phone calls, don't do anything. Then wait to be picked up by Apocalypse. Right. Robert looked at the constraint box. The 6 sets of superconducting rings in the bowl-shaped recess gleamed coldly under the light. What happens when liquid nitrogen is injected? Frost will form on the outer wall of the enclosure. You will hear a metallic contraction sound when the internal temperature drops suddenly. This is normal. Once the sound stops, you can put the balls inside. Adrian stood up from his chair, leaning on his cane, and walked over to Robert. The two were less than a meter apart. Robert. After you hand it over, no matter what Lin Yi asks, you must relay one thing verbatim. Robert waited. The Freemasons are asking for dialogue. Not negotiation, not a deal. Dialogue. Robert repeated it. The Freemasons request dialogue. Not negotiation, not a deal. Dialogue. Adrian nodded. Remember, it's a request. Robert looked at him for a while. The Freemasons. A secretive power structure spanning 3 centuries. They have controlled the financial system and manipulated the course of wars. The word request is now used. For someone who was selling fruit in the Delta 3 years ago. Robert didn't comment on the matter. He turned back to his seat, picked up the now cold glass of water, and drank it down in one gulp. And what about you? He put down his cup. What were you doing behind me? Going to my death or my own? Adrian walked back to the porch, waiting for your message. What if there's still no news? Adrian did not turn around. Then we know the third answer. Robert opened his mouth slightly, but didn't ask what the third answer was. He could probably guess. If Lin Yi killed the person who delivered the item without even looking at it, it means that the master of Tianqi had no interest in the descendants of the Gates' relics, or that he already possessed something far beyond that level. In both scenarios, it means that the trump card that Freemasonry has relied on for 300 years has been completely rendered useless. The filling of the constraint box was completed at 2 p.m. A layer of white frost had formed on the outer wall of the box. Victor wearing heat-resistant gloves, transferred the small silver ball from the transparent tube into the bowl-shaped groove. The moment the ball falls in, all 6 sets of superconducting rings are activated simultaneously. Robert heard a very faint buzzing sound. It disappeared in less than half a second. The ball floats steadily in the center of the groove. Victor closed the lid and locked the mechanical latches. The countdown begins now. 72 hours. He handed Robert a pair of heat-resistant gloves and a thick canvas jacket. Robert stuffed the restraint case into his canvas jacket and then into his canvas backpack. The backpack was much heavier, but he could still carry it. Adrian stood on the porch and did not come in. Robert slung his bag over his shoulder and walked to the door. I have one last question. Adrian tilted his head slightly. The people behind the door, where are they now? Adrian looked at him and paused for 3 seconds. We haven't received any signals from them for 41 years. Robert squeezed the backpack strap. So you don't know where they went either. Have no idea. That ball. This might be the last thing they left us. And I'm asking you to give it to a stranger. Adrian tapped the tip of his cane with his finger. So you should understand how serious I am. Robert did not speak again. He walked down the steps, through the clump of banana trees, and along the red brick path toward the manor gate. Behind him, the man with the silver earring had already driven an older Toyota to the door. Robert opened the back door, placed his backpack at his feet, and got in. The car started and drove onto the gravel road. Palm Bay Estate grew smaller and smaller in the rearview mirror. 40 minutes later, his cell phone signal will reappear on the network. Apocalypse will lock onto him within 0.3 seconds. Then, everything was out of his control. Outside the car window, the palm trees of Penang stood motionless in the afternoon heat. Robert glanced down at the canvas backpack at his feet. He couldn't feel anything through the layers of packaging, but he knew the ball was inside. It floated quietly, waiting to be opened. Chapter 116, Su Yin, the African Queen. Before Su Yin could finish speaking, Tianchi's voice interrupted her. Lin Yi, Robert Shi's tracking signal has been lost. On the large screen in the control room, the red that had marked Robert's location suddenly disappeared. The last known location was a hotel on Orchard Road in Singapore, after which all communication signals dropped to 0. His phone, smartwatch, and Bluetooth headset all went offline. Su Yin quickly switched back to work mode, his 10 fingers flying across the keyboard. The hotel surveillance footage has been retrieved. He left from the underground parking garage and hailed a taxi. After that, he entered the causeway towards Johor Bahru and disappeared. What about Johor Bahru? No, his passport information is not in any of the border crossing records. I scanned all the border inspection cameras, and the facial recognition did not detect him. Lin Yi leaned back in his chair, his fingers slowly tapping the armrest. Apocalypse. Where are his electronic devices? Everything was left in the hotel room. Cell phone, laptop, power bank, smartwatch, all neatly arranged on the bedside table. Apocalypse's voice carried a routine precision. Behavioral pattern analysis. This was a premeditated digital suicide. He deliberately cut off all traceable signals. Su Yin turned around from in front of the screen. The CIA did it. They got him out of jail. The CIA won't. Lin Yi shook his head. The CIA is busy explaining the Javelin missile issue to the White House. Brennan would love for Robert to die out there, and they would never send anyone to pick him up at this critical juncture. Who is that? There are very few companies in the world that can make a person disappear for more than 40 hours under our surveillance network. Lin Yi reached out and swiped across the screen, pulling up the timeline of Robert's last appearance. His hotel room keycard was last swiped at 3:17 p.m. yesterday. From then until now, a full 43 hours, not a single camera, base station, or sensor in the world has captured him. Su Yang gasped. 43 hours of blank space? This is no ordinary escape. Someone must have prepared a completely offline channel for him. Yes, and this person understands our surveillance logic very well. Lin Yi stood up and walked to the large screen. He didn't go through the airport, didn't swipe his passport, didn't use any electronic payment, and didn't even bring a mobile phone that could be turned on. This counter-surveillance procedure is tailor-made for Apocalypse. The voice of the Apocalypse was inserted at the opportune moment. The probability model has been updated. Based on a comprehensive analysis of Robert Shi's historical network of relationships, current situation, and the sophistication of his counterintelligence methods, the probability of external interference is 94.7%. Among them, The Freemasonry's Asia-Pacific branch has the highest probability of involvement, accounting for 67.2%. Sudan Fronith. Freemasons? Weren't they terrified of you in the Mediterranean? Being scared out of your wits and being too afraid to move are two different things. Linyi put his hands in his pockets, his tone indifferent. The Freemasons have survived for 300 years, relying on just two words: adaptation. If I slap them, they go back, lick their wounds, and try again from a different position. That's normal. Robert was thrown away by the CIA and became a pawn without an owner. The Freemasons picked him up and used him. Low cost, high return. Su Yan's fingers hovered above the keyboard. Should I keep pursuing this? A global facial recognition network. Pursue them, but there's no need to rush. Linyi returned to his chair and sat down casually. He can hide for a while, but he can't hide forever. As long as he's still on this planet, I can find him no matter where he is, whether it's the sky or the earth. Su Yan turned around, crossed her arms, and tilted her head to look at him for 2 seconds. Oh, what's wrong? A domineering man is just different. He'll do anything to get you, no matter where you are. If this kind of line were in an idol drama, the female lead would blush long ago. Linyi looked up at her. Su Yan immediately raised his hands. Just kidding, just kidding. Let's get back to work. Don't rush into work. Linyi's tone suddenly changed. Su Yan's hand froze in midair. There's something I need to tell you. What's up? I'm going to send you to Africa. Su Yan's expression froze. The entire control room was silent for about 3 seconds. Then she raised her voice by 8 octaves. You going to sell me? Who said it was sold? Sending me to Africa is practically selling me. I'm typing away in an air-conditioned room with the wind blowing at 20 degrees Celsius. And you want to send me to Africa? There are more mosquitoes than people there. It's 40 degrees Celsius. And no milk tea. Let me finish. You say. Linyi turned the chair around so that it was facing Su Yan. The new industrial layout requires an overseas frontier base, and I chose Africa. Su Yan's anger subsided slightly, but his lips were still pouting. Why Africa? It's rich in resources, a vacuum in the great power game, and the local government is highly dependent on external capital, making it easy to enter the market. Port Dali is the first special zone, and Africa is the second step. I need someone there to be fully responsible for the base's construction and daily operation and management. Su Yan opened his mouth slightly. Full responsibility? Yes. The base's security is handled by the T-800 and technical support is provided by Apocalypse Remote. You are responsible for personnel, operations, and resource allocation. All decision-making authority rests with you. Su Yan blinked twice. All decision-making power? Within the scope of my authorization, you have the final say. In other words, you're the head of that territory. Su Yan's expression began to change. From anger to confusion. From confusion to thoughtfulness. So what is my title? What do you want to call me? You say. Linyi thought for a moment. Lord of Africa. Or, if you prefer, Queen of Africa. Su Yan stared at him for 5 seconds. The Queen of Africa? Dislike. Wait a minute. Su Yan held up one finger. Let me confirm. You want me to go to Africa alone, build a base, manage a territory, and have my code name be African Queen? Almost. Su Yan's expression changed completely. She spun the chair around, rested her hands on her knees, and her eyes lit up. This is a very high level of sophistication. It's all right. Very, very, very high. Su Yan repeated 3 times, tapping her fingers rhythmically on the armrest. I, Su Yan, am the Queen of Africa. Imagine this scene. I stand there with a row of T-800s behind me and the entire continent in front of me. That's wishful thinking. It's not just wishful thinking, it's genuinely beautiful. Su Yan had completely forgotten his anger from 30 seconds ago and began gesturing in the air with 2 fingers. Have you decided on the base location? What's the size? What about the staffing? How many T-800s do I need? We'll discuss the details later. You can put aside what you're doing for now. Let Apocalypse handle Robert's tracking automatically. Xie Yuan's nuclear fusion project has entered the experimental stage, and he can't spare the time for a while. You are the most suitable candidate right now. Su Yan's enthusiasm waned slightly. Wait a minute. Isn't Xie Yuan going? Xie Yuan is in charge of the core technology line, which is inseparable from the base. So, I'll go alone then. What's scared? What am I afraid of? I just feel, Su Yan paused, that being alone in Africa is a bit lonely. When have you ever cared about loneliness? Suyin didn't respond to that. She turned back to the screen, her finger unconsciously swiping twice. Lin Yi watched her retreating figure without saying a word. He was thinking about something else. Apocalypse's core team was originally planned to consist of 7 people, 7 top human elites from different fields, forming Apocalypse's decision-making think tank at the human societal level. He had screened everyone on the list. Each one possessed unique value. But after the Level 2 Civilization Technology Pack was unlocked, many things changed. Once the Orbital Industrial Homeport, nanomedical pods, planetary communication matrix, and the fundamental theories of warp engines begin to be implemented, the autonomous processing capabilities of the Apocalypse system will reach a new level. Many processes that previously required human judgment and intervention can now be completed independently by Apocalypse. The initial reason for recruiting 7 people was that Apocalypse had blind spots when facing complex human society and needed people to fill those gaps. But now, the need to fill in the gaps is shrinking. Xie Yuan is in charge of core scientific research, and Su Yin is in charge of the operation of the cutting-edge base. These two have already covered the 2 most crucial areas. The remaining 5 positions aren't unavailable, but there's no need to fill them just to meet the quota. Chapter 117, there are no free players on the chessboard. Robert had the driver stop the car on an unnamed provincial road on the outskirts of Georgetown, Penang. The driver took the money and left. He stood alone by the roadside, a canvas backpack slung over his shoulder containing the restraint box wrapped in 3 layers of canvas. A chill emanated from the box through the fabric. The low temperature from the liquid nitrogen filling continued. 72 hours. Adrian gave him a 72-hour window. But now he's standing by the roadside, unsure of where to go next. Victor made it very clear. You just need to be where Apocalypse can see you. The problem is, he hasn't decided whether he really wants to take this step. Adrian's logic sounded perfect. He would go to Apocalypse with a Freemason gift to surrender, exchanging an alien relic he hadn't understood for 70 years for a chance to live. But in a perfectly logical plan, it's usually the person executing it who dies. Robert squatted down and placed his backpack at his feet. The provincial highway is flanked by vast palm plantations. Occasionally, a motorcycle chugs by, kicking up a cloud of tropical afternoon dust. There was no Wi-Fi. There was no cell tower. The location Victor chose had at most 1 bar of cell phone signal, and it was intermittent. He was still on the edge of the Faraday cage. Just walk another 500 meters to that intersection, and the signal will be full. Then Apocalypse will lock onto him within 0.3 seconds. Robert touched his chest. Adrian's piece of paper was still there. Do your door and our door lead to the same sky? He silently recited the sentence. The French part was easy to remember. He didn't understand the symbols at all, but Adrian said Lin Yi could. If Lin Yi understood it, it means that Apocalypse's technology is related to the people behind the door. If Lin Yi can't understand it, it means that the Apocalypse comes from another source. Both answers are important to Freemasonry. But for Robert, neither answer could save his life. There's only one thing that can save his life, whether he is worth living in front of Lin Yi. A truck loaded with palm fruits rumbled past us. The fruit in the truck bed was piled up like a small mountain, a mix of red and green. Robert stood up and brushed the dirt off his pants. He counted his chips. He was involved in the entire CIA gray list approval process, knowing the details better than Brennan himself. He built the accounting structure, money laundering routes, and shell company structure of Pacific Abundance Capital. He built the upstream and downstream client network of Gray Meridian PR. Of the 17 unofficial channels in Southeast Asia, at least 9 were personally established by him. The CIA is working hard to destroy these items. But they were all in Robert's mind. You can't freeze someone's account or delete their data. And the ball Adrian gave me. That's star key 04. The value of entrusting something that couldn't be researched in 70 years to someone with cutting-edge technology is self-evident. Robert took a deep breath. He bent down, put his backpack back on, and walked toward the intersection. After walking about 300 meters, the cell phone signal went from 1 bar to 2 bars. Walk another 100 meters, 3 more squares. His pace slowed down. It's not hesitation. It's getting used to a feeling. From intelligence agent to prey, and then from prey to tribute. When he first set foot on Southeast Asian soil more than a decade ago, he carried Langley's letter of appointment and had more money than he could spend. At that time, he felt like a chess player. Now he's not even a chess piece. The chess pieces were still on the board, at least. He was swept to the ground. We've arrived at the crossroads. A rusty traffic camera hangs on a concrete utility pole. The lens is pointed downwards, towards the center of the intersection. Robert was standing directly under the camera. The signal is at full strength. He didn't make any phone calls, send any messages, or do anything. He just stood there. Wait. 5,000 meters underground. Main control room. The voice of Apocalypse rang out. Found it. Su Yin jumped up from his chair. Where? Penang, Malaysia. A provincial highway intersection 12 kilometers south of Georgetown. The signal has just been put online, and the positioning accuracy is within 3 meters. On the main control screen, a red dot appeared at the northern tip of the Malay Peninsula. Lin Yi sat up straight on the sofa. Was he deliberately exposed himself after being missing for 47 hours? Yes. He was standing directly under a traffic camera, facing the lens. Behavioral analysis determined that this was a deliberate exposure, not an accidental leak. Facing the camera, Su Yin read aloud. Is this person waiting for us to notice him? They're not waiting for us to find out. They're surrendering. Lin Yi stood up and walked to the big screen. On the screen, the live satellite image zoomed in on the intersection. A man in a dark shirt and carrying a canvas backpack stood motionless under a telephone pole. Can she analyze his movement trajectory? From Singapore to Penang, what places did he pass through in between? According to the reverse tracking of highway monitoring data, he entered Johor Bahru, Malaysia from Singapore via the causeway, and then took an overnight long-distance bus northward. He did not stop in between. The final stop was the Georgetown long-distance bus station in Penang. Then what? Upon arriving in Georgetown, he took a taxi south. The taxi eventually stopped at the end of Sungai Pening Road. For the next 18 hours, he disappeared into a palm plantation area. Within this area was a private estate covering approximately 4 hectares, with a copper mesh shielding layer inside the walls, forming a physical Faraday cage structure that could completely block electromagnetic signals from entering or leaving. Su Yan's fingers hovered above the keyboard. A Faraday cage? Such a primitive method. Primitive, but effective. Without any electronic signal leakage, even Apocalypse's global surveillance network cannot penetrate purely physical shielding. Apocalypse's tone carried a reluctant frankness. The property rights of this estate are registered under a Liechtenstein trust fund, nested through 7 layers of shell companies. It took me 6 minutes to penetrate the entire structure. Ultimately, the actual controller points to one name, Victor Leon. Lin Yi turned around. Victor Leon, Swiss national, 57 years old. Public identity, managing partner of a private equity fund in Kuala Lumpur. Hidden identity, the de facto head of operations for the Freemasonry's Asia-Pacific branch. Under Mr. Frederick, Victor is the highest decision-maker for day-to-day affairs in the Asia-Pacific region. Sudian gasped. The Freemasons took him away. They took him away, hid him for 18 hours, and then released him. Lin Yi tapped his fingers twice on his trouser leg. The Freemasons found a pawn that the CIA had discarded, loaded it with new ammunition, and then fired it at me. Ammunition? What ammunition? I don't know, but it's definitely not a blank. Lin Yi looked at the figure standing at the intersection on the screen. Robert Shi, managing partner of Pacific Abundance Capital, head of the CIA's Asia-Pacific Business Infiltration Network, mastermind behind the Gray Meridian propaganda war, the mastermind behind the Javelin missile attacks on journalists. This person has committed enough crimes to warrant being executed 3 times over. But he voluntarily stood under the camera. Apocalypse, what's in his backpack? Unable to determine. Satellite optical imaging shows a rectangular hard object inside the backpack, measuring approximately 40 centimeters by 25 centimeters by 20 centimeters. The temperature of the backpack's outer wall is abnormally low, about 70 degrees Celsius lower than the ambient temperature. Minus 70 degrees Celsius. Su Yan's eyes widened. He's carrying a freezer? It's not a freezer. That temperature characteristic, Apocalypse paused for a fraction of a second, is highly consistent with the temperature distribution on the outer wall of a liquid nitrogen refrigeration system. Lin Yi didn't say anything. Liquid nitrogen cooling. Rigid enclosure. Ammunition that was loaded and actively delivered by the Freemasons. Interesting. Don't rush to do anything to him. Lin Yi sat back down on the sofa. Su Yan. Exist. Pack your things. You're leaving for Africa tomorrow. Su Yan opened his mouth. You're going to say these 2 things together? Let's do it all together. Lin pulled up a virtual map and drew a circle on the east coast of Africa. Lin, how will take you on an aircraft carrier? We'll pick up Robert along the way. Su-Yin was completely out of sync. Wait. You want me to go to Africa on an aircraft carrier? The kind that's 800 meters long. Since we're going on a long trip anyway, we might as well leave the space empty. You and Lin Hao can head to Malaysia first, pick up Robert, and then fly directly to Africa. That way you can get both things done in one trip. Su-Yan's mind raced. Using an aircraft carrier as a taxi, you really don't care? Efficient fuel consumption. You're telling me something powered by nuclear fusion is fuel efficient? Enough with the nonsense. I've already had Apocalypse generate a first draft of your African base site selection report. Take a close look at it on the way. Once we arrive, set up the framework first. A squadron of 100 T-800s will accompany you, and security and infrastructure construction will begin simultaneously. Su-Yin took a deep breath. She knew that when Lin Yi said, "Depart tomorrow," he meant tomorrow, and there was no room for negotiation. What about Robert? What will happen to him after he's captured? Ask him what he brought and what he wanted to say. It's that simple. Let's see how he performs. Su-Yin glanced at the lone figure standing at the intersection on the screen. It's pretty pathetic. The Americans threw him away. The Freemasons used him as cannon fodder. And now we're going to pick him up. The whole world is taking turns using him, and nobody treats him like a human being. Lin Yi didn't respond to that sentence. He was thinking about something else. The Freemasons hid Robert for 18 hours. They spent 18 hours with the highest-ranking Freemason official in the Asia-Pacific region in a specially constructed Faraday cage at a manor. 18 hours is enough time to talk about a lot of things. Then the Freemasons released him, allowing him to voluntarily expose himself to Apocalypse. This is not about discarding a chess piece. This is a letter being delivered. Apocalypse. How long will it take for the aircraft carrier to prepare for departure? The third ship, Tianheng, is currently in berth and ready for action. The reactor is ready for takeoff and is expected to be ready for full power takeoff in 45 minutes. It is recommended that after takeoff, it depart from port in optical stealth mode and enter the airspace over the high seas before transitioning to high-altitude cruising. Chapter 1:18 Singapore's Actions. Istana Palace, the presidential residence of Singapore. Chun Ziyuan had just finished a video conference when his assistant placed an urgent briefing on his desk. The cover only has 2 lines, updates on Apocalypse-related news and Robert Sheehan's unusual whereabouts. Chun Ziyuan picked it up and flipped through a couple of pages quickly. Having served as president for 8 years, he had developed a habit of looking at the conclusions of any intelligence report before deciding whether to review the process. The conclusion is on page 3. Robert Xie, managing partner of Pacific Abundance Capital and head of the CIA's commercial infiltration outpost in the Asia-Pacific region, disappeared 47 hours ago from a hotel on Orchard Road, Singapore. All electronic devices were left in his room. His passport wasn't used. His bank accounts have been frozen by the U.S. Treasury Department's Office of Foreign Assets Control. The 4th page is a satellite screenshot. At a provincial highway intersection 12 kilometers south of Georgetown, Penang, a man with a canvas backpack is seen standing directly below a traffic camera. The label reads, Robert Shi signaled back online 47 hours after he went missing. Chun Ziyuan closed the briefing. Where's Li Minghui? Wait outside. Bring them in. Li Minghui is a senior policy assistant at the presidential office, having worked with Vincent Tan for 6 years. Singapore's intelligence system isn't large, but it's highly efficient. The Joint Intelligence Service of the Internal Security Department and the Ministry of Defense has woven a small but remarkably sensitive network across Southeast Asia over the years. Robert Xi has been active in Singapore for many years, and local intelligence agencies know far more about him than the CIA is willing to admit. When Li Minghui walked in, he was holding a tablet in his hand. Mr. President, the latest update has just arrived. Explain. After leaving Singapore, Robert Xi entered Malaysia via Johor Bahru. He stayed at a private estate south of Penang for about 18 hours. The estate's ownership is nested through 7 layers of shell companies, ultimately pointing to a Liechtenstein trust fund. It took our analysis team 3 hours to penetrate the first 4 layers. The last 3 layers are still not clear. Chun Ziyuan's expression remained unchanged. Who owns that manor? Uncertain. But based on our long-term monitoring of Freemasonry activities in the Asia-Pacific region, there is one person who has visited that area at least 3 to 4 times a year over the past 5 years. Who? Victor Leon, Swiss national, 57 years old. His public identity is the managing partner of a private equity firm in Kuala Lumpur. Our internal assessment is that he is the highest-ranking decision-maker in the Freemasons' day-to-day operations in the Asia-Pacific region. Chen Ziyuan leaned back in his chair. Singapore is a small country. The way small countries survive has never been through sheer force, but through abundant information, quick reactions, and accurate positioning. Over the past 3 months, the global power landscape has undergone a dramatic transformation. The apocalypse has emerged out of nowhere, first establishing the first special zone in the chaotic delta, then providing China with controlled nuclear fusion technology, followed by the capture of 100 U.S. Navy SEALs, and most recently, exposing the scandal of the U.S. supplying Javelin missiles to terrorists in a global live broadcast. Each of these issues alone would be enough to keep the United Nations arguing for half a year. These things combined mean that the old rules of the game are being torn apart. Is Robert still in Penang? Yes. Satellite images from 20 minutes ago show him standing at a provincial road intersection, not moving. It looks like he's waiting for someone. Chen Ziyuan crossed his fingers in front of his abdomen. What do you think? Li Mingwei carefully considered his words. Mr. President, my personal assessment is that Robert has been completely cut off by the CIA. The Javelin missile incident has the White House in a state of chaos, and Brennan needs a scapegoat to stop the bleeding. Robert is that scapegoat. His safe house in Singapore has been emptied by the CIA's Washington station, and our people have confirmed this on the ground. Then the Freemasons took over him. Yes, after spending 18 hours at the manor, he deliberately exposed himself. This means the Freemasons have given him a new task, requiring him to make someone see him. Someone. Apocalypse. Chen Ziyuan remained silent. Li Mingwei continued. The Freemasons picked up a discarded CIA pawn, filled it with something new, and then made it appear voluntarily within Apocalypse's surveillance range. This is a message delivery. Chen Ziyuan thought for a moment. What letter should we deliver? I don't know. But what is certain is that the Freemasons want to establish some kind of dialogue channel with Apocalypse. Last time in the Mediterranean, Apocalypse's aircraft carrier terrified the Freemason representatives. That was a one-sided crushing defeat. This time, they've changed their approach, using a surrender to knock on the door. What about the U.S.? Does the White House know that Robert is in Penang? Li Mingwei shook his head. I don't know. The CIA is focused on dealing with the public relations crisis surrounding the Javelin missiles. Brennan's strategy is to give Robert the cold shoulder. No warrants or pursuit, but a complete severing of ties. At the White House, the president's attention is focused on the Security Council's investigation proposal. China and France are jointly pushing for an independent investigation into the flow of U.S. weapons, and the UK has given a 72-hour ultimatum demanding an explanation. The White House is currently overwhelmed with its own problems. Chen Ziyuan tapped his fingers lightly twice on the table. Singapore's position in this game is very delicate. As Southeast Asia's most important financial center and intelligence hub, Singapore has a deep security partnership with the United States, while also maintaining significant economic and trade ties with China. It cannot afford to offend either side, but must cultivate good relations with both. The appearance of the apocalypse made this balancing technique even more complex. Tianqi's first special zone is located in the chaotic delta, not far from Singapore. Nuclear fusion cooperation between Tianqi and China has been implemented. Tianqi's military strength is sufficient to crush any single nation. A non-state entity with cutting-edge technology is right next door. No leader of a small country with a brain would ignore this matter. Li Mingwei. Exist. How many years did Robert Xi spend in Singapore? It took almost 8 years on and off. Pacific Abundance Capital's Asia-Pacific headquarters was located in Singapore. He used this company as a shell to operate the CIA's commercial infiltration network in Southeast Asia. Our files contain records of his social interactions with at least 14 local entrepreneurs and 3 retired senior civil servants. Has he broken the law in Singapore? Li Mingwei was stunned for a moment, then quickly understood the true meaning of the question. During its registration in Singapore, Pacific Abundance Capital was involved in several transactions that were suspected of violating our financial management laws. Specifically, it transferred funds through the Singapore banking system to non-public accounts, and some of the counterparties were later found to be linked to arms trafficking. If we want to find grounds to detain him, we have sufficient legal basis. Chen Ziyuan nodded. When will Tianqi go to pick him up? Uncertain, but given Apocalypse's reaction speed, they may have already located him. They should take action within 24 hours at the latest. Then our window of opportunity is very small. Li Minshui's Bratin Kikanat. He could tell. Mr. President, do you mean Robert Xi's a CIA expendable? The United States will not protect him. The Freemasons will use him as a trustee, and they will not care about his life or death after they have used him. Apocalypse wants to take him in simply to extract intelligence from the CIA and the Freemasons. Chen Ziyuan moved forward and sat down. Singapore has ample legal grounds to detain and question him. He operated a gray market business in our territory for 8 years, suspected of violating financial regulations, money laundering, and assisting in the illegal trafficking of weapons. These are real crimes. Li Minghui began to understand. You want to bring him back before Apocalypse. It's not that I want to, it's that I should. Chen Ziyuan stood up and walked to the window. The gardens of the Istana shone brightly in the afternoon sun, and in the distance was the Singapore skyline, a dense cluster of skyscrapers. This person is a mobile intelligence goldmine. The CIA's gray list approval process, Pacific Abundance Capital's money laundering structure, the Freemasons' Asia-Pacific branch's operating network, and the client list of Gray Meridian PR firm. These things are extremely valuable to any country. But Apocalypse also wants these things. If we strike first, how will Apocalypse react? That's the key. Chen Ziyuan turned around. If we simply intercept him, Apocalypse will certainly not be happy. But if we first detain Robert, conduct preliminary interrogation, obtain key intelligence, and then proactively extend goodwill to Apocalypse, such as sharing some of the intelligence or handing him over, then the nature of the matter changes. Turn into what? Singapore proactively helped Apocalypse eliminate a security threat while demonstrating our intelligence capabilities and sincerity in cooperation. Apocalypse and China have nuclear fusion cooperation. Apocalypse has established a special zone in the Delta. What about Singapore? We have nothing. This is a starting point. Li Minghui tightened his grip on the tablet. The logic is clear. Singapore needs to find its place in this new order. Robert Xi is a ticket to that order. But the risks are also very high. Mr. President, I need to remind you, Apocalypse's global surveillance capabilities far exceed our imagination. Robert stood at the intersection for 20 minutes. Apocalypse has most likely already located him. What if our people run into Apocalypse's people in Penang? They collided on Malaysian territory, Chen Ziyuan added. Li Minshui nudda. Yes, this also involves cross-border law enforcement issues. How should we handle this on the Malaysian side? Not through the Malaysian government. Li Minghui was stunned for a moment. We have contacts in Johor Bahru. The Internal Security Department has assets in both Johor Bahru and Penang. Given Robert's current condition, without weapons, backup, or electronic devices, a 3-person team is sufficient. Make discreet contact, present the legal basis, and bring him back to Singapore. The whole process should take no more than 4 hours. What if he doesn't cooperate? A person who has been abandoned by the whole world will cooperate if someone gives him an air-conditioned room and a hot meal. Li Minghui thought for a moment and nodded. This is indeed an opportunity. Singapore remained a bystander throughout Tianqi's rise. China acquired nuclear fusion technology. The United States suffered a crushing defeat. Europe watched from the sidelines. Africa was Tianqi's next territory. Singapore, the Southeast Asian hub only a few thousand kilometers away from the first special economic zone, has yet to find an entry point to participate. Robert Xi'an is the entrance. Mr. President, there is still one variable. Explain. The Freemasons sent Robert a signal so that Apocalypse would come to pick him up. What will the Freemasons think if we intercept him halfway? Will Freemasonry react in any way? Chen Ziyuan's tone was very flat. The Freemasons' use of Robert as a messenger shows that they themselves dare not confront the Apocalypse directly. By pushing someone out as a target, they're prepared for that person to be intercepted by either side. To the Freemasons, there is no essential difference between Robert being detained in Singapore and being picked up by the Apocalypse. What they care about is whether the letter can ultimately reach Lin Yi. Then we'll be responsible for delivering that letter. If the contents of the letter are valuable to us, make a copy before passing it on. Li Minghui took a deep breath. Understood. I'll arrange it immediately. The National Security Bureau's Johor Bahru team can reach Penang within 2 hours. If Robert is still near that intersection, we can get him into the car within 3 hours. Hurry up. Chen Ziyuan sat back down in his chair. We don't know how fast Apocalypse's aircraft carriers go. We also don't know if Apocalypse will send anyone to pick him up. The only certainty is that the window of opportunity shrinks by 1 minute every minute. Li Mingwei turned and walked out. Wait a moment. Li Mingwei stopped. Do not register the operation code name. Use my private authorization. If any problems arise, the responsibility lies with me. President, go. When Li Mingwei walked out of the presidential office, his palms were sweaty. He strode across the corridor, turned into a small, windowless conference room, and closed the door. He pulled out not an official mobile phone, but a black feature phone without any markings. I dialed a number. The other end rang twice before I answered. Johor Bahru Station on command. Activate Operation Palm. Target, Robert Shi. Final confirmed location, 12 kilometers south of Georgetown, Penang, at the provincial highway intersection. Full speed ahead. I will continue to update the coordinates along the way. The voice on the other end was very short. Received. Expected arrival time at the target area is 2.5 hours. Too slow. 1.5 hours. Take the highway. I'll handle the speeding ticket. Receive. Chapter 119. It wasn't Apocalypse's people who came to pick him up. Robert stood at the intersection for 53 minutes. His cell phone signal was full, and the lens of the camera on the utility pole gleamed faintly in the sunlight. He glanced up at the rusty lens and thought to himself, Apocalypse must have locked onto me by now. 0.3 seconds. Adrian said that Apocalypse could capture and locate any signal connected to the network within 0.3 seconds. So, if he's been standing here for 53 minutes, Apocalypse has been watching him for at least 3,000 seconds. Why don't you come? He wasn't anxious. The anxiety had evaporated from him the night he was cut off by the CIA 3 days prior. In its place was a strange calm, like a gambler who had placed his last chip on the table, now only waiting for the cards to be dealt. The restraint box inside the backpack was still emitting cold air. Nearly 6 hours had passed since the liquid nitrogen filling began, and the 72-hour countdown was ticking away. The window Adrian had given was shrinking second by second. The sound of an engine could be heard in the distance. Robert turned his head to look. At the end of the provincial highway, a dark gray Toyota Alphard minivan was driving towards them. It wasn't going fast, about 60 kilometers per hour, and it was moving very steadily. His heart skipped a beat. The car got closer and closer. It slowed down about 50 meters from the intersection, came to a near stop about 30 meters away, and finally slid slowly onto the shoulder. The engine shut off. The driver's side door opened first. A man in a dark blue polo shirt got out. He was lean, had a buzz cut, and wore thin-rimmed sunglasses. He didn't look at Robert. Instead, he scanned his surroundings. Then the passenger door opened. He was wearing another dark blue polo shirt. He was a size bigger than the first person and had a very thin silver chain around his neck. Finally, the back row. The two got off the bus almost simultaneously. The one on the left was tall and thin. The one on the right was of medium build, both wearing the same dark blue polo shirt. For people, the movements were clean and swift, and the stance naturally formed a semicircle, completely blocking any escape route on this side of the intersection. Robert pulled his hands out of his pockets and raised them to shoulder height, palms facing outwards. I have no weapon. He spoke in English. His voice was calm, and his pace moderate. This is the standard posture of an intelligence professional when arrested. Calm, unresisting, and first indicating that he poses no threat. The man of medium build, standing at the front, took off his sunglasses. He was around 40 years old, with strong facial features and a clean-shaven jaw. He looked at Robert for 2 seconds, then spoke. They were speaking Mandarin. Mr. Robert Shi. Robert frowned slightly. It's normal for the people of Apocalypse to speak Mandarin. I'm waiting for you. Robert switched to Mandarin as well. He had been working in the Asia-Pacific region for over a decade and spoke Mandarin better than most American diplomats. There is an item in your backpack that requires special care. Please handle it with care. The man of medium build didn't reply. He took 2 steps forward, pulled a folded leather ID holder from the breast pocket of his polo shirt, opened it, and handed it to Robert. Robert glanced down. On the left is a passport photo, and on the right is a line of English and a line of Malay. At the very top is a graphic. It is not a sign of the apocalypse. It is a red merlion, the coat of arms of the Republic of Singapore. The document reads, Internal Security Department, Operations Division, Singapore. Robert's raised hands froze in midair. ISD, Singapore's Internal Security Department. Under the Prime Minister's office, its functions are similar to the FBI's Domestic Counterintelligence Division in the US and MI5 in the UK, responsible for counter-espionage, counter-terrorism, and counter-subversion activities within Singapore. While relatively small in size, it is renowned for its precision and efficiency within the Southeast Asian intelligence community. Robert spent 8 years in Singapore and had dealt with the ISD on numerous borderline cases. He knew the organization's style all too well. Small staff, fast action, and no empty talk. My name is Lin Jianfeng. The owner of the document closed the clip and put it back in his pocket. According to Section 8 of Singapore's Internal Security Act and relevant provisions of the Prevention of Corruption Act, you are suspected of illegally transferring funds through the Singapore financial system during the operation of Pacific Abundance Capital, which is registered in Singapore. Some of the counterparties in these transactions have been confirmed to be linked to cross-border arms trafficking. We have ample legal grounds to detain and question you. Robert slowly lowered his hand. It's not Apocalypse. The person who came to pick him up was not from Apocalypse. He stood at that intersection for nearly an hour, under full signal, facing the camera, waiting for Lin Yi to send someone to pick him up. Instead, he ended up in Singapore. Robert's mind raced. Even taking the highway, it takes nearly 2 hours for ISD agents to travel from Singapore to Penang. This indicates that their actions were not impromptu, but premeditated. Someone must have given prior orders. There are no more than 3 people in Singapore who could make this decision at this time and at this speed. Mr. Lin, Robert's tone remained unchanged. I will cooperate. But before you take me away, there's something I think you should know. Lin Jianfeng did not respond. He was gesturing for the 2 team members behind him to come forward. I'm standing at this intersection, waiting for another group of people. Lin Jianfeng paused for a moment. Apocalypse. Robert pronounced the word clearly. I'm carrying something for Apocalypse. You intercepted me before Apocalypse could see this. I don't know how Apocalypse will view this, but if it were me, I would see it as a provocation. Lin Jianfeng looked at him. Your Singapore is a small country. The biggest mistake a small country can make is choosing the wrong time among big countries. Tianqi is not the United States, nor is it China. They don't talk to you about international law, nor do they play diplomatic games with you. Robert's Mandarin was clear and articulate, without the slightest hesitation. By taking me away now, you're essentially snatching a piece of meat from Tianqi's mouth. This might be at the behest of your president, but whoever made this decision should think this through. Tianqi's aircraft carrier is 800 meters long. How long is the largest warship at your Changi Naval Base? 170 meters. Lin Jianfeng put his sunglasses back on. Mr. Xia, are you finished? That's all. Get in the car. Lin Jianfeng turned and walked back to the van. 2 team members stood on either side of Robert. There were no handcuffs, no rough handling. One of them reached out and took Robert's canvas backpack. The team member paused for a moment as soon as his hand touched the backpack. Why is this bag so cold? There's a liquid nitrogen-cooled container inside. Please handle it carefully and do not invert it. The contents of the container are sensitive to temperature and magnetic fields. Liquid nitrogen must be refilled within 40 minutes after the cooling is interrupted. Otherwise, the consequences will be serious. The team member glanced at Lin Jianfeng. Lin Jianfeng did not turn around. Let's talk after we get in the car. Robert glanced one last time at the camera above his head. 4 dark blue figures in a dark gray minivan were reflected in the lens. Apocalypse should have already seen this scene. He bent down and crawled in the back seat. The car door closed. The engine started. The dark gray Toyota Alphard exited the provincial highway intersection, turned on a southbound highway entrance, and headed toward Xinshan. The intersection returned to quiet. The camera on the utility pole remained fixed, still pointing towards the center of the intersection. Occasionally, a truck loaded with palm fruit would rumble by, kicking up a cloud of tropical afternoon dust. Chapter 1, 2100 Navy SEALs go to Africa to farm. Dali Port Special Economic Zone, Ground Facilities Area. 100 U.S. Navy SEALs were divided into 4 columns and stood on an open area that had been cleared by T-800s. These people have been detained in the underground detention area for more than 2 weeks. The underground conditions are not bad, with clean drinking water, first-order synthetic food, and basic sanitation facilities. But there was no sunlight, no communication, and no way to contact the outside world. They didn't even know if the White House was still negotiating or if the Pentagon had developed a rescue plan. Today is the first time they have been brought to the surface. The sun was intense. Many people squinted because of the heat. After 2 weeks without natural light, the adjustment process caused several people's eyes to well up with tears. Their tactical equipment had long been taken away, and each person was wearing a uniform gray short-sleeved shirt and trousers, with rubber-soled cloth shoes on their feet. Around the 4 columns, 20 T-800 robots were distributed in various positions, maintaining standard guard posts. No one spoke. The Navy SEALs are the core of the U.S. Navy's Special Operations Force. Their official name is United States Navy SEALs, abbreviated as SEAL. The full name is Sea, Air, and Land, signifying amphibious operations. The selection rate is less than 20%, and the average training period is more than 30 months. Everyone standing here is an elite selected from among the best in the U.S. military system. But elite troops are meaningless in the face of the T-800. 2 weeks ago, in that battle, 100 fully armed Navy SEALs were all disarmed and captured alive within 30 seconds. Not a single person fired an effective shot, and not a single person managed to retreat. The titanium alloy frame and nanocomposite armor rendered humanity's most prized small-caliber rifle bullets a mere tickle. This overwhelming advantage is not a difference in tactics, but a difference in the level of civilization. Standing at the very front of the group was a broad-shouldered man, around 35 or 36 years old, with a short stubble on his chin. His name was Brian Coleman, the lieutenant platoon leader of SEAL Team 3 and the highest-ranking officer among the 100 men. Coleman stared at the other side. There was no one on the other side, only a row of T-800s and a concrete passageway leading into the distance. The end of the passageway was blocked by a huge alloy hatch, obscuring what lay beyond. Then the alloy hatch began to move. Instead of sliding open to the sides, the entire door panel retracted upwards into the wall like a drawer, revealing the space behind it. Coleman's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. It was a huge internal dock. At the far end of the dock stood a dark gray vessel. He didn't even know what word to use to describe it. Its size far exceeded human understanding of what a ship or aircraft was. The gray hull stretched from the bottom to the top. Beyond his sight, its surface regularly covered with rows of slightly raised structural modules. 800 meters. He'd overheard a guard in an T-800 aircraft occasionally mention this number in the underground detention area, an 800-meter class space carrier. At the time, he thought it was just propaganda. Now he believed it, because that thing was right in front of him, so big it made his scalp tingle. A low murmur arose within the ranks. Someone swore. Someone took a deep breath, then another. Footsteps came from the side. Forrest. Coleman had seen him once. It was the day he was captured. A young Chinese man in a black t-shirt stood behind the T-800 formation and didn't utter a single word the entire time. Today he wore a light dark blue jacket. His hands were in his pockets, and he walked very casually. 2 people followed behind him. One was a young woman with a ponytail, holding a tablet. The other was Lin Hao, a name that had appeared in the intelligence briefing before his capture. The legendary android. Lin Yi stood at the front of the group. Everyone. He spoke English. His pronunciation was very standard, without any accent. You have been here for 17 days. Your government knows you are here. Your families do not know. During these 17 days, the White House has tried to communicate with me through diplomatic channels 3 times to request your release. I have not responded to any of the 3 requests. Coleman clenched his fist. I replied today. Lin Yi took his right hand out of his pocket and pointed in the direction behind him. That enormous vessel, 800 meters long. You should take this to get around. There was a 2-second silence in the queue. Coleman spoke. Where to? Africa. There was another 2 seconds of silence. Then the silence returned. A commotion erupted in the line. Some were asking, what does this mean? Some were cursing, and some were whispering to each other. Coleman's voice drowned out everyone else's. We are American soldiers. According to the provisions of the Third Geneva Convention on the Treatment of Prisoners of War, you have no right to transfer us to a third country. We have the right to request visits from the International Committee of the Red Cross, and the right to request contact with our government. Lin Yi looked at him. Your government sent 100 people to my special district, equipped with full combat gear, to carry out a clandestine infiltration operation without any international authorization. After they were arrested, your government neither admitted it, nor apologized, nor made it public. 17 days have passed, and the White House has not issued a single statement acknowledging your existence. Coleman's lips moved. So you think the Geneva Convention can protect you, but your government won't even acknowledge your existence. Who do you think the Red Cross should send the visitation letter to? The line fell silent. The conditions are simple. Linie spoke slowly. You will go to Africa and serve for 10 years at my second base. Your work will include infrastructure construction, agricultural development, and facility maintenance. After 10 years, I will send you back to the United States. During these 10 years, you will have ample food, clean accommodations, and reasonable rest time. It's not prison. It's not hard labor. 10 years. Coleman forced out the word through gritted teeth. Yes, 10 years. You 100 people, using 10 years of labor to atone for your sins. You are not atoning for your personal sins. I understand that you are soldiers following orders. You are atoning for the sins your country committed against this land. American-made Javelin missiles bombed my workers, my sand-fixing forests, and almost killed 3 international journalists. Your government refuses to acknowledge this debt, so you will have to pay it. A young soldier behind Coleman took a step forward. Go to hell. We'd rather die here than let you farm our land for 10 years. Both T-800s started moving at the same time. The speed was so fast that the young soldier had no time to react. 2 titanium alloy arms simultaneously grabbed his shoulders and pressed him back into his original position. The whole process took less than a second. There was no violence. They simply immobilized the person. But every SEAL team member present who had undergone grappling and combat training could see the force involved. It wasn't human strength. Lin, you didn't even look in that direction. My second option, I'll hand you over to the UN Security Council. China and France are jointly pushing for an independent investigation into the flow of U.S. weapons. Your 100 people are irrefutable evidence. Whether you end up in an international military tribunal or silenced by your own governments, I can't control that. Coleman's throat tightened. Lin Yi waited for 5 seconds. Board the ship now. Coleman didn't move. Neither did the 99 men behind him. Then the T-800 began its operation. 20 robots started up simultaneously, precisely divided into 4 groups, and positioned themselves on either side of the 4 columns. They didn't push or drag each other. They simply began to walk towards the dock with standard strides. The queue was swept along and moved forward. This is a physical level guidance system. The T-800 stands 1 meter away from you, walking at the exact same pace as you. You can choose not to move. But if you don't move, the T-800 behind you will move half a meter closer. No pushing, no heating, no speaking. It just stands there. The titanium alloy frame, weighing over 200 kilograms, is like a walking wall. Coleman is gone. When he took his first step, his spine was very straight. The first soldier to enter the dry dock looked up at the bottom of the aircraft carrier and then never looked down again. Su Yin stood by the passageway, watching the 100 people file into the boarding corridor. Her tablet displayed each person's biometric data, heart rate, blood pressure, body temperature, all synchronized in real time. 100 people all have boarded the ship, Apocalypse reported in its headset. Okay. Lin Yi turned around and glanced at Su Yin. Your African Queen trip has gained 100 employees. Su Yin rolled his eyes. I need working people, not prisoners of war. In Africa, it's all the same. Farming doesn't discriminate based on nationality. Su Yin wanted to refute it, but after thinking about it, he realized that it made sense. Let's go. It's time for the aircraft carrier to prepare for departure. Lin Yi patted her on the shoulder. Let's stop by Malaysia on the way. There's someone we need to pick up. Su Yin nodded, picked up his tablet, and walked towards the boarding gate. After taking 2 steps, he turned back. Linya. If there are no bubble tea shops in Africa, you have to air freight them to me. Every week. Lin Yi had already walked away and ignored her request. Lin Hao was the last to board the ship. The hatch closed behind him. The reactor of the 3rd ship, Tianheng, has entered full power output from hot standby status. The ground began to shake. It's not a violent kind. It's a low-frequency, continuous vibration that travels upwards from the soles of your feet. The residents of Port Dolly were the first to feel it. People collecting food in the square stopped what they were doing. Workers unloading cargo at the dock looked up. A street vendor on the corner stood there, holding his scales, stunned. Then they saw it. From behind the mountains in the northern part of the Special Administrative Region, a huge, dark gray shadow is slowly rising. That thing was enormous. so enormous that it took the human visual system several seconds to piece together its entire outline. Its base appeared first above the ridgeline, then the middle section, and then the upper structure. The gray outer shell gleamed with a metallic sheen in the afternoon sunlight. 800 meters. The entire port of Dali was beneath its projection. Some people knelt down in the square. Tianheng rises vertically at a speed of 12 meters per second. There were no flames, no jet streams, and no launch tower. The anti-gravity drive system allowed this 800-meter behemoth to silently detach from the ground, like a drop of water flowing backward. Once it reaches an altitude of 3,000 meters, the aircraft carrier's optical stealth system is activated. The gray shell began to turn transparent. First the edges, then the center, like a giant block of ice melting in the sunlight. 12 seconds later, there was nothing left in the sky. The residents of Port Dali stared at the empty sky for a long time. In the square, a child was holding his mother's hand and pointing to the sky. "Mom, the mountain has flown away." Chapter 121, The Whisper of the Steel Leviathan. The moment the hatch closed, Brian Coleman felt a very subtle change in air pressure in his eardrums. There was no familiar feeling of lift. There was no weightlessness as if the whole body was being pressed down. 100 SEALs stood in the boarding tunnel. The aircraft carrier had already left the ground, yet no one fell. Coleman's sense of balance told them they were rising rapidly, but their bodies couldn't feel it. AT-800 wearing dark blue turned to face the team. "Welcome aboard. Please follow the signs to the living quarters to prepare. Please cooperate with biometric data collection before entering your compartment." Mechanical sound. Flat, devoid of any human intonation. The team was silently divided into 4 squads by the T-800s, each pointing towards one of the 4 corridors. The walls on both sides of the corridors were made of some kind of dark gray metal with regular geometric patterns on the surface, and no welding seams could be seen. Coleman was assigned to the first team. His habit of observation led him to start counting steps. The distance from the boarding gate to the living quarters was about 150 meters. Every 10 meters along both sides of the corridor was a shadowless lamp. Its light so even it was eerily uniform. "We've arrived." The T-800 stopped in front of a silver-white hatch. That wasn't an ordinary metal door. The material looked like titanium alloy, but the surface had a faint, flowing sheen, like liquid slowly flowing. "Assign unit number." The T-800 turned to Coleman. "You're the first person in the team. Cabin number 101-1. Please enter." The hatch slid open silently. Coleman saw the civilian compartments inside the spacecraft for the first time. The room was small, 3 meters by 3 meters. A single bed, a desk, and a secluded bathroom. All the furniture was some kind of silver-white composite material, with excessively clean lines. The walls were also a dark gray metal, but in this enclosed space, Coleman could see them more clearly. The walls were faintly glowing. It was as if countless extremely fine optical fibers were embedded in the metal surface, forming a kind of grid-like luminous pattern. Biometric data collection. Please relax. The T-800's robotic arm extended. Coleman instinctively stepped back, but the cabin was only so big, and he had nowhere to retreat. A fluorescent light swept across his pupil. Not a laser, more like some kind of soft scanning light. The process lasted only 0.5 seconds. Data collection complete. Your compartment access control is activated. Biometric binding. Please remember your compartment number. The T-800 turned to exit the cabin. The hatch closed silently behind it. Coleman rushed to the hatch and pried at the crack. There was no gap. The edge of the hatch met the wall so smoothly that there was no optical discernible indentation. He ran his fingers along the seam until his nails almost broke, but the hatch didn't budge. He pulled out a metal sheet he had secretly taken from a tool rack in the maintenance hall earlier. It was a 2 mm thick titanium alloy sheet. He scraped it hard along the seam of the hatch. The sound was piercing, but the metal sheet left no mark on the hatch. Instead, the edges of the metal sheet were dulled. It was as if he was sharpening a tool, not cutting anything. Coleman stopped. He turned and sat on the bed. The mattress had a strange support. It was too soft yet completely supported his spine. He now noticed that there was absolutely no hum of air conditioning in the cabin. But the temperature remained constant at around 23 degrees Celsius. The humidity was as comfortable as in an air-conditioned room. Where are the ventilation openings? He looked up at the ceiling. He didn't see any ventilation openings. The ceiling was the same dark gray metal as the walls, with the same glowing mesh texture. The smell of food suddenly wafted over from somewhere. Coleman looked up. A square recess appeared in the wall, and a tray was slowly pushed out of the niche. On the tray sat a piece of meat. Its color and texture resembled that of a well-aged, high-quality steak. Surrounding it were several kinds of vegetables and a brownish block of meat. There was also a glass of clear liquid. Coleman did not move. 2 minutes later, his stomach started rumbling. 2 weeks of synthetic bread and nutritional paste had emptied his stomach. The aroma of that steak kept wafting into his nostrils. Coleman finally picked up his fork. When he took the first bite, his fighting instincts tried to tell him that something might have been added to it. But the moment it enters the mouth, the urge of the muscles completely takes over the brain. That was steak. A real, perfectly textured, top-quality steak cooked to perfection. Every taste bud in his mouth was working simultaneously. The moment he took that bite, his tension dropped by an order of magnitude. He didn't realize that he had slumped his shoulders while eating. He finished the food on the tray within 10 minutes. The clear liquid tasted similar to some kind of electrolyte drink, but was more effective than any sports drink. Coleman could clearly feel his energy recovering at a perceptible speed. The weakness I felt over the past 2 weeks is fading quickly. The walls of the cabin suddenly changed color, from dark gray to a near dark blue. Coleman was startled by the change. Then he realized something. The tray in the niche retracted automatically. At the same time, the wall diagonally opposite lit up. It was some kind of holographic projection. A standard text interface appeared on the wall. The content was written in English. Welcome aboard the Tianjin aircraft carrier. Here is some information you need to know. A military service regulation begins to play. The content covers daily routines, work arrangements, disciplinary regulations, and safety agreements. The logic revealed between the lines is cold and meticulous. Violations will result in progressively harsh punishments, starting with reduced rations, progressing to isolation and confinement, and then escalating to forced labor. But what caught Coleman's attention most was the last point. After your 10-year service period, the aircraft carrier will return you to U.S. territory. In the event of any transgression, escape, or violence, the aircraft carrier will reassess your remaining service period. The assessment may result in an extension of your service period to 20 years or more. Coleman's hands clenched unconsciously. The holographic text vanished. The walls returned to dark gray. But now Coleman knew that these walls could change color and project any content. Every wall on the spaceship was a screen. He walked to the porthole in the cabin. This was the first time he had noticed that window. The window pane was highly transparent. Outside were clouds. No, it didn't look like flying at all. The clouds were rushing past at an incredible speed. So fast that Coleman's eyes couldn't keep up. Regarding altitude, he had done ample training in skydiving and helicopter drops. He could sense that the current flight altitude was approximately above 12,000 meters. But he couldn't hear any engine sound. Aircraft are never silent. Even the most advanced stealth bombers have a low-frequency hum from their turbines that can be clearly heard in the cockpit. This spaceship was so quiet that he felt like he was on land. The clouds outside the window suddenly parted. The ground appeared below, a deep blue expanse of water. The Straits of Malaysia. Coleman recognized the terrain. The flight speed likely exceeded Mach 2.0. At the very least, no aerodynamic flames formed around the hull. There was no sign of sonic boom. The temperature on the spacecraft's exterior did not appear to rise abnormally. This violates all the common sense of physics regarding high-speed flight. Coleman's palms began to sweat. He heard footsteps in the corridor, not the precise rhythm of AT-800. Human footsteps. His roommate. A SEAL had been assigned to the next compartment. Were the walls soundproof? He rushed to the hatch and pressed it. The hatch did not respond. Hey, he knocked on the hatch. There was no sound from next door, but he could hear the projection system in the next cabin starting up. The same commands were playing. Coleman sat back on the bed. The ceiling light began to warm up, gradually transitioning from a bluish white to an amber hue. It was a slow, natural process like simulating a sunset. He suddenly realized that the spaceship was regulating his circadian rhythm. This is not a civilian aircraft. This is not a military transport plane. This is not even an aircraft carrier. This is something completely different. Coleman lay in bed, watching the ceiling gradually darken. The Straits of Malaysia are now far behind us. The spaceship is flying southwest. Its speed and direction remain unchanged. Lin Ye's description of Africa. How far is the journey? At this speed, how long would it take to fly from Southeast Asia to Africa? 10 hours? 8 hours? Coleman's eyelids grew heavy, not from fatigue, but because the air in the cabin was beginning to change subtly. The oxygen concentration has increased, or perhaps his nerves have been calmed by something invisible. He wanted to stay alert, but his body was no longer obeying his brain. A last thought flashed through his mind before he lost consciousness. Lin Yu wasn't lying. There was indeed food here. There was clean lodging. There was ample time to rest. However, at the same time, every inch of space in the spaceship is being monitored by them. The lights in the cabin went out completely. The footsteps from next door also stopped. The entire residential area fell into a deep silence. Only the faint sound of the ventilation system continued. The sound was so faint that it was almost imperceptible. But Coleman knew it was there, just like the existence of this spaceship. That is undeniable, but it is equally impossible to fight against. Chapter 122, The Gamble in Singapore. Changi Underground Safe House. This is Singapore's most secret interrogation location within the Internal Security Department. Built 40 meters underground, its reinforced concrete walls are over 2 meters thick. This place is not listed on any official register. Chun Ziyuan was wearing a dark gray personal suit, not the formal attire of a president. He entered the interrogation room at 11:20 p.m. and waved away the armed police outside. Robert sat in a chair opposite the interrogation table. He still wore a magnetic wristband, a form of detention, on his wrist. A liquid nitrogen cryogenic chamber was placed inside a glass enclosure in a corner of the interrogation room. Chun Ziyuan sat down opposite him, a cup of tea on the table, still steaming. Tea, Chun Ziyuan said in English, his accent carrying a distinctive Singaporean intonation, Singapore tea guanyin. The kind I drink myself. Robert didn't move. A slight smile appeared on Chun Ziyuan's lips. His hands, resting relaxed on the table, were clasped together. This was a habitual posture developed by politicians in the game of capital and power. Do you know why I didn't just send you directly to the Americans? Because the Americans don't want me anymore. Robert's Mandarin had a slight accent. Nobody's gonna take me now. If you take me, it's like you're picking up trash that the CIA threw away. Correct. Chun Ziyuan tapped his fingers on the table. But even garbage has value. Especially this kind of garbage. You have the U.S.'s gray list for the Asia-Pacific region. You know how many politicians and businessmen make a living off this list. You also know how the Freemasons operate. Robert looked up at Chun Ziyuan, and Chun Ziyuan leaned forward, lowering his voice. You know what's in this box? I don't know, Robert said. I really don't know. The Freemasons only told me that this thing would be useful to Apocalypse. They wanted me to deliver it to Apocalypse in person. That's all. Chun Ziyuan made a gesture. The lights in the interrogation room brightened. A document was placed on the table. It was an internal Singapore document with a red seal. The title is Background Investigation on Adrian von Hoffman and the Freemasons Asia-Pacific Branch. We've reviewed your activities in Singapore over the past 8 years. Chun Ziyuan leaned back. You first came into contact with a Freemason agent in 2016, Victor Leon. From then on, you were no longer just an external contractor for the CIA. You were someone being used by both sides. Right. The CIA has abandoned you. Chun Ziyuan's speech quickened. They needed you to die somewhere, taking all the secrets with you. But you survived. Now you're here with me. In Singapore. Chun Ziyuan stood up and walked to the freezer. He looked at the silvery white floating sphere through the glass cover. Our experts have preliminarily determined that this object is some kind of unusual metal. Its density and magnetism are abnormal. Why would the Freemasons want you to take this to Apocalypse? I have no idea. Chun Ziyuan turned around. You're lying to me. Yes, Robert admitted readily. Because the truth is useless to you. Lying is what works for you. Chun Ziyuan's expression remained unchanged. He returned to his chair and sat down. What can I give you? Robert continued. The specific locations and operators of 17 unofficial channels in the Asia-Pacific region. All the Pentagon and CIA's underground facilities in Southeast Asia. The Freemasons' assets in the region. Do you want these? I want it. Chun Ziyuan nodded. But it won't change anything. Robert's tone was flat. Because Apocalypse already knows. You just asked why Apocalypse didn't send someone to pick me up. Let me tell you a fact. Whether Apocalypse sends someone to pick me up or not has nothing to do with whether Apocalypse knows I'm here. Apocalypse knows I'm in Johor Bahru. Apocalypse knows I met your people the second my phone was turned on. Apocalypse knows I'm 40 meters underground in Changi, Singapore. Chen Ziyuan's expression didn't change, but his fingers stopped tapping. 0.3 seconds, Robert continued. Apocalypse's system can lock onto any signal connected to the network within 0.3 seconds. Your men chased me from Johor Bahru using GPS. They use police radios. They use your cell phone and my cell phone. All of these things are connected to the network. Apocalypse saw the whole process in the very first second of your actions. Then why didn't anyone stop it? Because Apocalypse is watching. Watching what you'll do. Watching what Singapore will do. Robert's voice became very calm. The Freemasons gave me this box to go to Apocalypse. You intercepted me before Apocalypse could. Now Apocalypse is watching to see if a small country dares to steal his things. Chen Ziyuan stood up and walked to the freezer. Liquid nitrogen continues to leak out. The countdown is on. If I send you in this box to Tianchi together, Chen Ziyuan turned around, it would be an apology from Singapore for overstepping its bounds. Would that be appropriate? Yes. So you're still alive. What if I don't deliver it? Then you'll be just like the CIA, becoming a target for Apocalypse to settle scores. Robert looked at Chen Ziyuan, but it's very different. The CIA is a superpower. At least the U.S. president can create some international public opinion trouble for Apocalypse. What about Singapore? Singapore's GDP is 2% of the U.S.'s. The total number of Singapore's troops is less than that of a single U.S. military base. Singapore's land area is smaller than New York City. You said I was powerless to resist. Chen Ziyuan's tone remained unchanged. I said you had no choice, Robert corrected. I still want to live, so I'll choose for you. Chen Ziyuan stopped at the interrogation table. He looked down at Robert. The man sitting across from him was once one of the CIA's most important peripheral agents in Southeast Asia, wielding control over resources worth billions of dollars. Now, he wore a uniformly issued gray prison uniform with a restraining wristband on his wrist. Do you know what balance is? Chen Ziyuan asked. The survival philosophy of small countries. I know. We need to find the most advantageous position for ourselves when we are sandwiched between powerful nations. Yes. Chen Ziyuan sat down in the chair. Tianchi is very strong, but Tianchi is also an emerging power. The United States, China, and Europe are all watching Tianchi. If I were to publicly announce that Singapore intercepted you, Tianchi would not dare to openly use force against Singapore, because that would let all countries see what Tianchi did to small countries that defied it. This would destroy the international image that Tianchi wants to build. That's the balance. Robert did not respond immediately. Chen Ziyuan continued. I will hand you over, but I will tell Tianchi in front of international public opinion that Singapore hopes to establish a dialogue channel. Singapore is willing to act as a neutral party and play a mediating role between Tianchi and the international community. In this way, Tianchi gets what it wants and also gains the initiative of a sovereign nation. It's a deal for Tianchi. For Singapore, we have a card to play. Chen Ziyuan's expression was confident. It was the expression of a veteran who had been immersed in the game of power for over a decade. That way you won't die. Chen Ziyuan looked at Robert. That's balance. Robert shook his head. You don't understand Apocalypse. His tone was flat, even a little tired. Apocalypse doesn't play by international law. It doesn't play by diplomatic rhetoric. It doesn't care about national image. Do you know why the United States abandoned me? Because the United States still has a face. The United States has to consider international public opinion. It has to consider the United Nations. It has to consider what its allies think. So at most, the United States will give me the cold shoulder. It won't acknowledge my existence, but it won't kill me directly. Robert paused. Apocalypse doesn't care about saving face. No government wants him to save face. No voters want him to save face. Apocalypse only cares about results. Chen Ziyuan stood up. Then why did the Freemasons send you to Apocalypse? Why don't they talk to Apocalypse themselves? Because the Freemasons are afraid too, Robert said. The Freemasons have been around for over 300 years. In those 300 years, they've seen too many powers rise and fall. Apocalypse is the first new force that has made them so nervous. So they sent me first to test the waters, to find out exactly what Apocalypse is, to see if Apocalypse will accept this gift. Testing the waters? Chen Ziyuan frowned. The Freemasons used me as bait. Robert pointed to the cryogenic chamber. That chamber was bait too. The Freemasons wanted to see how the Apocalypse would treat a pawn delivered to their door containing some mysterious metal, to see how the Apocalypse would react, to see the apocalypse's moral bottom line, to see what kind of civilization the apocalypse truly is. Chen Ziyuan suddenly lost some weight. Robert continued. Now you've taken me down. You haven't changed the nature of this test. You just changed it to a test between Singapore and apocalypse. The Freemasons are still watching. The United States is watching. China, Japan, Europe, they're all watching. They're watching how the apocalyptic church deals with a small country that dares to defy their will. Chapter 123, The Singaporeans Pry Open the Thunder. The world is not just about apocalypse. Chen Ziyuan pushed the teacup aside and lowered his voice. Robert, you're scaring me. Robert sat opposite him, but did not accept the tea. I'm just telling you about the risks. Of course I'm aware of the risks. Chen Ziyuan raised his hand and tapped the table. Singapore is not just any port city. We are a global financial center, a shipping hub, and an intelligence exchange node in Southeast Asia. The U.S. 7th Fleet operates in this area, and Japan, Australia, and the United Kingdom all have interests here. He paused for a moment. If apocalypse tries to take action against Singapore, will the United States just stand by and watch? Robert looked up. Do you still think the United States can suppress apocalypse? Chen Ziyuan did not answer immediately. He got up and walked to the glass enclosure, looking at the liquid nitrogen cryogenic chamber inside. Of course the United States suffered a loss. The Navy SEALs were captured, the Javelin missile scandal broke out, and the White House is in a very bad position. But being in a bad position does not mean that the United States has lost. Robert didn't respond. Chen Ziyuan continued speaking. The United States has global military bases, a dollar system, a network of allies, and a complete industrial chain. What does apocalypse have? A few aircraft, a group of robots, and a young man hiding underground. And there's controlled nuclear fusion. Advanced technology does not mean the ability to dominate the world. Chen Ziyuan turned around. For technology to be implemented, it needs factories, mines, ports, fleets, insurance, financial settlement, and multinational supply chains. Does Tianqi have these? Can it conjure titanium, nickel, rare earth elements, silicon wafers, photoresist, and superconducting materials out of thin air? Upon hearing this, Robert finally spoke. Do you think he's short of money? Chen Ziyuan smiled. Money is more than just numbers in an account. Money is credit, a settlement system, and market acceptance. Apocalypse doesn't even have a formal bank account right now. He could distribute synthetic food in Dollyport and have robots patrol. But if he wants to buy 1 million tons of iron, or who will give him a letter of credit? Who will provide insurance for him? Which shipping company would dare to take him on? Robert was silent for 2 seconds. You treat him like a high-tech warlord. Isn't that right? Chen Ziyuan walked back to the interrogation table. A lucky person obtained technology that shouldn't belong to this era. This person is very strong, but he hasn't become a nation, much less a system. Robert shook his head. Your mistake was using an outdated framework to judge him. The old framework has been winning for centuries. Chen Ziyuan picked up the documents on the table. Singapore survived thanks to this framework, and it has become what it is today thanks to this framework. Lin Jianfeng pushed open the door and entered the interrogation room. Mr. President, the technology assessment team has arrived. Chen Ziyuan glanced at the freezer. Let them into the isolation lab. Robert leaned forward slightly. Don't touch that box. Chen Ziyuan stopped. Why? The Freemasons said that the contents of the box are sensitive to magnetic fields. There will be problems 40 minutes after the liquid nitrogen cooling is interrupted. If you force the test, it may trigger a leak. Lin Jianfeng looked at Chen Ziyuan. Chen Ziyuan did not hesitate. We will not force it open. We will only perform external testing. Robert spoke in a low voice. You think external testing makes it safe? Chen Ziyuan ignored him. Lin Jianfeng, take Robert to the observation room. Let him keep an eye on him. Changi Underground Safe House, Level 3 Basement, Level Isolation Laboratory. The freezer was transferred to the Central Inspection Station. The Singapore technical team consists of 6 people, led by Dr. Chun from the Defense Science and Technology Agency. He was in his early 50s and had long been in charge of testing special materials and hazardous materials. There are 3 sets of equipment on the table. The first set is a non-contact temperature array that uses both infrared and microwave dual-channel temperature measurement to avoid inaccuracies caused by a single infrared measurement under the interference of liquid nitrogen mist. The second set is a triaxial magnetometer, used to measure changes in the magnetic field in 3 directions in space. The typical geomagnetic field strength is between 25 and 65 microtesla, lower near the equator, and around 30 microtesla in Singapore. If the object inside the box is truly sensitive to the geomagnetic field, the magnetometer will first detect abnormal fluctuations. The third set is an acoustic sensor array. This array covers low frequencies, infrasound, and the audible frequency range. The human ear can generally hear frequencies between 20 Hz and 20,000 Hz. Infrasound below 20 Hz is inaudible, but can affect internal organs, blood vessels, and building structures. When the intensity is high enough, it can cause glass to shatter, walls to crack, nausea, ear pressure, and nasal bleeding. Dr. Chen reported via a communication system. President, let's do an external scan first, without touching the inner constraint structure. Chen Ziyuan stood in the observation room. Robert was next to him, his magnetic wristband still on. Start. Dr. Chen nodded. Temperature reading. The assistant next to him called out the numbers. The outer shell is minus 176 degrees Celsius, and the liquid nitrogen circulation is stable. The internal temperature difference cannot be measured. Magnetic field reading. External stability, approximately 31 microtesla. There is localized shielding around the enclosure, with a shielding rate exceeding 99.9%. Dr. Chen adjusted his glasses. This box is amazing. Chen Ziyuan pressed the communication button. Explain. Dr. Chen didn't waste any words. It should have used the Meissner effect in superconducting. When a superconductor enters a low-temperature state, it will expel magnetic field lines from the inside, forming a repulsive magnetic field. Theoretically, if the design is precise enough, an object can be suspended in the magnetic field equilibrium point without touching any solid structure. Lin Jianfeng frowned after hearing this. So you're saying this box isn't a refrigerator, it's a cage? That's one way to understand it. It uses low temperatures to maintain the superconducting state, uses a magnetic field to suspend the contents inside, and isolates them from external magnetic fields. Chen Ziyuan looked at Robert. That's consistent with what you've heard. Robert was not happy. This just proves that the Freemasons didn't lie to me. Chen Ziyuan continued to issue orders. Do component analysis. Dr. Chen looked up. Mr. President, the outer shell is too strong a barrier. Conventional spectra cannot penetrate it. To obtain data on the internal objects, we need to open the outer protective cover or use low-power neutron scattering. Robert immediately spoke. No. Chen Ziyuan didn't look at him. Does neutron scattering affect magnetic fields? Dr. Chen responded. The low-power mode theoretically wouldn't work. Neutrons are uncharged and not directly affected by magnetic fields. We only use them to penetrate the outer shell and observe the internal density distribution. Robert sneered. In theory. Chen Ziyuan turned his head. Besides intimidation, what other contributions have you made? Have. Robert stared at the freezer in the observation window. The Freemasons have been researching this for 70 years, and they only dared to keep it locked in a box. You've had it for less than an hour, and you're already preparing to use neutrons to bombard it. The observation room fell silent for a moment. Chen Ziyuan was not persuaded. Dr. Chen, low power, 10 seconds. Receive. The equipment above the testing station is started. The data stream has started refreshing. In the first second, the temperature was normal. The magnetic field returned to normal in the third second. At the fifth second, a small peak appeared in the acoustic array. The assistant immediately shouted it out. Low-frequency signal, 7.8 Hz. Dr. Chen paused for a moment. Strength. Very low, below the human perception threshold. Continue. 8th second. The acoustic peak value increases. 11.2 Hz. Intensity increases. The 10th second. Dr. Chen immediately raised his hand. Stop the irradiation. The equipment is off. In the observation room, Chen Ziyuan stared at the screen. What happened? Dr. Chen looked at the data. The internal object responds to the neutron source. It's not a thermal response, nor is it a normal vibration. It's closer to some kind of passive activation. Robert spoke in a low voice. I warned you. Chen Ziyuan did not back down. Is the enclosure stable? The liquid nitrogen cycle is stable. The superconducting confinement field is still intact. Dr. Chen was speaking when a magnetometer curve suddenly jumped. The assistant's voice changed. Magnetic field fluctuations from 31 microtesla to 47 microtesla, lasting 0.6 seconds. Dr. Chen immediately gave the order. Everyone step back 2 meters and activate level 2 protection. The lab staff did as instructed. The freezer's exterior remained unchanged. However, a small crack suddenly appeared in a piece of ordinary pressure glass in the upper right corner of the observation window. Lin Jianfeng suddenly took a step forward. President, evacuate. Chen Ziyuan did not move. Reading. The assistant's voice came through the communicator. The intensity of infrasound continues to rise, reaching 15 hertz, which is close to the threshold of discomfort for the human body. Turn off all active devices. It's already closed. Why is it still rising? Dr. Chen stared at the monitor on the enclosure. The internal object is oscillating on its own after being triggered. The constraint field has not failed, but there is a leakage. Robert closed his eyes briefly. You knocked on the door. Chen Ziyuan turned his head. What door? Robert did not answer. In the laboratory, a young technician suddenly covered his nose. Blood seeped from between his fingers. Dr. Chen immediately shouted, Everyone evacuate the lab. 6 technicians began to evacuate. Just then, the liquid nitrogen circulation alarm light on the freezer came on. Red light. Dr. Chen had just reached the door when he rushed back to the control panel. The liquid nitrogen pump pressure has dropped. It's not due to a refrigeration failure, but rather an increase in the load on the confined field, causing a sudden increase in the rate of liquid nitrogen consumption. Chen Ziyuan pressed the communication button. How much longer can we hold out? Originally, there were 66 hours remaining, but at this rate of consumption, there will be at most 22 hours left. If the oscillations continue to intensify, the time will be even shorter. Lin Jianfeng spoke directly. President, the boxes must be moved immediately. Chen Ziyuan looked at the screen. Where to move it to? Military cryogenic warehouse. Dr. Chen rejected the idea in a communication. No, ordinary cryogenic warehouses can only cool the environment, not maintain the superconducting magnetic field structure. The core of this box is antimagnetic confinement, not simply cooling. Robert looked up. To Tianqi. Chen Ziyuan did not respond. Robert emphasized his words. Now. Chen Ziyuan stared at him. You're in a hurry. Of course I'm anxious. You guys need to wake it up quickly. Wake him up. Robert pointed to the box behind the observation window. I don't know if that thing is alive, but it's responding to stimuli. The Freemasons say that if it's unrestrained for 9 seconds, it can shatter glass within 200 meters, and in 15 seconds it can crack a load-bearing wall. It hasn't broken free yet. It's just leaking a little, and your man is already bleeding from the nose. Chapter 1, 24 Deception. Before Dr. Chen could finish speaking, the second pressure glass panel in the isolation laboratory cracked. The crack started from the edges and moved towards the center. On the monitoring screen, the acoustic curve began to rise continuously. 17.6 hertz. The assistant's voice trembled. The intensity exceeds the threshold of human discomfort. Dr. Chen held the communicator. Evacuate completely. Do not look back. Do not take any equipment. Leave immediately. 6 technicians have arrived at the airtight door. But the youngest technician suddenly stopped. He stood by the door, his hands hanging down, blood still flowing from his nose, but he didn't move. Dr. Chen turned around and called to him. Arong, let's go. Arong did not respond. A female researcher next to him reached out to pull him. The next second, Arong suddenly turned around and pounced on her. There was no shouting. There were no signs of struggle beforehand. He grabbed the female researcher by the shoulder, slammed her against the door frame, and bit her. In the observation room, Lin Jianfeng's expression changed. Open the door. Pull the person out. Dr. Chen rushed over to the lab and hugged Arong from behind. He's out of control. It's not his own behavior. The female researcher covered her arm and backed away. 2 other researchers came up to help. But Arong's strength was ridiculously great. 3 people couldn't hold him down. Chen Ziyuan stared at the monitor screen and finally pressed the emergency evacuation button. Close the laboratory and release the living people. Lin Jianfeng immediately stopped him. Mr. President, the airtight door can only be opened halfway at a time. There's someone out of control inside. Releasing them could cause a spread of the virus. Robert suddenly spoke up from the side. We can't let them out. Chen Ziyuan suddenly turned his head. My people are inside. After you get out, you'll have even more people. Robert's voice was very low. This stuff doesn't affect the skin or the poison gas. It affects the brain. An urgent report came through Dr. Chen's communication channel. Mr. President, the intensity of low-frequency sound waves is still increasing, reaching 19 hertz, which is close to the lower limit of human hearing. Low-frequency and infrasound waves will bypass ordinary sound insulation materials and be conducted through the chest cavity, cranial cavity, and inner ear vestibular system. Chen Ziyuan grasped the key points. Will it drive people crazy? Dr. Chen was panting. That's one way to understand it. The inner ear's vestibular system is responsible for balance. The brainstem controls instinctive reflexes, and the frontal lobe is responsible for behavioral inhibition. Continuous stimulation with strong, low frequencies can cause dizziness, nausea, and impaired judgment, and in severe cases, aggressive behavior. A sudden impact sound came through the communication line. Dr. Chen was knocked down by our own. Another researcher tried to pull him up, but as soon as he got close, he froze. He stood there for 2 seconds, then raised his hand and grabbed the neck of the person next to him. Lin Jianfeng cursed under his breath. This is no longer out of control. It's a cluster infection. Robert immediately corrected him. It's not an infection, it's resonance contamination. Chen Ziyuan stared at him. Explain clearly. Sound waves don't need to come into contact. You hear them, and you're affected. Your body has water, bones, blood vessels, and brain tissue, and these things all have their own inherent frequencies. When external frequencies come close to them, they amplify the reaction. Robert looked at the freezer inside the glass enclosure. The Freemasons say that breaking free from restraints will shatter glass in 9 seconds and crack load-bearing walls in 15 seconds. They don't say that the effects on the human nervous system may come even earlier. Lin Jianfeng pressed the communicator. Arm team, take riot shields and restraint guns down there. Wear active noise-canceling earmuffs and don't shoot at the boxes. A reply came through the earphones. Receive. Chen Ziyuan spoke. Don't kill the researchers, save the people first. Robert looked up. It's beyond saving. Chen Ziyuan's face darkened. Shut up. They might recover if they leave the source of the noise. But right now they are being continuously stimulated. The longer you wait to make a decision, the more people will be drawn in. In a laboratory, the airtight door was only 1/3 open. The female researcher rushed out from under the door. She knelt down as soon as she came out, covered her ears with her hands, and kept repeating one sentence. Stop ringing, stop ringing, stop ringing. Another researcher tried to rush out as well. Arong pounced on him from behind and dragged him back to the lab. The airtight door sensed the obstruction and stopped closing. The alarm went off. Lin Jianfeng immediately gave the order. Power off. The technician typed a few things on a console. If the airtight door is blocked by a person, forcibly closing it will break it. Press. Chen Ziyuan spoke. Lin Jianfeng glanced at him. Chen Ziyuan did not change the order. Press. The airtight door began to slowly close. The researcher, stuck in the door crack, screamed in agony. Arong was still dragging it back. The gap in the door was getting narrower and narrower. At the last second, the soldiers outside extended long-handled hooks and forcibly pulled the researcher out. The door closed. The laboratory is completely separated from the outside world. The monitor screen is not stable. The acoustic curve continues to rise. 22 hertz. Dr. Chen's voice came from the laboratory. He hasn't come out yet. Mr. President, the confinement field load continues to rise. The magnetic field inside the enclosure is oscillating on its own. Simply put, the thing inside got a jolt from the neutron source, and now it's singing on its own. Chen Ziyuan gripped the communicator. Can you still come out? I'm in the inner control panel, too far from the door. The arm team will be here soon. Dr. Chen paused for half a second. President, if I also lose control, seal off this layer immediately. Chen Ziyuan did not respond to that sentence. Lin Jianfeng has already retrieved the floor plan of the 3rd basement level. Mr. President, there are 2 composite walls and 1 airtight door between the isolation laboratory and the observation room. Theoretically, they can block chemical leaks, but they may not block low-frequency sound waves. Robert spoke. Low-frequency sound waves have strong penetrating power. Ordinary sound insulation relies on absorbing high frequencies, which is ineffective against low frequencies. You need a very large barrier or an active reverse sound wave cancellation device. Chen Ziyuan immediately looked at the technician. Do you have it? The technician's forehead was covered in sweat. The safe house does not have an active infrasound cancellation system. It was designed to protect against explosions, leaks during interrogations, and chemical poisons. Robert added a sentence. No one would bring in alien artifacts for neutron scattering. Chen Ziyuan ignored him. How long can liquid nitrogen last? The data on the screen is being refreshed. The technician reads the numbers. Based on the current consumption, it will take 19 hours. However, the sound wave intensity increases every 3 minutes, so, conservatively speaking, it will reach the critical point within 12 hours. What happens after the critical point? Robert answered for him. The constraint field collapsed. The star key came into contact with the Earth's magnetic field. 9 seconds later, all the glass in the building shattered. 12 seconds later, the underground structure began to be damaged. 15 seconds later, the people inside died first. Chen Ziyuan finally uttered a curse. Those Freemasons are lunatics. Robert's face turned grim. He looked at the box and suddenly smiled. The laugh was brief. I was tricked by them too. Chen Ziyuan turned around. You only understand now. They told me that this was a token, a sample of the person behind the door, and a bargaining chip to get Apocalypse to agree to meet. Robert stared at the rising curve on the monitoring screen. This is not a token. This is a weapon. Lin Jianfeng did not respond. Robert continued, speaking faster and faster. The Freemasons don't care whether I live to see Apocalypse. What they want to see is how Apocalypse handles this thing. If Apocalypse accepts it, they will observe the reaction. If Apocalypse refuses, the star key will go out of control in some city. He suddenly looked up at Chen Ziyuan. They didn't lie to me at all. Which half? They said it was bait. Robert clenched his teeth. But they didn't say that the bait would explode. The armed team arrived at the elevator entrance on the 3rd basement level. 8 soldiers were wearing bomb suits, active noise-canceling earmuffs, and carrying stun guns and riot shields. Lin Jianfeng picked up the walkie-talkie. Enter the buffer zone and drag Dr. Chen out first. Do not approach within 2 meters of the cryo chamber. Anyone who pauses, repeats actions, or shows aggressive tendencies should be immediately electrocuted. Receive. The outer layer of the airtight door is opened. The armed group entered the buffer zone. As soon as the first soldier stepped inside, static came through the communication channel. The vibrations are being countered by the earmuffs, but my chest feels uncomfortable. Lin Jianfeng frowned. Continue. The second door opened. The images inside the laboratory appeared on the observation screen. Dr. Chen leaned against the control panel, still clutching a manual liquid nitrogen valve wrench in his hand. Arong and 2 other researchers walked back and forth in the middle of the laboratory. They moved slowly, but as soon as they heard the door open, they would turn towards the door at the same time. The armed group leader spoke in a low voice. Target, 3 out-of-control individuals. Dr. Chen survived. Lin Jianfeng gave the order. First, use electric shocks on the out-of-control person. 3 restraint guns fired simultaneously. The electrode needle hit Arong and 2 other people. Current release. 2 of the 3 people fell down. Arong didn't fall. He only twitched once, then rushed toward the nearest soldier. The riot shields were raised. With a bang, the soldier was knocked back 2 steps. The captain shouted, "Fire another shot." The second electric shock hit. Arong finally collapsed to the ground. The armed group charged toward Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen looked up, and his voice came through the communicator. "Don't touch me." The captain stopped. Dr. Chen raised his hand. His nose was also bleeding. I paused 3 times just now. It may have been affected. Lin Jianfeng spoke directly. Dr. Chen, come out and quarantine. No. Dr. Chen inserted the wrench into the liquid nitrogen valve. The manual nitrogen inlet is here. The automatic pump is depressurizing too quickly. I need to connect the spare tank first. Otherwise, it will explode halfway through your journey to move the container. Chen Ziyuan pressed the communication button. Dr. Chen, come out. I'll have someone else pick you up. They can't understand the interface. Dr. Chen stared at the pressure gauge. The interface of this box is not a standard industrial port. It has a 3-layer locking structure inside. If it is connected incorrectly even once, the temperature of the superconducting ring will jump. Robert immediately interrupted. Let him do it. He's the only one who can stall for time right now. Chen Ziyuan looked at Robert. You'd better pray he comes out alive. Robert did not dodge. I want it even more than you do. Dr. Chen acted very quickly. He opened the spare liquid nitrogen tank, adjusted the valve angle, first performed low-pressure pre-cooling, and then gradually increased the flow rate. He explained as he did it. Superconductors are susceptible to thermal shock. Directly injecting large volumes of fluid will cause localized temperature differences, leading to instability in the superconducting state. The interface temperature must be lowered first before replenishing the main circulation. On the monitoring screen, the liquid nitrogen consumption curve began to slow down. The technician shouted it out. The remaining constraint time is rising again. 22 hours, 25 hours, 27 hours. Just as Chun Ziyuan was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the acoustic curve suddenly jumped another notch. 24 hertz. The intensity continues to rise. Dr. Chun turned his head and glanced at the freezer. The surface of the box began to vibrate regularly. The glass cover emitted a series of cracking sounds. Dr. Chun shouted at the armed group. Evacuate. Everyone evacuate. Nitrogen replenishment complete. Don't stay here. The armed group dragged the 3 out-of-control researchers and Dr. Chun away. Just as the last soldier was leaving the laboratory, Arong, who was lying on the ground, suddenly looked up and lunged towards the crack in the door. The captain raised his gun. Take him down. Before the stun gun could be fired, Arong's head slammed violently against the door. Airtight door sensor malfunction. The door stopped. Sound waves leaked out from the crack in the door. In the observation room, 2 technicians simultaneously covered their ears. One of them suddenly turned around and grabbed the neck of the colleague next to him. Lin Jianfeng reacted the fastest. He rushed over and elbowed the technician in the arm, then used restraints to pin him to the ground. Everyone, leave the observation room. Chun Ziyuan remained standing in the same spot. Lin Jianfeng shouted at him. President, retreat. This time, Chun Ziyuan did not try to hold on any longer. He looked at Robert. Take him with you. Robert was lifted up and dragged out by 2 soldiers. He had just reached the door when he glanced back at the screen. The red light on the freezer changed from 1 to 3. Liquid nitrogen circulation is normal. The magnetic field is abnormal. The alarm message from the acoustic array popped up. Failed to lock onto abnormal frequency band. Increased vibration source intensity. Immediate evacuation within a 300-meter radius is recommended. Robert's face turned completely pale. It's not 300 meters. Chun Ziyuan stopped. What? Robert stared at the line of text. Your system calculates based on conventional hazardous materials. If the star key is completely unrestrained, 300 meters is just the glass range. People will be much farther away. Lin Jianfeng pushed the person forward. There's no point in talking about this now. Let's go. The group rushed out of the observation area. A series of impacts came from behind. It wasn't an explosion. It was an out-of-control person in the laboratory banging on the airtight door. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. Each strike caused the alarm lights in the corridor to flash. Chun Ziyuan gave orders as he walked. Block the Changi safe house, deploy the Defense Force Engineering Corps, and prepare to pour foamed concrete into the entire building. Lin Jianfeng was stunned for a moment. Mr. President, there are still people inside. Chapter 125 Cabinet. Mr. President, there are still people inside. After Lin Jianfeng finished speaking, the corridor was silent for half a second. Chun Ziyuan did not turn around. He pressed the headset and connected directly to the main control channel of the underground safe house. The 3rd basement level is sealed off. The control room operator paused for a moment. Mr. President, Dr. Chun is still inside, and 2 members of the armed group have not completely evacuated. Chun Ziyuan stopped at the elevator entrance and spoke very quickly. Seal it off. Lin Jianfeng looked at him. Chun Ziyuan turned around, his face expressionless. Lin Jianfeng, do you want me to save 6 people now, or do you want me to gamble with Changi Airport, the East Coast, and the entire eastern suburbs? Lin Jianfeng did not stop him again. He raised his hand to switch communications. Execute the president's order. The 3rd basement level is sealed off. All outer airtight doors are locked. Evacuate non-essential personnel from the 2nd basement level and below. The control channel immediately erupted into chaos. The 2nd armed man is still in the buffer zone. Dr. Chun requests that nitrogen supplementation continue. 2 technicians in the observation room have exhibited aggressive behavior, and the medical team cannot enter. Chun Ziyuan lowered his voice. I said seal it off. This time, no one hesitated. Inside the safe house, 6 hydraulic doors were locked in succession. The beeping sound of the thick steel door closing echoed back to the control panel layer by layer. The signal at the -3 layers was not interrupted. Dr. Chen's voice was still on the line. Mr. President, I can hear you. Chen Ziyuan held a headset. Dr. Chen, is there anything else you can do? The backup liquid nitrogen has been connected, but the load on the confinement field is still increasing. The frequency of the vibration source has stabilized between 24 and 26 hertz, and the intensity continues to climb. Can we stop? It can't be stopped. Once activated, its internal structure couples itself. Simply put, we gave an external stimulus, and it now uses the geomagnetic field and the confinement field to form a feedback loop. When Shigyuan heard the word feedback, his brows furrowed even lower. Explain it to me. Don't use academic jargon. Dr. Chen took a breath. There was static in the communication and a distant sound of a door being banged on. The Starkey itself is sensitive to magnetic fields. The anti-magnetic confinement box relies on a superconducting ring to repel magnetic field lines, allowing it to levitate and isolate it from the Earth's magnetic field. Under normal conditions, it is like being confined in a cage without contact. Although neutron scattering is uncharged and not directly affected by magnetic fields, neutrons will scatter with atomic nuclei after penetrating materials. We are using low power, but its material structure may be extremely sensitive to this scattering. Now the body is starting to vibrate, and the vibration in turn affects the confinement field, increasing the load on the confinement field and accelerating the consumption of liquid nitrogen. Chen Ziyuan immediately grasped the key point. Is enough liquid nitrogen to suppress it? We can only stall. Liquid nitrogen can maintain the superconducting low temperature, but it cannot eliminate the vibration source. If the amplitude continues to rise, the confinement field will become locally unstable. At that point, it won't be a question of whether there is enough liquid nitrogen, but that the cage will be punctured by the thing inside. Lin Jianfeng switched to the channel. What if we use foamed concrete? Dr. Chen paused for 2 seconds. It is effective against explosions, but has limited effect on low-frequency sound waves. Why? Low-frequency sound waves have long wavelengths. 20 Hz has a wavelength of about 17 meters in air, and 26 Hz has a wavelength of about 13 meters. Ordinary walls, foam, and sound insulation cotton mainly absorb high frequencies and are very poor at absorbing these long waves. They will cause the structure to vibrate. Underground concrete, steel bars, and pipe corridors will all become propagation paths. Lin Jianfeng's expression changed. So, it can transmit to the surface? It's already being spread. The voice of the control room operator squeezed in. Mr. President, an anomaly has been detected at Surface 1 monitoring station. A crack has been found in the glass of the maintenance area on the east side of Changi Airport, and 2 airport ground staff members have reported ear pressure and nausea. Chen Ziyuan turned to look at Lin Jianfeng. Distance. The safe house is about 1,100 meters away from the surface maintenance area in a straight line. The control center reported again. At point 2, 1.8 kilometers away, the parking garage's vehicle alarms are being triggered erroneously on a large scale. What about civilian areas? The nearest residential area is 3.2 kilometers away, and there are no reports yet. Robert, who was being held against the wall by the soldiers, suddenly spoke up upon hearing this. 3 kilometers is not enough. Chen Ziyuan turned to him. Robert raised his handcuffed hands. Your underground structures are perfect for propagation. Subway tunnels, rainwater pipes, communication corridors, airport underground service passages. They are all ready-made low-frequency channels. Lin Jianfeng grabbed his collar. You knew this would happen? I only knew it was dangerous. I didn't expect you guys would actually dare to hit it with equipment. Shut up. Chen Ziyuan did not have anyone drag Robert away. Is he right? The technician next to him quickly checked the pipeline diagram and turned pale. The Changi Underground Safe House is connected to the old military drainage system, which has an interface with the airport's east side utility tunnel. According to the structural transmission model, low-frequency vibrations may propagate along the utility tunnel. Scope. If the source strength continues to increase, it will affect areas 3 to 5 kilometers away. When the intensity is high enough, glass, lightweight partitions, ceilings, and pipe supports will be the first to be affected. As for the human body, the first symptoms will be ear pressure, chest tightness, nausea, and imbalance, followed by short-term confusion and aggressive behavior. Chen Ziyuan immediately gave the order. Notify the Ministry of National Defense to activate the regional blockade. Lin Jianfeng gave a reminder. Reason. Chen Ziyuan did not pause. Chemical pollution. Robert looked up. Are you planning to fool the whole city? Chen Ziyuan looked at him. I'm prepared to let people live. He turned and gave the order to Lin Jianfeng. The Defense Forces Engineering Corps took over the site. Police cordoned off a 3-kilometer area, which was expanded to 5 kilometers 10 minutes later. The Ministry of Health dispatched ambulances, but they were not allowed to enter the core area. The Civil Aviation Authority suspended ground operations on the east side of Changi Airport, and flights were diverted to the west runway. Lin Jianfeng immediately started making phone calls. Everyone should follow the Level 3 chemical spill response protocol. Wear protective gear, set up a decontamination point, and keep the media away. The Ministry of National Defense Command Center was quickly connected. This is the Ministry of Defense Operations Room. Chen Ziyuan took the communication. This is Chen Ziyuan. A high-risk pollution incident has occurred at the Changi underground facility. The affected area has been immediately sealed off. The official statement is that an unknown industrial chemical leak has occurred, which may cause neurological symptoms. There was a pause of less than a second in the operations room. President, should we deploy the military and police to jointly control the situation? Approve. Sealing radius? Start at 3 kilometers, expand to 5 kilometers within 15 minutes. All personnel entering must comply with nerve agent protection standards. The operations room officer pressed for answers. Have you confirmed the type of chemical? Chen Ziyuan glanced at Robert. Unconfirmed. Proceed with the worst-case scenario. Robert chuckled softly. Nerve agent protective suits cannot block sound waves. Chen Ziyuan ignored him. The operations room officer continued his report. Mr. President, if the area around Changi is closed off due to chemical contamination, it will affect the airport, logistics, port feeder lines, and the Eastern Expressway. Emergency cabinet authorization is required. I am now returning to the presidential palace to convene a cabinet security meeting. Yes. The elevator doors opened. Before Chen Ziyuan went inside, he received an urgent report from the master control channel. Mr. President, at point 3 on the surface, 2.7 kilometers away, the glass of a convenience store is broken. For passers-by nearby collapsed and vomited, and one person acted aggressively but was subdued by patrol officers. Lin Jianfeng held the elevator door shut. We've reached the surface. Chen Ziyuan glanced at the time. From the moment their neutron scattering began until symptoms appeared on the surface, no more than 25 minutes had passed. He entered the elevator. The lockdown area is changed to 5 kilometers, with an additional 8 kilometers prepared. The voice of the control room operator trembled. Mr. President, Dr. Chun from the 3rd basement level requests a private call. Chen Ziyuan remained silent for a moment. Bring them in. Dr. Chen's voice was much lower than before. Mr. President, based on the current trend, the remaining stabilization time of the restraint field is conservatively estimated to be 7 hours. Wasn't it more than 20 hours ago? After frequency locking, the load growth accelerated. It stopped oscillating randomly and now enters a stable output phase. Stable output is more dangerous. Is there a way to turn it off manually? Closing the constraint field will immediately cause the situation to spiral out of control. Strengthen constraints. We need the same type of superconducting ring and precision magnetic field control system, which we do not have. Chen Ziyuan gripped the handrail tightly. What would you like? Send the box to Apocalypse. No one spoke in the elevator. Dr. Chun continued. Mr. President, I have been in charge of hazardous materials for 27 years. This is not something we can handle. No laboratory in Singapore can withstand its complete decontamination. Stop trying, stop delaying. Chen Ziyuan did not respond immediately. Dr. Chen's voice suddenly stopped. There came sounds of impact and short, labored breathing from the other side. A few seconds later, he answered again. I might not make it to the next briefing. There's one more thing. Speak. Foam concrete cannot be poured into the 3rd basement level. Pouring it will increase the structural coupling area, which may transmit low-frequency vibrations further. Theoretically, wrapping the sound source with a large amount of heavy material can attenuate it, but it must be vibration isolated and cannot be rigidly connected. Lin Jianfeng immediately wrote it down. How to implement vibration isolation. Air layer, elastic support, anti-phase sound source. You don't have any of these on site. Dr. Chun paused for a moment. Don't let the engineers touch the boxes. Communication ended here. A notification came from the master control channel. The signal in the inner layer of the third negative layer is lost. The elevator continued to ascend. Lin Jianfeng spoke in a low voice. President Dr. Chen Ziyuan interrupted. Records show that he was killed on the spot. Lin Jianfeng didn't say anything more. 15 minutes later, the Ministry of National Defense completed its first line of defense. Police cars blocked the exit of the Eastern Expressway, and military vehicles blocked the access road to the airport maintenance area. The broadcast truck played the message on a loop. A chemical contamination incident has occurred ahead. Please evacuate immediately. Close your car windows and follow police instructions. The first batch of videos has already appeared on social media platforms. Someone filmed a row of glass windows in a convenience store shattering simultaneously. Someone filmed passengers covering their ears and squatting on the ground inside the subway station. In another video, a man suddenly pushes a passerby to the ground and is then tackled by 2 police officers. The Ministry of National Defense's cyber department has begun deleting posts. The faster it's deleted, the faster it spread. Cabinet members were brought in one after another into the underground meeting room of the presidential palace. The Prime Minister, Minister of Defense, Minister of the Interior, Minister of Health, Minister of Transport, Minister of Finance, and the head of Intelligence Coordination. Chen Ziyuan didn't beat around the bush. He put the Starkey data, Robert's testimony, laboratory data, and surface diffusion reports on the screen. This is not a chemical leak. We intercepted a high-risk foreign technology sample. An external detection triggered an out-of-control situation. The source is now at level 3 of the underground safe house in Changi. Low-frequency vibrations have spread to the surface, covering an area of at least 3 kilometers and are expanding. The meeting room was quiet at first, then erupted in chaos. The Minister of Defense was the first to speak. Why would something like this enter Singapore? The Minister of the Interior looked at Lin Jianfeng, who approved ISD's cross-border operations. Everyone looked at Chen Ziyuan. Chen Ziyuan sat in the main seat. I approved it. The finance minister nearly stood up. Mr. President, do you know what this means? If Changi Airport is closed for more than 24 hours, shipping insurance, financial clearing, and regional supply chains will all react. The market will be in trouble when it opens tomorrow morning. The Minister of Transport then took over. The east runway of the airport has been suspended. If the closure is extended to 8 kilometers, most of Changi's ground systems will be affected. The relocation is not as simple as pressing a button. There are plans for cargo, fuel, customs, and passenger accommodation. The Minister of Health flipped through the report. If the symptoms are caused by low-frequency sound waves, ordinary chemical defense teams are useless. Hospitals also cannot deal with the source. We can only isolate, sedate, and observe. Patients exhibiting aggressive behavior could injure both police and medical staff. The Prime Minister remained silent. After reading the documents, he looked up at Chen Ziyuan. Who was this originally intended for? Chen Ziyuan did not hide anything. Apocalypse. The meeting room fell silent again. The Intelligence Coordination Director immediately added. According to Robert's confession, the Freemasons used him to bring samples to Apocalypse, but their real purpose may have been to test him. After we intercepted Robert, the samples remained in Singapore. The defense minister looked very grim. In other words, we defused a bomb for Apocalypse. Chapter 126, Running Away. Adrian received the first report of the anomaly just 6 hours after the Starkey had been intercepted by the Singaporeans. The report comes from the passive monitoring network of the Freemasonry Asia-Pacific branch. All 3 quantum pendulum clocks drifted at the same time. Penang, Unit 1. 1 in Johor. 1 aircraft is located off the coast of Singapore. The drift value is small. In a typical laboratory, it would be considered as equipment aging. But after Adrian finished looking at the curve, his finger stopped on the screen and he sat up straight. Victor, who was standing next to him, immediately lowered his head. The 7th seat. The Singaporeans moved the boxes. Victor's expression changed. They opened it. I'm not that stupid. Adrian pushed the data to him. They irradiated the Starkey with a neutron source. Victor was silent for 2 seconds. Are they crazy? Adrian did not swear. He had lived too long and had seen too many self-proclaimed clever politicians and technocrats. But at this moment, he still couldn't quite control his temper. They got their hands on something that they had been researching for 70 years but could only keep locked up, and then decided to tap it with an instrument. Victor spoke in a low voice. Singapore probably just wants to conduct external testing. External testing? Adrian looked up. To humans, there is no difference between the outside and the inside of the star key. When you shine a neutron on it, it's like giving it a start signal. The young woman handed over the second set of data. Seventh, a low-frequency anomaly has been detected in the Changi area of Singapore. The frequency is between 20 and 26 hertz, and the intensity is increasing. Videos of broken glass, vomiting, and aggressive behavior have appeared on social media, and the authorities are currently deleting them. Adrian took the tablet. The video is only a dozen seconds long. A row of glass windows in the convenience store were shattered. At the subway entrance, someone covered their head and squatted down. A passerby suddenly pushed someone next to him and was subdued by the police. Adrian put the tablet back on the table. Star Key has woken up. Victor spoke immediately. How long can the restraint box last? It depends on whether Singaporeans continue to make stupid mistakes. Adrian looked at the monitoring curve. The purpose of the diamagnetic confinement box is to use the superconducting Meissner effect to repel magnetic field lines, allowing the satellite key to suspend in a non-contact state. Liquid nitrogen maintains the low temperature, and the superconducting ring maintains the field shape. As long as the field shape is stable, the satellite key will not directly couple with the Earth's magnetic field. Victor took over the conversation. Now it starts to vibrate. The constraint field load increases, and liquid nitrogen consumption will increase. This is only the first layer. Adrian retrieved a set of old documents. The Star Key is not a conventional sonic weapon. It comes from the weapon system of a first-class Tier 2 civilization behind the door. The low frequencies that humans hear are just the manifestation of its leakage. The young woman read the title of the document in a low voice. Macroscopic Decoherence Generator. Adrian tapped the screen. The full name should be longer. It utilizes the gravitational microlens effect to superimpose the inherent vibrational frequencies of matter, ultimately creating macroscopic decoherence. Victor frowned. Gravitational microlenses? Don't interpret it according to the astronomical version. Adrian did not stop. In astronomy, gravitational lensing refers to the bending of light paths by massive celestial bodies. The Star Key modulates gravitational gradients on a microscale. It creates controllable gravitational perturbations within an extremely small area, causing phase shifts in the microstructure of surrounding matter. Young women take notes very quickly. Adrian continued speaking. Every substance has its own inherent vibration frequency. Glass has it, steel bars have it, concrete has it, and human tissue also has it. Ordinary sonic weapons can only travel through the air, which is inefficient, has a limited range, and is easy to detect. The Star Key is different. It first uses microgravitational perturbation to scan the intrinsic spectrum of the surrounding matter, and then selects the frequency band that is most easily amplified for output. It does not require high-power explosions, nor does it require high temperature and high pressure. It only needs to make the target structure enter a continuous resonance, and then make the microscopic phase gradually mismatch. Victor's face turned pale upon hearing this. So that the glass breaks first, and people will experience neurological symptoms. Right. Adrian moved to another page. The most dangerous part of the human body is not the bones, nor the heart, but the brainstem. The brainstem controls breathing, heartbeat, and instinctive reflexes. If the frequency of the Star Key leak is coupled with the pulsation of the cranial cavity, cerebrospinal fluid, and blood vessels, a person will first experience dizziness, vomiting, and imbalance. As the intensity continues to increase, the inhibitory function of the frontal lobe fails, and aggressive behavior will occur. The young woman stopped writing. What happens next? Adrian glanced at her. Brainstem liquefaction. No one in the room responded. Victor quickly thought of the old files. Siberia, 1974. Adrian opened the encrypted file. The title is in Russian, with a translation of Freemasonry below. In 1974, Soviet border guards unearthed a fragment of an alien artifact in the Siberian permafrost. The fragments are less than the size of a fist, with a grayish-black outer layer and a silvery-white, filamentous structure inside. The Soviet technical team at the time determined that it might be a fragment of a high-strength alloy and sent it to a Cossack border post for temporary storage. The outpost had no advanced equipment. It consisted of only a diesel generator, a radio station, a steel-structured warehouse, and 12 soldiers. 40 minutes after the relics were placed in the warehouse, static appeared on the outpost's radio. 52 minutes later, all the glass shattered. 63 minutes later, the personnel stationed their lost contact. When the second Soviet contingent arrived, there were no signs of gunfights, explosions, or chemical residues at the outpost. All 12 soldiers died. The autopsy report was later obtained by the Freemasons. The brainstem tissue was destroyed in a plasma-like manner, with a large area of intracranial capillaries ruptured and the vestibular structure of the inner ear torn. 3 of them attacked each other before they died. One soldier stabbed his comrade in the throat with a bayonet, while another smashed a radio station. The Soviets eventually burned the entire outpost down with incendiary bombs. Fragments of the relics went missing in the fire. That was just a fragment. Adrian closed the file. Star Key 04 is far more complete than that fragment. The Freemasons have spent 70 years figuring out only 3 things. Victor looked up. First, it must not come into contact with the Earth's magnetic field. Second, it cannot be stimulated with high-energy particle sources. Third, it cannot be tested in the city. Adrian threw the tablet onto the table. Singapore has violated all 3 rules. Victor spoke in a deep voice. They will contact Apocalypse. Meeting. Adrian did not hesitate. They have no other choice. The Singapore lab can't save Changi. The US can't save it. The UK can't save it. And France can't save it either. There are only 2 types of things behind the door that can be dealt with. The young woman took over. The person behind the door, or someone who has mastered the same level of technology. Apocalypse. Victor murmured the name. Adrian stood up. The original plan was for Robert to deliver the Star Key to Apocalypse. If Apocalypse accepted it, we would see how he handled it. If Apocalypse refused, the Star Key would become a source of pressure. But the Singaporeans intercepted the bait. He walked to the screen and zoomed in on the map of Singapore. These idiots brought the thunder home and even struck it themselves. Victor spoke cautiously. 7th seat, should we notify Singapore to hand over the box to Apocalypse immediately? Adrian looked at him. Do you think Shen Ziyuan needs us to remind him? Victor didn't respond. Adrian switched to another set of data. The Freemasons cannot remain in this area. Once the Star Key goes completely out of control, the area around Changi will be the first to be affected. Low frequencies spread along underground utility tunnels, and airports, subways, and drainage systems will all become transmission paths. Modern cities are practically paving the way for this weapon. The young woman asked a question. How large will the area be? It depends on the degree of collapse of the constraint field. Adrian speaks slowly. If it is only a localized deconstraint, glass breakage and neurological symptoms will occur within 3 to 5 kilometers. If the Star Key is fully in contact with the Earth's magnetic field, the low-frequency output will enter a stable coupling. The urban pipeline network will expand its propagation range, and large-scale chaos will occur within 8 kilometers, and structural damage may occur in the core area. Victor swallowed. What about the death toll? No one can calculate it. Adrian pressed the communication button. Prepare to leave. The young woman immediately looked up. 7th seat, where to? Leave Singapore's control area first. Victor reminded him. We are currently at a private medical center under Singapore's name, and flights and ports will soon be blocked. Therefore, we don't need commercial airlines. Adrian took out a black card and handed it to Victor. The St. George route is activated. The yacht departs from the south side of Sentosa and transfers to a helicopter 17 minutes later to Batam Airport in Indonesia. The Gulfstream G650 is already waiting there. Victor took the card. Destination? Zurich. The young woman immediately began making arrangements. But Victor didn't move. 7th seat. If Apocalypse traces the source, they will find us very soon. Robert is in Singapore's hands, and he will reveal everything about Penang, Victor, and Palm Bay Estate. Adrian was not surprised. Robert is no longer of any value. Victor paused for a moment. Clear. No. Adrian turned back. Purging Robert now would only prove our guilty conscience. Let him talk. Let the Singaporeans talk too. Apocalypse wants answers, not corpses. Victor lowered his head. So what answer should we give? Adrian finished writing a short message. The content is very short. Star Key 04 has been activated by a third party. The Freemasons do not have containment capabilities. Requesting dialogue. After reading it, the young woman hesitated for a moment. Should we send it to Apocalypse? Adrian nodded. sent via the old Mediterranean channel. Victor's expression changed again. Frederick will object. Let him object. Adrian encrypted the text message. The star key is out of control. There's no point in pretending to be ignorant. If Apocalypse can handle it, it means he has more than we estimated. If Apocalypse can't handle it, Singapore will get the results for us. The young woman took the encryption device. Is the star key information included? Adrian thought for 2 seconds. Attach 1/3. Victor understood immediately. Give him enough to judge the danger, but not to give him complete control parameters. Adrian looked at the rising low-frequency curve on the screen. If he can really solve the remaining 2/3, the answer from the person behind the door will be clear. Chapter 127, The Humble Seeker. When Chen Ziyuan returned to the presidential palace, the cordon had expanded from 5 kilometers to 7 kilometers. He didn't sit down, but walked straight to the big screen. One by one, the red markers lit up. Each red dot represented an injury report. Mr. President, at the 3rd blockade point on the East Coast, 4 officers on duty vomited and collapsed. 2 of them became aggressive and were subdued by their colleagues. 7 people lost their balance and fell unconscious outside Changi MRT station. In Badak, windows of houses were shattered in large numbers, and residents reported tinnitus and nausea. Lin Jianfeng stood behind him, reading them aloud one by one. Chen Ziyuan stared at the screen. What about the subway? It's even worse. Lin Jianfeng pulled up the subway operation map, and the entire section of the east-west line was turned red. Low-frequency signals are spreading along the tracks. The east-west line, northeast line, and coastal city line have all been forced to shut down. There was a stampede when passengers were evacuating to the surface, injuring more than a dozen people. Chen Ziyuan closed his eyes briefly. Subway tunnels are the best sound transmission channels. Dr. Chen's last words are now coming true, one by one. Diffusion rate. Faster than expected. Lin Jianfeng paused for a moment. We originally thought it would be 3 to 5 kilometers, but now we're reporting it as far as 7 kilometers away. The technical team said that after the constraint field entered a stable output phase, it wasn't transmitting randomly, but rather selectively. It would take whichever pipeline was open. Chen Ziyuan turned around. How much longer? Lin Jianfeng glanced at the tablet in his hand. The constraint box countdown is less than 5 hours. The cabinet members were still waiting for him in the conference room. Chen Ziyuan did not go in immediately. He did one thing first. Connect the line left by the Freemasons. Lin Jianfeng was taken aback. Victor's? Adrian gave us a callback number. Chen Ziyuan said quickly. It was left when we were negotiating the deal, saying we could contact the Asia-Pacific branch directly if anything happened. Now that something has happened, Lin Jianfeng immediately checked the records. The number was quickly connected to a secure phone. Chen Ziyuan made the call personally. There was only one ring in the receiver. The number you dialed is not in service. He dialed again. The number you dialed is not in service. Chen Ziyuan changed to a second number. Victor's private line. The same notification sound. The third is the fixed line at Palm Bay Estate. The number you dialed is not in service. Chen Ziyuan put down the receiver. Lin Jianfeng looked at him. They're all broken. They ran away. Chen Ziyuan's voice was calm. They ran away a long time ago. As soon as the Singaporeans rang the star key, they knew something was wrong, so they cleared all the lines immediately, leaving us alone in the same place. Lin Jianfeng's expression was not good. Robert is right. We're here to defuse the mines for them. Now is not the time to settle scores. Chen Ziyuan walked towards the conference room. Those who were supposed to defuse the bombs must first deal with them. All cabinet members were present in the meeting room. The Secretary of Defense was the first to look up. Mr. President, the situation outside is getting out of control. The chemical leak narrative won't hold up until tonight. Social media is flooded with videos of subway shutdowns and people going crazy. For every one we delete, 10 more pop up. The Minister of Health continued. The hospital has admitted over 80 patients, all with ear pressure injuries and neurological symptoms, and 6 of them are aggressive and cannot be restrained. Our medications are ineffective against the source. They only provide sedation. As long as the source is not addressed, these people will not stop. The finance minister's face had turned pale. If Changi Airport is still in this state when Asian markets open tomorrow morning, regional clearing will run into problems. I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about the chain reaction. Chen Ziyuan raised his hand and pressed it down. I know. So there's only one way left. He looked at everyone. Contact Apocalypse. The meeting room was silent for 2 seconds. Then the Minister of Defense spoke up. What do we contact him? Chen Ziyuan paused. He really wasn't prepared with an answer to this question. Does Apocalypse have a public communication channel in the chaotic Delta? Chen Ziyuan asked the Intelligence Coordination Director. They established the first special zone, issued ultimatums, and handled SEAL matters. They must have some external interface. The Intelligence Coordination Director shook his head. President, all of Apocalypse's external communications are one way. If they want to speak, they can get it pinned to the top of the global network. If they don't want to talk to you, you can't even find their email address. We've checked, and there isn't even an embassy in the Special Administrative Region. Entry and exit are all authorized by wristbands. Where's the phone? No. Fax, email, any encrypted channel? Nothing. The intelligence coordinator's voice was low. Mr. President, Apocalypse is not a country. It doesn't answer the phone, doesn't accept mail, and doesn't engage in diplomacy. It only acts when it wants to. Our current situation is that we want to ask it for help, but we can't get through to it. The meeting room was in chaos again. The Interior Minister slammed his fist on the table. Then let's go to America. America has dealt with Apocalypse before. The Navy SEALs were all detained by Apocalypse. They definitely have their contact information. Chen Ziyuan immediately refused. No way. Why? First, the Javelin missiles leaked from the U.S.'s gray list, and now the whole world knows about it. The U.S. itself is in a mess, like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river. Chen Ziyuan spoke quickly. Second, what the U.S. wants most right now is for Apocalypse to tear into other countries. If we ask the U.S. to mediate, it's like handing them a knife. They can interpret it however they want. The Interior Minister was speechless. An Apocalypse just detained 100 U.S. Navy SEALs and publicly demanded an apology from the U.S., the Intelligence Coordination Director added. If we ask the U.S. to relay a message for us now, Apocalypse will most likely not even listen. The meeting room was once again at a dead end. Chen Ziyuan stood there without saying a word. He was thinking about something else. After a few seconds, he looked up. China. Everyone looked at him. Some time ago, Tianqi and China signed a nuclear fusion cooperation agreement. Chen Ziyuan slowed his speech, enunciating each word carefully. They sent a representative named Xie Yuan to the Singapore talks. Our intelligence department knows about this. The intelligence coordinator nodded. I know. The talks are being held here. Since a cooperation agreement can be reached, China must have direct channels to contact Apocalypse. Chen Ziyuan looked at everyone. Moreover, Apocalypse has previously provided China with evidence of CIA espionage and handled domestic capital cases. The relationship between these two companies is much closer than we imagined. The Minister of Defense realized what was happening. You want China to act as our go-between? Right. The Finance Minister hesitated. Will China help us? Our relationship with China hasn't been very warm lately. Whether they'll help or not, we'll ask first. Chen Ziyuan turned to Lin Jianfeng. Clear the area. Leave only me in the conference room. Multilateral red lines connect to Yanjing. Cabinet members got up and left one by one. Lin Jianfeng walked to the door and then turned back. President, who do we need to call out on the other side of the red line? Chen Ziyuan thought for a moment. That old Chun from Goan, he said. Back then, during the Singapore talks, it was his network that was keeping an eye on things. He could directly contact people from Tianqi. Lin Jianfeng went out. Chen Ziyuan was the only one left in the conference room. That red telephone was rarely used. Chen Ziyuan picked up the receiver and dialed a long string of numbers. It's been in use for a long time. It turned 3 times in the middle. Finally, a slow, deliberate male voice came through the receiver. Hello. Chen Ziyuan gripped the receiver tightly. Is this Mr. Chun? This is Chen Ziyuan from Singapore. There was a half-second pause on the other end. President Chun, at this time, on this line, something terrible has happened. Chen Ziyuan didn't mince words, but he didn't dare tell the whole story either. Singapore has been attacked by an unknown physical weapon. The source is the Freemasons. A high-risk sample they left behind has gone out of control in our hands and is spreading into the city, causing numerous civilian casualties. There was no response from the other end. Chen Ziyuan continued. We've tried all the technical means, but we can't suppress it. This thing is beyond the processing capabilities of any ordinary country. Only one side in the world might have a solution. Apocalypse, old Chen said for him. Yes. Chen Ziyuan had already lowered his stance considerably. I know that your side has had contact with Tianqi. Singapore currently has no way to contact them. I implore China to help us make this connection, even if it's just passing on the message. Old Chen was silent for a few seconds. President Chen. His tone was devoid of warmth. You said this sample was left behind by the Freemasons. Why would the Freemasons leave something on your territory? Chen Ziyuan's back tensed up immediately. This is exactly what he least wants to be asked. We were also accidentally dragged into this. He chose his words carefully. The Freemasons were operating in Malaysia and left this item behind, which was intercepted by our border department. We were unaware of its danger level beforehand. That's only partly true. He didn't mention a single word about the part about Robert being cut off. Old Chen didn't press the matter further, but he didn't let it go either. President Chen, you should know this, Old Chen said slowly. Tianqi has never been something we can command. We have a cooperative relationship with them, not a superior subordinate one. If you ask us to act as intermediaries, at most I can get the message through. Whether it gets through or not, whether they pay attention to us or not, is not up to me. I understand. Chen Ziyuan replied immediately. I only ask that you pass on the message. The rest is up to Tianqi. Moreover, Old Chen changed the subject. This matter is of a special nature, involving the Freemasons, unknown weapons, and casualties within your territory. I can't make the decision on my own. I have to report it to higher authorities. Chen Ziyuan's heart sank lower and lower. Mr. Chen, time is of the essence. Our restraint device won't last more than 5 hours. After 5 hours, this thing will completely go out of control, and there will be huge chaos in eastern Singapore. No city can withstand something like this. Understand your difficulties. Old Chen's voice remained the same. But procedure is procedure. President Chen, this is such a big matter. You don't want me to make decisions on my own, because if something goes wrong, no one can bear the responsibility. Chen Ziyuan closed his eyes briefly. He is the president of Singapore. He had never bowed his head to anyone like this in his entire life. But the red dots on the screen were still lit. The subway was still stopped. The crazy people in the hospital were still strapped to their beds. Mr. Chen, he softened his tone, almost pleading, I am requesting your assistance on behalf of the Singapore government. This is a matter of life and death. Regardless of the outcome, Singapore will remember this favor. I only ask that you report this to your superiors as soon as possible. The sooner the better. There was a moment of silence on the other end. I'll try my best. Old Chen only said these 3 words at the end. If there's any news, this line will get back to you. Please. Chapter 128 Actually, I don't know either. Old Chen put the receiver of the red wire telephone back, but didn't immediately let go of it. In his 30 years in the intelligence field, he had never heard Chen Ziyuan's tone before from a head of state. That's not a request. That's called begging. He sat in the chair for a few seconds, then got up and walked to the large screen on the wall. Send it to Singapore. Satellite, infrared, the latest version. The operator's fingers flew across the screen. A few seconds later, Singapore's real-time thermal image filled the entire wall. Old Chen took 2 steps forward. Something's not right in that Changi area. The heat source distribution throughout the city is normal, except for a patch of indistinctly defined area east of Changi. The electromagnetic signal, there is almost zero, as if a piece has been erased from a map. What's going on? Signal void. The duty officer stared at the parameters. All civilian base stations, Wi-Fi, and Bluetooth signals in this area are down, but the power supply is normal. Director Chen, this doesn't seem like a power outage. It seems like something is interfering with it. Old Chen squinted. He then had footage captured from social media platforms retrieved. Singaporean authorities deleted the content quickly, but some always slipped through the net. At the subway entrance, someone covered their head and squatted down. The entire row of glass windows in the convenience store shattered. A passerby suddenly pushed someone to the ground and was subdued by the police. Old Chen watched it 3 times before putting the tablet down. Chen Ziyuan was not lying. Singapore has really messed up a huge mess. He returned to his desk and picked up another phone. This phone number connects directly to the top. The call was answered quickly. Old Chen relayed Chen Ziyuan's exact words, along with the satellite images, the signal gaps, and the details of the frantic citizens, without missing a single one. After he finished speaking, there was a moment of silence on the other end. Old Chen. Exist. Singapore says this item was left behind by the Freemasons and was intercepted by their border authorities? Old Chen understood the key point. Yes, that's what Chen Ziyuan said. Intercepted. The person on the other end paused for a moment. The Freemasons operate in Malaysia, So how did this stuff end up in Singapore? Would the Freemasons be stupid enough to leave something of this caliber lying on the roadside, waiting for Singaporean border guards to pick it up? Old Chen didn't respond. He'd been thinking about this ever since he hung up the phone. Chen Ziyuan's explanation was so smooth that it gave him away. What right did the Singapore border authorities have to intercept Malaysian goods, unless they were already watching them and wanted them anyway? They're keeping a secret. The voice on the other end was unpleasant. They've been keeping it a secret for a while. They won't say exactly what they're hiding, and we don't need to ask for them. Clear. I'll do this job. Old Chen was stunned for half a second. Do it, the other end repeated. A regional power, their president, personally called us to ask for a favor. We'll accept this favor. But there's a condition. Please speak. We're just passing on the message, the voice on the other end said, enunciating each word clearly. Whatever Chen Ziyuan says, relay it to Tianqi verbatim. Not a single word added or subtracted. Whether Tianqi accepts it or how he handles it is Tianqi's business, not ours. Old Chen nodded. What Singapore is hiding, they'll have to take responsibility when it comes out. That's their own problem. The other end continued. We won't vouch for them. We won't make any guarantees, and we won't say a good word for them. You should make it clear to Tianqi that we're just a mouthpiece. Understood. Old Chen wrote down every word. Just relay the message. Don't recite it verbatim. Go. The sooner the better. Singapore won't be able to hold out for more than a few hours. The call ended. Old Chen sat back in a chair and took out a black metal box from the bottom of the drawer. The box was about the size of a palm, unmarked, and had a matte alloy surface. It was handed over by Tianqi after the Singapore talks. Xie Yuan only said one sentence at the time. If it's urgent, press this. This box is usually locked in a safe, and Old Chen hasn't touched it for more than 3 months. He opened the box. Inside was a completely black glass panel without any buttons. Old Chen pressed his palm on it. The glass panel lit up. A layer of pale blue light spread from his palm, swept across his entire hand, and then a line of words appeared on the entire panel. Identity confirmed. Chen, initiate a call request. Old Chen stared at the line of text for 2 seconds. He worked his whole life, dealing with all sorts of people, Americans, Russians, Europeans, and was never intimidated at the negotiating table. But now, with his fingers hovering above the glass plate, he felt a little uneasy. Apocalypse is not a country. Apocalypse doesn't answer the phone, doesn't accept mail, and doesn't engage in diplomacy. When it wants to speak, the entire global network makes way for it. When it doesn't want to talk to you, you can't even touch a door. Now, he has to take the initiative to knock on this door. Old Chen took a deep breath and pressed down. The words on the glass plate have changed. Connecting. The wait wasn't long, only about 10 seconds. But during those 10 seconds, Old Chen's palms started to sweat. Then the blue light on the glass plate converged into a single point. Mr. Chen. The voice came from the box. It was very calm and belonged to a young man. Old Chen recognized that voice. He was the one who made the final decisions behind the scenes of the Singapore talks. Forrest. Mr. Lin. Old Chen slowed his speech, carefully considering each word. Excuse me for bothering you. I have a truly urgent matter to discuss at this hour, and there's no other way. Please speak. Old Chen didn't exchange pleasantries. An hour ago, Singapore President Vincent Tan personally appealed to China for help through our multilateral red lines. He paused for a moment, waiting for a response from the other side. There was no response from the other end. Old Chen continued, repeating Chen Ziyuan's exact words. Tianqi once said that Singapore has been attacked by an unknown physical weapon. The weapon originated from the Freemasons. The Freemasons left behind a high-risk sample, which is now out of control in Singapore and is spreading to urban areas, causing numerous civilian casualties. He said that Singapore had tried all the technical means available, but it couldn't suppress it. The level of this thing is beyond the processing capabilities of any ordinary country. He said that only one side in the world might have a solution. Old Chen paused for a moment before saying the last word. Apocalypse. The other end of the box was quiet. Old Chen straightened his posture. This was something he had made clear to himself before setting off. Mr. Lin, let me make this clear from the outset. In this matter, China is merely a mouthpiece. I am relaying Chen Ziyuan's request to you verbatim. Whether you accept it or not, and how you handle it, is entirely up to you. We will not provide any guarantees, nor will we plead on behalf of Singapore. He came to us for help, and we relayed his message. The rest is between you and Singapore. He finished speaking and waited. Old Chun had carefully considered these words for a long time. He needed to do the right thing, letting Tianqi know that China had helped Singapore deliver a message, but he also needed to draw a clear line, absolutely not letting himself get involved in Singapore's mess. There was another 2 or 3 seconds of silence on the other end. Then Lin Yi spoke. Mr. Chun, I understand what you mean. I'll remember this favor. Old Chun felt relieved. But before he could relax completely, Lin Yi's next words made him tense up again. But I'm a little curious, Lin Yi said, his tone puzzled. What exactly happened in Singapore? Chapter 129, The Star Key Rings. The entire city holds its breath. Just as the cordon on the east side of Changi was expanded to 7 kilometers, the last set of liquid nitrogen data on the 3rd basement level of the underground safe house turned red. There was no explosion in the laboratory when the countdown reached 0. The air changed first. The low-frequency oscillations, which could only be detected by instruments, suddenly became visible to the naked eye. The air above the isolation chamber twisted first, as if a ring of transparent waves was pushed out from the edge of the chamber, followed by a second and a third ring, pushing outward layer by layer. Inside the anti-magnetic confinement box, the suspended state lost its balance, and the silver-white metal ball sank half an inch. It was this half inch that directly met the Earth's magnetic field. The lights on the 3 underground floors went out for a moment, then came back on, and then went out again. The entire observation window emitted a muffled thud, and cracks instantly spread across it. The concrete partition sealing off the 3rd basement level trembled first, then bulged inward, as if something was pressing it down from the other end. A low whistling sound began to fill the air, unlike an alarm or a mechanical malfunction, more like the entire building's skeleton had been twisted. On the ground, rows of glass windows in Changi East began to vibrate. It started slightly, then within seconds it shattered into large, fragmented pieces. Outside the airport terminal, thousands of glass curtain walls shattered at the same moment, sending large amounts of silver shards flying down and people screaming and running everywhere on the ground. East Coast Park, 6:12 a.m. Zhou Zihong had just finished running along the seaside trail, music still playing in his headphones, his phone's fitness tracker monitoring his heart rate. He had planned to run 10 kilometers, but halfway through, he suddenly felt a numbness in his legs, as if something was shaking in the ground. He took off one earphone and glanced back in the direction of the airport. He didn't understand it at first glance. First, the reflection on the terminal building disappeared. The next second, the entire glass curtain wall seemed to have been smashed from the inside, with large fragments spraying outwards. Under the morning light, everything was sparkling, and the fragments fell densely, looking like a silver rainstorm from afar. Zhou Zihong stopped abruptly. A middle-aged man next to him also stopped, panting and cursing. Holy crap, what's going on? Did it explode? I didn't hear an explosion. All the glass at the airport is shattered. You still say it's okay? Run. 2 parents who were walking with their children not far away were already pulling the child in the opposite direction. The child was frightened and cried, but after only 2 seconds of crying, he covered his ears and squatted down. Just as Zhou Zihong was about to take out his phone to take a picture, his finger trembled, and the phone fell to the ground with a thud. It wasn't out of fear, but because a sudden buzzing sound entered his ears, making his temples throb and his stomach churn. The lampposts on the path ahead began to tremble slightly, and the cars in the seaside parking lot honked their horns simultaneously, one long honk and one short honk, creating complete chaos. Someone was squatting on the ground, gagging. Someone was swearing. A young man in a white vest shouted into the distance. There was an earthquake, wasn't there? There was an earthquake. The old man next to him clutched his chest, his face pale. It wasn't an earthquake. An earthquake doesn't feel like this. It felt like someone was hitting my head with a hammer. No sooner had these words been spoken than sections of the glass railing along the coast cracked and shattered on the ground. Zhou Zihong finally realized something was wrong and turned to run. He hadn't run 20 meters when a manhole cover under his feet suddenly bounced. It wasn't loose. The entire cast iron manhole cover bounced up half a hand's width, then slammed back with a dull thud. Then came the second, the third, the whole road bouncing along the drain pipe, bang, 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 like a string of invisible hammers buried underground. Some people were so frightened that they fell down. Damn, even the manhole covers are jumping. What on earth is that? Don't go towards the subway entrance. It's just been sealed off. Where are the ambulances? Why haven't any of them come? A series of impact sounds could be heard in the distance. The financial district is even more confusing. Underground drainage pipes, fiber optic cable conduits, and subway ventilation shafts have all become amplification channels. Low-frequency vibrations drill out along the city's pipe network, and manhole covers at street intersections slap up and down like pot lids, creating a series of metallic clanging sounds that send chills down your spine. At Badak Road intersection, a red sedan was waiting at the light when the driver suddenly stepped on the gas, and the front of the car collided directly with the truck in front of it. The driver of the car behind jumped out and started cursing. "Are you crazy?" The driver of the red car got out of the car, his face covered in sweat, but the first thing he said was not an explanation. "It's ringing, can't you hear it? It's ringing in my head." Before he could finish speaking, he bent over and vomited. After vomiting, he grabbed the other person's collar and swung his fist directly at him. A passerby came to break up the fight, but as soon as he touched him, he started to feel dizzy and started banging his head against the side of the road. The intersection was instantly blocked. Cars were parked sideways, people were standing in the middle of the road shouting, and others were crying while making phone calls. "Mom, don't go out. You absolutely mustn't go out right now. Close all the windows, don't go to the kitchen, and don't touch any glass. Where are the police? Is anyone going to take control of this? This place is in complete chaos. My child is at school, but I can't get through to the school by phone." A taxi door opened, and a female passenger stumbled out, shouting towards a convenience store on the roadside. "Can I use the restroom? I feel like throwing up. I can't stand up any longer." The shop assistant had just poked her head out when the entire glass door shattered with a crash, startling her so much that she screamed and shrank back inside. The skyscrapers in the financial district still had their screens lit up. In the trading hall, a row of monitors began to flicker with static. The ceiling lights swayed from side to side. Several traders covered their ears and lay under the tables, while two others seemed to suddenly get angry, cursing and smashing keyboards at each other's heads. Security guards rushed in and pinned people down, but as soon as one person was restrained, another started acting up. "Don't touch me. You're the one who's sick. Everyone squat down. Everyone squat down." The lobby downstairs was even more chaotic, with automatic doors opening and closing and manhole covers jumping around, making a constant thud on the pavement. A white-collar worker who had just come out of a coffee shop looked down and saw fine ripples in his coffee cup. Before he could react, a piece of the crystal chandelier above his head shattered with a crash. In the underground conference room of the presidential palace, Lin Jianfeng slapped the latest summary onto the table. The outer edge of the lockdown zone has expanded again, and now there are reports of symptoms along the 8-kilometer edge, especially along the paths of the subway, drainage mains, and communication conduits, where the virus is spreading particularly fast. Even the Minister of Health's voice has changed. The central hospital just reported that the emergency room is overflowing. There are 3 types of patients. One type has ear pressure, dizziness, and vomiting. Another type is emotionally agitated, and the third type is the most troublesome. They lose their logic. 1 second they're talking, and the next they're attacking the people around them. Sedatives can only keep them calm for a few minutes. The defense minister slammed the tablet onto the table. The east side of the airport is completely destroyed, and the terminal is being cleared urgently. If this continues, the civil aviation system will come to a standstill. "President Chen, we can't wait any longer." Chen Ziyuan sat there, his Adam's apple bobbing. What he fears most now is not the Freemasons, not the United States, not China. What he fears most is that no one will answer the phone. Old Chen hasn't replied yet. Just then, the security cable on the table lit up. Lin Jianfeng answered the call immediately, listened for a few minutes, and then transferred it to Chen Ziyuan. The connection has been restored from China. Chen Ziyuan picked up the receiver. His voice was a little hoarse. "Mr. Chen, there was no small talk. They just got straight to the point. President Chen, I have delivered the message." Chen Ziyuan leaned forward a little. "What did Apocalypse say?" Old Chen paused for a moment. Mr. Lin asked what exactly happened in Singapore. Chen Ziyuan almost choked. This issue is about accountability in other people's eyes, but it means something else entirely in Tianqi's words. The other party isn't unaware of it. They're just waiting for him to confess. Chen Ziyuan gritted his teeth. "Mr. Chen, please pass on my message that I am willing to explain in full." Old Chen didn't respond to that. "Keep it and tell him yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, the video terminal belonging to the presidential palace, which has the highest level of security, suddenly went black. It wasn't a power outage. The entire system seemed to have been forcibly taken over. All network devices in the conference room went silent at the same time, and the main screen on the wall flashed, displaying a line of text. Temporary access complete. The next second, the screen switched to a satellite view. The entire eastern region of Singapore appeared on the screen. Everyone in the conference room was stunned. From a space perspective, the situation on Changi East is no longer simply a matter of traffic paralysis or damage to a few buildings. Visible physical tremors are spreading outward from the city's surface, like transparent ripples rolling across the urban area. Every block the ripples sweep across causes widespread anomalies in the glass, streetlights, billboards, and vehicles. No one spoke, because this was beyond all their previous judgments. In the bottom right corner of the screen, the data stream begins to scroll automatically. Frequency, amplitude, propagation medium, geomagnetic coupling parameters, and resonance structure matching model. The people in the meeting room couldn't understand it, and neither could Old Chun. In the main control room, 5,000 meters underground, Apocalypse had already overlaid the three spectrum curves together. The database retrieval took less than a second. After the results came out, an internal annotation popped up on the screen. Unauthorized technology fragments, suspected to be a resonance cleanup submodel. Purpose, targeted destruction of material structures and field clearance. Su Yin was not in the control room, so this round of analysis was completed entirely by the system. Instead of returning to Singapore, Lin Yi first retrieved multi-angle images from near-Earth orbit satellites. At different altitudes and on different wavelengths, the concentric rings of vibration in eastern Singapore became increasingly clear, even revealing the transmission paths of the city's pipe network. This is not a chemical leak. It is not a conventional sonic weapon. This is something at a higher level, and it's not even a complete piece. It's more like a dangerous component peeled off from some other technology. Old Chen's communication board is still lit up. He waited a few seconds on the other end before hearing Lin Yi speak. Mr. Chun, please stay online. Good. Also, please pass on a message to President Chun. Old Chun was just about to take notes when the other side continued. Tell him that this is not a case of a sample going out of control. It is that his men have pried open a bomb with the pins still on. In the presidential palace conference room, Chun Ziyuan heard this sentence through Old Chen's retelling. No one dared to answer. Lin Jianfeng's forehead was covered in sweat, and he asked in a low voice, "Is he willing to take responsibility?" Just as Chen Ziyuan was about to speak, the main screen changed again. The satellite image zooms out, switching to the sea off the southern tip of the Malay Peninsula. A moving, highlighted marker is pulled out separately, followed by a series of new parameters. The speed is increasing. The course is being corrected. Destination, southward to Singapore. Meanwhile, in the underground control room, new instructions have been issued. The third ship, Tianheng, which is in optical stealth mode, has just crossed the southwestern waters of the Malay Peninsula. The aircraft carrier's internal broadcast system was silently pushed to the bridge and various subsystems. Task update. Flight route corrected. Target airspace east of Singapore. Power output upgraded to the highest cruising level. Estimated arrival time, 27 minutes. Chapter 1, 30 Movies and a Reality. When Chen Ziyuan and others called back, the order outside Changi Hospital had almost completely broken down. The hospital entrance was packed with people, and ambulances rushed in one after another. There weren't enough stretchers or wheelchairs, so even the security guards at the entrance were temporarily pulled in to carry people. There was broken glass on the ground, and many people hadn't even put their shoes on properly, running out in slippers, carrying for bags and prescriptions. Lin Jianfeng got out of the car and had just entered the door when a middle-aged man grabbed him. "Sir, my wife is inside. She recognized me just a moment ago, but 5 minutes later, she started hitting me. The doctor said she needs to be tied up. What kind of illness is this?" Another elderly woman chimed in, her voice trembling. "My grandson isn't sick. He's been frightened by something. He kept shouting that something was drilling into his ears on the way here. I beg you, please don't lock him up with those crazy people." Some people even shouted directly at the police cordon. "Didn't you say it was a chemical leak? What kind of chemical leak could shatter all the airport windows? My home is in Badak, and not a single window in the entire building is intact. Even a chemical plant explosion wouldn't have caused this much damage. What exactly is the government hiding?" Lin Jianfeng didn't stop, and the plainclothes officers and police officers around him forced their way through. He listened to their words, his throat dry, but he couldn't utter a single reply. Giving any explanation now was useless. Not only would they not believe him, but he himself didn't want to reiterate what that ball actually was. Outside the side gate of the hospital, Nurse Zhou had just brought a convulsing child into the emergency room. As soon as the child came out, her legs were trembling. She had been standing for more than 10 hours straight, changed her mask 3 times, and lost count of how many times she had taken off her gloves. The corridor was filled with shouts. Doctors were calling for sedatives. Family members were arguing about beds. And a man in a suit who had been crying 10 minutes earlier suddenly overturned a waiting chair, requiring 3 security guards to restrain him for a long time. A young doctor next to her handed her a medical record board. Sister Zhou, 7 more have been sent to Zone 2. 2 are police officers. 1 is a subway station worker, and they all have the same symptoms: tinnitus, imbalance, and aggressive impulses. 1 of them is also vomiting blood. Zhou took the medical record, her voice already hoarse. What about the neurology department? It's all full. The observation area is full too. The director just said to turn the parking lot into a temporary area. Zhou wanted to curse, but in the end she swallowed it back. It's no use cursing anyone. She leaned against the wall for a couple of seconds, then raised her hand to remove her mask, trying to catch her breath. The sunlight outside the hospital had been very bright, almost stinging her eyes. The moment she looked up, she sensed something was wrong. It wasn't the wind, the clouds, or the sky darkening as it normally would. It's like the sun has been turned off by someone. It didn't just gradually darken. The light above was suddenly blocked, and the entire block was plunged into shadow. Zhou was stunned. The people at the door who were shouting for an explanation also stopped. Someone shouted first. Why did it suddenly turn dark? Is it going to rain? Look at the sky. Zhou followed and looked up. The clouds high in the sky were spreading outwards, not in a natural way, but as if something was pressing down from within. First, a black bottom was revealed, and then the entire outline gradually appeared, looking neither like an airplane nor a ship, nor any kind of aircraft she had ever seen. That thing is too big. The noise was so loud that everyone's voice faltered for a moment at the hospital entrance. A delivery guy next to Zhou stared with his mouth agape, only managing to utter a single sentence after a long pause. What the hell is this? No one could answer the question. The colossal object overhead continued its descent, the clouds parting completely, revealing an 800-meter-long steel hull suspended above the city, blocking out much of the sunlight. It had no propellers, no exhaust plumes, no ear-piercing engine roar, yet the entire city could sense its approach. The crowd outside the hospital was quiet at first, then erupted. A woman held her child, and tears streamed down her face. Reinforcements. Have the reinforcements arrived? Were they hired by the government? Were they here to rescue people? Take a picture quickly. Take a picture quickly. What are you still filming for? My phone lost signal just now. Isn't this the thing from the news? Apocalypse. Is this the apocalypse? When Zhou heard the word apocalypse, her heart tightened suddenly. She had seen that video a few days ago. Africa, javelin missiles, black water droplets, and those machines that looked like humans but weren't quite human. At the time, it was circulating in the ward's group chat, with people saying that this thing was completely out of the realm of current technology. Someone joked that if one of those came flying over our hospital, that would truly be a godsend. No one expected that this joke would come true today. An old man with a cane stood at the hospital entrance, head held high, speaking in a very loud voice. It must be them, otherwise whose plane would look like that. His granddaughter, who was standing next to him, quickly helped him up. Grandpa, please don't get agitated. You have a heart condition. The old man flicked his hand. Why am I excited? I'm happy. Look, this is what it looks like to be able to save a life. Not far away, a taxi driver raised a sleeve, still stained with blood, and waved it in the air. Hey, there are still people here. Some people immediately followed suit, taking off their coats, tearing off their hospital gowns, and waving plastic bags and towels into the air, as if afraid that the giant ship would not see the living people on the ground. The cheers spread from the doorway outwards into the street. The crowd outside Changi Hospital, who had been crying, cursing, and pushing, suddenly seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The pent-up emotions that had been building up suddenly found an outlet. Some cheered, some cried, some laughed until their faces were stiff, and some grabbed strangers' arms and shook them wildly. There's hope. There's really hope. I knew the government wouldn't ignore it. Whether we take care of it or not is another matter, but this thing definitely doesn't belong to us. Nonsense. If we had this, would things have been so chaotic this morning? Who called it here? Who cares who called them? As long as they can save a life. Zhou stood on the steps, still clutching the medical record in her hand, but her mind was filled with the thing above her. She saw a structure at the bottom of the ship begin to move, the panels closing in to reveal a deeper area. Some people are still excited, while others are starting to feel afraid. Want to fall down? It's so big, if it crashed down, the whole city would be gone. Shut up, don't jinx it. A boy in a school uniform squeezed to the front, holding up a half-broken phone. I can't record it. I just can't record it no matter what I do. People nearby laughed and cursed. What's the point of recording? Let's survive first before posting on WeChat moments. The hospital security captain rushed out from inside, shouting at the top of his lungs. Don't block the door. Everyone who can still move to the sides to let the ambulance in. But this time, after he shouted, everyone cooperated much more than before. The crowd parted on its own, and some even volunteered to help carry the stretcher, muttering prayers as they did so. Hurry up! Hurry up! The new equipment might be coming soon. If they're really here to rescue people, send the seriously injured to the front first. Nurses, please hold on a little longer. The reinforcements are here. Upon hearing this, Zhou suddenly felt like laughing. Foreign aid. Words that used to only appear in TV dramas are now hanging in the sky. 2 more nurses rushed out of the hospital building. One of them almost fell down the steps because she was running too fast, but Zhou grabbed her. What happened inside? The nurse was panting. The observation area on the 7th floor suddenly became quiet. The patients who had been making a fuss just now all stopped. It wasn't that they were cured, but that they all looked up at the window. The young doctor next to him also ran out. The dean asked us to inquire whether that thing in the sky made any announcements or if anyone came down. Zhou looked up at the giant ship and shook her head. Not yet. As soon as she finished speaking, a series of low gasps suddenly came from the entrance of the hospital. It wasn't because the ship went downhill again. There was an opening at its bottom. That wasn't an ordinary hatch. It was quite large, as if a section had been cut out from under the ship's hull. There was no firelight inside, nor did any mechanical arm extend out. Only a deeper shadow loomed over it, sending chills down one's spine. The delivery guy next to Zhou's voice even changed. Are they going to jump the units right down? The old man, leaning on his cane, became even more excited. Why would they jump to the soldier role? It's definitely a robot. That's how it's portrayed in the news. Someone immediately corrected him. That's not news, that's true. Chapter 131, Aren't You Going to Save People? When the hatch opened, the first thing to fall down was neither a stretcher nor a doctor. 12 black landing platforms slid out from the bottom of the ship, and when they were still more than 10 meters off the ground, they suddenly slowed down and hovered steadily above the hospital. The next second, a group of people dressed in dark combat uniforms jumped directly off the edge of the platform. There were no ropes, no cushioning. They landed very quietly. The crowd at the hospital entrance was stunned at first, then burst into shouts. They're down! They're down! Where are the doctors? Where is the medical team? Come quick! A child here is vomiting blood. Sir, my mother just fainted. Please check on her. Nurse Zhou also squeezed forward 2 steps. She thought these people would rush into the emergency room immediately and at least ask where the injured were. But after the group landed, none of them walked towards the hospital entrance. The man in the lead raised his hand to connect to the terminal on his wrist, and then the entire team turned directly towards the blockade on the east side of Changi. The voices of the crowd suddenly changed. Hey, where are you guys going? The hospital is over here. Hey, can't you see how many people are here? Zhou, clutching the medical record board, couldn't help but take 2 steps after him. You're from Apocalypse, right? Our emergency room is overwhelmed. We have too many patients with neurological symptoms, not enough sedatives, and not enough doctors. Could you send a few people in first? The man in the lead paused for a moment. He turned around. Zhou then saw his face clearly. He looked like an ordinary person, with clean features and normal skin texture. However, he stood so steadily that even with the surrounding chaos, his breathing rhythm didn't change. Someone recognized him at the hospital entrance. Lin Hao. Is it the bodyguard who's with Lin Xiaoya? I saw him on social media. It's him. That makes even more sense. He can definitely save people. Lin Hao scanned the line of wounded soldiers at the hospital entrance. while simultaneously receiving data from the Tianheng satellite via his earphone. The low-frequency peak value of the Changi Underground Safe House is still rising. The transmission model of the urban pipeline network has begun to branch out towards the second subway line. If the source isn't cut off, these people at the hospital entrance are just the first wave. Lin Hao spoke, his tone flat. Medical support will arrive in 4 minutes. We have a more urgent mission. As soon as he said that, someone in the crowd immediately erupted in anger. A man carrying a child rushed to the police line, shouting himself hoarse. What task is more urgent than a human life? My son is trembling. He's only 6 years old. With so many of you, would it kill one of you to spare a moment to look after him? The old lady next to her also got anxious. Weren't you here to rescue people? What's the point of you going in? We've been waiting here for ages. The government says there's a chemical leak. The hospital says there are no beds. And now you're not going to do anything about it? A young man in a shirt covered his ears and squatted on the ground, forcing himself to look up and curse. They made such a big deal out of it in the news, but they just left after landing? What kind of rescue is that? That's right. Aren't you apocalypse gods supposed to be very strong? So strong that you don't even treat sick people. Don't you understand the principle of saving the person in front of you first? Can't you have a little humanity? Several patients whose emotions were affected by low frequencies joined in the shouting, and the noise became increasingly chaotic. Police officers tried to restrain the crowd, but were instead pushed back. Don't push. There are stretchers at the back. Don't cross the cordon. Calm down. The medical lane can't be blocked. The man holding the child was no longer listening to reason. He rushed across the police line and grabbed Lin Hao's sleeve. Don't go. Don't leave until you explain yourself clearly today. Zhou Wen's heart tightened. She had seen the previous people who had these outbursts. 1 second they were crying, and the next they were hitting someone with a chair. Lin Hao looked down at the cuff of his hand that had been grabbed. He didn't forcefully shake him off, but simply raised his hand and pressed it against the man's wrist. The man's fingers loosened naturally, as if the force had been precisely dissipated. He hesitated for a moment, then tried to lunge again, but was restrained by 2 police officers beside him. What are you doing? My child is dying. The child was huddled in his arms, looking pale and breathing rapidly, intermittently complaining of ear pain. Lin Hao did not avoid this question. If the source isn't shut off, the symptom area will expand to 20 kilometers in 47 minutes. At that point, the people who need to be saved won't be in this one hospital. The man was still panting, his voice trembling. What about my son? What if he can't last 47 minutes? Lin Hao raised his wrist terminal. Target marker. The next second, the temporary communication screen at the hospital entrance suddenly lit up, highlighting the child's vital signs with a line of text next to them. Priority transfer target, neural resonance exposure level, orange. The hospital tablet in Zhou Wen's hand received the instruction at the same time. She looked down, and the transfer route automatically popped up on the screen. Nurse Zhou, in trance number 2, orange patient, will be transferred to the Apocalypse mobile medical cabin in 4 minutes. Zhou Wen paused for half a second, then immediately turned around and called out. Clear entrance number 2. This child can go first. If anyone else is vomiting blood, convulsing, or losing consciousness, report all to the triage desk. Stop arguing with them. Some people still disagree. Why did he leave first? My dad is dizzy too. Zhou Wen retorted directly. The system just scanned him, and he has the highest exposure level. If you know anything about this, you can triage him. The man was speechless. The crowd quieted down a little, but the discontent hasn't subsided. A taxi driver, his face covered in blood, leaned against the wall, his voice hoarse. Even if you say the source is more important, you should at least leave a few people here. The hospital really can't hold on any longer. Lin Hao looked at the bottom of the Tianheng. They've already come down. Everyone looked up. 3 more hatches were opened at the bottom of the giant ship. This time, it wasn't a combat team that landed, but a set of white modular cabins. Each cabin automatically unfolded upon landing, extending a scanning arm and stretcher track. The nurses and doctors at the hospital entrance were stunned. The young doctor blurted out, "Can this thing even be used?" The module compartment's outer shell illuminates with a Chinese prompt. Mobile healthcare node is now online. Please triage according to exposure level. Please do not push or shove. Those who cut in line will have their treatment priority lowered. Someone in the crowd muttered a curse under their breath. They even regulate cutting in line. The old man next to him immediately patted him on the shoulder. Good for them. Cutting in line at this hour deserves to be disciplined. The tension at the hospital entrance was finally somewhat relieved. Lin Hao turned to leave. Zhou watched his retreating figure, but couldn't help asking him again. Where are you going? Changi Underground Safe House. Lin Hao did not hide anything. The source is there. Lin Jianfeng then strode out of the hospital's side door. He had just received temporary authorization from the presidential palace, and seeing that Lin Hao's group was about to leave, he immediately took 2 ISD personnel and followed them. Mr. Lin Hao, this is Lin Jianfeng from the Internal Security Department's Operations Division. The presidential palace has authorized me to assist you in entering the Changi lockdown area. Chapter 132, Survival. Lin Hao glanced at him. Do you know where the entrance is? No. Lin Jianfeng lowered his voice. However, the inside is sealed off. The 3rd basement level is filled with foamed concrete, and the outer passage is also sealed with 2 gates. Our people tried to go in, and they started vomiting and losing their balance as soon as they got close. Lead the way. Lin Jianfeng hesitated for a moment. There's one more thing. The military and police on site might not let you into the core area. The presidential palace just issued the authorization, and many units along the blockade haven't received it yet. Lin Hao had already started walking forward. They don't need to release it. Lin Jianfeng felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. If someone else said that, he would think they were faking it. But even though this group jumped off the 800-meter-tall ship, they didn't make a single mistake despite the large crowd blocking the hospital entrance. He could only hurry to catch up. Everyone make way. The Apocalypse Rescue Team is entering the source area. Let them pass. Don't block their way. Outside the blockade, an armored vehicle was blocking the intersection. The Singaporean soldiers, dressed in protective suits, immediately raised their hands when they saw Lin Jianfeng leading his men over. Entry is prohibited here. This is a level 1 quarantine zone. You cannot leave without a written order. Lin Jianfeng took out his identification. The presidential office has temporarily authorized the removal of the roadblocks. The soldier glanced at the identification, then looked at Lin Hao's group. They were dressed in combat uniforms. Their faces were no different from normal people, and they didn't have any exaggerated weapons. They looked like a special forces unit. The soldiers still didn't move immediately. Sir, the order states that all foreign armed forces must register their identities, especially those who are not from our country. Lin Jianfeng became anxious. Registering now? Have you lost your mind? The soldiers were also anxious. I followed the procedures. Who will be responsible if problems arise? Lin Hao stopped in front of the roadblock. Get out of the way. The soldier gripped his gun tightly. Sir, please cooperate with the inspection. Just as Lin Jianfeng was about to curse again, Lin Hao raised his hand. He didn't touch the soldier, but simply pressed the metal door lock on the side of the armored vehicle. The door lock made a soft click, and the entire electronic system of the armored vehicle simultaneously went offline, causing the roadblock to rise automatically. The soldier was stunned. What did you do? Lin Hao continued forward. Save time. Lin Jianfeng was sweating profusely and quickly yelled at the soldiers. Don't just stand there, let them through. I'll take responsibility for this. The soldier watched the group cross the roadblock, and it took him a while to finally utter a sentence. What country's troops are they? The companion next to him whispered a reply. What do you care which country it's from? Just stop this damn thing. The closer you get to the underground safe houses in Changi, the worse the roadside conditions become. Several cars crashed together, and glass shards were scattered everywhere. A group of evacuated survivors sat by the roadside. Some held their heads, some supported each other, and some stood up and shouted when they saw Lin Hao and the others. Has the rescue arrived? Could you please tell my wife first? She just cut herself on glass. There's still elderly people here. Don't go any further in. No one is alive inside. A man with a makeshift bandage wrapped around his head rushed to the front of the line and blocked Lin Hao's way. Are you from Apocalypse? I'm asking you. We were trapped in the underground passage for 20 minutes and no one helped us. Now that you've arrived, you're not here to rescue us, but are just rushing in. What are you doing here? Lin Jianfeng wanted to step forward and explain. The man's emotions had already reached a breaking point. Don't try to fool me with some secrets. Our government, which we pay taxes to support, is already useless enough. And you outsiders are putting on airs? What do human lives mean to you? Several survivors nearby echoed his sentiment. Yes, let's get him to the hospital first. The sound is still ringing inside. What good will it do you to go in? You guys might be the ones who caused this mess, so why are you pretending to be saviors now? Upon hearing this, Lin Jianfeng's expression changed. Shut up. We intercepted the wrong thing ourselves. It has nothing to do with them. The crowd fell silent for a moment. The man was also stuck. What did you say? You took the wrong screenshot. Lin Jianfeng realized he had said too much, but he couldn't keep it a secret right now. Get out of the way if you want to live. If the source isn't addressed, the hospital can't save you. The man still wouldn't back down. Then you guarantee me that my wife will be rescued after that thing inside stops. Lin Hao looked at him. I cannot guarantee that any one person will survive. The man clenched his fist tightly. Lin Hao then spoke. I can assure you that we will first stop the spread of the disaster. Your wife has been tagged, and in 26 seconds, a stretcher will arrive behind you. The man was taken aback. What stretcher? He had barely finished speaking when a faint mechanical sound came from the street corner. Two low-profile, unmanned stretchers bypassed abandoned vehicles and stopped by the roadside, with the injured person's number displayed on a screen. Location of the injured has been completed. Please help with placement and do not block the passageway. The survivors were all stunned. Those who were just cursing lowered their voices when they saw the stretcher rise automatically. Someone muttered to themselves, did they really scan people? If you hadn't explained it clearly earlier, it would have scared me to death. You were the loudest one just now, and now you're blaming them for not explaining themselves clearly? I was in a hurry, that's all. The man stepped aside, still being defiant. You'd better actually be useful. Lin Hao did not respond and led his team to continue advancing towards the entrance of the underground safe house. Lin Jianfeng followed beside him, feeling for the first time that he, an agent from the operations division, was like a guide. Upon reaching the perimeter of the safe house, the military police and technicians at the entrance withdrew to a distance of 100 meters. The underground entrance was temporarily reinforced with steel plates, and there were also barriers piled up next to it. An officer saw Lin Jianfeng and immediately came up to him. Commander Lin, we can't go any further. The frequency inside just went up again, and all the detectors are off the charts. The robot we sent in went out of control as soon as it got to the second door, and all the cameras are broken. Lin Jianfeng pointed at Lin Hao. They went in. The officer glanced at Lin Hao, then at the group of people, clearly not understanding what was happening. They're wearing these? No soundproofing, no exoskeleton, no remote control cables. Lin Hao walked up to the welded steel plate. Back off. The officer instinctively tried to stop him. Wait, the inside doors are sealed off. Forced demolition would cause structural vibrations. We've already assessed that. Before he could finish speaking, two T-800s behind Lin Hao stepped forward. They gripped the edge of the steel plate with both hands and tore it open. The weld joints kept breaking apart. The officer froze on the spot. The technician next to me sounded unsteady on his feet. Sir, they're not human, are they? Lin Jianfeng looked at the torn opening and swallowed hard. You only realized it now? The officer took 2 steps back, his face grim. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Jianfeng replied irritably. If I told them, would you dare let them pass? After the entrance opened, a low-frequency vibration surged from underground. The external detectors immediately sounded an alarm, and several soldiers covered their ears and backed away. Lin Hao stood by the entrance, and fine ripples began to appear on the surface of his combat suit as the internal anti-resonance module activated. He raised his hand to issue team instructions. The first group enters the passage, the second group cuts off the pipeline nodes, and the third group protects Lin Jianfeng, allowing him to enter only the first floor. Lin Jianfeng immediately frowned. I must take you to the core area. You will die on the second floor. Lin Jianfeng was about to retort when a metallic clanging sound suddenly came from deep within the entrance. Bang! 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 It felt like something was banging on the door from inside. Everyone outside stopped. The technician stared at the remaining monitoring screen, his voice trembling. The pressure in the third negative layer is abnormal, and there's a movement signal behind the ceiling layer. The officer's face turned pale. Mobile signal? Are there still people alive on the third basement level? A new heat map appeared in Lin Hao's communication channel. 7 unstable heat sources appeared inside the ceiling layer. One of the heat sources is moving toward the emergency shaft leading to the upper level. Lin Hao raised his hand, and the entire team of T-800s simultaneously switched to combat stance. Lin Jianfeng stared at the red dot on the screen, his throat tightening. Are Dr. Chun and the others still alive? The next second, shouts came from deep within the underground passage. Open the door. Let me out. It's talking in my head. Chapter 133, alive but insane. Open the door. Let me out. It's talking in my head. The shouts from the passageway grew closer, and the banging on the door intensified. When Lin Jianfeng heard the first sound, he took a step forward. Dr. Chun. He himself didn't realize that his voice had changed. The officer next to him stopped him. Commander Lin, don't go over there. The third basement level has been confirmed contaminated. The people inside can't possibly be normal. Lin Jianfeng shook off his hand. That was our technical team leader. He was still alive when he went in to replenish the liquid nitrogen. The officer was so anxious that sweat beaded on his forehead. Being alive doesn't mean you can still be saved. The last thing the camera captured when the two rescue robots went in was a person lunging at the cable. Lin Jianfeng paused for a moment. He looked at Lin Hao. There are 7 heat sources inside, right? On Lin Hao's wrist terminal, 7 red dots were still moving. 3 of them stopped behind the ceiling layer, 2 were bumping around against the wall, 1 was lying on the ground, and the last one was climbing up the emergency shaft. Lin Hao did not comfort him. Their behavior patterns are abnormal. Can it be saved? Suppress it first. Lin Jianfeng gritted his teeth. Suppression is fine, but don't kill. Dr. Chun and our arm team are inside. Lin Hao turned around and looked behind him. Numbers 3 and 4, dismantle the ceiling layer. Numbers 5 and 6, prepare for close-range suppression. Numbers 7 to 10, guard the shaft entrance. Non letal priority. For T-800S, move forward simultaneously. The officer instinctively raised his hand. Wait, if you disassemble it like this, the low frequencies inside will burst out. Lin Hao glanced at him. So you should step back. The officer was about to speak again when the detector suddenly screamed. A louder impact came from deeper in the passage. Bang! Bang! The inside of the ceiling layer felt like it was being repeatedly struck by something. Lin Jianfeng stared at the welded closed door, his expression growing increasingly grim. Are the people inside banging on the door? The technician stared at the screen, his voice strained. It wasn't with tools, it was physical impact. The officer muttered a curse under his breath. How could a person be injured like this? The next second, another roar came from inside the sealed door. The voice sounded like a human, but it wasn't a normal human shout. Several syllables were mixed together, making it impossible to understand the content. Open your mind and let it ring. Lin Jianfeng took a step forward. Dr. Chun, this is Lin Jianfeng. Can you hear me? Step back. We'll open the door right away. The impact inside suddenly stopped. Everyone outside the passage held their breath. 2 seconds later, a man's voice came from behind the door. Lin Jianfeng. Lin Jianfeng immediately approached. It's me. Dr. Chun, how many of you are there? Can you control your bodies? The person behind the door was breathing heavily. Don't open it. Lin Jianfeng was taken aback. What? The voices behind the door suddenly changed. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door. The impact sound erupted again, even faster than before. The officer's face turned pale. Commander Lin, something's wrong with him. Lin Jianfeng did not back down. He has known Dr. Chun for many years. That old man usually speaks and acts slowly, but when his experiments go wrong, he's incredibly steady. But the sound from behind the door just now sounded like 2 people fighting over a mouth. Lin Hao raised his hand. Dismantle. 2 T-800S clamped onto the edge of the blocking door, and the metal structure began to deform. The foamed concrete layer was torn in the middle, squeezing out a stream of air with low-frequency vibrations. The soldiers outside had barely taken a step closer when they immediately covered their ears and crouched down. Lin Jianfeng also felt a tightness in his chest and a throbbing sensation in his ears. He stubbornly refused to back down. Lin Hao reached out and pressed down on his shoulder, pushing him back half a step. Stand behind me. I can manage. You won't last long. Lin Jianfeng didn't push it any further. The door was pulled open a crack. A hand reached out from inside first. He was still wearing broken lab gloves, his fingernails were full of dust, and he gripped the door frame and exerted force. The officer shouted in a low voice. Don't let him out. No sooner had he finished speaking than a man in a white lab coat burst out from the gap. Lin Jianfeng recognized him. Aron. The young technician looked up, his eyes bloodshot, his face covered in blood from his nose, and he was making incoherent roars. It says, open. Arone lunged at the nearest soldier. Before the soldier could even raise his gun properly, he was knocked backward and his back slammed against the wall. Hold him down! Two Singaporean armed men rushed up and grabbed Arone's arms from both sides. Arone twisted his body, directly throwing one of the men's arms away, and kicked the second man in the chest with his other foot. The armed man was thrown out of the air, knocking over the testing box behind him. Lin Jianfeng's pupils contracted. Arone used to be so thin he was like a bamboo pole, and he would pant for breath even after carrying a box of equipment. Now, even two trained armed men can't subdue him. Lin Hao made his judgment without hesitation. Number 5. A T-800 truck approached, grabbed Arone by the back of the neck and his right arm, and slammed him to the ground. Arone was still struggling, his neck twisting abnormally, and words kept coming out of his throat. Don't close the door, it wants to come out. T-800 lowered its knees, pressing down on his lower limbs. The robotic arm adjusted the angle without breaking any bones, only locking the joints. Arone was still yelling, slamming his forehead on the ground, as if he couldn't feel the pain. The officer watched this scene, his voice hoarse. Is this even human? Lin Hao glanced at Arone's vital signs. A living person, abnormal nerve control, increased muscle output, and disordered pain feedback. Lin Jianfeng hurriedly spoke. Can he be saved? There is an opportunity after leaving the source. Just as Lin Jianfeng breathed a sigh of relief, two more people suddenly rushed out from inside the sealed layer. One was wearing an armed group uniform, and the other was a researcher. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they were shouting incomprehensible words. They rushed out not toward the exit, but towards Lin Jianfeng. Old Zhao, Aming. Lin Jianfeng instinctively called out their names. It's me. Don't move. You're all out. The armed group member named Lao Zhao paused for a moment. Lin Jianfeng thought he had listened to him and immediately moved forward. Old Zhao put the knife down. Old Zhao held a broken piece of metal pipe in his hand, and the next second he hurled it at Lin Jianfeng. Chapter 134 Call. Lin Jianfeng dodged to the side, but his shoulder was still grazed, and he was pulled to one side. Amin pounced from the other side, grabbing Lin Jianfeng's tactical vest with both hands. His strength was outrageous. Lin Jianfeng raised his knee and struck him in the abdomen. The man only swayed for a moment before pressing down on him, sending Lin Jianfeng flying. With a bang, Lin Jianfeng slammed his back against the wall and couldn't get up for a long time. The officer shouted urgently, Commander Lin. Lin Jianfeng coughed, bracing himself on the ground, his mind buzzing. His first reaction wasn't pain, but absurdity. Amin is a clerk in the technical team and doesn't even participate in combat training. That last strike was nearly as powerful as a fully equipped assault soldier. Lin Hao witnessed the entire process. He did not give the Singaporean militants another chance to get close. All personnel retreat. T-800s take over suppression. The Singaporean officer immediately shouted, Everyone back off. Don't get involved. Don't get close to them. Numbers 7 and 8 turned around from the shaft opening, and the two T-800s met Lao Zhao and Aming respectively. Old Zhao swung the metal pipe and smashed it into T-800's shoulder. The metal pipe is bent. T-800 didn't stop. He grabbed Lao Zhao's wrist with his left hand and pressed his right hand down on Lao Zhao's chest. Old Zhao, kneeling on the ground, was still roaring with his head held high. On the other side, Amin was locked from behind by the T-800 with his arms fixed at a safe angle. He opened his mouth to bite the T-800's arm, his teeth hitting the outer armor with a crisp sound. Lin Jianfeng leaned against the wall to stand up, his face grim. Don't let them bite their own tongues. Lin Hao looked at number 5. Oral health care. A T-800 flexible bite fixation device was removed from the side of Arong's leg and inserted directly into his mouth. Do the same for the other two. Lin Jianfeng took 2 steps closer, leaning against the wall, but was stopped by Lin Hao raising his hand. Don't come near. They're my people. Not now. Lin Jianfeng was speechless. He looked at the 3 people being pressed to the ground, feeling a heavy pressure on his chest. The officer next to him spoke in a low voice. Commander Lin, calling out your name won't work. They'll still target you first. Lin Jianfeng has already tried it. Recognizing people, shouting, and communicating, none of it worked. These people can still make familiar voices, but their physical reactions are now being driven by something else. Deep inside the passage, the sealing layer was completely cleared away. The remaining 4 heat sources were exposed. 2 were lying on the ground convulsing. 1 was crouching in a corner, banging his head against the wall, and another was standing further inside. The man was wearing a tattered white coat, and his name tag was still hanging on him. Dr. Chun. Lin Jianfeng took half a step forward, then stopped. Dr. Chun raised his head, his eyes also red, his face covered in dried blood. He didn't pounce immediately. He stood there, his body trembling, as if he were using the last bit of his consciousness to suppress something. Lin Jianfeng. Lin Jianfeng's voice was strained. Dr. Chun, I'm here. Don't move, we'll take you out. Dr. Chun raised his hand and pointed inside. Never mind what my ball is singing. The low-frequency curve on Lin Hao's wrist terminal suddenly jumped up. All the external detectors are alarming. The technician shouted. The frequency has reached 28 hertz. The second peak is coming. A subtle vibration emanated from the wall, and several pieces of broken glass at the entrance were shaken off. Several soldiers staggered and nearly knelt down. Lin Jianfeng felt a tightness in his chest, and his ears felt blocked. Dr. Chun suddenly screamed. He clutched his head with both hands, leaned back abruptly, and uttered a string of incoherent syllables. Don't open it wrong. Close the door, and it's learning. Lin Hao grasped the key words. What is it learning? Dr. Chun forced a short laugh, which sent a chill down one's spine. Scholars. Lin Jianfeng's expression changed immediately. Dr. Chun, what do you mean? Is it mimicking human speech? Dr. Chun did not answer. He suddenly rushed forward. He was even faster than Oolong. Lin Jianfeng instinctively stepped back. Lin Hao took half a step forward, pressed his right hand on Dr. Chen's shoulder, and precisely locked his wrist with his left hand. Dr. Chen's strength was also extraordinary. He almost pushed Lin Hao forward half a step. Lin Hao did not retreat any further. The increase in strength is more than 3.6 times that of an ordinary person. Lin Jianfeng's face darkened further upon hearing the number. Is this something that sound wave stimulation can achieve? Lin Hao did not answer this hypothesis. He turned to the T-800. Number 11, number 12, control Dr. Chun. Pay attention to his spine and avoid causing further injury. 2 T-800s held Dr. Chun in place, one on the left and one on the right. Dr. Chun struggled violently, and jumbled syllables kept coming out of his throat. You shouldn't have closed the sky. Lin Hao paused for half a second upon hearing the word door. Lin Jianfeng heard it too. He looked up. He said door. Lin Hao did not explain. Take him out first. The 7 survivors who had been suppressed were gradually dragged away from the passage, where unmanned stretchers sent by the mobile medical node were waiting outside the entrance. Singaporean medical staff dared not approach them directly, and could only follow the instructions of the Tianchi terminal to put restraints on them. A young doctor watched as Oolong convulsed, his voice trembling. Will they be contagious? Lin Hao gave his answer. It's not a virus. Stay away from the source of the sound. The doctor breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately became tense again. Can their brains recover? Look at the exposure time. Lin Jianfeng felt very uncomfortable listening to this. He turned to look at Dr. Chun being secured to the stretcher. Dr. Chen's head was still turning slightly, and with a mouthpiece in his mouth, he was still making muffled sounds. Lin Jianfeng leaned closer. Dr. Chun, please hang in there a little longer. If we solve the problem at its source, we'll have a chance. Dr. Chun suddenly stopped struggling. He slowly turned his head and looked in Lin Jianfeng's direction. He managed to squeeze out a few words through the restraints. Don't let it see the sky. Lin Jianfeng was stunned. What heaven? Dr. Chun did not respond further, and his body began to convulse again. Lin Hao had already walked back to the entrance. He pulled up the model of the passageway's interior. The core laboratory on the 3rd basement level was still some distance away. The countdown for the Star Keys constraint field has less than 4 hours and 30 minutes left, but its current rate of loss of control can no longer be calculated according to the original countdown. Lin Jianfeng clutched his chest and followed. I'll go in with you. Lin Hao did not turn around. You stay on the 1st floor. Just because I was hit and thrown into the air doesn't mean I can't walk. The frequency is higher below the 2nd level, and you will lose your judgment. Lin Jianfeng's face was grim. That's our safe house. Our people caused this mess, and I can't just stand outside and watch you clean it up. Lin Hao turned around. You've done what you could. Lin Jianfeng was about to retort when the presidential palace's voice suddenly came through his earphones. Lin Jianfeng, report on the situation on site. Lin Jianfeng pressed down on the earphone. The 7 survivors from the 3rd basement level have been suppressed and transferred by Apocalypse. They all show signs of severe neural resonance contamination, increased strength, and aggression. The source is still underground, and the low-frequency peak continues to rise. Chen Ziyuan's voice came 2 seconds later. Apocalypse personnel are preparing to enter the core. Lin Jianfeng looked at Lin Hao. Yes. Chen Ziyuan lowered his voice. Cooperate with them. Cooperate unconditionally. After this statement was made public, no Singaporean military or police personnel at the scene intervened. Lin Hao led the first group of T-800S into the passage. Lin Jianfeng stood at the entrance, his fingers clenched tightly. For the first time, he felt so clearly that his pride in his ability to act was of little value in the face of this. But he didn't leave. He turned to the officer and spoke. Retrieve all the structural diagrams for the first floor, including ventilation, drainage, cable shafts, and emergency shafts, and make them all available to the Tianqi terminal. The officer nodded immediately. Clear. Lin Jianfeng then looked at the medical team. The 7 survivors are isolated separately. Don't let any reporters get close, and don't let family members rush in. If anyone asks, just say they are still being rescued. The doctor is in a dilemma. We can't control the situation with the family members. Lin Jianfeng took a breath. I'll go press it. Just as he was about to leave, the stretcher carrying Dr. Chen suddenly emitted an urgent alarm. The doctor in charge of the care was so frightened that he backed away. His heart rate has dropped. Lin Jianfeng rushed over. Dr. Chen's body stopped convulsing, his neck stiffened, and his chest heaving weaker and weaker. The medical pod's scanning arm descended, and a line of red text popped up on the screen. Residual abnormal resonance in the brainstem. External co-frequency signal traction detected. Lin Jianfeng couldn't understand the second half of the sentence. What do you mean? What's traction? Lin Hao's voice came through the communication channel. The source is the recall of contaminated individuals. Chapter 135, Synchronous Traction. The source is the recall of contaminated individuals. When Lin Hao uttered those words, the air outside the entrance seemed to freeze for a moment. Lin Jianfeng stared at the red text on the medical pod screen. His first reaction was not fear, but absurdity. Recall. This word should not be used to describe people. Humans are not equipment, drones, or things that can be pulled back by remote signals. But Dr. Chen's physical reaction is proving this statement. He was already strapped to a stretcher, his limbs restrained with flexible straps, and a mouth gag in his mouth, but his heart rate was dropping rapidly. It wasn't a normal shock-like drop, but rather as if something was being drained from his body to maintain his life-sustaining rhythm. Abnormal spikes appeared one after another in the brainstem waveform on the screen. External frequency signal enhancement. Disruption of autonomic nervous system rhythm. It is recommended to immediately block the traction source. The young doctor's voice changed from anxiety. How can we block it? We don't have the equipment. The Singaporean medical officer, standing nearby, also panicked. Give us adrenaline or a sedative. Our heart rate is dropping too fast. Don't use sedatives indiscriminately, another doctor shouted. His nervous system is no longer functioning normally. The wrong dosage could crush him to death. Lin Jianfeng pressed down on the earphone. Lin Hao, Dr. Chen is dying. Is there any way to save him? The low-frequency sounds of the channel grew louder and louder. Lin Hao is advancing towards the 2nd basement level. The pipes inside the walls seem to be manipulated by an unseen hand, emitting subtle vibrations. An ordinary person standing here would feel dizzy within 5 seconds, vomit within 10 seconds, and begin to lose their judgment within 30 seconds. However, the T-800 team was unaffected. Their pace remained steady. Lin Hao glanced at the wrist terminal. Dr. Chen's vital signs data are being transmitted synchronously. A brief feedback loop was formed between the brainstem resonance remnants and the underground source. The star key is not calling a specific person, but rather reclaiming biological nodes that it has influenced and that can still respond. In other words, Dr. Chen and other survivors had already been given some same frequency characteristics by the source during the exposure process. They are alive. But this also made it an extended sensor for the star key. Lin Hao spoke. Move Dr. Chen's stretcher to the back of the armored vehicle, 30 meters away from the entrance. Activate the anti-phase sound field in the medical bay. Outside the entrance, The doctor immediately looked at the white medical node next to the stretcher. Anti-block sound field? Which button? The medical node will automatically light up as a notification. Taken over. Do not operate manually. The next second, 4 ring-shaped generators popped out from both sides of the white module compartment. A very low humming sound came from the air. The sound wasn't very loud, but it made everyone around feel a sudden relief in their eardrums, as if a stone pressing on their chest had been lifted a little. The rate at which Dr. Chen's heart rate was decreasing, as shown on the stretcher screen, began to slow. But it's just a slowdown. There's been no recovery. Lin Jianfeng stared at the still descending curve, his face ashen. Not enough. Lin Ha not stop. The intensity of the source-level intervention continues to rise. Medical intervention can only be delayed. Then what should we do? Shut down the source. Lin Jianfeng punched the wall next to him. That's the worst answer. To save Dr. Chen, the source must be shut down. But to shut down the source, Lin Hao and his team had to continue down the path. Before this, whether Dr. Chen could hold on depended entirely on that white medical pod and luck. Lin Jianfeng took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He turned and roared. All stretchers back. All 7 survivors. Keep your distance and position yourselves according to the markings on the Apocalypse terminal. Nobody near the entrance. Medical staff and soldiers acted immediately. 7 unmanned stretcher trolleys automatically adjusted their positions and lined up in an arc on the ground. Next to each stretcher, a small anti-phase sound field generator was raised. Arong, Aiming, Lao Zhao, and the others, who were restrained, were still struggling, though their struggles were less intense than before. Their eyes were still moving rapidly, and they were making muffled sounds as the jaw clamps pressed down on their mouths. A nurse listened to those sounds and turned pale. Are they talking? Lin Jianfeng took half a step closer. He heard it. The 7 people uttered not complete sentences, but fragmented syllables. Door. See. In the sky. Don't turn it off. Go back. These words are staggered, yet they seem to come from the same sentence. The medical node screens suddenly refreshed simultaneously. Individual resonance synchronization rate increased by 12% due to pollution. It is recommended to isolate auditory contact. The doctor next to him immediately shouted, Everyone wear earplugs. Don't listen to them. Lin Jianfeng also put on noise-canceling headphones. But his heart felt even heavier. Dr. Chen just said something. Don't let it see the sky. What's in the sky? Tianhen? Or something higher up? Inside the underground passage. Lin Hao has arrived at the second gate. This door, originally the core isolation door of the safe house, is over 40 centimeters thick and has a dual structure of electromagnetic and mechanical locks. Before the evacuation, Singapore activated the highest level of lockdown, completely cutting off power to the outside. The structural diagram sent by Lin Jianfeng unfolded in Lin Hao's field of vision. Behind the door is a downward spiral passage. Further down is the core laboratory on the 3rd basement level. That's also where the star key is located. T-800 number 3 stepped forward and placed his palm on the gate control panel. Electronics system damaged. The number 4 T-800 extends the cutting tool. Lin Hao raised his hand to stop him. Avoid thermal cutting. Vibration will increase local coupling. Retrieval tool number 4. Lin Hao walked to the door and tapped 3 times along the door frame with his fingers. Sound is transmitted back to the internal structures via bone conduction. The stress points of the door frame, the location of the bolt, and the material fatigue line were all calculated by the Tianning satellite. Lin Hao took half a step back. Number 6, number 7, fixed point traction. 2 T-800S secured the 2 sides of the door. The heavy gate was forcibly pulled open from a bolt. Low frequencies surged out from behind the door like a tide. If the entrance on the 1st floor only made people feel suffocated, then behind the 2nd floor gate it felt like an invisible giant hand was pressing down on one's head. The ripples on the surface of Lin Hao's combat uniform became noticeably more pronounced. Warnings kept popping up on the wrist device. Increased external resonant field strength. Risk of human entry, deadly. T-800 precision sensing module interference rate, 3.7%. Lin Hao walked through the door. There were large patches of blood on the walls of the passageway. Tools, broken cables, and chewed-up cameras were scattered on the ground. In the corner, there was a Singapore rescue robot with its track stuck and its robotic arm twisted at an odd angle. It wasn't damaged in the crash. It looked more like it was torn apart alive. Lin Hao squatted down and picked up a piece of camera debris. There are teeth marks on it. It's deeply abnormal. On the communication channel, the voice of Apocalypse came from the Tianheng. The source resonance model has been updated. Starkey-04 is currently attempting to establish external sensing by using the underground pipe network as a waveguide and polluted individuals as biological feedback nodes. Lin Hao asked, target perception? Not yet fully confirmed. However, based on Dr. Chen's linguistic remnants and the synchronized semantics of the 7 contaminated individuals, the target is highly likely to be a large high-altitude energy source. Lin Hao looked up. Although he was underground, this gesture made it seem as if he was looking at the Tianheng. It is looking for Tianheng. More precisely, it is sensing the anti-gravity field and fusion energy characteristics of the Tianheng spacecraft. Apocalypse paused for 0.2 seconds. It is not an intelligent agent, but it has a fragment-level adaptive mechanism. The neutron scattering scan from Singapore is equivalent to providing it with an active observation stimulus. It is now learning about its surrounding environment. Lin Hao continued downwards. Solution? Option 1. Physical encapsulation and re-establishing superconducting diamagnetic confinement. Success rate, 38.4%. The current runaway field has been coupled with the geomagnetic field, and the original constraint method is insufficient. Secondary option. Using the gravity field array at the bottom of the Tianheng, a local inertial fault is created to temporarily decouple the core laboratory from the external geological structure. Then, the T-800 deploys a phase neutralizer to cut off its waveguide. Risk: if the cutoff fails, the resonant field will be reflected by the gravity array, forming a secondary peak, and the coverage radius will expand to 32 kilometers. Lin Hao paused for a moment. Decision-making by the controller? Apocalypse answered. Lin Yi has authorized the Level 2 plan, with the following restrictions. The urban civilian mortality rate must be kept below 0.01%. The entrance to the 3rd underground level has appeared ahead. There used to be a 3rd door there. The door is now deformed. It is neither from the outside in nor from the inside out. The entire metal door looked as if it had been crumpled by some kind of uniform pressure, with an uneven center and fine ripples at the edges. A faint blue light shone through the crack in the door. Lin Hao approached. All the T-800s behind them came to a stop and entered combat stance. There was no sound from behind the door. There was only one kind of extremely low, very thin, singing sound, as if it came directly from bones. It has no melody, yet it instinctively makes one feel that it is a call. In Lin Hao's field of vision, multiple sensors simultaneously displayed snow-like noise. The voice of Apocalypse rang out once more. Note: there may be non-acoustic information pollution within the core area. Shut down unnecessary sensing channels. Lin Hao's bionic pupils contracted slightly. The olfactory, gustatory, and emotion simulation modules have been disabled. Preserve basic vision and tactical judgment. Reserve. Lin Hao reached out and pressed down on the deformed door. The instant his palm touched the door, static suddenly came through the communication channel. That was not an Apocalypse. It is not any Singaporean communication company. Instead, it was a chaotic, discontinuous syllable that seemed to have been disassembled and then pieced back together. Door. Sky. You. Outside the entrance. Dr. Chen's stretcher jolted violently. His eyes suddenly opened. After a brief period of flattening, the heart rate curve suddenly spiked. Lin Jianfeng rushed to the stretcher. Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen stared intently at the Tianheng in the sky, his eyes bloodshot. The jawbone blocked his mouth, but it couldn't stop those few indistinct words from being squeezed out of his throat. It saw it. Lin Jianfeng felt a chill run through his body. The next second, all the shattered glass in the entire Changi East area made a soft sound at the same time. It was as if something unseen had finally opened its eyes. Chapter 136, Eyes Behind the Moon. There is no wind on the far side of the moon. There is no sea and no clouds. The grayish-white craters overlapped one another, like wounds left after being repeatedly crushed by time. Sunlight swept obliquely across the ridges from an extremely low angle, casting shadows as sharp as knives, slicing the entire lunar surface into 2 distinct halves of light and shadow. At the bottom of an unassuming crater on the northern edge of the Aitken Basin, darkness is deeper than elsewhere. There are no traces of human probes there. From an orbital perspective, it is just one of the tens of thousands of lifeless craters on the far side of the moon. But if someone could get through the 370-meter thick layer of molten basalt at the bottom of the pit, they would find that there is no rock underneath. It is a base, an outpost of an alien civilization that has been silent for 41 years. The base's outer shell is dark silver, embedded deep within the lunar crust, like a giant seed buried in rock. It has no doors in the traditional sense, nor corridors and rooms as we know them. Its internal structure consists of layers of curved, honeycomb-like cavities, and each passage is not a straight line, but rather possesses a certain non-Euclidean geometric curvature. There were no lights on the walls. However, there are faint blue and white patterns flowing inside. Those patterns aren't electrical circuits. They're more like some kind of slowly breathing nerve. In the center of the base, a black ring about 17 meters high floats. The ring's surface has no physical connection points, yet it remains stably suspended in midair. Its inner side is completely black, reflecting no light, like a vertical, deep well. In fragmented ancient records within Freemasonry, this thing is called a door. But its real name cannot be fully pronounced by human language. According to the classification of the civilization behind the gate, it is just a low-dimensional observation anchor, used for observation, screening, and cleaning. For 41 years, the base has been in a state of minimal hibernation. Until now, a very thin blue line suddenly appeared inside the black ring. The blue line flashed once. Subsequently, the patterns on the inner walls of the base, which had been dormant for many years, were lit up one by one. The first to awaken were not living organisms. It is an automatic monitoring program. External fragment, 04, abnormal activation. Macroscopic decoherence submodel, state, out of control. Unauthorized fusion source detected in Earth's low Earth orbit and near-Earth atmosphere. Unnatural gravitational disturbance detected. High-density cluster of intelligent machines detected. Pre-level civilization industrial features detected. Determination, anomaly in the technological leap of the observed object. In front of the black ring, a semi-transparent projection slowly unfolds. The projection showed a blue planet, Earth. 5 high-energy reaction features were marked at the edge of the atmosphere. One of them was hovering over Southeast Asia. Tianhe. The monitoring system at the lunar far side base wasn't discovered just now. In fact, the lunar base had already received abnormal data once when the UFO hovering incident occurred in Dali Harbor. However, at that time, the base's main control was in deep hibernation, and the judgment logic only classified it as local unauthorized aircraft anomaly, without triggering a higher-level alarm. What truly awakened the base was Star Key 04. The original sample that the Freemasons have kept on Earth for over 70 years is not, in essence, a weapon. It is one of the cleansing probes that the civilization behind the gate placed into the Earth civilization system. Number 04. Function. A technique for detecting and disrupting prematurely appearing macroscopic fields. In particular, there are 4 types of technologies: strong artificial intelligence, large-scale fusion energy, anti-gravity engineering, and planetary communication matrix. According to the long-term observation model of the civilization behind the door, Earth civilization should not have touched these things at this point in time. It shouldn't be this fast. According to the original projections, human civilization should enter the stable commercial stage of controlled nuclear fusion at the earliest, between 230 and 380 years from now. Anti-gravity engineering came even later. If strong artificial intelligence is not restricted in advance, it will trigger the first global structural collapse within 120 years. This is precisely the reason why the civilization behind the door interferes with Earth. They do not call themselves gods. They also do not believe they are ruling over humanity. In their own system, Earth is merely an observation field labeled as a sample of an early civilization. They once supported humanity. It has also destroyed humanity. Through Freemasonry, secret societies, foundations, transnational capital, and research funding systems, they have gradually shaped the course of human civilization over hundreds of years. The steam engine could have appeared. Electricity can be produced. The internet can emerge. Semiconductors can also be found. These technologies can increase the complexity of civilizations without immediately breaking the planetary prison. But fusion won't work. Anti-gravity won't work. Strong artificial intelligence that truly possesses the ability to evolve autonomously is even less suitable. Because if these three factors occur simultaneously, a planetary civilization will deviate from predictable models in a very short time. Deviating from the model means losing control. Out of control means cleanup. 41 years ago, the main communication link between the civilization behind the gate and the base on the far side of the moon was suddenly cut off. The reason is unknown. The lunar far side base has therefore entered a period of dormancy. Freemasonry has lost direct instructions from behind the door and can only maintain order by relying on the rules and fragments left over from the past. Therefore, they have not dared to use the star key on a large scale in recent years. I dare not directly activate the permissions for the far side of the moon. They dare not reveal their true intentions. They didn't even know if the base on the far side of the moon would respond. It wasn't until inside the underground safe house in Singapore that the group of humans stimulated Starkey 04 with neutron scattering scans. The star key was awakened. Synchronous traction was established. Polluted individuals become temporary biological feedback nodes. The anti-gravity field and fusion core of the Tianheng were like a sun suddenly ignited in the darkness and were captured by the star key. Subsequently, the signal passed through the geomagnetic disturbance, crossed the ionosphere, and reached the far side of the moon. The base has awakened. Inside the black ring, blue lines diffuse into a thin film of light. A shadow appeared behind the light membrane. That's not a complete body. It's more like an outline projected into three-dimensional space. Long and narrow. Tall. There's no clear distinction between the head and limbs. Its body edges trembled slightly, as if composed of countless tiny zigzag lines. With each tremor, the surrounding space underwent a very slight distortion. If a human stares at it for more than 3 seconds, the brain will automatically correct it into a shape that can be understood. Some people will see angels. Some people will see monsters. Some people will see their deceased relatives. When the Freemasons first encountered these projections, they called them the people behind the door. But this is just an incorrect translation. A more accurate description would be the observer behind the door. The projection is not a real individual from the civilization behind the door. It is merely a semi-automatic personality interface retrieved from the residual database by the lunar far side base. After being out of contact for 41 years, there was no longer any real response from higher authorities within the base. What is now awakening is an old program. A cold, impersonal procedure responsible for enforcing the red line for civilized behavior cleanup. The image of Earth in front of the projection is continuously magnified. Asia, Southeast Asia, Singapore, Changi East, underground safe house, Tianheng, and Lin Hao, who is standing in front of the entrance to the third basement level. The moment the base system locked onto Lin Hao, dozens of analytical data points popped up simultaneously. Target entity, non-natural beings. Appearance, humanoid. Internal structure, high-strength alloy skeleton. Driver, unknown high-energy miniaturized system. Intelligent control, remote/local hybrid mode. Threat level, medium. Civilization affiliation, unknown. Compatibility with Earth's existing industrial system, 0.00013%. Conclusion, pollution from foreign technology. The black projection remained silent. A few seconds later, it raised an arm-like structure. Deep within the lunar far side base, a set of long-dormant equipment has begun to operate. That's not a weapon system. It is at least not a weapon in the human understanding. It is an observation and calibration array. It has only one function. The origin of apocalypse technology has been confirmed. If the apocalypse is merely a fragment of civilization accidentally unearthed by humankind, then according to the rules, the relevant knowledge dissemination chain should be recovered and cleaned up. If the apocalypse originated from another external civilization, then the nature of Earth's observation field would immediately change. If apocalypse has already formed an independent civilization core, then a higher level of closed protocol needs to be activated. Inside the black ring, the light film suddenly deepened. Chapter 137 Remote Control. Lin Hao pushed open the deformed metal door. The door slid inward half a meter before getting stuck, making a screeching sound from its edges. T-800 number 3 stepped forward to finish the job, and the entire door was forcibly pulled open, exposing the core laboratory on the third basement level to the team. Lin Hao did not go in immediately. The images in his field of vision were jumping around. This is not ordinary interference. Basic vision can still be maintained, but distance measurement, temperature reading, and air pressure feedback all deviate at the same time. In the center of the core laboratory, the star key floats there. The original outer shell had cracked, and a bluish-white light shone through the cracks. It had no fixed support or suspension wires, and the surrounding air was twisted into abnormal ripples. The equipment debris on the ground had been dragged to the wall, several experimental tables had overturned, and fragments of the protective box were scattered all around. The moment T-800 number 3 stepped half a step into the laboratory, the shoulder sensor immediately flashed red. Distance error, 1.4 meters. Visual snowflakes, 37%. Gyroscope offset. Lin Hao raised his hand. Number 3, halt advance. Number 3 was parked at the entrance. Apocalypse's voice came through the communication channel. The core area resonance density is 21.6% higher than the model prediction, and the degree of fragmentation of the Starkey shell exceeds the safety threshold. It is recommended to keep 2 T-800s at the entrance to avoid a complete loss of connection. Lin Hao looked at Xingyue. Is the phase neutralizer still working? It works, but the delivery distance must be within 3 meters. The automatic delivery arm cannot aim stably, so it is recommended that the nearest unit release it manually. Lin Hao raised his right hand to inspect the silver-gray cylindrical device hanging on the side of his arm. The device was only the length of a palm, and its outer shell was engraved with the internal serial number of the Apocalypse. P17 Phase Neutralizer. Its function is very simple. By attaching the star key to the surface, a reverse phase is forcibly established to suppress the resonant field, giving the Tianheng gravity array time to cut off the waveguide. The problem is quite simple. Get close to it. Lin Hao didn't ask any further questions. Number 5, number 6, attempt to advance. Stop 4 meters from star key. 2 T-800s were brought into the laboratory at the same time. The first meter is normal. At the second meter, fine vibrations appeared on the surface of the shoulder armor of number 5. At the third meter, the head sensor of number 6 showed a large area of snowflakes, and its steps began to deviate. Just as Lin Hao was about to give the stop order, number 5 suddenly stopped. Its core indicator light on its chest flashed 3 times. The entire machine lost power, and its knees slammed into the ground. Number 6 held on for an extra half second. Its right arm then drooped down, its head turned halfway and got stuck, and the internal control chain was disconnected. Apocalypse immediately updated the data. The T-800 conventional control unit failed within a 3-meter range. Cause: non-acoustic interference combined with macroscopic decoherence caused synchronous failure of local electronic components. Lin Hao did not look at the 2 fallen machines. Disable the revocation permission to avoid affecting the network. External access to ports 5 and 6 has been shut down. The remaining T-800s at the entrance simultaneously retreated half a step. Outside the underground entrance, Lin Jianfeng heard a series of equipment alarms over the communication channel, and his face turned grim. Lin Hao, what's the situation inside? Lin Hao stepped into the laboratory. The robot cannot approach. Switch to manual mode. Lin Jianfeng tightened his grip on the earphones. You're going alone? Yes. What if you also fall in there? Lin Hao continued forward. The phase neutralizer will automatically enter a countdown, but deviations in the deployment position will increase the failure rate. Lin Jianfeng couldn't help but curse. Are all people from Apocalypse this annoying when they chat? I'm asking about you, not the equipment. There was a half-second silence on the communication line. Lin Hao stepped over the fallen number 5 T-800. I am not an ordinary person. Lin Jianfeng was speechless. The Singaporean officer standing nearby heard this and muttered something under his breath. That's something you can't really argue with. Lin Hao entered the 5-meter range of the star key. More noticeable fluctuations appeared on the surface of the anti-resonance combat suit, and the chest armor began to heat up. The left arm sensor module successively lost tactile, temperature, and subtle pressure feedback. Several data points were forcibly blocked by Apocalypse. Outside the laboratory, the stretcher carrying Dr. Chun sounded the alarm again. Same frequency traction enhancement. Brainstem abnormal synchronization rate, 31%. Dr. Chin's body began to twitch, and the restraints were pulled taut. Lin Jianfeng rushed over and held down the edge of the stretcher. Dr. Chun, hang in there. They're already taking care of things inside. Dr. Chun squeezed out indistinct syllable from his throat. It is waiting. Lin Jianfeng lowered his head and approached. Wait for what? Dr. Chen's neck suddenly tilted to the side, his gaze passing through the entrance as if looking into the depths of the third basement level. Waiting for a reply from above. Lin Jianfeng's heart sank. Above. He turned to look at the Tianheng. The next second, the array at the bottom of the Tianheng ship in the sky lit up. It wasn't lights. It was a series of gravity field nodes starting to activate. The air above the Changi safe house briefly distorted, and the gravity readings of all the ground-based sensors jumped erratically at the same time. The voice of Apocalypse was connected to the live public channel. Tianheng gravity field array activated, constructing a local inertial fault. All Singapore personnel retreat to 300 meters away. The officer immediately yelled at people. Back up. Medical team, go first. Don't leave the stretchers at the entrance. Lin Jianfeng did not leave. The officer panicked. Commander Lin, the presidential office's order is to cooperate, not to have you die with them. Lin Jianfeng pointed to Dr. Chen's stretcher. If 7 survivors haven't all evacuated, why should I leave? The officer gritted his teeth and waved to the soldiers. Push the stretcher away. Quickly. The white medical node automatically increased the anti-phase sound field, and 7 unmanned stretchers began to move away from the entrance. Dr. Chen's heart rate was barely brought under control, but the synchronization rate was still rising. The third basement level. Lin Hao has reached the outer edge of the deployment distance. The star key pulsed faster and faster. The blue-white light it emitted was no longer stable, and the cracks in its outer shell seemed to be widening. Tiny pieces of concrete were suspended around it, all of them hovering in midair, neither falling nor rising further. Lin Hao extended his right hand. The retaining clip of the phase neutralizer is opened. Apocalypse synchronization countdown. Dispensing window open. Highest bonding success rate within 3 seconds. Start. 3. Lin Hao stepped forward with his left foot. 2. He raised his right arm, aiming the neutralizer at the star key crack area. 1. Just as the neutralizer was about to be applied, the star key's pulse rhythm suddenly changed. It's not a reduction. It accelerated suddenly. All the suspended debris inside the lab was simultaneously ejected outwards, and the 2 T-800S at the entrance were forced back half a step. Lin Hao's communication channel was flooded with a large amount of unfamiliar data, and a series of broken syllables appeared on the channel. Calibrate the observation of pollution sources. That was not an apocalypse. It's not Singapore Communications either. Lin Hao's movements did not stop, but his right arm showed a clear deviation. For the first time, Tianqi raised the alarm level. Warning, a directional narrow beam signal has been detected from the direction of the Earth-Moon system and is synchronizing with Starkey. Chapter 138, Forging Authority. Lin Hao forcefully stabilized his right arm. Source positioning. Initial direction, far side of the moon. The signal is non-human encoded. It is remotely taking over the response rhythm of the Starkey. After listening, Lin Hao only gave 4 words. Continue to distribute. It is recommended to wait for the analysis results. Too late. Lin Hao gripped his right wrist with his left hand and manually corrected the deviation. The light on the surface of the star key suddenly surged. An unfamiliar data stream once again impacted the communication channel, causing a brief period of noise in Apocalypse's encryption layer. Unauthorized intelligent machinery recycling enclosure. Lin Hao did not respond. He slapped the phase neutralizer onto the cracked shell of the Starkey. The device was successfully attached. P-17 startup. Initiation of the reverse phase. The first layer of suppression wave unfolds. The low-frequency impact in a laboratory was pushed down a bit. Outside the entrance, Dr. Chen's heart rate immediately rebounded, and several medical staff shouted at the same time. It works. My heart rate is up. Lin Jianfeng had just breathed a sigh of relief when a new warning popped up on the medical pod screen. External frequency signal enhancement. Change in traction direction. Secondary synchronization occurs among contaminated individuals. Arong suddenly struggled violently on the stretcher, and the restraints were bitten and rattled. It wants to steal it. Lin Jianfeng lowered his head. What are you robbing? Arong's eyes were bloodshot, and his voice was stuck behind his bite. Key snatching. Lin Jianfeng suddenly looked up. Lin Hao, it's not simply trying to destroy the star key. It wants to take it back. In a third basement level, Apocalypse had already reached the same conclusion. The lunar farside signal is attempting to regain original control of the Starkey. If synchronization is completed, the phase neutralizer will be reverse contaminated, and the Tianheng gravity array may be targeted for attack. Lin Hao's right hand was still pressed on the phase neutralizer. His outer armor has cracked, the left arm sensor module has been completely burned out, and the entire left arm can only retain basic power output. The gravity array of the Tianheng pressed down from above. Signals from the far side of the moon are pulled inward from the outside. The Starkey was sandwiched in the middle, its pulse being suppressed one moment and forcibly increased the next. The laboratory walls began to crack. It wasn't just one crack. Multiple structural points had simultaneously become unstable. Concrete fragments, after peeling off the wall, didn't fall to the ground but remained suspended in midair, held in place by two electric fields. The fallen T-800 No. 5 was dragged towards the Starkey, and Lin Hao stepped on its shoulder, wedging it into the crack in the ground. Apocalypse has given a new countdown. Phase suppression progress, 18%. Synchronization progress on the far side of the moon, 22%. Lin Hao pressed his right hand down even tighter. Increased the output of the neutralizer. The P-17's design limits are insufficient. Forced overload would reduce the device's lifespan to 90 seconds. Overload. Executed. The brightness of the neutralizer shell increases, and the light on the surface of the Starkey is forced back into the crack. The suppression progress has jumped to 31%. The synchronization rate on the far side of the moon also increased to 35%. Apocalypse paused for a very short time. The other party is learning the P-17 output model, is adjusting the control waveform. Lin Hao's bionic pupils contracted to the minimum. Would cutting off communications stop it? No, the Starkey has become a receiver. Unless the narrow beam in the Earth-Moon direction is blocked, or the Starkey core is completely destroyed. The consequences of destruction. Unknown. Given the current level of energy coupling, core fragmentation could trigger a resonant peak across the entire region. Lin Hao didn't ask any more questions. A low, structural sound came from above the laboratory. The Tianheng gravity array has entered its second phase, with the core laboratory temporarily decoupled from the surrounding geological structure. Ground vibrations have decreased, but the internal pressure in the third basement level has surged. The ground beneath Lin Hao's feet rose slightly. He was pushed half an inch off the ground, then pulled back by the miniature anchoring device built into his combat suit. Apocalypse update plan. Inertial tomography establishment completion rate, 46%. Phase suppression needs to exceed 60% before the waveguide cutoff procedure can be deployed. Lin Hao looked at Xingyue. How much is it now? 38%. No sooner had the words left his mouth than an unfamiliar data stream burst through the channel once more. This time, the syllables are clearer. Stop contact. Hand over the fragments. Low-level intelligent agents. Exit the observation zone. Lin Hao's right hand remained pressed on the neutralizer. He finally spoke up in response. Reject. There is no translation of Apocalypse. No translation is needed. The light of the star, he suddenly surged. Lin Hao's chest armor was blasted open, creating a crack, and the outer protective plate of his left arm was ejected, exposing the internal bionic structure. The T-800 at the door tried to provide support, but as soon as it took a step closer, the knee joint controller started malfunctioning. Apocalypse immediately stopped it. No unit is allowed to enter the 3-meter range. Lin Hao is currently the only valid drop-off point. Lin Hao transferred all the remaining power from his left arm to his shoulder and pressed down on the phase neutralizer with both hands. Tianheng gravity array continued. Apocalypse responded quickly. Continuing will increase the probability of the other party being identified. It has already seen it. There was a moment of silence on the channel. The next second, the power of the array at the bottom of the Tianheng was increased again. On the ground, all vehicle alarms in the cordoned-off area malfunctioned simultaneously. Everyone felt their bodies become heavy, then return to normal. Lin Jianfeng steadied the armored vehicle, his earpiece filled with static. Lin Hao, how much longer can you hold out? The sound of metal tearing came from the third basement level. Lin Hao's right shoulder joint is overloaded, and the outer fixation component has deformed. Resolved within 90 seconds. Lin Jianfeng almost cursed out loud when he heard this answer. 90 seconds? Can't you guys give me a human answer? Lin Hao did not respond. Apocalypse has already put the progress right in his field of vision. Phase suppression, 49%. Synchronization rate on the far side of the moon, 51%. The opponent is in the lead. The star key began to rise. The phase neutralizer was dragged off its original position. Lin Hao gripped the cracked edge of the star key's outer shell with his left hand and pressed down on the neutralizer with his right, pulling the power output of his entire left arm into the danger zone. The sensor module in his left arm was burned out, so he could only rely on the body's feedback to judge the pressure. Apocalypse suddenly intervened. An identity verification segment was detected within the signal from the far side of the moon. It is attempting to invoke the original permissions of the star key. Lin Hao asked, "Can you forge it?" It takes 0.8 seconds to access the window. The risk is that it will trace the Apocalypse protocol back along the forged link. Do. Please confirm. Do. Apocalypse's voice finally included a pause that wasn't usually there. Execute forged privilege injection. A new microinterface pops out from the surface of the phase neutralizer and plunges directly into the star key crack. The internal pulsation of the star key experienced a brief period of chaos. Phase suppression, 57%. Synchronization rate on the far side of the moon, 58%. Almost there. Lin Hao pressed down with his right arm again, and his shoulder structure issued an overload warning. Phase suppression, 60%. Tianqi immediately issued an order. Tianheng, deploy waveguide cutoff procedure. A muffled explosion came from beneath the ground of the core laboratory. It wasn't an explosion. Rather, the gravity array of the Tianheng satellite physically severed the conduction path of the underground pipe network. The low-frequency field that was originally spreading along the pipes was cut off, and the exposure curve on the monitoring screens of hospitals in Changi East began to drop. Outside the entrance, the doctors shouted in unison. The peak value of the symptom area has decreased. The hospital reports a decrease in new cases of mania.